Lynch had transmigrated to this extraordinary world called Azure Star 3 days ago. In his mind, a golden finger named the Infinite Upgrade System was already bound, informing him, today was Talent Awakening Day, and after awakening his talent, the system's functions could be officially activated and used. Currently, he was queuing silently, watching classmates ahead awaken their talents by placing their hands on a white stone slate. Light flashed, revealing various talent ranks, SSSSS, invoking a mix of joy and despair. In this world, humans awaken talents at 18 and enhanced their combat power, 9 molts, through meditation. Lin Chen, it's your turn, the female teacher said expressionlessly. Place your hand on the awakening platform, clear your mind. Lin Chen complied. As his hand touched the platform, and his consciousness momentarily blurred, a system notification sounded in his mind. Detected talent skill, avatar. Locking talent, avatar. Host can consume upgrade points to enhance talent. Simultaneously, text appeared on the slate, Lin Chen, talent, avatar, B rank. B rank. Lin Chen appeared calm, but with the system, he felt a solid foundation of confidence. Lin Chen thanked the teacher and stepped aside. Suddenly, the teacher gasped, Jiaoku, talent, Thunder Emperor's Advent, SS rank. The crowd erupted. All eyes turned to Jiaoku, a girl with an icy demeanor. Even the teacher smiled for the first time. SS rank, the only one in our entire No. 3 high school. As expected of the class beauty, pretty and talented, Jiaoku's performance overshadowed subsequent tests. Lin Chen returned to his seat, looking at the adulated Jiaoku. An SS rank talent meant entry into the top 10 academies and a future as a powerhouse. His B rank avatar, before system enhancement, could only inherit 10% of his combat power, feeling useless. But now, he had the system. Ding, system initiated. Newbie gift package awarded. Claim, claim. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 talent upgrade chance. Upgrade avatar talent? Killing enemies grants upgrade points. Upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. Ding, congratulations, host. Your avatar talent has been upgraded to B+ rank. You can now summon 2 avatars at once, inheriting 50% of the main body's combat power. System, why isn't it A rank? Lin Chen's mouth twitched. There was no B+ rank in reality. Host, this system specifically subdivides ranks, B+, A+, S+, infinitely, to facilitate your upgrades. You will be stronger than others of the same rank. So, I'm stronger? Yes. Lin Chen grudgingly accepted. Just then, Jiaoku approached, once again offering her mentor-like chicken soup encouragement. Lin Chen, long accustomed to it, played alongly to avoid endless lecturing. I'm going out. Lin Chen excused himself to experiment with his abilities in a secret realm, escaping the classroom. The secret realm building was a 3-story black structure. Lin Chen swiped his student card and entered. On the first floor, he swiped his card again at a platform-like device. Ding, Lin Chen, you have 30 minutes of trial time. Passing through a spatial membrane, Lin Chen entered a desolate undead secret realm, with zombies and skeletons roaming. School secret realm monsters aren't high-level, perfect for experimenting. He activated his talent. Avatar. 2 white lights flashed, and 2 identical figures appeared. Go! He pointed at a nearby skeleton monster. The 2 avatars picked up bone clubs and charged, battering the skeleton until it crumbled. You killed a skeleton monster. Upgrade points +1. Lin Chen continued directing his avatars to kill. They were fearless and efficient. Soon, he simply ordered them to attack freely while he rested. System notifications kept coming. You killed a skeleton monster. Upgrade points +1. You killed a white bone monster. Upgrade points +2. System, how many upgrade points to raise talent rank? Currently 10,000. Can I raise my combat power tier? Yes, I want to raise it now. Host has insufficient upgrade points. You can raise part of your combat power but cannot break through tier 0. Then raise it. Ding, consumed 100 upgrade points. Your strength has increased. Currently 0 rank mid-stage. His strength roughly doubled. Lin Chen felt a surge of power, imagining a future where he commanded an army of avatars. As his avatar's strength grew with his, they killed monsters with increasing ease and coordination, one attacking high, the other low. With 25 minutes passed, an accident occurred. A 3-meter-tall silver-white skeleton monster with a large rusty cleaver appeared, the undead secret realm's boss, a silver skeleton warrior. Consume 1 upgrade point to investigate target's attributes. Pay. Silver skeleton warrior, combat power, 0 rank late stage, skills, cleave, energy slash. Slightly stronger than me, but I have numbers. Lin Chen commanded his avatars, now armed with bone knives, to attack. One feigned an attack on its face, while the other struck its leg. Crack! The monster stumbled. The first avatar then struck its head, exposing its soul fire. The second avatar shattered its other leg. 2 minutes later, the boss fell. You killed the silver skeleton warrior. Evolution points plus 20. A milky white crystal appeared, a skill crystal. Lin Chen was overjoyed. He pressed it to his forehead. Skill, energy slash. Good luck. He absorbed it. A moment later, he swung his arm, and a 10-centimeter blade-shaped slash flew out, gouging a half-meter deep pit in the ground. 30 minutes were up. Lin Chen left the secret realm. In the building, other students emerged, some happy, some dejected, complaining about the difficulty. Ignoring the complaints, Lin Chen was stopped by a chubby youth, Luan, young master of Lu Corporation, D-rank hair proliferation talent. Classmate, did you get any skill crystals? I'll buy them at a high price. Or, want to be my attendant? 3,000 star coins a month. Lin Chen shook his head. I used the crystal, and I don't want to work for anyone. Luan smiled. Let's be friends. If you get more crystals, sell them to me. If you change your mind, my door is always open. He handed over a business card. Lin Chen took it and left. Behind him, students gossiped about Luan and his useless talent. Back in the classroom, Zhaoko asked about his secret realm. Lin Chen mentioned the undead realm's stench. Zhaoko then launched into another round of motivational speech. We must be cautious in life. Though I am stronger, I face more dangers. Your talent is lower, but don't be discouraged. With effort, the future is ours. Lin Chen noddedly, thinking her SS rank talent made her words unconvincing. Suddenly, the class teacher called Zhaoko away. The class bell rang. The teacher returned with Zhaoko. She first congratulated Zhaoko on her SS rank talent, then Li Wu on his A-rank adamantine physique. She criticized the rest as the worst batch she'd taught but encouraged them with the example of sword god Li Qinglian, who rose from B rank to SS rank. Alright, time to learn the meditation technique, the teacher announced. Close your eyes, visualize the world, connect with your talent, find light motes, and absorb them. Lin Chen closed his eyes. He soon perceived light motes but found them hard to catch. After several attempts, he used a more cunning approach and succeeded. As light motes entered his body, he felt himself slowly strengthening, a mesmerizing sensation. An hour later, the teacher woke them. Students complained about the difficulty. Li Wu boasted, I absorbed over 30 light motes. He glanced provocatively at Lin Chen, who was chatting with Zhaoko. Zhaoko asked Lin Chen, how many did you absorb? Lin Chen thought for a moment. 35, I guess. Zhaoko was surprised. Are you really B rank? How did you absorb more than an A rank? B rank typically 5 to 15, A rank 15 to 50. Lin Chen chuckled. Maybe I'm exceptionally talented. It was due to his strength increase and B plus rank talent. And you? Lin Chen asked. Zhaoko, over 200. Lin Chen felt deflated. You were surprised by my 30-something, yet you absorbed over 200. Zhaoko comforted him. Talent only determines the starting point. Persistence and willpower matter more. Survivors are the true kings. Lin Chen, for once, genuinely agreed. There's always hope as long as you're alive. In a corner, Li Wu stared at Lin Chen with burning jealousy. The teacher concluded, initially, C rank absorbs under 5, B rank 5 to 15, A rank 15 to 50, S rank 50 to 100, SS rank 100, 1000. With practice, an SS rank's cultivation speed will be 10 times that of an S rank. You have 3 months until the college entrance exam. Work hard. Talent and combat power rank will both be assessed. After school, Lin Chen went straight home. This home is not big, only about 10 square meters, with no kitchen, just a bathroom and a bedroom. As an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, naturally, he has no income. Luckily, he receives an orphan subsidy every month. The subsidy is only 300 star coins, but with some savings, it barely covers his basic living expenses. He sat down on a stool, opened the wristwatch, and a light screen immediately popped up. The wristwatch is issued by the government to every citizen and is equivalent to a high-end smartphone. It doesn't need charging, just basking in the sun can quickly recharge it. At this moment, a message appeared on the light screen. You have a new message. Opening the message, an email popped up. Click to open and check. Classmate Lin Chen, congratulations on becoming a B-level awakener. Based on your talent level, you can receive a monthly awakener subsidy of 1,000 star coins. The subsidy for this month has been transferred. Please check it. In 3 months, a university admission assessment will take place. Please prepare yourself and register for the appropriate school as soon as possible. Wishing you grand aspirations and soaring high. This is a very official email. And every awakened individual will receive similar emails with content that is generally the same. However, the subsidies for awakened individuals differ by level. The higher the level, the greater the subsidy, and vice versa. Because humanity faces the danger of invasions from various realms, people in this era are still very united. In this era of universal awakening, even if a person does not work and solely relies on the subsidies for awakened individuals, they can barely manage to eat enough. However, to live well, get married, and have children, one must strive and work hard. The sources of income for awakened individuals have two aspects. One is income from work, which requires entering certain institutions. For example, teachers in schools, clerical staff in various government institutions and companies, etc., all belong to professions that do not require going out to hunt. Professions in this category have security in terms of safety, so they often have lower incomes. Another type of profession involves going out to hunt, accepting tasks that require leaving the city and heading to the wilderness. This category has the highest income, but it is often also more dangerous, with many awakened individuals dying in the wild each year. Humans rely on this type of professionals to establish their foothold in this chaotic world. Looking at his bank balance, he indeed found an extra 1,000 star coins. Turning off his smartwatch, his stomach growled, prompting him to quickly go downstairs to buy something to eat. He had a simple dinner, surfed the internet for a while to gather some information, and then went to bed. He has to go to school tomorrow. A night without incidents passed, and soon it was dawn. Lynch, who got up early, freshened up and headed toward the school. The school was as lively as ever, with students coming and going, hurriedly walking along the path. Glimpsing at the time, noticing that class was about to start, he hurried his pace. As soon as Lin Shen arrived at the classroom, he could hear his classmates discussing things around him. Do you guys know? Our class flower Zhao Ku has been accepted early by one of the top 10 prestigious schools, the Elemental Chaos Academy. With an SS level talent, it's totally normal for her to be accepted. That's not interesting, you know? The SS level talent awakener from the second high school next door wasn't accepted early, which shows that the class flower's talent is even stronger. Lin Chen lowered his head and sighed inwardly. Certainly, people are different. Some are born on someone else's finish line. Students with talents like Zhao Ke belong to the chosen ones, blessed by fate. As long as they don't die, they can at least become a big shot in a city. Although her life path will also be full of hardships and the dangers she faces are unimaginable to others, her future is one that people look up to. For most young people, they would rather have a short-lived peak of glory than live an insignificant life until they die. However, as they grow older, people become more tactful and also more afraid of death. That's why it is said that young people are the main driving force for social progress. He felt happy for Zhao Ke being admitted to the Chaos Element Academy. While the classmates could only envy her, Lin Chen did not envy her much. With the support of the system, having an SS-level talent isn't too worthy of envy. His life path is bound to be different. Some people aim to go to more developed cities to hunt stronger monsters, or even to witness the scenery of other worlds. But his goal is the divine realm, the demon realm, to slay gods and demons, and to become the master of all realms. At this moment, the class beauty Zhao Ke walked in cold as ice. Upon seeing her, immediately, everyone's discussion quieted down. Everyone knows that Zhao Ke is a cold beauty who seldom smiles and is as frosty as ice, making her hard to approach. However, as soon as she sat down in her seat, her inner teacher's spirit was activated. Once again, she began to educate Lin Chen. You must not gossip about others behind their backs like they do. That is the behavior of the weak. We should be open and honest, and be a gentleman. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, saying, yes, that's absolutely right. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was used to it anyway, left ear in, right ear out. Sometimes, Lin Chen felt that perhaps it was his indifferent personality that made Zhao Ke talk to him endlessly. Lin Chen asked, you got accepted into the Chaos Element Academy, is that true? Congratulations. Thank you. The sudden coldness made Lin Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. Looking up, he saw that the homeroom teacher was already standing on the podium. No wonder she had reverted to her cold, beautiful self. Was she afraid the homeroom teacher would see her teaching side? The homeroom teacher looked at Zhao Ke with a few appreciative glances before starting the lesson. The topic was history, a subject that Lin Chen had long been tired of hearing. 300 years ago, the realms invaded. With the revival of spiritual energy, countless animals have evolved, mastering incredible abilities. And we humans have also gained the ability to create divine platforms, through which we have ushered in an era of universal awakening. However, although we have obtained extraordinary powers, the powerful beings from various realms, along with the locally evolved monsters, have continually compressed the living space for humanity. After 300 years of effort, we have finally secured our footing. But compared to 300 years ago, when humanity was the ruler of Blue Star, we are now but a minority in a corner. Humans only have 300 cities, occupying less than 1/10,000th of the entire world. Meanwhile, monsters and forces from other realms occupy the majority of the regions. This is the sorrow of humanity, and also our shame. From now on, the arduous task of reclaiming lost lands will be entrusted to you. I hope that you can make it so that our teacher, in their lifetime, can witness the moment humanity returns to its peak. Additionally, due to the invasion of various realms, our world has become a transit station for those realms, allowing us to travel to any other world from our own. A transit station is a place that military strategists must compete for. Therefore, it has also led to an overload of otherworldly creatures in our world. However, thankfully, powerful beings like gods cannot enter. He was lost in thought, only catching bits and pieces of what the class teacher was saying. These pieces of knowledge he had already grasped from the original owner's memories. Not only that, but the details were even richer than what the teacher explained. With the invasion of various worlds, Blue Star became a transit station, thus becoming a fiercely contested place. Countless forces have settled in Blue Star. Even though gods cannot come, they still pose threats to human survival. As a result, humans have engaged in countless wars with otherworldly beings. So, while they appear safe now, it is uncertain when war will break out. A single city could be directly destroyed. This sense of crisis hung over him like the sword of Damocles, filling him with urgency. Right now, he really wanted to go out hunting to quickly upgrade his talent level and combat power. Only by getting stronger could he alleviate his anxiety. 40 minutes of torturous time passed, but Zhao seriously took down all the key points. Lynch looked at the blank notebook and shook his head. Alright, class is about to end. I have an announcement to make. Congratulations to our classmate Zhao Ke, who has been accepted early by the Chaos Element Academy, one of the top 10 prestigious schools. Let's give a round of applause. Clap clap clap. The sound of enthusiastic applause erupted. Okay, let's be quiet for a moment. You should all know that after awakening your talents, the next step is to prepare for entering university. Each university has its unique entrance exams, so you should register as soon as possible and prepare in the time to come. I recommend that students with A-level talents can apply to the top 100 universities. As for students below A-level, I do not recommend applying to prestigious schools, as it will be very difficult to pass the assessments. Additionally, to avoid taking up your training time, we will hold class meetings every other week from now on, and you won't need to come to school during other times, so you're free. Alright, I'll stop here. Class dismissed. Then the class teacher called Zhao Ke away, and after they left, the classroom became lively. Besides the class flower, who is an SS-level talent, the only one with an A-level talent awakening in our class is Li Wu. Sigh, as a C-level talent awakener, should I go to college or enter society? Who cares, let's just cultivate first and see how things go then. Yes, it would be best to get in, if not, just find a class to join. Lin Chen was distracted the whole time, which was quite in line with his usual style. Zhao Ke was called out by the class teacher again, and it was rare for him to be quiet by himself. 1 hour later. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. School is over. Starting today, there's no need to come to school every day. Just come to school every Monday for a class meeting, of course, if there are important matters. The teacher will also notify in the group chat, which is a routine for every senior student aimed at giving everyone more time to cultivate. After all, the main things considered for college entrance are combat power and talent. As for cultural subjects, they can basically pass. Moreover, after more than 2 years of study before awakening, the necessary knowledge has all been learned. Now that everyone has awakened their talents, cultivation is the main task. This is good news for Lin Chen. He can finally leave the city to hunt and level up. After leaving school, he headed straight for the city gate. It didn't take long before he saw the tall city walls and the city gate of Jiqing in the distance. There were no guards at the city gate because the entire city is controlled by central intelligence, so there was no need for human guards to oversee the city gate. The city gate, while called a gate, is actually a network structure woven from beams of blue energy. If someone forcefully breaks in, they would be shot into a beehive by high energy rays. If a powerful enemy appears that the city gate cannot handle, the city guard station not far from the city wall would immediately mobilize to fend off the powerful enemy. This is the defense system at the city gate of Jiqing. Lin Chen reached the city gate and placed his student ID card on the sensing device at the gate. Immediately, a series of prompt sounds were heard. Ding, identity verification passed. High school student Lin Chen from Jiqing. Please state your purpose for leaving the city. I want to hunt outside the city. Lin Chen said. Ding, verification passed. You may leave the city. Your information has been registered. Reminder, the wilderness is dangerous. Please pay attention to safety and be sure to return to the city before nightfall. In the next moment, the energy of the city gate retracted, opening a passage. Lin Chen hurried over. Passing through the city gate, he arrived outside the city, where the view was desolate, with not a single blade of grass, seriously making one doubt that this city was located in a desert. However, he knew that this was intentionally made to appear desolate for the safety of the city. In fact, there was not a single plant within a kilometer radius of Jiqing. If the plants are not cleared, they will obstruct the line of sight, allowing some fierce beasts to hide among them, which is detrimental to the safety of the city, so someone regularly clears the weeds. Jiqing is bordered by mountains on one side and a river on the other, with the southern and western sides respectively. My purpose for coming this time is to reach the Spirit Valley 10 miles to the west. The monsters here aren't strong, just right for me now. Let's go. He has already increased his combat power once, so his speed is not slow. 10 minutes later, he stopped. This is the place. The Valley of the Undead. The Valley of the Undead is surrounded by mountains, dark and humid, with no sunlight, breeding countless undead. This used to be a normal canyon, but 300 years ago, due to an invasion from the undead world, death energy poured in, creating the persistent death mist that shrouds this area. And it has also become a breeding ground for undead creatures. However, the death energy is not very dense, so the undead creatures are generally not strong. It is roughly just a notch stronger than the undead secret realm at school. That's also why he came here to hunt. Lin Chen found a large rock to hide behind and then released his clone ability. Suddenly, white light flickered, and 2 identical clones appeared before him. Brothers, I'm counting on you, go. The 2 avatars nodded, took a few steps out, picked up 2 bone clubs, and walked towards the distance. Lin Chen relied on the vision of the avatars and saw that they did not venture deep but instead wandered around the outskirts, only attacking when they encountered isolated monsters. At this moment, they quietly circled behind a lone skeleton mage. Avatar 1 pretended to attack, and the skeleton mage angrily chanted a spell to cast magic. Just when the skeleton mage was in the midst of chanting, Avatar 2 jumped out from behind the skeleton mage and struck its head with a club. Bang! The skeleton mage was hit, and its skill was abruptly interrupted, momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Avatar 1 immediately attacked the skeleton mage's neck. Boom! Avatar 2 also seized the opportunity to hit the skeleton mage on the neck. The two avatars attacked together, smashing their bone staffs against the neck of the skeleton mage, and instantly, the fragile neck of the skeleton mage was brutally broken. The head fell to the ground and rolled away. The two avatars bent down, wildly striking the skeleton mage's head with their bone staffs. Bang bang bang! Before long, the skeleton mage's head was shattered, and the soul fire quickly dissipated. Lin Chen also heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding! Kill the skeleton mage, gain upgrade points +2. Continue to kill. Lin Chen silently issued commands to his avatars in his heart. The avatars nodded and began to employ the same tactic, specifically targeting isolated monsters. First, they surrounded them, then one avatar feigned an attack to draw fire while the other ambushed to interrupt the skills. Then they launched a pincer attack, striking from both the front and rear to break the monster's neck, incapacitating the enemy, and finally shattering the skull together, extinguishing the soul fire, completing the kill. That technique was so skilled it was shocking. Lin Chen was quite surprised to see this scene. The tactics of this clone were becoming increasingly sinister, and its combat experience had improved significantly. Could it be that the clone is self-learning? This thought popped into Lin Chen's mind. If the clone can self-learn and the clones share combat experience, can I also share combat experience? Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a bit excited. As soon as the clone killed another monster, he would call it back. Share combat experience with me, Lin Chen commanded. Ha! Why is there no response? Lin Chen continued to try, still receiving no response, which made him somewhat dissatisfied. If experience could be fed back, then the clone could replace him in learning, whether it's martial skills or knowledge. He could delegate tasks to the clone and enjoy the rewards himself. Host, your current talent level does not possess this ability. So, when my talent reaches level A, I can share experience? Lin Chen tried to ask. Yes, host. Lin Chen was overjoyed and quickly instructed his two avatars to continue defeating monsters. Time flowed slowly. Ding! Killed a skeleton mage, experience points +2. Ding! Killed a skeleton assassin, experience points +2. 3 hours passed, and Lin Chen had already slain over 100 monsters, accumulating more than 300 evolution points. But these evolution points were still far from enough to upgrade his talent level. So, he instructed his avatars to venture a bit deeper. This time, he indeed encountered stronger monsters. These skeleton monsters had black bones that reflected the light of dark iron. Lin Chen knew these were dark iron skeleton warriors, but since silver skeleton warriors were no match for him, would he still be afraid of dark iron skeleton warriors? Without hesitation, he ordered his avatars to attack. The two clones remained cunning and ruthless. Even if they could win in a frontal fight, they would never engage head-on. Their movements were increasingly evasive, and their methods were growing increasingly brutal. Clone 1 attacked the monster's arm, and the monster swung its weapon in retaliation. Clone 2 took the opportunity to attack the monster from behind, targeting its neck. A hit! Bang! The monster immediately wobbled unsteadily, nearly dropping its weapon due to the impact. Clone 1 rushed forward and struck the monster's neck with another blow. Bang! After enduring 2 attacks, the monster's weak neck could no longer bear the strain and fell to the ground with a thud, rolling away for quite a distance. Upon seeing this, the clones immediately surged forward and launched a flurry of strikes against the skull. Although it seemed that a long time had passed, only a few dozen seconds had actually gone by. The clones' tactics could be described as having reached the pinnacle of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Moreover, as the clones continued to slay monsters, their combat tactics also improved. Obviously, the clones had the potential for growth. You killed a black iron skeleton warrior, upgrade points +4. You killed a black iron skeleton mage, upgrade points +4. One by one, the monsters fall, providing Lin Chen with upgrade points. Lin Chen's heart was filled with joy. He didn't even need to fight. He only had to hide in the back, wait for the clone to die, and then summon another wave. Although there can be a maximum of 2 clones, even if these clones die, the next wave will still inherit the experience and abilities of the clones. The clones only get stronger the more they kill. The sky gradually darkened, and Lin Chen accumulated 1,000 upgrade points. System, can I upgrade my combat power tier this time? It requires 900 upgrade points. The host has enough upgrade points. Can upgrade. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. I've been waiting for this moment too long. Ding, breaking through combat power tier. Suddenly, golden light erupted from Lin Chen's body. Then he felt as if every cell in his body was soaked in a hot spring. The cells frantically absorbed energy, and his strength kept increasing. This kind of pleasure is addictive, and soothing moans escape my lips. It feels so good. Just as he moaned, the pleasure abruptly came to an end, leaving him wanting more. Ding, congratulations on your breakthrough, currently at the initial stage of Tier 1 combat power. That's it for a breakthrough? It's too simple. I haven't had enough enjoyment yet? Damn, so it really is 3 seconds for a real man. However, despite the complaints, Lynch was still very excited inside. You must know that for others to break through their realm if they follow the usual training procedures, it would take at least 3 months of practice under the same B-level talent. And what about him? It had been only 2 days in total. With such a training speed, who knows how he compares to Jiaoku in terms of speed? Lin Chen ended his pondering, feeling the surging power within him, and he couldn't help but smile broadly. This is Tier 1 combat power, so strong. Lin Chen felt energy surging throughout his body. He excitedly waved his fists, filled with an impulse to break through the sky. At that moment, the clone discovered a cave, and Lin Chen, seeing this, excitedly said, "Just in time to test my current strength." He cast his gaze toward the distant cave. The entrance was not large, surrounded by scattered rocks. Such caves are usually occupied by powerful monsters. Let the clone go explore. If the monster is strong, he'll retreat. If it's weak, he can take it down. Lin Chen directed the clone to advance. The 2 clones received the command and, without a word, headed straight for the cave. Lin Chen hid at a distance, using the clone's vision to see the scene inside the cave. It was clearly a mine. From the marks on the surrounding stone walls, one could tell that someone had mined here before. However, with the passing of time, the mine was filled with cobwebs, indicating that no one had been here for a long time. The further they went inside, the more open it became, with the internal space growing larger. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through. "Defend!" Lin Chen immediately issued the command. The doppelganger took a defensive stance and cleverly, alertly watching the depths of the cave, one on the left and one on the right. Tap 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 tap. A series of footsteps gradually approached, coming from far away, becoming clearer. After a while, a pair of crimson eyes lit up in the darkness, followed closely by the figure of the monster emerging. Seeing the monster gradually walking out, Lin Chen gasped in shock. Before him stood a monster with crimson eyes, a platinum skeleton, wielding a battle axe. It's actually a platinum skeleton warrior. How is this possible? This is a platinum skeleton warrior comparable to 2nd tier combat power. Wasn't it said that the strongest monster here is only 2nd tier? Why am I so unlucky to encounter a 2nd tier platinum skeleton warrior even at the periphery? With his just breakthrough to 1st tier strength, how could he deal with it? What to do? Run! Lin Chen immediately commanded the clone to retreat. The clone received the order but hesitated for a moment, a hint of battle thirst emerging in its eyes. However, in the next instant, this emotion was suppressed and it quickly ran outside. At the same time, Lin Chen also retreated outside the Death Canyon. However, at the next moment, the platinum skeleton warrior with crimson eyes aimed at the number 1 clone, raising the axe in its hand to chop at the number 1 clone. Do you want to spend 5 upgrade points to check the target's attributes? Just then, the system's prompt sounded. Lin Chen was overjoyed, commanding the clone to retreat while checking the monster's attributes. Yes. Ding, -5 upgrade points. Platinum skeleton warrior. Combat strength, early stage of 2nd tier. Skills, energy/whirlwind axe. Note, this monster is heavily injured. Its combat strength is almost negligible, strongly recommended to kill. Combat strength of early 2nd tier, heavily injured, only 2 skills mastered, there may still be a chance to defeat it. At worst, we'll just lose 2 clones. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and issued an attack command to the clones. The clones' eyes lit up upon receiving the command. They stared at the monster, as if looking at a delicious meal. The 2 clones coordinated perfectly. Clone number 1 attacked the monster's head from the left side, while the monster leisurely raised its axe to defend. But at that moment, a suddenly shone from clone number 2's palm. Boom! A blue slash suddenly flew out from the palm at high speed, striking the monster's calf. With a cracking sound, the monster's calf bone instantly shattered. Lin Chen was astonished at the sight. When did the clones learn to use energy slashes? His clones seemed different. As far as he knew, B-rank gifted clones couldn't inherit the skills of the body. Only with a talent level of A can they randomly inherit a skill. Due to this limitation, the clone ability has always been categorized as a reconnaissance ability rather than a combat ability. For example, tasks like gathering intelligence, espionage, and undercover operations have always been the main development direction for the clone ability. However, now his clone has unexpectedly learned a skill before reaching A level, which excites him greatly. At this moment, the second clone unleashed another energy strike, this time slicing into the monster's calf. With a crack, the calf broke and the monster dropped to one knee with a thud. Seeing this, the first clone disregarded defense and slammed its bone club brutally against the monster's neck. Roar! The monster let out a tremendous roar and swung its axe. Whirlwind axe. Immediately, the axe was swung into an afterimage, and at the same time, a whirlwind enveloped the axe and swung fiercely towards the first clone. The first clone couldn't retreat in time and was struck by the axe. Thud! The first clone, after all, was not made of iron, and with this blow, it was cleaved in half, turning into scattered bits of light. The first clone has fallen. With the sight of this, the second clone felt a sense of sorrow akin to a rabbit's death and a fox's grief, and let out a roar as it slashed towards another leg. Crack! The monster's other leg was also severed. With a thud, the monster knelt on the ground, unable to move. At this moment, a brilliant blue energy slash appeared in the monster's hand, measuring half a meter long, twice the size of the second clone slash, and with a loud boom, it killed the second clone. Second clone, gone. The platinum skeleton warrior, having killed 2 enemies, roared in excitement. It had slain 2 intruders, but was now missing 2 shin bones, making it less mobile. So, it began to search the ground for bones, wanting to attach them to itself. On the other side, Lynch, seeing that 2 clones had died, immediately summoned 2 more. Go take revenge. The 2 clones nodded and angrily headed toward the cave. Upon entering the cave, they immediately saw the platinum skeleton warrior attaching shin bones to itself. Obviously, those were mismatched bones, and they were not of the same color. They were clearly the lower leg bones of other skeletons. Although they did not match, they were still better than having none. It lowered its head, focusing intently, but suddenly heard a sound and raised its skull, which flickered with the fire of the soul. In the next moment, its astonished jaw dropped slightly. Although it did not possess high intelligence, it had a good memory. It couldn't understand why humans could die and yet be resurrected. However, this did not hinder its determination to continue killing its opponents. Nevertheless, it clearly underestimated the abilities of the clones. The clones had died once, gaining much combat experience, and were now more adept at dealing with monsters. The platinum skeleton warrior unleashed its skill, and the 2 clones immediately retreated. As the monster stepped back, they launched an energy slash to pursue. The monster advanced while they retreated. When the monster retreated, they pursued. They fully exploited the monster's inconvenient lower legs and slow speed, pushing it little by little toward death. At this moment, the monster's neck was more than half broken, its head drooping, ready to fall at any moment. Energy slash. The clones released the energy slash together. Instantly, 2 slashes cut through the air, heading towards the monster. The monster was already battered and unable to move. With no ability to resist, the 2 slashes completely severed its neck. Watching the head fall to the ground, the clone immediately rushed forward and began to hack wildly at the head. In no time, the monster's head was shattered. Without the protection of its head, the flame of its soul quickly dissipated. At the same time, Lin Chen also heard the system's prompt sound in his ear. Ding, killed the platinum skeleton warrior, gained 500 upgrade points. With a soft thud, a crystal fragment fell to the ground. Lin Chen commanded Clone 1 to pick it up and take a look, and it turned out to be another skill crystal. He quickly checked and found that it was still a skill crystal for energy slash, which made him a bit disappointed. I guess it can only be sold for money now. Lin Chen glanced at the time and noticed it was already past 5 in the afternoon, so he instructed his clone to return. After the clone came back, he also set off back to the city. After all, the wilderness at night is very dangerous. On the way back to the city, he didn't encounter any troublesome matters, which made Lin Chen doubt if he was the protagonist. Isn't it said that when the protagonist goes out, there's chaos like wandering spirits, the sky collapsing, and all sorts of troubles arising? Why is it so peaceful as soon as I leave the city? Everything is going smoothly along the way? Lin Chen pouted in dissatisfaction, but deep down he still hoped to return safely. After all, he wasn't a dragon king. With a mere grin, powerful beings from across the realms wouldn't come to pay their respects. He encountered quite a few travelers along the way. Some were in pairs while others walked alone, keeping a respectful distance from each other. No one approached to chat, nor did anyone make an effort to befriend strangers. Everyone maintained a proper safety distance. Lin Chen is hunting outside the city for the first time. Seeing how vigilant these people are, he begins to mimic them. He walks without stepping into the middle, keeping his mind focused on his innate abilities, always prepared for any crisis. The 10-mile journey took him only about 10 minutes to go, but he spent half an hour returning. When he arrived at the city gate and looked at the tall city walls, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm finally back. As he reached the city gate, he took out his student card and placed it on the detection platform for scanning. Suddenly, the detection platform emitted a mechanical voice. Beep, detection passed. Hi 3 student Lin Chen, welcome back. With a click, the blue energy net disappeared, and Lin Chen hurriedly walked inside. As soon as he entered the city, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw a group of similarly aged students, looking exhausted, walking towards him. When they arrived at the city gate, their faces filled with excitement, they hurriedly took out their identification cards for scanning. A series of detection sounds came from the crowd, and these people rushed into the city, cheering. Lin Chen took a glance, shook his head, and thought to himself, is it really that tiring? Then he turned around and walked home. He had been out for a whole day, and his stomach was growling now. He had just arrived at a square in the center of the city. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Upon hearing this voice, he immediately stopped in his tracks and turned around to look. Zhao Ku was excitedly waving at him. Lin Chen, Lin Chen. Lin Chen helplessly chuckled and ran towards Zhao Ku. As he reached Zhao Ku, a boy around the same age as her turned around and walked over, asking, Zhao Ku, who is this? Zhao Ku glanced at him and said coldly, my classmate. His cold tone irritated the boy a bit, but he still held it in. He extended his hand and smiled. Hello, classmate, I'm Li Yuan. S-class talent, storm manipulation. What about you? Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. Who did he offend? Why was he being targeted? Could it be the protagonist Halo? That's true, after all, being the protagonist always comes with a bit of trouble. However, seeing the smug face of the other party, he maintained a straight face and replied perfunctorily, B rank, clone. When Li Yuan heard that Lin Chen was a B-ranked talent, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Zhao Ku. Discovering that Zhao Ku had never looked at him, he felt somewhat disappointed. This time, he came out to stroll around and was lucky to encounter Zhao Ku. He originally wanted to invite her to a meal or something, but Zhao Ku always wore a cold face, giving off an unapproachable vibe. This made him feel very frustrated. He was an S-ranked talent, and although he was not as good as Zhao Ku, who had SS-ranked talent, he was still among the top in school. For Zhao Ku, who possessed both beauty and talent, he had some other thoughts. Not just him, but other male classmates shared similar feelings. After all, Zhao Ku is currently the most dazzling pearl in the entire Senior 3. She is also the favored daughter who was admitted early to one of the top 10 colleges, the Chaos Element Academy. How could she not attract attention? He himself is also an S-level talent, believing that he is not much worse than Zhao Ku. As long as he improves his combat power in the future, with a bit of luck, he might transform into an SS-level talent. Looking at Lin Chen, who has a B-level talent, he couldn't help but smile disdainfully in his heart. What can a mere B-level talent use to compete with him? When he heard that Lin Chen had a B-level talent, he no longer held animosity towards him. In his heart, Lin Chen was just a small character, and once everyone entered university, they would belong to two different worlds. Zhao Ku would also no longer have any intersection with him. He revealed a bright smile. Lin, if you have any difficulties, just let me know. I still have some prestige at our school. Lin Chen glanced at him and directly ignored this statement. Seeing that Lin Chen did not reply, he said again, your talent is somewhat low. The clone talent is suitable for scouting and gathering intelligence. Are you interested in working under me? Lin Chen shook his head and said, sorry, I'm not interested in that. Zhao Ku said, how about you work under me instead? Lin Chen looked at her in surprise but still shook his head. Seeing this, Zhao Ku smiled and said, look, I can't even invite you. With your mere S-level talent, what right do you have to have Lin Chen as your subordinate? Facing Zhao Ku's ridicule, Li Yuan felt somewhat angry but still made an effort to smile. Ha, I was just joking, don't take it to heart. How about this, I see it's getting late, let's all go out to eat together, what do you think? Lin Chen shook his head, casually finding a reason, and said, sorry, it's late, my family is urging me. Zhao Ku looked at him in surprise and said, if you want to eat, go ahead, we still have to go home. Li Yuan tried to invite them again but was ruthlessly rejected by the two. Finally, he simply said goodbye, and the two left together, leaving Li Yuan standing there in a daze. He just hurried to catch up, but to his surprise, the two were faster than him and soon disappeared without a trace. It felt like he was seeing a ghost. Once the two walked far away, he looked in the direction they had left, his face flushed. Lin Chen? Go back and investigate this person, he's getting too close to Zhao Ku. Under the streetlight, Lin Chen and Zhao Ku were walking together. Zhao Ku said, I didn't expect you to be so tough. Aren't you afraid of Li Yuan's revenge? After all, he has an S-level talent. If he really got into a fight, the school would turn a blind eye. In this world, those with powerful talents are naturally superior. Lin Chen laughed, isn't there you to protect me? If he dares to bully me, can you stand by? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ku laughed heartily and said, you're right. If he gives you a hard time, I'll give him a hard time and make him kneel at your feet, singing Conquer for you. How does that sound? Then I'll have to rely on you. If I get beaten up, it'll be your face on the line. Lin Chen said. Zhao Ku clenched her small fist, which burst with lightning, and said fiercely, don't worry, big sister will protect you. But you also shouldn't give up, you understand? You must cultivate well, there will still be opportunities to reach the peak in the future. The Sword God Senior is a perfect example. The soul of a teacher came online again. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly while listening to her guidance. He didn't dare to say a word against it, fearing that if she didn't have her fill of talking, she would go on endlessly, and then he wouldn't be able to go home today. Got it? Cultivate well. Mei-chem, got it. That's good. It's getting late, goodbye. Goodbye. The next morning, Lin Chen stretched, quickly washed up, and thought about the skill crystal he had obtained yesterday. He hurried downstairs, went to another street, found a public phone booth, and then took out a business card. This is the business card that the wealthy second-generation Luan gave him a few days ago when he emerged from the secret realm. According to the phone number on it, he dialed it. Dial tone. After a ringing sound, it was connected in a short while. Who is this? I have a skill crystal in my hand. Lin Chen did not intend to reveal his identity. After all, being cautious was the key to survival. Upon hearing this, the other side quickly replied, I want it, no matter the price. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. He knew that skill crystals were very precious and rare, but he didn't expect them to be so valuable that a wealthy second generation would be so excited. A skill crystal could allow one to learn skills, and while the learned skills might not grow stronger with increased battle power like innate talents, it was a major way for low-level talents to surpass high-level talents. Just imagine if the opponent possesses various advanced skills while you only have one innate skill. In a fight between the two sides, the outcome is truly unpredictable. However, the drop rate of skill crystals is extremely low, and since they are consumables, they are immediately bought up as soon as they appear. On the market, skill crystals are a highly valuable product, even more so than star coins. Some people have even collected a whole room full of skill crystals, which is similar to how Earth's inhabitants convert their assets into real estate. It's even more valuable than property and can be used to form armed groups in critical times. Nevertheless, purchasing skill crystals is not easy. Most people who acquire skill crystals generally use them themselves. For those who want to sell, they would usually sell to regular stores, and Luan can only spend a considerable amount to buy them if he wants to. Most of the time, even if there is a price, there is no market, making it impossible to buy. Although Luan is a rich second generation, he has many brothers and sisters, and because his talent is only D grade, he is not given much attention at home. To obtain skill crystals, they cannot be bought through regular channels. Even if someone is selling them, it's a scramble among many people, and with his financial power, he can't compete at all. Lynch hasn't been involved in this aspect yet, so he doesn't know much about it. For Luan, a rich second generation, it is not easy to get skill crystals, let alone for Lynch, who is an orphan. Therefore, he has very little information regarding this matter. However, Lynch's luck was indeed quite good. He obtained 2 skill crystals after fighting monsters twice. If others were to find out, they would certainly curse him for having such lucky fortune. Lynch said, "Aren't you going to ask what kind of skill crystals they are?" Luan replied, "First of all, your combat power is not high, so the skill crystals you can obtain will definitely not be of high grade. Secondly, skill crystals are precious, and no matter how much I spend, I think it's worth it." Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. The value of skill crystals rose another notch in his mind. "In that case, give me a price." 300,000. Luan said. 300,000 star coins can buy a 100 square meter house in Jiqing. It must be noted that the average person's monthly salary in this city is only 3,000 star coins. Lin Chen's breath quickened upon hearing this figure. He was just about to agree when Luan, thinking Lin Chen was dissatisfied, quickly said, "The market price is 300,000, but skill crystals are worth more than they can be sold for. How about 500,000? I don't have enough cash if it's any higher." Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, "Deal." Luan was overjoyed and said, quick and decisive, "I'm determined to be friends with you. Where are you? I'll come to find you." Lin Chen mentioned the name of a cafe, and the other party said they would be there soon before hanging up the phone. Lin Chen put down the phone, his heart still racing. 500,000. In Jiqing, this could buy a 150 square meter house. An ordinary wage earner would need to not eat or drink for 17 or 18 years to save up this much money. And him? He obtained it so easily. No. Lin Chen shook his head. This was not something obtained easily. After all, going out of the city comes with the risk of losing one's life. In other words, this is something he purchased with his life. No wonder hunting outside the city is so dangerous, yet so many people still go out. It turns out there's so much money to be made. At that moment, Lin Chen finally understood why the adventurers hunting outside the city made so much money. After a while, Lin Chen calmed his emotions, then he split off a clone, put a hat and mask on the clone, and sent it to the cafe. As soon as the clone entered, Luan followed closely behind. As soon as Luan walked in, he saw the clone's disguise, but he wasn't surprised. After all, this was quite a decent business deal, so it wasn't strange to be cautious. He said, "Is it you?" The clone nodded and took out the skill crystal. Luan saw the skill crystal and excitedly said, "Can I take a look at it?" The clone remained silent, staring directly at him. Luan awkwardly said, "In that case, let me give you the money first." The clone replied with 2 words, "Cash." Luan said, "Don't worry, I'm only bringing cash." He was still familiar with this kind of transaction. After all, the two of them didn't know each other, and cash transactions were safer. It wouldn't leave a trace. As he spoke, he took off his backpack and pulled out the cash from inside. The doppelganger counted the bills. The amount was good, and it wasn't counterfeit. He took the cash and put it into his own backpack before finally giving the skill crystal to the other party. Luan held the skill crystal and pressed it against his forehead to check it. After a while, he put down the skill crystal. Energy slash, not a bad deal after all. By the time he turned his head again, the doppelganger had already left. Luan watched the other person's departing figure and hurried to check the phone number, only to discover it was a public phone. Luan muttered to himself, "This person is really cautious." Interesting. At Lin Chen's home, Lin Chen looked at the completely full backpack of money, his mouth twisting into a happy smile. "I've got money now, time to go out and have a big meal." Lin Chen went downstairs and headed towards the nearest restaurant. As an orphan, he usually lived frugally. He hadn't even been to a decent restaurant, let alone a fancy one. Suddenly arriving at this high-end restaurant, he feels completely at ease. He has never been here before, but in his past life, he often visited high-end restaurants. He called over the waiter and ordered a feast of dishes. When the food arrived, Lin Chen dismissed the waiter and began to feast. Delicious. This meat is really chewy. It must be meat from a mutated beast. It's so much better than the food on Earth. After eating, I feel warm all over. It's really freaking comfortable." He is already a first-level awakened being, and his appetite is 10 times what it used to be. He managed to finish the entire table of dishes by himself. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he called over the waiter to settle the bill. "Sir, your total consumption is 1,500 star coins. 1,500 star coins is equivalent to half a month's salary for an average person," but Lin Chen didn't feel a pinch of regret. He paid directly and left the restaurant. As for the admiring gazes from the waiters behind him, he simply ignored them. Having money feels light. This made him feel as if he was filled with air. Not only did he walk with more energy, but his mind also felt much clearer. On the way back, he bought 2 outfits again. Just as he was on his way home, he suddenly noticed an equipment store. Seeing the dazzling array of various gear in the store, he stopped in his tracks. The store manager was bowing his head, doing calculations. When he looked up and saw him, he greeted him warmly, saying, "Hey there, little brother, come in and take a look." Lin Chen instinctively wanted to leave, but when he thought about how he was now wealthy, he wasn't afraid of anything. He immediately straightened his chest and walked into the store. "Boss, what kind of equipment do you have? Introduce some to me," Lin Chen said with considerable confidence. The boss was an old man with graying beard. His skin was fair, with a buzz cut, about 1.8 meters tall. He was lean but stood tall, giving the impression of a straight-standing cypress. This made Lin Chen quite surprised, and he looked at him for a bit longer. He didn't look like an ordinary person. Lin Chen walked into the shop. The shop wasn't large, with various weapons hanging on the walls, including guns and cold weapons. This era has inherited the technological advancements of the previous age and developed unique energy technology by combining the characteristics of awakeners. The types of weapons have also changed significantly. For example, there is a firearm used by awakeners called the Awakener's gun. This gun does not use metal bullets. It has an energy conversion array inside that can condense its own energy into bullets and fire them. It can be said to be equivalent to a gun with infinite bullets, but the downsides are obvious, which is that it requires the consumption of its own energy. Lin Chen glanced at the price and decisively gave up. 100,000. Although he could afford it, he was reluctant to purchase it. Usually, he would just let his clones fight while he hides to the side. Moreover, this type of gun is only suitable for first-stage awakeners. Once one reaches the second stage, their perception greatly enhances, allowing them to easily dodge bullets. As the later stages progress, individual combat power becomes increasingly important, and the role of technology tends to lean more towards defense and support. Therefore, cold weapons are the eternal gods. Lin Chen picked up a Tang Dao and said, "I need 3 of these Tang Das." The old man chuckled and said, "That'll be a total of 30,000 star coins. Will you be paying in cash or online?" Lin Chen replied, "Cash payment." Lin Chen took out 30,000 star coins and handed them to the boss. The boss casually placed the money into a box and said, "Young brother, at such a young age, you already have first-tier combat power. Your talent level must be quite high." Lin Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. To be able to discern his combat power level, the old man must at least be 2 levels higher than him. This means the old man in front of him is at least a 3rd-tier awakener. The old man laughed heartily and said, "Don't be nervous, you youngsters are always so cautious." This reminded him of the girl he met the day before yesterday, whose reactions were similar to this little guy's. Really, he thought, "I'm not a monster, why be so afraid? Now he's just a young man." He shook his head and thought to himself. Lin Chen complained, "How can one not be cautious? So many careless people die every year." Lin Chen said, "Senior, I'm sorry but I cannot disclose that." The old man replied, "No harm done, I'm just curious. Looking at your age, you must be a senior in high school. To have reached first-tier battle power in just 3 days. Your talent should be at least S rank, or perhaps even better." The old man appeared to be deep in thought. In this G city, there are a total of 46 people with S-rank talent among the 3 high schools. Which one are you? Lin Chen felt a cold sweat running down his back, clasped his hands, and said, "I hope the senior will not make things difficult for me. I shall take my leave." Having said that, he hurriedly left with his belongings. The old man, seeing Lin Chen leave, hurriedly called out, "Kid, don't go. Tell me your name so I can arrange something for you and grant you an opportunity. Consider it a way for me to nurture a junior." However, Lin Chen had already vanished without a trace and naturally did not hear this. The old man looked in the direction Lin Chen had left and chuckled, "Interesting, I have seen all the awakeners in Jiqing this year with an S-level talent or above. 2. Think that an awakener who isn't even S-level can cultivate so quickly. It seems this kid has good talent for cultivation. Perhaps his comprehension isn't low either." Lin Chen didn't know that the old man before him was not just the owner of an equipment store, he had a higher identity. "We will meet again." The old man turned around, closed the shop, and walked away into the distance. Lin Chen returned home, panting heavily. His heart was filled with both fear and surprise, and he felt like his heart was about to jump out. Thanks to Zhaoka's constant instilling of the philosophy of survival, his subconscious became very cautious, making him distrustful of strangers at first. Furthermore, he often concealed his strengths, but he didn't expect that just going to an equipment store to buy something would expose his background. "No, I have to quickly improve my strength. I need to leave the city right now." After tidying up, he immediately headed for the city gate. It was only a little past 10, and it was still early before dark, just in time to go hunting outside. Once again, he arrived at the city gate and took out his identity card. Beep, detection passed, identity, high school student Lin Chen. With a click, the blue energy disappeared, and Lin Chen hurriedly walked out. Outside the city, Lin Chen created 2 clones and gave them 2 Tang swords, then immediately rushed towards the Death Valley. Because he was already a first-level awakener, his speed while running at full effort was faster than before, reaching his destination in just 5 minutes. He arrived at the Death Valley again, and there were still not many adventurers here. This place is full of skeleton monsters and there's not much profit to be had. Adventurers don't like to come here, which is just right for me. As usual, Lin Chen commanded his clones to fight while he found a place to hide. This time, both clones wielded sharp metal Tang swords, significantly increasing their combat power. With the perspective of his clones, Lynch noticed that their fighting style remained unchanged. The two doppelgangers first targeted the solitary enemies, one on the left and one on the right, or one in front and one behind. One feigned an attack to draw fire while the other launched a sneak attack. In just a few quick moves, each skeleton monster fell. Killed a silver skeleton warrior, plus 20 upgrade points. Killed a skeleton mage, plus 2 upgrade points. Killed a black iron skeleton warrior, plus 4 upgrade points. The doppelgangers' proficiency with weapons was increasing, making them more adept at killing monsters. They found the monsters too weak and rapidly adjusted their tactics, shifting from their initial sneaky strategy to something different. Now, the two doppelgangers acted separately, specifically targeting the easy prey. The first doppelganger headed east, while the second doppelganger went west. When the two doppelgangers encountered the weak skeleton monsters, they quickly struck, with each monster falling to the doppelganger's blades. The system's prompt sounds continuously echoed in Lin Chen's mind, and his upgrade points were rising rapidly. In just a few hours, he had accumulated over 1,000 upgrade points, which almost made him jump with excitement. He was confident today that he would obtain 10,000 upgrade points. The killing continued, and Lin Chen no longer focused on the clones. Instead, he opened his watch and began to go online to kill time. Who says the clones are weak? While others are working hard to kill monsters, I'm just on autopilot. Lin Chen felt quite pleased. Oh, there's big news. A massive beast tide has erupted in Abyss City, and adventurers outside the city have suffered heavy casualties. Lin Chen hurriedly clicked to open it. According to reports this morning, a flame locust beast tide erupted in Abyss City with billions of locusts. Adventurers outside the city were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Over 300 were reported dead. However, although the locusts are numerous, their combat capability is low, and they have not affected the city. At present, the locusts have changed direction, flying towards Jicheng. Adventurers in Jicheng, do not go outside today. Remember. After reading this, Lin Chen's heart sank. He cursed, damn it, am I still in time to go back now? Lin Chen looked up at the sky. It was a deep blue, clear of clouds for miles. On a day with such clear skies, everything seemed calm, but often the more peaceful it appears, the greater the hidden dangers it harbors. No more fighting, back to the city. My life is more important. Lin Chen hurriedly recalled his avatar and ran toward the city. 5 minutes later, he finally caught sight of the tall walls of Jicheng and breathed a sigh of relief as he was about to enter the city. Suddenly, a loud alarm sounded from the direction of Jicheng. Beep beep beep, detecting a swarm of flame locusts, close the city gates, activate the protective system. Adventurers outside the city, please quickly find shelter and ensure your safety. Please quickly find shelter and ensure your safety. Jicheng. The small city located in the southwestern corner was particularly lively today. In the sky, countless flame locusts form a red torrent, continuously crashing against the protective shield above the city. Bands of azure energy interweave into a network, blocking the attacks of the flame locusts. The swarm behaves like moths drawn to a flame, suffering heavy casualties, but countless more locusts continue to rush in from behind, seemingly endless. However, Jicheng is a city that has weathered many storms. Under the attack of the locust swarm, the relevant departments of Jicheng merely assess the monster's siege level as low. They have experienced monsters more dangerous than this. To all citizens, please be informed that this monster siege is from a swarm of flame locusts, numbering in the tens of thousands. Citizens are advised to take protective measures. Annihilation Energy Network has been activated. Upon assessment, the threat level of the flame locust swarm is low. It is estimated that the duration of the siege will be within 12 hours. Citizens felt a sense of relief upon hearing the broadcast stating the threat level is low. A monster siege with low threat levels is essentially incapable of breaking through the city's defense net. The Annihilation Energy Net can block these monsters, so they no longer worry. Many people even take out their cameras to take photos and go about their business. They have seen too many monster sieges, they are already used to it. If there aren't a few monster sieges each year, they would be surprised. Boom! A batch of flame locusts was killed, and another batch came, as if endless. Like a continuous fire cloud stretching across the horizon, it crashed violently into the energy net. Sizzle! 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 The sound of flames burning rises continuously, like the sound of an electric mosquito swatter killing mosquitoes. Even though there are many flame locusts, this wave of attack only consumed a small portion of the Annihilation Energy Net's energy. Far from being able to break through the protective net, yet the flame locusts still charge forward, regardless of life and death. With the relentless attacks of the flame locusts, countless locust corpses fell from the sky, landing on the streets and rooftops, piling up layer upon layer on the ground. The cleaners saw this and immediately went to clean up. The corpses of these flame locusts are inedible due to their toxicity, but after processing, they can be turned into feed for livestock. The price is not high, but the key is their large quantity. Many people have joined in. After all, this is all money. The number of flame locusts over the city is increasing, with some still attacking the protective shield, while others abandon the siege and disperse in all directions. These locusts eat everything. Wherever they land, the place is stripped bare. In no time, the forests outside the city have been devoured into wasteland, and countless wild beasts are disturbed, frantically fleeing in all directions. A portion of them rushed toward Jicheng. The rumbling sound shook the earth, quite a spectacle, and for a time, countless beasts surged, with many adventurers trampled to death. At this moment, Lin Chen, after a flurry of activity, finally dug a pit. Looking at the pit, which was wide enough for a person and over 3 meters deep, he jumped in immediately. With this pit, my main body is safe. As for the situation above, I'll leave it to my doppelgangers. He instructed his doppelgangers to find some cover to block the entrance of the pit, then began directing them to kill monsters. The doppelgangers were experienced in combat, needing no interference from him. He mainly relied on their perspectives to observe the external situation. The doppelgangers were still quite cautious, inheriting his careful nature. 2 doppelgangers specifically targeted the easy prey. Facing monsters with lower combat abilities, they found it very easy to kill, like chopping vegetables. Swish swish swish. One locust after another fell under their blades. You have killed a fire locust, upgrade points +2. You killed a flame locust, upgrade points +2. In the cave, Lin Chen could constantly hear the system notifications in his ears. Looking at the rising upgrade points, he felt overjoyed. Who said clones aren't strong? This is simply the ultimate talent for sneaky development. He would make those who look down on the clone talent shut up. Clones are really powerful. In just a short while, the upgrade points have increased by more than 2,000. Now I have nearly 4,000 upgrade points in my hands. This is a good opportunity. I'll try to save up enough for 10,000 upgrade points to upgrade my talent. Having experienced the joy of becoming stronger, he had already discarded low-level interests. All that was left in his heart was the desire to level up. This is more interesting than playing games. Being addicted to gaming is harmful to health, but being addicted to killing monsters and leveling up is much healthier, making him enjoy it endlessly. The system notifications that kept ringing in his ears were as pleasant as music, making one feel relaxed and happy. You killed a flame locust, upgrade points +2. You killed the flame grasshopper elite, upgrade points +10. Time slowly passed. Entering the night, the flames on the flame grasshoppers illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. Looking up, the swarm of flame grasshoppers was still boundless, seeming to have not decreased at all. However, Lin Chen knew that as long as the number of flame grasshoppers killed reached a certain threshold, they would retreat on their own, just like the attack on the Abyss City. At this moment, after the devastation caused by the flame grasshoppers, the area within 10 miles of G City had been nearly entirely devoured, turning into a barren wasteland, with countless monsters dead or fleeing, making the situation even more chaotic. Adventurers outside the city, the experienced ones, kept a distance from G City, while those who couldn't escape in time, like Lin Chen, dug a hole in the ground to hide. Some people, relying on their numbers, resisted the attacks from the grasshoppers. Lin Chen took a bottle of water out of his backpack and gulped it down. Having stayed in the cave for too long, he was now parched and very hungry. His clones had already died several times, but each time a clone died, he immediately continued to summon a new one. With the energy he currently had in his body, summoning 10 times was not a problem. What made him very happy was that his upgrade points were about to reach 10,000. Suddenly, a system notification sound echoed in his mind, and upon hearing the content, he was overjoyed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your upgrade points have reached 10,000. Would you like to upgrade the talent clone? Lin Chen was excited and quickly said, yes. Ding! Upgrading. Upgrade completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the B+ level talent clone. Transformation completed, becoming an A-level talent clone. Ding! The A-level talent clone can create up to 10 clones, with the clones inheriting 100% of the main body's combat attributes. Clones can assist in learning, and when recalling the clones, the main body will receive the clone's experiences, knowledge, and more. The power inherited by the clones has increased, and the number has risen 5-fold, which at least elevates his overall strength 10-fold. And the last function is what Lin Chen desires the most. Isn't this just the ability of shadow clones from Naruto? I just wonder if I recall the clones, will I get a headache or even be overwhelmed by the influx of information and turn into an idiot? In Naruto, Naruto can create thousands of shadow clones without being overwhelmed and turning into an idiot, which is largely related to his bloodline. I hope my cloning talent doesn't have such a drawback as well. Thinking of this, Lin Chen quickly conducted an experiment. Soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. When he recalled the clone, the experiences and other information of the clone would not directly merge into his mind, but he could selectively integrate one or several of them. For example, the memories, knowledge, battle experience, etc. of the clone would be categorized, and he could choose to merge just one item, such as only merging the knowledge aspect while deleting the others. This relieved him of the worry of being overwhelmed by massive information and turning into an idiot. A-tier talent is so much stronger than B-tier talent. No wonder people with high talent levels are born superior. Lin Chen's understanding of talent deepened further, but his talent doppelganger is still stronger than others of the same level because his doppelganger has undergone a second transformation. The first transformation was from B tier to B+ tier, which was a minor transformation, and the enhancement wasn't very significant, but he had an extra minor transformation compared to others, so the talent abilities of others at the same level probably aren't as good as his own talent. Let's get started. Doppelganger. Suddenly, above the pit, a flash of light appeared, revealing 10 identical doppelgangers. At the same time, the ones out hunting, number 1 and number 2, also returned to the pit and voluntarily transformed into light to merge with 2 of the doppelgangers. Lin Chen immediately felt something strange in his heart, which was that number 1 and number 2 still existed among these 10 doppelgangers. He could sense that the eyes of number 1 and number 2 were very lively, giving the impression that they had suddenly gained enlightenment, while the other 8 clones resembled the former number 1 and number 2, expressionless with dull gazes, giving off a puppet-like feeling. Could it be that with the enhancement of talent, the clones could transform into independent life forms? Could they even become external manifestations with independent personalities? Lin Chen contemplated inwardly. Let's not think about this for now. Lin Chen smiled. Go, brothers, kill. As his voice fell, the 10 clones immediately sprang into action. At this moment, the 10 clones divided into 2 teams, with number 1 wielding a tang knife leading 4 clones, and number 2 also wielding a tang knife leading 4 clones, each supporting the other, one heading east and the other west, fighting fiercely. Lin Chen listened to the continuous system notification sounds and couldn't help but grin. Oh, I've saved up another 3,000 upgrade points. System, enhance my combat power. Ding, congratulations. Your combat power has been upgraded to the late stage of the first rank. Directly upgraded from early stage 1 to late stage 1, allowing Lin Chen's strength to increase twofold again. The surge of energy within him gave him a great sense of security. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice, which made all his clones stop their monster-killing actions. That voice was very familiar, causing Lin Chen's heart to tighten. It's Zhao Ku. Not good, she is in danger. Quick, go save her. Time rewound 10 minutes. 5 miles away from Jiqing, the terrain was rocky and chaotic. 7 young boys were forming a circle, desperately resisting the attacks of the locust swarm. Everyone, hold on, don't slack off, the locust swarm will retreat soon. Yes, according to forecasts, it will retreat in at most 3 hours. In the crowd, a stunning girl with a pale complexion released a chain of lightning, clearing dozens of locusts from the sky. Others also unleashed their innate abilities, fire, frost, and various powers, mixing together in a colorful spectacle. Oh no, another large swarm of locusts is coming. One of the boys, whose talent ability is the Eye of Heaven, can see the surroundings within 3 miles and can also release annihilation energy to attack targets from the Eye of Heaven. It is an excellent ability that can assist as well as attack. Everyone, quickly form a formation. Zhao Ke shouted urgently. The others quickly sprang into action. Among the crowd, Zhao Ke had the strongest talent and was undoubtedly the core of the team. Everyone quickly formed a circle, vigilant against the impending danger. Buzz 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 buzz. A vast expanse of red clouds swiftly approached. It was countless locusts. Upon seeing so many locusts, everyone's heart sank. Why are there so many? The leading locust is the leader of the swarm, with first-level combat power, and the 30 deep red elite locusts around it are also first-level monsters. The Eye of Heaven boy calmly analyzed and informed everyone of what he saw. A chill rose in the hearts of the crowd, and their worries grew heavier as they all turned their gazes towards Zhao Ku. Zhao Ke said with a furrowed brow, there are too many locusts, running away will only put everyone in danger. We are all the chosen ones of heaven, we must use all our strength to hold them off. The boy with the heavenly eye nodded. Zhao Ku was right, running away is a dead end. They're coming. Buzz buzz buzz. The locusts are flying in. At a glance, there were countless locusts. The boy with the heavenly eye said, at least tens of thousands. Everyone, respond cautiously. Kill. The swarm of locusts finally approached, and countless locusts spat out flames, raining down like a shower. The crowd scrambled to defend themselves. Zhao Ke frowned and said, Li Yuan, use a storm to blow away these flames. Li Yuan replied, no, there are too many flames, I can't do it. He had other thoughts in his mind. With so many locusts, the most probable outcome was running away, and he wanted to conserve his strength. He deeply regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have shamelessly followed them out. Those awakened with S-class talents and above formed small groups and often went out to hunt and hone their abilities. This time, upon hearing that Zhao Ke was going out for a trial, he immediately ran over excitedly. His intentions were clear to many, but they didn't care. Having one more or one less person in the team didn't matter anymore. The boy with the heavenly eye noticed the situation over there, and his heart sank. The situation he was worried about had finally occurred. In a critical moment, it is most taboo for someone not to exert their full effort, acting selfishly. In the current situation, only by uniting can they withstand the powerful enemy. You really won't make a move? I'm already exhausted, I'm really sorry. You are something. Zhao Ke glanced coldly at him, and that glance sent a chill through Li Yuan's heart. However, thinking of his own life, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. You all give it your all. When you're exhausted, let's see how you escape. He looked angrily at Zhao Ke, gazing at her graceful figure, and an evil thought arose deep in his heart. Just wait. At that moment, the battlefield suddenly underwent a tremendous change. Not good. The flame locust leader and its guards have taken action. In the sky, a locust as thick as a bucket and over 2 meters long, accompanied by 50 smaller locusts, swooped down and charged towards them. Zhao Ke shouted, no one hold back or we'll all die. At this time, apart from Li Yuan, everyone was too preoccupied to hold back and exerted all their strength. However, during the first wave of impact, everyone barely held it off. When they turned to look, they found Li Yuan pale and collapsed on the ground. Someone asked with concern, Li Yuan, are you okay? Li Yuan feigned innocence and said, I'm fine, just had a cramp in my hand just now. Are you all okay? Not good, here they come again. This time, the locusts' assault was even stronger. Fiery rain fell from the sky, leaving them defenseless. Boom! The defense line collapsed, and the formation of 7 people scattered. The group was already low on stamina, exhausted, and under attack from tens of thousands of locusts. To make matters worse, the situation became more serious with some people deliberately holding back, resulting in severe consequences. Run! Li Yuan shouted, and seeing a gap opened in the southwest direction, he immediately infused himself with the storm and fled with all his might. However, what he never expected was that as soon as he ran just a few meters, waiting for him outside was the locust leader. How could this be? He looked back in despair, and the expressions of the others were similar. They had originally thought that if they lost, they could still escape, but instead found themselves surrounded. He looked at the locust leader, gritted his teeth, and seeing an injured young man, he extended his hand to unleash a storm, instantly blowing the young man towards him. The young man had no time to see the situation clearly before he found himself flying towards the locust leader. Li Yuan, you. In the next moment, the locust leader, seeing the attack, spat out flames. The youth was burned to ashes in the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuan thought it was a good chance. With the storm enhancing him, he charged out with all his strength. With the storm's assistance, his speed was extremely fast, and in no time he disappeared, escaping without a trace. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. What followed was boundless anger. Li Yuan, if we survive, you will definitely die. Everyone felt hatred in their hearts, seeing that speed. When resisting the locusts, he hadn't even used his full strength. He harmed everyone. The hatred in everyone's hearts was overwhelming. Yet facing the deadlock before them, everyone was filled with despair. My life is over. Zhaoko frowned, anger rising in her heart. If it weren't for Li Yuan holding back, they could have withstood this calamity. As long as they could withstand it, she would have had time to unleash her newly comprehended talent skill, Thunder Emperor, to annihilate all the monsters in one fell swoop. Now it's too late. Releasing this skill requires a long preparation and charging time. Everyone, don't give up, gather around me, give me half an hour, I'm confident I can eliminate these locusts. Don't ask, conserve your strength, everyone listen to me, there's still a glimmer of hope, or we'll definitely die. The crowd hesitated. The heavily eyed boy said, listen to Zhaoko. Zhaoko is an SS level talent, only Zhaoko is our last hope. Alright, let's bet on it. Zhaoko was surrounded in the middle, silently closing his eyes. Flashes of lightning leaped across his body, all gathering behind him, slowly forming a vague human silhouette. As more and more lightning gathered, the silhouette became increasingly clear. Not good, it's coming again, everyone block it. Rumble. Countless fireballs fell from the sky. The monster's assault was extremely fierce. The locust leader charged like a wild bull, crashing down again and again. The crowd struggled bitterly, their faces showing bitterness. Suddenly, a young boy was bitten on the arm by the locust leader's mouthpart, and with a squelching sound, a large chunk of flesh was brutally torn off. Ah! The boy covered his arm, crying out in pain. Others saw this and, filled with sorrow for their fallen companion, rushed to attack, driving back the locust leader. Kill! There are still 20 minutes left, these 20 minutes are everyone's lifeline. With locusts surrounding them, escape was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. They fought with all their might in a desperate last stand. The Thunder God's phantom on Zhaoko grew increasingly clear. The locust leader saw the situation here, aimed at Zhaoko, and charged toward him. Others desperately tried to block, but they were outnumbered and ultimately failed. Boom! The locust leader spewed out flames toward Zhaoko. Zhaoko opened his eyes, channeling thunder, as the blurry figure of the Thunder God behind him lightly raised a finger. A thin bolt of thunder shot out, and with a bang, it shattered the flames, showcasing the power of the Thunder God. However, in the next moment, the phantom of the Thunder Emperor behind Zhaoko became blurred by more than half. Vroom vroom vroom. The guards behind the locust leader attacked. Zhaoko commanded the Thunder Emperor Phantom again, fighting desperately to hold off the attack, but the numerous locusts were too difficult to withstand. Finally, she collapsed from exhaustion. Ah! Suddenly, her thigh was bitten, and she angrily struck out a bolt of lightning, sending the locust guard flying. It's over! A sense of despair arose in everyone's hearts. Help! Zhaoko and the others cried out in unison, singing their final song in unison. Desperation grew in their hearts, and at this moment, a parade of scenes flashed through everyone's minds. Is life about to end just as it has just begun? Not willing to accept it. Suddenly, they noticed something unusual. All the locusts retreated. What's going on? There are sounds of fighting over there. Someone is coming to rescue us. Upon seeing this, Zhaoko was overjoyed and quickly said, protect me, let me gather the Thunder Emperor. Okay. The chaos here was caused by the arrival of Lynch's clones. He did not expect that Zhaoko would be attacked by so many locusts. They seemed endless, at least tens of thousands. Moreover, the leading dozens of locusts were all first-tier combatants. Although his 10 clones all possessed late-stage first-tier strength, each clone was comparable to a flame leader, but 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. It was quite difficult. The problem may be big, but supporting for half an hour is still fine. After half an hour, Zhaoko should also escape. It doesn't matter if the clones die, as long as Zhaoko is safe. Kill. One locust after another died under the sword, and Lin Chen's upgrade points were rapidly increasing. In just 10 minutes, he killed about 10 first-tier locust guardians, and his upgrade points soared. The clones also suffered heavy losses, with 5 dying, so Lin Chen immediately split off 5 more to make up for it. Maintain a constant number of 10 clones, while the number of locusts decreases. Lin Chen was overjoyed. He originally thought he couldn't hold them off, but he found it getting easier the more he fought. In that case, let's wipe them all out. Ha, it's been almost half an hour and I've finally accumulated 10,000 upgrade points. I can upgrade my combat power again. Second tier combat power, here I come. System, enhance my combat power. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading combat power, currently at the early stage of second tier. 10,000 upgrade points disappeared and his strength broke through again. In the cave, Lynch radiated white light and the energy within him surged tenfold. Not only that, he found that his perception had become extremely sharp. He could vaguely sense some situations on the ground and the sounds he heard would form vague images in his mind. This must be the power of second tier perception. Once at the second tier, perception will become stronger and firearms will no longer pose a threat to awakeners above the second tier. Can perceive the enemy's next move and can also sense some situations in the distance like a weakened version of divine consciousness. This is only second tier and already so powerful. How strong must the legendary beings above the 9th tier be? He showed a look of yearning and clenched his fists tightly. One day, he will make all these gods and demons bow down and crawl at his feet. On the other side, Zhao Ke finally condensed the Thunder Emperor. Behind him was a phantom of the Thunder Emperor made of lightning, gazing at the distance with electrical eyes. Zhao Ke said, I'm going to eliminate the Locust Swarm. Everyone looked pleased. With Zhao Ke's Thunder Emperor making a move, the Locust Swarm is definitely no match. Is this the terror of SS level talent? It's simply too powerful. Just seeing that Thunder Emperor sends chills down my spine, the aura is too overwhelming. Everyone praised Zhao Ke, but he remained cold-faced and did not crack a smile. However, what puzzled them when they walked over was, where were the fire locust swarms? Where did they go? As they ventured deeper, the sight of dead fire locusts came into view. This is a fire locust guard, actually killed by a single sword. And this one too, also slain by a single sword. Impressive, there must be at least a few thousand dead fire locusts around here. Could it be that a team came here? Zhao Ke frowned and said, keep going. Everyone nodded and continued onward. However, all that they saw along the way were dead locusts. On the other side, the Avatar killed the locust leader and didn't bother to chase the escaping locusts. Instead, he returned to Lin Shen's side, holding a skill crystal. Lin Shen said nothing and directly learned it. What he lacked the most now was skills. This skill is Flame Breath, which can release a fan-shaped flame to attack enemies. He tested it out, and it was significantly stronger than Energy Slash. With one strike, the entire area within 3 meters ahead is within the attack range. High temperature combined with burning damage, its power is very strong. I'm at the second level now, let me boost your battle power too. Lin Shen recalled his clones and then released them again, transforming all 10 clones into early stage second level combat power. Not only that, they also inherited his skills of Flame Breath and Energy Slash. Go protect Zhao Ke. The clones nodded slightly and left. Zhao Ke felt frustrated, looking at the phantom of the Thunder Emperor behind her, feeling quite vexed. Even though she had worked so hard to condense her skills, she didn't have a chance to unleash them before the crisis was gone. But the others didn't have such complicated thoughts, each displaying expressions of relief for surviving a disaster. That was close. If it weren't for the mysterious person's help, we would have been dead. I hate that despicable Li Yuan, he caused Wang Li's death. Thinking about the scene where Wang Li was thrown to the monster by Li Yuan during his escape, everyone felt a surge of anger in their hearts. This time when we go back, we must report him. You may not be breaking the law by running away, but causing the death of a classmate violates regulations. Running away to save yourself reflects poorly on your character, but harming others shows you have malicious intent. The law will not protect those who harm others. Once we get back, we definitely have to report him. People like this will only bring disaster in the future. We can't let him go. If this grudge isn't avenged, my mind won't be at peace. Everyone was filled with anger, united in their hatred, cursing Li Yuan harshly. Zhao Ke was also extremely angry. Li Yuan had joined the team with her. She had disagreed from the start, but the school's guidance teacher insisted on bringing in Li Yuan, nearly leading to everyone's deaths. Just thinking about this made her furious. Once we return to the city, you will definitely face death. Zhao Ke decided that after returning to the city, she would go find the principal to report this matter, ensuring Li Yuan gets the punishment he deserves. She has SS level talent and holds a high status in the entire high school. Moreover, she has already been admitted to the Chaos Element Academy. With such powerful talent and the backing of the top 10 prestigious schools, no one dares to provoke her. The request she makes must be carefully considered even by the principal. However, she looked around and still did not see any other locust swarms, feeling inexplicably lonely. Sigh. I haven't found my benefactor and the Thunder Emperor has manifested, but there's no place to put it to use. I can't even describe how depressed I feel inside. Just then, she suddenly showed a look of joy. She saw 10 identical figures appear ahead. Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhao Ke immediately shouted, "Here, here." They looked like little girls, leaving everyone else dumbfounded. Lin Chen's avatars quickly arrived. Lin Chen, how did you end up here? I went out hunting and can't return. You are too, right? Yes, if it weren't for someone saving us just now, we might have already been killed. Well, Lin Chen was about to say he was the one who saved them, but was interrupted by a voice. A young boy said, "Zhao Ke, who is this?" Lin Chen said, "My name is Lin Chen, Zhao Ke's deskmate, just now. Before he finished speaking, the young man introduced himself. Hello, my name is Zhao Xing, S-grade talent with a diamond body. Lin Chen was taken aback. How did he look just like Li Yuan? Lin Chen, A-grade talent clone. When Zhao Xing heard Lin Chen was A-grade talent, his enthusiasm immediately diminished and he coldly said, "Oh, A-grade? Sorry, I have something else to attend to, you guys chat." Saying this, he stepped back. Others also showed little interest and didn't come forward to respond. And that boy with the heavenly eye, with the third eye in his forehead flickering slightly, saw some secrets. He stepped forward and said, "Hello, my name is Bai Xiaosa, a grade talent with the eye of insight." Lin Chen returned the greeting, feeling quite good about this young man. Zhao Ku asked, "Has your talent evolved?" "Yes." "Oh, I knew it. As long as you work hard, you will reap rewards. Keep it up from now on. The Sword God Senior will be your goal. Don't worry, I won't let your expectations down." As the two were chatting, they all turned to look at Bai Xiaosa. Bai Xiaosa awkwardly said, I have something else to do, you guys chat." Bai Xiaosa retreated. The others gathered together and cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen. What's up with Zhao Ku? Why is she chatting with a mere A-class talent for so long? They sit at the same table, there's always some emotional connection. You don't really think Zhao Ku could be interested in that guy, do you? Of course not. Zhao Ku is a fairy from the heavens, and he, to say it unpleasantly, he's just a mudfish on the ground. At that moment, Bai Xiaosa walked over. Overhearing their conversation, he interjected, "Underestimating others can lead to great losses." The crowd gave him a dismissive glance, uninterested. An A-class awakened talent could make them suffer great losses? It's simply a joke. Just then, Bai Xiaosa's expression suddenly became serious. Not good, another swarm of locusts is coming, and this one is even larger in scale. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately regained their focus and prepared themselves. Don't think about escaping. Without any speed skills to assist, you won't outrun the locusts. Zhao Ku, another swarm of locusts is coming. It's up to you now. Bai Xiaosa said, "They'll be here in a minute." Before a minute had passed, everyone saw a red cloud flying toward them. This swarm of locusts was even larger than the last one. Moreover, the leading monster was at least twice the size of the locust leader. Its 4-meter-long body reflected a golden red light, as if forged from metal, showcasing its immense defensive power. The crowd was taken aback. The hope that had just risen was ruthlessly snuffed out. How can we fight this? This is a Tier 2 locust commander. It even has 100,000 locusts under its command. Although their strength is very low, not even at Tier 1, their numbers are overwhelming. Lin Chen, hide behind me. Don't worry, I can help you. Lin Chen, be obedient and hide. Do you remember what I said? If you don't die, you can always turn things around. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart upon hearing this, no longer insisting, silently stepping back, but always keeping an eye on his surroundings. Once there was danger, he would immediately save Zhao Ku. Of all the people present, only Zhao Ku was the one he cared about. As for the others, what if they died? The Thunder Emperor. Zhao Ku pointed at the swarm of locusts. Thunder Emperor, go. The shadow behind him slightly nodded, left Zhao Ku, and flew towards the swarm of locusts. The shadow of the Thunder Emperor was over 3 meters tall, appearing insignificant against the vast swarm of locusts. However, the Thunder Emperor extended his hand towards the sky. Heavenly thunder descends. Clang clang clang. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, countless thunders condensed within, and crashed down. Like rain, it poured over a radius of 100 meters. In an instant, the thunder cleared a 100-meter area, with almost all monsters dead or injured. Then, he unleashed the thunderstorm on other areas. Clang clang clang. Another area was cleared, and only a few tens of thousands of locusts remained. Lin Chen was astonished by this scene, his mouth agape. This is just terrifying, an SS-level talent, isn't it? Kill. Another bolt of lightning descended, striking the locust leader. But the Thunder Emperor also became increasingly blurry, as if he would dissipate at any moment. After unleashing this last bolt of lightning, everyone sighed in relief. The locust leader should be dead. The Thunder Emperor's attack power was too high, even a second-tier monster couldn't withstand it. However, something surprising happened. All the guards around the locust leader gathered together, turning into streams of red light that merged into the locust leader. Some transformed into wings, some into helmets, some into armor, and some into weapons. Upon looking again, the locust leader had become a humanoid creature with wings. Not good, this is a fusion technique. He has merged with over 100 first-tier locusts, forcibly enhancing his power. The monster now possesses at least the strength of a top-tier second-tier creature. Not good, the Thunder Emperor has vanished. The Thunder Emperor released too much power and dissipated. A sense of despair arose in everyone's hearts again. It's over. Just then, 10 identical figures suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. These 10 figures held various weapons and rushed towards the Grasshopper Commander at great speed. The 10 identical figures stood like an iron wall in front of everyone. After a brief moment of daze, everyone revealed either surprised or mocking expressions. With just an A-level talent, is he going up to seek death? He has a clone talent. If the clone dies, the main body is unaffected. He might be making a final struggle. I do hope he can turn the tide, but that's impossible. The crowd laughed mockingly, and the boy with the heavenly eye by Xiaoshu furrowed his brow and looked on for a moment before slowly exhaling. His heavenly eye allowed him to see some secrets, and he knew a bit about Lin Chen's background. But he was still shocked by the 10 second-tier clones before him, his body trembling slightly. Glancing at the mocking companions behind him, he showed a look of disgust. Zhaoke looked worriedly at the 10 clones. She was about to stop Lin Chen from doing something pointless when the mocking voices behind her made her extremely angry. Shut up! As soon as the words were spoken, everyone hesitated and dared not speak. The shock that the Thunder Emperor had just given them had not yet dissipated. Zhaoke said anxiously, Lin Chen, don't go. Lin Chen controlled clone number 1 to turn around and said, don't worry, this monster is not my opponent, just wait for good news. After saying that, number 1 and number 2 split into 2 paths, each taking 4 clones, charging towards the monster. The 2 clones still used a sneak attack tactic. Clone number 1 circled around to the back, instructing the clones behind to attack the monster's claws. Several flashes of sword light passed by, but unfortunately they missed. The monster shifted laterally by a meter and avoided the attack. The monster even called out excitedly twice, mocking number 1 for being overconfident. Upon seeing this, number 1 revealed a faint smile. In an instant, number 2 leaped high like a ghost and swung his sword toward the monster's right wing. Hiss hiss hiss. The monster's entire body was covered in scales, shifting 2 inches just in time, resulting in the sword slashing only at the scales on its back. With a tearing sound, a small cut was made, and green blood began to flow out. At this moment, everyone was stunned. This clone is so strong. Could it be a second-tier clone? It can't be wrong, it must be second-tier. A first-tier clone isn't that strong. What the hell, are you serious? An A-level talent is this powerful? The Boy with the Heavenly Eye, by Shashan, smiled and nodded. He had long recognized the difference in Lin Chen's clone. His own strength was only first tier, but the Heavenly Eye possessed strong observational skills, allowing him to identify the strength of others within 2 tiers of his own. When he first saw that the clone was second tier, he was also taken aback. He thought the other party had an S-level talent, but unexpectedly, it was only an A-level, and it was A-level that had transformed from B-level. This was quite surprising. Talent transformation has a very small probability, and the lower the talent level, the greater the transformation probability. The probability of B-level transforming into A-level is extremely small, comparable to winning the lottery's grand prize. With such a small probability appearing right before him, how could he not be surprised? High combat power and talent transformation, these 2 surprising facts were laid out before him. He seemed to see the rise of another sword god. Look, the monster has unleashed its skill. Everyone turned their gaze towards the battlefield. All they saw was the monster, annoyed by the 10 clones, with cracks appearing on its body from time to time. Moreover, the monster's wings were also severed by the clones, causing it to lose its ability to fly. This was also the plan of the clones. As long as the wings were disabled, the monster would be a lamb to the slaughter. As long as it is still within the range of second-tier combat power, it can be ground down to death. Roar! Suddenly, intense flames began to gather in the monster's mouth. Not good, that's heartfire. It is said that heartfire is a means of merging mental power with flames. This kind of fire can harm a person's soul. I didn't expect that a mere second-tier monster could use such a high-level technique. The Boy with the Heavenly Eye explained calmly. Zhaoke wanted to get up to help several times, but her body felt weak and limp, and she anxiously watched the battlefield. Lin Chen controlled the first clone and turned to say, don't worry, these are all clones, my main body is elsewhere. Only then did Zhaoke feel at ease. On the battlefield, Heartfire had already condensed into a giant fireball hovering in the air. This Heartfire contained the monster's mental power, and under its control, it could dance in the air. The monster let out a loud roar, and the flames shot towards the second clone. The second clone shouted, don't retreat, unleash the flame breath. The 5 clones immediately stood their ground and unleashed their flame breath. Boom! A half-meter diameter fireball collided with 5 fan-shaped flames. Seeing this, number 1 thought it was a good opportunity. Release energy slash. Boom! 5 energy slashes shot out from the palms of the 5 clones. The azure energy slash struck the monster's head with a bang. Hiss! The monster's skull was split open, and green blood gushed out, spraying 3 meters away. The monster was severely injured, and the Heartfire sphere also lost control, being knocked away by the 5 fan-shaped flames, landing in the distance. Number 2 shouted, release energy slash. Boom! Number 1 shouted again, release energy slash. 10 energy slashes cut through the air, striking the monster's head and back. Eek! The monster's head was injured again and it began to lose its wits. Seeing this, the clone immediately rushed up to engage in close combat. If it were the main body, he would definitely wear the monster down, but for the clone, it was better to adopt a reckless close combat approach to end the fight early, lest unexpected things occur. The battle was still intense, the insect's vitality was too tenacious, and even after losing its head, it continued to struggle. In the end, it took the sacrifice of 5 clones to kill this monster. Meanwhile, a system notification also sounded in Lin Chen's ear. Ding! Killed the flame grasshopper leader, combined form, upgrade points plus 1000. With a sudden thunk, 2 skill crystals fell where the monster had died. Lin Chen was overjoyed and quickly instructed Clone 1 to pick them up. Skill crystals are not only precious but also extremely beneficial to him. The others were all dumbfounded at this moment. Each of them felt as if their minds had taken a heavy blow. They stood still and stunned. How is that possible? An A-level awakener is more powerful than all of them combined, who are S-level. If the opponent were a senior, it would be one thing, but this is Zhao Ko, his deskmate, from the same year as them. The young man with the heavily eye by Xiao Xiao immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, "Thank you for saving my life. I will definitely repay you handsomely once we return to the city." "It's nothing. I came here to save Zhao Ku." Lin Chen manipulated number one and cast a sidelong glance at those people. As for them, they're just an add-on. Zhao Ku's face flushed red upon hearing this, and her heart raced. The others felt slight anger in their hearts but dared not show it. Bai Xiaosa felt relieved upon hearing the word them, as it meant he wasn't included. So they could be considered friends. "Alright, the beast tide is about to end, so get ready to leave," Lin Chen said. The Tianyin youth Bai Xiaosa asked in confusion, "How do you know?" Suddenly, cheers erupted from behind. "Quick, look at the news, the flame locusts have retreated." Ding, the flame locusts have been repelled, the city gate has reopened, and all adventurers are requested to return quickly. If you encounter danger in the wild, you can call XXXX for rescue. In this beast tide crisis, there were no losses in the city, but the number of adventurers who died outside is yet to be determined and is currently being calculated. The number of flame locusts is in the billions, and this time the flame locust queen was not killed, so there will still be a beast tide crisis next time. I hope the citizens pay more attention to the news to prepare. The beast tide is over. On the way back to the city, looking around, the scene is desolate. The once forest has turned into wasteland, with the road covered in the corpses of flame locusts. The farmland outside the city has also suffered heavy losses, with the freshly sprouted wheat seedlings all eaten away. Luckily, there are still roots left, and they can grow back after a while, but there's no use in expecting high yields. At a glance, it's all barren, not a hint of green to be seen. The locust disaster is truly terrifying. At this time, Lin Chen's main body has already joined Zhao Ku. He recalled the remaining injured avatars and created 10 new ones, returning to the city with everyone. On the way, Bai Xiaoshu showed Lin Chen various kinds of goodwill, while Zhao Ku always stood by Lin Chen's side, her quiet demeanor drawing surprised glances. This appearance is too different from the iceberg beauty they had in mind, and they rubbed their eyes, thinking they must have seen it wrong. "We've arrived. Back at the city gate again." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, excitedly taking out their identification cards. "Ding, identity detected, top student, Lin Chen. Please enter." As they walked into the city, a sense of safety returned. Everyone waved goodbye, but their gazes towards Lin Chen were somewhat strange, filled with astonishment, gratitude, jealousy, and more. Only Lin Chen, Zhao Ku, and Bai Xiaosa were left standing there. Zhao Ku and Lin Chen both looked at him. Bai Xiaosa felt her scalp tingling under their gaze and said, "Classmate Lin, let's add each other as friends. You saved me this time, I must give you a satisfying gift as a token of my gratitude. No need to go through all that trouble." "That won't do. I'm someone who knows how to repay kindness. You saved me, if I don't give a gift, I won't feel at ease." "Then fine, it's up to you." Bai Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then I won't disturb you and your sister-in-law, see you." With that, he ran away as if he had oil on his feet. Zhao Ku's face turned red with embarrassment and she stomped her foot, saying, "Don't listen to his nonsense." "But you, how did you become so powerful?" Lin Chen was strong, which made her very happy, but after calming down, what remained was overwhelming curiosity. Lin Chen said, "I have the splitting ability, so my cultivation speed is naturally fast. These splits can help me cultivate." Zhao Ku was surprised and said, "I get it, your cultivation speed is equivalent to 10 times, right?" Lin Chen nodded, saying, "That's exactly it. In fact, the splits only allow him to gain the experiences and knowledge of the splits, and cannot help him cultivate, but what he said isn't entirely wrong. Historically, every talent transformation has been different. It's also possible for his talent to evolve this feature that assists in cultivation, after all, believe it or not." Zhao Ku said enviously, "Great. That way I won't be afraid you can't catch up with me. I need to train hard too." "Ha?" Lin Chen said in surprise, "You haven't been training seriously?" Zhao Ku nodded and said, "These past few days, I've been slacking off, actually only training for 3 hours. I was afraid you would see me becoming too strong and then distance yourself from me." After saying this, Zhao Ku's face turned red. She hurriedly said, "Let's not talk about that for now. The fire locust leader before, you killed it too, right?" "Yes. I meant to say that, but you guys interrupted me repeatedly. Don't mind them, they're just a bunch of short-sighted guys." Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, agreeing very much. He didn't want to see these guys again. The two chatted for a while longer, then Zhao Ku's wristwatch beeped. It was a call from her aunt asking her to come home for dinner. "Go back, we'll see each other at the class meeting next Monday." Zhao Ku nodded reluctantly, MHM. Lin Chen watched her departing figure, unable to suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth. Back home. Lin Chen washed up and took out the 2 skill crystal stones. Heaved them to his forehead, and immediately the skill information appeared in his mind. Same source fusion. Second order heartfire. Same source fusion. With the consent of the same source and without any distractions, one can fuse into a stronger existence. The more entities involved, the more powerful it becomes, but it cannot exceed 100. Lin Chen discovered that this skill allows the same species to fuse. However, the prerequisites are extremely strict. The other party must completely let down their guard. If there is even the slightest hint of malice, the fusion will fail. The reason the fire locust leader was able to successfully fuse is that he has absolute control over his subordinates. This is also a characteristic of insect-like beings. If a human were to use it, the chances of success would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Nevertheless, for him, it was just right. My clone is the perfect fusion target. Lin Chen was extremely excited and immediately learned it. He then looked at another skill. Second order Heartfire. Integrating mental power into the flames can create Heartfire of up to second order. Heartfire can not only burn matter but also harm the soul. Not bad, not bad. Just in time, I have flame breath and can create Heartfire breath. Lin Chen quickly learned that Heartfire cannot be used alone, it must be integrated into flames. If there are no flame skills, it can still be merged with real flames. However, the flames produced this way will be of a very low level. His flame breath skill is at the late stage of the first level, so the Heartfire integrated into it can only be at the late stage of the first level. Unless he acquires a second level fire skill, he will not be able to create second level Heartfire. There will be bread, there will be milk. There will also be second level Heartfire. Learning these two skills made him incredibly happy. He sent out his first clone to go downstairs to buy some food and his second clone to browse information online. Then he let the other 8 clones study books individually. As for him, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, Lin Chen was awakened by the sound of his watch. He opened his watch and found it was a call from his homeroom teacher. He clicked to answer. Lin Chen, has your talent transformed? Yes, teacher. I just heard Zhao Ke mention it. Since your talent has reached A level, then you should enjoy some of the school's policies. Teacher, what policies? I don't know anything about that. These are policies that only awakened individuals with A-level talent and above will be informed of. Your previous talent level hasn't reached this level. Alright, then please tell me, what policies? Awakeners with A-level talent have one opportunity to enter the school's advanced secret realm, the Spirit Sensing Secret Realm. Teacher, what is the Spirit Sensing Secret Realm? I can't say that right now. Come to school tomorrow and I will conduct another talent level assessment for you. As long as it's confirmed that you have A-level talent, I will tell you. Okay, what time should I come tomorrow? Arrive at school before 9 o'clock. After 10 o'clock, the school will organize all the awakened individuals with A-level talent to go to the Spirit Sensing Secret Realm for training. Do S-level and SS-level awakeners also have special secret realms? Well, their secret realm level is higher, so don't think about it. It's already lucky that your talent can evolve once, it's impossible to evolve twice consecutively. Okay. After ending the call, Lin Chen looked up at the night sky. Who says I can only evolve once? A smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. You'll be greatly surprised. The next morning, Lin Chen returned to school. He didn't go to the classroom but headed to the teacher's office. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound echoed, and a voice inside said to come in. Lin Chen entered. The homeroom teacher saw it was Lin Chen and smiled, saying, "You're here quite early, let's go to the awakening room." The homeroom teacher didn't say much, but his attitude was obviously much gentler. Previously, the homeroom teacher had been very cold towards him, even ignoring him when they met on the road. Now he suddenly became friendly, making Lin Chen feel a bit emotional. Even teachers are this realistic. Arriving at the awakening room, under the teacher's guidance, he walked to the awakening platform. Place your identity card on the detector next to you. The homeroom teacher pointed to the nearby detector and said. Lin Chen did as instructed, and a prompt sound immediately followed. Ding, identity detected, senior high student Lin Chen. Identity verification passed. The homeroom teacher said, alright, verification passed, you can place your hand on the God platform now. Lin Chen complied, placing his hand once again on the God platform. The touch was slightly cool, and before long, a warm flow surged from his palm into his body, momentarily dazing him, as if he were seeing a different world. In the next moment, he became clear-headed. Talent duplication, a grade. Congratulations, your talent level has been confirmed, and now I will tell you the privileges of an A-grade awakened. Lin Chen asked, teacher, please tell me. The homeroom teacher said, you are a B-grade talent transformation, so you should have a deep understanding of the vast difference in cultivation speeds between different talent levels. For example, with S-grade talent, an S-grade awaken can reach level 1 combat power in 3 days, while a B-grade needs 3 months. So, don't blame the school for their differential treatment, because there is no comparability between awakened ones with low-level talents and those with high-level talents. According to school regulations, awakened ones with A-level talents have one opportunity to use the Sensory Spirit Secret Realm. Lin Chen asked, what is the Sensory Spirit Secret Realm? The homeroom teacher replied, the Sensory Spirit Secret Realm is a special secret realm that assists in cultivation. The rules inside the secret realm are quite unique. Whether you kill monsters or meditate for cultivation, it will greatly accelerate the improvement of your skills and cultivation level. For you, the benefits are substantial. Entering the Sensory Spirit Secret Realm once can save half a month of training time. Lin Chen understood. Simply put, in this secret realm, the rules are special. Killing monsters can improve skill proficiency, while meditative cultivation can enhance cultivation speed. It is a secret realm for assisting in cultivation. Lin Chen was actually quite disappointed because he was a system owner, making the secret realms appeal to him relatively average. But anyway, he still wanted to experience this special secret realm and broaden his horizons. Alright, now you know what opportunity is, and it's almost 10 o'clock, I'll take you to the advanced secret realm building. The Advanced Secret Realm building is located on the back mountain of the school, and ordinary students don't even know this place exists. This was the first time Lin Chen learned that the school also had this mysterious area hidden in the back mountain. The two of them made their way to the back mountain. The buildings here are not very tall, but they are spaced far apart, and the total area of the buildings is quite large. As the two entered the Advanced Secret Realm building, they saw many students inside, engaged in conversation with each other. At a glance, there were no fewer than 100 people. The class teacher led Lin Chen to their class area and said, "In our class, there are only 2 A grades. Besides you, there's also Li Wu. Make sure to perform well in the secret realm. Don't let the teacher down." "Alright, I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Li Wu arrived a while ago, but I don't know where he went. You two should get along well." Lin Chen nodded, and the homeroom teacher left. Lin Chen sat in the chair, closing his eyes in deep thought. He wanted to take this time to sort out what he had gained. A-level talent clone, combat power of the 2nd level. The skills include Energy Slash, Flame Jet, Same Source Fusion, and 2nd level Heartfire. The first 2 skills serve as regular means, while the last 2 are used as trump cards. With these 4 skills plus his 2nd level combat power, he was one of the very best in the entire high school. After all, it was not difficult to advance from the 0 level to the 1st level. 99% of people could do it, but advancing from the 1st level to the 2nd level was not that simple, with the difficulty at least 10 times higher. Even Zhao Ko, with SS level talent, did not have 2nd level combat power, let alone the A-level awakeners in this hall. Those at the 1st level were extremely rare. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears. The voice was sharp and biting, full of sarcasm, sending a chill through his heart. He opened his eyes and saw a boy with a horse-like face, full of arrogance, pointing at him mockingly. Lin Chen recognized this person. He was none other than another A-class awakener in the class, Li Wu. "Oh, isn't that Lin Chen? What's the matter? Is the threshold for this place so low now? A mere B-class talent can get in?" His voice was loud, deliberately attracting the attention of others, wanting to embarrass Lin Chen. Sure enough, most people looked over in this direction. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Chen. He frowned slightly, glaring at Li Wu, who looked like a jumping clown. Li Wu thought that Lin Chen was silent because he was scared, and his confidence surged even more. "Get out! This is not a place for a low-level awakener like you." Onlookers showed expressions of doubt, whispering among themselves. "Can a B-class awakener come in? Probably not. There are checks at the entrance. How could they possibly get in? Do you really think the school is a place for anyone to just walk in? What kind of joke is that?" The doubts from the crowd made Li Wu extremely angry. He directly reached out to grab Lin Chen's clothing, cursing, "Trash, get out of here, this is not a place you can come to." However, before his hand could touch Lin Chen had already grabbed Li Wu's collar first. Gently lifting Li Wu up while he flailed his legs in the air, Lin Chen said, "What do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to question me? Just because you have a detestable horse face?" Li Wu didn't even have 1st level combat power. How could he possibly be Lin Chen's opponent? He was easily subdued by Lin Chen. This left Li Wu both shocked and furious, his face turning bright red. "Let go of me, you," he continued to shout. "Someone. A B-level awakener has sneaked in." Lin Chen was also infuriated upon hearing this. "What is this nonsense? Even an S-level awakened being wouldn't dare to shout wildly in front of me. What gives you, a mere A-level awakened being, the courage?" Slap! 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 3 loud smacks hit Li Wu's face. Lin Chen didn't use much strength, but it still caused Li Wu's face to swell up visibly, like a pig's head. "How dare you shout out in front of me?" Li Wu was filled with immense fear, but even with all his strength, he could not break free. How could this be possible? Lin Chen, a B-level talent awakened being, how could he be stronger than me? At this moment, the duty teacher heard the commotion and arrived late. He saw the situation on site. He asked sternly, "What's going on?" The newcomer was a plump middle-aged teacher with triangular eyes, wearing a gloomy expression as he looked at Lin Chen. "As classmates, instead of helping each other, you go straight to hitting someone. With such poor character, tell me, whose student are you?" Lin Chen felt quite unhappy upon hearing this. Looking at the teacher in front of him who was unaware of the situation and still blaming him, he said, "Do you know the reason for this matter?" The chubby teacher chuckled, "You were wrong for hitting someone, regardless of the reason. We can discuss that later. Come with me for a moment. Additionally, put him down. They are all pillars of the human race. You need to learn to help each other, not to fight among yourselves, got it?" The teacher's pompous words left everyone stunned. This teacher doesn't seem to be very reasonable. Moreover, he is too biased towards Li Wu. Lin Chen said with a darkened face, "Why don't you ask him why I hit him?" Seeing that the newcomer was his second uncle, Li Wu breathed a sigh of relief and pretended to whimper, playing the victim. "I also want to ask you, why did you hit me?" Inwardly, Li Wu was sneering, Just wait, without the opportunity in the secret realm of perception, let's see how you can catch up to my cultivation level." At that moment, he also came to realize that Lin Chen had stumbled upon great fortune. His talent had transformed. He originally didn't consider Lin Chen as a rival, but now that Lin Chen has also become an A-grade talent, it made him very uncomfortable. Right now, the teacher on duty is his second uncle, so he decided to play the victim and make sure Lin Chen pays the price. It would be best if he could make Lin Chen lose the opportunity to enter the spirit realm. Looking at Li Wu's pitiful expression, Lin Chen felt a chill in his heart. The teacher in front of him was intentionally making things difficult for him. Lin Chen caught a glimpse of Li Wu's sinister smile flash by. Everything was clear in his mind. These two, who didn't care about human decency, were also closely related and were deliberately trying to harm him. Good. Lin Chen clenched his fists and questioned, he insulted me first, yet I can't retaliate. Do I have to be beaten by him for you to see before I can be justified? Lin Chen's words were powerful and resonated with everyone present. But this chubby teacher laughed and said, firstly, you're wrong for hitting someone. As for why he scolded you and not others, don't you think you have done something wrong too? The root cause is still that you were in the wrong first. Lin Chen was both angry and amused. What kind of ridiculous reasoning is this, the logic that the victim is guilty? Looking at the person's smiling face, Lin Chen really wanted to squeeze this person until they burst. The people around were discussing among themselves, clearly stunned by the chubby teacher's remarks. As students who had not yet gone through the trials of society, their sense of right and wrong was still very straightforward, except for a few bad apples. That doesn't sound right. Why does this reasoning sound so strange? What the teacher said also makes sense. Why did Li Wu single out Lin Chen to scold, and not others? Clearly, Lin Chen has a problem if he was scolded. Nonsense, if I scold you, does that make you guilty? Do you think that's right? The chubby teacher shouted, silence. Then, he looked at Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, let's not waste any more words and go with me for a while. Lin Chen stood still, without moving. Teacher Fat frowned and said, you've made a mistake and are still that stubborn? You're asking for a beating. After saying that, he reached out to grab Lin Chen. Lin Chen instinctively sidestepped 3 meters away, avoiding the fat hand's grasp. Teacher Fat showed a look of surprise. Heh, good kid, you actually dodged this hit. Teacher Fat suddenly lunged again, this time evidently using all his strength. His palm glowed with black light, indicating he was using a skill. Lin Chen knew it would be hard to dodge with force, so he directly summoned his clones. With a flash of white light, 10 clones immediately appeared beside him. Block him. The clones could feel Lin Chen's emotions at that moment, and without saying a word, they began to counterattack. Seeing Lin Chen release 10 clones, everyone confirmed their thoughts. Lin Chen truly had A-grade talent, not the B-grade that Li Wu mentioned, and they all looked at Li Wu, whose uneasy feeling under their questioning gaze was like sitting on pins and needles. But thinking about how he had his second uncle's help, he soon felt he would get his revenge, straightened his chest, and wore a smug expression, which made some people feel a chill in their hearts. To openly bully students to this extent, is there no longer any justice? But to make them step in and help, that's definitely out of the question. Just supporting them mentally is enough. Physically they should be as cowardly as possible. The first clone led 4 other clones around the back, while the second clone led 4 other clones in a feigned attack. Seeing this, Teacher Fat laughed heartily and said, a mere newly awakened student dares to beat up a teacher. This year's students really have some big courage. They're asking for trouble. He shouted loudly, Iron Body. Instantly, his body turned black, emanating a metallic glow. This is Teacher Lee's B-level talent, Iron Body. Teacher Lee is an awakened one with Tier 3 combat power. Lin Chen is finished. Ah, what a pity. However, the situation at the scene astonished everyone. Number 2 feigned attack, heading straight for the third route, targeting the opponent's little earthworm. 5 clones released energy slashes, aiming at that one point. This startled Teacher Lee, who quickly protected his little earthworm. However, at that moment, he was immediately attacked from behind. 5 wavy flames infused with heartfire were spraying onto his back. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The flames continued to scorch. Due to the nature of heartfire, it could harm the soul, which in gaming terminology means it could ignore defenses. No matter how high the defense of a steel body, it was utterly useless against heartfire. Teacher Lee was horrified. The situation he feared most had actually appeared here. His soul felt dizzy waves, followed by intense pain, causing him to scream out loud. Ah! His eyes were bloodshot as he fled from the range of heartfire. His hands enlarged tenfold, like a falling meteor, crashing down. 5 clones of number 1 were unable to dodge in time and were immediately smashed apart, their power so great that it astonished everyone. Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly, and he slowly summoned 5 more clones. Go! The 5 clones again joined the battlefield. Teacher Lee, enraged, used the same method to attack, his palm like a stone tablet, sweeping and chopping down with immense strength. Once again, 10 clones were obliterated. Teacher Lee displayed an excited expression. These little bugs were finally exterminated. This kid had made him suffer such a huge loss, and he was determined to teach him a good lesson. Moreover, it took him so long to subdue a newly awakened senior high school student, which had already caused him to lose face. Thinking of this, he was filled with indignation. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. 10 more clones appeared before him. This Lin Chen has such strong combat power. Could it be second-tier combat power? His cultivation speed is even faster than S rank, isn't it? Incredible, he's fighting above his level. Even if he loses, the school won't punish him, right? After all, he didn't do anything wrong. Now Li Wu is finished. Lin Chen has a higher talent, and he didn't make a mistake. The school will definitely favor Lin Chen. Li Wu is done for. Ha, there's a good show to watch. I've never liked him. Teacher Lee's face showed anger. Alright, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish today. He shouted, today I will reveal my trump card and let you know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Full body amplification, 10 times. Boom! His body kept getting larger, and in no time, he turned into a giant over 10 meters tall. If it weren't for the hall being 100 meters high, he would really have broken through the roof. The giant towered like a small mountain, its overwhelming power making it hard to breathe. The giant loomed above, lifted its foot, and stepped towards Lin Chen's original body. It's over, this is Teacher Lee's signature technique. Even a third-tier A-class awakener could fight to a draw against this. Moreover, it also attacked Lin Chen's true body. Lin Chen is done for. Lin Chen, run away quickly. Lin Chen's expression was serious, yet he did not escape. He silently chanted, Source Fusion. Swoosh 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 swoosh. 10 clones transformed into light and dissipated, all merging into Lin Chen's body. A white light enveloped him, making it difficult to see Lin Chen's true condition. When the white light dissipated, the crowd gasped in surprise as an extraordinary figure appeared before them. That figure was so extraordinary that it shocked everyone. One could see an extraordinary deity manifesting before their eyes. This deity sat on a stone seat, resembling a young boy. It had 7 topknots, braided hair cascading down its left shoulder, the left eye slightly closed, the lower teeth biting the upper lip, exhibiting a look of anger, with fierce flames behind it, holding a wisdom sword in its right hand and a chain of karmic fire in its left hand, poised to sever troubles. It was the statue of the immovable Wisdom King. You have multiplication, I have fusion, what is there to fear? The wise sword slices away your 3,000 troubles, entering hell to endure the chains of karmic fire. The giant sword lifted, chain swirling, attacking. After merging, Lin Chen is able to control the merged form into any shape. This step is very difficult for others, but the clone is an extension of his body, completely obedient to him, so this step was completed easily. The 10-meter-high giant Buddha statue, with a sword in its left hand and chains in its right and an imposing expression on its face, left everyone in shock. What an imposing Buddha statue, it seems to contain the fury of the Buddha. What kind of ability is this? I've never heard of a clone having this capability. It should be a merging type skill. He merged the clone onto himself, boosting his power by dozens of times. 2 giants battling, it's a rare sight. Lin Chen is at most second tier, can he be a match for Teacher Lee? Even if he loses this battle, Lin Chen will still gain fame. Fighting across tiers, what a genius. He may even rival S-level awakeners of the same tier. Everyone marveled, their evaluations of Lin Chen continuously rising, which caused their emotions to fluctuate. Initially indifferent, then a bit jealous, to now admiring and looking up to him. Quick, look, they've started fighting. Lin Chen's sword fell from above, the chains like serpents, winding and twisting. Facing the attack, he blocked with all his strength, causing his arms to tremble slightly. Teacher Lee's heart shook, because he felt that the giant Lin Chen had transformed into was actually not weaker than him. How is this possible? How could a newcomer possess such powerful strength? Even Zhao Ku, who is SS rated, hasn't broken through to the second level. And Lin Chen before him, not only does he have A-level talent and is the first to achieve second-level combat power, but he also possesses the ability to transform. Incredible, shocking. This person must not be left alive. He clenched his gigantic fist and charged at Lin Chen. Boom! The enormous sword slammed into the giant fist, producing a tremendous roar. Lin Chen's right hand chain is like the chain of order, as if it has come to life, instantly climbing up Teacher Lee's arm. Ah! Teacher Lee's steps faltered, wanting to break free from the chains, but realized he was no match for Lin Chen's strength, instantly turning pale with fright. How can there be such great strength? Seeing this, Lin Chen swung the giant sword down again, aiming directly at the opponent's left eye. Bang! The giant sword was blocked by a pair of meaty palms, surprisingly making a metallic clanging sound. The innate defensive power of the iron body is indeed impressive. Lin Chen continued the assault, relying on his greater strength and having a weapon in hand, attacking weak points with every strike. Lin Chen, stop! Teacher Lee suddenly shouted. Lin Chen heard this, his brow slightly furrowed, yet the sword in his hand did not stop, aiming directly at the opponent's lower regions. The opponent's complexion drastically changed, disregarding everything else, hurriedly trying to block with both hands. Crack! This sword pierced the opponent's wrist, and with full force attack, it shattered the bone in the wrist. Ah! Teacher Lee covered his wrist, howling in pain, while Lin Chen remained expressionless, swinging the chain in his hand, coiling around the opponent's neck like a snake. Isn't this too cruel? This version of Teacher Lee is like a dog, someone muttered quietly. Teacher Lee's eyes were bloodshot with anger, seething with rage, but he couldn't break free at all. Shrink! Suddenly, his body rapidly shrank, and as it did, he was freed from the restraints of the chain. He glared at Lin Chen with fury. He pointed at Lin Chen and yelled, "Good, openly beating a teacher, I will sue you and have you expelled." Lin Chen dispelled his clones and said coldly, partial to Li Wu, attacking a student without cause, "I have reason to believe you are an undercover agent from another world. Good, you dare to slander me, just wait." With that, he covered his wrist and staggered away. Lin Chen watched the figure of the other leave without saying a word. If it were in the wild, he would definitely have killed him directly to eliminate future troubles, but killing in school would truly turn reason into nonsense. Mr. Lee left, and Lin Chen turned to look at Li Wu. At this moment, Li Wu was already dumbfounded, sitting slumped on the ground. No matter what, he couldn't understand why Lin Chen was so powerful. Could it be that his clone could help him cultivate? As Lin Chen walked over, he instinctively wanted to say something tough, but Lin Chen reached out. Slap! 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 Dozens of slaps hit Li Wu's face once again. "From now on, watch your mouth," Lin Chen said blandly. His tone was as if scolding a junior. Li Wu felt anger inside, but fear overwhelmed his anger, making him unable to speak. The onlookers were even more stunned, their mouths agape. So powerful. Although his talent is the same A grade as ours, his comprehension is definitely higher than ours. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cultivate so quickly. Perhaps his talent has mutated. Can his clones help with cultivation? 10 clones mean 10 times the efficiency? It's not impossible, I'm so envious. At this moment, the gate to the secret realm lit up with a red light and everyone exclaimed, "The secret realm is open, hurry in. We only have 5 hours." The crowd surged towards the secret realm, and Lynch turned around and stepped inside as well. Upon entering the secret realm, he found himself standing on a mountaintop, with a stone platform beneath his feet. On the platform, there were meditation cushions laid out. When he arrived, there were already people sitting on the cushions and starting their cultivation. There were many cushions, and Lynch found a corner to sit down. As soon as he sat down, he noticed many gazes frequently watching him. He smiled and shook his head, calming his emotions and ignoring them. If Teacher Lee really could expel him, so be it. He didn't have a deep attachment to attending university anyway. With the system, as long as he kills, he can level up. For others, this is a precious opportunity, but for him, it doesn't hold much attraction. Once he becomes powerful, he will take revenge on all his enemies from back then. With his speed of leveling up, that day won't be too far away. He closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began to meditate. During this meditation, he felt his thoughts flowing like a fountain, as if he had entered a vast ocean of books, with countless ideas constantly emerging in his mind. Concerning the application of skills, insights into the development of new skills, and the light points appearing in his perception, all were stronger by 1 or 2 times compared to the outside world. He wasn't too concerned about the improvement in his cultivation speed. What he cared about the most was the enhancement of his comprehension. Yesterday, he had his clone learn a lot of knowledge and read many books. What he didn't understand yesterday, he now comprehends more than half of it. This place is simply astonishing for enhancing comprehension. Clone. He opened his eyes, released his clones, and had them surround him to cultivate and gain insights. The commotion on Lin Chen's side quickly attracted everyone's attention. Sure enough, his clone can help with cultivation. No wonder his cultivation speed is so fast. Not to mention a 10-fold cultivation speed, even 2-fold would make people incredibly envious. Lin Chen, you really are surprising. They didn't know that clones couldn't help with cultivation, but could assist him in learning knowledge and enhancing skills. Here, Lin Chen's mind was incredibly active. 1 hour later. Withdraw the clone. Boom! Countless pieces of information flooded into his mind, and Lin Chen carefully filtered and absorbed them. He absorbed all the insights related to various skill enhancements and integrated them seamlessly. My skill proficiency has increased and its power has risen to a new level. The cultivation ends here. It's time to go hunting next. Principal's office. An old man was sitting face to face with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Teacher Lee, who slammed the table and shouted angrily, "That brat is too despicable, not only openly bullying classmates but also daring to lay hands on me. Such a lawless student should be expelled immediately." The principal frowned and said, "Oh, what is that student's name, daring to provoke Teacher Lee?" "The person's name is Lin Chen, and he is in the same class as Zhao Ku," Teacher Lee said. The principal put down his teacup and said, "Oh? I remember that class only has one A-grade awakened named Li Wu. Could it be that he provoked you?" "It was another student. He used to have a B-class talent but got lucky and transformed into an A-class. He's very arrogant, disrespectful to his elders, and bullies classmates. A person like this should be expelled from school. If we let him go, it will be a disaster for our human race in the future." Teacher Lee spoke with tears in his voice, deliberately wiping his eyes and squeezing out a few drops of tears, as if everything he did was for the school and for the human race. The principal pondered, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he said, "For this matter, I will make the decision for you, Secretary Qian. I'm here." Secretary Qian swayed her voluptuous hips, accompanied by a waft of fragrance, and walked in, causing Teacher Lee to glance over frequently, but Secretary Qian did not look at him even once. It was as if she were facing air. A mere B-grade talent, and already middle-aged. What a waste. There's nothing worthy of attention. Go investigate the matter, and don't let our teacher suffer any unwarranted injustice, the principal said earnestly. Okay. With that, she walked out of the office. The principal looked at Teacher Lee with a half-smile and said, "You should go down too." Go on down." The principal waved his hand, and a strong wind suddenly blew through, uncontrollably pushing Teacher Lee out of the office. Once he left, he scoffed, "Can't even handle a student, yet still has the face to come to me for complaints. The Lee family has truly fallen. If it weren't for the face of the Lee family, he wouldn't even bother to meet him." The situation was quickly clarified, and Secretary Qian pushed the door and walked in. She said, "Principal, it's been clarified. Briefly explain. The cause of this matter is as follows. Li Wu saw Lin Chen also entering the Advanced Awakening building, then insulted him as a low-level awakener, and even threatened to kick him out. Lin Chen, furious, slapped Li Wu several times. Teacher Lee happened to be on duty and, seeing his nephew being beaten, took the initiative to capture Lin Chen, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen's strength was beyond imagination. In the end, he was defeated by Lin Chen. The principal was quite surprised and said, "So he got furious and came to me to complain, thinking that I would expel Lin Chen in consideration of the Lee family's face, right? However, Lin Chen's strength is quite formidable. You truly have a discerning eye, seeing things so clearly." Alright, don't belittle me anymore. Secretary Qian said, Principal, how do you plan to handle this matter? The principal fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. If he expelled Lin Chen, he would take the blame for the Li family, and Lin Chen would certainly hate him. If he protected Lin Chen, the Li family would be displeased, and offending the Li family would harm his own interests. This matter is quite difficult to handle. Have you found any information about this Lin Chen? The principal asked as he turned around. Secretary Qian said, I found it. Tell me about it. Lin Chen, initial talent level B, has currently evolved to level A, able to create 10 clones, and can merge all 10 clones back onto the main body, transforming into a statue of a Buddha engulfed in flames. His combat power is at least above level 2. After transforming, he possesses the combat power of an average level 3. It's also because of the transformation that he was able to defeat Teacher Lee. Upon hearing this, the principal was quite surprised and said, I have to admit, this kid is a genius. Zhao Ke just broke through to level 2 this morning, yet this kid broke through to level 2 even earlier. Secretary Qian said, Principal, I suspect his clones have mutated, aiding in his cultivation, which is why his level has advanced so quickly. The principal nodded, it's just as I thought. Secretary Qian said, Principal, should we give this person extra care? The principal was silent for a moment. He pondered the pros and cons, wondering if it was worth offending the Li family from the prestigious G city for a grade A talent awakener. He shook his head and said, to transform a talent once has consumed most of our resources. To try and transform a talent again has too low a chance, so it is not worth our extra effort. Secretary Qian looked worried and said, Principal, Lin Chen has offended the Li family, and they will not let this go easily. Should the school intervene and give a warning to the Li family? They can openly attack students at the school, and the Li family's arrogance needs to be curbed. The principal was indifferent and waved his hand, saying, No need. We shouldn't waste too much energy on grade A talents. Let's focus more on nurturing S-grade awakeners, they are the future of our school. As for the Li family, just give them a warning. Secretary Qian felt somewhat uneasy, but she knew there was no convincing the elderly man before her. Then, how do you plan to deal with Lin Chen? Secretary Qian asked. The principal pondered for a long time and said, Abolish Lin Chen's privileges as an A-level awakener. As for the Li family, you should personally warn them and remember to be a bit gentle in your tone. Isn't this too unfair? The secretary hesitated, his eyes flickering, feeling conflicted inside. Where in this world is there fairness? Lin Chen is not Zhao Ke. We can only make things difficult for him. The principal sighed and said, I hope he can understand my good intentions. You should go now. An announcement appeared on the school's official website. Announcement regarding the punishment document for student Lin Chen's assault on teacher Li Tsangi. Due to Lin Chen's assault on teacher Li showing disrespect to his elders, the following punishment is issued. Confiscation of Lin Chen's position as an A-level talent, subsequent resource assistance will be revoked, and Lin Chen's opportunity to enter the spiritual realm again will be taken away. Principal's office, send it out. As soon as this announcement was made, it immediately caused an uproar. No way, someone really hit a teacher? Can they even win? This is really outrageous. After just a few days of awakening, he can defeat the teacher? I heard that teacher Li is a tier 3 awakened being, although his talent level is only B grade. This person must at least have S grade talent. The school is still quite fair. Students with such high talent but who disrespect their elders should be disciplined. If you don't understand the reasons, don't spread rumors. I witnessed this incident with my own eyes. The mistake is not with Lin Chen. As soon as this message was sent out, it disappeared without a trace, and the account that sent the message was also silenced, making the person stomp with anger. Thus, public opinion began to lean in one direction. The Eye of Heaven Youth by Xiao Shan was having dinner with friends at home when he suddenly saw this announcement and exclaimed in surprise. As expected of my idol, so impressive. Others kept asking, what news has you so shocked? Do you remember I mentioned Lin Chen? Isn't he the one who saved your life during the Beast Tide yesterday? Yes, that's him. Today he went to the Spirit Realm Tower and beat up teacher Lee. What? He hit the teacher? That's impressive? The crowd was curious and quickly opened their wristwatches, soon seeing the news. However, after reading the news, they were confused. Wait a minute, teachers at school at least have 3rd-tier strength. How could he possibly beat one? Besides, the school's punishment seems too biased. Right, Xiaosa, think carefully. Who would go hit a teacher? Yeah, who would hit a teacher for no reason? Are they crazy? Unless the teacher bullied him and he couldn't take it anymore, then he would strike back. I bet the teacher didn't expect to lose. Don't just look at the school's official website. Those who raised questions have been muted. Look at the external forums. The crowd suddenly understood and quickly opened a forum, instantly finding different opinions. In no time, several thousand comments appeared, and after reading this information, their doubts were finally resolved. I knew this matter wasn't simple, it just didn't make sense. So this is the truth. I have to say, Lin Chen is really strong. He was able to save us back then. His character must be unimpeachable. This matter has been mishandled by the school. I can't let my benefactor suffer unjustly. I need to support him. My benefactor is currently in a secret realm and must not know the news. I want to help him. Bai Xiaosa also felt indignant. He immediately contacted the Bai family teacher working at the school and finally learned the truth. But the replies he received from these people were very unified. Do not get involved in this matter. They were unwilling to help, and Bai Xiaoso was unwilling to resign himself to this. He contacted other S-level talent awakeners, but there were very few responses. Even among the other 4 people who were saved by Lin Chen, only 2 were willing to help. By the way, bring Zhao Ku. She has a close relationship with Lin Chen. With her here, even the principal has to think twice. At that moment, Zhao Ku was in the middle of practicing when her wristwatch suddenly beeped. She opened her eyes and glanced at the information on her wristwatch. After a moment, her face was filled with frost, and the power of thunder surged around her. With a bang, she stormed out the door, filled with thunderous rage, heading towards the school. Lin Chen, you protected me completely yesterday. Today I will repay you with fairness. Principal's office. The principal's grizzled beard trembled. He didn't expect that dealing with just one student would stir up a hornet's nest. Not only did the young man Bai Xiaoshui from the Bai family come to seek an explanation, but even Zhao Ke came for the same reason, and in addition, there were 2 other S-level awakened ones who also came for an explanation. And they all had a very unified stance, all coming for Lin Chen. Because Lin Chen was merely B-level in talent before his transformation, he got to know Zhao Ke due to their 3 years of sitting together, but his acquaintance with Bai Xiaoshui and others was beyond his expectation. If it were just an acquaintance, he wouldn't be surprised, but these people, when they spoke, gave off a sense of repayment. What was going on? He looked at Secretary Qian, who only gave him a beautiful side profile, as she turned to look out the window. He cleared his throat and said, "This matter is a conclusion drawn from the school's investigation. You are all the pillars of the human race, so don't create trouble for no reason." He wanted to brush it off, but Bai Xiaosai saw through the principal's real intentions. He said, "Principal, may I ask where your investigation document is? If this matter was truly investigated, why, as far as I know, was this announcement made solely by you? Please provide a reasonable explanation." As a member of the Bai family, he didn't have much fear of the principal. Moreover, he was also an S-rank awakened talent, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a son of heaven. Even as the principal, there wasn't much he could do about him. Furthermore, there was also an SS rank awakened talent present. The existence of Zhao Ku was the fundamental reason for his confidence. In the entire human race, thousands of S-rank awakened talents emerge each year, but there are only about 100 SS rank awakened talents, which is just 1%. Moreover, Zhao Ku had been admitted to the Chaos Element Academy early, and with a university background, the principal would also have some trepidation. At this moment, the principal was caught in a dilemma. To retract the announcement would damage his reputation, and he couldn't possibly do that. This matter has already been investigated. Stop your unreasonable disturbances, go back and focus on your training, and don't interfere in such matters. The principal's perfunctory attitude made everyone feel dejected. They didn't expect that the usually amiable principal would show such favoritism toward the Lee family, disregarding the facts, trying to suppress them with power. Zhao Ke could no longer hold back and said, "I just want to give him a fair chance. Are you really going to favor Li Song?" Zhao Ke's attitude left the principal speechless. If it weren't for Zhao Ke standing up for Lin Chen, he would have forgotten about Lin Chen in just a few days. After all, an A-grade talent awakener at the end of his future path wouldn't pose a threat to him, but Zhao Ke was different. 10 years from now, or even less than 10 years, she would surpass him, and offending Zhao Ke was an unwise move. What to do? He frowned, for the first time feeling like he might have done something wrong. But thinking of his own face, he gritted his teeth. "Zhao Ke, don't be ridiculous. You don't understand the ins and outs of this matter. The school reached a reasonable conclusion after an investigation. You all can go now." Zhao Ke wanted to say something, but was blown away by a strong wind. Outside the principal's office, everyone looked at the tightly closed door, feeling that it was impossible not to have resentment in their hearts. Bai Xiaoshan said angrily, "I didn't expect the principal to be so unreasonable. I misjudged him." Another person asked Zhao Ke, "Zhao Ke, what do you think we should do? Lin Chen saved my life, and if I don't repay this favor, I won't be able to sleep soundly." "Right, I'm not a good person, but I can't ignore a favor. You tell me what to do, and I'll follow you." Zhao Ke was undoubtedly the core of the group. After all, the gap between S-level and SS-level talents was too large. It's not just a gap in strength, but also a gap in status. In the city, no one dared to lay a hand on Zhao Ke because there was always someone protecting her. Even the city's smart system was protecting her. This was the privilege of being an SS-level awakener. Zhao Ke thought about Lin Chen, who was still in the spiritual secret realm and temporarily unable to receive any information. If he came out and learned that he had been wronged, how angry and hurt he must feel. Just thinking about this made her heart ache for Lin Chen. "Since the school is biased, then I will let them know what bias is." Bai Xiaosai asked, "What do you plan to do?" Zhao Ke said, "You will know soon." "Where are you going?" "To the back mountain, to the Advanced Awakening Building." Advanced Awakening Building's duty room. Li Song was sipping wine, comfortably propped up his legs. Someone next to him asked, "What's going on that makes you so happy?" "Of course, it's that guy Lin Chen who got punished." "Whom? How could he expect to get away with offending me?" "That guy named Lin Chen, a clown-like character, has offended you. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth." People around flattered. Hearing this, he felt pleased in his heart and proudly drank another glass of wine. Lying back in the chair, he appeared to be a success in life. Although his talent was not strong and he only had third-level strength and middle age, who cares? He was a member of the Lee family. Even the principal had to give him some face. This Lin Chen, a mere orphan with no background, what could he compare with? This matter is not over. Once you leave the city, I will take your life, he secretly hated. At this moment, there was a sudden loud bang. He was startled and suddenly stood up, pointing at the door and cursing, "Which bastard dares to disturb me while drinking?" Zhao Ku and the other three stood at the door, backlit. The four of them seemed to emanate light, causing Li Tsong to pause slightly. When Li Tsong saw that the visitors were 4 students, he chuckled and said, "You few, breaking into the office, tell me your names and wait for the school's punishment? However, I am an open-minded person. What business do you have barging in?" Zhao Ku coldly spat out 2 words, "Beat you." Li Tsong was taken aback, thinking he had heard wrong, but the next moment he was startled. All of a sudden, lightning flashed in the air, and Zhao Ku, who was in his sight, had vanished. The next moment, Zhao Ku appeared beside him, grabbing his body and smashing him fiercely to the ground. Bang bang bang. Instantly, the ground was smashed into deep pits, and Li Tsong, who was closely in contact with the ground, had his face covered in blood within moments. "You actually dare to hit a teacher, I will expel you," he stammered. However, what met him was even fiercer attacks. Bang bang bang. With each thunderous sound, Li Tsong's head was already bloodied and unrecognizable, and he couldn't even see clearly anymore. Li Tsong wanted to resist, but his whole body was numb, and he couldn't muster any strength at all. Zhao Ku's lightning was no joke. The thunder coursed through Li Tsong's body, paralyzing most of him. The other teachers around, witnessing this scene, were filled with fear and retreated, not daring to approach. "Who is this? Why is she so fierce? She's even more formidable than Lynch. Lynch just barely won, but who is this? She looks like a student, yet can easily suppress Li Tsong. I remember now, she's Zhao Ku, the only SS talent we have in our studies. It's actually her, but why is she attacking Teacher Lee? It must be to take revenge for Lynch. I heard Zhao Ku and Lynch were deskmates for 3 years, and they have a particularly good relationship. This time Teacher Lee is finished. Don't mention the principal, even the Lee family wouldn't dare to offend Zhao Ku." At this very moment, Li Tsong's consciousness was already hazy, being held by Zhao Ku by his head, repeatedly slamming into the ground, creating large pits in the earth. Even with a physique like steel, he only has half a life left. Zhao Ku saw that the person had fainted and, like throwing away trash, tossed Li Tsong onto the ground. Looking around, he said, "I am Zhao Ku. Tell Li Tsong that from now on, whenever I see him at school, I will hit him once each time. Harder and harder, until death." Having said that, he left with the crowd. Coming and going with grace, everyone was momentarily stunned. And this news quickly spread across the internet. "Oh my gosh, what explosive news! Zhao Ku beat up Teacher Lee again. This Teacher Lee is truly unfortunate. He has kicked a hard board, he deserves it. I wonder if the principal will punish Zhao Ku like he did Lynch. Let me say something rude. Does the principal dare? Why wouldn't he dare? Although Zhao Ku is talented, he has no backing and hasn't grown up. How naive. Who said she has no background? She has already been admitted early to the Chaos Element Academy. Anyone who was admitted early has the academy as their backing, and the academy will send protectors to safeguard her. They won't act unless it's a crisis, but perhaps out of your sight, that protector is watching you. No wonder it's the 3rd-ranked Chaos Element Academy among the 10 great academies. Impressive. These 10 great academies are the foundation of our human race. Almost all strong individuals come from here. Anyone who enters them is at least a big shot in a city. It seems the principal will have a headache now. Deservedly so. Who told him not to have a backer? It's unfair. Principal's office. The principal sat there helplessly, looking at the message. Did I do something wrong? Secretary Qian looked at him and advised, "You may not be wrong, but you have to bow to reality. The principal, you are right. I cannot punish Zhao Ku, because strictly speaking, she is no longer a member of our school. Since Lin Chen's backing is Zhao Ku, and Li Tsong is just an inconsequential side branch of the Li family. After weighing the pros and cons, let's issue a new announcement. You are very wise, my principal." The principal could only show a bitter smile. Soon, a new announcement appeared on the school's official website. On the school's official website, the old announcement was removed, and the new announcement appeared. Announcement: after investigation, it was found that the previous conclusion was incorrect. This is the responsibility of the secretary assistant to the principal's office, and the principal has punished him in anger. The previous announcement is now revoked, and Li Tsong's position is suspended. We sincerely apologize to the victim Lin Chen. Principal's office, send. This really opened my eyes. The non-stick pan principal actually softened up? You guys don't know, right? Zhao Ku led people to beat up Li Tsong and threatened to beat him up every time they saw him. This move uses a person's own method against them. This method is brilliant. The principal is now in a dilemma. With the principal's tendency to weigh pros and cons, he will definitely conclude that offending Zhao Ku is not worthwhile, so retracting the announcement is reasonable. After all, if this matter escalates, the principal will be even more embarrassed and may be labeled as confused and ignorant of right and wrong. The principal, being so shrewd, certainly knows what to do. Online, discussions are rampant. In the hospital, Li Tsong, lying on the hospital bed, felt a surge of anger and spat out a mouthful of blood when he learned of his suspension and the retraction of the original announcement. He felt both hatred and regret inside. If he had known, he wouldn't have helped Li Wu vent his anger. If he had known it would come to this, why do it in the first place? But now that it has come to this point, he finds it difficult to calm the resentment inside him without letting it out. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Chen, you wait for me, this matter is not over. Principal's office. The principal said, let's leave this matter as it is. In the future, I don't want to hear any news about this Lin Chen. Secretary Qian said, Mr. Principal, this is a genius. Don't you really want to meet him? An A-grade talent is not even qualified to meet me. Only after he reaches S-grade talent will he have the qualification to see me, the principal said arrogantly. Secretary Qian was stunned. S-grade talent was already the pride of the heavens, a dragon among men. Transforming talent again was incredibly difficult. In the history of humanity, there have been those who continuously transformed their talent, but that was all under extreme conditions and is extremely rare. It is almost impossible. Sensory Secret Realm. Lin Chen moved through the mountains and forests, with 10 clones splitting into 10 directions, sweeping across all sides. The sound of system notifications continuously rang in his ears. Ding, killed a jungle wolf, plus 5 upgrade points. Ding, killed an ice python, plus 8 upgrade points. Lin Chen moved within, like a monster harvester, killing one monster after another. Meanwhile, the combat experience and skill proficiency of the clones were also continuously increasing. This improvement is very obvious, several times greater than that of the outside world. Lin Chen can clearly feel himself getting stronger, something that cannot be compared to the outside world. What a treasure land this is. Unfortunately, the secret realm is too small. I'm about to break through it. Lin Chen's 10 avatars are all at the initial stage of the second tier, possessing the strength to sweep the area in this secret realm. Coming down from the mountain peak, he fought all the way to halfway down, and as far as the eye could see, the monsters had been completely cleared. At this point, Lin Chen could already see a mist at the foot of the mountain. He knows that the mist contains a void, which is also the boundary of the secret realm. And the essence of this secret realm is a mountain. He has already shattered half of the mountain. Continuing downward, Lin Chen noticed that monsters had become scarce, nowhere near as densely populated as those above. Ding, killed a flying wing centipede, upgrade point plus 20. After killing another monster, Lin Chen paused. As he continued walking, it became quite difficult to encounter monsters. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. There are not many monsters left in this secret realm. Let's call it a day. The time is almost up. We should head back. On the way back, Lin Chen found that he had enough upgrade points and could enhance his combat power again. System, enhance my combat power. Ding, are you sure you want to enhance? Confirm. Ding, enhancing combat power. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, you have advanced to mid-stage tier 2 combat power. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt his body suddenly warm up, the energy within him doubled, and he felt much stronger, with a sense of being able to punch through the sky. Not bad, my strength has doubled. This trip was not in vain. Lin Chen felt satisfied, and his whole being relaxed. Before long, he returned to the mountain peak. At this time, there were not so many people on the mountain peak anymore, as many had gone to hunt monsters and hone their skills. However, they were destined to feel frustrated because most of the monsters had been slain by Lin Chen alone, and they could only pick up some leftover scraps. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his sight. Li Wu. This person was staring at him fiercely, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Lin Chen let out a sneer and directly ignored Li Wu. Li Wu glared at Lin Chen. You hit my second uncle, just wait to be expelled. Lin Chen paused upon hearing this, suddenly turned around to look at him. You can keep talking tough. For every word you say, you'll get slapped 10 times. As long as you think you have a thick skin, feel free to indulge your mouth. Go ahead. Facing Lin Chen's threat, Li Wu swallowed back the words he almost said several times. A real man doesn't suffer losses in front of him. It's not too late to take revenge after leaving the secret realm, he thought to himself. He honestly admitted defeat, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and began to cultivate. He was indeed afraid that Lin Chen would come over and give him a few slaps. His face still ached and he didn't dare to touch it, as touching it would hurt like fire. Lin Chen let out a sneer and closed his eyes to cultivate. Countless insights appeared in his mind, thoughts about new skills flooded in, allowing him to grasp a glimmer of understanding. Learning skills can be done through skill crystals, secret manuals, or self-creation. However, the first two methods are just regurgitating other people's insights. Only self-created skills are more in line with one's own situation, unleashing 100% of their power. Nevertheless, creating skills is the most difficult, often the domain of the big shots. For someone as young as him, who is only a second-tier cultivator, to attempt skill creation would surely invite ridicule. However, he paid no mind to that, solely focused on thinking about how to create skills. Here, inspiration burst forth, as the memories of his past life and this life collided, generating countless ideas. Clone. He thought of the shadow clone, water clone, wood clone, earth clone, and other forms of clones from Naruto. In the world of Naruto, there exists a special energy called chakra, which produces corresponding effects when using the respective ninjutsu. The various avatar techniques are one of the uses. He doesn't have chakra and cannot use ninjutsu, but he has the talent for avatars. He feels that he can completely borrow this concept of avatars to create his own unique avatar skills. As far as I know, there are also avatar-like skills in this world, but such skills are often very precious and not something I can access at the moment, Lin Chen muttered to himself. However, my gifted avatar is produced using the energy within my body. As for the principles behind it, I am not clear. Lin Chen pondered that gifted abilities are innate capabilities, and he does not understand the principles. With this in mind, he began to try to analyze the essence of his ability. The energy within his body can directly produce avatars, with a complex transformation relationship in between. If he could understand it, he should be able to extend this knowledge to create other types of avatars. For example, elemental avatars. In his vision, he must convert the energy within his body into a certain element and then use his avatar ability. This way, he would be able to produce elemental avatars. The fire clone he envisioned is composed of flame energy, naturally immune to flame damage, and can enhance the power of flame skills, but at the same time, it will also take double damage from water and ice. Apart from that, there are other elemental clones. Flame jet. He stood up and released a flame jet towards the sky. Suddenly, he sensed a change in the energy within him, which transformed into flame energy in an instant. This process was very brief, but he could clearly perceive the change. He released several more flame jets, but even though he saw the process of energy conversion, he just couldn't convert the energy within him into flame energy. I can see the process, but I still don't grasp the method. I still don't understand the essence. Perhaps this is what needs to be studied in college. The property change of energy is a blind spot in my knowledge right now. I need to check some relevant materials at the school library. He gave up on continuing to develop the elemental clone technique and instead focused on comprehending other skills, quietly waiting for the secret realm time to end. Suddenly, a bell rang out in the sky. Secret realm time is up. The high-level secret realm building. The hall. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, students flocked in, and in a moment, it was already crowded with people. Once everyone had exited, the secret door behind them slammed shut. The crowd felt the changes within themselves, and each began to discuss. This trip was worth it. Those 5 hours of cultivation were equivalent to 10 days of practice for me. It's a pity we only have this one chance. If only we could come once a month. You wish. The monsters inside have all been killed, and you have to give them time to reproduce, right? That's true. We get to enter once a year. By the next time, the monsters inside should have repopulate. In a corner, Lynch stood in silence, neither speaking nor trying to draw attention, quietly making his way outside. On the other side, Li Wu lowered his head, not wanting anyone to see his swollen face, and quietly approached the duty office. Seeing a few teachers inside reviewing documents, but not finding his second uncle, he asked in confusion. Where is my second uncle? Who are you looking for? Li Tsong. Li Tsong was seriously injured by Zhao Ku and is hospitalized. Additionally, he has been suspended for defaming Lin Chen. You are Li Wu, right? You should quickly go to the hospital to visit him. Li Wu was stunned upon hearing this. What on earth happened? How did so many major events occur as soon as I came out of the secret realm? He quickly opened his wristwatch to go online for information, and before long, he understood the reason behind the situation. How could this be happening? He felt lost and confused. This series of blows made him feel as if the whole world was against him. Having never experienced setbacks before, he felt a sense of questioning life itself. On the other side, Lin Chen had just stepped out of the building when he began to hear discussions around him, with his name faintly mentioned. He listened closely. Before long, he understood. So that's it, Zhao Ku avenged me. He fell into deep thought, laughing sweetly to himself. At that moment, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, and a delicate hand rested on it. Looking up, he saw Zhao Ku's cold and beautiful face. You came out? Let's go, it's time for dinner. Ha! Lin Chen hadn't reacted yet when Zhao Ku pulled him and walked outside. Accompanying them were 3 others, Bai Xiaosa and the 2 others who followed behind, covering their mouths and chuckling. Seeing Lin Chen at a disadvantage was quite amusing to them. After all, such a scene was rare. Just like that, Lin Chen was taken to a private room at a restaurant outside the school. Everyone took their seats, and Zhao Ku let Lin Chen sit in the main seat. Lin Chen said, so you all even booked a private room? Bai Xiaosa laughed, we're here to welcome you, of course, we've been prepared for a long time. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude, thank you all for your help this time, or else I would have had to suffer this loss in silence. Zhao Ku said, now you understand the importance of cultivation, right? After dinner, come hunting with me tomorrow. Zhao Ku had a caring demeanor. If it were someone else, Lin Chen would definitely feel disdain, but Zhao Ku's attitude made him feel very warm inside. This time, Zhao Ku offended the principal for his sake. This kindness was considerable. As for why others helped, a large part of it was due to life-saving gratitude. However, since they were willing to help, they were friends, which showed that they were people who repaid kindness, and their character was still quite good. Lin Chen spoke to these few people in a gentle tone, with the intention of befriending them. If it were yesterday, he wouldn't want to interact much with these people. Apart from Zhao Ku, the others were just background characters, and whether they existed or not didn't matter to him. But after today's events, he was quite touched and decided to befriend these few people. Everyone raised their cups, drinking and laughing about life. Everyone, cheers! Cheers! It is said that for men, the simplest way to strengthen feelings is to get drunk together, and Lin Chen completely agreed with this. The crowd was drunk, with arms around each other, calling each other brothers, and their feelings seemed to have warmed to the level of real brothers. Zhao Ku looked at the 4, smiling. She had the best alcohol tolerance, her body refined by the power of thunder, and was in great shape, able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. The 4 each picked up a skewer of grilled meat, holding them with both hands, bowed, and offered a toast to the sky. Today, we 4 become brothers. I'm the eldest brother. Lin Chen said, slightly tipsy. I'm the second brother. Bai Xiaoshu burped loudly. I'm the third brother. The slender, cold-faced youth Fongbusi tilted his head and declared in a ringing voice. I'm the fourth brother. The slightly plump, endearing youth Shufei half leaned on the table, one eye open and one eye closed, and said, not asking to be born in the same year and month, just hoping for the same year and month. Well, the crowd collectively let out a loud burp, unable to resist the drunkenness, and with a thud, they all collapsed to the ground, piled up like a stack of dominoes, not forgetting to burp again. Burp. Zhaoku shook his head with a light laugh, looking at everyone's appearance. Being sworn brothers halfway through is also your destiny. I hope you can complete the remaining ritual in the future and become true brothers. Sigh, I still have to take you all back. What a hassle. Zhaoku gently closed his eyes, gathering the power of thunder, and behind him appeared a shadow of the Thunder Emperor. This time, the Thunder Emperor was clearer. He opened his eyes, waved his hand lightly, and thunder transformed into 4 long snakes that coiled around the waists of the 4 people, with thunder swirling, lifting the 4 into the air. Zhaoku walked out of the private room like this. The waiter, seeing this scene, suddenly gasped in surprise, and upon seeing the person's face, immediately guessed it was Zhaoku. Zhaoku said, tomorrow, Bai Xiaoshu will come to settle the bill. Ah. The waiter was stunned for a moment, quickly reacting and saying, okay, I've noted it down for you, please take care. Zhaoku moved quickly and soon sent the other 3 people back. Finally arriving at Lin Chen's home, Zhaoku found the key on Lin Chen and opened the door. Laying Lin Chen on the bed, Zhaoku softly said, sleep well, we will go hunting outside the city tomorrow. She gently lowered her head, her lips lightly touching Lin Chen's forehead, instantly making her face flush red, and she hurriedly turned to leave. Lin Chen groggily said, drink, keep drinking. A night without words, and soon daybreak arrived. In the morning, Lin Chen covered his heavy head and sat up. The events from the previous day's banquet gradually surfaced in his mind. He suddenly slapped his head, shouting, drinking can lead to trouble, it's too dangerous. Fortunately, Zhaoku was there, otherwise the consequences would be hard to predict. He felt dread in his heart, having just offended the Lee family and still being so careless, who knows how he might end up dying in the future. Hey, we almost became sworn brothers yesterday. What kind of situation is this? Lin Chen recalled the ridiculous things he did yesterday, and suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. They actually treated skewers as incense and almost became brothers? Truly, in this vast world, anything can happen. Thankfully, they suddenly fainted during the remaining half of the ceremony, so the swearing-in did not take place, otherwise, it would have been hard to know how it would end. However, there were still gains, at least our relationship has gotten a step closer. Lin Chen shook his head, closed his eyes to rest, and the after-effects of the hangover gradually faded away. Suddenly, his watch beeped. DDD. When he opened the watch to check, he found a message from Zhaoku. Come quickly to the Awakener Guild. Okay. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he promised Zhaoku yesterday that they would go hunting together today. Let's go. Target, Awakener Guild. Awakener Guild. This is a tall tower-shaped building with a total of 9 floors, representing 9 levels of combat power. 2 majestic stone lions guard the entrance, with 2 security guards standing on either side of the main entrance, their vigilant eyes scanning the passing crowd. At this moment, a tall and graceful girl is standing beside a stone lion, looking around as if she is waiting for someone. As soon as Lin Chen appeared, he heard her waving and calling, over here, over here. Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart at her words, and his mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile as he hurried over. You really got up late, but luckily you're not late. What happens if I'm late? The consequences are quite serious, because I will be very angry. I'm so scared. Lin Chen pretended to be scared, which made Zhaoku laugh angrily, so annoying. The two chatted as they walked inside. When they reached the door, the security guard said, welcome, please show your identity card. The two took out their identity cards and placed them on the inspection table, and a sound came from the inspection table. Ding, identity detected, Zhanggao student Lin Chen, welcome. Beep, identity detected, 3 high student Zhaoku, welcome. Please come in, both of you. The two nodded and walked inside. This was his first time entering the Awakened Association. Although he had looked up information and viewed photos online, seeing it in person still surprised him quite a bit. At first glance, what caught his eye was a large high-definition screen column in the center of the room, which was displaying various task information in real time. At this moment, quite a few people were standing in front of the column, staring at the screen. This is the task hall. The screen on that column is updating various task information in real time and is where adventurers accept tasks, Zhaoku explained. Lin Chen realized, saying, so, are we going to accept tasks as well? Zhaoku said, you need to test your combat power first before you can become an adventurer and accept tasks. Let's go to the second floor to test your combat power first. Okay. Let's go. Zhaoku led the way, with Lin Chen following behind. On the way, Zhaoku introduced, the Awakeners Guild has a total of 9 levels, representing 9 tiers of combat power. You are all ready. At the second tier, so there's no need to go to the first level, just go directly to the second level to test your combat power. Lin Chen understood and asked, by the way, have you tested your combat power? Zhaoku nodded and said, I tested it yesterday. No wonder Zhaoku was so familiar, it turned out she was here yesterday. The second floor was quite spacious, far less lively than the hall downstairs. Under the guidance of the attendant, Lin Chen arrived at the room for testing combat power. This is the test point for second tier combat power. Please enter this room to test your combat power. As long as you pass the test, you will be recognized. as a second-tier awakener, and we will also provide you with an adventurer's token, allowing you to take tasks from the task hall and receive rewards. Lin Chen nodded and walked towards the room. The tests for low-tier awakeners are conducted entirely by machines. Only the tests for high-tier awakeners involve biological testers. As Lin Chen just entered the room, a prompt sound rang in his ears. Ding, please defeat the Tier 2 combat robot. Time limit 30 minutes. Buzz, the side door opened, and a silver-white robot holding a shield stepped out. Lin Chen calmly released his clones, 10 clones divided into 2 teams, encircling the robot. The clones had experienced multiple battles, cooperating increasingly well and possessing rich combat experience. Although it was their first time fighting a robot, they quickly adjusted their tactics. Instead of attacking vital points like the lower pathways, they changed to targeting the eyes and throat. Release energy slash. Lin Chen commanded. Upon hearing this, the clones didn't hesitate and simultaneously released the energy slash. Suddenly, 10 azure slashes appeared out of thin air, carrying a sharp aura, flying toward the robot. Observant people would notice that Lin Chen's energy slash, although the same size, had a deeper color and greater attack power, as he had improved this skill in the spirit realm. Although it did not transform the energy slash, it increased its power by 30%. The robot's reaction was quite fast. It quickly raised its shield, directly blocking the front. With a series of loud bangs, the energy slash dissipated, and the shield in the robot's hand shattered into 2 pieces. The robot was only a second-tier combat power, facing 10 clones of the same tier. It simply could not gain the upper hand. The robot froze in place, and Lin Chen immediately issued a command. Close in, lock onto the robot. The clones received the order and immediately ran over. Ignoring the robot's counterattack, they used hands and feet to tightly restrain the robot's limbs, rendering it unable to move for a short time. Other clones immediately released their skills, attacking the robot's head frantically. Energy slash. Flame jet. Boom boom boom. Dozens of attacks descended with a thunderous sound. Even the robot's defenses could not withstand them. With a crack, the head fell to the ground, making a hissing noise. Lin Chen was about to order another attack when a prompt sound suddenly came to his ears. Beep, congratulations on passing the second-tier combat strength test. Beep, identity card information has been updated, please check. Opening the identity card, he indeed found that the original 0-tier awakener had transformed into a second-tier awakener. Moreover, he also gained an additional identity called adventurer. The door is open, please leave. Crack. The door opened, and without saying a word, Lin Chen walked out. Let's go downstairs to take the mission. Zhao Ku was waiting outside. Seeing Lin Chen come out in less than 5 minutes, he showed no surprise and quickly said, The 2 of them returned to the mission hall again. This time, they stood in front of the pillars like everyone else, looking at the task information on the screens. Tasks appeared before their eyes, some of which had already been completed and were taken down, while others were marked as urgent. Such tasks usually offered generous rewards, but the difficulty was also considerable. There were also tasks that were very simple, but the rewards were quite limited. Lin Chen directly ignored these types of tasks. He was looking for tasks that could both fight monsters and earn money, which was the purpose of his trip and also Zhao Ku's purpose. Looking at the screen, he confidently searched, one task after another flashing before his eyes, only to be quickly dismissed. Task 3 Frost Wolves, reward 5,000 star coins. Requirement first tier awakened. Task 1 Star Frost Grass, reward 2,000 star coins. Requirement first tier awakened. Task 1 Thunder Strike Wood, reward 50,000 star coins. Requirement 3rd tier awakened. Task: explore the old city ruins located 100 miles south of Jiqing and create a map of the ruins. Reward: 100,000 star coins. Requirement: 3rd tier awakened. One task after another was passed over by him, feeling a bit disappointed. If he really couldn't find anything, he might as well just pick one to do for now. Just as he was filled with disappointment, suddenly, a task caught his eye, stirring his heart, and he immediately clicked to accept. Task: collect silver wing rabbit wings, no quantity limit, 500 star coins for each pair of silver wings. Requirement: above 2nd tier awakened. The silver-winged rabbit is a first-tier ferocious beast that lives in the Star Guardian Forest, named for its pair of silver transparent wings. Its wings contain special substances that can be refined into potions to enhance physical agility, making it a rather precious medicinal material. However, the silver-winged rabbit is naturally cunning, with 3 burrows, not only digging holes underground but also in trees, capable of both burrowing and flying, making it difficult to capture. Thus, the wings of the silver-winged rabbit are in short supply. Lin Chen's purpose for this trip is not only to complete the task but also to hunt monsters in the Star Guardian Forest. The Star Guardian Forest is located 20 miles southeast of Ji City, covering a vast area filled with countless ferocious beasts and abundant medicinal materials. Originally, this Star Guardian Forest was his next hunting destination. It's just right that there's a task to do, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Ku, what do you think of this task? Lin Chen said, pointing at the task information on the screen. Zhao Ku frowned as he looked and then slightly furrowed his brow. He glanced at Lin Chen and saw his eager expression, ultimately nodding slightly and said, "That's the one." Lin Chen was delighted and said, "You should take the task too, there's no limit on the number." After Zhao Ku also took the task, Lin Chen hurriedly said, "Wait for me a moment, I'll go buy some weapons, and then we'll set off." "Okay." Lin Chen quickly left the Awakeners Guild and ran towards the weapon shop. Arriving at the weapon shop, he saw the owner again, who was currently reading a book out of boredom. Seeing Lin Chen come in, he put down the book and smiled. "It's you again. What kind of weapon are you planning to buy this time?" Lin Chen quickly said, "Give me 8 tang knives." The owner was slightly taken aback, took out 8 tang knives without asking for the reason, and threw them to Lin Chen, saying with a smile, "Here you go. A bargain at 80,000. Lin Chen paid the money, slung the tang knives over his back, said goodbye to the owner, and hurriedly left. The old man watched Lin Chen's silhouette and chuckled while shaking his head. This kid has made quite a name for himself these past few days. Interesting. At the Awakeners Guild, Lin Chen returned to Zhao Ke's side. Seeing the additional weapon on his back, Zhao Ke hurriedly asked, "Are you tired?" Lin Chen shook his head and said he wasn't tired. "It's getting late, let's leave now." Zhao Ke nodded and said, "Alright, but when we get there, you mustn't overexert yourself, understand?" Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, saying, "Don't worry, I'll be sure to act within my limits." Only then did Zhao Ke feel assured. The two then wasted no time and immediately headed toward the outskirts of the city. Once out of the city, they headed straight for the Star Guardian Forest. Both were second-tier awakeners and moved quickly. 10 minutes later, the Star Guardian Forest appeared before them. Beneath their feet was an endless expanse of grassland, and in front lay an unending primordial forest stretching for dozens of miles. At a glance, the tall trees blocked out the sun, and beneath them was a small path worn down by footsteps stretching into the depths of the forest, resembling a huge bloodthirsty mouth waiting for its prey, sending a shiver down one's spine. "Let's go." The two entered the forest along the small path, the temperature suddenly dropping several degrees. Zhao Ke drew a silver-white long sword, remaining on guard against the surroundings. Lin Chen, on the other hand, created a clone to scout ahead. The clone nodded and carefully walked forward with the Tang Dao given by Lin Chen, while Zhao Ke and Lin Chen remained alert to their surroundings. Suddenly, a fierce sound of fighting came from ahead. Something happened. The two exchanged glances and quickened their steps. After a while, they saw 3 rabbits with silver-white wings being slapped to death by the clone. The bloody and violent scene caused Zhao Ke to pause slightly. "Lin Chen, is your clone a bit too strong?" Although she had saved her, she still couldn't believe that Lin Chen's clone was so strong. Killing 3 first-tier fierce beasts with a few slaps was something she could also do, but this was just one of Lin Chen's clones. If the clone is this strong, isn't the main body even stronger? It's been 3 days since we last met, shouldn't we look at each other with fresh eyes? I've been cultivating in the spirit's secret realm, my strength has improved, that's completely normal. You'll have even more surprises in the future. Zhao Ke felt a subtle change in her heart as she carefully examined the man in front of her. Lin Chen looked back at her, causing her to immediately lower her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Hey, why are you looking at me?" Lin Chen said. It's nothing. Let's quickly gather the wings of the silverwing rabbit," Zhao Ke said. "You just rest, I can handle it." Zhao Ke felt warmth in her heart upon hearing this. Is he showing concern for me? For this kind of trivial work, let the clone handle it and we can just rest over here. Zhao Ke watched as Lin Chen created several clones to gather feathers while he stood by. For some reason, she felt a wave of inexplicable disappointment in her heart. Am I overthinking it? At that moment, Zhao Ke himself didn't understand why he, who usually acted casually, suddenly became somewhat apprehensive. Once the spoils were collected, Lin Chen said, "Let's go, continue moving forward." Suddenly, sounds of roaring came from ahead. Lin Chen perked up his ears and listened. It sounded like wolves howling, and he ordered Clone 1 to lead the 4 clones to scout ahead. Using the perspective of the clones, Lin Chen discovered that it was indeed a pack of ice wolves surrounding a flame tiger. "What's the situation up ahead?" Zhao Ke asked. Lin Chen replied, "More than 30 first-tier ferocious beasts, ice wolves, are attacking a second-tier ferocious beast, the flame tiger. The flame tiger is at a disadvantage, its death is only a matter of time." "What do you plan to do?" The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Chen continued, "Don't act yet, your Thunder Emperor is very powerful and I plan to use it as a trump card." Zhao Ke, hearing this, proudly raised his head and patted his chest, promising to protect Lin Chen well. Lin Chen smiled and said, "My little life depends on you for protection. How could I live without you?" Sharp-tongued. "The time has come." Lin Chen's expression suddenly became serious as he commanded his clones to charge. At this moment, on the battlefield, the fire flame tiger was on the verge of death, and the frost wolf had already lost 10 of its kind. At this time, 10 clones, like a sharp knife, suddenly plunged into the pack of ferocious beasts, causing instant chaos. 10 fully intact second-level clones found it extremely easy to deal with the weary 10 first-level ferocious beasts. With swift strikes, one by one, the frost wolves perished. Lin Chen's ears were continually filled with the system's notification sounds. Ding! Kill the frost wolf, upgrade points plus 60. Ding! Kill the ice wolf, upgrade points plus 60. In an instant, 600 upgrade points were credited. Lin Chen was overjoyed, but before he could laugh out loud, a sudden change occurred, and a loud noise startled him awake. Through number 1's vision, Lin Chen saw a plump rabbit charging towards him. Wherever it passed, there was chaos, trees were broken, and the wild grass was flattened. "What happened?" "Talk while you walk," Lin Chen said as he got up and walked towards his clone. Just discovered the Silverwing Rabbit King. It's a full 5 meters tall, very powerful, and is probably about to break through to the 3rd tier. Zhao Ke replied, wait a moment, don't take action, let me show you my strength. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, saying he would definitely let her showcase her might. Before long, the two arrived at the Silverwing Rabbit King surrounded by clones. System, I want to check the attributes of the Silverwing Rabbit King. Ding, it will consume 10 upgrade points. Would you like to check? Check. Silverwing Rabbit King. Rank, quasi 3rd rank. Skill, Silverwing / Storm Breath, Sharp Claw Strike, Stomp. Not very strong, can kill. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Roar. A pair of blood-red eyes, surrounded by a, angrily stared at the clone. Collective Release Energy Slash. Suddenly, 10 azure energy slashes roared towards the Silverwing Rabbit King. The Silverwing Rabbit King let out a loud roar, its wings flapping, and silver energy appeared all around. Silverwing Slash. 2 3-meter-long silver-white energy slashes were released from the Silverwing Rabbit King's wings. Boom! The energy slashes collided with the Silverwing Slash, producing a tremendous noise. However, in the end, the energy slashes were still superior. 3 remaining energy slashes struck the Rabbit King, but were blocked by the storm around it. The 3 energy slashes hit the Silverwing Rabbit King as if pebbles falling into a lake, causing not a ripple. At this moment, Zhao Ke took a step forward. Lin Chen, step back, I'll take over. Lin Chen nodded. Although he could also kill the Silverwing Rabbit King, it would inevitably take some time. Rather than that, it was better to leave the battlefield to Zhao Ke. He also wanted to see the true combat power of an SS-level talent. At this moment, Zhao Ke was bathed in thunder, his hair standing on end. The azure lightning danced around him, resembling a thunder goddess. Spear of the Thunder God. With a light shout, dozens of spears made of lightning appeared around Zhao Ke. Go! With a command, the Spear of Thunder shot through the air. Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately gave orders to his clone to surround and attack, blocking the surrounding space to prevent the Silverwing Rabbit King from escaping. Roar! Breath of the Storm. The Silverwing Rabbit King was enveloped by a storm, its speed becoming extremely fast, trying to evade the 10 lightning spears. However, an unexpected situation occurred. The lightning spears suddenly changed direction, their speed doubling. With a loud bang, the attack landed on the Silverwing Rabbit King. Lin Chen was slightly startled at this scene. Truly an SS-level talent, it is indeed powerful. This strike is no less than a Tier 3 combat strength. No wonder it could easily subdue Li Tsong. Go! Lin Chen also issued the attack command. The clone immediately moved forward, spewing out heartfire. Streams of heartfire were shot out, forcing the Silverwing Rabbit King to dodge. Bang! A bolt of thunder spears suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through the Silverwing Rabbit King. Lin Chen rushed forward, raised the knife in his hand, and beheaded the Rabbit King. Ding! Killed the Silverwing Rabbit King, upgrade points plus 400. Continue to kill. Having killed the Silverwing Rabbit King, this was just the beginning. With a clone scouting the surrounding environment, they could always avoid danger, allowing the two to thrive in the forest. Zhao Ke's skill usage became increasingly proficient, and Lin Chen's upgrade points continually increased. When dusk arrived, the two had already hunted over 100 Silverwing rabbits. As for other monsters, there are thousands of them, allowing Lin Chen's upgrade points to reach as many as 100,000. Ding! Upgrade points sufficient. Do you want to upgrade your talent? Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading talent to a plus level. In the next moment, Lin Chen's spirit suddenly jolted, and radiance of white light surrounded him, making it impossible for Zhao Ke beside him to open his eyes. Lin Chen felt a power within him continuously strengthening, causing him to issue a comfortable groan. After a while, the white light retracted, and Lin Chen opened his eyes. Lin Chen, are you alright? Zhao Ke asked worriedly. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'm fine, my talent almost transformed, but unfortunately it didn't succeed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ke was immediately stunned. The look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Chen was as if she were looking at a monster. Hadn't you just transformed your talent? It's only been a few days, and you're about to transform your talent again? Isn't that too fast for a cheat? However, hearing Lin Chen say that the transformation failed, she became worried again. Although I did not successfully transform into S rank, my talent ability has increased. Lin Chen said with a smile. Let me show you my talent ability now. Lin Chen said as he dismissed his clones. Then, he summoned his clones again. With a flash of white light, 20 clones appeared around him. I can summon 20 clones now, and each clone's combat power is 10% stronger than my main body. In other words, he had 20 clones that were stronger than himself. If this scene were to be known by others, envy and jealousy would be mild reactions. It is important to know that most people can only have a slight chance of talent transformation during a breakthrough in combat power, while someone like Lin Chen, who has not broken through in combat power but has seen his talent strengthen, is truly rare. Zhao Ke quickly went from initial surprise to happiness. Very good, you have become stronger, and we can go to the same university in the future, Zhao Ke said. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'd hope so. Lin Chen's obsession with going to university wasn't very deep. He had a system that could make him strong anywhere. It was simply a matter of changing the hunting ground. It's getting dark, let's head back, Lin Chen said. After returning to the city, they went to the Awakeners Guild to hand over a task, receiving a reward of 100,000 star coins, and then the two bid farewell and went their separate ways. In the following days, Lin Chen and Zhao Ku went hunting every day, leaving early and returning late, while Lin Chen's combat power broke through again, reaching late-stage Tier 2 strength. He was extremely busy, and the thrill of becoming stronger overwhelmed him, making it irresistible. Zhao Ku also benefited greatly. Her control over skills improved significantly, and her combat power increased slightly. Meanwhile, various major forces also placed Lin Chen's information on their desks. The Lee family. The third son of the Lee family head, known as the third young master, was currently reading an investigation report. This Lin Chen, although he has A-grade talent, his combat power is comparable to that of S-grade talent. Quite interesting. However, he has offended that Li Wu kid, and given Li Wu and Li Tsung's personalities, they probably won't let it go easily. Having offended my Lee family, if we ignore it, we will inevitably lose face. Hey, go and make some connections in the black market, open a convenient door for Li Wu and his companion, so they can put up a bounty on Lin Chen. As his voice fell, the air behind him rippled, and a man dressed entirely in black stepped out. At your command. Hospital. Li Tsung turned around with difficulty and said to Li Wu, "It's not a gentleman's act to not repay this grudge. This matter has cost me my job and made the Li family lose face. Li Wu, you go to the black market and issue a bounty. I want Lin Chen's head." Li Wu, deeply resentful, nodded and said, "Don't worry, second uncle, having offended my Li family, he will definitely lose his head." Principal's office. The principal put down the steel pen in his hand and asked, "What has Zhao Ku been up to lately?" Secretary Qian swayed her voluptuous hips and walked over, saying, "He is with Lin Chen, taking on a lot of tasks, hunting outside the city." The principal was quite surprised. It seems that Zhao Ku and Lin Chen have a close relationship. Bang bang bang. His knuckles lightly tapped on the table as he pondered, weighing the pros and cons. Secretary Qian, go tell the people below not to make things difficult for Lin Chen and to give him as much convenience as possible in the school, the principal suddenly said. Secretary Qian hesitated for a moment and said, "Is Lin Chen really that important?" The principal smiled and said, "Lin Chen is not important. What's important is Zhao Ku, an SS-level talent who has been admitted early by the top 10 academies. Even among SS-level talents, she is at the top. We can't afford to neglect her." Secretary Qian suddenly understood, glanced at him, and nodded, "I'll take care of it right away." The principal sighed, "Hurry up." Weapon store. The store manager's graying beard quivered slightly, as if sensing something. He walked out of the store, closed the door, and headed towards the outskirts of the city. In a place where Lin Chen and the others could not see, a pair of eyes was staring at them. However, this gaze was not hostile, on the contrary, it was filled with goodwill. The old man stroked his beard and frowned, saying, "This Lin Chen is also a piece of uncut jade. He has already reached third-tier combat power so quickly, and his rate of improvement is no less than Zhao Ku. It seems to be due to his clone talent. What a pity. For those who have not awakened to S-grade talent, entering the Chaos Element Academy is harder than ascending to the heavens. On the other hand, Zhao Ku has endless potential. In just a few days, she has awakened 5 skills. In time, she will undoubtedly be the pillar of our Chaos Element Academy's lightning system. I must ensure nothing happens to her, otherwise, this old man's face will be utterly disgraced." The dark market. The black market contains a dark market that specializes in murder and smuggling activities. At this moment, a bounty appeared on the dark market's reward list with a generous reward. It's actually a murder bounty. It hasn't shown up for some time. To kill just an A-grade talent student, yet they are offering such a high reward. I'll take it. Before long, someone took the mission, and it wasn't just one person. In their view, this was a task that was essentially free. These assassins accepted the mission and immediately headed outside the city, lying in ambush among the rocky terrain outside the city gate. This was a necessary path for returning to the city, making it a suitable spot for ambush and assassination. The Bai family. The Bai family study. With a creak, the door opened and a young man in white entered. "Dad, you called for me?" Bai Xiaoshui said. He had just been practicing when he was suddenly awakened, his tone a bit impatient, carrying a hint of complaint. Bai Qianleng smiled and said, "You brat, are you getting upset with your father? I'm calling you to tell you some bad news." Bai Xiaoshui didn't care. What bad news could there be? With his father in front blocking the way, he wasn't worried at all. Lin Chen has had a bounty placed on him in the black market, and the reward is quite substantial, 500,000 star coins. Bai Xiaosa, upon hearing this, hurriedly asked, "No one is taking the task, we should quickly spend money to cancel it." If no one takes the task, money can be spent to cancel the bounty. According to the rules of the black market, after canceling the bounty, the same bounty cannot be released again within a month. In other words, spending a little money can buy a month's life. It's too late, a group of assassins has already left the city. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaosa felt a chill in his heart, and the scene of drinking with a few people a few days ago surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, there was a pang of pain in his heart. He said, "Dad, you can save him, right?" Bai Qianleng saw Bai Xiaosa's expression for the first time and was somewhat moved as he said, "I can save him, but it will offend the person behind this, and it will also come at a certain cost. Dad, as long as you help me save him, I will listen to you from now on." Bai Qianleng, upon hearing this, said, "I will help you save him, but you must listen to me and go to the Cave Void Academy in advance." I promise you," he gritted his teeth and said. Outside the city. On the way back to the city, suddenly, Lin Chen's wristwatch started beeping repeatedly. He curiously opened the watch and found it was a message from Bai Xiaosa, so he clicked to read it. There's an assassination, be very careful on your way back to the city. After Lin Chen read the message, his brows furrowed. He glanced at Zhao Ke beside him, noticing that she was looking around at the scenery in boredom. He said, "Today, you go back first. I still have some matters to attend to and might return a little later." Zhao Ke asked curiously, "What matters?" "I'll accompany you. I gained some insights and want to find a place to consolidate my cultivation before it gets dark." "Don't worry, I will be very cautious no matter how many times you remind me. I definitely won't take it lightly," Lin Chen replied. Hearing this, Zhao Ke nodded proudly. But she still insisted on staying together. Lin Chen tried various ways to persuade her and eventually managed to convince her to go back. Lin Chen observed his surroundings. He didn't see anyone nearby, but he knew there must be protectors around Zhao Ke. However, this was Lin Chen's matter, and he didn't want Zhao Ke to get caught up in the assassination entanglement. This is his trouble, and he has a way to resolve it. There's no need to let Zhao Ke get involved. After Zhao Ke walked far away, Lin Chen turned back directly and ran towards the Death Valley. On the way, Lin Chen opened his wristwatch and sent a message to Bai Xiaosa. "Lin Chen, what is the strength of the assassin?" "Bai Xiaosa, I just checked. The ones accepting the tasks in the dark market are at least 2nd tier, with a maximum of 4th tier. There are a total of 16 people. 1 4th tier, 6 3rd tier, and the rest are all 2nd tier. The enemy strength is very strong, although they all have B-level talents. You must be very careful." "Lin Chen, thank you for the information. Consider me owing you a favor." "Bai Xiaosa, we're friends. We almost swore an oath of brotherhood, so let's not worry about that. I've already asked my dad to help you. Don't go back to the city yet. My dad will definitely have a way." "Lin Chen, please thank your father for me." "Bai Xiaosa, don't be so polite. Just be very careful." "Lin Chen, don't worry. I will make sure to survive." "Bai Xiaosa, I believe in you, but be careful. I won't disturb you anymore. You must come back alive." "Lin Chen, I will." Lin Chen closed the watch, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He looked around and finally gazed forward, towards the direction of the Death Canyon. "Today, I will kill my way through the Death Canyon. I must break through to Tier 3 combat strength." Lin Chen raised his knife, summoned his doppelgangers, and pointed the blade ahead. "Charge!" The doppelgangers instantly split into 4 teams, each led by number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4, rushing in 4 different directions. Number 1 and number 2 remained their original doppelgangers, but their strengths had increased, and their gazes were more lively. The day when they become independent personalities is just around the corner, which Lin Chen looked forward to. Number 3 and number 4 were slightly weaker, their gazes a bit dull, but they were already the most outstanding among these doppelgangers, aside from number 1 and number 2. The 4 teams of doppelgangers, with the strength of late stage 2, swept across all directions. The monsters in the Death Valley are at most 2nd tier, and they have no power to resist against the powerful clones. With the ongoing slaughters, Lin Chen became more and more excited. The system prompt sounds kept ringing in his ears, a sound like heavenly music, making him unable to stop and become addicted to it. "Ding, killed Silver Skull Warrior, upgrade points plus 20. "Ding, killed Golden Skull Warrior, upgrade points plus 50. "Ding, killed Black Knight, upgrade points plus 100. The outer monsters were quickly slaughtered, and Lin Chen commanded the clones to continue advancing deeper. The surrounding environment changed drastically, with rugged stones, fallen trees everywhere, and crows flying around. The sleeping undead were awakened by the presence of the living, one by one lifting their grotesque heads and gazing at Lin Chen's clones. The first clone snorted coldly and rushed out first, while the blade's edge already glowed with a ghostly blue light during the charge. Energy slash. The other clones followed suit and rushed out to fight. One by one, the monsters that had just awakened were ruthlessly slaughtered and returned to the netherworld. Ding, killed a Bone Knight, upgrade points plus 100. Ding, killed a Platinum Skeleton Warrior, upgrade points plus 70. Ding, killed a Red Robe Skeleton Mage, upgrade points plus 80. Ding, killed a green-haired zombie, upgrade points plus 120. Here, various undead creatures clustered together, and almost all of them were monsters of at least first rank. The avatar's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it was in high spirits, striking at vital points with every slash. Lin Chen hid outside, no longer paying attention to the battle in the valley, pondering the matter of assassins. His original plan was to raise his combat power to the 3rd rank, and then use the power of fusion to deal with ordinary awakened ones at the 4th rank. With the power of fusion, even 10 at the 3rd rank would not be opponents. I only need to pay attention to that 4th rank assassin. The mastermind is likely Li Wu and Li Tsong. Lin Chen thought to himself. He only offended these 2 people, and they wouldn't dare to act in the city, but outside the city, they wouldn't have to care so much. Feuds are too common outside the city. A forest of jagged rocks. A dozen masked assassins were keeping watch, observing all directions and listening for any movements around them. Suddenly, they noticed a girl walking over. Don't act rashly, that's Zhao Ke, a student from Sangao, with SS-level talent, and has been admitted to the Chaos Element Academy ahead of time. She definitely has protectors behind her, attacking her means certain death. At this reminder, everyone's breathing became hurried. Luckily someone warned them, otherwise, if they acted rashly, they wouldn't have survived either. After Zhao Ke left, they waited for several more hours but still saw no trace of Lin Chen. Could the target have taken a detour back to the city? The brothers in the city sent word he hasn't returned to the city. That means he's still outside. What is this guy doing? Why not return to the city at night? Let's wait. This place is a necessary route back to the city. If he doesn't come back now, he will definitely return in the morning. If he dies out there, it will save us the trouble of taking action. Several more hours passed. Someone started to yawn, but Lin Chen was still nowhere to be seen. Time flowed slowly, and the sky began to brighten at the horizon. The group had kept watch all night, too afraid to sleep, and were already exhausted, but Lin Chen had yet to appear. Damn it, where the hell did this guy go? Could it be that he knows someone is trying to assassinate him? Most likely, Zhaoko went back to the city alone. Clearly, he led Zhaoko away. Humph, what a foolish person. If Zhaoko were here, we would still have to be cautious. The group was very sleepy now, and the rising anger made their heads feel swollen. Their condition was poor. In the past, they would definitely consider whether to abandon the mission. But they had investigated Lin Chen, a mere student with second-tier combat power, and despite their exhaustion, they felt no fear at all. Humph, do you think that just because of this you can exhaust us? Wishful thinking. The Death Valley. Lin Chen's doppelganger surrounded a skeletal knight. Number 1 lifted his sword high and swung it down heavily. Bang! The head of the skeletal knight fell to the ground, the soul fire extinguished, and he met his end. Ding! Killed the skeletal knight, upgrade points plus 100. Lin Chen looked around at the shattered corpses strewn across the ground and couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. Let's upgrade. Ding! Requires the consumption of 100,000 upgrade points. Do you want to upgrade combat power? Yes. On a dark and windy night, a time for murder and arson. The city was brightly lit while darkness enveloped the outside, with only the pale light on the horizon illuminating the land. In the rocky forest, more than 10 assassins rubbed their tired eyes, suddenly sensing something unusual around them. "Ah-san, is that you?" An assassin spoke to the dark space beside him. The response came from the silent air. His heart trembled, raising his alertness, when suddenly a gleaming knife was pressed against his neck. "You are not Ah-san. Who are you really?" he asked, trembling. However, the response to him was death. A glimmer of cold light appeared, and a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. With a thud, he fell to the ground, dead. In an instant, 15 thuds sounded, and only the last 4th-tier assassin escaped this disaster. He clasped his chest wound, his eyes filled with surprise. "Who are you? Why did you ambush us and attempt to kill us?" He stared ahead and asked. In the distance, Lin Chen controlled his number 1 clone and said, "The one who wants to kill you is Lin Chen." "What? This is impossible." He was taken aback and exclaimed, "Absolutely impossible. You're only 2nd tier, how could you have such immense power? Did you break through to 3rd tier? Number 1 did not answer him again but lifted his knife with the other clones and charged forward wildly. Facing Lin Chen, who already had a plus-level talent and 3rd-tier combat strength, he didn't have much of a chance. Shadow of darkness. The assassin shouted softly, and a mass of dark shadows suddenly engulfed him, wrapping him entirely. At this moment, both his speed and attack speed had increased by several times, although he would reveal his true form after one strike. He was searching for Lin Chen's main body. As long as he killed Lin Chen's main body, these clones would naturally dissipate. Unfortunately, what he did not know was that Lin Chen was hiding 100 meters away from this location. Lin Chen immediately ordered the clones to unleash their heartfire. Boom! The heartfire instantly illuminated the surroundings. A black shadow appeared beside clone number 3. Clone number 3 immediately dropped his weapon, using hands and feet to suddenly explode forward and grab the assassin's waist. The assassin was startled. "Let go. You damn it, let go of me." He desperately elbowed the clone's waist, but clone number 3 completely ignored it, holding on tightly. "Die for me." However, the next moment, what awaited him were dozens of gleaming cold blades. Swish swish swish. The attacks formed an energy net, sealing off the entire surrounding area. Ah! The assassin was enveloped by the blade light, his body covered in scars, his eyes dimmed with regret. How could this happen? It's obvious that they are the assassins, so how did it end up with them being killed in an assassination? Shameful. This is a disgrace to being an assassin. The doppelganger won't care about his psychological state, it will strike down, killing him together with number 3. Number 3 can be resurrected, but he will be dead forever. Upon seeing the assassin die, Lin Chen gave the command to search for survivors. After a fierce fight, some assassins were only seriously injured and had not reached the point of death. Soon, an assassin was brought before Lin Chen. Lin Chen said expressionlessly, "Tell me who issued the assassination bounty, and I will spare your life." "How about that? Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything I know." The assassin was terrified, panic-stricken. He used to think he was fearless in the face of death, but when he was truly confronted with it, he couldn't control his desire to survive. "I will ask you a few questions first, and I hope you won't pull any tricks. You ask, and I will tell you everything I know without holding back." "Where did you receive the mission?" Lin Chen asked. "In the black market." Lin Chen didn't know much about the black market. He knew that this place existed within the underground market, and often those registered as assassins could accept missions there, receiving rewards far more lucrative than those from the Awakened Guild. Unlike the Awakened Guild, this place was filled with under-the-table tasks such as assassination and robbery. In fact, Bai Xiaoshu had already told him that he was being hunted by the black market, but that was not the point of his question. He continued, "I'll give you a mission. If you can complete it, then I won't kill you. What do you think? You say it, I will definitely accomplish it." He just wanted to survive now. The pain had stripped him of his spine. Lin Chen whispered a few words in his ear. After a moment, the other party nodded and said, I'll send the message right away, but what if they don't show up? Lin Chen smiled and said, then you'll just go to your grave with them. The assassin felt a chill in his heart and quickly said, don't kill me, they will definitely come. Then, Lin Chen began to wait. How to complete the task after killing someone? Naturally, they cannot bring the body into the city, as the intelligence system can detect the presence of a corpse. Therefore, they usually send photos to the black market or let the employer come to the scene to inspect. The message was quickly sent to the black market, which in turn sent the information about the completion of the bounty to the behind-the-scenes individuals. Li Wu and Li Tsong were overjoyed. It's done! Let's go, let's see outside the city. I want to stomp on his corpse a few times to vent my anger. He knew that the black market had dispatched 16 assassins, including a 4th-tier assassin, so he was not worried at all about Lin Chen's survival. The two exchanged glances and saw the crazy excitement in each other's eyes. As the sky gradually brightened, when the two arrived, they happened to see a dozen corpses lying on the ground. In the center of the corpses, a person was sitting on a stone, quietly watching them. Li Wu, Li Tsong, long time no see. Lin Chen looked at them with a half-smile. They were astonished. How is it possible that you're still alive? Their hearts were in turmoil. There were more than a dozen assassins, and one of them was a 4th-level assassin. How could he have counter-killed them? Even an S-rank talent awakener could only fight one level higher, yet he was only at the 2nd level. Wait, could it be that he has broken through again and reached 3rd-level combat power? In that case, everything makes sense. With the combat power he possesses after merging, it is indeed possible to defeat a 4th-level opponent. He has led the two of them over again, could it be? Lin Chen, do you dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid of the Li family? Li Wu quickly reacted and questioned arrogantly. Li Tsong, however, changed his usual demeanor and spoke gently. Lin Chen, we don't have any deep-seated grievances. It was our fault this time. If you let us go, I will bring out all my savings as compensation. What do you think? Now you're only just realizing fear? It's too late. Lin Chen smiled as he drew his knife and said, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. You might as well gather in the underground again. Quick battle, quick resolution, kill. The clones surged forward. Li Wu and the other person, one with 1st-tier combat power and the other with 3rd-tier combat power, how can they withstand a swarm of 3rd-tier clones? Ah! A scream sounded, and moments later, the two had their heads severed. Blood spurted high, and Lin Chen frowned silently. Gazing at the increasingly bright sky, he commanded, burn it all down. Then, he turned and walked towards the city gate. As for that assassin, Lin Chen didn't kill him, but severed his limbs and threw him to the roadside, where he slowly bled to death. With a creak, he pushed open the door. Lin Chen wearily sat on the sofa, and suddenly, his watch emitted a beeping sound. He opened the watch to check and found a message from Bai Xiaosa. Lin Chen, where are you? My dad said he has sent someone to pick you up. Have you seen them? No need. The assassins are all dead. Ah, could it be? I killed them. Lin Chen's calmness left Bai Xiaosa on the other end of the line utterly shocked. 16 assassins, and one of them is a 4th-tier assassin. Even if your clone has advantages and allows you to face the siege without fear, how did you manage to kill the 4th-tier assassin? He must have escaped back. He felt ashamed for returning in defeat, which is why he said that. Bai Xiaoshan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to ask something further when suddenly there was a knock at the door. With a creak, his father pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Chen killed all the assassins. I couldn't help but he also killed Li Wu and Li Tsong, completely offending the Li family. If the Li family finds out that Lin Chen killed them, they will definitely retaliate. However, I will ensure his life is protected, and you still have to go to the Cave Void Academy. Bai Xiaoshan's father, Bai Qianlang, was also quite surprised. An A-grade talent awakener managed to accomplish what most S-grade awakeners could not. The shock in his heart was no less than that of Bai Xiaoshan. Bai Xiaoshan was stunned and exclaimed, impossible, you're lying to me, right? Bai Qianlang sighed, just consider it me lying to you. Pack up, the long-bearded senior from Dongshu Academy has arrived. You should leave today. Bai Xiaosa was shocked by Lin Chen's strength, and at that moment, the flame of ambition in his heart ignited. Gritting his teeth, he said, okay, I understand. Bai Qianlang smiled, and surprisingly felt a hint of affection for the unfamiliar Lin Chen. To be able to inspire his son's desire to become stronger was an unexpected joy, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. This large Bai family still needs him to inherit in the future. Bai Xiaosa's awakened talent was a rare ocular-type talent, just what Dongshu Academy needed. When Dongshu Academy received Bai family's application for admission, they had already decided to accept the student. After all, the Dongguan Tianyan is very suitable for their academy, and it is also an S-level talent, meeting the admission requirements. When Dongshu Academy issued the admission notice, Bai Qianlang was extremely excited. This Dongshu Academy is one of the top 10 academies. Although it ranks at the very bottom, it is still one of the top 10 academies. Moreover, the students recruited by this academy are mostly those with awakened insight-type talents, which do not have such high requirements for talent levels. Many A-class insight-type talent awakeners also have a certain chance of entering the academy, although the probability is not very high. As for Bai Xiaoshu, the S-class insight-type talent awakener, the advantages are even greater, and the chances of admission are extremely high. The person coming to pick them up is an old man dressed in a long robe, with a long beard flowing. The old man exudes a scholarly aura, and his eyes are unlike those of ordinary people. Upon closer inspection, one can see a faint red light, and his pupils are shaped like an unusual flower. Elder with the long beard, this is my son. The child is mischievous and unknowledgeable. Today I will entrust him to the academy. Bai Qianlang said respectfully to the old man in front of him. The long-bearded elder laughed and said, we both have had our youthful days and can understand a child's feelings. No need to blame yourself. Your son possesses this heavenly eye power. His future achievements are limitless, so you should rest assured his accomplishments will surely be significant. Bai Qianlang was overjoyed upon hearing this, unable to suppress the delight on his face. Elder, this way please. No need, there are important matters to attend to in the academy. I must return shortly. Elder, allow me to see you off. The long-bearded elder looked at Bai Xiaoxiao and smiled. No need, child, prepare yourself, we are leaving. The long-bearded elder smiled faintly, and a whisk appeared beneath his feet. The whisk shimmered, and in the next moment, it transformed into a beam of light, carrying the two of them flying off into the distance. Like a shooting star across the sky, they vanished in an instant, leaving Bai Qianlang behind. He looked up at the sky and murmured, go learn, go explore, go become stronger. Then, he laughed heartily, returned to Bai Xiaoxiao's room, poured a cup of wine, and drank it heartily. It was only until I was completely drunk that the feeling of emptiness in my heart dissipated somewhat. The next few days were calm and peaceful. The murder of Li Wu and the others went unnoticed, and Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, during these days, he was excessively cautious when going out, disguising himself each time he left. Zhao Ku went into seclusion to practice, and Lin Chen had not seen her for quite a while. It's time to go back to school and look up some information. In a short period, it would be difficult to break through his cultivation level, so Lin Chen planned to learn more knowledge. Last time in the mystic realm, he had the intention of creating skills, but due to a lack of corresponding knowledge, he had to give up. This time, he had a deeper understanding of the skills he wanted to create. While walking towards the school, he pondered the feasibility of elemental avatars. To create a skill, the prerequisite is that my energy can freely transform into various elements. First, I need to understand the essence of energy. Before he knew it, he had already arrived at the school. Lin Chen arrived at the library and placed his ID card on the detection platform. Beep, detection passed, please enter. Upon entering the library, he began searching for books that described energy. One by one, books were taken into his hands, piled up high. Holding the books, he walked toward the reading area, and with a bang, he bumped into someone. Lin Chen was quick-witted and swiftly caught the falling books. Ouch! That hurts. On the ground, the girl held her head, looking pained. Lin Chen asked, are you okay? The girl held her head, mumbling, I have something. She stood up, hands on her hips, looking flustered. Just a moment ago she was angry, but the pain from her head knocked her down. Ah, it hurts so much, she said, holding her little head. Lin Chen smiled and said, let me rub it for you. No. Lin Chen felt a bit guilty after bumping into the other person, and seeing that the other person's figure was petite, reaching only up to his chin. This was also the reason he bumped into her little head. Then what do you want? It can't be money, right? Lin Chen said. The girl huffed angrily, am I that shallow of a person? But with a change in tone, Lin Chen was stunned. He heard her say, as long as you give me 3,000 star coins, I'll forgive you. Lin Chen laughed, so you're just trying to scam money, get out of my way. Lin Chen wanted to push her away, but she suddenly fell to the ground, crying, what, you're bullying me. The library was already quiet, and the commotion here attracted the attention of countless people. When they saw the cute girl on the floor, they began to blame Lin Chen. How can you bully a little sister? Don't be afraid, I'll stand up for you. Hey, student, tell me your class and name. Is this Lin Chen? What, it's actually that person. Feng Xiaoyu listened to the discussions around her. Her eyes lit up as she said, you're still a celebrity. Where are you going? She asked. Those around saw this scene and quietly discussed among themselves, not daring to say anything out loud, as Lin Chen's reputation was too loud. This was someone who even dared to confront teachers, and with Zhao Ke backing him up, who would dare to trip him up? That would just be looking for trouble for themselves. Therefore, everyone remained silent, watching Lin Chen, who treated them like a backdrop and chose to ignore them completely. He calmly turned around and walked towards the nearby reading room, as if he hadn't heard Feng Xiaoyu's voice. Feng Xiaoyu watched him, her eyes spinning as she devised a plan and followed him. Hey, wait for me. Seeing Lin Chen really leaving, Feng Xiaoyu immediately got up from the ground and jogged after him with her short legs. The surrounding crowd, just about to follow and join the excitement, was met with the tardy librarian who scolded, library rules prohibit noise, everyone disperse at once. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly abandoned their idea of following and dispersed. They knew that noise was not allowed in the library, but why was Lin Chen permitted to be noisy? Thinking of Lin Chen's accomplishments, they reluctantly accepted reality and bit their tongues. Lin Chen went to the reading room, placed a stack of books on the table, and turned to ask, are you done following me? If you want to report me, go ahead. Feng Xiaoyu smiled and said, I just saw the books you picked, they're all college-level materials. You're self-studying college courses, right? I happen to know a lot about this knowledge and can teach you. At this, Lin Chen looked up and said, if you know, then you can. 1,000 star coins per hour, how does that sound? Feng Xiaoyu carefully said while looking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen rolled his eyes, ignored her, and turned to open a book to read by himself. Feng Xiaoyu was not angry or discouraged, she quickly sat down as well. Seeing the book Lin Chen was reading, she leaned over from the side and started looking at it too. The book Lin Chen was reading was titled The Relationship Between Talent and Energy. Lin Chen pondered for a while, furrowing his brows, encountering many questions, but the content explained in the book was puzzling and lacked a coherent system, which was infuriating. The book stated that energy comes from the world of heaven and earth, a special energy generated from the combination of heavenly energy and human body energy. This kind of energy is born with the awakening of talent and serves as the driving force behind all skills, much like the relationship between a car and gasoline. Where does the energy of heaven and earth come from? Where does the energy of the human body come from? The book did not elaborate on this, leaving Lin Chen furrowing his brows anxiously. Feng Xiaoyu was pleased to see this, straightened her chest, and said, "You don't understand this, do you? The energy of heaven and earth actually comes from there. The energy of the human body is like this." She deliberately said this to attract Lin Chen's attention, but Lin Chen could not comprehend it, so he decided to pick another book to read for confirmation. Feng Xiaoyu, seeing that Lin Chen was ignoring her, angrily said, I'll let you off today, I won't charge you. I have known this knowledge for a long time, I will only explain it once. This energy of heaven and earth comes from the various heavens. 300 years ago, the myriad realms connected with Blue Star, causing a huge change in Blue Star, and various energies merged and intertwined, giving birth to this magical energy. This energy is highly inclusive, it can be used to drive innate skills and it can also drive other pathways of the various realms. However, this energy alone cannot awaken innate abilities, it must be combined with the soul energy of the human body. Only after the two energies are fused, under the stimulation of the divine platform, can humans awaken their innate abilities, neither can be lacking. This is the relationship between talent and energy. Lin Chen listened and put down the book. If what the other party said was true, then he had already understood the content of this book. Feng Xiaoyu finished speaking, eagerly anticipating Lin Chen's praise. Lin Chen did not give any praise but took out a stack of star coins, placed them on the table, and said, "Thank you for your clarification, this is 1,000 star coins, your reward." When Feng Xiaoyu saw the star coins, her eyes sparkled like stars, and like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, she instantly reached out with both hands to grab the coins. Once she got them in her hands, she gently blew on them, looking completely enamored. This is really a money-loving little ghost. Putting away the star coins, Feng Xiaoyu said, "If you have any questions, just ask me directly. These books are all abridged versions, the more you read, the more confused you will get." Lin Chen flipped through a few books and nodded in agreement. The content in these books was very vague, often only discussing the results without mentioning the reasons and processes, making one increasingly confused and more frustrated, wanting nothing more than to tear these books apart, simply too nonsensical. Lin Chen sighed and helplessly put down the book in his hand. "Let me ask you, can the energy within the body be converted into other attributes?" "It can. Let me explain to you, the combined energy of heaven, earth, and humanity, the energy of heaven and earth has no consciousness, while your soul energy actually carries your consciousness. You need to communicate with this part of your energy, using soul energy as a guide to direct the energy inside your body to convert its attributes." After Feng Xiaoyu finished speaking, he continued, "This step is very difficult. As far as I know, this is a sophomore level course. In university, you will learn a secret technique to help sense that part of the soul energy within your body." "I see." Lin Chen suddenly understood, and all the doubts in his heart melted away in that moment. The door ahead was pushed open a crack, and he could vaguely see the vast world outside the door. Lin Chen closed his eyes, communicating with the energy within him. With an understanding of the essence of energy, he felt an overarching perspective when sensing the energy inside him. The soul energy contains my will, it needs to be guided to change all energies. Lin Chen thought to himself. He recalled the moment he released the flame jet, visualizing the scene where the energy inside transformed into flame attribute energy in an instant. At that moment, he realized, resonating with the energy within him, as if he could see his own will. This will was very weak, but it indeed existed within the energy. With experience in manipulating his doppelgangers, he found that this will was just like the will of a doppelganger. Vague and indistinct, without wisdom, only instinct, yet he could manipulate this will 100%. Energy transformation. Lin Chen murmured softly. Boom! The energy began to change, gradually turning into a fiery red color. Lin Chen opened his eyes, his fingers gently stretching out, and a flame shot out. Feng Xiaoyu was pondering how to trick Lin Chen next in order to earn more star coins when she suddenly saw a flame appear in front of her. She rubbed her eyes and said in disbelief, "Impossible, I must be dreaming." Feng Xiaoyu looked at the flame at the tip of Lin Chen's finger. Although she was very reluctant to believe it, she had to face reality. He succeeded. He managed to convert energy just through his explanation. From what she knew, even college students couldn't learn energy conversion. This step had blocked many people. Even many who graduated from university couldn't accomplish it, highlighting its difficulty. But he actually succeeded. Feng Xiaoyu showed a shocked expression. How could you do it so easily? It's unbelievable." Looking at him like this, Lin Chen felt joy in his heart and smiled. This smile was not one of mockery, but instead he asked, "You seem to really need money?" Lin Chen could see that the girl's clothes were somewhat worn, and there were clearly no energy fluctuations around her, so she was Likely either a second-year or a first-year student who had not yet awakened her talent and could not receive the awakening subsidy. This was a poor person in urgent need of money. Upon hearing about money, Feng Xiaoyu's eyes immediately lit up. She nodded desperately, "Me? I really need some money because my sister's leg needs treatment." Lynch looked at her state and smiled. "You've helped me convert energy so I can lend you some money." In recent days, Lin Chen had completed many tasks and saved up quite a bit of star coins, around over 1,000,000. A sum like that could be considered a small fortune, at least in this G city, enough to buy 5 big houses. Today, he was in a good mood, everything was going smoothly, and he found everything pleasing to the eye. Of course, if the other party asked for an exorbitant amount, he would turn around and leave without hesitation. Feng Xiaoyu's expression turned serious upon hearing this. She nervously said, "I need 30,000. She held up 3 fingers. She watched Lin Chen cautiously. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. He thought the other party would ask for a lot, but unexpectedly, only 30,000 was needed, which wasn't much for him at all. Moreover, he had also gained quite a bit of knowledge, although everyone would learn these things after university. Knowing this content in advance was still quite helpful to him. So he nodded and said, "Tell me your card number." "Ha?" Feng Xiaoyu was taken aback. This was 30,000 star coins. She usually worked part-time and would have to save for 3 years for that. Just thinking about how she had just asked for such a high teaching fee made her feel a bit guilty. In the end, the money was transferred. Feng Xiaoyu felt a mix of joy, surprise, and gratitude, quickly saying, "Thank you." Lin Chen said, "All right, the money has been transferred, and we're even now." Lin Chen meant it as a gift to her, but she thought it was a loan. Thinking of her seriously ill sister at home, she felt a surge of urgency to go back and take her sister to see a doctor. Lin Chen turned and left. And she also started to walk away with her short legs. Soon, she left the school. Feng Xiaoyu jogged back home. In the living room, an older girl on a wheelchair said, "You're back, Xiaoyu. Sister, I have good news to tell you." Feng Xiaoyun smiled and said, "What good news could it be? Look at you so happy. Did you find some money?" Feng Xiaoyu pouted and said, "I'm not money-minded. I met a good person today who lent me 30,000 star coins." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyun's expression changed drastically, and she angrily said, "Xiaoyu, you didn't." Feng Xiaoyu stomped her foot and retorted, "Sister, what are you thinking? How could I borrow from a loan shark? I was giving a lecture, and that person lent me the money without interest or a set repayment time, but I will definitely pay him back when I have money in the future." So, she recounted what happened today to her sister. After listening, Feng Xiaoyun understood that it had just happened to enlighten the other person, causing them to break through the last barrier and gain insight. She can understand Lin Chen's feelings. After all, the excitement of enhancing one's strength is unmatched by any other emotions. Not to mention 30,000, many people are willing to spend even 300,000. Of course, those who are this generous are wealthy tycoons, not someone you encounter easily. "Sister, we have enough money now, we can take you to see a doctor." Just thinking about her sister's illness made her heart ache to the point of being unable to breathe. 5 years ago, during a beast tide, Feng Xiaoyun was poisoned, leading to numbness in her legs. At that time, the treatment cost 30,000 star coins, but the 2 sisters, orphan and without parents, did not have that much money, so they could only delay. She has been in this wheelchair for 5 years. Looking at her sister's pale face, Feng Xiaoyu's eyes became wet. "Sister, let's go get treated." Feng Xiaoyun patted Feng Xiaoyu's head, nodded, and said, "Let's go." She also longs to regain the ability to walk, but after 5 years, whether her legs can still be healed remains an unknown. On the other side, Lin Chen returned home, prepared for a while, and then began to create skills. With a thought, he split into 20 clones, instantly filling the entire room with people, leaving no room to stand. Lin Chen looked at the crowded house and once again had the idea of buying a home. "Brothers, let's go for it together," Lin Chen shouted. Although he knew that these were all clones, extensions of his will, without independent personalities and self-awareness, he still shouted a phrase, treating it as encouragement for himself. Closing his eyes, he communicated with the energy within his body, converting it into fire attributes. The fiery red energy filled with perception, and then he immediately recalled one clone, sensing the changes inside his body. Instantly, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Lin Chen did not receive the memories from this clone but released another clone. At this moment, he felt the fire energy within his body surging continuously, like magma beneath the ground, with his body temperature rising a few degrees. As time passed, the speed of the surging fire energy within him grew faster and faster. Lin Chen discovered that it was much more difficult to release the clone skill in this state than in the original energy state. Lin Chen obviously felt the difficulties, but as he kept getting familiar with it, the difficulty gradually decreased and the release speed increased. He began to try to release the fire clone skill, only to feel a noticeable dizziness in his head and emptiness within his body during the process. Fatigue and hunger swept over him, making him feel as if he were completely exhausted. He shook his head to wake himself up a bit before continuing to release the fire clone skill. As time passed, his proficiency also increased. Eventually, a fiery red mark appeared in his mind, and he felt a great joy in his heart. Then, this mark shone brightly, filling his vision, and the next moment, Lin Chen opened his eyes. Right in front of him stood a different clone. This person's appearance was identical to Lin Chen's, but with fiery red hair, fiery red clothes, and even fiery red eyes. The fire clone stood silently, lacking intelligence. As the fire clone stood there, the surrounding temperature rose. Lin Chen was overjoyed. "Fire clone. It worked. Although it consumed a bit more, the power of the fire clone is indeed very strong. The flame clone has 3 new abilities. First, immunity to a portion of fire attribute damage. Second, increased power for fire attribute skills, roughly a 1/3 increase. Third, normal attacks inflict fire attribute damage. The drawbacks are also very obvious. It is weak against water and ice attributes. The 5 elements interact. The fire clone can also restrain what attribute monsters. Lynch was very satisfied with the current strength of the fire clone. With his strength, he could create 10 flame clones at once, greatly enhancing his means of response and power. Next, I will try creating clones of other attributes. Now that he could transform into fire attribute energy, switching to other attribute energies was merely a matter of time. Lynch closed his eyes again, beginning to sense the changes in the energy within his body, but after a long time, he gave up. The conversion speed was too slow. The main reason I can convert to fire attributes so quickly is the flame jet skill, which has given me insight into this conversion process. Rather than struggling through my own cultivation, it would be better to find a skill of a different attribute. This could greatly shorten my training time. After realizing this, Lynch opened his eyes and, with a thought, dismissed all his clones. After disguising himself, he walked out the door and arrived at the black market. The black market is located within an underground bar, where the atmosphere is lively with flashing lights and loud music, but inside the bar, it is very quiet. Because this is the real black market, the passers-by move hurriedly, never lingering, all disguising themselves to conceal their identities. Lynch tightened the mask on his face and walked along the path. On both sides of the road were vendors selling an array of goods, including antiques and some ferocious beasts' horns, claws, and other items. Suddenly, Lynch's eyes brightened as he discovered a vendor selling skill crystal stones. "Boss, do you have any attribute-related skill crystal stones?" The boss was a person cloaked in a black robe, and he said in a hoarse voice, "There is one, but it has already been reserved by someone. Sorry." Upon hearing this, Lynch felt a surge of joy in his heart, but then he became somewhat melancholic. The drop rate for skill crystals is quite terrible. If he misses this opportunity, there won't be another one, so he pressed on. "How much did he offer? I can pay more." The man in the black robe squinted his eyes upon hearing this and said nothing. He was assessing Lynch's determination to buy. Seeing his expression, Lynch understood the other party's intentions, but being in urgent need of the skill crystal, he could only nod and say, "Can I see what kind of skill it is?" The black-robed man chuckled and shook his head. "No, I promised that person to keep the contents of the skill crystal confidential." Lynch mentally berated this person harshly. "Isn't this just deliberately making things difficult?" As for the buyer the other party mentioned, Lynch only half believed him. He knew it was a trap. This is too common in the black market. Originally, everyone is someone hiding their true identity, so it's all about deceiving whoever they can. "So how much are you asking?" Lynch's determination pleased the other party, who said 300,000. Lynch was surprised to find that price not expensive at all. However, he also understood that the person in front of him clearly did not have much strength, otherwise, after going around in circles, the result would never just be priced at 300,000. At that moment, the vendor said, "The reason I'm selling to you, to be honest, is because you look familiar." Unlike some buyers, who buy things and then target the vendor, ending up with nothing. Lynch finally understood. It turns out this person is afraid of being a victim of a black market scam. Since he is not strong enough, he'd rather sell to small fries than to those big shots who enjoy the game of black on black. Lynch nodded, saying, "You really are quite cautious." "If I weren't cautious, I'd have been dead long ago. This place is chaotic. If it weren't for the fact that only here can sell at a reasonable price, I wouldn't set foot in the black market even if you killed me." The vendor felt a bit resentful, likely having encountered injustice or even been robbed, but none of this had anything to do with Lynch. Lynch said, "Where's the item?" Seeing that Lynch was unwilling to listen to his idle chatter, the vendor took out the skill crystal and said, "Here you go." Lynch held it in his hand, knowing the item was correct, and then transferred the money as well. Then, he placed the skill crystal on his forehead. Watermarsh consumes energy to create a pool of watermarsh. No wonder it's so cheap. Turns out this skill is useless. Lynch was convinced, as this skill had no offensive power at all. The vendor changed his earlier attitude and said, "Young man, you need to keep your eyes wide open when buying things in the black market. This is a lesson for you. Be careful in the future." Seeing the other person's expression as if he had gained something and was still acting coy, Lynch seriously doubted that his previous attitude was all just a disguise aimed at winning the sympathy of the buyer. Lynch felt gloomy, noting the other person's appearance firmly in his mind. "Hey, don't mess around. Do you know where this place is? If you dare to act recklessly, be careful of being taken away." The vendor looked very wary. Lynch smiled and said, "I won't do anything to you. Alright, I'm leaving." After saying that, Lynch stood up and left. However, as he walked out of the black market, he left behind a fiery clone. The fiery clone was dressed in bright red clothing and had fiery red hair, extremely eye-catching, and he walked up to the vendor. The vendor looked up, ready to continue his deception, when suddenly a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing towards him. "Ouch, my nose." The fiery clone punched and kicked, each strike dealing burning damage, causing the vendor great pain. "This is for scamming you. This is for tricking me." The commotion quickly attracted attention, and the patrol team came rushing over. Seeing people approach, Lynch's main body immediately dismissed the clone. The fiery clone vanished under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The beaten black-robed man revealed a chubby face, looking no more than 18 or 19 years old. He cried out, "Who is this? Don't you know not to hit someone in the face?" Lin Chen returned home again and began to comprehend the water clone. Following the same method, he quickly created a water clone with ease. The water clone was dressed in water blue attire, with hair of the same color, forming a sharp contrast with the fire clone. Not bad, not bad, I've learned 2 types of clones. Although my realm hasn't improved, my strength has more than doubled. He now really wanted to have a fierce battle to showcase his strength. At this moment, his watch emitted a beeping sound. G City number 3 high school student group. Latest news: SS level awakener Shurifeng from number 2 high has broken through to the 3rd rank, claiming he will sweep through all seniors in G City and has already defeated SS level awakener Lu Huan from number 1 high. I've heard of the Shurifeng. His talent is that of the son of earth, able to manipulate earth and stone to attack enemies, and his strength is formidable. His next target won't be Zhao Ku from our school, will it? It's very possible. Zhao Ku is widely recognized as the strongest SS level awakener this time. I guess he wants to defeat Zhao Ku to prove his strength to everyone. Hey, will Zhao Ku engage in the challenge? Whether or not Zhao Ku will respond, Lin Chen doesn't know, but he knows that Zhao Ku is currently in seclusion and probably doesn't know about this matter. This incident caused a huge uproar and quickly became the biggest gossip in the entire G City, with a group of bystanders enjoying the spectacle. Lin Chen sent this news to Zhao Ku, but the message disappeared into the void with no reply. He's probably still cultivating. Lin Chen speculated, let's not worry about this matter for now, we are going hunting today. Lin Chen stood up and went out, heading to the Awakeners Association. Task: explore the ruins of the old city located 100 miles south of G City and draw a map of the ruins. Reward: 500,000 star coins. Requirement: Tier 3 Awakener. I am already Tier 3, I can accept this task now. After taking on the task, Lin Chen walked towards the outskirts of the city. 2nd high. Shurifeng stood on a stone platform surrounded by a group of younger brothers and declared to everyone, I will be the strongest SS level in Jichen. I want the people from the Chaos Element Academy to know that choosing Zhao Ku over me is such a wrong decision. Come, issue a challenge to Zhao Ku in my name. One of the younger brothers said, Boss is mighty, the boss is the strongest. Shurifeng held his head high, proud of himself after defeating the 1st high's Lu Huan, and he was now in a moment of vigor, feeling an inflated confidence, as if he believed himself to be the greatest in the world. Furthermore, with so many younger brothers idolizing him, his heart swelled even more. At this moment, a person approached and the crowd instinctively made way. Isn't he from the 3rd high? Why has he come to our 2nd high? Don't you know? Last time during the Beast Tide, he betrayed his classmates and even caused one to die. He was expelled from the 3rd high, and who knows what means he used to come to our 2nd high. No way, can someone like this be accepted in our 2nd high? Don't you understand? It's the ability to make money. This person is from the Lee family, and it's the direct line, named Li Yuan. Everyone suddenly realized, no wonder he could enter 2nd high again, it turns out he is from the Lee family. If Lin Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this person at a glance. This is Li Yuan, who once wanted to pursue Zhao Ku. During the last Beast Tide, he purposely didn't exert his full strength, and when he was fleeing, he betrayed a classmate, using someone else as a scapegoat to escape. Originally, as long as everyone else died, this matter would have no evidence and no one would investigate further. But fate played a trick. Suddenly, a Lin Chen appeared and saved the remaining people, making his plans fall apart. Therefore, he not only hated Zhao Ku and the others, but he hated Lin Chen even more. In his heart, it was Lin Chen who made his reputation plummet and become notorious. Thinking of that figure made him gnash his teeth in hatred, and the disappearance of Li Wu and Li Song led family members to suspect they had encountered misfortune. Li Song is not important, after all, he is just a B-grade talent, but Li Wu is an A-grade talent, and once he grows up, he will be the pillar of the family. Whether to uncover the truth or to take revenge, Lin Chen has already been placed on the blacklist of the Li family. However, it is not easy to kill Lin Chen, they must set up an ambush outside the city. However, Lin Chen is very cautious about leaving the city now. He goes out in groups, disguises himself, and his clones and real body head in different directions, making it impossible to know where he is gone. As a result, several assassination attempts have all failed. When Shurifeng defeated Lu Huan, looking at Shurifeng's inflated state, Li Yuan felt that the opportunity had come. He gave Shurifeng a large sum of money to challenge Lin Chen, and even required him to kill Lin Chen. A mere A-grade talent dying is nothing. It's not like they would punish Shurifeng, who is an SS-grade talent. Besides, this is a matter of martial arts competition, and it can easily be pushed off as an accident. Challenging Zhao Ku is Shi Feng's ultimate goal. Killing Lin Chen is merely a small episode in his eyes. Li Yuan stood beside him and whispered a few words in his ear. Shi Feng snorted coldly. Really haven't contacted her? No. Li Yuan continued. I've heard that Zhao Ku is in seclusion, seemingly breaking through to Tier 3 combat power. Shi Feng disdainfully said, then I'll wait for her to finish her seclusion before I challenge her. I want everyone to see that I am the strongest SS level. People around quickly flattered. Brother Feng is the strongest. Brother Feng is the strongest. Watching this scene, Li Yuan felt a bit envious, but more of a cold observer. Shi Feng came from a poor background, and having been terrified of poverty as a child, he awakened his SS talent and his mentality swelled, valuing money as life. He often threatened people, bullied others, and had the image of a tyrant in the second high school. All the teachers and students in the school were also angry but dared not speak out. Li Yuan envied his talent but looked down on his character. It's not that he despises his talent but that he looks down on his evil. He believes that the malice within Shurifeng is all low-level malice. In his view, only those who scheme behind the scenes are interesting. This blatant evil is merely a target that will eventually be taken down by someone. Since Jiaoku isn't showing up, you should challenge all S-level awakeners from Sangao and keep challenging until they don't dare to appear, shaming them with a dishonorable title. Then we can hype it up and bring Jiaoku down from his pedestal. Finally, we'll elevate you to the pedestal. If Jiaoku accepts the challenge, that's just what you want. If he doesn't, it's no big deal. We'll take the opportunity to challenge A-level awakeners, which will drag Lin Chen into the mire and ultimately fulfill our assassination mission. This plan cannot be said to be very brilliant, but it is indeed very insidious. Shurifeng laughed heartily and said, Good scheme, you are truly my Zhuge Liang. Li Yuanqi laughed a few times and said, It's still Brother Feng's charisma that's great, otherwise, why wouldn't I ally with someone else? That's right, well said, let's do it according to what you said, hurry up. Okay, I'll go right now. Soon, a challenge letter was sent to the three highs. However, Jiaoku did not respond to the challenge, nor did he even make a sound about it, which led many with ulterior motives to exaggerate with remarks like Jiaoku was afraid and had backed down. In short, it was stepping on Jiaoku and praising Shurifeng. Jiaoku was scared and doesn't dare to fight me. Today, I challenge all S-level awakeners of the three highs. Will you accept the challenge? A challenge letter exploded on the internet in an instant. All S-level awakeners of the three highs, filled with righteous indignation, were extremely angry. What is he even worth to compare with Jiaoku? Jiaoku was accepted by the Chaos Element Academy in advance, but what about him? Being an elemental awakeners like Jiaoku, why wasn't he accepted in advance? This already indicates the problem. He wants to challenge us, we cannot be afraid, let's fight. Yes, don't back down, hold on until Jiaoku comes out, let Jiaoku avenge us. It's not humiliating to lose, fight. Outside the city, Lin Chen was exploring the ruins of the old city located 100 miles south of Jiqing, holding a pen and paper, seriously drawing a map when suddenly his watch sounded a beeping notification. Who sent the message? Lin Chen opened his watch and found it was a message from the class group chat. Shurifeng from second high? He knew this person, who came from a poor family and used to be very low-key, often bullied. Ever since awakening his SS talent, he had transformed into a different person. He repaid grudges with vengeance. In a short period, he became the leader of the students at second high. Not only did many students follow him, but even the teachers at the school treated him with respect. This made him feel the allure of talent and strength, and instead of becoming arrogant, he worked hard with his powerful talent, frequently breaking through his limits. The accumulation of numerous positive outcomes eventually inflated his ego. This time, after breaking through to a 3-tier combat power, he immediately challenged Lu Huan from first high. Lu Huan was no match for him, which further fueled his arrogant demeanor, thus he turned his sights on Jiaoku. Lin Chen frowned, knowing that Jiaoku was currently in seclusion and would not agree to the challenge. However, once Jiaoku comes out of seclusion, this person won't be able to jump up anymore. Lin Chen thought to himself, This matter doesn't concern me, I will take this time to cultivate properly. Turning off his watch, Lin Chen redirected his gaze to the battlefield. At this moment, 20 clones were dividing into 4 groups, sweeping through the monsters. This old city ruin was actually a modern city before the invasion of the myriad realms, and due to the invasion, countless energies converged, causing plants to grow wildly, while skyscrapers swayed precariously overnight, turning into dangerous buildings. If it were just the plants causing the issue, it would not be enough to warrant relocation. What was even more unsettling were the rats and insects in the sewers. These animals underwent frenzied mutations and evolutions, their numbers increasing by dozens of times, with their strengths skyrocketing by tens or even hundreds of times, beginning to attack humans for food. The sheer number was overwhelming, practically endless to kill and impossible to eradicate. Under the attack of the monster horde, humanity had no choice but to abandon this place, with some people remaining 100 miles away to establish the early form of the current Jiqing. This is the origin of the old city. At this time, some avatars began to enter the sewers, slaughtering swarms of rats and cockroaches. After these animals mutated, their combat power was on par with the first tier, and their numbers were overwhelming. Lin Chen was killing as he walked. After killing for a while, many monsters roared and chased after him, and Lin Chen immediately ordered the avatars to return to the surface. Suddenly, a shop appeared ahead, and Lin Chen immediately had the avatars push the door open. Inside, it was a mess, the shelves were on the ground, and there were no goods left. Behind him, the swarm of rats came rushing in. Damn, this rat holds a grudge too much. But relying on the shop, I will kill the damn things. Lin Chen's main body had hidden away in the distance, then ordered the avatars to start attacking. 20 avatars came in sequence, wielding tang knives. One by one, the ferocious rat monsters with blood-red eyes pounced fiercely. However, relying on his third-tier combat power, Lin Chen's clones could still respond calmly, but the number of monsters was overwhelming, and they couldn't break through in a short time. Kill. With each slash, one mouse monster after another fell under the blade. The system's prompt sound kept ringing in Lin Chen's ears, making his heart race a little faster. Ding, killed a red-eyed mouse monster, upgrade points plus 50. Ding, killed a red-eyed mouse monster, upgrade points plus 50. The upgrade points from this red-eyed mouse monster were surprisingly high, and Lynch became more and more excited, commanding his avatar to continue the slaughter. An hour later, the avatar had killed 1,000 mouse monsters, and the upgrade points had reached over 50,000. 3 hours later, the surrounding mouse monsters had been completely wiped out, and the upgrade points reached over 300,000. The total upgrade points are around 500,000 now, but it's still half away from 1 million to upgrade the talent level. Should I enhance my strength first or improve my talent first? Lin Chen found himself in a dilemma. With 500,000 upgrade points, it is enough for him to reach the late stage of the 3rd tier, but it cannot break through to the 4th tier because the 4th tier is a significant leap with a tremendous barrier in between, thus requiring 10 times the upgrade points. Lin Chen could understand this point as well. After thinking for a moment, he decided to enhance his talent first. Once his talent is improved, he can increase his cultivation speed and save a considerable number of upgrade points. After making his decision, Lin Chen looked at the 3 remaining clones and reluctantly split off another 10 clones. Then, he instructed these 10 clones to draw maps, and after waiting for a while, he split off 5 fire clones and 5 water clones, directing the fire clones to hunt rat monsters and the water clones to hunt cockroaches. Once all the assignments were completed, Lin Chen hid away again. Before long, the sound of system notifications kept ringing in his ears, and his upgrade points were steadily increasing. If only the clones could ignore distance, then I could hunt from home. Unfortunately, the effective range of the doppelganger is positively correlated with his mental strength. With his current mental power, the doppelganger can only exist within a radius of 500 meters, and if it exceeds this range, the doppelganger will automatically disperse. Currently, the only ways to enhance mental power, apart from the transformation of combat power and talent, are through the automatic growth of mental power or methods related to mental power taught only at university. It is said that in other worlds, there are pills that can increase mental power. However, thinking about these things now is a bit lofty. I should quickly kill monsters and level up. Lin Chen was a bit impatient. Time flew by, and another 3 hours passed. Lin Chen's upgrade points reached a staggering 700,000. I can finally upgrade my talent soon, then I will also be S-class. I wonder what treasures S-class schools will reward. Lin Chen grinned, and the joy in his heart was obvious. System. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly he lost contact with one of his doppelgangers. Lin Chen was taken aback and hurriedly connected to another doppelganger to check. Suddenly, without knowing when, a huge vine was entwining this avatar's waist. The avatar struggled desperately, but the vine was very strange. Its barbs pierced into the flesh, draining the body's vitality. In an instant, it absorbed all of the avatar's energy and vanished. Monster, die. All avatars quickly subdue this monster. The avatars received the order and quickly assembled. Various avatars unleashed their abilities, and the energy brilliance illuminated the sky. Most of the attacks had little effect on the vine. Suddenly, a jet of flame from the fire avatar instantly burned a large section of the vine. Lin Chen was overjoyed at this sight and immediately ordered the fire avatar to continue attacking. Then he also recalled the other avatars and released the avatar skill again. However, this time, he only summoned fire avatars. Since the fire avatar skill consumed energy exceptionally, Lin Chen only summoned 5 fire avatars, making a total of 10 fire avatars, including the original one. Attack! The number of fire clones doubled, and the flames sprayed formed a wall of fire a height of 1 zhang, surrounding the vines inside. Hiss hiss hiss. The vines twisted desperately, resembling Medusa's snake hair, sending chills down the spine. Roar! From deep underground, a muffled roar echoed. Boom! Suddenly, the ground and a spherical rhizome with dozens of vines appeared in the air. As soon as this rhizome appeared, it began to whip the vines at all the clones. Without Lin Chen's manipulation, the clones had already sensed the danger in advance and retreated to evade. System, investigate current monster information. Ding, 50 upgrade points are required. Do you wish to investigate? Yes. In the next moment, a deep blue transparent light screen appeared before him. Blood-sucking demon vine. Rank, early stage 4. Talent, life drain. Talent level, F. Skills, whip strike, paralytic toxin, frenzy, regeneration, vine entanglement. Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise, it's actually a monster with a talent. Humans can awaken their talents with the divine platform, and naturally, other creatures can awaken their talents as well. Of course, they don't have the divine platform. Some rely on their bloodline power, inheriting the talent from their ancestors, while others obtain talents through fortuitous encounters. There is a huge disparity between monsters with talent and monsters without talent. A tier 4 early stage monster with talent. I wonder if I can defeat it. However, when Lin Chen saw that the monster had F-level talent, he felt relieved. I can defeat it. Lin Chen thought secretly. Kill. He gave the attack order, and the clones immediately began attacking. All the clones unleashed fire sprays, dealing considerable damage to the monster through a restraining method. Roar! The monster let out a roar, and over a dozen vines gleamed with green light, attacking. Bang bang bang! Lin Chen's clones couldn't dodge in time, and instantly over half were killed, making Lin Chen feel heartbroken, and he gritted his teeth to replenish the number of clones. Can't delay any longer, my energy is running low. Performing the source fusion. In the next moment, all avatars stopped attacking. Centered around number 1, the other avatars transformed into beams of light and merged into number 1. Various colors of light enveloped number 1, and the monster, seeing this, roared in anger and attacked. Suddenly, one arm grabbed the attacking vines, followed by a second hand, a third hand, and a fourth hand. Every vine was grasped by an arm. The light dissipated, revealing a divine and unusual existence. If a traveler were to see this, they would surely exclaim in surprise, "It's the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara." This statue, the thousand-handed and thousand-eyed Avalokiteshvara, has 9 arms on each side, with the left hand holding prayer beads, symbolizing that it can guide believers to receive the assistance of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The right hand holds a golden Dharma wheel representing that the Buddhist teachings revolve like a wheel, never stopping. In the center, there is another pair of arms forming a giving and wishing seal, indicating that the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara can fulfill the wishes of sentient beings, allowing all their prayers to be realized. The character thousand and thousand-handed and thousand-eyed Avalokiteshvara can refer to both a literal and a figurative sense. If it is a complete version of Avalokiteshvara, the thousand arms resemble a wheel, with each palm having an eye that perceives the suffering of the world, vowing to rescue all sentient beings. There are 500 on each side, with the very front 2 hands together in a gesture of respect for all beings. Covered with animal skin over the left chest, dressed in a silk skirt, adorned with a precious belt, wearing 8 types of clothing. Unfortunately, Lynchen's clones are insufficient to simulate the true appearance of the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara. He can only have 9 hands on each side, with a pair of arms in the middle, which is the ultimate form he can currently transform into. If he had more than 1,000 clones, Lin Chen would be confident in combining them to create the complete version of the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara with 1,000 arms. 1,000 arms attacking at once would surely create a breathtaking spectacle. However, even with just 20 arms of the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara, he can easily defeat more than a dozen blood-sucking vine demons. One hand of the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara grasped a vine, while 2 hands in the middle suddenly reached out, grabbing the main body of the blood-sucking vine demon tightly in the palm of his hand. Bang bang bang! The blood-sucking vine demon desperately resisted, but Lin Chen's palms seemed as if they were forged from steel. With a pop, the blood-sucking vine demon was directly crushed. The system's notification sound also rang in Lin Chen's ears. Ding! Kill the blood-sucking demon vine, upgrade points plus 700. Lin Chen's face showed joy, and his heartbeat quickened a few beats. Suddenly, with a snap, a crystal stone fell to the ground. Lin Chen was even more overjoyed, laughing heartily as he picked up the crystal stone. In the next moment, his expression turned to one of great shock. It's actually the extremely rare talent crystal stone. Talent crystal stones can only drop from monsters that possess talent upon their death. Similar to skill crystal stones, talent crystal stones grant individuals abilities. However, the drop rate of such talent crystal stones is extremely low, almost zero, and they seldom appear on the market. Moreover, even textbooks only mention them briefly. Usually, the higher the level of the monster, the slightly higher the chance of dropping talent crystal stones. For a 4th-tier monster like the blood-sucking demon vine to drop a talent crystal stone is indeed a stroke of luck for Lin Chen. Learn! Lin Chen eagerly pressed the talent crystal stone to his forehead. The next moment, countless pieces of information surged into his mind from his forehead. His consciousness seemed to swim in a deep space, surrounded by countless glowing celestial bodies that suddenly trembled, and then all the light converged, merging into a massive star. Lin Chen focused his gaze and discovered that a star, 1,000 times larger, was suspended above this huge star. 2 stars, one large and one small, illuminated the starry sky before him. So this is the Sea of Consciousness. Lin Chen murmured to himself. The Sea of Consciousness is the ocean of awareness, the place where a person's soul and spirit reside, and it can reveal all the roots of the human body. For example, the talent star and skill planet. Lin Chen turned to look at the other celestial bodies. These bodies revolved around the 2 stars, representing the planets of skills. Among them, the planet representing the skill of merging the same origin was the largest, followed by the planet representing the skill of Heartfire, and then the Flame Jet and Energy Slash. He was quietly sighing when suddenly everything went dark, and he had exited the Sea of Consciousness. Opening his eyes, Lin Chen looked at the demon vine in front of him, and a craving for consumption arose in his heart. This is the side effect of life extraction. Lin Chen instantly understood why he felt this way. The feeling was intense, just like the state of a person when they are hungry, making it increasingly unbearable. Lin Chen simply walked out from his hiding place, approached the blood-sucking demon vine, and placed his palm on it, emitting a faint glow. Absorb! Reciting absorb in his mind, a powerful suction force immediately transmitted from his palm. Streams of green life essence surged into Lin Chen's body, invigorating him instantly. His physical strength increased, and his spirit was also slightly enhanced. Half an hour later, Lin Chen released his palm and looked down at the blood-sucking demon vine, which had now been reduced to a layer of skin by him. What a domineering talent! Lin Chen exclaimed. Although this talent ability is only F rank, absorbing it takes half an hour, but the effect is significant. Lin Chen can clearly feel that his physical strength has increased by about 1/10, and even his mental power has been enhanced slightly, probably by about 1%. Is this going to set me on the path of devouring? Lin Chen smiled and said. System, can the level of the talent life absorption be improved? Lin Chen asked the system. Talent absorption is undoubtedly a talent with great potential, and it would be even better if it could be enhanced using this system. Host, it can, but the prerequisite is that your main talent must be upgraded to S rank before you can bind a new talent ability. System, can't you make an exception? This system has its own operating rules, there is no situation of making exceptions. Alright, it seems I need to speed up the upgrade of the talent avatar's level. With the new talent of life absorption, Lynch came up with a bold idea. From today onward, the main body will embark on the path of devouring. Lin Chen announced with a smile. Brothers, don't stop, keep killing. The clones received the order, scattered around, and began the slaughter, while system notifications kept ringing in Lin Chen's ears. In fact, there were so many notifications that he couldn't calm his mind to meditate and restore energy, so he could only turn off some of the notifications. At this time, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, meditating to recover his energy. In the distance, the clones had clear divisions of labor, some were slaughtering, while others were drawing the map of the old city with paper and pen. There were also clones responsible for transporting the corpses of monsters above the second tier, allowing Lin Chen to perform life absorption to enhance his strength. Thus, a well-defined system was formed. Lin Chen only needed to restore his energy and then use life absorption to increase his power. 3 hours later, Lin Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead and sighed. The absorption is too slow. It took 3 hours to absorb only 10 monsters. Moreover, the conversion rate is too low. These 10 monsters only increased my physical strength by 1%, and my mental power has only improved a little. Lin Chen felt somewhat dejected. The speed of improvement is also a bit slow. Unless high-level monster corpses are absorbed, not only will it be slow, but the enhancement will also be limited. However, it's better than nothing. Little by little accumulates. Having some is better than having none. At this moment, a clone brought news that the map had been completed. Lin Chen glanced at the sky and then at the upgrade points. It's almost 1,000,000 points. If I keep killing for a bit longer, I'll be able to upgrade my talent level. Suddenly, a loud noise occurred ahead, and Lin Chen immediately focused his gaze on a nearby clone. It was heard that a battle broke out in the center of the city. In this day and age, there's still someone hunting in the ruins of the old city? Lin Chen was quite puzzled. The ruins of the old city, aside from various mutated insects and rats, had long been scavenged clean of resources. It was considered a region that was not very dangerous yet not very safe, so adventurers rarely chose to hunt here. They prefer to hunt in the Star Guardian Forest because the monster meat there can be sold for money, the blood can be sold for money, and the whole body is a treasure, making it much more profitable than hunting here. After all, no one likes to eat the mice and bugs here. Let's go take a look. Lin Chen controlled his clone and walked towards the center of the city. This was once a bustling commercial street, but it is now in ruins, with weeds growing all over the ground and most of the buildings collapsed. Various monsters passed by him, and Lin Chen quickly killed them with a swift motion, gaining some experience points. After a while, he reached the edge of the battlefield, carefully hiding behind a large rock and looking ahead. Suddenly, he gasped in surprise. Hiss, it's actually a mountain python. He had seen an introduction to the mountain python in a book before. Over 100 meters in length, with a small mountain-like horn on its head, sharp fangs capable of cutting gold and jade, and capable of spraying toxic mist that corrode gold and iron, the adult Fushan python possesses a battle strength of tier 6. And the Fushan python before them is indeed an adult. Its massive size gives a suffocating feeling. There's still this thing in the ruins of the old city. It's truly surprising. And who is the one battling the Fushan python? Lin Chen looked at the person and saw a young man with a wine gourd and a long sword hanging at his waist, long hair flowing, with a carefree demeanor. Who is this guy? I haven't seen him before. Lin Chen had looked at photos of the higher-ups in Jicheng, and there was no one dressed like this. So, this person is an outsider? Not from Jicheng? As for the Fushan python, it's possible that this person traveled here and for some reason triggered a battle. However, Lin Chen noticed that the young man had an indifferent expression. Even as the Fushan python attacked, he leisurely continued drinking. Lin Chen was speechless. Is he taking his life for granted? Even at a 7th tier combat strength, one would still be heavily injured under this strike. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. I saw the man in the arena was not stopping his drinking. Instead, he placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and just as he put it there, he instantly withdrew his hand. What is he doing? Has he given up? However, the next moment made Lin Chan's eyes widen. Because, as a breeze blew by, the Nushan python had already split into 9 segments, bleeding profusely on the ground, clearly on the verge of death. What the hell? What sword technique is this? It's too powerful and too fast. Lin Chen was greatly shocked. This speed of drawing the sword is indistinguishable to the naked eye. What tier of combat strength is this person? Lin Chen's heart trembled intensely, filled with longing. At this moment, the young man suddenly glanced lazily this way and calmly said, "Little friend, peeking is impolite. Why not come out for a chat?" Faced with such a strong opponent, Lin Chen dared not pretend he didn't hear and could only brace himself and step out. I am Lin Chen, Jr., and I have met the senior. Just now, the sword technique displayed by the senior truly astonished me, and I am in great admiration. Lin Chen cupped his hands in salute and unconsciously praised. The young man laughed heartily and said, "You smooth-tongued kid, you can leave now." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback but also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was not a bloodthirsty person. Given the dire situation, Of humanity in this era, there were few strong individuals who killed for pleasure among humans, which was also why Lin Chen wasn't too worried. Looking at the convulsing mountain python on the ground, Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he asked, "Senior, I admire your sword technique and am quite envious. I long for it. May I indulge myself a bit and take down this vile creature, also quenching my desire for the senior's sword to exorcise demons and evil?" After saying this, Lin Chen held his breath and carefully watched the young man. The young man's pair of eyes looked like a star and moon, assessing Lin Chen for a moment and said, "Kid, where is your main body?" Lin Chen was shocked. This was the first time he had been seen through regarding the truth of his avatar. It should be known that the avatar was a physical entity, and ordinary people couldn't see through it at all. However, it wasn't surprising that such a strong individual might have methods to pierce through reality. Lin Chen cautiously said, "Senior, my main body is far away. Should I have my main body come over and deal with this snake monster?" "That works," the young man replied nonchalantly. The young man looked at Lin Chen with a half-smile, and Lin Chen felt as if he were sitting on needles, but he clearly knew that with his own strength, if the other party really had malicious intent, even if his main body fled 10 miles away, it would undoubtedly be doomed. The perception range of a strong individual above 7th rank was already beyond his imagination. Moreover, this person in front of him seemed to be even stronger. If he could kill the 6th rank burden mountain python, not to mention the crystal stones it would drop, just the upgrade points alone would save him a lot of effort. Lin Chen's main body was just 300 meters away. In fact, the young man had discovered it a long time ago, but he mentioned it out of boredom. He found Lin Chen's courage quite interesting. In such a situation, a normal person would have avoided it, yet here was Lin Chen, actively approaching and wanting to slay the snake demon. He really couldn't think of what benefits there could be in killing the snake demon, so he could only conclude that Lin Chen was indeed someone who hated evil. Lin Chen's main body walked over, performed a grand ceremony, then drew out his tang knife and fiercely attacked the snake monster. Clang clang clang. The tang knife struck the snake demon, producing a strong metallic collision sound. "Kid, your knife is no good. You don't have enough strength. If you want to kill a 6th level monster, you can't even break its defense." The young man took a sip of his drink and laughed heartily. Lin Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt a bit awkward. He thought he had found a bargain, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even break through its defense. "Kid, give it up. This snake monster will bleed to death sooner or later. Why bother killing it again?" "I don't believe it. I can't break the defense." Lin Chen's persistence only earned him the laughter of the youth. The youth had already guessed that Lin Chen's talent was duplication, which is often a B-level talent. To break the defense of a 6th level monster with mere 3rd level combat strength is harder than reaching the sky. However, in the next moment he showed a hint of surprise. "Interesting." Lin Chen unleashed his shared clone ability and transformed into a Buddha statue towering dozens of meters high. Armed with the wisdom sword, he smashed down fiercely. Clang! Another dull sound resonated, nearly causing the sword in his hand to break, but what gave hope was that a deep mark had been left on the scales of the snake monster before him. "Damn, this defense is too strong." Lin Chen marveled quietly. The young man smiled and said, "The strongest aspect of the mountain climbing python is its defense. Your realm is too low. Even with the fusion technique, you won't be able to break it." Lin Chen did not believe in evil, took a deep breath, and said, "I can do it." The young man shook his head and said, "If you can do it, I'll give you an opportunity. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen said, "But can you wait a moment? Please let this monster live. I need to prepare a bit." The young man laughed and said, "Just do whatever you want. The serpent demon won't die before you come back." He hadn't encountered such an interesting little guy in a long time, and suddenly felt playful. He didn't believe Lin Chen could find a way to break through the mountain climbing python's defense, but that didn't stop him from being curious. After all, there are always some exceptions. Lin Chen dismissed the fusion and ordered his clone to immediately attack the monster. Moreover, this time, his main body also joined the battlefield. Still short of 100,000 upgrade points. As long as I collect enough 100,000 upgrade points, I can upgrade my talent. This is the only opportunity right now. Ruins of the old city. In the crumbling ruins of buildings, Lin Chen kept weaving through them. The knife in his hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, with one monster after another falling dead at his feet. Wherever he went, there lay beasts' corpses, among which the mutated cockroaches and rat monsters were the most numerous. The sound of system notifications constantly echoed in his ears. With upgrade points increasing little by little, he was not far from reaching the million mark. The night was encroaching, and darkness was about to fall. Roar! The roar of beasts echoed all around, as the wild animals that had been sleeping during the day began to awaken and enter the hunt of the night. Lin Chen killed another rat monster, gaining 50 upgrade points. Suddenly, his acute perception made his hair stand on end, and he swiftly turned to look behind him. Hiss! A grinding sound came from behind, and a rush of hot air sprayed against Lin Chen's back. He instantly realized that a ferocious beast had appeared behind him without him noticing. The first one reacted the fastest, using his body as a shield, instantly blocking in front of Lin Chen, while the tang knife in his hand fiercely stabbed at the beast behind. Lin Chen was not slow to react either and immediately dodged to the side. After dodging, he finally got a clear view of the beast that had attacked him. It was a tiger with 4 fangs, resembling a saber-toothed tiger but much larger, measuring about 10 meters long and 3 meters high. System analyze monster information. Ding! 5 upgrade points consumed. Analysis successful. 4-toothed wind tiger. Rank, late stage of the 3rd rank. Skills, Storm, Wind Speed, Gas Perception, Tiger Strike, Roar. Evaluation, this is a tiger-type beast with exceptional speed but slightly inferior strength compared to yours. Its 4 saber-like teeth possess the power to break spells and serve as good materials for refining. Wow, this time the information is quite extensive. That's because the beast's strength is not as strong as yours, the system's voice replied. Suddenly, the monster moved, 2 whirlwinds rose from its feet, increasing its speed, and with a gust of wind, it charged towards number 1. In its perception, number 1 in front of it was the strongest, and the reason why it ambushed Lin Chen's main body was simple, because, in its eyes, Lin Chen was the weakest. If it wasn't discovered, it would naturally ambush the weakest first, weakening the enemy's strength. If it was discovered, it would be at a disadvantage and could only adapt randomly. At that moment, he could only brace himself to the attack from number 1. Number 1 swung its long knife, and the azure energy slash attached itself to the blade, instantly striking the beast. Bang! Number 2 reacted very quickly, raising the knife and attacking from the side. The 4-toothed wind tiger roared wildly, while number 3 tightened his grip on the knife, leaped high, and lunged fiercely at the neck of the 4-toothed wind tiger. With a puff, the knife instantly sank into the flesh of the 4-toothed wind tiger, but fortunately missed the vital spot, which was a bit regrettable. Roar! The 4-toothed wind tiger howled in pain, unleashing its skills recklessly. Lin Chen's doppelganger immediately retreated, but number 4 sneaked into the lower abdomen of the 4-toothed wind tiger, drawing the knife and delivering a fierce stab to the lower abdomen. With a puff, blood gushed out. Number 4 was overjoyed and seized the opportunity to strike twice more. The monster let out a wail and collapsed to the ground, dead at last. Ding! Killed the 4-toothed wind tiger. Experience points plus 400. Phew, that scared me to death. It was my first time taking action personally and I almost flipped. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of foul air inside. At this moment, night had fallen. Unbeknownst to Wen, several lights illuminated the surroundings, and before Lin Chen could take a closer look, a wave of foul odor hit him. The surrounding doppelgangers immediately moved forward to protect him, blocking the approaching beasts. When the beast approached, Lin Chen could finally see its true form, which turned out to be a corrosive wolf. This type of wolf was in a state of semi-decay, yet its eyes were extremely sharp, giving off a fierce impression. This is a pack of 3rd-tier corrosive wolves, but there aren't many of them. Brothers, kill! Lin Chen took the initiative to lead, raising his Tangdao and charging forward. After fighting for a while, Lin Chen finally relaxed, panting heavily as he finished off the wolf pack. However, before he could feel happy, an even larger corrosive wolf approached, guarded by several strong corrosive wolves. Aru! The Wolf King roared to the sky and lunged fiercely. Same source fusion. Lin Chen immediately performed same source fusion. The clones around him turned into light and dissipated, merging into Lin Chen's main body. Immovable King's anger, you cannot withstand it. Lin Chen quickly completed his transformation. The immovable king he became was twice the size of the one he had in the higher secret realm, and many times more majestic. His eyes emitted red flames, which were formed by 2 fire avatars. In his hand, the wisdom sword was entwined with a blue and a red light, created by the water and fire avatars respectively. In addition, he had 6 extra arms. A total of 8 arms, each wielding a different weapon. 2 main arms, one gripping the wisdom sword and the other holding the fiery chains, posed to sever all worries. Kill! Lin Chen's colossal body towered above, lifting the 10-meter wisdom sword in his hand, and struck fiercely at the Corrosion Wolf King. The Corrosion Wolf King was taken aback, quickly spewing out a mouthful of green poisonous mist in an attempt to block Lin Chen. However, with the support of powerful kinetic energy, the giant sword ripped through the air and instantly reached above the Corrosion Wolf King's head. Death! The gigantic sword oppressed the air, creating shockwaves that blew everything away. Lin Chen stood there with his sword drawn, and all that remained was a pool of mutilated flesh. Ding! Killed the Corrosive Wolf King. Upgrade points plus 400. The Wolf King was dead, and Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly deactivated the fusion. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay fused, but the fusion continuously consumed energy, and his energy wouldn't last long. Finally, I've saved enough upgrade points. Lin Chen was overjoyed and quickly murmured to the system, "System, upgrade my talent." Ding! Upgrading in progress. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for elevating their talent level to S-class. In the next moment, Lin Chen's heart suddenly started racing, followed by a strong white light surrounding him. The white light illuminated the surroundings, making him a conspicuous source of light, instantly attracting the ferocious beasts wandering nearby. As these ferocious beasts saw the light source, their eyes became dazed, revealing expressions of greed as they rushed toward Lin Chen crazily. At this moment, Lin Chen entered the sea of consciousness space again. He stood among the starry sky, with 2 stars, one large and one small, not far away, surrounded by 4 planets of varying sizes. At this time, the entire starry sky was undergoing changes, with the greatest change occurring in the largest star. That star pulsated like a heart, beating rapidly. With each beat, its size expanded, and in no time it had grown tenfold before beginning to stop shifting. The starry sky seemed to sense the pressure and began to swell and enlarge as well. Lin Chen could clearly feel his mental power expanding wildly, and not only that, but the energy had also increased tenfold. Lin Chen couldn't suppress his smile as he looked at the gradually stabilizing starry sky. He quickly became alert and hurriedly tried to wake himself up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that almost all of the clones had fallen to the ground or had dissipated and died. Roar! Kill. At this moment, the clones were engaged in a battle with a group of fierce beasts. The clones were stronger, but the number of fierce beasts was overwhelming, and the balance of victory was gradually tipping towards the beasts. Seeing that the clones were about to be wiped out, Lin Chen, who was behind them, also fell into crisis, and all the clones showed despair. At this moment, Lin Chen's voice resonated from behind. Beasts, you dare to bully my clones? Die. In the dim night, hundreds of fierce beasts attacked the clones in turn. The clones struggled desperately, one after another dying. Just as the last clone was about to perish, Lin Chen awakened, and upon seeing this scene, he was filled with rage. Beasts, you are seeking death. With a slight movement of his thoughts, Lin Chen withdrew the last clone. The emotions of this clone instantly infected Lin Chen. Lin Chen witnessed the scene of the clones fighting to the death and felt their despair, which ignited a flame of anger in his heart. Let you taste the doppelganger talent I've acquired after my transformation. Lin Chen took a deep breath and silently recited, doppelganger. Boom! Instantly, a strong white light appeared within 100 meters, giving off a chilling feeling, as if it contained the aura of blades and killing intent. The fierce beasts around were unwilling to be outdone, roaring in unison, staring at Lin Chen's body, drooling with greed. In their eyes, Lin Chen's flesh had an irresistible allure, as if a voice deep in their souls urged them incessantly, eat him, eat him. Desire overwhelmed reason, especially for these beasts that lacked much intelligence, now turned into slaves of their desires. Roar! The fierce beasts could no longer bear the cravings in their hearts and all pounced forward. At this moment, the white light had just dispersed. The fierce beasts charged forward, heedless of anything, rushing towards Lin Chen's main body, as if monsters were facing Tang Seng's flesh, recklessly fearless, which was somewhat unexpected. However, in the next moment, beams of cold light flashed with energy slashes, instantly killing dozens of fierce beasts that were rushing in front. Daring to insult my master, seeking death. Hundreds of voices gathered together, shaking the heavens and earth. Lin Chen was also quite surprised that he had actually manifested over 100 clones at once. Ding, congratulations to the host. The innate clone has evolved to S rank, capable of manifesting 100 clones. Each clone can inherit 150% of the host's combat power. Activating new feature, external avatar. Ding, external avatar can manifest a permanently independent clone. The system's voice came again, and several pieces of information instantly appeared in Lin Chen's mind, and he immediately grasped the ability of the external avatar. However, the urgent task now was to kill all these fierce beasts to relieve his hatred. Kill them all, leave not one, Lin Chen said coldly. Boom! 100 clones surged forward in an instant. Although they all had identical faces, which appeared somewhat eerie, their strength was genuine, with each clone being 50% stronger than him. Dealing with these fierce beasts posed no problem at all. Ding, killed the furious bear, upgrade points plus 300. Ding, killed the rending skybird, upgrade points plus 400. Ding, killed the stone scale elephant turtle, upgrade points plus 600. The clones moved as if in a realm without obstacles, killing with immense satisfaction. The fierce beasts walked in, but now lay in slumber here. Lin Chen gazed at the corpses of fierce beasts scattered across the ground and thought quietly, the smell of blood will attract even more fierce beasts. It's best to leave here first. Now that the talent level has been raised, I can finally try to kill that mountain-bearing python. Lin Chen put away the knife in his hand and ran towards the direction of the mountain-bearing python. Along the way, fierce beasts appeared, and Lin Chen killed several dozen of them before finally making his way back. At this moment, he had already stopped bleeding, although it still looked like it was in 9 segments. He could clearly feel the faint breathing of the negative mountain python. Lin Chen glanced around and finally spotted that senior on the edge of a tall building, his face full of sorrow as he drank. Back already? Suddenly, the voice of the young man rang in his ears, startling Lin Chen. The young man put down the gourd, and his figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen was shocked. What kind of strength must one possess to achieve this level of speed? The strength of this mysterious young man appeared to be growing increasingly powerful in Lin Chen's eyes. Could it be level 8? Or perhaps even the legendary level 9? Kid, snap out of it. Lin Chen instantly regained his composure and apologized. Sorry, senior, I was neglectful. No worries, you have been out for half a day, and your strength has increased quite a bit. Your aura has thickened significantly, but your combat power hasn't broken through, which is interesting. The young man stroked his chin, curiously sizing up Lin Chen. The young man chuckled, finding it quite interesting. When he first looked at this guy, although his aura was strong, it hadn't reached a surprising level. Now, however, the aura surprisingly caught him off guard. Could this guy have SS level talent? He pondered for a moment, recalling which SS level awakeners in the nearby cities met the criteria. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head, not finding anyone that fit the criteria. There was, however, a girl in Jiqing who awakened a rare lightning-type talent. If it were merely an SS-level lightning talent, it wouldn't attract so much attention, but the key point is that it was the Thunder Emperor talent. Talents capable of bearing the name of the Thunder Emperor often contain secrets. As for the other 2 SS-level awakeners in Jiqing, neither had a clone talent. The initial talent for clone abilities is generally B-level. If it genuinely transformed into SS level, the difficulty would be tremendously high. Quite interesting. He began to examine Lin Chen, looking from top to bottom, then from behind to in front, nodding from time to time, which made Lin Chen feel a tightness in his lower back and a chill run through his body. This senior doesn't have that kind of preference, does he? What should I do? Kid, this mountain-back python is about to die. If you don't take action now, you won't have the chance. After the youth's reminder, Lynch instantly came to his senses, saluted, and walked toward the mountain-back python. Clones. With a thought, white light appeared, and 100 clones instantly appeared around him. Same origin fusion. Boom! 100 beams of light merged into his body, enveloping him in white light that lingered for a long time. The youth looked at this scene in surprise and said, 100 clones? This kid's talent has indeed transformed. But, is there an SS-level talent for clones? The youth thought for a while. Unfortunately, he rarely paid attention to such niche talents as clones. I'm getting old, my memory is failing. I should check it online. Not checking wouldn't matter, but checking was shocking. According to the information available online, within 300 years since humanity awakened its talents, let alone an SS level, there hasn't been a single S-level avatar talent awakener. The highest level is only A level, and currently, there are no more than 10 existing in the entire human world. Avatar talents are quite rare, and the transformation probability is low, so this kid in front of me should have transformed his talent. If he can transform into SS level or S level, this kid is a real talent. When he had 20 avatars, this kid could conjure up a Buddha statue several meters tall, so what can he transform into now? I'm kind of looking forward to it. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes were tightly closed, as he was merging a new image in his mind. This time, the merging speed was noticeably longer than before, mainly because Lin Chen was not skilled enough. After 3 minutes of merging, he finally created the new image. The light dissipated, revealing the figure inside. Boom! 100-meter-tall Buddha statue radiating golden light, illuminating the surroundings, with a compassionate and calm face, but a pair of eyes containing a deathly glow, lowers its head filled with compassion to look at the mountain-carrying python. Hell is not empty, I vow not to become a Buddha. If you encounter me, Kid Agarba, why not enter my hell, so that you can wash away all superficialities and assist me in my cultivation? Sinful beast, the netherworld has opened, die. The moon hangs high in the sky, casting a faint silver glow. A golden bodhisattva statue stands atop the broken ruins. The bodhisattva's face is compassionate, just one glance can soothe a restless heart, and the majesty surrounding it evokes a subconscious feeling of reverence. However, the commotion of the bodhisattva's emergence is quite loud, soon attracting the incessant howls of beasts from afar. Roar! Fierce beasts gaze at the towering bodhisattva statue, howling up to the sky, as if confronting it. A young man holding a wine gourd unconsciously slowed down his drinking, with a look of surprise flashing in his pupils. At that moment, Lin Chen muttered, I am Kid Agarba, granting you to go to the realm of hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden wheel suspended behind Kid Agarba began to spin and flew into Lin Chen's hand. He gently pushed his arm, and the wheel began to spin away at an incredibly fast speed. Boom! The speed increased, breaking the sound barrier and generating sonic booms. Bang! The wheel slammed down fiercely, crashing into the severed body of the 9-sectioned negative mountain python. Instantly, a clanging sound rang out. With each strike of the wheel, it would strike again, resulting in an endless cacophony. Ding ding ding! The sound kept ringing. Lin Chen remained expressionless, calmly manipulating the wheel to attack. He could sense that although the wheel still couldn't easily kill the negative mountain python, its hardness was already sufficient. Killing the negative mountain python was just a matter of time. Seeing this scene, the young man hastened his drinking, a hint of disappointment inevitably arising in his eyes. He had thought that the current Lin Chen would astonish him, but unexpectedly, it still required high-frequency attacks to achieve everything. This naturally left him somewhat disappointed. However, it was already quite surprising. The admiration in his eyes had not diminished. After transforming, Lin Chen's senses became extremely sharp and he noticed the change in the young man's expression, secretly thinking, in that case, let's use all my strength. With Lin Chen's steady temperament, he naturally did not want to exert all his strength, as it was not only tiring but also consuming. It would even bring some side effects to himself. However, he had to prove himself with strength now, and he was also very interested in the opportunities mentioned by the young man. Transform. As the words fell, the tall bodhisattva statue suddenly changed. Lin Chen secretly manipulated the fusion technique, causing some changes in the form. At this moment, this Ksiddhagarba bodhisattva, adorned with a crown and heavenly garments decorated with jewels, wore a pillow crown and was draped in a kasaya, holding a staff in one hand and a lotus in the other. His fingers formed a gesture of holding flowers, and the lotus slowly opened its petals, revealing the blazing flames within. Go, heart fire! Rumbling! A scorching tongue of flame surged from the lotus, shooting out towards the Fushan python. Lin Chen released the flames leisurely, infusing them with the power of heart fire. The flames landed on the Fushan python's body, which twisted wildly in its broken state. This heart fire could burn souls, and given the current mental state of the Fushan python, it was difficult to resist. Soon, its breath grew weaker and weaker, clearly on the verge of death. Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. His improved heart fire technique was much stronger than the original version. The previous heart fire had limitations and could only be effective against beings not exceeding the second stage, but now, with the energy from the transformation within his body, he unexpectedly created this method that could ignore realm boundaries by incorporating his own spiritual power. However, the limitations are also significant. It can only have a notable effect on beings in a half-dead state. If the enemy is in a fully victorious condition, it may even backfire on him. The young man looked at the flames in Lin Chen's hand and unexpectedly praised the improved heartfire. This kid has quite good comprehension. After a long time, he was finally burned to death. Ding, killed the upgrade points plus 7,000. With a ding sound, a skill crystal dropped at Lin Chen's feet. Lin Chen dissolved the fusion, picked up the skill crystal, walked in front of the youth, and said, "Senior, I luckily obtained a skill crystal, please accept it." The young man smiled as he accepted the skill crystal, quite pleased with Lin Chen's attitude. He brought it to his forehead for a glance, then handed it back to Lin Chen, saying, "I don't need this skill crystal, you killed the mountain python, so you should keep it." With the skill crystal back in his hands, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly bowed in thanks, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. I wouldn't dare refuse, then I shall humbly accept it." "Alright, you're quite remarkable. I've traveled through 30 cities, and you are the most unique person I've encountered." The young man couldn't help but marvel. This kid seemed inconspicuous at first glance, yet always managed to reveal surprising strength. Just when you think he is only this strong, he will soon show you through his actions that he can be even stronger. This kind of young man is someone he has never met in all his long life experiences. If he had to give a rating, he would call him the most unexpectedly strong. Such an extraordinarily surprising talent made him feel a sense of cherishing the gifted. It seems necessary to take this lad under his wing. "Young man, do you wish to join my academy?" The young man stood with his hands behind his back, moonlight cascading over his white hair, a gentle breeze brushing by, exuding an air of a great master. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, clasped his hands, and said, "Senior, this is my opportunity," or, "Not at all. If you join my academy, the opportunity will be upgraded. If you do not join, there is still an opportunity." But he did not finish his sentence, and Lin Chen could already guess that if he did not join his academy, that opportunity was likely not a good one. "May I ask which academy you are referring to, senior?" Lin Chen did not know much about universities. He only remembered the top 10 prestigious schools, and of the 100 top schools, he only remembered a few particularly special academies. The senior in front of him resembled the legendary great masters. If he could enter the academy spoken of by him, it would be a good choice. Anyway, for him, choosing which academy to enter wasn't really an important decision. He wasn't like others, relying on resources to cultivate. He had a system, it was the same wherever he went. However, if he could enter a better academy, it would broaden his horizons, which wouldn't be a bad choice either. "My academy is called the Supreme Academy. It is the foremost among the top 10 prestigious schools," the young man said. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Is there really a Supreme Academy among the top 10 prestigious schools? He pondered for a moment, searching in his mind for the names of the top 10 prestigious schools, but regrettably, he found no mention of this academy. Moreover, named Supreme, it sounds quite childish, right? It wouldn't be some unremarkable academy, would it? Ahem, you don't need to doubt it. This Supreme Academy was once the first among the 10 academies, but 200 years ago, it voluntarily gave up its ranking. Nowadays, it is a hidden academy, stationed in the chaotic region of the returning ruins, preventing intruders from other worlds. It is like the stabilizing anchor of the human race. He knew about the returning ruins. It is a weak spot in the blue star space, the easiest place for invasion from various realms. It is very chaotic and dangerous, often teeming with beings from different realms. Predecessor, I am willing. Kid, don't listen to his nonsense. There are only 2 people in the Supreme Academy, including him, and the death rate is extremely high. If you go, you're most likely not coming back. Suddenly, an old yet familiar voice reached his ears. Lin Chen followed the sound and saw an old man with white hair and beard flying from the distance in the sky. At first, he was far away, but upon a closer look, he was right in front of him. Lin Chen was slightly shocked as he recognized this person was actually the owner of the weapon shop. Kid, how about going to my Chaos Element Academy? It's perfect since you can go with your little girlfriend. The person who arrived was the owner of the weapon shop where Lin Chen bought the Tang sword twice. Lin Chen had long been suspicious of this person. He had guessed that this person might be a predecessor, like a principal of a certain high school. But he never expected him to be so powerful. The first reason he considered this person powerful was because he could fly. This is a sign of 7th tier combat power, flying. And from the way he spoke, it seemed he knew the Supreme Academy mentioned by the young man. Could their strengths be about the same? Lin Chen stood still, feeling as if he were in a whirlpool. How did I unknowingly become the target of a power struggle between 2 factions? Young friend, are you surprised? Let me tell you my true identity. I am Professor Wang from the Academy of Chaotic Elements, and I am here in Jiqing to recruit students. I initially thought I would only recruit Xiaoko, but your appearance has truly surprised me. Professor Wang was greatly astonished. This young man before him kept surprising him time and time again. Not to mention his talent, even his combat power has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he has now reached 3rd tier combat strength. It's important to know that Shuri Feng, who has SS level talent, only recently broke through to 3rd tier combat strength. If it was just a breakthrough in combat power, he would not have thought of recruiting him. What truly captivated him was that Lin Chen's talent had undergone another transformation. A transformation in talent is the most difficult achievement, many times harder than a breakthrough in combat power. Such a difficult feat had been accomplished successfully twice in a row, and only less than 3 months had passed between each. How could this not shock him? How could this not surprise him? He had lived for decades, and this was the first time he encountered such an unreasonable genius. Another reason is Lin Chen's avatar talent, which is likely the first S-level avatar talent in history. This is quite sensational and will surely be recorded in history, holding significant cultural value. He traveled here today and suddenly saw a huge statue of a bodhisattva appear, so he came to investigate but unexpectedly encountered this scene. He originally didn't care, but after seeing Lin Chen's change, he became anxious. He absolutely cannot let Lin Chen join any other academy, especially the Supreme Academy. This academy has long declined and is in a precarious return void. He doesn't want Lin Chen, this unexpectedly brilliant genius, to fall in the void after several years. Such talent should enter their academy, grow step by step, and become the future and pillar of the human race. Young friend, what do you think? Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Both of you seniors are experts, does my decision even matter?" The young man glanced at Professor Wang, saw a stranger's face, silently took a sip of wine, and said, "I respect your words." Professor Wang observed the young man for a few moments and thought to himself, this person should be the contemporary senior brother of the Supreme Academy. His cultivation level is comparable to mine, but it doesn't match the rumors of him often wearing a robe. It seems the rumors are incorrect. After all, it is said that this senior brother rarely goes out and prefers to stay home, crafting various artifacts. Professor Wang also said, "I feel the same way, but you still need to consider your little girlfriend's feelings. You know, in 4 years of university, too many things can happen, and many couples ultimately break up because of long-distance issues. You need to think carefully." Lin Chen felt like crying upon hearing this. "Is this what you call respecting my decision? You're actually pushing me." After sizing them up again, he asked, "I want to know about the Chaos Element Academy. Could you please introduce it?" Upon hearing this, Professor Wang thought, "Success." He looked at the young man proudly and started to introduce enthusiastically. The Academy of Chaotic Elements ranks third among the top 10 prestigious schools, primarily for elemental awakeners. We have signed contracts with 6 elemental worlds, allowing us to train in these 6 major worlds with greatly improved efficiency. Additionally, our academy offers various cultivation secret realms that can significantly increase training speed. Furthermore, for those who enroll, tuition is completely waived, and a monthly allowance of 10,000 star coins is provided. Each student is assigned a villa and 3 servants, and upon enrollment, they receive 10 million star coins. After graduation, students can enter the military, adventure teams, governmental agencies, and more, facing almost no obstacles. They are talents that major forces are vying for. You will experience other benefits in the future. As for the Supreme Academy, it has already declined. The school only has 2 people, and although they guard the returning ruins, the death rate is extremely high, so I do not recommend you go there. Lin Chen was somewhat tempted and looked at the young man, but the young man only smiled slightly, revealing little emotion, leaving Lin Chen unable to glean his inner thoughts. The young man glanced at Professor Wang and said with a smile, "It seems that you are quite familiar with my Supreme Academy. May I ask if you know what benefits the Supreme Academy offers?" Professor Wang was momentarily taken aback and shook his head. In such a dangerous place as the Return Ruins, where life was uncertain and danger lurked around every corner, what benefits could there possibly be? The very danger seemed to eliminate any potential benefits. It seems this senior brother's personality differs from the rumored reticent and taciturn nature. The rumors have misled me. Once this matter is over, I must write something to show the world what the true character of the senior brother of the Supreme Academy is like. The young man smiled and continued. First of all, my Return Ruins Academy is located in the Return Ruins, surrounded by numerous ferocious beasts, making it a rare training ground. It offers significant benefits for honing one's mind and skills. The young man continued. Secondly, the Return Ruins are a weak point in the blue star space, and invaders from various realms often enter this place. Occasionally, new worlds will emerge, and we can even counterattack to seize the resources for ourselves. Thirdly, although there are few people, it used to be the first academy. With fewer people, the average resources are even greater. As long as you join our academy, all facilities of the school are free to use. The young man took a big gulp of wine, and Lin Chen was puzzled. How come the wine in the gourd hasn't run out yet? Professor Wang, however, remained unmoved, sneering, "Let's not mention anything else. Just talking about the monster tide in the Return Ruins is not suitable for young people. One careless move could get them killed by fierce beasts, and once dead, there's no future. Our Chaos Element Academy is much safer. You don't need to go out hunting, and staying in the secret realm for cultivation is several times faster than in the outside world." The young man snorted and said, "Academy types, all mediocre. You?" Before Professor Wang could finish his sentence, his mouth was stuffed with a gourd spout, rendering him unable to speak. "Have a drink, say less. Kid, tell me your decision." The youth looked at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, looked at Professor Wang, and respectfully bowed to him. When Professor Wang saw the scene, he immediately beamed with joy. This kid is quite perceptive. Is this settled? However, in the next moment, his expression froze. He saw Lin Chen walk up to the youth and respectfully say, "Senior, I choose the Supreme Academy." Professor Wang. The night was cool as water, and the 3 of them fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Professor Wang felt his heart was hurt. "You bowed to me, yet you didn't choose me. Are you playing me?" In contrast, the youth's mindset was somewhat unexpected. He had encountered many young talents along the way, but once the others learned about the Supreme Academy, they would refuse without a second thought. This was still the only one brave enough to come to the Supreme Academy for college. The youth squinted his eyes, looking at Lin Chen, trying to discern his true thoughts. In fact, Lin Chen did not have too many complicated thoughts because in his opinion, while the ruins are dangerous, they present even greater opportunities for him. His system requires him to kill monsters, and the ruins happen to be a place teeming with fierce beasts. The Supreme Academy has been established here for 300 years. It cannot possibly remain solely within the academy, where there are lurking dangers. The so-called death crisis is most likely to exist outside of the academy. On the contrary, if he chose the Chaos Element Academy, it would not be easy to go out hunting. These colleges are managed very strictly. To go out, one not only needs to report but also has to state the purpose. This is both a protection for the students and a form of control. After all, the students in these top institutions are the future of the human race, and losses cannot be tolerated. This does not align with his situation, nor is it his pursuit in life. Kid, I'll give you another chance to choose. Are you really going to be so stubborn? Professor Wang's expression darkened, and the frustration in his heart made him a bit imbalanced. Lin Chen's expression revealed his inner conflict. At that moment, a young man stood in front of Lin Chen and said with a smile, "Since you've chosen to join my academy, are you really going to poach me? This kid is quite a talent. It's a waste for him to join your Supreme Academy." Professor Wang wanted to insist a bit longer. He was both unwilling to concede and reluctant to give up on Lin Chen, a genius with a 100% unexpected potential. However, in the next moment, a striking sword light burst into his view. It could be said that the sword light was as cold as the 19 continents wandering through the starry realm. A colossal sword, reaching from heaven to earth, descended from the sky, floating behind the young man, making him look like a deity. "Do you still wish to persuade me further?" the young man said softly, his eyes slightly closed. Lin Chen showed a look of astonishment. This was just too pretentious, impressive indeed. Yet Professor Wang was drenched in cold sweat, his hands and feet trembling as he said, You are the Sword God Senior? In this world, apart from that prodigy named Li Qinglian, there was no one else who could be called the Sword God. The young man moved his eyelids slightly upon hearing this, but did not respond. However, this action made Professor Wang firmly believe that he was tacitly agreeing. He quickly cupped his hands in salute and said, "Since the Sword God Senior has personally arrived, I shall not disturb you any further. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, rays of light appeared beneath his feet, transforming into a flying rainbow that vanished into the horizon in an instant. Only Lin Chen and the exceedingly pretentious young man remained at the spot. The young man suddenly opened one eye, glanced at the now empty sky, and quickly returned to his original state. "Kid, how was my move just now?" "Want to learn it?" he said proudly. Lin Chen glanced at him and replied, "Can you teach me, senior?" "No. This is a talent ability. However, if you are lucky enough to obtain a talent related to sword intent, I could teach you," the young man said. Let alone a sword intent talent, even other worthless talents are quite difficult to obtain. This relies not only on appearance but also on strength and financial resources. Currently, he does not expect much from these. As long as he can upgrade his clone talent and improve his strength, that would be enough. "Senior, are you really the Sword God Senior?" Lin Chen asked, the doubt in his heart. After all, Sword God Li Qinglian is a legend of the entire human race, transforming from a mere B-level talent swordsman to an SS-level talent sword intent master. However, the Sword God Senior should be around 200 years old, right? The young man in front of him looked to be only in his 30s. Could he really be one person? Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder, and Lin Chen realized it was the young man's arm. The young man chuckled and said, "The president is extremely busy. How could he have the time to recruit students? It all falls to me, this poor big senior brother, to handle it personally. You might not know, I have traveled through 30 cities and encountered many talented young people, but as soon as they hear the name of the Supreme Academy, they avoid it like the plague. You are the only special one. Good kid, not only do you have decent talent, but your courage is even better. You have hope of living for 3 or 5 more years. Lin Chen heard him say this and curled his lip, wondering if this is how a person should talk. What does it mean to live for 3 or 5 years? Haven't you already lived for decades? The youth also realized his verbal slip and quickly corrected himself, saying, verbal slip, as long as you stay in the academy, there won't be any problems. Just rest assured. Our academy may be average in other areas, but this protective array is top-notch. Even if a deity comes, it won't be able to break through. Is that true or false? Lin Chen expressed his skepticism. However, seeing the other party so enthusiastic, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Well, big senior brother, what about the opportunity you promised me?" Hearing this, the big senior brother was taken aback for a moment and said, "Hey, we're all family now, so let's not talk about opportunities anymore. Come on, let's go back to the city and have a good meal first." After saying that, the big senior brother pulled Lin Chen in the direction of Jiqing, and Lin Chen grabbed his collar, saying, "Big senior brother?" The big senior brother had the thickest skin imaginable, turned around with a smile and said, "Don't be anxious, once you get to the academy, you'll know what the opportunity is." Would this senior brother really trick you? Lin Chen cast a skeptical glance at him, but he directly ignored it and led Lin Chen toward the direction of Ji City. As for the matter of opportunity, he hadn't thought it through yet, he had said it just to show off at the time. Anyway, this kid still has some time before graduating high school, so there's time to prepare. For now, it's better to go into the city and enjoy a nice meal to celebrate completing the task in finding a student. This is a big deal. Senior brother, the city gate is already closed. How do we get in? Lynch asked. Once it gets dark, the city gate will close, and this is controlled by the city's intelligence system. No one can interfere. The senior brother smiled and said, this rule is only for ordinary people and doesn't apply to me, your senior brother. As he spoke, he took out a black card and lightly waved it in front of the city gate, leading to a shocking event for Lynch. Suddenly, a small door, just the height of a person, opened in the city gate, perfectly sized for passage. Ding, special privileges detected. The city gate has been opened for you. Please enter, esteemed guest. Lin Chen was shocked as he walked into the city, looking at the indifferent expression on the other person's face, and a trace of desire arose in Lin Chen's heart. It turns out that so many rules are just to constrain the weak. The strong have privileges. All along, he understood the principle of the strong being respected, but in this city he hadn't experienced it deeply until now. The city gates, which are publicly proclaimed to never be opened privately, are actually not so. The strong have enough privileges to break the rules and exist outside of them. This is the world of the strong. Sooner or later, I will be one of them. With a snap, a strong arm wrapped around his neck, interrupting his thoughts. He heard the young man beside him say, Junior brother, take me to the best restaurant to celebrate your entrance into our Supreme Academy with a feast. Restaurant. The table was filled with dishes, all wiped out by the senior brother. He lifted his greasy hand and called out, little sister, bring another table. Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at his senior brother, who resembled a starving ghost reincarnate. Feeling an urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in, it was so embarrassing. And besides, the person is a waitress, not a little sister. Does he really think this is a club? The waitress arrived late but didn't seem to have any strong emotions. After working as a waitress here, she's seen all sorts of strange people and has long since become numb. Even when encountering someone stranger, she can still carry on calmly. To put it nicely, it's like a still ancient well. To put it bluntly, she's just numb. Soon, another table of dishes was served. The senior brother once again went into devour everything mode, and in no time, only half a table of food was left. Junior brother, you should eat too, he said, holding a chicken leg in his left hand, mumbling. Senior brother, I'm not hungry. Just as he finished saying this, his stomach growled. From the day he went out hunting until now, he hasn't eaten anything at all. Although the energy in his body can maintain his stamina, it cannot supplement his nutrition, so he will still feel hungry. The senior brother laughed and said, look, your stomach is so honest. Hurry and eat, get full, and take me to your home. Ah? Lin Chen was taken aback and asked, Senior brother, my home is small, it can't fit 2 people. No problem, I'll sleep on the sofa. The senior brother took another bite of the chicken leg and said, hurry up and eat. This is the only chance I've had to go out in a year. I'm really bursting to go out. By the way, have you ever been to the red light district? Red light district? Lin Chen instinctively blushed and quickly shook his head and said, I've never been. Ha, look at you, still a novice. One day, I'll take you off for some fun, how about that? The senior brother kept tempting Lin Chen, but Lin Chen held his ground and didn't waver at all. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Phew, finally full. He is so strong that he needed to eat 1.5 tables of food to feel full, while Lin Chen could hardly finish half a table before he couldn't eat anymore. Little sister, come over to settle the bill. The senior brother's voice was really loud, completely losing the demeanor of a distinguished person, instead resembling a spoiled rich kid. This time, the waiter came quickly, and after a while, he walked over and said, your total spending is 8,600 star coins. A single meal cost as much as several months of salary for the staff. If it were before, Lin Chen would definitely feel heartache, but now he didn't even blink an eye. Pay up, junior brother. The senior brother's voice rang in his ears. Ha? Lin Chen suddenly regained his senses and looked at him in confusion. He gave a knowing look, and Lin Chen understood that he had no money. Lin Chen, feeling helpless, could only pay the bill. How come a formidable strongman like you has no money? Lin Chen felt utterly powerless to complain. After paying, as they walked out of the restaurant, the way the two leaned on each other really resembled a couple of good-for-nothings. On the way home, the image of the senior brother gradually faded in his eyes. In the past, in his heart, this was a very aloof senior, handsome and elegant, rarely smiling, and extremely strong, but now in his eyes, he is just a rake. Never mind, he pushed open the door and laid the senior brother on the bed, while Lin Chen fell asleep on the sofa, soon sinking into a deep slumber. A night without words, and the dawn soon arrived. Ding ding ding. Lin Chen's watch beeped. He opened his eyes, cursing as he checked the watch, and found a message from the class group. What's going on? Disturbing my sleep. As Lin Chen was about to turn off the watch, he suddenly saw a message and immediately sat up straight. Big news, Shurifeng from second high is coming to our third high today. The stage has already been set up, and he claims he will defeat all rivals at third high. It's a lively scene over there now. Damn, if I had SS level talent, I would also go bully others. What's going on with Zhao Ku? It's been a while, and there's still no response. Is he too scared? It seems Zhao Ku hasn't broken through to the third tier yet. He shouldn't be a match for Shurifeng, so hiding makes sense. Lin Chen frowned slightly. These people have no idea what they're talking about. He quickly got up, glanced at the deeply sleeping senior brother, washed up briefly, and then went out. Zhao Ku is in seclusion and Shuri Feng has asked me to defeat him. He snorted coldly and headed towards the school. On the way, some people hurried by, seemingly also going to Sangao to see the excitement. Lin Chen took out a skill crystal and pressed it to his forehead. This was the skill crystal acquired from killing the Fushan Python, and he hadn't had the chance to look at it yet. Mountain Stone Arm summons the power of Mountain Stone, attaching it to the arm, greatly enhancing arm strength and defense. In the next moment, Lin Chen had already learned the skill, but he wasn't yet very proficient and could only release it simply. He tried to release the skill, and suddenly a layer of earthy-colored armor slowly formed on his arm, wrapping around it. At the same time, he felt that the strength of his arm had roughly doubled, giving him the illusion that he could pierce the sky. What an incredible skill! With this skill, defeating Shuri Feng became even more certain. Martial Arts Arena. Shuri Feng stood firm on the ground, surrounded by earthy-colored light, as a figure wrapped in white light struck at him. The person shouted angrily, and the white light transformed into red light, significantly increasing the attack speed, but Shuri Feng remained calm and allowed the strikes. The spectators were stunned. Damn, what kind of abnormal defense is this? Lu Sa's S-Class Talon Star armor can't break through it. This is outrageous. It's over. Lu Sa's attack power ranks among the top among S-Class awakened ones, and if he can't break through the defense, then no one can. Unless we can make Shuri Feng leave the earth, with his talent and the characteristics of the Earth Sun, he can not only continuously recover his stamina but also enhance his attributes. Shuri Feng stands on the earth, and his whole person is one with the ground. Unless there is immense power, it's simply impossible. Sigh, if only Zhao Ku were here, her Thunder Emperor can fight at a higher level, maybe she could defeat Shuri Feng. What a pity, I can't get in touch with her. Boom! A loud sound echoed. Shuri Feng roared, and the earth element transformed into a gigantic hand, slapping Lu Sa away. Lu Sa landed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath gradually weakening. Who else is there? Shuri Feng shouted angrily, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The disdainful look made many people angry inside. Below, the crowd felt stifled, watching that arrogant figure, each of them wishing to exert their power to obliterate his influence. However, upon thinking of their own strength, the fire was extinguished. I'll go. A handsome young man dressed in hanfu, with a face like a peach blossom, flew up to the martial arts platform while stepping on the air. It's him, Jiang Rohan, known as the Peach Blossom Prince. His talent is gas flow manipulation, reputed to control all forms of gas. I heard he is already at the 2nd level and is close to the 3rd level. I wonder if he can win. His talent and combat power are inferior to the opponent's. It's hard to win. He seems to want to use this rotation strategy to wear down Shuri Feng. In a corner, dozens of S-ranked talent awakeners were discussing strategies. Indeed, this was their plan. When human strength is sometimes insufficient, if one can't win alone, then they'll use a rotation. Shuri Feng is a man, not a god. They believe he can't keep fighting forever. Boom! As soon as the Peach Blossom Prince took the stage, he was hit by a massive gravitational attack. This caused him, who was flying in the air, to be forcibly pulled down, almost causing him to fall headlong. Shuri Feng mocked, I am the son of the earth. Although I'm not as skilled in gravitational techniques as those with gravity talent, I perfectly restrain you. The Peach Blossom young master turned pale. In front of Shuri Feng, his ability to manipulate gas was greatly diminished. Get lost. Shuri Feng sneered dismissively, waving his hand, a yellow-brown energy arm sending his opponent flying. Who else wants to challenge me? I do. Before the voice faded, a young man wearing a blue forehead cloth and wielding dual blades coldly walked onto the stage. Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd immediately gasped in surprise. It's actually Lang Yu. He has been hunting outside, honing his innate skills, and rarely shows up in public. I didn't expect even this martial fanatic to show up. It's truly surprising. I wonder if he can defeat him. But there's the suppression of levels. Lang Yu remained expressionless, extremely cold, as he glanced at the robust Shuri Feng and calmly said, let's fight. Shuri Feng casually waved his hand, and the earth element transformed into armor covering his entire body. I've heard your name. Your dual daggers possess strong offensive power, so I must be cautious. Less talk, let's fight. Fine, I'll accommodate you. Your fighting power is weaker than mine, so I will suppress my strength, making you lose convincingly and helping you understand that a difference of 1 level in talent separates heaven and earth. If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no need for all this chatter. The dual dagger boy let out a cold snort, lightly stepping on the ground, and a ghostly blue light emanated from his dual daggers. He turned sideways, combining the daggers into a spiraling thrust, charging forward fiercely. The speed was so fast that onlookers only saw a flash of white light before it vanished from sight. The spectators gasped, what incredible speed! Come on! Shuri Feng placed both hands horizontally in front of his chest, and a yellow-brown shield materialized before him. Bang! The sharp dagger struck the shield, producing a deafening sound. What a fast speed, but you can't break my defense! Shuri Feng smirked and laughed wildly, stamping his right foot hard. It's my turn to counterattack. As soon as he finished speaking, spikes of earth shot up, and within a radius of 10 meters, it was a realm filled with earth spikes centered around Shuri Feng. Lang Yu was taken aback and quickly dodged. After several leaps and shifts, he finally landed at a distance. But before he could catch his breath, he suddenly felt darkness above his head. Take my move, Celestial Sword. On the ground, a faint earthy glow began to rise, and the earth elements in the sky wildly gathered, quickly forming a 10-meter-long giant sword, which aimed at Lung Yu and stabbed fiercely at his head. The speed was so fast that it caught people off guard. By the time Lung Yu noticed, he was already a bit flustered. Although he possessed great speed, he was still hit in the right arm. Shurifeng looked at his bleeding right arm and said, "You lost, get down. You are no match for me." A sense of powerlessness surged within Lung Yu. The opponent was too strong, completely suppressing him. This made him feel a strong sense of defeat. Is this the strength of an SS-level awakened talent? Is our gap with them this large? He felt unwilling in his heart, but more importantly, he became sober. He made up his mind to wash away today's shame. He cupped his hands and then went down. Is there anyone else? He stood on the platform, laughing wildly and recklessly. The audience below was momentarily silent. In the distance, the principal stood in front of the office window, gazing at the martial arts stage, and said, "Haven't you contacted Zhaoku yet?" Secretary Qian flicked her hair and said, "From what I learned from her family, Zhaoku is currently in seclusion and cannot be reached for the time being." The principal sighed with a hint of melancholy. Watching Shurifeng flaunt his might in his school, he felt quite uncomfortable inside. Although this is a competition among the younger generation, he, as an old-timer, should not interfere, but it nonetheless reflects poorly on him. Besides Zhaoku, who do you think can win? The principal asked. Secretary Qian shook his head and said, "The gap between S-level and SS-level talents is substantial, not to mention the difference in realms. Unless Zhaoku intervenes, I don't see any hope for victory." The principal sighed and said, "If it were any other SS-level awakeners, a rotating competition might still be effective, but this Shurifeng is a child of the earth. Standing on the ground allows him to continuously restore his stamina and energy. He could fight for 3 days and nights without getting fatigued. Principal, although we will lose this time, once Zhaoku is out, we can have Zhaoku challenge him as well, using his own methods against him." Upon hearing this, the principal thought it was a good idea and laughed. "You're right, let's do it. Ha ha ha." The principal sat back in his chair and suddenly thought of someone, saying, "By the way, how has that kid with the clone ability been doing lately? He is a vengeful person. A few days ago, Lynch had made him suffer, and now that he is in a good mood, he remembers this person." "You must be talking about Lin Chen, right?" Secretary Qian also recalled this young man. Lin Chen's achievement of defeating a third-tier teacher using second-tier skills is indeed surprising, so it left a deep impression. Furthermore, with Zhaoku standing up for him, Secretary Qian remembered this person even more. Yes, it's this student named Lin Chen. What is his situation now?" the principal asked. Secretary Qian replied, "Before Zhaoku exited his retreat, the two were continuously hunting together. In the following days, Zhaoku went into retreat, and Lin Chen went out hunting alone. He encountered assassins, but all the assassins were killed. Moreover, Li Wu and Li Song also went missing." Speaking of this matter, she felt quite emotional. Offending the Li family and encountering an assassination, yet not only is he alive and well but also completely unharmed. It all seems somewhat unexpected. As for what happened to Li Wu, Li Song, and those assassins, she guessed they probably died. Who killed them? If it was Lin Chen who killed them, it proves that his strength is not as simple as it appears. If it was not him, then it shows that he has a powerful force behind him. No matter which possibility, it is intriguing. The principal said with slight surprise, "The assassin should have been sent by Li Wu and Li Song. The fact that they didn't kill him means the assassins were probably too low level." "Perhaps," Secretary Qian said uncertainly. The principal waved his hand and said, "Forget it, but with just an A-level talent, there's nothing worth paying attention to. Let's plan well for how to regain our face after Zhaoku comes out." Secretary Qian nodded on the surface but felt deep down that Lin Chen was not that simple. On the other side of the building, Li Yuan stood respectfully behind a middle-aged man and said, "Third uncle, that's Lin Chen." Li Yuan pointed at Lin Chen, who was watching the battle below, his tone a little excited. He looks forward to revenge, and he even wants to make Lin Chen die. The middle-aged man is none other than the third young master of the Li family, and it was he who ordered Li Yuan to carry out the plan to kill Lin Chen. He has already investigated Lin Chen's background thoroughly. Orphaned, with no parents, aside from Zhaoku, a classmate with no blood relations, he barely has any friends. Dealing with such a person, as long as he acts cleanly and leaves no traces, killing him, who could prove it was them? He believes that by the time Zhaoku learns of Lin Chen's death, she will only vent her anger on Shurifeng. But both of them are SS-level talent awakeners, and neither can do anything to the other. Moreover, according to the rules, if someone dies unexpectedly in a martial arts contest, it can't be blamed on anyone else, it's just bad luck. Uncle San, look quickly, all S-level talent awakeners have failed. On the performance stage, a tall and sturdy young man scans everyone below with a smug look on his face, as proud as can be. The people below looked at his arrogant demeanor, their faces reddened with anger, wishing they could unleash their might and kick Shurifeng away. Shurifeng laughed arrogantly, saying, "Those with high stats are mere namesakes. Even dozens of S-rank awakeners lost to me in a wheel battle. Garbage. Tui." He spat heavily on the ground. The intention to humiliate was obvious, provoking the wrath of the crowd. "Shurifeng, you are too arrogant. Although I am only an A-rank awakener, I will challenge you. Yes, although I am merely a lowly B-rank awakener, why should I fear a battle? With my wounded body, I will guard the honor of the Three Highs fight." Hundreds of challenge shouts converged into a torrent, shaking the sky with great momentum. The blood surged, allowing everyone to temporarily forget the gap in strength. Upon seeing this, Shurifeng felt a hint of surprise, but then thought, isn't this just achieving his goal? His original purpose was to kill Lin Chen. In this situation, he could take advantage of the current to let Lin Chen come up, challenge him, and then kill Lin Chen. Truly, heaven is aiding me, I am indeed the son of destiny. He was excited in his heart and laughed wildly. A mere nobody dares to challenge me? The disdain on his face was obvious, with clear mockery. The emotions of the crowd below were instantly ignited. Although they were not strong in talent, they still held dignity, and with their dignity trampled like this, few could remain rational. Shurifeng, you are too arrogant. Don't think that because your talent is high, you can do as you please. If you continue this arrogance, you will eventually die at the hands of someone stronger. Shurifeng chuckled and said, you are too weak, you are not worthy of my effort. As for my fate, you are not even qualified to comment. The people below felt looked down upon, and one can imagine the frustration in their hearts. Although they were not geniuses, they had grown to be the backbone of the human race. When had they ever been so despised? However, if you insist on fighting me, I will grant you that. I hereby announce that I will challenge all A-level awakened from the 3 high groups. Come up one by one. Let me wake you up to the difference between heaven and earth. He arrogantly held his head high, completely disregarding the others. This made people both angry and anxious. Someone couldn't help but jump out and shout, I challenge you. Just as he jumped onto the stage, a huge energy arm suddenly slammed onto his face. Before he could even see what it was, he flew out faster than he had come in. Poof! This person spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his breath gradually weakened, clearly suffering heavy injuries. Trash! He looked around arrogantly and sneered, is this the level of the 3 of you? You still dare to claim you can defeat me, utterly clueless about your own abilities. I think you should go home and plant sweet potatoes instead of wasting food by coming to school. You! The crowd was so angry that their faces turned red, pointing at Shurifeng and cursing. Shurifeng, you won't be arrogant for much longer. Once Jiaoke comes out, he will definitely crush your skull. Besides, our school also has the genius Lin Chen who can defeat teachers. Although he may not be as talented as you, he is undeniably a true genius. Your pride is only temporary. Sooner or later, someone will take care of you. The wheel of fortune turns. Although what they said was satisfying, they actually felt uncertain inside because this person was simply too strong. The gap in talent and combat strength seemed like 2 enormous chasms standing before them. Shurifeng listened to the insults and laughed scornfully. I wonder if that Lin Chen, who can defeat my teacher, is here and dares to fight me, to extinguish my arrogance, ha ha ha. His voice was loud, and his laughter was wild. His followers also laughed mockingly with him. I heard this Lin Chen has only an A-grade talent, and it's a clone-type scouting talent. Just him? I bet he can withstand one move. I bet he can't withstand a single move. As soon as he steps onto the stage, he'll be overwhelmed by Brother Feng's dominating aura and fall to his knees, calling him Big Brother. Ha ha ha. The laughter was extremely harsh, but there was no way to refute it. Lin Chen only had an A-grade talent. Even if he miraculously broke through to the 3rd tier, how could he be a match for Shurifeng with his SS-grade talent? At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with darkness, anger, and humiliation, yet they could not resist. This feeling of helplessness made them tremble with rage, but they had no way out. Anger. In the corner, Lin Chen watched the scene unfold, sneering coldly. He wasn't happy inside. Anyone who was looked down upon like this wouldn't be able to feel happy. He took a step forward, walking toward the martial arts stage. On the way, he muttered, clone. A sudden wind blew up, and the temperature dropped a few degrees, giving people goosebumps. Rumble. Suddenly, within 100 meters, a white light enveloped the area, nearly blinding everyone's eyes. People looked around, each showing a shocked expression, discussing amongst themselves. What is this? Why did so much white light suddenly appear? I sensed a fluctuation of energy. Someone is releasing their innate ability. Could it be that Jiaoke has come out of seclusion? Ha, I knew Jiaoke would definitely make it. I can gaze upon my goddess's beauty again. No, this isn't Jiaoke. Look around you, isn't there an extra person? What the hell? When did an extra person appear next to me? Damn, when did another person show up next to me? Crap, this is so weird. These people all look exactly the same, and they're expressionless, just like clones. The white light appeared quickly and vanished just as fast. When all 100 clones materialized, the white light disappeared. So it was Lin Chen's clone ability. When did his ability become so powerful? At least dozens of clones. Has he broken through? He's stronger now. He's here to challenge Shurifeng. Lin Chen listened to the crowd's astonished voices and slowly walked onto the stage. He looked up at the arrogant Shurifeng. So you're here to challenge me, huh? Alright, I accept your challenge. Lin Chen spoke casually, as if addressing a passerby, with no hint of reverence at all. This made the long-respected Shurifeng feel quite displeased. Who do you think you are? A mere A-grade talent dares to talk to me like this? If it weren't for someone wanting your life, you wouldn't even have the chance to see me. Just wait. Before you die, I will tell you the truth so you can die with your eyes closed. So you are Lin Chen, huh? Your strength isn't impressive, but your team isn't weak. If I'm not careful and make a slip during the battle, your little life might just be gone, Shurifeng said with a smile. Lin Chen chuckled, don't worry, I've bought enough insurance. If I die, I can still get quite a sum of money. How about you? Have you bought insurance early? If not, I just happen to know an insurance guy who is quite skilled. Let him recommend a good plan for you. How about this accident beheading insurance? You're quite the sharp-tongued brat. You'll have your moment to cry later. Shuri Feng's anger surged. He vowed to rip Lin Chen's mouth apart. Lin Chen looked up at him and said, are we fighting or not? If not, I'm going home. I have a senior brother to take care of at home. Kid, you're dead for sure, watch my punch. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Good, you're flustered. Lin Chen's main body slowly stepped back and called out to the avatars around him. Brothers, beat him up. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, there was a commotion all around. One by one, the avatars hidden in the crowd walked expressionlessly onto the martial stage. The number was so great that they occupied half of the martial stage's area. Although they all had identical faces which appeared somewhat eerie, their momentum was undeniable, and at least it countered Lin Chen's presence. Watching the numerous avatars, the crowd below was shocked. Damn, I just roughly counted, there are about 100 avatars. Lin Chen has so many avatars. I remember B-grade talent has no more than 5 avatars. What level is his talent? Is it S-grade? Impossible, he just recently underwent a talent transformation. How could he possibly undergo another transformation? The probability of a continuous talent transformation is very small. Usually, it takes several years or even decades of accumulation before a transformation can occur again. Even so, the chances are still quite low. At least Lin Chen is the first person they have seen in person to transform his talent. As for the speculations regarding Lin Chen's strength and talent, opinions vary. Some believe his talent is only A-level, but he encountered an opportunity that caused his talent to mutate, hence the sudden increase in the number of avatars. However, the strength of the avatars would simultaneously weaken. Others argue that even if it is S-level talent, how can it compare to Shuri Feng's SS-level talent? In short, some are looking forward to it, while others dismiss it. Overall, however, people do not believe Lin Chen can win. What they hope for is that Lin Chen can last a few more exchanges without embarrassing their 3 high-status individuals. Meanwhile, Principal's office. The principal stared at the numerous avatars on the training platform, astonished. Secretary Qian squinted his eyes, becoming even more curious about Lin Chen. Could it be that Lin Chen's talent has undergone another transformation? Secretary Qian murmured softly. The principal heard this and snorted coldly. After a month, it's impossible for the talent to continue transforming. It must be a talent mutation. Although there are many, they are all just for show, and their strength is only 1/10 of that of the original. The principal was unwilling to acknowledge Lin Chen's talent, not only because Lin Chen had once embarrassed him, but also because he had looked down on Lin Chen multiple times. If he admitted that Lin Chen was a genius, wouldn't that mean he lacked the ability to recognize talent? However, before his words could fully settle, his face was slapped fiercely. On the performance stage, Lin Chen commanded his clones to attack. 100 clones, led by 10 main clones, each leading 9 others, surrounded Shuri Feng from all directions. Shuri Feng was slightly surprised, but when he thought about Lin Chen's mere A-class talent, he figured the clones must not be strong, so he didn't take it to heart. However, even a lowly chicken or dog, let me smash you with one punch. However, in the next moment, his hand retracted as if struck by electricity. It hurt so much. His opponent was none other than the number 1. With a clone inheriting 150% of Lin Chen's power, its strength had already touched the threshold of the 4th tier, and with a single punch, it could shatter rocks. Moreover, Shuri Feng only possessed early-stage 3rd tier strength, so it was reasonable for him to be pushed back by the clone's punch. Xia Feng felt a flicker of anger in his heart. He believed that he had just been careless, being pushed back by a clone. Shaking his hand, he chuckled coldly. It seems your clone isn't just for show. In that case, I'll use some real skills. Suddenly, a yellowish light surrounded him, and the earth element transformed into a stone armor, covering his entire body and standing 3 meters tall. In his hand was a stone sword, radiating cold light. This is my tenacious stone armor, and under my feet lies the force of gravity. The stone sword in my hand is sharper than steel. Bring it on. Then, he raised the sword in his hand and fiercely swept it towards the group of clones. The clones are experienced in combat, although their speed is interfered with by gravity, they still easily evade. At this moment, number 2 suddenly attacked from behind. Boom! 10 flames infused with heartfire burst out violently. Despicable and shameless, to launch a sneak attack, Shuri Feng endured the soul burning from the heartfire and thrust his sword forward. However, number 2 did not dodge or evade, confronting the 10 clones head-on. Lin Chen saw this scene and shook his head. These clones are still too cautious, completely treating Shuri Feng as prey. Rumble! 10 fists struck Shuri Feng, smashing large chunks of stone and revealing Shuri Feng concealed within the stone armor. Shuri Feng was startled. What powerful strength! How is this possible? A mere clone can vie with him on equal footing. How strong must Lin Chen's main body be? Is this still an A-level talent awakener? No, it can't be this strong. It must be an illusion. He clenched his teeth, gathering earth elements around him, communicating with the power of the earth, and earthy elements enveloped his body. In a short while, his armor was restored to its original state. Not only that, but his injuries and stamina were also restored to their peak. The son of the earth, standing on the ground, continuously regained stamina and even healed his injuries. This is the power of SS level talent. Lynch, seeing this, was somewhat surprised and laughed. You really are the indestructible cockroach, huh? Brothers, let's all go together and give him a good welcome. The clones received the order and charged in from all directions. 100 clones besieging one person. The scene was quite shocking. Each clone was no weaker than Shurifeng. During the battle, Shurifeng couldn't even kill a single clone and could only defend himself left and right, which made Lin Chen shake his head in disappointment. You are too weak, you've let down my expectations of you. Lin Chen thought that the battle with Shurifeng would rise and fall, experiencing ups and downs and various twists and turns, but he didn't expect it to be such an easy one-sided affair, which surprised him. Enough, let's end the battle, I won't play with you anymore. Lin Chen waved his hand and said, release the arm of stone. Boom! The earthy yellow light gathered, and each clone's right arm was covered with stones, forming a giant arm that was 2 meters long. In an instant, the power of the arm doubled. The clone calmly charged towards Shurifeng. Boom! With each resounding shock, the surface of the training platform instantly cracked, and Shurifeng, caught in the storm of attack, saw his armor shatter into dozens of pieces. The tremendous kinetic energy was transmitted to the ground, creating a deep pit. The first clone, cold as ice, extended the arm of stone and grabbed Shurifeng by the neck from the rubble, lifting him into the air. Shurifeng, who left the ground, immediately felt his breath weaken. Lin Chen's main body walked over with a cheerful smile. The crowd below was stunned. One by one, they rubbed their eyes, unable to believe that the scene before them was real. No way? Lin Chen won? Am I not dreaming? Incredible, Lin Chen actually defeated Shurifeng. Is his clone talent really that strong? Wow, so cool. From this moment on, Lin Chen is my idol. Shock, disbelief, and surprise all intertwined in the hearts of the crowd, and everyone was dumbfounded. So powerful. He didn't even use his main body or that powerful fusion skill, yet he easily defeated Shurifeng. It was effortless and casual, as if he wasn't battling an SS-level awakened being like Shurifeng, but rather an ordinary person. Incredible. Among the crowd, Luan looked at the impressively powerful Lin Chen, the shock in his heart lingering for a long time. Just a month ago, he still wanted to recruit Lin Chen, but now Lin Chen had already become a highly revered genius, standing in a place of honor. As for him, he is still the same as before, not valued by the family, only able to, but never achieving anything. Living a muddled life. When will this end? Feng Xiaoyu looked at Lin Chen with admiration. It has been more than 10 days since their last meeting, but she still remembers the help Lin Chen gave her. It's just a pity that her sister's leg has already missed the best time for treatment and cannot be cured. However, she still feels grateful to Lin Chen. The combination of this gratitude and admiration makes her extremely excited. The principal was also stunned. After a long while, he took a drag from his cigarette and sighed. Secretary Qian, am I getting old? Secretary Qian thought to himself, not only are you old, but you've also become confused. Only now do you realize it? But he said, Principal, you are not old, you are just using the perspective of the world to view a genius. This is not your fault, but the fault of the world's perspective. The principal laughed and said, you're right. Prepare, and let's go meet Lin Chen later. Secretary Qian's mouth twitched. This principal really changed his expression faster than turning a book. On the other side of the building, the food in Li Yuan's hand fell to the ground with a thud. The third young master of the Li family also stood frozen in place. Impossible. His lips moved slightly, his pupils constricting. Absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong. Yes, something is wrong. On the performance stage, a massive arm covered with rocks gripped the neck of a sturdy young boy, lifting him into the air, unmoved by his frantic kicking. This scene seemed frozen in time, deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. The arm of stone, belonging to the earth element skill, grasped the earth child's neck, lifted him into the air. What a mockery this was. Lin Chen looked at him with a face full of sorrow and said, you, being this weak, shouldn't be so arrogant. This sarcastic tone nearly drove Shurifeng to his grave. Shurifeng struggled desperately, but Lin Chen's avatar was S-rank, and it had undergone 2 additional transformations in innate talent compared to others. In terms of true innate talent level, it was already equivalent to SS rank talent. Adding to that, he had another talent, Life Drain, which allowed him to devour quite a number of ferocious beasts, making his combat power significantly stronger than that of his peers. In the end, with an avatar inheriting 150% of his combat power, its strength had already surpassed Shurifeng. When the combat power surpasses too much, any flashy skills become mere decorations, easily broken through. This is precisely the case now. Shurifeng felt frustrated because he lost decisively without being able to display his full strength, which made him very aggrieved. Lin Chen shook his head and said, Sai, I originally wanted to wait until Zhao Ke came out of seclusion to let her teach you a lesson, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly. I can only take action myself to teach you a lesson. Lin Chen looked a bit mischievous, which infuriated Shurifeng. He struggled and kicked, but without the ground beneath him, his strength dropped significantly. He could originally match his clone, but now he was completely outmatched. With the power of the mountain rock's arm behind him, he had no ability to resist. Shurifeng's little brothers felt like they were on a roller coaster, going from wild arrogance and pride to despair. It's so unreasonable. Why did we fail? Is Shurifeng a fraud? But that's not right. The people who have lost to him are definitely not frauds. No, they felt very complicated, fearing that Lin Chen would take revenge on them. Lin Chen scanned the surroundings and said to everyone, I thought a great battle was unavoidable, but I didn't expect this kid to be so weak, which really disappoints me. As soon as these words were spoken, the S-level awakeners who had lost to Shurifeng turned red. Is Shurifeng weak? Not at all weak. At least they can't beat him, but such a powerful person was easily defeated by Lin Chen. Moreover, Lin Chen clearly did not use his full strength. The feelings in his heart were extremely complex, like a bottle of mixed flavors tipped over, various emotions alternating, eventually helplessly converging into a sigh. Sigh, he's a genius, we can't compare. This sentiment appeared in the hearts of many. Some were filled with passion and mumbled, I can take his place. But after saying this, they felt unsure and then added, one day, sooner or later. Lin Chen was not good at humiliating others. After all, using words to humiliate someone seemed somewhat disgraceful to him. He preferred to humiliate someone through actions. Number 1, just hold it like that. Hold it for 3 days and nights first, Lin Chen said blandly. As soon as he finished speaking, Shurifeng stared at Lin Chen with a flushed face, looking as if he wanted to eat him. Lin Chen laughed heartily and said, seeing your furious incompetence like this, it's killing me with laughter. You think I'll be tired after just 3 days and nights? Do you submit or not? Not saying anything, huh? That means you don't submit. Woo woo woo. Oh, you submit now? If you do, nod your head. Shurifeng closed his eyes and nodded slightly. The amplitude is too small, I can't see it clearly. Shurifeng's face turned even redder and he nodded more vigorously. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction, his mouth crooked. Since you're so sensible, I'll be merciful and let you go this time. I hope you behave yourself in the future. Don't be too arrogant and bully those weaker than you less. Look at me. I won't bully you. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Lin Chen waved to the audience below, looking like a star departing the stage, causing quite a few people to chuckle and laugh out loud. Turning around, he walked towards the audience below, while his clones immediately spread out to clear the way for Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled faintly, adopting a gentle demeanor as he walked outside. If anyone saw this scene, they would surely suspect which gang leader was going out. Behind him, Shurifeng watched Lin Chen's back, spitting out a mouthful of foul blood. I want you dead, he gritted his teeth and said. Then, he took out a delicate small sword from his pocket, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he gently pressed a hidden button on the hilt. Suddenly, the short sword glowed faintly, and with a whoosh, it shot out from the hilt, leaving only the hilt in his hand. The short sword was too fast and too stealthy that several dozen meters distance was covered in an instant. Lin Chen had just sensed something and was about to turn around to look behind him when his clones collapsed one after another. The clones died, and Lin Chen instantly realized the impending danger, quickly crouching down on the ground. He narrowly avoided the attack, but before he had time to feel relieved, the short sword returned, stabbing toward Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen was greatly shocked, unable to see the short sword at all, only vaguely sensing its trajectory. What the hell is this? How is it so powerful? Same source fusion. Looking at the avatars dying one by one, Lin Chen knew he couldn't just sit and wait any longer, so he immediately released the fusion of origin. A white light enveloped him, and Lin Chen's figure began to expand continuously. Damn it, this time I can only be a turtle son. Lin Chen cursed softly and controlled the avatars to merge into a powerful defensive divine beast form. The small sword kept attacking around, and every moment an avatar was dying, but fortunately, the form of this divine beast was relatively simple, and Lin Chen quickly completed the fusion. When the white light dissipated, a shocking scene appeared before everyone. There was a small sword clanging and circling around a huge divine turtle attacking it. This turtle was enormous, standing 30 meters tall and 50 meters long, occupying a vast area. Although this turtle generally resembled a turtle, its tail was that of a snake. It was a fusion of snake and turtle. The transformation Lin Chen made this time was nothing other than the form of Xuanwu. Although the fusion of origin only has form without supernatural abilities, the defensive power possessed by its form does have some capabilities. The small sword kept striking the turtle shell, only producing a clanging sound, but it was unable to inflict any harm on Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled. This turtle was doing not bad, at least it had preserved its life. People around were watching Lin Chen's fused form, some gasped in surprise, while others were excited. Look, this is Lin Chen's fusion skill. Last time he fused into a giant Buddha, how did it turn into a turtle this time? That's Xuanwu, you fool. Can't you see the turtle's tail is a snake? It feels so strong, but that small sword is too despicable. Is it trying to kill Lin Chen? Luckily, Lin Chen has fusion skills, otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Who is trying to kill him? If I find out, I will definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. Everyone search for a bit, we must find the mastermind behind this. Lin Chen just stood up for us, now it's our turn to give back. Lin Chen quietly raised the snake head, looking for the source of the attack. After a short while, a figure suddenly came into view. The person was half lying on the ground, clutching a sword hilt that had no blade, staring at Lin Chen with a fierce expression. Damn, it's this guy who tried to assassinate me. This guy really doesn't give up. I showed him mercy by letting him go, and he dares to attack me. With such a strange and powerful thing, he might not even possess it. Is there another force behind this? I'll hide for a while, observe the surroundings, and see if I can find the mastermind. The defense of the turtle shell was very strong. Lin Chen only heard the clanging sounds, but felt nothing at all. As time passed, the speed and power of the small sword decreased, and Lynch finally noticed something unusual. He saw a familiar figure on a building ahead, gazing in this direction. Li Yuan? What an unshakable ghost, this guy is also from the Lee family. I suspect he is the one trying to harm me. Damn, if I get the chance, I must kill him. Finding the mastermind, Lin Chen thought, it's time to counterattack. Although the turtle can endure, it doesn't have to endure forever. Moreover, we still have the part of the snake. Anyone who strikes the turtle will receive counter damage, right? The heart is prepared to face death when the harm comes. He manipulated the snake's tail, charging up. Boom! The sound of breaking air emerged, and the dozens of meters long snake tail instantly crossed space, biting fiercely into Shurifeng's body. Ah! Ah! Intense pain hit, and Shurifeng cried out loud. Seeing this, Lin Chen suddenly exerted force, wrapping the snake tail around Shurifeng's neck, easily lifting him into the air. This scene seemed to last a long time, but in reality, it was just a moment. Outsiders only saw Lin Chen being attacked, hurriedly transforming into defense, and then quickly retaliating. After that, they heard Shurifeng scream. It didn't take long for them to understand everything. Damn, this guy is really sinister. Even after losing, when it should have ended, he still launched a sneak attack. This is called being angry out of humiliation. Your vision is too narrow. Despicable and shameless scoundrel, Lin Chen, kill him. Yes, kill him. At this moment, Shurifeng was completely red in the face, breathing heavily, and said with a bitter smile, Lin Chen, if you have the guts, kill me, huh? You wouldn't dare to kill me, would you? Ha ha, even if you've defeated me, so what? I'm an SS-level awakener, my future is incredibly bright, while you only have an A-level talent. Even if you hold the upper hand for a moment, it's just temporary. In the future, you won't even be worthy enough to carry my shoes. He laughed very wildly. Despite his pale face, he still insisted that Lin Chen wouldn't dare to touch him and even mocked Lin Chen's talent as inferior to his own. Faced with such a person, Lin Chen often made him shut up. And the best way to silence him was to kill him. So, his face darkened as he raised his head, with a hint of a smile, looking at him. Hee, you wanna die, I'll help you with that. As soon as these words fell, the surroundings became silent, as if the time had been paused. It's starting, I'll make you experience the entire process from life to death, suffocating little by little. Enjoy it well, and let me see just how tough your mouth really is. Lin Chen's voice entered his ears, and Shurifeng only felt a cold wind enter his body, causing him to tremble all over. His life had just begun. He had just escaped a life of poverty and was about to rise, to live a life above others. He didn't want to die. Desperately struggling, but it only tightened the serpent's tail wrapped around his neck. The feeling of suffocation came, the pain of not being able to breathe, and his vision began to blur. Woo woo woo. Wails came from his mouth, drifting in the air and waking the onlookers instantly. They looked at the once invincible person, now like a dog, casually manipulated by others, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head, causing his entire body to tremble violently. Lin Chen is a ruthless person, he must not be offended. Everyone continuously reminded themselves in their hearts. Meanwhile, principal's office. The principal knocked on the window frame, his expression anxious as he said, this young man is just competing, why kill someone? He had originally prepared himself mentally, intending to approach Lin Chen once the competition ended, but he never expected such an incident to occur. In fact, he understood deep down that this shouldn't be blamed on Lin Chen. If someone wanted his life, he would definitely retaliate, and he would do it tenfold. However, if Shurifeng from the second high school died at the third high school, even if it was Shurifeng's fault, they would still bear responsibility, and as the principal, he would bear the greatest responsibility. After all, when something goes wrong, someone has to take the blame, and he is undoubtedly the best candidate for that. No way, whoever wants to take the blame can do so. I won't take it. He shook his head, firmly refusing to take the blame. Secretary Qian swayed her curvy hips and walked over to the principal, saying, Principal, this matter requires your presence, at least we can't let anyone die at our school. Upon hearing this, the principal immediately said, you need to rush to the training ground and stop Lin Chen, don't let him do something foolish. Secretary Qian was taken aback and asked, aren't you going in person, principal? The principal smiled bitterly and said, what if my presence has the opposite effect? After all, Lin Chen has a bit of a grudge against me, you should go quickly. Secretary Qian secretly complained in his heart but still nodded and said, alright, I'll go right away. Across the building, Li Yuan's mood was like a roller coaster. From initial excitement and anticipation to later disappointment, despair, and hope, and finally back to despair in just a few dozen minutes, it felt as if he had experienced years, giving a sense of having weathered the storm. Third uncle, what should we do now? Li Yuan exhaled a deep breath, calming his emotions, and asked. The third young master of the Lee family furrowed his brows. This was a plan he had devised, which in his opinion was foolproof, but unexpectedly, things went awry. He had intended to use someone else's knife to kill, but the knife ended up being broken. This matter has gotten out of his control, making him feel extremely anxious inside. Though the Lee family is powerful, if they get involved in the death of an SS-level awakened one, it won't end well, they would at least suffer a lot. Each SS-level awakened one represents the future of humanity and the embodiment of future strength. Even those in power wouldn't dare to stifle the buds of humanity. However, if a battle at the same level results in death, there won't be much investigation because it would be deemed a lack of skill, and no one can be blamed. Nevertheless, if there is a conspiracy behind this and it is uncovered, it could spell serious trouble for him. He definitely won't escape legal repercussions. What to do? He looked out the window and suddenly a figure caught his eye. Upon seeing this person, a smile instantly appeared on his face. Do nothing, just wait and see. Li Yuan was taken aback by this response. But, Uncle San, look at that woman. Is she Secretary Qian? It is her. Is she going to stop this matter? It's pretty much certain that if Shurifeng dies at Sangao, the principal of Sangao will be the best scapegoat. He definitely won't allow this to happen here. Li Yuan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Great. No matter how powerful Lin Chen is, he still can't kill Shurifeng. The third young master of the Li family laughed. This world doesn't run on brute force alone, Lin Chen, you reckless man. The two of them laughed heartily, feeling relieved in their hearts as well. Dong Qian, the secretary, finally arrived at the training ground. Looking at the tense atmosphere of the training ground, she shouted, Lin Chen, I am Secretary Qian, can we discuss this in detail? Lin Chen was hiding inside the Xuanwu tortoise, gradually increasing the force of his snake tail. Currently, Shurifeng was already seeing stars and feeling dizzy. As long as he waits a little longer, Shurifeng is definitely doomed. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Chen instead felt relaxed. Damn it, they really are slow. Lin Chen thought to himself. Killing he isn't afraid of, but senseless killing he doesn't want to do. He's not a hot-blooded male protagonist, so why would he engage in mindless killing? There are many ways to kill someone. If he wanted to kill Shurifeng, he would choose a more discreet method. There's no need to kill someone in public. Now, the people who are stopping him have arrived, and they happen to be part of Lin Chen's plan. Lin Chen intends to play along for a while. This person has tried to take my life 3 times. Let's not discuss it. Lin Chen's rejection was very decisive. Secretary Qian, anxious, asked, what will it take for you to release him? There's no possibility of releasing him, Lin Chen continued to reject. Upon hearing this, Secretary Qian stomped her foot vigorously, her chest heaving up and down, causing Lin Chen to stare. However, Lin Chen is an upright gentleman, and he quickly averted his gaze, secretly thinking, this girl really doesn't get it. Why don't you take the initiative and propose some conditions? Lin Chen, Shurifeng is wrong, we all know that, but please leave it to us to handle. Don't get yourself into trouble. This is for the school's good, and also for your own good. Secretary Qian began his earnest persuasion. Lin Chen scoffed inwardly. Who doesn't understand this principle? Do you need to teach me? Forget it, this girl is really not sharp enough. I might as well give her a little hint. Lin Chen quietly split off a clone, hiding in the distance, and then had the clone shout in a high-pitched voice, Lin Chen, let's talk this over. Our school has plenty of money. Just let go of our Shurifeng, and we will give you as much as you want. As the voice echoed out, it immediately reminded the students of the second high school, and they all began to shout, yes, don't act impulsively, we can pay any amount as long as you don't hurt anyone. Secretary Qian also came to his senses and shouted, Lin Chen, if you let him go, the school will compensate you, and moreover, we will personally negotiate with the leadership of the second high school to get you an explanation. Lin Chen's clone shouted in secret, Lin Chen, don't be impulsive. I believe Secretary Qian can at least secure a compensation of 50 million star coins for you. We must trust Secretary Qian. Secretary Qian, eager to save the person, didn't think too much and echoed, I represent the principal and guarantee that this matter will be resolved. If it isn't resolved, then let the principal pay out of his own pocket. I don't believe what you say. Lin Chen shouted. Secretary Qian became anxious and said, I will not deceive you. The clone immediately shouted, Lin Chen, you have to believe Secretary Qian. Secretary Qian won't lie to you. Hurry and find your principal and have him personally guarantee it. Upon hearing this, Secretary Qian was instantly enlightened. He cast a grateful glance towards the clone and quickly dialed the principal's video phone. It was connected soon, and when the principal learned about what he had to guarantee, he felt 100 unwillingness in his heart, but he had no choice but to agree. There was no way out. If he did not agree, Shurifeng would die. I guarantee that I will at least get Lin Chen classmate a compensation of 50 million, and I will also have second high give you an explanation. The principal assured. We need to add a time limit, 1 month. Lin Chen added. I guarantee that within 1 month, I will at least get Lin Chen classmate a compensation of 50 million, and I will also have second high give you an explanation. The principal assured. And we have to add, if you can't get it within the time limit, you'll pay out of your own pocket. Lin Chen continued to add. The principal's mouth twitched, but the situation forced him, so he complied. As for the explanation, Lin Chen said he didn't care, but the money was still necessary. Upon hearing this guarantee, he decided to let the person go. He remained silent for a while, then suddenly sighed. Sigh, they say there is a benevolence from heaven to cherish life. In ancient times, the Buddha fed eagles with his flesh, showing compassion. Today, I, Lin Chen, put aside past grievances and let the mouse return to the mountain. Alright, I'll listen to you. Once he finished speaking, the snake's tail loosened. Shurifeng staggered back from the gates of hell, kneeling on the ground and coughing violently. In this moment, no hatred, no grievances, no glory can compare to the familiarity and depth of life after death. He suddenly laughed, laughing crazily, ha 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 ha. Then, he stumbled outwards, his back filled with desolation and loneliness. What's wrong with him? Is he crazy? What a pity. What's so pity about it? Haven't you been bullied by him enough? This person turns his back on people as soon as he gains power. I heard from a friend at Urgeo that he is particularly domineering there, openly collecting protection fees. If you don't pay, you get beaten. What a villain. No wonder he has to sneak attack after losing in the competition. This person is no good. Lynch is much better. He's handsome, has a good temperament, and although he's a bit cold, at least he doesn't bully people. At this moment, Lin Shen released the fusion and looked at the voluptuous and beautiful Secretary Qian standing in front of him. As for Secretary Qian, he had long heard of her. It is said that Secretary Qian is a relative of the principal, but the specifics of their relation vary among opinions and there is no definitive conclusion. Because of Secretary Qian's full and beautiful figure, many boys regard her as their dream lover. As the saying goes, the topics that men discuss in private always revolve around women, and for tall and handsome boys, the topic almost always revolves around Secretary Qian. This was Lin Shen's first time being so close. Looking at Secretary Qian, he could see her skin as smooth as cream, her brows and eyes like a painting, her figure curvaceous, embodying the standard mature woman style. There was truly not a single aspect that wasn't beautiful. Lin Shen revealed a foolish expression, and when Secretary Qian saw this, she felt quite pleased in her heart. No matter how impressive you are, aren't you all bowing beneath my beauty? However, the next sentence made her instantly fill with embarrassment and anger. Secretary Qian, I heard you are already 27, why aren't you married yet? Would you like me to introduce someone to you? As soon as the words fell, Secretary Qian's expression changed at a visibly rapid pace. What business is it of yours? I was just asking, why are you so angry? Lin Shen felt very wronged. He was just curious to ask. As for the big reaction, well, Secretary Qian's chest rose and fell with anger, but thinking that Lin Shen was still a newly adult child, she couldn't be bothered to hold it against him. After all, he was too young to understand a woman's thoughts. Lin Shen pouted and said, Secretary Qian, if nothing's wrong, I'll be leaving now. His senior brother was still lying at home. If he left without saying a word, who knows what his senior brother was doing now? Has he gotten up? He should have. After all, it's already midday. Secretary Qian said, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Has your talent transformed again? Lin Shen nodded and said, yes, it's now S level. Secretary Qian thought to herself, it really has transformed. She said, since you're S level now, let's test your level first, update your talent information, and then I will tell you about the treatment of S level awakeners. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen felt excited. The opportunity from having an A-level talent had allowed him to gain inspiration for creating elemental avatars in the spirit realm. Although it was still only at the initial stage of skill creation and not yet perfected, it was still a promising potential skill. So what about the opportunity at S level? He was very much looking forward to it. Will you take me for the test? Lin Shen asked. Secretary Qian gently nodded. I can take you, let's go. Familiar with the path, Lin Shen passed through a large area of buildings and arrived at the divine platform again, placing his hand on it skillfully. A brilliant light erupted, and Lin Shen's consciousness became a bit hazy as he vaguely saw a jade gate reaching into the clouds. The next moment, he was pulled back to reality, and he heard Secretary Qian's voice. Talent, avatar, level, S level. Alright, it's confirmed that your talent level is S level. Next, I will tell you about the special treatments. Secretary Qian said, S level. Awakeners have two major special treatments, a reward of 100,000 star coins and a chance to enter the spirit realm once. The two major rewards for Lin Shen, the 100,000 star coins are the least useful. What Lin Shen cares about is the opportunity to enter the spirit secret realm once. Lin Shen curiously asked, is the spirit secret realm similar to the perception spirit secret realm? Secretary Qian nodded and said, yes, but its effect is double that of the perception spirit secret realm. However, the spirit secret realm is very small, and only one person can enter at a time. Fortunately, other awakened individuals above S rank have used it, so you can choose to enter the spirit secret realm at any time. I want to use it right now, Lin Shen said. Secretary Qian said, don't be in such a hurry to make a decision. You just fought, you can rest for a day or two first. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen nodded. Although he wasn't very tired from the battle, he had gone through many difficulties, and while his body wasn't tired, his mind was already fatigued. Alright, where is the spirit secret realm? It's in the high-level secret realm building on the back mountain. You can go there directly and ask the teacher on duty for access permission. I understand. Lin Shen expressed that he understood. At this moment, a beeping sound was heard. Lin Shen realized someone was calling him. He took a glance and found it was his senior brother. He clicked to answer. Where have you been, kid? I'm hungry, hurry back to cook. Forget it. Just tell me where you put your money, I'll go downstairs to buy something to eat. The sound from the phone was not loud, but it was just enough for Secretary Qian to hear. Secretary Qian squinted his eyes and chuckled, and that laughter was even heard by Lin Shen. Lin Shen's face darkened as he said, Senior brother, you're the adult, I'm just the kid, why does it feel like I'm the parent? Just as he finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end, making Lin Shen's heart skip a beat, thinking, Senior brother isn't angry, right? After a while, a lazy voice suddenly came from the phone. Senior brother, I have the heart of a child and the body of an adult. You must be a good parent, don't let your senior brother go hungry. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, gaining a deeper understanding of his senior brother's temper, and hurriedly said, alright then, I'll go home and cook for you. Please wait a moment. Then, the other party hung up the phone. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of stale air and said to Secretary Qian, "Sorry, my senior brother at home is hungry, I need to hurry back." Thinking of his senior brother, he was filled with complaints. Yesterday he was a master, but today he has turned into someone unreliable. "Sigh, I really have a hard life, having to support my senior brother," he inwardly grumbled. After bidding farewell to Secretary Qian, he jogged home. Upon returning home, before he even pushed the door, it opened by itself. In the next moment, a slightly weathered handsome young man poked his head out, glanced at what Lin Chen was holding, and said disappointedly, "Where are the groceries you bought?" Lin Chen forced a smile and said, "My place is too small to cook, so let's eat out instead." His senior brother's eyes lit up as he said, "The food at that restaurant last night was quite good. Let's go to that one." Lin Chen said helplessly. The restaurant. Still the same private room, still the same waiter, still a table full of dishes. Master brother sat in the chair without any image, his chopsticks never stopped, eating with his mouth full of oil, calling it a great enjoyment. Before long, he had devoured the entire table of dishes, and Lin Chen helplessly put down his chopsticks, planning to wait for master brother to finish before he ate. "Waiter, bring another table of dishes." The waiter, with a professional smile, slightly bowed and said, "Sir, please wait a moment, I will bring your dishes right away." Then she went to relay the message. Lin Chen twitched his lips, the way he called her sister was really skilled, but he still smiled and asked Master brother, "Do you eat this much every meal?" A meal with several tables of dishes is not unaffordable, but if you eat 3 meals a day, it would take at least a few hours, right? Spending so much time on eating seems like a huge waste of time. The senior brother took out a tissue, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, and said, "You little brat, are you mocking me? Don't worry, this appetite is just for enjoying in the city. Once we get to the academy, we can just eat the fasting pills. One pill can keep you from being hungry for a day. But you know, while that stuff has a variety of flavors, eating too much is really not that interesting. If you don't mind the trouble, you can eat some high-end beast meat, which is rich in energy and fills you up easily. This G city is just a small town, and the food quality is too low, it lacks energy, so we need to eat more to make up for it." "I see." Lin Chen understood, but seeing him eat with grease dripping from the corner of his mouth, it seemed that the academy's food wasn't great either. With a creak, the door opened, and the waiter walked in. "Gentlemen, the dishes you ordered have arrived." Soon, another table full of dishes was brought up. This time, Lin Chen didn't hesitate and joined the feast without reservation. "I must say, the taste is absolutely amazing." While the two were eating and drinking, the entire G city was in an uproar over a piece of news. What? The SS-level talent, Shurifeng, was defeated by an A-level awakener from Sangao? Your news is outdated, he has already been verified. He is currently an S-level talent. I heard this person has transformed from B-level in just over a month, going through 2 transformations. Wow, that's really impressive. This is truly the era of a European emperor. In the streets, bored residents turned Lin Chen's exploits into conversation topics over tea and meals. Most of these people had a spectator's mindset because they rarely went out to hunt. Although they lived in poverty and had low talents, at least their lives were secure. The only downside was that life was too dull, with each day repeating the same monotonous routine, so they greatly admired and envied a genius like Lin Chen but lacked the courage to step out of their comfort zone. Shurifeng was a born genius favored by fate, and they had no sense of empathy. But Lin Chen is different, he is an S-level genius who has evolved from a B-level talent. For most B-level and below talent citizens, Lin Chen serves as an inspirational figure. In fact, many people regard Lin Chen as a person to admire. Citizens' attitudes vary, some don't care and say he just got lucky, but overall, the attitude remains relatively moderate. In addition, various major forces have placed Lin Chen's information on their desks and even arranged for dedicated personnel to study Lin Chen's personality and predict his behavior, preparing for investments and recruiting him. The Lu family. One of the prominent families in Jiqing, the Lu group covers multiple fields including education, healthcare, and machinery, making it the leading family in Jiqing. At this moment, in the Lu family's conference room, the head of the family, Lu De, looks seriously at Lin Chen's information. After a long while, he raises his head, looks at the others, and says, "Lin Chen, born an orphan, grew up in an orphanage. He left the orphanage after the age of 15 and relied on government subsidies to live. More than a month ago, he awakened B-level talent, the ability of duplication. This morning, he was provoked by Shurifeng from the second high school, and Lin Chen turned the tide effortlessly, defeating Shurifeng who has SS-level talent." As his words fell, there was silence. Lu De took a deep breath and said, "A genius, an extraordinary genius. To transform 2 talents in 1 month and conservatively estimate 3-tier combat power while even defeating Shurifeng across talent levels, what does that mean? It's like a child wrestling and defeating an adult, it's simply unbelievable. I request that you thoroughly investigate Lin Chen's actions to analyze his behavior code, then engage with him, and even consider investing in him and bringing him on board. Other factions will certainly try to recruit Lin Chen. I want you to come up with the best plan to let us stand out among these factions. He wants money, we give money. He wants people, we provide people. Whatever he wants, we try our best to satisfy. We cannot offend such a genius, we can only recruit him, understood?" Lu De is the head of the family and also the chairman of the Lu group. His words carry significant weight and no one dares to oppose him. This is the authority he has built up over time. Many young members of the Lu family and senior executives of the group nodded in agreement and said, yes. On the other side, the head of the Bai family, Bai Qianlang, had just taken a sip of liquor, dispelling a bit of the loneliness and solitude after his son had left, when suddenly an elderly voice reached his ears. Hearing this voice made his hair stand on end in an instant. It reminded him of a painful childhood he preferred not to recall. Dad, what brings you here? Your health. Bai Qianlang looked at the visitor, an elderly man with white hair and beard, who was sternly leaning on a cane and entered the room with an air of authority. The old man had a stern expression, not smiling at all. He glanced at the food and wine on Bai Qianlang's table and snorted coldly, if I don't come, the Bai family will sooner or later be ruined by you. Dad, what do you mean by that? Even if I make mistakes, you are here to back me up, right? By the way, what did you come to find me for? Bai Qianlang said cautiously in front of his father. When he was young, he was naughty and got beaten often. Now, whenever his father loses his temper, he instinctively trembles. This fear has become a habit. Do you know Lin Chen? Are you talking about the refined friend, Lin Chen, who was 3 heights? Yes, that's him. Of course I know him. He has great talent and strong combat power. He saved our friend, and later when the Li family tried to assassinate him, I even went to rescue him, but I was a bit late. By the time I got there, all the assassins were already dead. Why do you bring him up? How many days has it been since you last went out? I just drank too much yesterday and just woke up. Let me tell you, just now Lin Chen defeated the SS level Awoken one from 2nd High Shurifeng, and it was in the same realm. It's now confirmed that Lin Chen is an S level Awoken one. What? How is that possible? To win while crossing talent levels in the same realm, that's too difficult and really surprising. And also, Lin Chen has undergone 2 transformations of talent within a month. That's too fake, isn't it? The old man looked at his shocked expression, furious. How many times have I told you? As the head of the family, you must not show your emotions. Look at how shocked you are now. What an embarrassment. Now do you know what to do? Bai Qianlang nodded repeatedly, saying, I understand. I'll go recruit him right away. With the connection we have through Xiao Shui, we have a greater advantage. Why aren't you going yet? Today is destined to be an extraordinary day. From the major powers to the common people, everyone is discussing Lin Chen. Then, under the embellishment of the media, Lin Chen was elevated to a high platform, while Shurifeng, who was defeated by Lin Chen, was trampled underfoot. The fact that Shurifeng was trampled underfoot was entirely self-inflicted. What made Lu Huan from Class 1 very unhappy was that he was the one being trampled, as he lost to Shurifeng. Thus, a hierarchy of disdain was formed. Class 2 looks down on Class 1, and Class 3 looks down on Class 2. Damn it! Who did I offend, and why am I always the one getting hurt? In a Class 1 dormitory, a young man curled up in his blanket filled with grievances. He was Lu Huan. Ever since he lost to Shurifeng, his life began to face strong headwinds. Previously, his classmates looked at him with admiration. Now they have begun to doubt his true strength. Just a few days ago, someone even declared they would challenge him. Who did I offend? So what if I lost to Shurifeng? Everyone was originally of the same level of awakened ones. Losing isn't a big deal. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. But after the news of Lin Chen defeating Shurifeng came out today, he, Lu Huan, didn't know which petty person had brought this up. They claimed he was pressed under 2 big feet, becoming Lin Chen's defeated dog. Hearing this news made him tremble with anger. This Lin Chen has brought me great misfortune. I want to see who you really are. Shurifeng lost to you most likely due to being countered by talent, but I won't. He kicked off the blanket angrily, got out of bed, and walked towards the 3 tall ones. Meanwhile, Zhao Ku's home. A delicate and coldly elegant girl with a faint smile on her face pushed open the door, and the sunlight shone on her face, making her radiate a holy aura filled with light. Finally out of seclusion. It's a pity I didn't break through to the 4th tier. The difficulty of breaking through from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier is much harder than I imagined. I wonder how Lin Chen has been these past few days while I've been in seclusion. Has he been working hard on his training? Just thinking about Lin Chen made the girl's face light up with a smile. Let's go see the school. I haven't been there in many days, Zhao Ku murmured to herself. Passing through large buildings and walking down 2 streets, San Gao was right in front of her. As soon as she arrived at school, she noticed that all the students were different. Everyone was smiling happily, holding their heads high with puffed chests, and their toes were raised a little. What happened? I have only been in seclusion for 5 or 6 days. How did everything change so much? Zhao Ku rubbed her eyes, somewhat not believing the scene in front of her. She stood there in a daze, unsure of what to do next. At that moment, a thin teenager walked over angrily. He went to the area with the most people and shouted, "Where's Lin Chen? Call him out, I want to challenge him." As soon as the words were spoken, there was an uproar around. No way? Challenging Lin Chen at this time? Who does he think he is? Hey, this seems to be the prodigal son of 1st High, called Lu Huan. He can't even beat Lin Chen. Is he here to seek humiliation? He can't really think he can beat Lin Chen, can he? I see he's here to be a joke. From 1st High, don't embarrass yourself, hurry back. Lu Huan listened to the discussions around him, feeling a pain in his chest from anger. Call Lin Chen out. Afraid to come out, huh? Lu Huan shouted through gritted teeth. If Shurifeng had won, he wouldn't have stood out, but now that Shurifeng lost, he stood out and was being pressed down at the foot of the mountain. This is humiliation that must be wiped clean. Moreover, even if he lost, it wouldn't matter. After all, he had already lost to Shurifeng before. Losing to Lin Chen too wouldn't be a worse situation. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, a girl was staring at him with a cold expression. Zhaoko's face was like frost, and with a bang, she unleashed thunder that ravaged her surroundings, forming a storm of lightning, making her look like a deity. If you want to challenge Lin Chen, defeat me first. Zhaoko pointed at Lu Huan and said dominantly. Once Zhaoko appeared, she was quickly recognized, and voices of surprise erupted. Zhaoko has come out. Zhaoko, beat him up. Let him see your strength. How dare he think of challenging Lin Chen? It's simply ridiculous. Yes, don't hold back, let him know why the flowers are so red. Fight. It would be best to make him leave in a state of disgrace. Listening to the discussions around her, Zhaoko remained expressionless, still as cold as frost, but Lu Huan felt like he was about to explode inside. He wished he could beat all these people just to relieve the hatred in his heart. Alright, Lin Chen isn't here, you'll do. I'll defeat you, then go challenge Lin Chen. I want to tell you all that I am not the weakest. Lu Huan said. Hearing this, Zhaoko frowned slightly. What on earth happened in these past few days? Forget it, I won't think about it for now. This person wants to challenge Lin Chen, but with Lin Chen's talent, she believes Lin Chen is not the opponent. In that case, she needs to defeat Lu Huan in advance and protect Lin Chen. Let's battle. Fight. The two fought casually on the school playground. A circle of people surrounded them, and everyone was excitedly watching the two. This is a battle between two SS-level awakeners, something that is rarely seen. At this moment, Zhaoko wanted to meet Lin Chen as soon as possible, so she chose to end this quickly. She raised her right hand, with lightning raging in her hand, condensing into a black vortex. She said this time during closed-door cultivation, not only did I break through to the third level, but I also comprehended a new skill. This move is called Thunder Black Hole. Boom! The thunder black hole in the palm just appeared, crazily absorbing the thunder elements in the air. As the thunder elements gathered, they surprisingly formed a thunderstorm around, with countless thunders dancing and entwining, incredibly dazzling. Opposite. Lu Huan was not willing to be outdone. My talent is Flame Dragon Armament. Ever since I lost to Shurifeng, I have been dedicated to my studies and have comprehended a new skill. One could see him covered in dragon-shaped armor, with flames crazily condensing in his hands. These flames gradually solidified, eventually taking the shape of a western dragon. This move is called Dragon's Fall. The dragon in his hand grew larger and larger until he was gripping the dragon's tail. The enormous dragon had become over 30 meters long, soaring in the air, with flames around it condensing into magma, crashing towards Zhaoko. Zhaoko also threw the thunder black hole in her hand. Boom! The thunder black hole collided with the dragon, falling as if a volcano had erupted, fire splattering in clusters, creating a lava field within a radius of dozens of meters. I'm going to win! Lu Huan shouted madly. However, in the next moment, he was stunned because a vague figure appeared before him without him noticing. The figure was very tall, at least 10 meters high, and its face could not be seen, nor could its body shape. It was impossible to tell male from female as it quietly floated behind Zhaoko. Suddenly, it moved. He bent down and gently scooped up the thunder black hole from the ground with his arm, as if it were a swallow returning to its nest, swiftly returning to his hand. Go! Zhaoko said lightly. Its finger gently tapped on the thunder black hole, and instantly the thunder black hole transformed into a long spear. Then, it gripped the long spear and hurled it forward with great force. Boom! Only the sound was heard, the long spear could not be seen. In the next moment, a piercing scream was heard, and everyone suddenly realized that the battle had already ended. Lu Huan clutched his chest, looking at Zhaoko with a face filled with horror. How can you be so strong? Zhaoko retracted his innate ability, glanced at him, and left after leaving behind a sentence. This is why I was admitted early, while you still need to take exams step by step. Lu Huan's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, both his body and mind had suffered a severe blow. No matter how you put it, he was an SS-level awakener, one of the 3 great SS-level geniuses of G-City. How did he suddenly start to fail? At least when he fought against Shurifeng, their strengths were roughly equal. Shurifeng was just slightly stronger than him, taking advantage of the realm and barely winning. How did he end up losing easily to Zhaoko? And he didn't even have the slightest chance to fight back. He couldn't understand and was unwilling to believe that this was reality. Zhaoko did not care about his emotions. Now that he had defeated him, a cold light flickered in his eyes as he said, "Why did you challenge Lin Chen? Did Lin Chen provoke you?" Zhaoko, who had just come out of seclusion, did not know that Lin Chen had already become a notable figure in Jiqing. As soon as she asked this question, Lu Huan's expression changed. Great, you two are deliberately trying to humiliate me, aren't you? He glared at Zhaoko, angry, and said, "You two are going too far." After saying this, he turned and left, but his lonely figure and the way his shoulders kept shaking made people suspect that he was crying. Zhaoko was confused and asked her classmates around her again before she understood the reason. After hearing her classmates' description, she was slightly shocked and froze in place. Lin Chen was strong. She had known this for a long time, but she had always thought that Lin Chen was only powerful due to his realm overpowering others, just like during the fire locust beast tide back then. However, now she understood that Lin Chen had not shown all of his strength in front of her, or perhaps he had broken through while she was in seclusion these past few days. Thinking of this, she felt both shocked and delighted. Lin Chen had become stronger, and they could walk this cultivation path together. With this thought, her face flushed red, she smiled charmingly and walked towards the school gate. As soon as she left the school, the news that Zhao Ko had emerged from seclusion and effortlessly defeated Lu Wan was going viral online, generating a lot of buzz and becoming richer for the citizens' discussions during their tea breaks. The goddess has emerged from seclusion. Lu Wan adds yet another defeat. Now Lu Huan is almost becoming their stepping stone. Even if he fails again, he's still not someone you guys can compare to. Yes, we can't compare, but at least our knees are tough, unlike someone whose knees are soft. Endless arguments are a hallmark of the internet. No matter the viewpoint, once it erupts here, it turns into a sewer, filled either with filth or malicious comments from indifferent people just thinking that they're right. Who truly knows the reality behind it? This is also the reason why Lin Chen rarely browses the internet or participates in discussions. At this moment, Lin Chen and the senior brother finally had their fill. The two of them leaned back with full bellies, sitting on a wooden bench in the park to digest. This meal cost over 10,000 star coins, and Lin Chen looked at his wallet, realizing helplessly that he could only support the senior brother for a month now. Who knows when the principal's promised compensation of 50 million will be credited? Just then, Lin Chen's watch started beeping. Upon opening the watch, he found that it was a call from Zhao Ko, and he felt delighted, quickly answering. Lin Chen, I've finished my retreat. Zhao Ko's joyful voice came from the other end. Where are you? I'll host a welcome party for you. Lin Chen said. No need, I've heard about your achievements, you're really amazing now, keep it up. Why don't you come to Chaos Element Academy? Before Lin Chen could respond, the lazy senior brother suddenly straightened his body and said to the watch, little sister, Lin Chen is now one of my Supreme Academy's members, so you'd better give up on that idea. Who are you? A cold voice came from across the room. The senior brother was slightly taken aback by this voice, which was as chilling as the winter wind. He glanced at the helpless Lin Chen and understood that this girl was only gentle towards Lin Chen. Zhao Ko, did Professor Wang ask you to persuade me? Lin Chen suddenly asked. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end, and then an elderly voice came through. Professor Wang said, Lin Chen, I hope you'll reconsider. Just as Lin Chen was about to say something, the call had already ended on the other end. Lin Chen sighed helplessly but didn't realize that his senior brother beside him was already furious to the point of smoke coming out of his ears. How outrageous. This bastard won't give up and even dares to fight with me for people? Junior brother, I'm going out for a bit, I'll be right back. Senior brother, don't be impulsive. However, before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, the senior brother had already left with such speed that it was akin to teleportation, leaving Lin Chen stunned in place. Such speed. Only Lin Chen's figure remained in place. He sighed and sat in place in a daze. After a long time, he let out a sigh. Forget it, I won't take care of this matter. The senior brother should know what he's doing. By the way, I still have an external incarnation. Should I separate it now? Lin Chen's talent, upon upgrading to S level, could produce a permanent avatar with an independent personality. However, he had never thought it through, so he shelved it and did not create this avatar. Additionally, far too much had happened from last night to today, leaving him no time to consider it. Now that it was finally quiet around him, he began to contemplate the issue of the external avatar. System, if the external avatar kills monsters, will I gain upgrade points? Yes. Ignoring distance? Indeed, host. Lin Chen was overjoyed and laughed, then let the external avatar go hunting outside the city, and I'll just lie back and earn upgrade points. Anyway, if the external avatar dies, I can still create another one. At this moment, Lin Chen finally realized the terrifying aspect of the split body talent. If he had 1,000 or 10,000 external avatars, that would truly be a life of idle gaming. Permanent split bodies are the greatest highlight of this talent. It is equivalent to dividing one's life into two parts, essentially giving oneself an augmentation. An external avatar that ignores distance, possesses an independent personality, and is absolutely loyal is more reliable than any subordinate. Lin Chen slightly closed his eyes and communicated with his talent ability. Use external avatar. He silently recited. In the next moment, a cocoon of light formed outside Lin Chen, and the energy within his body began to surge out frantically, merging into the cocoon of light. Moreover, his mental power quickly depleted as well, merging into the cocoon. Depleting mental power wasn't enough, life energy began to drain as well, all of it merging into the cocoon. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen had completely changed his appearance. His cheeks were sunken, his figure was emaciated, his hair was withered, and his eyes were spiritless. At this moment, he was extremely exhausted, both hungry and tired, his vision blurred with spots, his body hollowed out, swaying as if he would fall at any moment. With this appearance, no one would believe this was the body of an 18-year-old boy, they would rather believe it belonged to an 80-year-old man, as he was simply too weak. Lin Chen was very sleepy and hungry now. He fumbled to open his watch, wanting to call Zhao Ko, but his thin arms lacked strength. At that moment, an arm reached over and helped him up. The main body. You are an external incarnation? Yes, the main body. Hey, help me get home. Okay. When he got home, Lin Chen slumped down on the sofa and had his doppelganger go buy food. When the food arrived, he began to eat heartily. Portions of food were quickly consumed and digested, as his body absorbed them like parched land eagerly soaking up water. With the food being continuously absorbed, Lin Chen's body was also rapidly recovering, his emaciated frame gradually becoming plumper, his sunken cheeks filling out, and his eyes regaining their bright and radiant appearance. Half an hour later, he stopped eating. At this point, he had already returned to his original appearance, just slightly fatigued, as eating is also a physically demanding activity. And his external avatar was always standing nearby, constantly purchasing food for Lin Chen and handing him water. It was at this moment that Lin Chen had the time to observe his external avatar, and he noticed that they looked exactly alike. However, Lin Chen discovered that their gazes were different. Lin Chen's gaze was reserved, steady, and cautious, while the external avatar's gaze was lively, curious, and spirited. If Lin Chen was mature and composed, then the external avatar was agile and lively. The contrast between the old and the young was striking. That's fine. If the external incarnation only had one life, I would dislike this personality because it easily invites trouble. However, since the external incarnation can be reborn, this personality is somewhat better. It's too quiet around me and needs some lively elements, Lin Chen thought. Lin Chen could sense the existence of the external incarnation and could manipulate its life and death. This feeling was the same as controlling a doppelganger. However, the doppelganger was like a blank sheet of paper, which he could easily control. The external incarnation had an independent personality, and when Lin Chen controlled it, he would be influenced by its emotions, which would create some obstacles. However, with just a thought, he could make the external incarnation disappear, regardless of the distance. With that assurance, there was no need to worry about the external incarnation being possessed by someone else in the future. Do you have a name? Lin Chen looked at him and asked. The external incarnation possessed an independent personality, and its body structure integrated Lin Chen's energy, spirit, and life force, making it almost indistinguishable from a real human. He also has a soul and his own little thoughts. Apart from the close connection with Lin Chen, he is a complete person. Lin Chen did not intend to treat the external avatar as a tool, so the avatar must have a name, which reflects its independent personality. Moreover, Lin Chen plans to let him choose his own name. This is also a little thought from Lin Chen. He wants to test the personality of the external avatar, and a name is one of the reflections of a person's character. The external avatar pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly brightened, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, smiling brilliantly, and said, "I'll call myself Lin Fan. What do you think, main body?" This name sounds like a protagonist at first glance. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, his innocent and candid smile infecting him, and he chuckled, "Alright, you'll be called Lin Fan. However, your personality is suitable for being the main character in a light fantasy novel. In this world, that personality would probably lead to death countless times." Lin Fan put his hands on his waist and laughed heartily, striking a sunny boy pose as if basking in sunlight, and said, "Aren't you the main body here? I'm not afraid of death." Seeing his cheerful demeanor, Lin Chen felt much more relaxed, as if he had gained a younger brother. "From now on, when someone is around, call me brother." Lin Chen said, "If anyone asks about your background, just say you're my long-lost twin brother." "Understood, the original body, you are the elder brother. In the future, I will also have a third brother, a fourth brother, a fifth brother, and endless brothers." "That's good to hear. But I don't have any identification." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen also realized the problem. Strictly speaking, Lin Fan was an independent lifeform now, but he was still an undocumented person. Without an identity card, one cannot enter or exit the city. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly felt that while technology was advanced, it wasn't necessarily a good thing. The information was too transparent. "I'll think of a way for this. I want to arrange for you to go out of the city to hunt. What do you think?" Lin Chen asked, not commanding him directly, but rather in a tone of consultation. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Main body, I understand your intentions, but I don't want to just keep fighting monsters, it's too dull. I want to learn a skill, then open a shop and live a leisurely life as a shop owner." Lin Chen shook his head and said, "I will help you achieve that dream, but for now, we are still too weak. We need to get through this tough period first before we can do what we want, right? You've successfully convinced me, main body. When can I go hunting outside the city?" After thinking it over, Lin Fan agreed. In matters of great importance, the external incarnation always acts in Lin Chen's interest. "There's no time to lose, let's go out of the city today," Lin Chen said. "But how can I get out without an identity card? When senior brother comes back, I'll borrow his black card. We'll go out tonight." "Okay." Having made their plans, Lin Chen, feeling a bit worried since senior brother had not returned yet, opened his watch intending to call and ask. Suddenly, a series of loud rumbling sounds came from above. The sound was deafening, causing the windows to tremble. "What's going on? Is it thunder or an earthquake? Damn it, who's so unethical? If I end up impotent, I won't let this go. I've already called the police. It has been proven that someone here is doing something indecent. Kid, just wait to be caught. Quick, look outside the city, there's a huge commotion." Lin Chen was inside the room and could hear the sounds outside. The discussions among the crowd were fervent, but ultimately everyone's attention was drawn to the noise outside the city. Lin Chen hurriedly opened the window and looked outside. At that moment, there was a fierce battle occurring outside the city, with 2 figures flying in the sky, each punch and kick carrying tremendous power. The air was explosively ripped apart, and the protective shield above G-City was rattling from the shockwaves, which also caused the tremor felt in the city moments ago. The security personnel inside the city were busily sweating profusely. Hurry, hurry, maintain order. Which two big shots have come to G City fighting so close to the city? Can't you keep your distance a bit? Quick, hide. I hope the protective shield of Jicheng can block it. The outside of the city is a battlefield, shaking the void. At that moment, Lynch happened to look over out of curiosity and two figures came into view. When he saw one of the figures clearly, Lynch was instantly stunned. It's Senior Brother, and it looks like the one being pressed down by Senior Brother is Professor Wang? At that moment, Lynch finally understood the purpose of Senior Brother's hurried departure. Just then, Senior Brother's voice suddenly resounded like a great bell, shaking hearts and reaching everyone's ears. Wang dog, I'll state it again, Lynch has entered my Supreme Academy. If you dare to dig at my corner again, don't blame me for being merciless. At this time, Senior Brother carried hundreds of swords on his back, each sword exuding a silvery white swordlight, ready to unleash a multitude of swords with a mere thought, sealing off heaven and earth. Last time, he pretended to be his master, the sword god, scaring Professor Wang away. Professor Wang, not knowing how he found out the truth, immediately became furious, feeling that he had escaped in a very embarrassing way that day, filled with both shame and anger. This led him to incite Zhao Ke to recruit Lin Chen. When Zhao Ke learned that Lin Chen could enter the Chaos Element Academy, he was overjoyed and didn't think too much about it, so he excitedly inquired about Lin Chen. However, he didn't expect that Lin Chen was with the Senior Brother, and the Senior Brother heard their conversation. The Senior Brother roams around the 40 cities and finally encounters a genius boy willing to join the Supreme Academy, only to have you poach him. He was furious about it. So, this led to the scene that just occurred. Two big shots are fighting, and everyone in the city is trembling in fear. Lord of Jicheng looked at the two figures in the sky and, you two, hurry up and fight. Finish quickly and leave, my little city can't handle your commotion. The principals of various high schools all revealed expressions of longing. As a small border town, Jicheng only has a 6th tier strongest, with the 7th tier being their pursuit, and this 7th tier is also the first step for a person to break free from the gravitational pull of the earth and soar into the sky. Yet, this step has blocked too many people. Countless geniuses stop here in tears, among them are not few S-level awakeners. And at this moment, the two fighting in the sky are undoubtedly both above 7th tier powerhouses. How could they not worry when such strong beings are battling near Jicheng? Meanwhile, below, when the crowd heard the name Lin Chen, everyone froze. In Jicheng these past few days, Lin Chen's popularity could rival that of a big star. At the same time, what reached their ears was also the name of the Supreme Academy. Lin Chen joined the Supreme Academy. What kind of place is this Supreme Academy? I just checked, it was once the #1 academy. Because it guarded the return to void, students and teachers either died or dropped out, and now only 2 people are left. That place of Guishu, Lin Chen dares to go there, he is not afraid of death. Geniuses like to challenge difficulties, which we ordinary people do not understand. Quick, look, the battle is about to end. Crowd members turned to look, and sure enough, they saw Professor Wang clutching his chest, falling from the sky. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which turned into a bloodline, leaving a mark in the void. A great battle was like dropping a bomb in the stagnant fish pond of Jicheng, instantly blowing up all the big shots in the city. The battle ended with the Senior Brother emerging victorious. Professor Wang was filled with shame and anger. Despite being older and more experienced, he lost to the Senior Brother, which made him feel a bit unwilling. However, thinking of the fact that the other party was indeed the direct disciple of the sword god Li Qinglian, he had no choice but to accept it. Who among the human race doesn't know Li Qinglian? He is a living legend, transforming from a mere B-level talent to an SS-level talent. And his combat power is among the very best of the human race, guarding the return ruins and making outstanding contributions to humanity. It is only reasonable for a disciple of such an existence to defeat him. After realizing this, he clasped his hands and said, "It's my skills that are lacking. I promise I won't seek out Lin Chen again. Farewell." With that, he took off like a wild goose and vanished from sight in an instant. The Senior Brother sheathed the sword in his hand, picked up the gourd of wine at his waist and took a big gulp while catching a glimpse of several sneaky figures out of the corner of his eye. "You guys, want to drink?" The Senior Brother looked up at the moon, the wind blowing his hair and the moonlight shining on him, adding an air of prestige. The visitors were none other than the city lord of G City, various clan leaders, and the principal of the school. They had come proactively to make acquaintances. The city lord is the highest here. He respectfully said, No, we would like to ask if there is anything we can do for you, so we can prepare." The Senior Brother pointed to the sky and mysteriously said, "How about you go and pluck a bright moon from the sky for me?" "Ha?" The crowd was confused and bewildered, and the next moment, the Senior Brother had already disappeared from their sight. What does he mean by this? Clearly he doesn't want to bother with us. Moreover, the fact that he doesn't accept our gifts may also mean he looks down on our presence. I think he simply doesn't want us to disturb him, which is also a warning. Sigh, forget it. Strong people often have strange tempers. Let's all be careful and not provoke this one, alright? After all, this is a disciple of the sword god from before. Who would dare to offend him? But that Lin Chen. The crowd looked towards the head of the Li family. His expression changed drastically, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, his body trembling slightly as he said, "It's all the fault of my rebellious son. I will definitely make him go and apologize to Lin Chen later." The head of the Lu family smiled and said, since there's been a conflict, how can it be so easily forgiven? The head of the Lee family gritted his teeth and said, I am willing to offer 1/3 of my family fortune as a gift to Lynch. 1/3 of the family fortune is already an astronomical sum. The city lord nodded and said, well, since you have this intention, quickly go and prepare. Don't make that lord unhappy. Yes. The head of the Lee family nodded. The city lord suddenly thought of something and looked at the principal of the second high school. I remember that your school owes Lynch 50 million star coins. Have you paid it back? The principal of the second high school let out a helpless bitter laugh. This 50 million was signed without his knowledge. It was clearly sure. Yifeng who caused the trouble, why should he, as the principal, bear the pressure? But facing Lin Shen's strong backing, he could only swallow it. When we get back, immediately give him the money, absolutely no delays. The principal of the second high school gritted his teeth and said. The city lord nodded in satisfaction and said, you have this intention, I am very pleased. The crowd internally complained, they don't have this intention, they are just being forced by you. Alright, let's disperse. The crowd dispersed. The senior brother defeated Professor Wang, but he was also quite exhausted. Returning to Lin Shen's residence, he collapsed on the sofa and started sipping some alcohol, causing wine to drip onto the sofa, which made Lin Fan shout in surprise. I said, senior brother, your drinking is really lacking in grace. You don't look like a wine god but rather like a drunkard. Lin Fan complained. The senior brother then noticed there were 2 Lin Shens in the room and asked in confusion, who is he? Before Lin Shen could speak, Lin Fan piped up, I am his fraternal twin brother, Lin Fan. Upon hearing that it was Lin Fan's brother, the senior brother immediately lost interest and continued drinking. Lin Shen, feeling helpless, said, Lin Fan, go buy some snacks to go with the drinks. Senior brother, you can't drink without food. Forget it, I'll listen to you. Lin Fan, hurry up and go buy some food, the senior brother urged. Lin Fan mumbled under his breath as he went downstairs to buy food, leaving only Lin Shen and the senior brother in the room. The senior brother saw Lin Fan leave and suddenly said seriously, I had a fierce battle with Professor Wang, showcasing my strength. Most of the forces in Jiqing will likely come to befriend you. What are you planning to do? There are quite a few forces in Jiqing. If they all come to befriend Lin Shen, he actually doesn't want to refuse. After all, having one more friend means more paths to take. However, this will take up a lot of his time and affect his cultivation. Moreover, being popular brings trouble, so it's not necessarily a good thing. I don't want to see them. Lin Shen shook his head and said, for now, I just want to enhance my strength. I will try my best to avoid these trivial matters. Give me one day and I will handle it well. Upon hearing this, the senior brother nodded silently, then shook his head and said, actually, I'll give you a suggestion. Are you willing to listen? Senior brother, you can speak freely. When these people come to befriend you, they will undoubtedly bring gifts. What I mean is, you should accept all of them. Ha! Don't be surprised, what they seek is just peace of mind. You've received gifts, and you'll have a little money in hand, so go buy something you want, it can also enhance your strength. I understand now, this is just keeping them hanging. Don't speak so ambiguously, this is a reasonable increase in income for us. Yes, senior brother, you're right. At this moment, the door creaked open and Lin Fan walked in carrying a lot of food. Phew, I'm exhausted. What are you all talking about? So mysterious? The senior brother took the food and smiled, we're going to move to a bigger house. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was overjoyed and nearly jumped up. Great. This house is so small that I'm afraid stretching my arms will break the roof. Lin Chen teased, your arms are retractable too? Do you think you're Luffy? Who is Luffy? The senior brother asked in confusion. Just a rubber man, seen in a comic. Lin Chen replied dismissively. Come, let's eat some vegetables. On one side, they are enjoying a pleasant meal, while on the other side, the atmosphere is quite heavy. The Lee family. The third young master of the Lee family and Li Yuan, barebacked, burdened with thorns, with their hands bound, approached Lin Chen's house with expressions of indignation and sorrow. The head of the Lee family behind them sighed and held tightly to the asset transfer certificate in his hand. The Lee family has been passed down for over 200 years, although it has not produced any extraordinary talents, it is still one of the top families in this Jiqing. However, they still provoked someone they shouldn't have, which was a result of the long period of peace that made the clan members relax their guard. Today, they can only grit their teeth and take a loss, hoping to resolve this enmity. If not, it's uncertain whether the Lee family can continue to exist, because he knows deeply that the rules bind the weak, while the strong can break through them. If someone truly wants to eliminate the Lee family, there are plenty of ways. On the other side, the principal of the second high school finally convinced the top leaders, allowing them to draw from the school's funds and gather 50 million star coins. Although this has made the funds of the second high school tight, it is still necessary to take this step to establish a good relationship with Lin Chen. Holding a check for 50 million star coins, he walked towards Lin Chen's home. Not only him, but also the Lu family and other prominent families had prepared generous gifts and were heading to Lin Chen's house. Lin Chen lived in a rather old 6-story tenement building. At this moment, outside Lin Chen's door, a group of people was standing. Among them, the most eye-catching were 2 men with bare upper bodies, their hands bound, and thorny branches on their backs. Behind them stood many dignified-looking elderly people who were clearly not ordinary individuals. This scene was so amazing and strange that the residents living here showed expressions of confusion. They lived in the lower-level residences of G City, where the people were all lower-class residents. When had they ever seen such an imposing setup? Suddenly, the discussions began to buzz. What are these people here for? Look at that old man with the goatee. Doesn't he look a lot like the principal of First High School? Indeed, wait a minute, that family seems to be Lin Chen's, right? Lin Chen, that's him. Many people then recalled that was Lin Chen's home, and upon thinking about it, they were instantly filled with regret. One by one, they let out frustrated sighs. Once there was a genuine friendship presented before me, I did not cherish it, and only when I look back do I regret that I missed it. There is no greater pain in this world than this. In fact, the reason the neighbors are not familiar with Lin Chen is quite simple. Lin Chen is very antisocial and hardly talks to the neighbors. Over time, they have also come to overlook a person like Lin Chen. Perhaps if they encountered him on the street, they might greet him out of politeness, but it would end there, and afterward they would still wonder what that person's name was. It wasn't until they saw many people standing in front of Lin Chen's door that they suddenly realized, so he is Lin Chen. He is the genius who transformed from B-level talent to S-level talent, defeated the SS-level genius Shurifeng, and is being fought over by the Supreme Academy and the Chaos Element Academy. At this moment, everyone felt very unsettled inside. At this very moment, the head of the Lee family nervously knocked on the door. Thud thud thud. Lin Fan, go open the door. Lin Chen's voice came from inside. With a creak, the door opened. Lin Fan poked his head out, glanced at the people outside, and then quickly closed the door again. People had just brought their words to their throats, only to choke them back down. Inside the room, Lin Fan said, "They are here. I just took a look, at least a dozen people, including a few familiar faces." The senior brother smiled and said, "Some are scared, some wanna befriend you. What do you plan to do?" Lin Chen stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up and smiled. "Those who hold grievances against me, kill. Those who have kindness towards me, reward. Those who have no grievances or affinities, befriend." Senior brother, you understand what I mean, right? The senior brother gave him a look and said, "I don't understand." Lin Fan was completely puzzled, wondering what kind of riddle these two were playing. Why couldn't he understand anything? Forget it, it has nothing to do with me anyway. I'd rather think about life in the wilderness ahead. Just the thought that tonight he would be put into the wild for hunting by his true self made him feel like he was in for some hard times. "Senior brother, I'm counting on you," Lin Chen said, his eyes flickering uncertainly as he spoke to the senior brother. This time, the senior brother nodded seriously. "Lin Fan, open the door," Lin Chen said. With a creak, the door opened again, and this time it was Lin Chen who stepped out. He looked around and saw many familiar faces, but even more unfamiliar ones. Once upon a time, these people were the big shots he looked up to, but now they were smilingly flattering him. At this moment, an old man kicked down two men and pointed at them, saying, "During my seclusion, this unfilial son conspired against the young master behind my back, which is truly outrageous. Today, I will personally bring them to plead for forgiveness, and let the young master deal with them as he sees fit." Lin Chen lowered his head and looked at the two men. One was the third young master of the Lee family, a middle-aged man about 40 years old, and the other was a familiar face, none other than Li Yuan, who had once pursued Zhao Ku and betrayed her along with others. Lin Chen had only seen these two from a distance on the day of the martial arts competition. His memory was quite good, so he remembered them. They harmed me? How did they harm me? Lin Chen looked at the head of the Lee family with a half-smile. When the head of the Lee family was asked this, he suddenly froze, but upon seeing Lin Chen's expression, he realized what he was about to do. "Unfilial son, still not confessing to the evil deeds you have done," he scolded harshly. Upon hearing this, the third young master of the Lee family felt his veins were about to burst. He deeply hated Lin Chen and his own father. In his heart, while Li Yuan trembled in fear, unable to withstand the pressure, and with a loud bang, he knocked his head on the ground. "I'll confess, all of this was done by my third uncle. It started with Lin Chen attacking Li Tsong and Li Wu. My third uncle then sent someone to establish connections in the black market, allowing Li Wu and Li Tsong to issue a reward for assassination. Later on, all the assassins were killed, and Li Wu and Li Tsong went missing. My third uncle suspected Lin Chen did it, so he ordered me to secretly collude with Yifeng to mistakenly kill Lin Chen in the form of a challenge. Everything was ordered by my third uncle. I was coerced into doing this." He was both tearful and trembling all over, but the expressions of the people around were indifferent. Not a single person sympathized with him, instead, they revealed looks of disgust. At this moment, the third young master of the Lee family looked at his nephew with hatred, and suddenly, he stopped pretending, laughing loudly. It was me. Kill me, I only regret that I didn't kill you myself back then, otherwise, how could there be today's outcome?" He laughed maniacally, and the head of the Lee family's face changed dramatically. He originally intended to make him admit his mistake, but now this was not an admission, it clearly intensified the conflict. The third young master of the Lee family continued to laugh wildly, but suddenly he could not laugh anymore. He looked down at his chest, where a sword had pierced through. Blood was flowing from his left chest. You harmed my heart, I harmed your intention. You failed, I succeeded, you should also be convinced." Lin Chen expressionlessly pulled out the sword. With a thud, the third young master of the Lee family spat out blood, his eyes wide open, and fell to the ground unable to rise. He could not believe until his death that Lin Chen dared to kill him. After all, he had come to admit his mistake voluntarily. Although his attitude was a bit arrogant, he had always been an arrogant person. This had been his personality since childhood. Why could you not show a little understanding and empathy for my arrogance? Drawing your sword and killing me directly was too barbaric. As his last breath faded, the third young master of the Lee family paid for his arrogance. Third son. The head of the Lee family, with bloodshot eyes, looked at his fallen son and cried out mournfully. This scene caught everyone by surprise. Everyone originally thought that just admitting a mistake and offering some compensation would settle the matter. But who could have anticipated that Lin Chen's temper would be so fierce, drawing his sword and killing without hesitation? It was too impulsive and reckless. It seemed that all their experience had failed against Lin Chen. They began to re-evaluate this cold-hearted boy. Lin Chen sheathed his sword and said with a smile, he was so arrogant, he deserved to die. Isn't he seeking death himself? Is there anything wrong with me killing him? That's right. Lin Fan stepped out and shouted, my elder brother kills for a reason, what's wrong with that? The head of the Lee family's chest heaved violently, his hand gripping the sword, struggling to resist the urge to draw it. But thinking of Lin Chen's presence in the house, he trembled and abandoned that dangerous thought. Killing Lin Chen is incredibly difficult and would cost him his own life. The older he gets, the more he fears death. He is an example of that. Lin Chen glanced at everyone and smiled. What my second brother said is correct. If someone tries to kill me and I do not resist, wouldn't that make me a coward? This matter is wrong because of that person, not me. I hope you all understand that when someone has the intent to kill, do not blame the tiger for raising people. His death is entirely self-inflicted. What do you think, head of the Lee family? The head of the Lee family's eyes turned red. Lin Xiao, sir, you are right. You are absolutely right. Seeing his expression, Lin Chen laughed heartily. Yes. You all should put down your gifts and leave. He turned and walked into the house, saying, Lin Fan, close the door. This conclusion was unexpected for everyone. Looking at the tightly closed door, the head of the Lee family had a flicker in his eyes, his heart filled with sorrow. He felt both resentment toward Lin Chen and guilt for his failure in educating his son, as well as the pain of losing his beloved child. He looked down at Li Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, gritting his teeth, and suddenly raised his palm, striking down with a bang onto Li Yuan's head. Bang! The powerful force of the palm was beyond Li Yuan's capacity to withstand. Before he could react, his skull was crushed by a single blow, and he fell limply to the ground, dead. This scene caused the onlookers to sigh slightly. Perhaps Lin Chen had foreseen Li Yuan's inevitable death, which is why he chose not to kill him. The head of the Lee family felt no joy in killing Li Yuan. Instead, he was even more sorrowful. He slightly bowed toward Lin Chen's door, paid his respects, and then placed a transfer of assets document on the ground before turning to leave. Seeing him leave, the crowd automatically made way for the head of the Lee family. Only after the head had walked far did they begin to discuss among themselves. Oh, what a pity, this Li Yuan from the Lee family is the strongest genius of this generation. It's all fate. Once dead, everything is gone. Who would have thought Lin Chen would have such a temperament? We should be more cautious in the future and not bully others just because we have power. We need to keep our own junior members in check, otherwise who knows when disaster might strike and implicate us old folks. Sigh, just thinking about our own debauched descendants gives me a headache. I must have a good talk with them when I get home. I can't let these guys ruin us. The crowd had an understanding and planned to immediately warn their juniors after returning that they must not bully others or invoke a death sentence lightly. It has been many years since such a surprising genius like Lin Chen has appeared. For so many years, they have been used to being arrogant, and once their temper has been let loose, it is hard to rein it back in. Now they are very afraid of those young aristocrats unknowingly offending someone and then bringing upon themselves a deadly disaster. It doesn't matter if he dies, what worries him is dragging his family into it. Understanding this, they became anxious, wishing they could return home immediately, so they properly set their gifts, bowed politely, and turned to leave. After they left, the entire G city was about to experience a significant upheaval. All the young aristocrats were placed under house arrest and a months-long education program began. All the wealthy offspring became subdued, and when they saw some exceptionally graceful ordinary people, they would even take the initiative to befriend them, doubting whether the beggar they encountered by the roadside might be some kind of master. This puzzled the citizens. How did those who once were arrogant and domineering become so polite? How did the beggars, once looked down upon, now become subjects of extensive inquiry, with people doubting if they were masters? The most outrageous thing is that the orphans in Jicheng have all been adopted by various wealthy families, and for a time, the entire welfare institute was empty, leaving the teachers and the director of the institute stunned. However, this is also a good thing. They felt that something had happened in the whole of Jicheng, but they didn't know the truth, and could only spread rumors that were all over the place, leaving people confused. At this moment, Lin Chen brought all the gifts into the house, most of which were checks, asset transfer certificates, and other items. There were quite a few things scattered all over the floor. Lin Fan excitedly flipped through them. Big brother, the Lee family is quite sincere. Look, they directly donated a third of their assets. Lin Chen also smiled slightly. The gift from the Lee family was the most valuable. As one of the top families in Jicheng, the Lee family's assets span the whole city, and a third of that is already a large sum in the hundreds of millions. Wow, this is a 50 million check. Big brother, we are rich now. And this thing, it turns out to be a rare mental power fruit. Although it can only increase a little bit of mental power, it's still very precious. This sword looks quite ancient and seems very sharp. Lin Fan curiously flipped through the gifts, almost dazzling his eyes. The senior brother didn't even glance at these gifts, always sipping wine. The wine gourd was clearly not big, yet somehow it never ran out. Lin Fan leaned forward and asked, "Senior brother, this wine gourd wouldn't happen to be some spatial artifact, would it?" The senior brother shot him a glance and said, "Don't disturb me while I drink." "Senior brother, this really isn't a spatial artifact, is it?" This time Lin Chen asked. The senior brother put down the wine gourd and laughed. "It is indeed a spatial treasure, but this treasure can only hold wine. It was given to me by the dean years ago." Lin Chen curiously asked, "Senior brother, do you have a spatial treasure in your hand?" "No." "Really?" The dean happens to have a space ring, a trophy obtained from killing a 9th-tier otherworldly powerhouse back in the day. If you want it, first go kill a 9th-tier otherworldly powerhouse. Then forget it, I can't do that for now. The senior brother gave him a glare and fell silent. Lin Chen put away the gifts, gathered some checks together, totaling 60 million star coins, planning to go to the bank to exchange it for money later. For other treasures, the edible ones he planned to eat directly, and the inedible ones, he would keep the useful ones and temporarily set aside the useless ones, saving anything that Zhao Ku could use for Zhao Ku. After categorizing the items, he first picked up a spirit fruit and ate it, instantly feeling his psychic energy increase slightly, although not much. It was better than nothing. He picked up a fruit with thunder patterns, ate it, and felt his resistance to lightning increase slightly as well. It was also better than nothing. Then, he picked up the ancient sword, noticing that it was inscribed with the words 3 lives, thus named the 3 lives sword. It had quite a grandiose connotation. Besides money, nothing else is very precious. When you get to the academy, you'll know what real treasures are, the senior brother said leisurely. Lin Fan put down what was in his hands and asked, "Senior brother, what treasures does the academy have? Can you tell us about them?" The senior brother replied, "You're not even a person from the academy, is it useful for me to tell you?" Lin Fan mumbled, making a face, and said, "Senior brother, can't you have a little pity for your junior?" "No pity, you're just pretending." Senior brother remained unmoved. Lin Fan's expression changed rapidly, and his face instantly transformed into a smile. "Senior brother, then how about I also enter the Supreme Academy?" The more Lin Fan spoke, the more nonsensical it became. "You're just an external incarnation, without any talent. What academy are you entering? Just focus on helping me defeat monsters as the main body." Lin Chen spoke up, stopping Lin Fan from continuing, and said, "Senior brother, it's time for you to go out." Senior brother was taken aback, chuckled, and replied, "Alright, I'll go visit the Lee family." After master brother left, Lin Fan looked aggrieved and said, "Main body, you really aren't being considerate enough. I'm doing this for your sake. Don't you want to know the information about the Supreme Academy in advance?" Lin Chen knocked on his head and said, "I don't want to." "Really don't want to? Really? I don't believe it. Believe it or not." Lin Fan, Lin Chen ignored him, left home, and went to the bank to exchange the check for digital currency. Afterward, he spent quite a bit of time receiving the assets gifted by the Lee family, and as a result, the assets in his hands reached hundreds of millions. Night fell. With a creak, the door opened. "I'm back." Master Brother's voice came through. "Under the light." Master Brother took a sip of wine and said, "Someone was killed." Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thanks for your help this time, Master Brother. I owe you a favor." Master Brother didn't reply and continued drinking. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt guilty. It was clearly his own matter, yet he had Master Brother bear the burden. Guilt lingered in his heart. "Master Brother, I know." Without finishing his words, the elder brother suddenly placed the wine gourd on the table. With a loud bang, the table actually shattered into 2 halves. Lin Fan saw this and exclaimed, "My beloved table, you broke so badly." Lin Chen automatically ignored him and asked, "Elder brother, what exactly happened?" At that moment, the elder brother's face was terrifyingly dark, as if a storm was brewing under the ominous rain, making him feel a bad premonition. Lin Fan noticed the heavy atmosphere between the two and obediently closed his mouth. Lin Chen thought of the elder brother as sometimes resembling a celestial being and at other times as a mischievous child. This was the first time he had seen his elder brother so angry. Not knowing the reason, he felt uneasy in the face of the elder brother's terrifying aura. The elder brother did not respond, and the atmosphere grew even heavier. After a long while, he exhaled a breath of foul air and gritted his teeth, saying, "The Lee family deserves to die." These mere 4 words seemed to encapsulate the sins of the Lee family. Lin Chen thought to himself, something must have happened. He had only requested his senior brother to kill the head of the Lee family to eliminate future troubles. But it seems that the senior brother has killed many people. If he were to kill everyone in the Lee family, regardless of age or gender, he wouldn't have the heart to do so, but the current situation seems quite different. "Senior brother, calm down for a moment and then tell me slowly, what happened to the Lee family?" Lin Chen asked kindly. The senior brother's face was still very gloomy, with anger rising in his eyes. He spoke calmly, but inside he was not at peace, saying, "The Lee family has colluded with the underworld." Just a few short words, but the amount of information is immense. On Blue Star, the human race occupies only a small corner, with 300 cities, controlling less than 1/10,000th of Blue Star's territory. Not to mention the forces formed by the invading foreign races on Blue Star. Even the locally evolved ferocious beasts make it difficult for humans to defend. Countless humans die each year at the hands of foreign beings or ferocious beasts. For 300 years, there have been countless battles, big and small, between humanity and the various races from other worlds, with deep-seated hatred, especially towards the undead realm ruled by death creatures, where animosity runs the deepest. Because the undead creatures of this world harbor the delusion of transforming Blue Star into the undead realm, with the opposition of life and death being the most primitive hatred, countless wars have erupted over the years, all stemming from this realm. Now, the Lee family colludes with humanity's nemesis. How can it not provoke the anger of the senior brother? He and the Sword God guard the return void, blocking otherworldly beings from entering Blue Star, yet someone actually colluded with them, which incensed him greatly. This Lee family is a traitor to the nation. Lin Fan was shocked inside, like turbulent waves, but immediately followed by a raging fury. Such a family must be exterminated. The senior brother should annihilate the Lee family. Lin Chen also agreed, but reason told him that it couldn't be done this way. He advised, "Senior brother, for caution's sake, let's leave the extermination of their clan to the law enforcement department. This is a major matter. The Lee family will definitely be finished. It's too late. The Lee family has already been destroyed by me." The senior brother spoke with an unexpectedly calm tone. Ha! Lin Chen and Lin Fan were stunned. For someone of the senior brother's status and strength, killing a person isn't a big deal, but a massacre that wipes out a family has far-reaching consequences and could easily be used as an excuse to cause trouble for the senior brother. Lin Chen said with concern, "Senior brother, this matter seems a bit impulsive." Lin Fan also nodded in agreement and said, "Although I agree with directly killing them, this is too careless." "Senior brother, you." The senior brother was only focused on drinking, his eyes flickering, indicating that he was not at peace inside. As a guardian of the Guishu, he had a deep sense of ethnic sentiment, and killing a clan made him somewhat uncomfortable, even leading him to question whether there was still a need to protect the human race. "Forget it. If anything happens later, I will bear it all. If I'm to be punished, I accept it." His tone remained calm, as if he didn't care about the matter at all. The senior brother is very open-minded, as if he has set aside life and death. In this moment, the senior brother radiates brilliance, earning everyone's admiration. "Senior brother, I won't let anyone take you away," Lin Fan said, his face flushed, stubbornly declaring. Lin Chen proposed, "Senior brother, if it really doesn't work, you should return to the ruins for now. With the director present, no one will dare to touch you." Lin Chen knows that the massacre has had a huge impact, and it might even affect the entire human race. If those with ulterior motives spread rumors, any negative remarks about the senior brother would be a devastating blow to his reputation. Even if it is eventually discovered that the Lee family has problems, people will still pick at the details, arguing that exterminating a clan should not be a matter for heroes, but rather should be left to the law enforcement agencies. The human race is very united during this period, but that is only in comparison to 300 years ago when they were even more united. Regardless of the era, there will always be some petty people in the human race who disregard the facts, vilifying the enemy, deciding their views based on personal bias, and dividing good and evil by camp. Big brother, you might end up being such a sacrifice. These enemies may come from Big Brother's rivals, or they may come from the enemies of the Dean. The human race has never been peaceful, unity is only relative. Lin Chen understood this clearly, his eyes already misty. If it weren't for his request for Big Brother to take action, none of this would have happened. "Don't blame yourself, I will be fine." "Big brother, don't say that. Quickly contact Senior Sword God, he will definitely protect you." "It's useless, the enforcement team has arrived." As soon as the words fell, the door was smashed open. The first to enter was a middle-aged man, pale-faced and beardless, with an imposing gaze, giving off a sense of righteousness. He said, "Zhou Yang, in view of your crimes, we will temporarily detain you. Please do not resist." The enforcement team wields great power, independent of the local government, and they can intervene in any criminal event. Moreover, they can detain first and investigate later, making it a department with significant power. This time, they discovered that the real culprit behind the massacre of the Lee family was Zhou Yang, a favored disciple of the Sword God, who was also caught in hesitation. Should we arrest him or not? In the end, they could only seek instructions from their superiors. The superiors couldn't make a decision either, and continued to escalate the matter upward until someone issued the order to arrest him first. Thus, this scene unfolded. Lin Chen saw the law enforcement team and said, "The Lee family colluded with the Netherworld. My master brother is eliminating harm for the people. You cannot arrest my master brother." Whether they colluded with the Netherworld needs to be investigated clearly. For now, we only see the incident of Zhou Yan wiping out the family, which has irrefutable evidence. "Junior brother, don't worry about me, I won't die. Let them investigate, it will end soon. However, I do feel a bit regretful that I won't be able to accompany you during the next month of high school life. You should cultivate well, and I will wait for you at the Supreme Academy." The master brother spoke with great ease, seemingly unconcerned about his safety. He proactively stepped forward to put on the handcuffs and then laughed heartily as he left. Watching the departing crowd, Lin Chen felt very unsettled. "Senior brother." Lin Chen looked up, his lips trembling slightly. "My opportunity." His heart was filled with sorrow. The Lee family, the top family in G City, was exterminated overnight, causing a huge uproar. Rumors spread in many forms. Some said they were attacked by ferocious beasts, others claimed they offended a certain powerful person and were exterminated in anger, and there were even rumors that it was the doing of Lin Fan's senior brother. In any case, the rumors were a mix of truth and falsehood, making them hardly credible. The citizens merely discussed it over tea and meals, without caring much for the truth. The extermination of the Lee family instead caused most people to feel relieved, even secretly cursing that they had it coming. Poor people often lack sympathy for the rich. Even if that rich person has helped you when you're down and out, they might mock you a bit. Moreover, for a family like the Lee family, which is usually arrogant and has a bad reputation, if you wipe them out, it would be polite of them not to stomp on your grave a few times. The Lee family deserves extermination. Who told them to be so high and mighty and overbearing? This is all retribution. People do their part, and heaven is watching. It's not that retribution hasn't come yet, it's just that the time isn't right. Don't you find it strange? The Lee family just apologized to Lin Chen, and right after, they were exterminated. Could it really be Lin Chen's doing? Not very likely. Lin Chen wouldn't go so far as to wipe out a family. The repercussions would be too great, and besides, he can't do it. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore, let's play cards. On the other side, various factions received accurate information, one by one breaking out in a sweat, feeling uneasy. Lu family. The head of the Lu family was pacing back and forth in the room, feeling very worried. Quickly investigate if there are any arrogant and overbearing descendants. Any family members like that should be brought back to the family and severely disciplined. Also, do not disturb Lin Chen, and do not spread negative news about him. There may be some hidden circumstances regarding the annihilation of the Lee family, and Lin Chen's support has not yet fallen. Go handle it quickly. On the other side, Bai Jia's head, Bai Qianlang, looked at the intelligence. His hand paused in midair. He exclaimed in surprise, the Lee family was just wiped out like that? At this moment, his father walked over and said, I received some news from a contact in the law enforcement department. It is said that the Lee family secretly colluded with the underworld, attempting to resurrect the deceased third young master of the Lee family. As a result, it was discovered by the grand senior brother of the Supreme Academy, Zhou Yang, who, in a fit of anger, exterminated the entire family. Bai Qianlang exclaimed, what a fierce temper. The Bai family old master nodded, feeling a considerable respect for Zhou Yang. Who hasn't had a character like this, fiercely opposed to evil, in their youth? It's just that as one grows older, their character becomes more and more smooth, and they no longer act according to their true feelings, but instead are driven by interests. Indeed, just like the temperament of the Sword God Senior back in the day. It's just a pity that he has fallen into the hands of the law enforcement team. Whether they can deal with him fairly remains to be seen. The elder of the Bai family side, the law enforcement team holds significant power, and its internal connections are exceedingly complex. Whether someone will take advantage of this matter to undermine the reputation of the Sword God is truly hard to say. Bai Qianlang asked in confusion, Dad, can the law enforcement team really distort the truth? He was still relatively young, only in his 30s, unlike the elder of the Bai family who was in his 60s or 70s, and his experience was not as rich. The elder of the Bai family said, when the Sword God Senior was young, he offended countless prodigies. They were not as powerful as the Sword God Senior, but now these people have climbed to high positions. Do you think they might use this matter to attack the Sword God Senior? The Sword God Senior guards the return to ruins and, in one battle after another, has turned the tide. He is one of humanity's foremost experts and is beloved by the human race. But his opponent is not a small character either. If they truly join forces against him, while they may not be able to defeat him, they could ruin the Sword God's reputation. A disciple extinguishing an entire family out of resentment, how can the master's reputation be good? Bai Qianlang was startled and quickly understood the reason behind it, but still found it hard to believe such darkness. He frowned and said, they shouldn't be so bold, right? Who knows, sighed the old master of the Bai family. Both fell into silence, holding a pessimistic attitude towards the development of subsequent events. At that moment, a servant approached the door and knocked on the doorframe. The two heard the sound and said, what's the matter? Old master, sir, there's someone named Lin Chen outside who wants to see you. As soon as the words were spoken, both of them were stunned. Bai Qianlang looked at his father, and the old master of the Bai family nodded and said, please have young master Lin wait in the living room, and remember to entertain him well. The servant bowed and said, yes, old master, then slowly withdrew. Once the servant left, the two exchanged glances. Bai Qianlang said, is Lin Chen really trying to ask us to intervene and save people? We don't have that much power, after all. This is a massacre of a clan, and the one who was exterminated is the Lee family, a top family in Jiqing. They really can't get involved with this. Old Master Bai furrowed his brows and pondered, if he does indeed seek our help, we should refuse at first. If he still insists on asking for our help, and we really can't refuse, then we'll agree and drag it out. We should try not to get involved in this matter, but we also must not offend Lin Chen. You hurry to the living room and do as I say. Alright, Dad. Living room. Lin Chen took a sip of tea, but couldn't relieve the heaviness in his heart. His master brother was responsible for the annihilation of the entire Lee family, and he bore significant responsibility for that. At that time, he had requested his master brother to eliminate the head of the Lee family because the head had witnessed his son's death right before his eyes. It was unlikely that he would let go of his hatred. This action was taken to eliminate future troubles. But unexpectedly, the Lee family conspired with the spirit realm, attempting to resurrect their deceased third son, which angered the senior brother. The senior brother, who had been guarding the return to ruins for many years, naturally could not tolerate this matter and, in a fit of rage, killed all the enemies. This act, while certainly brutal, also avenged the grievances. Conspiring with another realm, especially the spirit realm, is an act of utmost treachery and betrayal of humanity, and once discovered, everyone will seek to punish those responsible. If the reason for this matter is investigated, the senior brother would not have any issues. He came here hoping to use the Bai family's connections to inquire about the senior brother's situation. In addition, he also hoped they could lend a hand. Besides that, he had some personal matters to attend to. Young nephew Lin has arrived. I am busy with affairs and just managed to come over now. I hope you can forgive me and not hold it against me. Bai Qianlang, dressed in a blue robe, apologized politely with a cup of his hand, approaching with unsteady steps. Lynch quickly stood up, bowed, and said, "Uncle, you are too kind. I should be the one to apologize for disturbing you." Bai Qianlang was slightly taken aback when he heard the term uncle, thinking that although Lin Chen seemed upright, he didn't expect him to be so smooth and start climbing the social ladder right away. However, he was friends with Xiosa, so it wasn't wrong to call him uncle. "May I ask why my talented nephew has come here?" "There isn't much of a reason, just a visit to see you, uncle." "By the way, uncle, here are some gifts I brought for you, please accept them." Lin Chen took out a check, placed it on the table, and slowly pushed it toward Bai Qianlang. Bai Qianlang was slightly taken aback, but he didn't take it too seriously. After all, how much could money really offer? He had seen wealthy people before. However, he lowered his head slightly to take a glance, and when he saw the exaggerated figure, he was shocked and nearly gasped aloud. "Goodness, Lin Chen is really generous. This money is just a deposit. If uncle can help my master get out of trouble, there will be a reward 10 times the deposit afterward." This statement made Bai Qianlong's breathing quicken. He thought to himself, this Lin Chen has just come into a huge fortune, yet he is not stingy at all, just to save a senior brother he has known for only a few days. This young man is loyal and righteous, making him admirable. Lin Chen shouted, "Uncle, uncle." Bai Qianlang came back to his senses, smiled apologetically, and then recalled his father's words. He said they couldn't help with this matter and could only grit his teeth and refuse. "It's not that I don't want to help, but we simply can't get involved. Not to mention my Bai family, even the city lord's mansion can't intervene. I hope you can understand, my dear nephew." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt somewhat disappointed. He knew the enforcement team had great power, making it difficult for external forces to interfere, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Since the Bai family couldn't help, he could only seek help from another person. His trip was also to resolve his own regrets. "Uncle, I have one more thing to discuss. I hope you can help a bit." "What is it? Just speak freely. The Lee family has given me quite a few assets and I hope to sell them all. I wonder if you could assist me." Bai Qianlang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It wasn't a big deal for him. He nodded and said, "My Bai family has an auction house. You can put it up for auction at my Bai family's auction house. What does my virtuous nephew think?" "As you say, uncle, I will take my leave." Walking on the way home. "For now, I can only hope that person can help a little." Lin Chen opened his watch, opened the chat box with Zhao Ke, and prepared to make a voice call to her. Seeing the comforting message Zhao Ke sent him, he felt warm inside. Having a friend to comfort him felt very good and warm. He smiled and opened the voice call. After a long while, Lin Chen put down the watch, and after a while, the watch rang again. Click to answer. "Hello, is this Lin Chen?" "Hello, Professor Wang. I understand your intention. I will report this matter to the Academy and hope to contact the Sword God Senior as much as possible. This matter is complex, and I hope you do not continue to investigate it. This is not something you can handle right now. Thank you, Professor Wang, for your reminder. I will remember your kindness and repay it one day. The matter of repaying kindness can be done now. Would you be willing to come to my Chaotic Element Academy?" Lin Chen was stunned. This Professor Wang was really persistent, but he still refused. Professor Wang was not disappointed. Instead, he praised, "You young man are loyal and righteous, a good seed. I hope to see you standing at the peak of humanity in a few decades. I will not disappoint your expectations. This day does not need decades." Professor Wang was taken aback for a moment and smiled. "Young people are just confident. This is a good thing. Keep it up. You can rest assured about this matter. I will do my modest best." When the call ended, Lin Chen also arrived home. As he pushed the door open, Lin Fan was drinking wine from a gourd. "This is the senior brother's wine gourd. Where did it come from?" Lin Chen said in surprise. This was the precious wine gourd that the senior brother always held while sleeping, never leaving his side. How did it end up in Lin Fan's hands? Lin Fan pointed to the door and said, "Outside the door, it might be something the senior brother left behind before leaving. This gourd wine is truly amazing, it seems endless." Lin Chen tapped his head, took the gourd wine, and said, "This is the senior brother's thing. I'll take care of it for him. As for you, you'll come with me out of the city today." This matter had a significant impact on him, igniting his desire to become stronger. If he were as powerful as the Sword God, the enforcement team would not dare to arrest anyone. In the end, he was still too weak. "I don't have an identity, and the senior brother has also gone in, so he can't leave the city. I'll just keep you company," Lin Fan argued. "What a nice thought. It's just about getting an identity. I can help you handle it for a bit of money." Lin Chen directly shattered his fantasy. "Ah, no, please," Lin Fan cried out loudly. Lin Chen ignored him and dragged him to the black market. With money to pave the way, it didn't take much effort to get the identity sorted out. Lin Fan held the identity card, looked up at the sky with a sympathetic expression and sighed. Imagine me, Lin Fan, who should roam the seas yet now must find shelter in the wilderness, reduced to a wayward son. Fate, how can you treat me so unfairly? Lin Chen slapped him on the back of the head. Stop whining, get out of the city now. I won't ask much of you, just earn at least 10,000 upgrade points a day. If you exceed that basic requirement, I'll give you a day off. If you don't work hard, you might as well stay in the wild for the rest of your life. Lin Fan lamented, crying profusely, but Lin Chen paid no attention to his theatrics and dragged him out of the city. Body, aren't you going to stay with me? I have things to do, I need to go to school. Alright, Body, since we're parting ways, can't you give me a warm hug? Hurry up, stop dawdling, and don't be precious about your life, you can resurrect. Body, I will miss you. Lin Chen could not be bothered to deal with this drama king and coldly turned away, leaving Lin Fan staring blankly. Returning to the city, Lin Chen headed straight for Sangao. After arriving at Sangao, he went straight to the back mountain. At the back mountain gate, he presented his ID card. Beep, identity detected, Sangao student Lin Chen, please enter. The gate opened, and Lin Chen walked into the back mountain, easily finding his way to the higher secret realm building. Finding the duty teacher, the teacher was shocked to see Lin Chen. Lin Chen got straight to the point. I want to use the spiritual god secret realm. Oh, I will take care of that for you, please wait a moment. Soon, the person came over with a token and said, take this token to the secret realm at the far west, and you will be able to enter the spiritual god secret realm. Lin Chen expressionlessly took the token and walked towards the secret realm. Just as Lin Chen left, the duty teacher's office was abuzz with discussion. I heard his senior brother was captured, how can he still have the mood to cultivate? What nonsense are you talking about? He is a disciple of the Sword God Senior, his character must be impeccable, maybe he will be released in a few days. I wonder if Lin Chen will choose the Chaos Element Academy. After all, the Supreme Academy has fallen. If it were me, I would choose the Chaos Element Academy. You're meddling too much, have you finished your work? Upon hearing this, everyone noticed a serious figure outside the door, slightly trembling, and they all stopped discussing and focused on their tasks. Spirit Mysterious Realm. What he saw was only a stone platform, about 10 meters square. Outside the stone platform, there was a misty expanse, which was fog emitted from the spatial barrier. At the center of the stone platform, there was a delicate mat. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Such a simple decoration. However, this trip is for cultivation. Such simple decorations instead help in focusing on the practice. He sat cross-legged and began to meditate. In the next moment, he felt countless light points dancing in the darkness. These light points rushed frenzy towards him, and he took them one by one, steadily increasing his cultivation. The increase in power made him feel completely at ease, almost moaning out loud. As expected of the spirit realm, the cultivation speed is indeed fast. At the same time, he found that his comprehension had also improved. In other words, his brain activity had increased. This is somewhat similar to the sensory realm, which can enhance comprehension. Lin Chen seized this opportunity to perfect his previously learned elemental clone skills. Although he had already created water and fire clones, they were not practical in actual combat. The main reason was that they consumed too much energy. After all, these were not innate skills, and he had not made any relevant optimizations, so the consumption was quite high. Now, taking advantage of this opportunity, he began to optimize this skill. As time passed, his inspirations piled up in his mind, and the elemental clone skill became increasingly refined. After a long while, he opened his eyes. Phew! I've finally optimized it to its current limit. With Lin Chen's current abilities, he could not continue optimizing it further. Release speed has increased, consumption has decreased, it now only consumes 50% more energy than a normal clone, so it can be used in actual combat. It's still early, let's continue optimizing other skills. After that, we will use all the remaining time for cultivation. After saying this, he closed his eyes and continued to optimize his skills. Meanwhile, outside the city, Lin Fan also began his killing spree. After all, he hadn't completed his daily quota of 10,000 upgrade points yet. With Lin Fan's killings, the system's prompt sound also echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Ding, killed the bucktooth rabbit, upgrade point +1. Ding, killed the vine demon, upgrade point +5. Ding, killed the red-eyed fish, upgrade point +1. At this moment, in the enforcement bureau of G City, the director, dressed in black, stood respectfully. In front of him stood a projection, and an old man was speaking in the projection. The director stood awkwardly, nodding continuously. He could hear the uncontrollable joy in the old man's tone. Do you understand? The old man said. The director nodded repeatedly, respectfully saying, Elder son, I know what to do, but if the truth is discovered by the Sword God. The Sword God is a hero of the human race, with remarkable military achievements, and he is also a genius who has transformed from B-grade talent to SS grade talent. It can be said that his reputation among the human race is among the very top, and anyone who mentions the Sword God can't help but give a thumbs up. But now, the disciple of such a perfect person is about to be framed. He feels a bit reluctant, but when he thinks of the promotion promise given by the old man, he grits his teeth and decides to go through with it. Fortune favors the bold. If this succeeds, you won't miss out on the benefits. A promotion and a raise are just the basics. The old man's words were like honey, stirring the little bees in his heart to buzz with excitement. In G-City he has worked for 10 years, and in his view, the words promotion have long been far away from him. Now that there is this opportunity, although danger and opportunity coexist, since the old man took the initiative to contact him, he actually knows he has no choice. Thank you, old son, for your cultivation. I, as a junior, will definitely do my utmost and will not disappoint your expectations. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll be waiting for your good news. Farewell, elder son. The video call ended, and the director sat down in his chair with a thud, drenched in sweat and his heart racing. After a long time, he calmed his emotions and dialed a few trusted confidants. Come to the office, quickly, he said with a serious tone. The others quickly arrived at the office. There were 4 people in total, the 4 captains under him, standing in a row, waiting for the director to speak. The director coughed twice and then said, "You've all received conclusive evidence that the Lee family is not colluding with the spirit world, right?" The 4 exchanged glances. They had indeed received evidence that the Lee family was colluding with the spirit world, hadn't they? However, seeing the director's slightly warning gaze, they quickly understood the implication behind his words as his trusted confidants. The middle-aged man standing farthest to the left, with a sharp-featured face, was the first to speak. Report to the director. After investigation, the Lee family did not collude with the realm of the dead, and Zhou Yang has wantonly massacred an entire family. Such crimes deserve punishment. I suggest immediate execution. A young man beside him, around 27 or 28, was slightly taken aback, but he understood what was happening. However, the words stuck in his throat and he couldn't say anything. The other 2, seeing this, exchanged glances and said in unison, "Report to the director. After our thorough investigation and screening, we found no criminal evidence against the Lee family. Zhou Yang's massacre deserves punishment." Goodness, what a complete distortion of truth, and just like that, it was accomplished. If outsiders saw the scene, they might actually think they were telling the truth. Each of these people is an actor, and each one outdoes the other in performance. The director, with righteous indignation, scolded, "Since that's the case, why not quickly convict Zhou Yang and bring him to Central City?" The young man, named Wu Zhang, said, "Director, the Void Train runs once a week, and there is still a day until the next Void Train arrives. The Void Train is an upgraded version of the high-speed train, which does not travel on the ground but flies in the sky. It connects the 300 cities of the human race. However, Jiqing is remote, and there is only one stop of the Void Train each week. They need to go to the central city of the human race, and the only option is to take the Void Train, as the wilderness is too dangerous. Without the protection of the Void Train, they would not be able to reach the central city with their strength." The director recalled this issue upon hearing the words, but thinking of the young man's earlier hesitation made him feel irritated. He glanced at the young man and said, "On this trip, you will personally escort Zhou Yang to the central city. If the person goes missing, you will be held accountable." The young man was startled upon hearing this. The journey is perilous, and the person he is escorting is a Tier 7 powerhouse. One mistake could lead to disaster. He didn't want to go, but looking at the director's dangerous gaze, he bowed his head and said, "Understood. All right, everyone get down." When they all left, the director suddenly leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and as the smoke swirled around him, his gaze flickered for a moment but soon became resolute again. The next day, outside the city of G-City, a massive object slowly flew in from the distance. It was a silver-white train, resembling a high-speed train but standing 3 meters tall and over 1,000 meters long, with a total of 10 carriages. Its streamlined body showcased high technology, but the front was a grotesque bird-like head, giving a sense of savagery. The combination of both elements created an indescribable strangeness and awkwardness. Outside the city gate, quite a few people had already gathered, all of whom were passengers waiting to take the Void Train to other cities. In a corner stood 11 people, surrounding a distinguished young man in the middle. The young man was shackled at both hands and feet, obviously a prisoner being escorted by them. In the face of this situation, he remained remarkably calm, his eyes filled with tranquility, as if he didn't worry at all about his safety. "Go!" Wu Zhang grabbed the chain and walked towards the slowly descending Void Train. Because he didn't express his position quickly, he offended the director and was assigned such a tiring and dangerous task, which made him very unhappy. Although he knew that Zhou Yang would not run away, otherwise he wouldn't have surrendered so easily, he still felt uneasy. He knew that the man before him was innocent and had been wrongfully convicted, but he quickly gritted his teeth and severed this thread of guilt. "Rather than making my life difficult, I might as well make someone else's life difficult," he thought fiercely. The Void Train slowly descended and stopped on a vast wasteland outside G-City. With a loud rumble, it kicked up a cloud of dust. After a while, the dust settled, the Void Train came to a stop, and soon, a clicking sound was heard as each train door opened, one by one, with a steward stepping out from each door to guide everyone inside. Wu Zhang and the others also joined the crowd as they entered the train. After waiting for 2 hours, no one continued to board the train, and the doors of the Void Train slowly closed, with a gentle reminder sound from the crew ringing in my ears. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Void Train Golden Hawk, created by Void Technology. This flight travels from Jiqing to Central City, experiencing 2. Ensure the normal operation of the train's navigation and communication information systems. Please do not use wristwatches during the ascent and descent of the train. The train is about to take off shortly. The cabin crew will conduct a safety check now. Please sit properly in your seats, fasten your seatbelts, and return your seat backs and small tables to their original positions. Please confirm that your carry-on items are securely placed in the overhead luggage compartments or under the seats. Smoking is prohibited throughout this flight. The chief flight attendant, along with all the crew members on board, will sincerely provide you with attentive service. Thank you. Routine announcements rang 3 times and the train finally took off, quickly entering stable flight. Wu Zhang was alertly watching Zhou Yang the entire time, while Zhou Yang said with a smile, "Is there any alcohol?" "Ah, what situation are you in that you still want to drink?" "No." He honestly shook his head. Upon hearing there was no alcohol, the drinker in Zhou Yang's heart began to cause trouble. He looked around and suddenly saw a flight attendant walking towards him. He waved, the handcuffs making a clinking sound, and shouted, "Miss, could you bring me some good wine?" Silence. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone turned to look at him, and upon seeing him in handcuffs, each expression showed curiosity or disgust. The flight attendant quickly reacted, wearing a professional smile, and said, "Sir, I do not recommend you drink alcohol on the train. You can wait until after the station to drink at a pub. Additionally, we do not provide alcoholic beverages on the train. Do you have any other questions?" Her words were reasonable, polite, and well articulated, which made Zhou Yang feel a bit embarrassed. He touched his waist, wanting to habitually take a sip of wine to mask his inner embarrassment, but found nothing there, only then remembering that his wine gourd was gone. Sigh. A whole journey without wine, this will be hard to bear. Sister, you go ahead with your thing, there's nothing else. Zhou Yang waved his hand repeatedly, and the attendant smiled as she turned and left. Next to him, Wu Zhang had a strange expression. The person in front of him was too special. He had seen those who liked to drink, but never someone who was so obsessed with alcohol. Did he not realize his own situation? The others looked speechless. As soon as they heard there was no drinking allowed, this was the expression they had. He was simply a reincarnated drunkard. Suddenly deprived of alcohol, throughout the journey, the senior brother seemed to transform. He became silent, staring blankly at the scenery outside through the car window. On the other side, the spirit mysterious realm. On a 10-meter square platform, it was crowded with identical people. A day had passed, and the time for using the spirit mystery realm was about to end. Lynch opened his eyes, concluding a day of cultivation. Huff. He exhaled a breath of murky air, feeling a sense of fulfillment inside. The sorrow brought by his senior brother's capture was temporarily suppressed. He raised his head, looking at the many avatars still sitting cross-legged, contemplating the mysteries of skills. With a thought, all the avatars instantly transformed into light and merged into his body one by one. At the same time, his mind also expanded to include over 100 folders. Each folder was numbered from 1 to 100. Number 1 contained the experiences and insights of the first avatar, while number 100 contained those of the 100th avatar. In this regard, it was more complete than the shadow clone technique he knew in his previous life, eliminating the risk of being overwhelmed by massive information and becoming an idiot. He immersed his mind and opened each folder, absorbing the necessary experiences and insights within. As these experiences and insights merged into his mind, his proficiency and awareness of various skills were rapidly increasing. Each clone may lack wisdom and an independent personality, but often this pure clone can perceive details that he fails to notice. Suddenly, he stopped and exclaimed, "This method is not bad." Clone number 3 had an insight about clones. Clone instant teleportation technique. This idea is quite simple. It allows the main body to teleport among various clones, similar to the body flicker technique of Shisui in Naruto or the divine fire clone technique in Xianyuan Sword, Heaven's Oblivion. Lynch was excited. If this method could be researched successfully, then his safety would be greatly ensured. He studied it carefully, absorbing the insights from clone number 3, and when he had fully absorbed them, he sighed in disappointment. It can't be done. The clone instant teleportation technique is a combination of 2 skills. To learn the skill, one must first master the instant teleportation technique and then merge the 2 skills. So, I need to learn a teleportation type skill, Lynch murmured to himself. He pondered for a long time. The furrowed brows remained unyielding. Where can I find teleportation skills? Not to mention space type skills, even ordinary skill crystals are scarce and overpriced. Right, I can check the auction, he thought to himself. It just so happens that there's an auction tonight, and the Lee family assets I put up for auction will also be sold. I hope to find something suitable at the auction. Lin Chen made up his mind and glanced at his watch. It was time. Sure enough, after a while, the sound of bells ringing came from the sky. Lin Chen stood up and walked outside. As soon as he got outside, there was already a supervising teacher waiting. "Student Lin, please return the token." Lin Chen took out the token and handed it to him. The supervising teacher took it, examined it closely, and after confirming there were no issues, bowed respectfully and said, "After you." Lin Chen nodded and walked outside. Leaving the school, he walked through one street after another. The city of G is still so lively, with the sound of people's discussions occasionally drifting into his ears. He usually didn't care about these, but when he heard the discussions, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and he trembled all over, stopping in his tracks. "Did you guys know? Zhou Yang has been convicted." "Who is Zhou Yang?" "He's the senior brother from Supreme Academy, the 7th-tier powerhouse who fought and won against Professor Wang a few days ago." Hiss. Some gasped, some sighed, while others took pleasure in his misfortune. "Hey, I've seen Zhou Yang before. He seemed like a decent guy. Who would have thought he would do something so cruel?" You can't judge a person by their appearance. Do I look ugly and fierce to you? But my heart is very pure. I don't care about looks, but I do care about height. My brother is 1 meter 90 tall, what do you think? I not only care about height, but I also care about the wallet, there are no exceptions. Lynch walked all the way, and the rumors about Zhou Yang being convicted and sent to Central City for punishment were already rampant in the streets. Lynch walked along the way, and rumors about Zhou Yang being convicted and escorted to Central City for punishment had become rampant. Why? There must be some problem in this. Lynch glanced ahead, only feeling a mist enveloping him, and he darkly walked home. As soon as he returned home, his watch started beeping. Upon opening it, many people had sent him messages. He checked them one by one, and after reading, his mood improved somewhat. Zhaoku, don't mind the rumors spread by the public. I believe that the disciple of the sword god wouldn't kill innocent people for no reason. This rumor must be false. You shouldn't be influenced by them. The truth will surely come to light. He replied, thanking them for their concern. He was originally an orphan, serious and unsmiling since childhood, preferring solitude and somewhat reclusive. The fact that he could make a friend like Zhaoku was mainly due to their 3 years as deskmates and Zhaoku's constant encouragement, otherwise he wouldn't have actively reached out to anyone. Whether in his previous life or this one, his personality has always been reclusive. Now, feeling down, Zhaoku's care was like a shot of adrenaline, lifting his spirits considerably. He opened another person's message. Professor Wang, this matter is full of doubts, you don't need to worry. From what I know, Zhou Yang is not the kind of person who would annihilate an entire family, and in my investigation, I learned that someone might be deliberately framing him. Relax, and don't let it affect your cultivation. Lin Chen, thank you for your concern, I understand. Without friends in the past, now that someone cares, he found himself feeling a bit unaccustomed. He opened chatbox after chatbox. Feng Xiaoyu, big brother, you have to be strong. Lin Chen helplessly smiled wryly. It sounded like you think I'm not strong. He replied with a smiley face. Secretary Qian, let's go out for a drink. Lin Chen, no, thanks. Lin Chen had no interest in drinking. Secretary Qian, come out, I have some information you might be interested in. Lin Chen instantly became interested and sat up abruptly. Lin Chen, where is it? I'll go there immediately. Secretary Qian, Hero Bar. Hero Bar. This is a tavern located in the west of the city, near the city wall, quite remote with not many visitors. The first floor is the kitchen, and the second floor is the bar. Lin Chen hurriedly made his way up to the second floor and was greeted by the charming landlady who was bowing her head to do accounts. The landlady, already used to the arrival of customers, didn't bother to look up and said, "Are you looking for someone or here to drink?" Lin Chen replied, "I'm looking for someone." Then the landlady glanced at Lin Chen and continued to focus on her accounts. Lin Chen walked toward the inner room, which was not large, featuring only 3 private booths in a hall, covering an area of about 100 square meters. Although it's called the Hero Bar, it is really just a small tavern. Lin Chen searched for a while and quickly spotted a voluptuous mature woman sitting at a small table by the window of one of the booths, raising a wine glass and sipping her drink from time to time. Tap tap tap, the sound of footsteps arose as Lin Chen walked over. Secretary Qian heard the noise, turned her head, and saw it was Lin Chen. She smiled and said, "Have a seat." Lin Chen sat down and Secretary Qian said, "I came to find you, not only to tell you some information but also to ask if you still intend to go to the Supreme Academy?" The Supreme Academy only has 2 people, including Lin Chen. There are just 3 of them. Although the principal is the sword god Li Qinglian, the academy has few students and is located in the Return Ruins. Over the years, very few students who went to school there managed to graduate alive. Therefore, after so many years, the Supreme Academy has almost stopped recruiting students. On the other hand, the Chaotic Element Academy, which actively tried to recruit Lin Chen, is not only ranked 3rd among the academies but also guards Central City alongside 2 other major academies, holding a prestigious position with excellent faculty, serving as a cradle for human powerhouses. On this trip, she was not only here to inquire about Lin Chen but also because the principal behind her requested it. However, she was indifferent to the principal's demands. It was merely routine business. Her main purpose was to provide Lin Chen with some information. As the head of a school, having more students enter prestigious institutions brings him honor and greater rewards. These rewards even he as the principal cannot refuse, and they may even present an opportunity to break through the 7th tier. This is also why, despite being a 6th tier expert, he willingly chose to be the principal of a high school in a small city. If he could train a large number of talents, disregarding the rewards from Central City, just the rewards from the respective academies would give him the chance to break through the 6th tier barrier. Unfortunately, it is too difficult and reliant on luck. Over the years, only this cohort of students has brought him the closest opportunity to that chance. Lin Chen is the key. As long as he can enter the Chaos Element Academy, his achievements will accumulate enough, allowing him to obtain the chance to break through to the 7th level. If he is lucky, he can reach the 7th level and thus join the ranks of the human race's powerful. This is not only a temptation of increased lifespan but also a temptation of a bright future. Lin Chen lowered his head, tasted a glass of light wine, and said, Secretary Qian did not persuade him but asked, "You can definitely enter the Chaos Element Academy. Why are you insisting on entering the Supreme Academy instead?" Lin Chen replied, maybe it's because I want to fight, I enjoy the thrill between life and death. Secretary Qian was stunned, but thinking of Lin Chen's personality, it made sense to her. A solitary person may really not be suitable for lively places. She had also been to university, and the troubles in college were so numerous that they left one speechless. What battles between love rivals, what competitions among campus beauties, what jealousy among men, what underhanded tactics to vie for rankings, everything of this sort makes one unable to help but feel annoyed just thinking about it. Lin Chen didn't think that much at first. He chose the Supreme Academy because it was close to the abyss, home to countless monsters, making it convenient for him to grind and level up. But by now, it's no longer such a simple reason. Lin Chen bluntly asked, you didn't call me here just to ask me these questions, did you? You haven't told me the information I want. Secretary Qian said, this piece of information should not be spread, but I can tell you that your senior brother won't be in any danger. Why? She looked around and, seeing no one nearby, spoke softly. Because this incident targets the sword god, someone wants to tarnish his reputation, and your senior brother is merely collateral damage, even a bargaining chip in their hands. They won't kill your senior brother because that would mean tearing the facade. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback but soon nodded, as this conspiracy theory aligned with his own suspicions. And tearing apart the facade is not good for either side. Fundamentally, this is actually a political struggle. Whether the Lee family colludes with the realm of the dead is not important to some people up top. Secretary Qian continued to explain in a low voice. After listening to the explanation, Lin Chen understood in his heart. Indeed, not everyone can withstand the fury of a strong person. The process of political struggle often involves shifting blame, depending on the bargaining chips each side holds. It's just like playing cards, back and forth to determine the winner, without flipping the table, or else no one can continue playing. However, Lin Chen felt disgusted by this. If it were him, he would definitely flip the table. Nonetheless, Lin Chen still felt slightly relieved that the person was fine. He looked up and scrutinized the woman in front of him closely. In her late 20s, said to be a relative of the principal, she was able to obtain such intelligence. Could her identity truly be just a secretary? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He sighed in relief and said, thank you for the information. Secretary Qian said, actually, you are still very weak right now. It's best not to get involved in such political struggles, otherwise you might die. Without knowing why. Some rules bind the weak, not the strong. When you become stronger, those rules will be the weapons in your hand. Do you understand? Lin Chen nodded, taking another look at her, which made her face flush slightly. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lin Chen suddenly laughed. I didn't expect you to know so much. I underestimated you before. When Secretary Qian heard this, she became unhappy and raised her voice, asking back, you underestimated me before? Lin Chen saw this and was about to nod with a smile when he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. At that moment, the boss lady walked over with a plate of snacks and said with a smile, drinking too much is bad for your stomach. Here are some free snacks from the shop, you should try them. After placing the plate down, the boss lady left. Before leaving, the proprietress did not forget to give Lin Chen a meaningful glance, and Lin Chen, being exceptionally smart, immediately understood. He took the initiative to open a bottle of wine, poured it full, and then drank it in one gulp, saying, I misspoke just now, I apologize. Secretary Qian chuckled and teasingly said, you're clever for your age. Forget it, I won't hold that against you. Since you're unwilling to give up on attending the Supreme Academy, I should go back and tell my uncle the principal. Having said that, she was about to leave. Lin Chen suddenly grabbed her hand, but the next moment he realized he had overstepped and immediately let go, asking, I've always been curious, what is your relationship with the principal? He is my 7th uncle. Oh, your grandmother is quite prolific, she had 7 children. I have 8 grandmothers. Lin Chen, in the depths of the return ruins. A long sword that reached the heavens and pierced the earth fell from the sky, stabbing through a fierce beast covered in bony spikes. Roar! They let out a piercing scream, but in the next moment, the long sword was suddenly pulled out, and the sword energy tore through the air, the blood gushing out like a fountain. With a swish, the sword moved like a swimming dragon, circling several times in the air, skillfully shaking off the bloodstains, and was finally caught by a young man in it who grasped the hilt. After searching for 3 months, I finally slayed this 9th-tier ferocious beast. He sheathed the sword, stood against the moonlight, exuding elegance and grace. Suddenly, his watch beeped. He took a quick look at it. In the next moment, a brilliant white light erupted around him, and streams of sword energy appeared out of thin air. The sword energies formed into massive solid swords, and with a rustling sound, the huge swords slammed into the ground. In an instant, there were solid swords all around within 100 meters. Looking from the air, it resembled a forest of swords. Such audacity, dare to bully my disciple. With that, the sword moved at will, and the surrounding mountains and rocks instantly turned to dust. In the next moment, he transformed into a ray of light and flew towards the central city. G City. Auction house. As soon as Lin Chen entered, he was recognized by the Bai family members. This way please, sir. The master has instructed us to arrange a private room for you, the attendant said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded and said, lead the way ahead. Up on the 2nd floor, the attendant opened room 201 and said, I won't disturb you. If you need anything, just call me, I will be waiting outside. Alright, you can go down now, Lin Chen said. The attendant left, and Lin Chen began to browse through the auction booklet on the table. In the booklet, besides the 3 headline items, there were a total of 27 items shown with pictures and descriptions. He flipped through it, feeling somewhat disappointed. There were indeed some valuable items, but nothing he wanted. At that moment, there was a knocking sound from outside the door. Lin Chen put down the booklet and said, "Come in." Then, a small girl in a waitress outfit, holding a tray and lowering her head, said, "Sir, this is your fruit plate. I've placed it on the table for you." As the fruit plate was placed on the table, Lin Chen happened to see the girl's profile and said, "It's you, Feng Xiaoyu." Feng Xiaoyu, hearing the familiar voice, instantly looked up in surprise. "Wow, big brother, is it really you? Are you here for the auction too?" "No kidding. Why else would I be here if I'm not attending the auction?" This girl is still so naive, Lin Chen thought to himself. "But what about you? How did you end up as a waitress?" Lin Chen asked curiously. Feng Xiaoyu puffed up her cheeks and said, "I'm helping to support my family. I'm in my 2nd year of high school now, and when I awaken my talent in my final year, I'll be able to hunt outside the city and earn a lot more." She dreamt of holding wads of cash in her hands, her eyes squinting into a smile. Lin Chen found her expression a bit amusing. "Well, I wish you a successful awakening of a high-level talent in advance. Thank you for the blessing, big brother." As soon as she finished speaking, her wristwatch chimed. She glanced at it and hurriedly said with an apologetic tone, "The guest next door needs a fruit plate. Big brother, you carry on, I'll go first." "Go ahead," Lin Chen said. Feng Xiaoyu left, and Lin Chen ate fruit while pondering things. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the door, interrupting Lin Chen's thoughts and causing him to frown. He got up and opened the door, looking outside, where he saw 2 boys shouting at each other as a waiter tried to pull them apart. "Lu Huan, you're bullying me again. You've bullied me since we were kids. What did I, Luan, ever do to you? You just keep bullying me, huh?" Luan had a face full of anger, remembering how this guy always bullied him as a child made him grit his teeth in hatred. Now he was grown up. Not only was his talent higher than Luan's, but he was still bullying him. It was utterly unreasonable, it was infuriating. "Luan, how can you even say that? Don't you dare mention the hair in my wine glass just now. Wasn't that you who put it there?" When Luan first awakened the useless talent of hair proliferation, he had laughed at it quite a bit. Now, with hair appearing in his own wine cup and having swallowed a mouthful of it, he instantly suspected Luan. Luan cursed back, "Bullshit. I, Luan, conduct myself properly and would never do such a thing. You are just slandering me." "Fine, you're stubborn, then let's check the surveillance." Lu Huan also refused to back down, shouting. At that moment, 2 old men rushed over, both with unpleasant expressions. One of them, with a serious face, grabbed the other, and they both scolded in unison, "Nonsense." After being sternly reprimanded, the 2 recognized the visitors and immediately settled down, though it was evident they were still quite unwilling to accept the situation. Lin Chen felt a strange sensation upon seeing the few people. Of these 4, the 2 old men were the principals of the 1st and 3rd high schools, while Lu Huan was an SS class awakened from the 1st high school. The other chubby guy, Luan, was the one who had purchased the skill crystals back then. They actually knew each other and had been bullied by Lu Huan since childhood, looking a bit like rivals. It seems that Luan also used hair proliferation to deceive Lu Huan. However, Lin Chen was unclear about the actual situation. The farce ended and Lin Chen returned to the room, but the subsequent scenes left him dumbfounded. Because on his way to the restroom, he encountered several familiar faces, including the principal of the 2nd high school and his defeated opponent, the SS level awakened Stony Fang. What's more, he ran into some acquaintances on his way back, all of whom were leaders of prominent families. They were slightly taken aback when they saw Lin Chen, but all smiled politely and greeted him, and Lin Chen responded with a smile. As they all passed by each other, Lin Chen returned to the private room. He sat on the sofa, picked up a grape and held it in his mouth. He had a feeling that the featured auction item today was likely no ordinary thing, otherwise it wouldn't attract so many influential figures. Just then, the sound of clanging bells rang out. In the next moment, a giant light screen appeared on the auction stage downstairs. Then, the head of the Bai family, Bai Qianlang, dressed in a tang suit, holding a folding fan, smiled and said, "Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Good evening, everyone." He opened the folding fan, waved it once and then snapped it shut, continuing. With talent soaring to the clouds, pen held high against the frost and wind, the fragrance of ink attracts dancing butterflies as paper blooms with colorful songs. Welcome to gather on this evening in July. Welcome to this large auction event to jointly experience the fragrance of ink and the artistic ambience here to share in the brilliance of stars. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped his hands a few times, and the projection behind him suddenly changed. Not only that, but the projection also began to spread, and in no time, it enveloped the entire auction venue. Some people, upon seeing this scene, exclaimed in surprise. This must be holographic projection, a projection that can cover the entire auction venue, truly a grand gesture. The Bai family truly lives up to its status in Jiqing. They are wealthy. This set of equipment must cost at least tens of millions. Everyone, look quickly, the projection has unfolded. What a beautiful scenery. At this moment, the scenery before the crowd has already changed. One could see a tall and handsome mountain rising from the ground and an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor, one hand behind his back and the other holding a brush, scattering ink and strokes in the air. The ink fell but turned white as if the frost had suddenly descended, and in a moment the world became utterly white. This is a towering pinnacle aspiring to the clouds, proudly standing against the frosty wind. Bai Qianlong's voice resounded. In the next moment, the scenery changed dramatically as the old man shifted his brush. The scent of ink transformed into colorful butterflies, dancing gracefully, while the void turned into pages of paper adorned with vibrant colors, folding into flowers that danced with the butterflies. This scene, so wondrous and magnificent, exquisite yet grand, left people in awe. Even Lin Chen was immensely shocked. The technology in this world is truly advanced. If it weren't for the existence of awakened beings, it would definitely shine brightly. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Suddenly, all the butterflies and flowers retreated to the sides, and everyone realized they were sitting at the peak, while Bai Qianlang stood on the cloud with a folding fan in hand. He acted quite flamboyantly and said, "I announce that the auction officially begins." Bai Qianlang pointed his folding fan and exclaimed loudly, "Please bring forth the first auction item." Tap tap tap, a beautiful maid approached gracefully, holding a tray. She placed the tray in Bai Qianlong's hands and then elegantly withdrew. Bai Qianlang uncovered the black cloth covering it, introducing, "This first auction item is a third-tier sword-shaped weapon. The sword is nameless, just waiting for a destined owner." He picked up the long sword, waved it a few times, and immediately, cold light flickered and its edge shone. Truly a good sword. The starting bid is 1 million star coins, and each subsequent bid must not be lower than 100,000 star coins. Begin. As soon as the voice fell, someone started bidding. The rules of this auction house often dictate that the first auction item is a mid-range item belonging to the normal auction category. It won't be too bad, nor will it be too good, thus attracting some people's attention without causing others to lose interest in the subsequent items. Eventually, this unnamed sword was bought by a wealthy businessman. Next is the second item for auction. This second auction item was slightly inferior to the first. It was an antique, identified by experts as porcelain from a certain ancient dynasty before a great catastrophe, and such antiques are quite valuable due to their rarity. It was ultimately purchased by an antique collector. The third auction item. One by one, the auction items were being bid on, and Lin Chen did not make a move until it was the turn of the 20th item. When he saw Bai Qianlang holding a scroll of bamboo slips, the system's voice rang in his ears, greatly delighting Lin Chen, who decided to bid on this item. This is also an antique, but it is not unearthed from our blue star, rather, it comes from a civilization in another world. The writing on it is obscure and difficult to understand. After being deciphered by experts, it turns out to be an ancient bamboo scroll that encourages people to do good deeds. Carbon-14 dating has determined that this bamboo scroll is already 3,000 years old. Starting price, 1 million. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 100,000. After Bai Qianlong's words fell, there were only a few scattered bidding voices from below. He was not in a hurry. Although this item was niche, it was not hard to sell. Sure enough, it didn't take long before someone started bidding. He shouted loudly, "The guest in box 201 bids 1.3 million. Is there a higher bid?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked towards box 201, thinking, "What does Lin Chen want to buy this for? He is not a collector. I bid 1.4 million for this item. It is also an antique. I hope the friend in 201 can give me some face." An old man, with white hair and mustache, whose eyes were dull and yellowed, had already reached an age of great frailty, calmly said. The voice fell on everyone's ears. They all recognized this person. He was an esteemed elder in Jicheng, known for often mediating disputes, and was referred to as the Old Man of Mediation. He was also an antique collector and had a lifelong passion for antiques. If it were someone else, they would definitely give him face. After all, this was just an antique. 1.5 million. Lin Chen ignored the old man's reputation and directly called out the bid. "You." The elder was so enraged that he momentarily couldn't find his words. Bai Qianlang shouted, "This friend bids 1.5 million. Is there any higher bid?" The crowd fell silent. Many people were not short of money but would not spend it on things they didn't need. 1.5 million once, 1.5 million twice, 1.5 million 3 times. With a snap, the folding fan closed. Bai Qianlang announced, "Sold. Congratulations to this friend from 201 for winning lot number 20. A server will deliver it shortly for an in-person transaction." Some big figures were already losing interest. They were not very interested in these 27 lots. After all, they had come for the final 3 highlight items. Otherwise, the big shots from the whole city wouldn't have gathered here. Next, we will start with the 21st auction item. Please welcome item number 21. This is a knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, and Lin Chen said, "Come in." With a creak, the door opened. A man and a woman pushed the door open and respectfully said, "Mr. Lin, this is the item you bid on, totaling 1.5 million star coins. You need to make the payment to complete the transaction." Lin Chen nodded, then checked the item, and a system prompt sound was heard in his ear, making him feel relieved, and he paid the fee. After the attendants left, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Ding, defected martial arts secret manual detected. Would you like to consume upgrade points to complete it? This was the reason why Lin Chen felt ecstatic inside. System, you have this function too? Lin Chen said. This system has many functions. Host, please don't be surprised. Lin Chen was already used to it, so he said, "How many upgrade points do I need to consume to complete it?" This martial arts secret manual is seriously incomplete. The host can complete it in stages. Alright, as you say. Ding, completing the first layer of the martial arts requires 10,000 upgrade points. Yes/no. Yes. In the next moment, streams of golden light appeared on the tattered bamboo slips. The originally broken bamboo slips surprisingly gained a few more strands, and not only that, the characters on the slips also changed, all transforming into characters that Lynch could recognize. System, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. The system knows that the host is unfamiliar with the foreign world's characters, so it has automatically deducted the translation fee. System, you're such a tightwad, I was moved for nothing. This system has no emotions, please do not get emotionally attached. Host. Lin Chen. This system continues to have its usual sharp tongue. Never mind that for now. Lin Chen picked up the bamboo slip and began to read from the first line. 10,000 treasures condensation technique. This is the name of this cultivation method. Through studying the content, Lin Chen learned that this technique can consume the energy within the body and condense it into solid artifacts. This technique has a total of 10 levels, each corresponding to a tier of artifacts. The first level can only condense first-tier weapons or armor, etc. But can the 10th level condense divine artifacts? Lin Chen muttered to himself, feeling a bit excited. A divine weapon, this is said to be a weapon used by deities. Its power has surpassed the mundane, possessing various mystical strengths. In this way, the issue of weapons and armor for the avatars is also resolved, no longer needing to carry a pile of tang swords, Lin Chen murmured. Lin Chen glanced at the balance of upgrade points and found that he could still complete one more. This is all thanks to Lin Fan's efforts, as he now has 150,000 upgrade points. System, let me complete another layer, Lin Chen said. Ding, consuming 100,000 upgrade points, completion successful. Several more bamboo slips appeared before him, and the subsequent content also emerged. Lin Chen looked at the bamboo slips and began to try learning based on the content above. However, this method is obscure and hard to grasp. After a while, Lin Chen helplessly set down the bamboo slips. Still, skill crystals are more convenient. I guess learning should be left to the avatars. He split into 10 avatars to let them learn the martial arts. At this time, the auction was already nearing its end, with only the last 3 items left for bidding. The Lee family's assets in Lin Chen's hands had all been auctioned off, bringing his account an extra over 200 million star coins. Together with the original star coins, it was almost 300 million. He was already a definite millionaire. Next is the climax of this auction. Please welcome the final auction items. Bai Qianlong's voice rang out, and there was a wave of commotion in the venue. The 3 final auction items were lined up in a row, varying in size, all covered with black cloth. The numerous dignitaries from Jiqing had long known the news. Their purpose for this trip was precisely for these 3 final items. Finally, the moment had arrived, and these people were filled with excitement and chatter. It's finally starting. I've waited so long just for this moment. A voice from box 203 belonged to an old man who was the principal of a certain university. In box 204 sat an old man, the principal of another university, who sarcastically remarked, "Old 2, with your financial means, you dare to fight for the final items? It's simply laughable." Principal 2 of First High, upon hearing this, retorted, "Old Go, do you have the gall to say that? You and I are evenly matched anyway. I think you're just itching for it. The butcher's knife in my hand is already craving for blood, so be careful or your dog head won't be safe." Principal Go of Second High carries a lifelong pain. His rival's surname is Tu, while his is Go. When a butcher meets Old Go, it is destined not to be a harmonious scene. At this moment, Principal Qian of Third High, seeing the situation, interjected, "Are you two done yet?" Principals Tu and Go shouted in unison, "Shut up." Principal Qian suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. These 2 guys seem like enemies, but in reality, they are just rivals. He should have known better than to get involved. This was just a minor episode. The big shots in other private rooms also began to roll up their sleeves, checking their prepared funds a few more times before finally feeling at ease. Bai Qianlang smiled and said, "It seems that this auction is quite popular, so let me introduce these 3 final items, starting with the first one." He unveiled the first auction item covered in black cloth, revealing a blood-red pill inside, which was as large as an adult's fist. Some people wondered, how do you eat such a large pill? Bai Qianlang introduced, this is a tier 3 flesh blood pill. Although the refining method is somewhat cruel, as it involves extracting the life essence of an entire ferocious beast and combining it with various medicinal materials using special techniques to form a single pill, the efficacy of this flesh blood pill is astonishing. This tier 3 flesh blood pill is effective for awakening stages below tier 7. For those at tier 3 or below, it can enhance strength by 1,000 pounds. The higher the awakening tier, the lesser the effect. A tier 6 awakener can increase strength by 300 pounds. However, I must say, encountering a flesh blood pill in G City requires great luck. This is also sold by a merchant from outside the city who urgently needs money. Everyone, don't miss this opportunity, it won't come again. Starting price 10 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 1 million. As soon as the words fell, everyone began to breathe quickly. This is a pill that can directly enhance strength. Many people have only heard of it but have never seen it. The fact that this pill appeared in G City is truly a matter of luck. Bai Qianlang is right, if they miss this opportunity, it will not be so easy to encounter again next time. Especially for those at the 6th level, they have reached a bottleneck. The next step is the 7th level, but the 7th level barrier is too solid, and some have been stuck for decades. Although this flesh blood pill cannot help them break through, it can enhance their strength. Even an increase of 300 pounds is still power, and no one can resist the temptation of enhanced strength. Moreover, these people have not experienced the feeling of becoming stronger for too long, and many are already itching to get their hands on this flesh blood pill. Bidding has already started below, but these are just the people in the hall. Those upstairs have yet to make a sound. Bai Qianlang opened his folding fan, gently fanning himself, looking very pretentious, quietly watching. Lynch didn't call out a bid either. He wasn't in a hurry. The dozen or so people on the 2nd floor would eventually show up. He didn't know how many finale items he could buy with his money, so he chose to wait and see. I wonder if this flesh and blood pill can be absorbed by life absorption talent. Life absorption was an F-level talent he obtained from the blood-sucking vine. He had almost forgotten about this talent due to its low effect and slow absorption speed. He suddenly remembered that his main talent was already S-level. According to the system's rules, once a talent reaches S-level, a new talent can be upgraded. Seemingly, the bidding below was still ongoing and wouldn't end anytime soon. Lin Chen asked system, what level can I upgrade my life absorption talent to with my remaining upgrade points? Host, it can be upgraded to B level. Upgrade it for me, Lin Chen said. Ding, 50,000 upgrade points have been deducted. Upgrade starting. Ding, upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host on upgrading their second talent, life absorption, to level B. Level B life absorption talent gains the following effects: increases absorption effect and speed, can absorb any substance containing energy after absorption, greatly increases the host's physique and slightly increases mental power. At this moment, Lin Chen once again entered the sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, the star representing the life absorption talent was pulsating like a heartbeat, expanding with each beat, and before long, its volume had increased by hundreds of times. Although it was still small compared to the avatar star, it was a colossal figure compared to other skill planets. At the same time, a large amount of information regarding the life absorption talent surged into Lin Chen's mind. With a slight movement of his thoughts, he exited the sea of consciousness and gently raised his palm. A small black vortex appeared in his palm, and as the talent was just activated, he felt a surge of appetite. Eat, eat, eat. Swallow, swallow, swallow. This desire is like the whispers of a demon lingering in Lin Chen's mind, constantly urging him to devour the essence of life. Lin Chen quickly closed his talent, and the black vortex immediately disappeared, along with the frenzied hunger. The consumption of this skill has increased, but the side effects have also grown stronger, Lin Chen said. However, the current life absorption should be able to devour flesh and blood pills, no longer limited to the corpses of living beings, Lin Chen thought to himself. He was determined to acquire that flesh and blood pill. Looking up, the people upstairs had already joined the bidding. Principal Gao of Vigao shouted, 36 million star coins, a lifetime savings, what is there to fear in a battle? At this time, the head of the Lu family raised his sign and laughed, 50 million. Principal Gao of Vigao fell silent for a moment. He indeed had 50 million, but that would mean selling everything. Was it worth it? Principal Go of Ergao mocked, have you wilted? Can't go on? I bid 51 million star coins. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent and everyone was quiet, seemingly unwilling to continue bidding. Principal Go of second high school felt uneasy, realizing he had gone overboard and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Seeing no one else raising the price, Bai Qianlang thought it should be the highest price, so he opened his folding fan and called out, 51 million once, 51 million twice, 51 million three. Principal Go of second high school became anxious. He could come up with the 51 million, but it would break the bank. Unless he embezzled funds, but thinking about the consequences made him break out in a cold sweat. Wait, he hurriedly interrupted. Bai Qianlang asked in confusion, Principal Go, what are you doing? It's nothing, it's just that my wallet isn't that full. I was impulsive just now, I'm really sorry, Principal Go of second high school said awkwardly, forcing himself to speak. When Bai Qianlang saw this scene, he was not angry at all and said with a smile, since you're withdrawing from the auction, please pay a 5% penalty, totaling 2.55 million star coins. The principal of the second high school felt regretful but could only brace himself and agree. The head of the Lu family bids 50 million, is there any higher? Bai Qianlang shouted. There was a moment of silence below. The principal of first high school, too, smirked and mocked, putting green onions in a pig's nose, just pretending to be something like that, how ridiculous. Principal Go had already lost all face and automatically blocked his ears, retreating into silence. This time, he had truly embarrassed himself. After a while of speaking, when he saw Principal Go not responding, too also felt it was pointless and shut up. 51 million. The guest in room 201 bids 51 million, is there any higher? 55 million. 60 million. As soon as this price was announced, the scene fell silent once again. This person in room 201 has a strong will and great financial power to compete with the head of the Lu family. Who is this person? From the voice, they don't seem very old, but it's obvious they've disguised themselves. They don't want to reveal their identity. This blood flesh pill will be gone once consumed. There's really no need to rob, so there's no reason for them to hide their identity. What if they are actually here to rob? The crowd. People in the hall were discussing amongst themselves. They were all wealthy and jiching, but this kind of wealth was not comparable to Lin Chen and his group. If wealth classes were to be divided, they would belong to the middle class, while Lin Chen and others would belong to the upper class. And the poor couldn't even enter the main door, so there were no poor people here. The people in the private room also looked puzzled, unable to discern each other's identities. Moreover, the blood flesh pill was not a necessity for many of them, so they didn't bother to care. In the end, the blood flesh pill was bought by Lin Chen. Bai Qianlang unexpectedly glanced in the direction of 201, snapping his folding fan, creating a loud clap. Congratulations to the friends of 201 for obtaining this precious tier 3 blood flesh pill. The waiter will deliver it shortly, please wait a moment. Bai Qianlang placed the blood flesh pill back in the box, handed it to a waiter, and then walked toward the second item up for auction. The final 3 items have been eagerly awaited by everyone for a long time. Many people had already learned about the information regarding these final 3 items. But at this moment, watching Bai Qianlang's slow actions, they were cursing inwardly. Why can't you speed it up a bit? Bai Qianlang wore a smile, thoroughly enjoying this feeling of being the center of attention. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of people watching him with eager anticipation, and it felt as refreshing as drinking a soda on a hot summer day. He leisurely raised his hand, and everyone's gaze followed his arm. Suddenly, he withdrew his hand, switched to the other hand, and at lightning speed, yanked off the black cloth. This left everyone utterly shocked. Their hearts skipped a beat as they secretly cursed, "Are you messing with us?" The frustration inside them was so intense that they wished they could grab Bai Qianlang and give him a good beating. "This is the second auction item," he yelled, stretching his voice long. Some people couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "You damn turtle, can't you hurry up?" Bai Qianlang was startled and quickly became serious, coughing lightly and saying, "This is still a pill." Seeing the unfriendly gazes from the crowd, he didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly said, "However, this pill is not for eating, as it is a 5th-tier fire poison pill that can be used like a grenade. Within a 10-meter radius, no grass will grow for anyone below 5th tier, and even 6th-tier awakened ones could be seriously injured if they're not careful. This fire poison pill comes from friendly interdimensional merchants with my blue star human race. It is said to be a unique product from their world and has already been sold in several worlds. Of course, I don't know if it's true or not. You can taste it yourself, and you certainly won't find it elsewhere. This is an exceptional means of self-protection for traveling outside. Don't miss it. Missing it would be a regret. Starting bid, 20 million, with each increment not less than 1 million. As soon as the words were spoken, the imagined explosive scene did not occur. Not to mention the big shots on the second floor, even the people in the hall on the first floor were too lazy to place bids. Someone said, "I am an academic type, rarely go hunting. This item is not very useful to me, so I will let it go to my friends." Principal Gao from the first high school lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating whether or not to buy it, as this was a good opportunity. Principal Go from the second high school sat in his chair, tiptoeing while shaking his legs, wondering whether to buy or not. He hesitated. This fire poison pill is indeed good, but its appeal to everyone is far less than that of the flesh pill. Forget it. Not worth it. Some stopped tapping their fingers, some ceased shaking their legs, while others raised their price tags. Someone has bid 21 million. A friend from room 201 has bid 21 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, this precious fire poison pill will go to the friend from room 201. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit tense, but when they thought about such a high price, they still hesitated, especially the top figures, as their money was prepared to compete for the final item. In their view, whether it's the flesh pill or the fire poison pill, neither is as precious as the final auction item. It seems this pill is fated with the friends in room 201. Congratulations to this friend for obtaining a 5th-grade fire toxic pill. A servant will come by shortly to deliver the transaction. Please wait a moment. Then, he closed the lid and handed the box to the servant. At this time, everyone's gaze turned towards the final item up for auction. Whether wealthy or merely there for the spectacle, everyone was eagerly watching. They wanted to know what kind of treasure could draw the leaders of the top powers to personally come and bid. Bai Qianlang slowly turned around, but this slow motion immediately drew a wave of dissatisfaction. Some people were angrily cursing him, though he couldn't hear them from afar, but their lips matched up. He silently thought, "Sigh, this final item cannot be kept mysterious anymore." Then, he saw his arm return to normal speed as he slowly unveiled the black cloth. Let us witness the moment, for the last item up for auction has arrived. As the black cloth was removed, it revealed a glass cabinet, inside of which lay a beautiful crystal stone. When the crowd saw this crystal, some people's breaths became rapid. "This luster, this size, this is a gifted crystal," someone exclaimed. Skill crystals are already rare items, but gifted crystals are even rarer, so rare that someone could fight monsters their whole life and never drop a single gifted crystal. Of course, there is another reason. Gifted ferocious beasts are often very powerful, and the awakeners who can encounter such beasts are also not weak, making it even harder for the weak to obtain gifted crystals, effectively cutting off a channel for them. And now, a gifted crystal has actually appeared and is going to be auctioned off. Who is so extravagant? Can't one just keep it for themselves? With strength, what can't one have? Bai Qianlang smiled and said, "Surely some people are wondering why it is being sold. The answer is quite simple, because this gifted crystal is only E grade. Another reason is that the owner urgently needs money, which is why they have to sell it at a loss. This gifted crystal is named Sparrow Step. According to the seller, it came from a bird-like beast with a spatial ability. The function of this jumping step is very simple: instant teleportation. He actually had another thing he didn't dare to say, which is that this jumping step should actually be called inch step, because each time the ability is used, it can only move a few inches, so don't even think about using it for traveling. The moment the term instant teleportation was mentioned, the scene instantly erupted with excitement. For 300 years, the number of awakened abilities among humans has been countless, but abilities related to space, time, causality, or even rules are very few. Even if they do appear, very few exceed A rank. It seems that these types of abilities are too overpowered and their ranks are limited by some unseen rules. Instant teleportation is also the most common ability among spatial abilities. Possessing this ability would be like adding wings to a tiger in terms of one's combat power. Everyone was excited. The crowd on the second floor also rolled up their sleeves, ready for a money battle. Starting price 50 million, each bid must not be lower than 10 million. Bai Qianlang snapped his folding fan shut, retreated to the side, and waited for everyone to bid. 60 million, 70 million, 80 million. The price quickly rose to a staggering height. 120 million. Just as this shocking price was announced, it was ruthlessly broken. 140 million. Master Lu said in a deep voice, "You are all wealthy people, why not raise the bid by at least 20 million each time? How about that?" After his words, many people felt pressure. At this price level, just the breach of contract fee would require 10 to 20 million star coins, far exceeding the entire wealth of most people. Therefore, at this moment, those who lacked financial strength became mere spectators, envy written all over their faces as they watched the scene before them. Master Lu is bold, my city lord's mansion will follow. A dignified voice came from a private room on the second floor, and everyone recognized it was the voice of the city lord, causing a stir. I didn't expect that even the reclusive and seldom seen lord of the city would come. The allure of this talent crystal is truly great. The lord of the city, twirling his prayer beads, said with a smile, "I bid 160 million. It's your turn, head Lu." He seemed to casually call out a price, as if he had so much cash in hand that he didn't care about the sum of over 100 million star coins. Head Lu lightly tapped the table with his fingers, yet remained calm as he said, "I follow, 180 million. Upon hearing the price, everyone began to breathe more rapidly. This price was too high. It's important to note that a third of the Lee family's assets are only worth over 200 million star coins, and when considering all assets, they are valued at about over 700 million. The Lu and Lee families are of similar scale. But now to spend a quarter on purchasing an E-grade talent crystal, while it is a precious space-type talent crystal, its rank is not high, and many people feel that they are spending too lavishly. Keep in mind that assets are one thing, and liquidity is another. Some people may have assets worth millions, but when asked to take out $1 million, they can't produce it. Similarly, although these families temporarily allocated liquid funds before the auction, the time was short and they might not have sufficient liquidity. Those who are familiar with them shook their heads. Aren't these two just putting on a brave face? Is it worth it for a talent crystal? I bid 200 million star coins. If Brother Lu raises the bid, then this item will be given to him, the city lord said loudly, fingering his prayer beads. As his words fell, everyone was slightly taken aback. The city lord is quite straightforward, but this put the pressure back on the Lu family head. If the other party raises the bid, he can perfectly withdraw from the competition without losing face. If the other party doesn't raise it, he can successfully acquire the talent crystal. This is his psychological price point. Anything higher is not worth it. At this moment, the Lu family head was tapping his fingers and furrowing his brows. He initially proposed a bid increase of 20 million to pressure others, but now the pressure was on him. Should he raise the bid? Do we have enough cash? The Lu family head asked the person next to him. Head of the family, it's not enough. Lu, the head of the Lu family, felt a slight heaviness in his heart as he looked towards the hall, where people were already gossiping. Two wealthy merchants competing over finances. This is the biggest scoop of the year. I wonder if Lu, the head of the family, will continue to raise the bid. After all, 200 million and 20 million is quite a burden for the Lu family, right? After purchasing the talent crystal, the Lu family's business is expected to shrink by a quarter. Look, the head of the Lu family is looking over here. Is he going to make a bid? Everyone turned their gaze to the private room where the head of the Lu family was. They saw him sticking his head out, scanning the surroundings. He frowned, feeling very uncomfortable being watched, and was about to instruct someone to fetch 20 million star coins. In the next moment, a familiar voice came. Everyone was stunned, mechanically turning their heads to look at the room that had continually surprised them. 201. In the next moment, the voice of Bai Qianlang came. The friend in room 201 has raised the bid by 30 million, bringing the total to 230 million star coins. Is there any higher offer? If not, this third coveted auction item will fall into the hands of the friend in room 201. As soon as the words were spoken, the expressions of everyone became strange. Who on earth is in room 201? If you count the 230 million star coins, their total spending today is nearly 300 million. Even the top families in Jicheng can't take out that much cash. Where did this person get so much money? Many people were curious in their hearts and began to investigate the person in room 201. The city lord was slightly taken aback. Then, I cannot compete. If I raise the bid again, the tigress at home will get angry. Although he is the city lord, holds a significant position in Jiqing and is the highest-ranking official, he was appointed from above and lacks the background of the Lu family. The city lord stopped twisting the prayer beads and shouted loudly, "Could this friend come out and let me show some hospitality?" He was convinced that the person in room 201 was an outsider, and upon hearing this, someone's eyes moved and looked towards 201 with a sinister glance. Lynch calmly said, "No need." This cold response also left people baffled. The head of the Lu family stopped tapping his fingers on the table and sighed, "This item has no relation to me, I withdraw." With the two biggest bidders dropping out, this crystal ultimately fell into Lin Chen's hands. Bai Qianlang looked unexpectedly towards the direction of room 201, thinking to himself, "This Lin Chen is quite generous, he just acquired a fortune and he is already spending it all." He snapped his folding fan shut with a pop and said, "Congratulations to the friend in box 201 for winning the grand finale, the third item, and congratulations to this friend for acquiring the three most precious items of this auction. Shortly, a waiter will personally deliver the items to you for an in-person transaction." The three finale items were all won by an unknown person, which made everyone very curious about who this person really was. The head of the Lu family instructed those around him, "You go guard outside room 201. As soon as he appears, take a photo immediately and follow him to check on his background." The city lord also instructed his subordinates, "You go wait by the entrance too. If he shows up, remember to be friendly and don't offend him." Not only them, but also several waves of people took action. After every auction, similar situations occur, which are difficult to avoid. After all, wealth can stir people's hearts. Lin Chen received the talent crystal from the waiter, paid the money, and completed the transaction. Just as he was about to leave, the waiter said, "Mr. Lin, my master said he hopes you can leave through the secret passage, because there are already people waiting for you outside." The head of the Bai family is very clear about the temperament of the leaders of various forces. After all, these guys can become leaders of a faction only if they are ruthless enough to maintain their positions. Unlike him, he has the elder to help stabilize things, so no one dares to resist his orders. And this auction, with its three final items being too precious, there might just be someone who would take the risk to commit robbery. Therefore, he had someone guide Lin Chen to leave through the secret passage in advance, in order to avoid similar occurrences. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this and said, "Please thank your master for me." Holding the items, he followed the servant and left the private room through a hidden door. Midway, he quietly used his clone technique while the servant wasn't paying attention. His main body turned around and blended into the hall, while the clone followed the servant down the secret passage. When the crowd left, his true self also exited the auction along with the crowd in the hall. This scene went unnoticed by anyone. It wasn't that he didn't trust Bai Qianlang, but rather that one must be cautious in all things. Being cautious leads to longevity. This was also a survival philosophy that Zhao Ko often instilled in him. His main body successfully left the auction house, and the clone also exited without any unexpected incidents along the way. Upon dispelling the clone, Lin Chen went straight home, as it was now getting late. Meanwhile, Lu's family head frowned and said, "What? Did you not see him come out?" The city lord also withdrew his men, and other forces followed suit. For a time, the news of guest 201 from the auction, who spent 300 million at once to purchase three items, spread widely in the streets. People had various speculations about the true identity of this guest 201. Some speculate that he is an adventurer from another world, while others guess he is a young master from a large city. There are even those who speculate he is Lin Chen, but as soon as this theory arose, it caused everyone to burst into laughter. Lin Chen carefully arranged several items and placed them on the table. He first picked up the first item, activated his talent for life absorption, and placed the black vortex over the flesh and blood pill. Suddenly, a powerful suction force came from his palm, drawing strands of life essence out of the flesh and blood pill. As the life essence entered his body, both Lin Chen's physique and spirit were strengthening. 10 minutes later, the flesh and blood pill was left with only a thin skin, while Lin Chen's physique had improved by 1/3. His spiritual power had not increased much, but it did expand his range of control over his clones by about 10 meters. This flesh and blood pill has pure life energy, which is why it can be devoured so quickly. This time, my strength has increased by at least 2,000 pounds, and my recovery and defensive capabilities have risen by 30%. It's much better than taking it directly. This blood and flesh pill has resulted in the breakthrough of half a small realm, increasing Lin Chen's strength by about 30%. He picked up another item. Talent Crystal, Sparrow Step. Putting the talent crystal on his forehead, it immediately emitted light and disappeared, drilling into his forehead. In the next moment, Lin Chen's vision changed, and he found himself in the Sea of Consciousness again. In the universe of the Sea of Consciousness, two talent stars were quietly rotating. Suddenly, a ray of light shot in, and then, next to the two stars, a smaller star formed. At the same time, he also received information about Sparrow Step in his mind. Sparrow Step, E-level talent ability, consuming energy, and after a brief delay, teleporting a distance of 3 inches. 3 inches? Lin Chen had a strange expression. No wonder the seller wanted to sell it. Isn't this just inch movement? 3 inches is 10 centimeters. That distance isn't even a full body length, and there is a delay. No wonder they wanted to sell it. However, this talent is like a chicken rib to others, but I have a system, so I can completely upgrade and enhance the teleportation distance. Once I upgrade this talent, I'll be able to combine it with the clone technique and study the clone teleportation technique, Lin Chen thought secretly. System, can I upgrade the third talent now? Host, not at the moment. Host, you need to upgrade the second talent to S grade in order to upgrade the third talent. Got it. It seems I need to speed up and upgrade the second talent, Life Drain. Lin Chen thought inwardly. I need to give Lin Fan some pressure and motivation. Lin Chen closed his eyes and communicated with the talent clone. At this time, 30 miles from Jiqing, in the wilderness, Lin Fan was sitting cross-legged in a cave, with a campfire burning in front of him, roasting a huge leg of lamb. He tore off a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, chewing noisily. While eating, he muttered, "Body, when can I go back? I miss home." With a crunching sound, he took another big bite. With his cheeks full, he mumbled, "Humph, while I'm out hustling, you're at home sleeping. I eat. Bowing his head, he fiercely gnawed on some meat, finally feeling full. He patted his round belly, let out a crunch, lay down on the ground with arms spread wide, looking rather resentful. The main body said to earn 10,000 upgrade points a day, but I earned 100,000 yesterday. When will you contact me? I want to go home and rest. Thinking back on a day of monster hunting, he really missed home. The conditions out here are too harsh, and there's no one to chat with him. With his chatty nature, if he doesn't talk for a day, he feels all pent up inside. Main body, if you don't contact me soon, I'll go on strike, he shouted, venting his frustration as the sound echoed in the cave. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his mind, causing him to sit up straight instantly. Are you going on strike? Lin Chen's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan felt a sudden shiver upon hearing Lin Chen's voice and hurriedly forced a smile, saying, Main body, how could I dare to go on strike? I was just joking. I earned 100,000 upgrade points yesterday. Doesn't that mean I can take a vacation? Thinking about how he had exceeded his tasks and that the main body was contacting him again, it had to be about a reward, and it was highly likely to be a vacation. After all, he had surpassed his performance by 90,000 points. Could he possibly take 9 days off? He felt hopeful in his heart. Lin Fan had already started imagining where to go for vacation. If Lin Chen knew what he was thinking, he would definitely give him a harsh lesson. Too unambitious, definitely not like his split of Lin Chen. Lin Chen said, now I have 2 options for you. Option 1, take a 3-day vacation. Option 2, achieve 1 million upgrade points, and I will send you to learn a skill, which you can choose. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately replied without hesitation, I choose option 2. He had a dream of being a shop owner and wanted to learn a skill so he could open his own store. Lin Chen said, keep it up, the faster you complete the task, the better the skills you'll learn. Lin Fan felt excited upon hearing this and immediately pounded his chest, promising to finish the task as quickly as possible. Lin Chen did not leave. Instead, he hid in Lin Fan's sea of consciousness, observing his subsequent actions. Lin Fan's expression turned serious as he extinguished the campfire, picked up the tang knife, and walked towards the cave entrance. As he walked, he quietly encouraged himself, Lin Fan, you can do it, go kill. As an embodiment outside himself, he inherited all skills except for Lin Chen's innate abilities. With the tang knife in hand, a deep blue light clung to the blade, firm and unwavering, ready to strike at any fierce beast he encountered. Boom! Instantly, a deep blue energy slash shot out, severing a fierce beast into 2 halves, which quickly died. In the next moment, Lin Chen also heard the system's prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Kill the black-bellied ring snake, upgrade points plus 10. Lin Fan walked along with a tang knife, making quite a stir, attracting numerous fierce beasts that roared up to the sky. Roar! With a swift motion of the blade, another fierce beast met its death. Lin Chen looked at all this with satisfaction. This is exactly what an external manifestation should do. After all, it wouldn't die again, so why not stir things up? It's a pity that Lin Fan's personality is too flamboyant and a bit lazy. Hearing the continuous system prompt sounds, Lin Chen's mouth curled up, retracting his consciousness. Lin Chen looked at the narrow room and stepped out of the house. Crossing several streets, Lin Chen arrived in front of a luxurious Chinese-style villa. Taking out the key, he opened the door. This villa is one of the better houses from the gifts of the Lee family. I'll temporarily practice here. This villa is one of the properties gifted by the Lee family and serves as his residence. The house is too small to accommodate 100 clones. This place is big enough. Lin Chen smiled as he released the clone skill. Suddenly, white light appeared, and one by one, identical people appeared around. Lin Chen said, brothers, go and learn the 10,000 treasures condensation technique. The clones nodded in unison, and then each found a place to sit cross-legged and comprehend the technique 10,000 treasures condensation technique. This technique was obscure and difficult to understand, not easily learned, but with 100 clones comprehending together, the speed was increased by more than 100 times. Lin Chen then sat down cross-legged and began to meditate and cultivate. Now, he was already an S-rank awakened, and after undergoing several transformations of his talent, his cultivation speed was not much slower than that of an SS rank awakened. The next day, in front of Lin Chen's house, a beautiful girl knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, there was no response. She became a little anxious, raised her arm, and unleashed a blinding lightning. Just as she was about to smash the door with a palm, the neighbor walked out and saw the scene, saying, Are you looking for Lin Chen? He left last night. Do you know where he went? The girl asked. The neighbor shook his head, no idea. Oh, the girl replied coldly and turned to leave. The neighbor watched the girl's retreating figure and muttered to himself, what a cold personality. Hey, she seems to be Zhao Ku. Zhao Ku sent several messages to Lin Chen again, but received no response, which made her worried. At this moment, Professor Wang called. Professor Wang, stop looking, I've already found him. Lin Chen is currently in meditation and won't be out for a while. You should come back to the academy with me. Yesterday, Professor Wang received a message from the academy asking him to return immediately. But he was concerned that Zhao Ku had no one to protect her and might be in danger, so he planned to take her back to the academy in advance. Anyway, Zhao Ku had already been accepted early. Whether she went now or later, it was the same. Moreover, there was nothing left in this G city that could help her grow. Except for one person, Lin Chen. This was his concern, and he could understand it, so he respected Zhao Ku's choice. But unexpectedly, Lin Chen was in seclusion. Were the two of them going to miss each other? Professor Wang shook his head and couldn't help but smile. Today's youth. Zhao Ku, I want to wait for him. A very indifferent response. Professor Wang had long since become accustomed to it. Professor Wang, at the latest, by this evening, otherwise, you have to come with me no matter what. Zhao Ku, okay. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Lin Chen slowly awakened. Feeling the enhanced aura within him, the corners of his mouth instinctively curved upward. Beep beep beep. The watch emitted a sound, and Lin Chen looked down. After a long time, he murmured, Zhao Ku. Then, he got up and walked outside. By the moonlight lake, Lin Chen and Zhao Ku stood facing each other. The afterglow of the sunset dyed the lake red and also colored the hair of the two of them. Zhao Ku flipped her hair and said, I have to go to the academy in advance. Lin Chen nodded, yes, I know. All of these reasons had already been sent to his watch by Zhao Ku. Zhao Ku gave a sound of acknowledgement and turned to face the lake, facing the setting sun. The afterglow fell, elongating the shadows of the two. Zhao Ku smiled brightly, I'll come to see you in the future. Lin Chen also smiled and said, I will too. She nodded, and without realizing it, their hands had already clasped together. The two young boys and girls didn't understand much of the feelings. They naturally held hands and connected their hearts when they were infatuated with each other. This initial affection is innocent and beautiful, worth cherishing for a lifetime. The sunset dimmed a little, their hands parted, but their hearts did not separate. Outside the city, Lin Chen watched Zhao Ku's receding figure, feeling empty inside. After waving goodbye again, Lin Chen reluctantly turned to go back only after they disappeared on the horizon. He returned to the villa. No matter how hard he tried to calm his mind, he split off a part of himself to study the 10,000 treasures condensation technique. He picked up some miscellaneous books and started reading to pass the time. Central City. A ray of swordlight fell in front of the city gate. Welcome, Swordmaster Senior, please come in. Central City. The city walls are tall, the population is numerous, and commerce is prosperous, making it the center of politics, economy, and culture for the human race. Every day, countless merchants, adventurers, and travelers come and go. At this moment, the intelligent announcement from the city gates had just ended, and many pedestrians were momentarily stunned. Then they looked up and, upon recognizing Li Qinglian's identity, exclaimed in surprise. It really is the Sword God Senior. I haven't seen him in many years. Now that I'm old, he still looks so young. Did the Sword God Senior come this time to save someone? Look, the Sword God Senior has entered the city. We should hurry and follow him. The city gates skillfully opened a path for him, and Li Qinglian walked in calmly. Before long, news of the Sword God appearing in Central City spread all over the internet. The editor quickly wrote a large number of articles and sent them to online platforms, instantly triggering a frenzy of reshares from netizens. Among these articles, some speculate about the Sword God's intentions, some explain the legend of the Sword God, and of course, there are also some younger individuals who have a superficial understanding of the Sword God. The online discussion is very lively. Not only the netizens from Central City are participating, but even the netizens from overseas Sanxian City are excitedly expressing their opinions. I always maintain my viewpoint that Zhou Yang is not a bloodthirsty person. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Anyone who believes in conspiracy theories must have a dark heart. Nonsense. As a 7th stage expert, what benefits would Zhou Yang gain from killing the Li family? I have long suspected the authenticity of this case. Yes, although Zhou Yang's cultivation level is not high, his 6 skills are proficient, especially his weapon crafting ability, which is nearly at a master level. He is only 29 this year and has a very bright future. There is absolutely no need to wipe out an entire family. If it weren't for the Li family's actions offending his reverse scales, none of this would have happened. You are all speculating. Anyway, I firmly believe that the Enforcement Bureau won't make mistakes. The discussions online about Zhou Yang and even about the Sword God have become increasingly heated. However, they soon quieted down. Because someone started a livestream and instantly, a massive crowd flooded into the livestream room. Other people in Central City saw this and also began their own livestreams. On the screen, Li Qinglian was dressed in blue, her long hair flowing, and she wore a blood-red longsword at her waist. That is the Divine Sword of Slaughter. Someone pointed out the sword that Li Qinglian was holding in the video. Divine Sword of Slaughter? Shouldn't it be the Divine Sword of Qinglian? That was its former name. The original Divine Sword was blue and called the Qinglian Sword, but ever since the Sword God Senior protected the return to the void, this Divine Sword has changed its appearance. Perhaps due to too much slaughter, the sword's color changed from blue to red, thus renamed the Sword of Slaughter. Those who don't even understand this bit of history are definitely young people. Back then, the ancestors of the human race fought fiercely against various races from other realms. Their blood drenched the battlefield. How? Many people died for the happy life we have today, yet they don't even know this. Spending all day chasing celebrities, it's infuriating. Li Qinglian earned the title of sword god through his own struggle with sword and spear on the battlefield, but unfortunately, peace has lasted too long for the human race, and many have forgotten his heroic deeds. Instead, it is the elderly who participated in the war that remember all of this. When they see the sword god, their eyes are already blurred with tears. Back then, it was this figure that blocked countless invaders and protected countless humans. Back then, the sword god, Lord Yan, the disciple of the arts, the divine monk, and Fu Yaozi, among others, fought for more than 200 years, spilling their blood and sacrificing their lives to guard the human race, before finally stabilizing several decades ago. Many people also participated in that battle. It was so brutal that it became an indelible memory for them. Even now, recalling it remains vivid, and seeing someone disrespect the sword god made them furious. When they learned that their grandson was also involved, those grandsons were in big trouble. They were caught by their grandfathers and beaten up. All of a sudden, millions of grandsons from 300 cities started crying, their wailing so mournful that it sent shivers down the spine. That great battle back then was tremendously tragic, with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. After finally stabilizing their footing, they must not forget the deeds of their ancestors. So, one by one, the grandfathers, after finishing off their grandsons, began to recount the stories of those years, which sparked their fighting spirit and drove countless young people to go out hunting or enlist in the army. At this very moment, Li Qinglian frowned slightly. He showed a bit of impatience towards the people live streaming around him, but he did not chase them away. In his view, this is not a big problem. Upon entering Central City, the first thing that catches the eye is a straight and spacious road, flanked by tall buildings, while in the air above the city, numerous expensive flying cars zip between the skyscrapers. There are also road administrators in orange-yellow uniforms maintaining road order in the sky. It is very prosperous here, far beyond what G-City can compare to. At this moment, a beautiful young girl, led by an old man, finally arrived at Central City. She looked at everything in awe and exclaimed, "What a magnificent sight!" Professor Wang said proudly, "The academy is even more beautiful and luxurious. Don't be surprised." It's truly rare to see Zhao Ke's astonished expression. Suddenly, there was a commotion from afar, and he frowned, asking, "What happened?" "The sword god senior has arrived." Zhao Ke returned to her aloof demeanor and said casually. Professor Wang asked in surprise, "How do you know?" "News." She pointed to her wristwatch and said. Professor Wang awkwardly opened his watch and indeed saw the news of the sword god's arrival, and not only that, but it was also a live broadcast. At this moment, every live stream room was packed, and on the screen, the sword god had a calm expression, but his furrowed brows indicated he was not at ease. Professor Wang admired the sword god's demeanor, feeling a deep respect for him in his heart. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Professor Wang was startled and his hands trembled. He looked up and saw, at some unknown time, a huge red sword lying in the sky. The sword was enormous, over 100 meters wide, and who knows how long it was, blocking out the blazing sun. "Let's go take a look," Professor Wang said, feeling curious. Zhao Ke nodded and followed. At this time, around the sword god Li Qinglian, people had already gathered in droves, all staring in awe and worry at the giant red sword above the sword god's head. Senior sword god, what is he trying to do? Could it be that a great battle is about to unfold? Ah, no way, we finally achieved peace, we can't have a civil war. Sword god senior, please calm down, think twice. At this moment, sword god Li Qinglian took a small step forward. Boom! As soon as his foot landed, the giant sword above him suddenly widened by 10 meters. He slowly walked towards the law enforcement bureau. With every step he took, the giant sword grew a little larger, blocking a bit more sunlight and making the sky a bit dimmer. By the time he reached the entrance of the law enforcement bureau, the giant sword had completely blocked out the sunlight, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The crowd marveled, their minds shaken, unable to regain their wits for a long time. They looked up at the giant sword, no longer aware of how wide or long it actually was, as the giant sword was so immense that it stretched endlessly. The sword god, clad in green, halted at the entrance of the law enforcement bureau. "Sunze, come out." As soon as the words fell, the sound wave condensed and did not dissipate, flying towards the law enforcement bureau. In the conference room of the law enforcement bureau, Sunze was presiding over a meeting when suddenly a voice entered his ears, shocking him greatly. "He has come. What does he want? A heart attack?" Old Sun felt delighted rather than surprised. If it was a strong attack, then reason would turn into madness. He secretly thought, and then he was filled with wild joy. He coughed lightly and said, "Let's go, I will meet with Li Qingtian." After saying that, he raised his foot and walked towards the door, and the others, seeing this, followed suit. But when they reached the entrance of the law enforcement bureau, they all felt puzzled. Sunze wondered, when did it get dark? The others also looked at each other, not knowing the reason. Until someone looked up at the sky, their hands and feet trembled, and they were filled with fear. Pointing at the sky, they trembled and said, You all, look, the sky." At the entrance of the law enforcement bureau, using the door as a boundary, outside stood the sword god Li Qingtian and the onlookers, inside stood Sunze and numerous high-ranking officials and guards of the law enforcement bureau. On one side, a giant red sword looms overhead, while on the other side, people gaze in fear, looking at each other through the gate. Li Qinglian is dressed in green, with only the sword sheath remaining at her waist, and the towering slaughter sword above her head breathes the winds of fate, as if it could fall at any moment. The sword above is too large. If it truly falls, one can only imagine the destruction it would cause. In the live broadcast room, hundreds of millions of people from the 300 human cities are watching this live stream. As they watch the tense scene in the live broadcast room, many people hold their breath. The barrage of comments flies by rapidly, dense and numerous, making it hard to see the picture. Surely they won't really fight, will they? Please don't. Are you sick or something? Your disciple has been captured, and you still expect the sword god to remain calm? Is Zhou Yang fine? The sword god is choosing to rescue people through force instead of proper channels. This is breaking the rules. You accuse me, and then blame me for flipping the table and not playing with you? What kind of logic is that? Moreover, this case is full of doubts and may have underlying issues. If it were someone else, they would definitely stay calm. But the sword god is not just anyone. He is a great hero who detests evil and protects humanity. How can he endure this injustice? Stop arguing. Are you all not annoyed? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and most people did not want the sword god to take action, as peace is hard to come by. Even those who have not experienced war understand this truth. However, some people hope that the sword god would take action to relieve their pent-up frustration. They anticipated a great battle to eliminate the lingering afflictions of the past 300 years and restore a bright world. In ancient times, 300 years was a cycle of a dynasty, while in the present, 300 years marks the beginning of decline from prosperity. At this time, among the 2 billion humans, hundreds of millions were paying attention to this matter, each expressing their opinions. If I were the sword god, I would simply cut it down with one sword, regardless of any consequences. You don't realize that the foreign races are watching us closely, do you? I mean, if it weren't for the pressure from foreign tribes, Senior Sword God would have definitely struck down with one sword. Back then, Sun Tze was a defeated opponent of Senior Sword God, and now the gap is even larger. He certainly can't defeat the Sword God. It just depends on whether Senior Sword God decides to kill him. The cabinet and major departments will not sit idly by. Just wait, they will appear soon. The various major forces in the 300 cities learned of this matter and reacted differently. Regarding Zhou Yang's imprisonment, they have also heard a little about it. Many people are not interested in understanding the truth of this matter and instead are very focused on the reaction of the sword god. Will he strike or not? This will cause a huge chain reaction. Overseas, in 3 Immortal City, Dongshu Academy, ranked 8th among the top 10 prestigious schools, founder Foyazi. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a robe is watching a scene from the live broadcast, and as he looks at the figure on the screen, memories of the past come to his mind. The scene of that person, wielding a sword alone and cutting through the army of another world, is still vivid in his memory. In this interrupted war that has lasted for more than 200 years, they have sacrificed too much. Some have already died, while others continue to carry on. But whether dead or forgotten, none of them should become sacrifices, or even pawns in someone else's hands. He can understand the sword god's feelings. Just like this Cave Void Academy, he is the founder. If his disciple is bullied, he would also be extremely angry. If he hadn't gone to the Return Ruins back then, the Sun Tze would have been constrained by him and wouldn't have climbed to such a high position at all, he murmured to himself. Once, the Sword God founded the Supreme Academy, which quickly became the #1 academy. Later, during the Return Ruins uprising, he took the initiative to relocate the academy to the Return Ruins. From that moment on, the Supreme Academy began to decline. An accident occurred back then. The teachers and students of the Supreme Academy either died or left, leaving only 2 people in the entire academy now. Despite having only 2, he knows that as long as the Sword God is present, the Return Ruins defense line is as solid as ever. Unfortunately, today, he left the Return Ruins in anger. Who knows if it is a blessing or a curse? Forget it, let's take a trip. I hope it doesn't escalate into a fight, otherwise we'll both suffer, and not only will it become a joke among various realms, but it will also waste our human race's potential. In the next moment, his eyes changed. The stark black and white eyes gradually turned silver, with stars flickering within the silver. They were beautiful eyes, and if they appeared on a beautiful woman or handsome man, they would be even more enchanting. In the next moment, his eyes moved slightly, and a vortex appeared in front of him. Step into the vortex and disappear without a trace. Central City. 3 of the 10 top universities, namely the Chaos Element Academy ranked 3rd, the Charioteer Academy ranked 6th, and the Enlightenment Academy ranked 10th, are all stationed here. Chaos Element Academy. A young man in a red robe frowned as he looked at everything in the city. Long time no see, your temper is still as sharp as it was back then, like a gleaming sword, he murmured to himself. This reminded him of the scene of battling side by side with the sword god back in the day. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, but you are still as impulsive as you were back then, charging in with your sword. Although it feels satisfying, it damages your reputation. The sword god back then was like this, cold in appearance but warm at heart, wielding his sword to slay invading enemies without ever retreating, advancing courageously from B-class talent to an SS-class talent. This was not only due to his high comprehension but also because of his obsession and passion for the sword. You always overlook the details. I'll make a trip to Jiqing, just like I did back then to clean up after you, he sighed. He glanced towards Jicheng. Flames erupted beneath him with a loud roar, shooting into the sky like a rocket, the speed leaving one stunned. On the other side, the Sorcerer Academy. Rank 6, Creator, Sorcerer. The strongest specialty of this academy is sorcery, which refers to the awakened who can manipulate matter, life, etc. This is the ideal academy for summoners and the most desired academy for telekinesis practitioners. At this time in the academy, some are flying with swords, some are flying with beasts, and others are standing in midair, flying with telekinesis. If Lynch didn't have the system, this would also be the most suitable academy for him. Strictly speaking, he is also a controller. At this moment, a thunderous roar of a beast came from the back mountain of the Academy of Controllers. What did you say? Xing Lian is here, a young man exclaimed with joy. They hadn't seen each other for several years and missed each other very much. In front of him stood a white tiger, which said, not only has he come, but he also wants to kill someone. Why don't you go take a look? What? No way, killing in Central City, even if it's him, will ruin his reputation. Sigh, he's still so impulsive. Why not just ask us old friends for help directly when there's something? If he would consider matters carefully and think twice before acting, like you who likes to be cautious, his swordsmanship talent would be at its peak, the white tiger teased. Hey, you're right, let's go find him, intimidate our old friend a bit. If anyone bullies him, you just go ahead and bite him, understood? The driver commanded. The white tiger rolled his eyes at him and said, got it, you big slacker. Say one more word and I'll send you back to the summoning space. Don't. Handsome driver, I'll do whatever you say. The white tiger shivered at the thought of the summoning space. He really didn't want to go back there, it was too boring. Get down, I want to ride my beast in flight, the driver said. The white tiger could only smile wryly and lay down, while the driver climbed onto his back and said, let's go. King Kong Academy. Ranked 10th among the 10 major academies founded by the divine monk. The entire academy resembles a Buddhist temple, with towering pagodas and temples all around. There are very few students in the academy, only a little over 100, but each student is a master in body refinement. With the cooperation of the Academy's Vajra series of martial arts, one can refine their body into a Vajra body, making it the academy that excels the most in close combat among the 10 great academies of the human race. At this time, a middle-aged monk suddenly opened his eyes. He looked towards the students outside the door and said, what is the matter? Senior Sword God has arrived, and his aura is imposing. There may be a great battle. The cabinet elders ask you to step forward, hoping to stabilize the Sword God and prevent a tragic internal conflict among the human race. The holy monk remained as motionless as a mountain, while the students outside maintained their bowing posture, not moving at all. After a while, the holy monk stood up and said, Amatba, I will take care of this matter, you may leave now. Once the students had withdrawn, he then stepped out of the main hall and glanced at the sky. It has been many years since we last met, it is time to reminisce about old times. Saying this, his whole body turned golden, shining brightly, and his legs slightly bent. With a roar, he leaped into the air. In front of the Law Enforcement Bureau, the sword god Li Qinglian, dressed in green, slightly frowned as he slowly raised his arm. This action instantly frightened everyone. They held their breath, watching his raised arm, fearing that when his arm fell, the slaughtering giant sword in the sky would also come crashing down. After a while, his arm lowered, and the giant sword remained suspended in the air, not falling. People finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that what followed would be a peaceful scene. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds echoed in everyone's ears. Sizzles. It sounded like metal scraping, coming from who knows where, drilling into ears, with some people even bleeding from their ears. The sound was so piercing that it seemed to challenge the limits of human hearing. Quick, cover your ears, someone shouted. The sound came quickly and left just as fast. When everyone lowered their hands from their ears and looked up, they were instantly stunned by the scene before them. They found themselves, without knowing when, in an extraordinary world. Beneath their feet was blood-red soil, the sky featured a blood-red moon, and a faint red light illuminated the entire land. With a giant sword still lying across the sky, everything in sight was blood-red. Where is this? How did we suddenly come here? I don't want to be here, I want to go back. Please don't make it difficult for me, a mere bystander, Senior Sword God. Sniff, what if I meet with an accident? What if I die, and the tombstone says, died from watching a scene unfold? Eat less melon in the future, I've heard it can reduce the frequency of encountering accidents. I don't believe a word of that. Suddenly someone shouted. This is a domain. This is the sword domain of Senior Sword God. Someone recognized this place and exclaimed in surprise. The domain is a powerful skill that can only be awakened by a very few 9th-tier powerhouses, and the world before them was evidently the Sword God's sword domain. A sword domain cuts everyone off from the real world, so what does Senior Sword God intend to do? Could it be? They nervously looked at the young swordsman in a blue robe in front of them, some with anticipation, some with unease, and everything in between. In front of them, the large door boundary had already vanished, and Sunze and the others were now standing face to face with the swordsman, with no obstacles in between. Sunze was not weak either. He could see at a glance the power of this sword domain, far beyond what he could match. He was filled with fear and shouted, Li Qinglian, you must not go further down the wrong path. If you kill me, you will have violated the rules. Others will follow your example, and the human tribe system will fall into chaos. For the sake of the human tribe, we must not take action. However, no matter how loud his voice was, it could not stop the swordsman's advancing steps. He raised his arm and slowly walked towards Sunze. The others on Sunze's side trembled in fear as they watched the approaching swordsman. Senior swordsman, please think twice. Yes, senior swordsman, you are my idol, you cannot kill. These people watched as the figure of the sword god gradually approached, their hands and feet trembling. When your life and death are only a thought away from others, all schemes become worthless, and only a single thought remains in your mind: to live. When a person dies, nothing is left. Run! Someone shouted, activating their innate ability, and fled into the distance. Seeing this, the others also scattered and fled. Only Sunze did not move. He knew he could not escape. This is the sword domain, a world created by the power of the sword, and only a few people among the human race are capable of such means. His hands and feet trembled, indicating his inner turmoil, watching the sword god's approaching figure, a threat of death coming face to face, causing his heart to race. Suddenly, 3 meters in front of Sunze, the sword god stopped. Sunze felt a sense of relief when he saw the sword god stop. The pressure the sword god had put on him was too great, and he almost thought he would die at any moment. He looked at the sword god's frowning expression and thought the sword god was going to negotiate, so he quickly said, "The human race has its own rules. If you can stop and not do anything wrong, that is a blessing for the human race. All sins can be judged according to the law. Zhou Yang's crime can also be lightly judged. You only need to recommend me to enter the cabinet and I will immediately release Zhou Yang. You originally had no intention of entering the cabinet. In the future, you guard your return to the ruins and I will enter my cabinet. We will not interfere with each other, how about that? You finally revealed your purpose," the sword god said indifferently. Sunze smiled and said, "This is beneficial to both you and me, isn't it? As long as you..." Before his words fell, he suddenly froze because the scene before him changed dramatically. "This is," Sunze exclaimed in shock. "Slaughter prison." The sword god finished speaking, "And I guard the return ruins, killing countless, and the resentment of these enemies has been absorbed into the slaughter. Sword. I bind them within the sword domain, carving out an area to form a prison. This place is the prison within this sword domain, and it is also the prison I have prepared for you. Here, enjoy the thrill of life and death. For my enemies, death is the gentlest of endings." He rarely spoke so much, but seeing that Sunze was about to die, there were some words that needed to be said. "Go, release your resentment." He gently waved his hand, unleashing all the cages, and countless vengeful spirits rushed out. Then, he turned and walked outside. With each step he took, the enormous slaughter sword in the sky shrank a little. And in the slaughter space, countless twisted vengeful spirits screamed, rushing madly toward Sunze. Sunze was taken aback and shouted, "I don't want to die, let me go and I will immediately release Zhou Yang." However, the sword god had already drawn his sword, there was no reasoning for him to take it back. Sunze unleashed his innate skill, and a blue shadow appeared behind him. The shadow waved its palm, delivering blue slashes that killed one monster after another. However, there were too many vengeful souls, emerging continuously from all directions, even from underground. Sunze was exhausted, his energy depleted. Covered in scars, he cried out in despair, Why are you flipping the table? We could have talked things over, just like I do with others. You're not playing fair. Why do you have to kill so many monsters and imprison so many vengeful souls? Ah, it hurts so much. There's no end to this. How many have you killed in the ruins?" In the final moment, as he reminisced about his youth, he recalled how vigorous he was when he was an SS level awakened one, until he met that person, and everything disappeared. He forever became that person's defeated foe, living his life in that person's shadow. Later, the human race's system was established, and he crazily climbed upwards, seeking to enter the core and become one above others. Although the sword god held no official position, his fame was so great that every word and action attracted attention. People listened to what he said, and his words carried significant weight, which is why he plotted against the sword god. He wanted to join the cabinet, and the sword god's words would hold great significance. Thus, there ensued the framing of Zhou Yang. Initially, it was thought to be a tug-of-war that would ultimately achieve his goal of entering the cabinet, but unexpectedly, he flipped the table. Flipping the table wasn't enough, now he also had to face being beheaded. It's truly ironic. Cleverness backfired on the clever. He grimaced in despair, being pounced upon by countless vengeful spirits. Roar! The vengeful souls that died at the hands of the sword god madly pounced, clinging to Sunze and gnawing, releasing tremendous resentment. Flesh and blood were gnawed away bit by bit, leaving only a pale skeleton in the end. With a thud, it fell to the ground. Sunze was dead. At the movement of the sword god's thought, the sword domain vanished without a trace. He raised his arm, and the slaughtering sword, already shrunk to normal size, flew into his palm like a swimming dragon. Gripped the sword, sheathed it in one smooth motion. Looking up, many people had arrived. "I'm back, finally back. I was so scared. The Sword God Elder didn't make things difficult for us. Thank you, Sword God Elder. By the way, where did the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau go?" Someone asked this question, and many people fell silent. Although they did not witness the moment Sunze was killed, with a little thought, they could imagine that he was probably in great danger. Sigh, what a pity, it was so hard to cultivate to this realm, to climb to a high position, but in the end, he was still slain by someone. At this moment, many people re-entered the live broadcast room, and the screen reappeared, flooding in one after another. What happened? The internet suddenly went out? Yeah, I thought you guys were attacked by aliens? Did you use some kind of isolation formation to cut off the internet? Huh, where did the giant sword go? Where are the people on the other side? Why has everyone disappeared? No way, could it be that the Sword God Senior killed them? Host, quickly explain what happened. Countless questions rose in everyone's hearts, and they urged the host to explain the situation. The streamers were also confused. Where is Sunze? They didn't know either, but they knew Sunze's colleagues had just run away. So, the streamers could only reveal what they knew about the situation. He probably died. I'll bet $10 that Sunze is dead. If I'm wrong, all of you friends in front of the screen can split this $10. If I win, everyone owes me $10. How about that? Go die. Why are you cursing? It's rude. Quick, look, someone is coming. 3 beams of colorful light flew in from the sky. They were incredibly fast. When first seen, they were still far away, but in the blink of an eye, they were already close. Zhao Ku and Professor Wang, blending into the crowd, had expressions of astonishment that never faded. Whether it was the large red sword that just crossed the sky, its size indiscernible, or the sword domain of the swordmaster, neither was something they could touch at this moment. Even Zhao Ku, the shock on her face lingered for a long time. However, she quickly regained her composure and then made a phone call. In the distant G City. In the villa. Since Zhao Ku left G City, Lynch had become somewhat lonely, feeling empty inside. He was not in the mood to cultivate, so he read some miscellaneous books to pass the time. At that moment, a replica suddenly awakened. Then, he realized that the replica had learned the first level of the 10,000 treasures condensing weapon technique. Lin Chen was overjoyed and quickly recalled his doppelganger. By merging the doppelganger's memories, he soon grasped the essence of the technique, only lacking in proficiency. The energy within his body transformed into fire, and then using the 10,000 treasures condensing tool technique, the flame energy gathered in the palm of his hand. In no time, a flame longsword took shape. This weapon was predominantly fire red, its surface reflecting a crystal-like brilliance. He attempted to swing it a few times and found it was no different from a real weapon. The only drawback was that if he didn't continuously inject energy, it would slowly dissipate. The first level of the technique could only condense first-tier equipment, but it was still sharper and sturdier than a tang knife. However, it was still far from being able to break through the defenses of high-level fierce beasts. Nevertheless, this was just the beginning. With the assistance of his doppelganger in training, reaching the 10th level of the technique was just around the corner. In the future, my doppelganger will never be short of equipment again. Lin Chen rejoiced, waving the weapon around. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds began to ring out. Lin Chen placed the long sword aside, opened his watch, and found that it was a call from Zhao Ku. Click to answer. Zhao Ku, the sword god has arrived in Central City, and the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau may already be dead. You need to open the live streaming software now. Lin Chen, that was quick. Zhao Ku, yeah, since the day I arrived in Central City, my heart hasn't settled down, it's been racing wildly. Zhao Ku, there's new information. Hurry and enter the live broadcast room to observe the skills of Senior Sword God. It will help with your cultivation. Lin Chen, okay, I got it. After hanging up, Lin Chen opened the live streaming software and indeed found a large number of Sword God live rooms. He casually clicked on one to enter the live room and discovered that the bullet comments were so dense they obscured the live video. Lin Chen had no choice but to turn off the comments. Finally, he saw the appearance of Sword God Li Qinglian. He was wearing a robe with a green ribbon tied around his waist, long hair cascading down his shoulders, a pair of melancholic bright eyes beneath his brows, and a tall, handsome, and graceful figure. What a young appearance! Lin Chen sighed slightly. At that moment, the sword god suddenly looked up at the sky and everyone followed suit, the camera also shifting to the sky. Someone is coming. Central City. The sword god looked up at the sky. 3 streams of light flew in from the air. He saw these 3 streams of light, exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling somewhat relieved. After a while, the 3 beams of light, each a different color, landed not far from the sword god. The sword god smiled and said, "You all have come." The 3 people saw the scene before them and thought to themselves that everything was over. But when they thought about the sword god's character, it was not surprising. Fu Yaozi, wearing a Taoist robe and holding a compass, looked like a middle-aged man. He smiled and said, "Hearing news about you, I came to lend you a hand." The divine monk also appeared to be in middle age, but he was tall, standing at nearly 2 meters, with muscles bulging like a diamond body. He recited a Buddhist mantra. Amitba, benefactor, you are still as you were back in the day, without the worldly sophistication, retaining a pure heart. This is the heart of Buddhism, and I, a humble monk, admire you. The sword god smiled and said, "You monk, still so serious? What I possess is the heart of the sword, not the heart of Buddhism. Don't label everything as belonging to your Buddhist sect." The divine monk chuckled and recited the mantra again. The benefactor teaches wisely. It is indeed my attachment. A young charioteer riding a white tiger said, "This monk has fallen into his old habits again. Qinglian, no matter what happens today, I stand by your side." All 3 were important figures, presidents or founders of the top 10 prestigious universities, with considerable strength, holding significant positions in the human race. With their support, Li Qinglian's pressure decreased sharply, which also demonstrated the depth of their friendship. The sword god laughed and said, "With you all aiding me, any trouble will vanish into thin air." The charioteer echoed, "Qinglian is right. Even if the cabinet elder comes today, we will not take a step back. That mere Sun Zhe dares to bully Arching Lian, this is the elder's dereliction of duty. It's better he doesn't come, but if he dares to show up, I will personally question him. After finishing, the charioteer patted the head of the white tiger, appearing completely unafraid. Suddenly, a voice full of age and authority came from behind him, and upon hearing it, he was instantly jolted. He stiffly turned his head and saw the familiar old man, who was now looking at him with a face full of smiles. The charioteer awkwardly said, "Elder, why are you here? What I just said was nonsense, please don't take it to heart, ahaha." After saying that, he quickly hid behind the sword god. Among the human race, the sword god is recognized as the number one in offense, while the elder is claimed to be the number one in defense. However, he was severely injured. While protecting the human race, which greatly diminished his lifespan, and by just over 300 years old, he had already turned into an old man with white hair. Among these people, the elder is the oldest, 3 to 4 decades older than the sword god and the others. He smiled and said, "Where is Sunze?" "He is dead," the sword god replied. "Do you know your crime?" the elder questioned. "What crime do you want to charge me with?" the sword god asked. The elder was slightly taken aback, about to become angry when suddenly a red streak of light flew in from afar. Everyone looked up, and the streak of light quickly landed on the ground. Yan Jun threw the few people he had in his hands onto the ground and said, "Elder, you should keep your eyes sharp and not slander good people. I specifically went to the scene of the incident and investigated the matter thoroughly. Here, these people are the gang that falsely accused Zhou Yang. You can interrogate them." A golden light emerged in the elder's hand. The moment the golden light appeared, it transformed into a massive hand, which shattered the air and pulled several people before him. He said in a deep voice, "Tell me everything you know." The elder's mood was far from calm. The Law Enforcement Bureau had encountered this kind of incident before, and it surely wasn't the first time. Many such occurrences might have happened before this. As the chief advisor of the cabinet at the pinnacle of human authority, failing to notice all of this in time was also his dereliction of duty. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly coughed a few times, feeling a painful sensation in his chest, causing his face to turn somewhat pale. The people from the Law Enforcement Bureau, kneeling on the ground, were already trembling in fear. Faced with the crowd's questioning, they honestly recounted the events again. "Elder, we are all being coerced. If I don't obey, my career will be ruined, and I might even face unforeseen dangers. But I have a family to support. I'm helpless, I'm guilty, I beg you to show leniency." He spoke with tears and emotions, but no one sympathized with him. To sympathize with him was, after all, a kind of harm and insult to the victims. They are making a blatant accusation, and the one being accused is even the disciple of the sword god. If even the sword god's disciple can be falsely accused, one can imagine the plight of others who have been wronged. Online, a huge uproar has erupted. Those who once believed in the law enforcement agency's fair practices have fallen silent at this moment. "I knew Zhou Yang was wronged. This case is full of doubts, yet no one has come forward to report it. It's truly heartbreaking to think about. The sword god's character is so noble, his disciple cannot possibly be a treacherous villain. I have misunderstood Zhou Yang and need to reflect on that. We urge the authorities to investigate the law enforcement agency thoroughly and restore clarity to the world. If this happened to someone else, it would truly be the heavens having no road and the earth having no door. Therefore, I request reform." The netizens witnessed it all, going from initially being indifferent to now being filled with righteous indignation, calling for reform. In the face of this overwhelming public opinion, the minister could no longer ignore it. He shouted loudly, "Bring him here, imprison him, and execute him publicly in 3 days. Furthermore, release Zhou Yang immediately." This command served as an explanation to the public, but the crowd remained dissatisfied. "Why can you arrest someone when you want and let them go at your whims? Minister, what about compensation?" someone shouted. "Yes, you can't arrest people, make them spend a few days in jail, and not provide any compensation, can you?" another person retorted. "Moreover, if this happened once, it will definitely happen again. You can't just investigate this one time, can you? Shouldn't all previous cases be overturned and reviewed?" someone suggested. The minister said sternly, "I understand your requests. We will organize personnel to conduct a thorough investigation of the Law Enforcement Bureau to eliminate all wrongful convictions. Additionally, we have already prepared a great gift for Zhou Yang." He took out a skill crystal and said, "This is a 7th level skill crystal. This is our compensation for Zhou Yang." Only then did the crowd relent. A 7th tier skill crystal cannot be measured by money, and being able to offer a 7th tier skill crystal as a reward demonstrates the sincerity of the elder. Zhou Yang was quickly released and received the skill crystal. He went to the sword god's side and respectfully said, "Master, you did well in this matter. I am very pleased," the sword god said. Being praised by his master made Zhou Yang feel delighted. "It's all thanks to my master's excellent teachings," Zhou Yang said. With a snap, the sword god's arm slapped his head, saying, "Did you do anything wrong by slaughtering the Lee family?" Zhou Yang shook his head and said, "They conspired with the underworld, attempting to resurrect the dead third young master of the Lee family, and the offerings were the lives of hundreds of humans. I killed them to rid the world of evil. I have no regrets." The sword god nodded but quickly shook his head again, snorting coldly. "You killed the entire Lee family, and I am very pleased, which proves that your heart is filled with justice. However, when the Law Enforcement Bureau came to arrest you, why didn't you resist?" "Master, He felt bitter inside. The reason he didn't resist was that he had a clear conscience, but he didn't expect the dirtiness involved. After all, he was only 29, while the sword god was already 300 years old. The gap in their experiences was too vast. This will not happen again. The sword god glanced around and said, if I find out next time that you are placing your hopes on the sense of justice of others, you should go to the depths of the void realm and stay there for 3 years before coming back. When Zhou Yang heard this, visions of the depths of the void realm immediately flashed in his mind, and he immediately shivered, shaking his head. That place was simply not meant for humans to stay. Master, the disciple knows his wrongs. Next time, it will definitely not happen again. He lowered his head, behaving obediently. The sword god said, I hope this is the last time. Definitely. Zhou Yang said immediately. At that moment, the driver walked over, approached the sword god, and said, Zhou Yang has been wrong this time. How can you scold him? Come, let's go to my charioteer academy. I'll host a welcoming feast for you too. The holy monk recited a Buddhist chant and said, Dear benefactors, how about going to my diamond academy? Fuyazi, however, laughed and said, The diamond academy only serves vegetarian dishes. What can you eat? Since this central city has left you with bad memories, how about going to my overseas 3 immortal cities cave void academy instead? Yan Jun retorted, Let's go to my chaos element academy instead. There are plenty of girls there, and lots of wine too. As soon as Zhou Yang heard about the wine, he couldn't help but salivate. The sword god glanced at his expression and frowned slightly, promptly dismissing the idea of going to the chaos element academy. The sword god said, This place is a painful memory for my disciple. Let's go, Fuyazi, take us to the 3 immortal city. Upon hearing this, Fuyazi proudly glanced at the other few people, feeling very pleased. Fuyazi said, You all stand together, I'll use void movement to take you with me. At this moment, the senior official walked over and said, Sword god, you've been wronged, I apologize to you. The sword god coldly snorted and said, I know it's not easy for you either, but for some matters, please do not let the fire burn on me and my disciple. I hope this is the last time. Are you still angry with me? The senior official sighed. The sword god said, The events of the past are all over, there's no need to bring them up again. Fuyazi, take us away. Fuyazi nodded and said, Senior official, do come to my Sanxian city as a guest when you have time. I'll take my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes changed and he used his innate ability. Suddenly, the void twisted to form a vortex space about the height of a person. Yan Jun, the divine monk, the charioteer, Zhou Yang, and Fuyazi entered one after another. The sword god was the last to remain. He turned back and said, You, take care, then stepped into the space vortex. The senior official stared blankly at the direction he was leaving. Memories of the past unconsciously surfaced in his mind. After a long while, he sighed and said, What happened back then? It was my fault to you. G City. Lynch put down his watch. The scene from the live broadcast just now had a huge impact on him, but the result is quite gratifying. Lin Chen smiled and said, As long as you're safe, that's good. By the way, how is Lin Fan doing now? Thinking of Lin Fan's temperament, Lin Chen was worried that he might give up, so he immediately communicated with his spatial ability and connected with Lin Fan. At that moment, in the wilderness, Lin Fan's tang knife had already broken in half. He simply threw the knife away and used energy to kill his enemies. He had been killing for a long time and was already tired of it, so he just sat down on a large stone to rest. He took out food from his backpack, bit into it hard, and muttered, Hey, my main body, why have you gone missing again? You should let me know, how many upgrade points do I have now? He had been killing for a day and a night, and now his clothes were covered in blood clots formed from dried blood, and there was a pungent smell coming from his body, making him miss Lin Chan's little house more and more. Although the small house is simple, at least there is a bed, and you can take a shower, unlike here, where you have to be careful of bugs crawling on you while showering. Ah, I miss home. You can just contact me, main body, he prayed, then bit into the meat fiercely once again. He mumbled to himself while gnawing on the meat. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, bringing him instant joy. Main body, is it enough? Lin Fan immediately asked. Lin Chen glanced at the upgrade balance, shook his head, and said, Not even close, you've only completed 30%. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, had a sorrowful expression and said, Main body, I've almost killed all the fierce beasts in this area. I need to change places, or could you make an exception? Lin Chen suggested, Dream on. You might as well go to the old city ruins, there are countless mutated rats and bugs there. The senior brother Lin Chen encountered in the old city ruins mentioned that there were many fierce beasts in that place, and they were all in groups. Moreover, the value of rats and insects is low, and adventurers rarely go there to hunt. Without natural enemies and without regular human cleanups, the ferocious beasts in that place are increasing and even spreading. Lin Fan said with a bitter face, Avatar, you had a clone helping you back then. Now that I'm going alone, if I get surrounded, it will be disastrous. Lin Chen smiled and said, Don't fear death, if you die, you can just come back. Let's go to this place, don't hesitate, let's head over now. Lin Fan nodded aggrievedly, the Avatar had spoken, and his resistance was futile. By the way, let me update your skills. Lin Chen said. Then, he communicated with his innate ability and synchronized the skills he had just learned over to Lin Fan. Because the distance was great, the transmission took a lot of effort. Lin Chen spent a full 2 hours to complete this step. However, it's much easier than recalling Lin Fan and then splitting him out again. He recalled the scene when he initially split off Lin Fan and almost got drained dry, and he shivered at that thought. Lynch said, alright, now that you have learned the 10,000 treasures condensing technique and your strength has increased quite a bit, you can go with peace of mind. Seeing Lin Fan still looking listless, Lin Chen knew it was time to motivate him again. Lin Fan, you have worked hard this time. Once you complete the task, I have decided to get you a talent crystal so that you can possess a talent. How does that sound? Really? Lin Fan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Because he was an external incarnation and not a natural life form, he couldn't use the divine platform to awaken his talent, but he could use skill crystals and talent crystals. His biggest suffering and shortcoming was the lack of talent. Although he had several powerful skills from his main body, skills could never match the usefulness of talent. Using talent is as easy as using one's fingers, while using skills requires several more steps, which makes it much more laborious. Of course, it's true. Although there are no talent crystals available right now, there will definitely be some in the future. You also know that I already have 3 talents. I can get 2 talent crystals. How far can the third one be? Lin Chen's words were very tempting to Lin Fan. He immediately patted his chest and said, don't worry, I will go to the old city ruins right now. Go ahead, don't let me down. I will definitely not disappoint you. Lin Chen watched him leave and happily retracted his consciousness. He silently thought, is Lin Fan too easy to fool? Never mind, he can't die anyway, and I will always keep an eye on him. It's only me who's fooling him. Am I fooling my own avatar? Is this really fooling? Clearly not. He stood up and walked towards the door. The avatars sitting in the courtyard opened their eyes one after another, transforming into streaks of light, and flew into Lin Chen's body. Relying solely on Lin Fan is too slow. I should leave the city now. Lin Chen arrived at the Awakeners Guild again. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized by people. Lin Chen is here. Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, are you here to take on a mission or to test combat power? Mr. Lin, you watched yesterday's livestream, right? It was so explosive. Sword God is so strong. From now on, Sword God is my idol. Mr. Lin being able to enter the Supreme Academy and become a student of Senior Sword God is really enviable. Quick, make way for Mr. Lin. Let Mr. Lin choose a task first. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, not expecting yesterday's livestream to have such a big impact. Lin Chen was also not polite and directly walked to the taskbar, his fingers gliding across the screen as he looked for an appropriate task. Hunt Earthhorned Bear requires the Earthhorned Bear to be intact, especially the bear's horn, without any damage. After accepting the task, the location of the Earthhorned Bear will be provided. Requirement: Tier 4 Combat Power. By Recovery Pill Recipe. Purchasing the recipe for Recovery Pill. Price negotiable. Requirement: None. 100 Flower Valley. Collect 30 types of demon plants from 100 Flower Valley. Limited to 10 days. Reward: a Plat Illustrated Guide. Requirement: Tier 3 Combat Power. This one will do. Lin Chen clicked to accept the task. Ding, you meet the criteria. Please complete the task within the specified time. Lin Chen accepted the task and left the Awakeners Guild, heading towards the outskirts of the city. As soon as he left, discussions began to arise. I originally thought his support had fallen, but now I realize I was superficial. Sword God Senior, I have only heard of your name before, not knowing the specifics about you. Now I understand how great you once were. After all, they are among the first batch of human powerhouses. Those who survived the chaos of that era were not weaklings. I'm starting to envy Lin Chen. Why envy him? The death rate in that place, the Guishu, is too high. He may not even come back alive. That's true. Manhwa Valley. This is a gorge filled with demon plants. Vines, demon flowers, and demon trees are all over the gorge. Gazing out, it's a sea of green, but he knows this place is very dangerous. Those green plants seem safe, yet they are actually perilous. Lin Chen did not enter the canyon, but instead sent out clones to hunt in the canyon. As long as they did not run out of his control range, the clones would not dissipate. Lin Chen left a few clones beside him to protect himself, and then he hid in a secret and safe place to open his wristwatch and browse the news. At that moment, the wristwatch rang. Lin Chen opened it to find that it was his senior brother calling. Isn't he at the Cave Void Academy? Why is he calling me? Click to answer. The two people's holographic projections appeared above each other's wristwatches. Junior apprentice, let me introduce you to your master uncles, he drunkenly said while pointing to several distinguished deans beside him. Lin Chen looked at the group of big shots who were drunk. His expression was strange. Just then, he saw that some were teasing a white tiger, some were playing with fire, others were flexing muscles, and some were fiddling with a compass. None looked like the image of a great person. The charioteer looked up and saw Lin Chen's projection, let out a burp, and laughed. You are Lin Chen, right? It's not easy to have a meal together, and your senior brother talks about you in 8 out of 10 sentences, saying you are the best talent he has found, resembling the sword god of the past. Although Lin Chen knew he was just being polite, he felt quite pleased inside. The sword god had transformed from a B-level talent to an SS-level talent on the battlefield, breaking through in life and death situations, while Lin Chen merely transformed after a hunting trip outside the city. This transformation was much too easy, which was enough to show that Lin Chen's potential was very strong. Yan Jun withdrew his finger from the flickering flames and said, Lin Chen, are you interested in coming to my Chaotic Element Academy? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen was full of doubts. Does your academy really enjoy poaching like this? Professor Wang did it before, and now you, the dean, are doing it again. This can't be a tradition of your academy, can it? Lin Chen thought to himself. Not only was he full of complaints, but so were the others, all looking strangely at Yen Jun, and that gaze made Yen Jun feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, the sword god spoke up. Your habit of scheming against others hasn't changed at all, but my student won't be transferring to your school. Lin Chen, you go refuse him. Let me refuse a big shot? It's surprising that you thought of that, old man. Lin Chen looked at the two big shots, thought about it, and finally said helplessly. Uncle Yen Jun, actually Professor Wang from your esteemed academy has already invited me, and Master Brother even had a fight with him over this. Lin Chen didn't expect that as soon as he said this it would provoke a burst of laughter. Lin Chen looked at them in confusion, not understanding what was so funny. Even Master Brother had a dumbfounded expression. What was funny about just having a fight? The charioteer hugged the tiger head lying on the white tiger, laughing so hard that Lin Chen wondered if he would laugh himself to death. Ha, you guys are too much alike in personality. Others were also infected by the laughter, recalling some events from back in the day, and they began to laugh along. The monk couldn't hold back anymore, but he suppressed it, yet his lips were nearly grinning to the back of his ears, which instead triggered loud laughter from others. He tried to contain his mirth and said, Amitba, this humble monk has revealed his emotions. With a snort, he laughed again. Why are you laughing? Is it really that funny? Your sense of humor is too low, isn't it? Lin Chen and the senior brother complained. However, seeing that everyone else was laughing, it felt inappropriate not to join in. They forced a stiff smile, raising the corners of their mouths, trying to align with the laughter of the big shots. Fuyoozi slapped the table and laughed heartily, saying, Lin Chen, who won? Lin Chen caught a glimpse of Yen Jun's ugly expression out of the corner of his eye, feeling somewhat awkward, caught in a dilemma. It seems he shouldn't say anything? Clearly, there was a story behind this. Would he get into trouble if he talked? It seemed like he shouldn't answer that question. Just look at Yen Jun's face, which had turned red. At this time, the senior brother hurriedly intervened and said, Of course I won. He is still far from being able to win against me. Hearing this, others burst into laughter, saying, Yan Jun, you really need to cultivate this Professor Wang. He has truly grasped your essence. Yan Jun's expression turned ugly, and the senior brother asked in confusion, Uncle Masters, what happened back then? Fuyoozi smiled and said, Back then, Yan Jun was just like Professor Wang, wanting to poach people from the Supreme Academy. Unexpectedly, in the end, he got beaten up by your master, and this is very similar to what you are doing now. Yan Jun was nearly infuriated, and upon seeing this, Fuyoozi quickly shut up. The sword god cleared his throat twice and said, Alright, look at Yan Jun's little expression. Be careful during your meal, he might go to your academy to poach people, and then you'll be in deep trouble, because besides me, you can't defeat him. The charioteer held down the still bowed-headed white tiger, pinched the skin on his neck, and quietly said, Make sure to work hard on your cultivation, you got it? The white tiger nodded helplessly, but inwardly complained, You tell me to work hard on my training, while you, the beast tamer, are sleeping all day. How miserable I am. At this moment, Yan Jun finally spoke up, I was just joking earlier to lighten the mood. Actually, what Fuyoozi said is incorrect, everyone ignore him. The sword god smiled and said, Yes, lighten the mood. What happened back then is just a fleeting memory, better left unmentioned. The others quickly echoed, Yeah, lighten the mood. We all understand. You all don't understand a damn thing. Yan Jun cursed inwardly. The senior brother suddenly said, Oh, Lin Chen, you're in the wild? Yeah, I'm on a mission in the 100 Flower Valley, Lin Chen replied honestly. The senior brother chuckled, Is it dangerous? Lin Chen said, I'm outside the valley, I've left the task to my clone. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Don't you dare call me a big slacker again. This kid is 100 times more of a slacker than I am. At least when I go hunting, I'm with my beasts. The Beastmaster complained bitterly, just thinking about being called the Great Go made him feel unhappy. Now someone has finally surpassed him, and he plans to pass this glorious title on to Lin Chen. Yan Jun teased, With your clone talent, it would really suit the Beastmaster Academy, why don't you just enroll there? The Beastmaster's face stiffened at these words, his academy wasn't short of people, so one more or one less didn't matter. It was really you, Yan Jun, who was stirring up trouble. With a sound, the sword god slapped Yan Jun on the head. The Beastmaster immediately said, I'm not like some people, I never undermine others. Yan Jun dodged the sword god's hand and laughed. Just kidding, let's drop this matter. Now that I've eaten and drunk my fill, I should go to sleep. Fuyoozi, arrange a premium room for me. After saying that, he got up and left. The others shook their heads, exchanged a few pleasantries, and also left one after another. In the end, only the sword god, the big senior brother, and Lin Chen remained. The sword god said, Lin Chen, you have great potential. Welcome to the Supreme Academy. When you arrive at the academy, I will treat you to a welcome dinner. There have been too many changes in the return ruins, and I can't be away for too long. Zhou Yang, on your way back, take Lin Chen to the academy together. No need to wait until the college entrance examination is over, come early. Zhou Yang nodded and said, Yes, master. The sword god said, Alright, I will go ahead. Once the sword god left, the senior brother said, Master is just that kind of person, he spends 9 out of 10 days fighting monsters in the return ruins. However, if you go to the academy, maybe the title of the one who loves fighting monsters the most will fall on you, huh? Wait for me in G City. I will rest for a night today and take the Void train to pick you up tomorrow. Remember to keep your phone on at all times. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was excited and continuously nodded. He could finally leave G City and head to a higher level area. Return ruins, here I come. Woo woo. The sound of the void train moving slowly came from afar. Many passengers had already been waiting on the open ground outside the city. They looked at the train slowly approaching, each taking out their tickets and waiting quietly. The void train formed a dragon-like shape, gliding through the emptiness, and only began to descend slowly when it reached above the outskirts of the city. Clang! Bang! As the train made intimate contact with the ground, it produced a huge sound, the train body swaying slightly but stabilized by the faint glow emitted from it. With several creaks, the train doors opened one after another. The crew members stepped out of the doors, standing outside with smiles, waiting for the passengers to board, although their main responsibility was still ticket checking. We finally arrived. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air among the crowd, looking at the magnificent void train, quite astonished in his heart. G-City is ultimately just a small place, the high-tech products that can be seen are limited, and this void train, capable of flying in the air, is unclear whether it is purely technological or mixed with mystical means. People swarm in, and Lin Chen, not knowing which carriage his senior brother was in, did not enter directly. After waiting for a while, he indeed saw his senior brother, who was holding a bottle of wine and sipping it slowly, walking out of the carriage with a smile on his face, looking at him. Lin Chen smiled back and walked over. Senior brother. Come on, let's get on the carriage. Okay. Inside the carriage, the two sat down. His senior brother had been staring at Lin Chen for a long time, making Lin Chen feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly opened his backpack, took out the wine gourd, and handed it to his senior brother. The senior brother, seeing the wine gourd he hadn't seen in a long time, let out a cry of surprise, took the wine gourd, opened the lid, and took a look inside. Where's the wine inside? He clearly remembered that he had put in 10 pounds of wine initially, and even after drinking half, there should still be 5 pounds left. Lin Chen's senior brother, Lin Fan, loves to drink, don't take him too seriously. This guy, Lin Fan, was greedy for food and drink and also lazy. Lin Chen wondered how this guy's personality developed that way. Anyway, he is quite hardworking, so it shouldn't come from his character, right? That Lin Fan kid is drinking, forget it, it's just a little wine. Saying this, he poured the bottle of wine in his hand into the gourd, which was good wine he had obtained from his master, and it was even better than what he used to drink. Lin Chen, are you going to have some? While pouring wine into the gourd, he said. Lin Chen shook his head. Big senior brother, I don't want to drink right now. We are on our way to the Guishu, and if there is any danger, drinking could lead to mistakes. Lin Chen was very cautious and valued his life. He didn't want to delay matters or even lose his life because of drinking. The big senior brother fell silent for a moment, then slowly hung the gourd of wine at his waist. You are right, this time, I will refrain from drinking a drop. He recalled the events of this encounter, being falsely accused, too naive to resist. If it weren't for the master, he would have become a victim. After going through these things, he had become more mature. Lin Chen was also slightly startled. This personality didn't seem like that of the senior brother. However, thinking of the setbacks he had experienced, he understood, setbacks lead to maturity, and this saying is quite reasonable. At this moment, the voice of the attendant came through. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Void Train Golden Rock, crafted by Void Technology. This flight is traveling from Jiqing to Nanjing, experiencing. To ensure the proper functioning of the train's navigation and communication systems, please do not use wristwatches during takeoff and landing. With a clang, the train took off. Lin Chen curiously looked out the window. As the train ascended higher and higher, the outline of Jiqing appeared in view. Just the thought of leaving made him feel a bit nostalgic about this place, and as Jiqing gradually faded away, that feeling grew stronger. Forget it, I will return in the future, this is just a temporary departure. Lin Chen thought to himself. The thought of heading towards broader horizons filled him with fighting spirit again. The train's speed increased and the scenery outside raced backward, with Jiqing slowly disappearing from view. Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at the next station, Yuancheng. Please prepare your luggage and belongings, and do not forget your things on the train. Thank you for your strong support of our work during the journey. We appreciate it, and we welcome you to ride our train again next time. Finally, please step off the train with good wishes and leave us your valuable feedback. Thank you. Shortly after, the train descended and stopped outside the city of Yuancheng. Some people got off the train while others boarded. This scene looked very much like the high-speed train stations of his previous life. This time they didn't stay too long. While Lin Chen was chatting with his senior brother, the train took off once again. The senior brother said, the Guishu is far from here, and the Nanjiang city is the closest city to Guishu. We need to get off there. Now, would you prefer to walk or should I carry you to the academy? Let's walk. Lin Chen said, I want to see more of the situation over there. Walking feels more intuitive. Good kid, that's a nice idea. But don't worry, if we really encounter any danger, I will take you away immediately. The senior brother touched the wine gourd at his waist, holding back his desire for wine, and said, though this stretch of road is dangerous, there won't be any strong ferocious beasts, otherwise I wouldn't dare to fly. Thinking of all the flying ferocious beasts in the Guishu, he felt a tingling on his scalp. There are too many of them, and they are quite powerful. Once he flies into the sky, he would immediately become a target. Thus, he only dares to fly outside the Guishu. He certainly doesn't dare to fly inside it. Clank! Boom! The vehicle suddenly shook, and Lin Chen and the senior brother's expressions instantly became serious as they both looked out the window. The outside was calm, but at that moment, the train attendant's announcement rang out. Dear passengers, the train has just been attacked by a group of iron-beak eagles, and the train has activated its protective shield. Please do not panic. The attendant's reassurance did nothing to alleviate the tension in everyone's hearts. Senior brother, what do we do now? Lin Chen looked at the serious-faced senior brother. The senior brother pondered for a moment. You stay here and don't move, I'll go see what's happening. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already walked toward the front. Lin Chen sat in his seat, silently invoking his clones, and with a flash of white light, 3 clones appeared before him. Keep up with the senior brother and see what's going on. The 3 clones nodded and walked forward. Lin Chen slightly closed his eyes, placing a portion of his consciousness onto one of the clones. At this very moment, in the cockpit, 5 or 6 people stood together, anxiously looking out at the scene outside. Out of nowhere, countless iron-beak eagles swooped down like a dark cloud, moving at incredible speed, and the first target was the front of the train. It had already been struck once, having been bounced out by the train's protective shield, and now it was coming to attack again. The train conductor was nervously observing everything. Their void train was a civilian train, traveling through the territory of the human race. As long as they did not encounter a beast above level 7, they could pass through the crisis safely. However, this time, although it was unknown whether there were hidden level 7 beasts among the iron-beak eagles, there were extraordinarily many of them. They had encountered beast tides before, but they were mostly scared off by the golden rock bones at the front of the train. However, this time, facing such a large number of attacking birds that were not deterred by the golden rock bones was the first time they had experienced this since they started their profession. If it were a swarm of insects attacking, it would actually be easier. After all, birds are not insects. Insects are generally weak, and no matter how many there are, the train's protective shield can block them. But these birds are not weak. Each one is above the 2nd tier, and there are many of them. With this repeated impact, the protective shield will eventually run out of energy. What to do? Everyone felt anxious. Some had already started dialing the nearby city for assistance. At that moment, a voice came from behind. If you can find the leader of the bird flock, I will slay it. This statement surprised everyone present. They scrutinized the newcomer. The person had sword eyebrows and starry eyes, with a pair of melancholic bright eyes that added a bit of mature charm. A wine gourd hung at their waist, indicating they were fond of wine, and there was also a long sword hanging by their side, suggesting they were a skilled swordsman. Everyone carefully sensed and showed signs of surprise. They could not sense this person's cultivation, indicating that this person was stronger than they were. Thinking that a strong person had arrived, everyone warmly welcomed him. Sir, please have a seat. Sir, let me explain the current situation to you. We just used the induction scanner to investigate. This time, there are approximately 100,000 iron-beak eagles, with at least all being 2nd-tier beasts, and some elites are even 3rd tier, 4th tier, or even 5th tier. Currently, no beasts above 5th tier have been found. However, the leaders tend to hide, either disguising themselves as ordinary beasts or concealing themselves in secret places, making them extremely difficult to find. We also haven't found the leader of the beasts yet. Zhou Yang furrowed his brows as he said, there are too many beasts, even I cannot guarantee to kill them all. The crowd was slightly startled, since this person claimed not to guarantee killing them all. Does that mean that, with some cost, they could indeed kill them all? Who is this person? Even a 7th-tier powerhouse wouldn't dare to boast like this. At that moment, a female attendant suddenly recognized the senior brother. You are Zhou Yang. The name Zhou Yan they might not have heard of before, but in recent days, it has been echoing like thunder. The sword god slaughtered the head of the law enforcement bureau and left unscathed. Wasn't it just to save Zhou Yang? After the incident ended, someone on the internet dug deep into the information about Zhou Yang and the sword god, and Zhou Yang's photo was uncovered. The female attendant was also very interested in this matter and participated in the digging activity, which allowed her to recognize Zhou Yang. Upon hearing it was Zhou Yang, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yang is a tier 7 powerhouse. With him taking action, this situation is secure. At this moment, Lin Chen's avatar walked over, seeing that the senior brother was still so reckless, and shook his head slightly. If it were him, he would never take on something he wasn't confident about. Just then, a giant eagle charged in from outside the train. This eagle was nearly 30 meters long, with feathers that looked like they were made of iron, reflecting a metallic sheen. How did the beast leader appear? Everyone was slightly startled, thinking this must be the leader, but still felt puzzled. Zhou Yang said, "Open the door, I'll go out and deal with this guy." Everyone was overjoyed and was about to open the door. Lin Chen's avatar quickly grabbed the senior brother and whispered, "Senior brother, wait a moment." No need. But as the words were about to come out, he remembered the experience from a few days ago, fell silent for a moment, and nodded. The others were puzzled and did not understand. Zhou Yang said, "Wait a moment." The crowd also dared not urge, they could only wait. Bang bang bang. Outside, the large eagle kept crashing, the train shook incessantly, and the passengers in the carriage looked outside with worried expressions. "Not good, they have surrounded us," someone yelled. Lin Chen, using the perspective of his clone, was continuously observing the outside. He was searching for all of this, with 3 clones sharing the vision. His observational skills were not weak. Suddenly, a small figure came into his view, and he shouted, "Found it." Master brother, did you see that little bird? Lynch shouted, pointing at the small bird quickly moving among the flock. Master brother had better eyesight than Lin Chen and quickly spotted the little bird Lin Chen mentioned. He squinted his eyes, looking at this little bird that was different from the others, and laughed. Junior brother, your observational skills are impressive. I will go and deal with it. Senior brother, please be careful. Open the car door, said senior brother. The others did not hesitate and quickly opened the car door. Senior brother stepped over the door and appeared outside the train, standing in midair, slowly drawing the long sword hanging at his waist. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared beneath his feet and his figure vanished in an instant. The crowd only saw a blue arc of electricity flash before their eyes, and Zhou Yang's figure had already disappeared. Thunderbolt 3000 swords. With a flash of lightning, dozens of swords had already been unleashed in an instant, and hundreds of eagles in front were instantly slain with their throats cut. Caw! A series of shrill bird cries rang out, startling the birds and beasts, causing them to rush towards senior brother. However, senior brother was too fast. His figure was indistinguishable to the naked eye, moving through them like a fish in water. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice that his breathing had become rapid. This was clearly a skill with strong explosive power that could not be sustained for long. However, with a target in sight, the quickest method is to strike swiftly. Suddenly, a flash of sword light cut through the void, slicing dozens of fierce birds along its path. Explosion! The sword light flashed again, and blood splattered out. The small bird, moving swiftly among the flock, suddenly froze in place, its pupils dilated as it lowered its head to look at the blood gushing from its neck. With a snap, its head drooped, caught in Zhou Yang's hand. He turned around, and with another flash of lightning underfoot, he had already crossed over the flock of birds and arrived at the car door. Back in the driver's seat, the senior brother took out the small bird and said, "Kill it." Everyone was so shocked they couldn't utter a word. Did you kill it just like that? How long has it been since the beginning? Isn't this a bit too fast? Amazing. Everyone was astonished and sighed in praise. You're incredible, striking like lightning, truly worthy of being the sword god's disciple. I'm impressed, truly impressed. Thank you so much. Having you here is our honor. If you have any instructions, just let me know. At this moment, someone pointed out the window and shouted, "Look, they are retreating." Sure enough, with the death of the leader, all those fierce birds retreated. Lin Chen saw this and silently recalled his clone. While the senior brother was conversing with them, the specific content no longer interested Lin Chen. However, when the senior brother returned, he took out a few tickets and said, "Take these 3 train tickets. As long as you are in the human territory, you can contact them to pick you up in the wild or in the city." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. "Senior brother, I don't need them. Just take them. My flying speed is not much slower than a train. I don't need them myself." The senior brother placed the tickets on the table and subconsciously touched his wine gourd. The wine worm in his belly caused him some restlessness, wishing to return to the academy immediately for a good drink. He was like a hyperactive child, restlessly fidgeting. At that moment, a sweet-looking flight attendant with a smile walked over. She pushed a food cart and stopped in front of the 2 seats, slightly bowing. "Mr. Zhou Yang, thank you for saving this train. This is a special meal we prepared to express our gratitude. Please enjoy it." "Is there any alcohol?" the senior brother instinctively asked, but upon realizing he couldn't drink at this moment, he quickly covered his mouth. Slip of the tongue, sorry. The flight attendant smiled and said, "There is no alcohol on the train, but we do have a drink that has the flavor of alcohol and the aroma of milk. I believe you will like it." "What is it?" "Milk beer." "Milk beer?" Lin Chen knew this drink was made from fermented yogurt mixed with hops, with a sweet and sour taste and no alcohol flavor. The senior brother smiled and said, "If it's a drink, then hurry and bring it over." He touched the wine gourd at his waist and then rubbed his belly. The wine worm in his stomach could no longer wait. The attendant politely served the dishes and milk beer, then smiled and left. On their table, there was a full spread of dishes, both meat and vegetarian, no less sumptuous than the delicacies of a restaurant. These people on the train are really modest, and this is still called a simple meal? Ha, let me have a taste of the milk beer. What does it taste like? The eldest senior brother opened a bottle of milk beer and began to gulp it down. After finishing a bottle, he rubbed his belly and said, "The taste is okay, better than nothing." Lin Chen also took a sip. It indeed tasted more like a beverage, sweet and sour, with little alcohol flavor, just a bit scratchy on the throat, not too drinkable as it would make his throat uncomfortable. The 2 of them indulged here, but the nearby passengers suffered. They smelled the delicious aroma and saw how tasty the food was for the 2, leaving them with no good mood. Someone, feeling the gnawing hunger in their stomach, secretly took out a box of cookies and nibbled on them tastelessly. Everyone was lamenting inwardly, "What sin have I committed to encounter such a troublesome matter?" Nanjing City. Located in the southeast of the human territory, adjacent to the ruins, the area outside the city is mountainous and hilly, covered with forests filled with poisonous miasma and insects, and rampant with fierce beasts and birds. The harshness of the environment ranks among the top in the 300 cities of the human race. Nanjing City is built between 2 large mountains and serves as the only passage between the human race and the ruins. This is the closest city to the ruins, a vital stronghold on the human frontier with prosperous trade, featuring tall city walls and a total of 3 city gates inside and out. Upon entering the outer gate, one encounters a moated city. Passing through the middle gate, 3 city gates appear ahead, with only one gate being real, while the other 2 connect to a reservoir and a laser weapon array, respectively. In the sky, formations and energy shields were arranged, providing a level of protection far superior to that of Jicheng. Due to this multiple layer of defenses, Nanjing City was as solid as a gold soup. Whether it was foreign tribes or ferocious beasts, they returned defeated every time they attacked. At this moment, Lin Chen and the senior disciple stepped out of the train. The attendants and others behind them waved goodbye. "Take care," they shouted as they bid farewell. Lin Chen smiled, but the senior disciple was very happy and turned around to wave, saying, "You all take care too." Then, he pointed to the city ahead and said, "Cross this city, and after walking about 100 miles, we will reach our academy." "Is it that far?" Lin Chen asked. Of course, if it were any closer, Nanjing City would be in trouble. He pointed to the merchants coming and going, saying, "That's true, if it were truly on the front line, those merchants wouldn't dare to come and go so freely. What if there were spies? Let's go." On the way, Lin Chen did not show his identity card at all, as he had the master brother's black card to clear the way, allowing him to pass through smoothly. Even the Lord's mansion was accessible to him, which is the convenience brought by a privileged identity. Seeing this made Lin Chen a bit envious. The master brother led the way ahead, not stopping in between, and walked straight towards the city outskirts. Lin Chen asked in confusion, "Master brother, aren't we going to rest here for a bit? I'm tired of wandering around this place. There's nothing fun, and the girls aren't even attractive. It's better to go back to the academy for a drink." As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Chen felt his face turn red. "Turns out you're still a playboy in the romance field." The two chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they had exited the city. The scenery outside the city differed significantly from that of G City. G City belongs to a temperate climate, while this area is subtropical, with taller trees and a humid, hot climate. On the road, Lin Chen divided himself into 100 clones to keep watch around them. If they encountered ferocious beasts, they were to fight if possible. If not, they should run. You really can't say. There are indeed *King a lot of ferocious beasts outside. Lin Chen's avatars are killing like crazy. Another pack of wolves has come. Big senior brother. There can't be this many ferocious beasts in the Return to the Void, right? Lin Chen complained. Big senior brother smiled and said, "What is this? The ferocious beasts in the Return to the Void are way more than this, and they occasionally send beast tides your way. That place could only be handled by master. Anyone else would have run away by now." Hearing this, Lin Chen became even more looking forward to the trip to the Return to the Void. Along the way, the avatars have killed at least over 100 ferocious beasts, and it's only been half an hour. I really can't imagine how many more ferocious beasts we will encounter next. Suddenly, Lin Chen frowned. Big senior brother instantly became alert and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Chen pointed ahead and said, "One of my avatars died. Let's go check it out." Big senior brother was quite clear about the strength of Lin Chen's avatars. They were stronger than his own body. The ferocious beast that could kill Lin Chen's avatar must be at least rank 4. "No need, big senior brother, I can handle it myself," Lin Chen said. All the enemies he encountered along the way were almost crushed, and this time he finally faced a 4th-level monster. He wanted to test the strength of the 4th-level monster. Lin Chen created 100 clones and then commanded all the clones to take action. Clone number 1 and number 2 exchanged glances, their hands glowing. One condensed a fiery spear, while the other formed a water-splitting mountain blade. Both clones were the initial ones, their gazes more lively, clearly more spirited than the other clones, resembling real people even more, but they had not yet developed consciousness and did not know whether they would develop consciousness in the future. The other clones also began to use the 10,000 treasures refining technique, and immediately various colors of light shown as weapons of different forms were condensed. Then, they also condensed armor to dawn on their bodies, and only then did Lin Chen order them to strike. The elder brother watched from the side, slightly surprised. Muttering softly, "Each clone has nearly tier 4 strength, and the clone has inherited skills." Hiss, Lin Chen's talent is a bit terrifying. Thinking that he is only an S-rank awakened, and his talent is so abnormal, he became even more surprised. "Aren't you going to the scene?" the senior brother asked. Lin Chen replied, "It's safer next to you, senior brother." Once this was said, the senior brother couldn't even retort. As expected, "You and the Awakeners are cut from the same cloth. You should go to the Awakener Academy instead. You're just hiding behind like a big coward, you old sly one." "No, you are more of a coward than the Awakeners. At least they would follow along, but you are good at hiding in the back, letting the clones do everything, while you take all the benefits." He was a bit envious of the clones' talent. With that talent using death tactics, who could withstand that? At this moment, the clones had also arrived at the scene. All of a sudden, a bull-shaped fierce beast with 2 horns and covered in thick scales was looking at Lin Chen's clone with a puzzled expression. Within his limited wisdom, he distinctly remembered just killing this human, so how could there suddenly be a large group? However, it didn't care, snorting gas from its nostrils and gazing angrily. Only, this ferocious beast gave off a strange feeling, as its scales looked too much like they were made of metal. Seeing the beast's fierce appearance, Lin Chen quickly issued the attack command. The clones automatically split into 10 teams, led respectively by Clone 1 through Clone 10. They were the first and second batches of clones, and after so many battles, they were more spirited than the others. The clones shared their battle experiences and insights with each other, coordinating perfectly. Only then did Clone 1 lead the 9 clones around to the back of the beast, wielding a flaming spear, and poke towards the beast's rear. Clone 2 faced the enemy head-on, wielding a water edge cleaver, creating waves of energy light cutting through the sky and slashing down at the creature's head. Roar! The monster let out a roar, and black light shimmered over its body, forming a protective shield around it. Bang! Bang! With 2 consecutive metallic clashing sounds, the spear and the broadsword struck the protective shield. No damage. At this moment, other clones rushed over as well. Weapons attacked the monster one after another. Although they couldn't break the defense under such a barrage of attacks, the monster's energy couldn't hold up for long. Sure enough, the monster let out a mournful cry, and the protective shield shattered, emitting streams of black light from its head that turned into rays and attacked in all directions. Rock arm. A layer of earthy yellow armor covered all the clones' arms, instantly doubling their strength as they crazily attacked with their blades. Kill. After realizing that cunning tricks were ineffective, the clones began to launch suicidal attacks one after another. 100 clones, ultimately costing 30 of them, successfully killed this ferocious beast. Lynch heard the system's notification sound in his ear. Ding, you have killed the Black Scale Barbarian Bull Puppet, upgrade points plus 3,000. So many upgrade points, Lynch felt excited, but wait, why is it a puppet? At this time, the clone transmitted information, and after Lin Chen received the news, he quickly said, "Senior brother, there is a hidden hand behind this, come with me quickly." Outside Nanjing City, the forest was dense. At this very moment, in a forest on a small hill, a humanoid figure dressed in a hooded black robe was shouting angrily, "Damn it, my black bull puppet has been killed. I've already remembered your scent. When I gather my clansmen, I will definitely take revenge. I'm going to gather the clansmen and block the road ahead." After saying this, he walked deeper into the jungle. His entire body was shrouded in the black robe, but upon closer inspection, one would find that although he walked upright, he hunched over and occasionally emitted heavy breathing sounds. As he moved, he was incredibly fast, especially between the trees, as if he were walking on flat ground. On the other side, Lin Chen commanded his clones to conduct a carpet search in the surrounding area. 100 clones were distributed within a radius of 1,000 meters and began the carpet search, then relayed the valid information obtained back to Lin Chen. This information gathered in Lin Chen's mind, he contemplated it carefully, then analyzed it, and finally reached a conclusion. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he pointed in a direction and said, "Senior brother, it's over there." Lin Chen pointed to that direction and, without waiting for his senior brother to respond, ordered the clones to clear the way. Upon hearing this, his senior brother looked in that direction and indeed saw quite a few low-lying wild grasses and some broken branches. Feeling somewhat impressed by Lin Chen's reasoning ability, his senior brother said, "It seems the mastermind just left, let's hurry and catch up." Lin Chen nodded and said, "Senior brother is right, but we don't need to rush too much, we can just follow behind." His senior brother, upon hearing this, thought of something and laughed, "You want to catch them all, right? What a clever junior brother." Lin Chen nodded and said, "Let's go, senior brother." The two followed behind the doppelganger, while the doppelganger walked along the path left by the figure in the black robe. Along the way, Lin Chen was becoming more and more familiar with the environment of the southern border. In the forest, the trees were tall, overshadowing the sky and blocking out the sun, creating a dark and damp atmosphere filled with venomous insects and ferocious beasts, but fortunately, they were not powerful and were easily dealt with. After walking for about 10 minutes, suddenly the front opened up, revealing a very rudimentary tribe ahead. Lin Chen was overjoyed. "Senior brother, we've arrived." The senior brother also smiled and said, "You little rascal, you're quite clever." "How can this be called clever? When dealing with enemies, you must catch them all in one net and leave no room for future troubles," Lin Chen insisted. The senior brother seemed to ponder, not contradicting him. At this moment, the doppelganger had already hidden in the surroundings, ready to rush in at any time. "Senior brother, let's not move yet, let the doppelganger scout it out first," Lin Chen said, holding back the senior brother who wanted to rush in. The senior brother nodded and, together with Lin Chen, hid in the dense forest, but both of their gazes were fixed on the small tribe. At this moment, a tribe appeared ahead. This tribe wasn't large, but when Lin Chen saw the true appearance of the humanoid creatures walking, he was instantly startled. "Don't make a sound, this is a hyena person. Their hearing and sense of smell are very sensitive. Do you see what's boiling in that pot on the ground?" the senior brother immediately said in a low voice. Lin Chen looked over at the words, but when he clearly saw the floating human head in the pot, he was immediately filled with anger and commanded his clone to take action. He currently had only one command: kill them all. The senior brother did not stop him. He could sense that the other tribe here was not very strong. Across the way, in the hyena person's tribe, inside the tallest wooden house in the tribe. At this moment, a group of hyena people were standing, and the leader, wearing a crown made of animal bones and holding a wooden staff, showcased his identity as the chief. On each side stood two strong hyena men dressed in exquisite human attire, and below them, a hyena man in a black robe was reporting to the leader. "How outrageous! You dare to kill your black bull puppet? Where are those humans? Take me to them at once, I want to slaughter them for a feast." The leader snorted out 2 puffs of white air, and the staff in his hand angrily struck the ground. The hyena man in the black robe was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly said, "They are just down the road over there. Although there are quite a few of them, with more than 30, they are only of tier 3 strength. As long as you send a few people with me, I will surely avenge this grievance and retrieve my black bull. Thinking about how that black bull was something he had painstakingly crafted, and now it was destroyed by others, he felt furious. The leader said, "Good." Then he looked at the strong hyena men standing on either side and said, "You four, go with him for revenge." "Yes, leader." 2 hyena men stepped forward voluntarily. The man in the black robe was overjoyed. With these 2 fourth-tier clan members making a move, revenge was assured. All his strength was in the puppet, but these 2 were different. Their close combat abilities were terrifying, having cleared out the nearby fierce beasts. Proudly, he led the 2 experts out of the wooden hut, ready to redeem his previous humiliation. Suddenly, upon seeing the scene outside, he was stunned. What's going on? He looked around and discovered that many clan members were lying on the ground. Not far away, the person he hated the most was wielding various weapons and slaughtering the remaining clan members. His eyes filled with rage, and the 2 hyena men beside him were equally furious, shouting, "You hurt my clan members, I will kill you." The 2 fourth-tier hyena men unleashed their powerful aura, stomping the ground and rushing out like rockets. The split body, seeing that experts had arrived, abandoned the attack on the weaker hyena men and shifted to surround the 2 hyena men. 50 surround 1. With the teamwork of the clones, they can wear down and kill the opponent. In the distance, the senior brother said, "This hyena person is not strong, let me go and slay him." Lynch quickly pulled him back, thinking to himself, "These are all upgrade points, and it's his first time encountering an alien race. I can't let you make a move." Because he once learned from a book that intelligent and civilized alien races often drop skill crystals more easily, and even talent crystals. Unlike the human race, whose talents are awakened through the divine platform, the talents of alien races are often awakened through their bloodline. Thus, they operate on a bloodline-based system. If the parents are strong, their children are often strong as well. They place great importance on bloodlines. Nobility will always be nobility, and commoners will always be commoners. Of course, there will definitely be exceptions, but he is not sure about the specifics. What was written in the book is certainly not comprehensive. The reason Lin Chen ordered the killings was partly due to being ambushed on the road, but more importantly, there is a hostile relationship between the hyena people and the human tribe. At this moment, the leader heard the noise and, along with the remaining 2 hyena people, joined the battlefield. For 4th-tier hyena people can already suppress the avatar. The hyena leader looked at all this with anger, and then he glared at the man in black robes. "It's all your fault for bringing them here." The man in black roared, his eyes filled with rage, and shouted, "The human tribe is too cunning, I want to kill them." After saying this, he was about to charge in. The leader immediately pulled him back, scolding, "Your puppets are already dead, are you going to march to your death?" Then, he stepped forward towards the battlefield. He was the only 5th tier in this tribe. "Humans, die." Suddenly, the staff in his hand lit up, and a gray beam shot toward the avatar. The beam was quick, and the avatar didn't have time to dodge, resulting in the death of 3 or 4 of them. Lin Chen saw this and summoned 4 more clones to join the battlefield. The hyena-headed leader, seeing this, flamboyantly said, "Humans, retreat quickly, or you will all die." However, before his words could finish, a gust of blade wind suddenly came from behind him. The man in the black robe exclaimed in surprise, "Leader, watch out behind you." However, it was already too late. The knife, enveloped in scorching flames, struck his neck. Boom! Crash! The 2 collided, producing a dull sound that did not decapitate him, but caused blood to flow from his neck. Roar! The leader let out an angry roar. With his limbs on the ground and his back arched, he transformed into a 10-meter-tall hyena. Upon seeing this scene, both the guards and the man in the black robe showed joy. It's the leader's origin transformation, activating the power of the bloodline within him, transforming into a ferocious beast. His defense, attack, and speed will greatly increase, but the drawback is that he can no longer use weapons. However, the leader doesn't use weapons in the first place. The leader will definitely win. These humans with identical faces are doomed to die. At this moment, hyena people tribe. A few wooden houses, scattered here and there, collapsed in the aftermath of the battle. On the ground lay dozens of hyena people, all mercilessly killed by the clones. The hyena guards, having escaped the siege of the clones, stood together with the hyena leader who had already transformed. They glared angrily at the clones. "Human, you killed my kin. Today I will definitely kill you." The tip of the flame spear in one's hand touched the ground, sinking more than half a foot into the soil. "Hyena people, you kill my human race and cook my human kin. Today I will smash your body into pieces." The hyena laughed heartily. "I am a 5th-level hyena, and I have also used the transformation method to enhance my strength and physique. How can you be my opponent? Just because you have greater numbers? You crack me up. Watch out." He spat out a gray energy ball, which flew into the air, causing the surrounding trees to wither. Seeing this, the clone immediately dodged in all directions. However, the energy ball could surprisingly turn. Lin Chen noticed this and immediately issued a command for the clone to merge. Same source merge. Suddenly, each clone stood still, and the hyena-headed leader laughed menacingly. "You all, go up and kill them." The 4 guards nodded, armed with weapons, and entered the battlefield. Before they could approach Lin Chen's clone, the clones turned into light and disappeared. Then, at the location of the first clone, a glowing ball formed. "Break the glowing ball." The hyena-headed leader thought it was bad and shouted. The guards immediately attacked the glowing ball, and the hyena-headed people also controlled the gray energy ball to attack. Before the attack could reach, the glowing ball had already shattered in advance. Then an extraordinary figure appeared before the crowd. It was a 9-headed bird with 9 heads, 9 tails, 18 claws, and a twig in its mouth. This is Lin Chen's second time merging with a source, taking the form of a mythical beast. The last time it was the black tortoise. I must say, this mythical beast form is really cool. With the power of the clone stacking up, the merged mythical beast now possesses combat power close to the 5th tier. One can see that the wings behind the 9-headed bird act like weapons, slicing through fierce winds and fanning towards the hyena man. Furious winds rise, with flying sand and rolling stones. With a loud bang, it collided with the sharp claws of the hyena man. However, the wings were unscathed, while the hyena man took a step back. Clearly, in the test of strength, the 9-headed bird had the upper hand. Caw! The 9-headed bird let out a cry to the sky, a deep blue light shining on its wings, and suddenly flapped its wings, sending energy slicing away from them and tearing through the air. Human, I didn't expect you to be so strong, even having the ability to transform. Die, he shouted loudly, swinging his claws as gray slashes shot towards the 9-headed bird. Everyone, go, kill him, the leader shouted, and the other guards rushed in, but the 9-headed bird had 9 heads and managed to fight them to a standstill in a short time. Lin Chen and the senior brother hid behind, watching all of this. The senior brother said, "Your fusion technique is quite miraculous. Can it transform into anything?" Lin Chen nodded and replied, "There are limitations on the number." "Good kid, this technique suits you perfectly, but your clone is going to lose. Let me take the stage." Even though the clone could cross a level after transforming, it was still outnumbered, and that leader was at the 5th level, making it very difficult to win. At this moment, they had already fallen to the disadvantage, being pressured by the opponent, and failure was only a matter of time. Lin Chen was about to nod when he suddenly thought of Lin Fan. He quietly checked his upgrade points and instantly revealed a delighted expression. System, upgrade life drain to S level. Ding, the host's upgrade points exceed 1 million. You can upgrade the second talent, life drain. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Ding, upgrading. Upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the second talent, life drain, to S level. Ding, third talent upgrade permission unlocked. Binding third talent, Sparrow Step. Your Sparrow Step can now be upgraded. Lin Chen was overjoyed and quickly said, "System, consume all remaining upgrade points to upgrade Sparrow Step." He had just consumed 1 million upgrade points. Although Lin Fan was continuously killing monsters and the upgrade points were still increasing, it was still a lot. Ding, congratulations on your third talent, Sparrow Step, upgraded to B level. Sparrow Step B level, you can teleport within a 3-meter range, but there will be a 1-second delay when releasing the skill. Please be aware. Although there is still a casting time, it is much stronger than it was at E level. Lin Chen held onto the senior brother and said, "Senior brother, you don't need to make a move. I will take him down myself." The senior brother was puzzled but still nodded, knowing that with him there wouldn't be any danger. "What use is it for you to go up against an enemy that even 100 of your clones can't defeat?" Master brother secretly complained. He shook his head, planning to wait until Lin Chen went up, took a loss, and then properly advised him to stop being so reckless, to learn a lesson, and not to be so impulsive. At this moment, Lin Chen arrived at the battlefield. With a thought, the 9-headed bird let out a cry and transformed into light, dissipating and merging into Lin Chen's body. A glowing sphere reappeared centered around Lin Chen. This time, the glowing sphere appeared quickly and also broke apart quickly, and soon a 9-headed bird centered around Lin Chen re-emerged. This 9-headed bird was different from the previous one. It had a vertical eye appear on its forehead. At this moment, Lin Chen's main body was hidden within the vertical eye, observing the outside world. The 9-headed bird stood up and let out a long howl towards the sky. Cry! Kill! The 9-headed bird charged up again. Although the hyena man did not understand the changes, seeing that the other party appeared unchanged, he mocked. "You are already at your wit's end. Die by my hand, human race, you will become my meal." After saying this, the sharp claws glowed with a gray light and swung towards the 9-headed bird. Other hyena people also rushed forward, only the black-robed one hid in the shadows, watching everything. Suddenly, he felt something unusual behind him. As he was about to turn his head, he was directly lifted up by someone. He struggled and resisted, but the opponent's hand felt as if it was forged from steel, leaving him in despair. "You were the one who attacked us just now, so don't move here, okay?" the elder brother said with a smile. The black robe's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. How did they provoke such a strong opponent this time? Wasn't it said that no extremely powerful humans would appear on this road? Why was he so unlucky that he encountered such a low-probability event? The elder brother broke the black robe's limbs and threw him on the ground, then looked towards the battlefield. He was waiting for Lin Chen to fail, then he would step forward to kill everyone, but the scene on the battlefield shocked him, almost making him cry out loud. He rubbed his eyes, incredulously watching Lin Chen flashing back and forth. Suddenly, Lin Chen teleported behind a guard, his wings flapping, with iron wings sharper than swords, instantly decapitating the guard. Then, he replicated the move, flashing 3 more times, and the other 3 guards were also beheaded in astonishment. For system prompt sounds echoed in his ears, and over 10,000 upgrade points were received. This was Lin Chen's first time using the talent Sparrow Step, and he was also taken aback. Although there was a delay before use, the element of surprise made the killing effect astonishing. At this moment, the scene was silent. The hyena-headed chief stared at the dead guards, completely frozen in disbelief. What had he just seen? This human, transformed into a strange bird, had actually appeared behind the guard out of nowhere. Could it be a spatial ability? Before he could continue his thought, Lynch in front of him vanished again. He realized something was off and was about to turn around to defend, but it was already too late. The iron wing swung, cutting through the deep blue light, and with a loud bang, struck the neck of the hyena leader. Then, after a 1-second delay, he flashed again, appearing beneath the hyena's legs, and the iron wings directly slashed at its leg. Put! Blood flowed profusely. A faint light flickered and then disappeared. He reappeared in front of the hyena leader's eyes, feathers shooting forth, piercing its eyes. Ah! Roar! In the blink of an eye, he had suffered several serious injuries: neck, eyes, thigh, blood flowing everywhere. He was becoming increasingly weak. Lin Chen did not deal the finishing blow but instead stayed far away. The hyena man saw Lin Chen retreating and let out a loud roar as its body began to swell. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed. The hyena man actually self-destructed. Lin Chen was slightly startled, but soon the system notification sound that rang in his mind filled him with joy. Ding! You have killed the hyena leader, tier 5, upgrade points plus 10,000. A sound of a thud. A blue skill crystal fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Lin Chen was overjoyed, released his fusion, and commanded a clone to pick up the crystal stone, while he quietly retreated behind the crowd of clones and then turned to enter the dense forest, arriving beside the senior brother. Who is he? Lin Chen pointed at the hyena person who was subdued by the senior brother and asked. He is the mastermind behind the attack on you. Lin Chen replied with an O and asked, can we kill him? Go ahead and kill him, the senior brother replied nonchalantly. Such an alien race, feeding on the human race, is not worthy of pity. Lin Chen received the answer and conjured a flame-long knife, striking towards the opponent's neck. With a soft puff, the black-robed corpse split apart and fell to the ground dead. For this alien race, even if Lin Chen killed 10,000, it would not ease his hatred. By killing this alien, he once again gained 3,000 upgrade points, which is better than nothing. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a crystal stone suddenly fell, making him extremely happy. He picked up the crystal stone and asked, Senior brother, the drop rate of crystal stones from this alien race is really high. Yes, among wise races, when different races fight, there is a chance of crystal stones dropping, and the chance is even higher. The specific reason is a mystery, just like the divine platform. Lin Chen also fell into deep thought. During his 10-year study career, he spent the first 9 years learning cultural knowledge. However, there has never been a definitive conclusion about the reasons for the existence of the divine platform and crystal stones. The current prevailing theories are full of doubts and are not worth believing. You can keep this crystal stone, judging by its size, it should be a talent crystal. Senior brother said. Lin Chen was not being polite. Lin Fan still lacked a talent, so it was just right to give him this crystal stone. He currently had 3 talents, which were temporarily enough. These talents are not infinite and are related to a person's soul endurance, but what puzzled him was that he had not yet reached his limit and should still be able to integrate another talent crystal. Perhaps it has something to do with him being a traveler. Is his soul inherently strong? Just then, the clone returned, handing over the spoils to Lin Chen. Lin Chen collected the skill crystals dropped by the hyena people, then took out the hyena man's staff, tossing the other useless items back. He looked at the tribe and the boiling contents in the pot, feeling disgusted and furious inside. Those foreign tribes are truly damned. Burn it all down. Lin Chen commanded his clone to set fire. He walked up to his senior brother and said, Senior brother, let's leave. Having seen life and death often, his senior brother replied, you will encounter more situations like this in the future. Remember, some foreign tribes should be killed on sight, like these hyena people. Lin Chen nodded, determined that once he became stronger, he would search this area to see if there were any more hyena tribes, and if found, he would slaughter them all. The clone set the fire and spread out to scout the surroundings again. Lin Chen and the others returned to the main road faster than they had come. Then, they set off towards the academy. Along the way, they did not encounter any more troubling matters and smoothly arrived in front of the academy. Before them stood a towering mountain, reaching toward the clouds, blocking their path. The height of the mountain was unknown, as was its width, stretching endlessly out of sight. At the feet of Lin Chen and his companion, there extended a small path leading directly to the mountain's peak. The senior brother pointed to the mountain and said, the academy is on top of the mountain, and beyond the mountain is the return void. The area guarded by my Supreme Academy is at the boundary of the return void and our human territory. Strictly speaking, it actually belongs to the territory of the return void. However, Master is immensely powerful and has forcibly pushed the boundaries of the return void to the other side of the mountain. Currently, our academy is still quite peaceful. While Lin Chen listened to the senior brother's explanation, he gazed at the towering mountain before him, wondering if it could be at least 10,000 meters high. Since the blue planet was invaded by alien races and expanded 1,000-fold, mountains 10,000 meters high are not unusual, but seeing such a towering mountain with my own eyes is still shockingly speechless. There's nothing much to see here. Senior brother will take you to the academy. No need to walk this short distance. Let's fly up. Give me your waist. The senior brother extended a hand and looked at Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Senior brother, can we find another way? We're all big guys, don't be so wishy-washy. How about I fly up and you walk? Lin Chen looked at the winding path, not knowing how long it was, and helplessly said, alright then. Lin Chen spread his arms, exposing his waist, and a glow appeared in the senior brother's hand, wrapping around his arms, forming a gigantic energy arm, which enveloped Lin Chen's waist, causing Lin Chen to shiver. "Don't move around, or it will be troublesome if you fall." The voice of the senior brother came from beside his ear, and he forced himself not to move. The wind in the air was very strong, blowing so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. All along the way, Lin Chen didn't know how he managed to get here. "Alright, we've arrived." After a while, the senior brother released his hand and said. Lin Chen asked curiously, "Senior brother, does carrying someone while flying require holding them at the waist?" The senior brother didn't expect Lin Chen to ask this question and smiled. "Of course not, there are many ways. Holding at the waist is the most convenient and fastest. Besides, we are both big men, what's the problem with a little hug?" Lin Chen was at a loss for words and fell silent. "Is it because you are too open-minded, or am I thinking too much?" Lin Chen fell into confusion. Not wanting to dwell on this sensitive topic anymore, Lin Chen examined the academy in front of him. The Supreme Academy is not located on the highest peak but on a mountain about 2,000 meters high. This mountain covers a large area and is the closest to the return ruins. From the tall buildings of the academy, one can see the return ruins. There is no ice or snow covering here. Instead, it is lush with green grass, surrounded by trees, flowers everywhere, and colorful butterflies fluttering about. It truly is a beautiful place. The buildings are not tall, but each one is uniquely designed, displaying two different styles. Some exude a sense of fierce combat, akin to a weapon, while others reveal a graceful beauty, reminiscent of a shy woman. The buildings of the academy were all created by the master and his friends. My elder brother prefers buildings that showcase brilliance. Hence the construction of such fierce architectural styles, while the master's friend, on the other hand, favors understated beauty. The two had different ideas and different aesthetics, yet they had a great relationship. Had that accident not occurred, the master wouldn't have ended up like this. The senior brother felt a deep sense of nostalgia. These stories were told to him by the master when he was a child, and once he grew up, the master stopped mentioning the past. The moment he thought of his childhood, he instinctively smiled. "Alright, let me introduce you to our academy." The senior brother walked in front, while Lin Chen followed behind, listening to his explanation about the academy's situation. "Our academy is not very large, as it was relocated later. It is said that the original site was very large, larger than any current academy, but unfortunately, it is turned into ruins. Without further ado, since we are few in number, there is no need to build a very large academy. Once you enter the main gate of our academy, it is divided into 3 areas. Directly in front of the gate is the north, which is where the classrooms and conference rooms are located, serving as places for teachers to teach and hold meetings. As for now, it is actually abandoned, but once you come, it can be put to use again. On its left side is the west, which has the library, hot springs, cultivation rooms, performance stages, dining halls, and other places. On its right side is the east, which is our residence. Do you see that row of 3-story buildings? There are a total of 20 buildings. The first one belongs to the master, and the 6th one is mine. You can choose one once you have the time. In addition, there are some secret buildings that you won't need for now. When your cultivation level rises, you will naturally know about them. Alright, I've finished my introduction. After the senior brother finished speaking, he relaxed completely. He stretched lazily, reached for the wine gourd, and said, "Next, you can wander around by yourself. By the way, give me your identity card." Lin Chen handed his identity card to him. He placed the identity card on his wristwatch for a moment, read Lin Chen's identity information, then performed some complex manipulations and returned it to Lin Chen. "Alright, your identity card information has been updated. You can enter and exit the academy freely from now on. By the way, there are some places you absolutely must not go. Although our academy seems so casual, the defenses are actually very tight. Even when the master is not around, no one can break the academy's defenses. There are some places that cannot be touched. Touching them could lead to a near-death experience. I wouldn't even dare, so you must remember that." He held the wine gourd, removed the lid, took a nice sniff, and said, "You wander around by yourself. I'm going to enjoy some fine wine now." After finishing, he carried the wine gourd and walked towards the villa area. After the senior brother walked away, Lin Chen looked at these buildings and planned to go to the library first. Ding ding ding. The watch rang, and he opened it to answer. "Zhao Ku, have you arrived at the academy?" Zhou Yang returned home, flopped down onto the chair, then happily opened the wine gourd and savored the fine wine. When he got into the mood, he even hummed a folk tune he had learned from somewhere. "In March, flirty in March, I see the young girl is beautiful and youthful, fair-skinned and tender, my dear sister, playing without closing the door. Oh dear, how many hearts have you broken?" While humming the tune, he also tapped on the chair, feeling quite comfortable. After finishing the tune, he thought of Lin Chen and murmured, "What is Lin Chen doing?" Thinking of Lin Chen, he stood up, went to the yard, and a white light appeared on him as he slowly rose into the air. From a high vantage point, he easily spotted Lin Chen. "Oh, this kid is on a phone call? Let me get a little closer and see who he's on the phone with." He smiled, activated a concealment skill, and then secretly flew to the sky above Lin Chen. From here, not only can I hear Lin Chen's voice, but I can also see Lin Chen's expression. I saw a smile at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth, looking gentle and kind. "Lin Chen, I've arrived at the academy. How about you?" "Zhao Ku, I've arrived too. I'm currently in the lightning element class. Let me tell you, today I learned a new skill. When we meet next time, I'll show it to you, you will definitely be amazed. Lin Chen, I am really looking forward to it. Xiao Ku, I miss you. Lin Chen, I miss you too. Above Lin Chen, the concealed senior brother heard their conversation and, in that moment, felt an overwhelming sense of malice from the world, instantly taking a hit of 100,000 critical damage. Good job, Lin Chen. You are here to study, not to fall in love. Just thinking about the intimate conversation they just had made him feel a wave of irritation. Forgetting about the dog food, he hurriedly flew away, returned to the house, and continued drinking, but the interest in singing a little tune just now could not be raised at all. Forget it, let's take a trip to South Jiang City today. Although the girls there aren't good looking, they are cheap. Saying that, light rose from beneath his feet and he took off into the air, flying towards South Jiang City. Lin Chen didn't know that a lewd man was secretly eavesdropping on his phone call. He chatted with Zhao Ke for a while longer, then they both hung up the phone because Zhao Ke had to go to class. Lin Chen smiled, put down his watch, and continued walking towards the library. While walking, he muttered, Master Brother won't forget, right? I need to find a chance to bring up the matter of opportunities. Master Brother is really unreliable. The academy wasn't very big, and at Lin Chen's speed, he arrived at the library in a few minutes. The library had no staff on duty. Daily affairs were managed by the academy's intelligence system. Lin Chen took out his identity card and placed it on the sensing station in front of the library. Ding, detected the student Lin Chen from Supreme Academy. Identity check passed, please enter. With a creak, the library door opened. Lin Chen walked inside. The library was very large and luxurious, and robots came regularly to clean it. Lin Chen started looking from the first area and found many books he had heard about before. For example, the nature of energy, the application of talent, the transformation of energy, and so on. He picked out a few books and headed towards the quiet room, planning to read these before looking at others. He even set a goal for himself to read all the books in the library within a year. The quiet room is a closed space dedicated to students reading quietly. Lin Chen entered the quiet room, placed the books in a row on the table, and then took out one titled The Array of the Five Elements and began reading. After a while, he rubbed his forehead and helplessly put the book aside. It's too boring. I really am more suited to orchestrate the battle, hiding in the shadows as the commander. As for studying, I'd better leave it to my clones. Lin Chen split off 100 clones, letting them choose books to read on their own. As for himself, after closing his eyes to calm his mind and emotions, he finally opened his watch to check today's news. He doesn't often go online because the information on the internet is too chaotic and can easily affect one's state of mind. The only thing he enjoys reading is the daily news, as it allows him to understand information about the outside world. He skillfully opened the daily news. On March 14, a marine beast riot occurred again in Donghai City, putting Donghai City in jeopardy. The overseas Sanxian City Dongshu Academy has dispatched elite teachers and students to provide support. On March 6, the undead realm clashed again with our human race. Our human race joined forces with the Kanglan realm's human race to jointly expel the undead world, which retreated and signed a non-aggression treaty with both our human races. On March 15, the undead realm unilaterally tore up the treaty, bringing millions of undead to assault the North Frontier City, which is currently in imminent danger. Recently, the Kanglan people have gone to provide support, but unexpectedly, the Kanglan people demanded a steep price, requesting our side to cede 3 cities, otherwise, they would join forces with the undead realm to attack our Blue Star people. Diplomatic negotiations are currently underway. On March 14, the Wolf Clan, Tiger Head Clan, and Thousand Feathers Clan engaged in a war. Our western frontier city was defended by General Coldblade Wu Qua's garrison, who recklessly intervened in the conflict among the 3 clans, falling victim to their schemes and losing on the grasslands. Currently, the western frontier city is besieged by the 3 clans and is in grave danger. Recently, the council has sent reinforcements to personally support the western frontier city. On March 15, after observation, the sun formed an energy storm. Starting from this year, experts predict that the energy factors of Blue Star will increase more and more. The increase in energy factors will also raise the limit of powerful beings that Blue Star can accommodate. According to experts' predictions, 50 years later, Blue Star will be able to accommodate divine beings. At that time, when the divine beings descend on Blue Star, what will happen to the fate of our human race? Can the experts' words be trusted? Lin Chen thought to himself. The current situation of the human race is a bit precarious. Why hadn't I noticed so many major news events before? There have been more and more significant occurrences in these past few months. It's strange. What does this have to do with me? I can't intervene right now. It's more important to continue improving my cultivation, he muttered to himself. After finishing the news, he placed the 2 crystal stones he obtained today on the table. The larger one is a talent crystal stone, and the smaller one is a skill crystal stone. He picked up the 2 crystal stones, placed them on his forehead to sense them, and immediately the information of the skill crystal stone appeared in his mind. Talent, puppet manipulation, A-level talent. Utilizing mental power to condense into threads, allowing for remote control of specialized puppets, with the distance being positively correlated to the strength of mental power. Skill, self-destruct, tier 5 skill. Can compress the energy within the body for self-destruction, with the damage equivalent to 3 times one's own combat power, and the range depending on the amount of energy in the body. This talent crystal is for Lin Fan. Didn't he keep saying he has no talent? Now he has it. As for this self-destruct skill, I just need to learn it. Once I learn to create clones, I will have it too, and it's still a tier 5 skill. Although when it gets to tier 6 self-destruct skills, it won't be useful anymore. Lin Chen put away the talent crystal and pressed the self-destruct skill crystal to his forehead, silently reciting to learn. In an instant, the skill crystal in his hand transformed into a beam of light and drilled into his forehead. Then, with a thought, the energy in his body began to compress rapidly, which caused his body to start trembling. So, he quickly stopped compressing the energy. If he self-destructed, it would be terrible. The clone has gained another trump card, Lin Chen said with a smile. Now he had 3 major trump cards in hand: fusion with same origin, sparrow step, and self-destruction. If the first 2 trump cards were ineffective, he would have to resort to the 3rd trump card, letting the clone self-destruct, while the main body escapes. It's not a bad plan. By the way, what is Lin Fan doing now? Just thinking about Lin Fan gave him a headache. This guy was too lazy. Ever since he entered the academy, there hadn't been any system notification sounds for an hour. Lin Fan is feeling discouraged. It's time to encourage him. Outside G City, the ruins of the old city. On the ground lay the bodies of blood-eyed rat monsters, while Lin Fan was standing on the rooftop of a tall building, looking down as he fiddled with his wristwatch as if making a call. Lin Chen didn't directly wake him up but secretly took a glance at his wristwatch. He wondered, where did this kid get the wristwatch? Let me see who he's calling. Lin Fan finally got the call through. DDD. After a short while, the call connected. A young man in a yellow uniform and a steel helmet appeared projected from the watch. At that moment, the man was riding on a flying skateboard, zipping through the city, and the first thing he said after answering the call left Lin Chen stunned. Hello, I'm the delivery person, Bayalima Fei Runrun, currently delivering your order. How can I assist you? Send me a meal. Sir, you can place your order directly through the delivery app. I cannot accept orders here. I already ordered, but where's my meal? May I ask your name, sir? I'll help you check. My name is Lin Fan. Okay, sir, please hold on a moment while I check. The delivery person stopped the flying skateboard, opened the app, and entered Lin Fan's name. After the result came out, he revealed an unpleasant expression but quickly changed to a professional smile. Sir, we found it, but your order is too far away for us to deliver. You can click for a refund, and the platform will process it as soon as possible. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I sincerely apologize. Goodbye. The next moment, the call ended. Lin Chen stared in disbelief. It was indeed rare to see a delivery person with customer service quality. He was very curious about which city Lin Fan had ordered the delivery from. Ji Cheng does not have delivery services. Lin Fan was so angry he was stamping his feet. If it can't be delivered, then so be it. Why not just say it directly? I wasted 3 days waiting for nothing. Every time he thought about his tough life in the wilderness, he felt a wave of distress in his heart. I miss my old life so much. Back then, I was carefree, only needing to buy meals and clean up for the main body every day. Those were truly happy times. Main body, have you forgotten me again? Once you went to the academy, you forgot about your dear brother Lin Fan. You're too heartless. I've worked so hard, and you don't even come to praise me or tell me if I've completed the task? Hey, I'm hungry again. Forget it, I'm not going to fight monsters today. I want to go back to the capital city for a big feast. Complaining for a while, he was about to get up and leave when suddenly Lin Chen's voice echoed in his mind. I was originally going to test you to see what your temperament was like, but I'm very disappointed. What a shame. Lin Chen deliberately shook his head inside. This voice reached Lin Fan's ears, making him feel slightly ashamed. The main body tested me, and yet I. Seeing him hanging his head in shame, Lin Chen thought it was time for the main course. It was as if a pump appeared in his hand, while Lin Fan was like a deflated balloon. He then said, I contacted you this time to tell you congratulations on completing your task. Because you exceeded the task, I plan to reward you with an innate crystal. As for the skills, don't worry, I'm already looking for them. Once I learn, I will share the skills with you. Lin Chen's words were both sincere and emotional, moving Lin Fan to tears. Main body, you are too good to me. How can I repay you? Lin Fan looked up at the sky with a face full of emotion, as if Lin Chen's shadow was up there, the deity he worshipped. Lin Chen looked at his expression and thought to himself, is your reaction a bit excessive? He smiled and said, you continue to kill monsters for a few more days. I will give you a task worth 1 million. When I contact you next time, just come to South Frontier City and I will hand the talent crystal to you. I believe by that time, I should have learned a trade as well. You've really worked hard these days. For the sake of our bright future, I can only have you endure a bit for now. Sigh. Main body, I'm not suffering. I'm so grateful to you. You are too good to me. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard to kill monsters and not disappoint you. Lin Fan was so touched that he wanted to hug Lin Chen and give him a big kiss. Seeing him like this, Lin Chen thought, no way? So easy to fool. I have high hopes for you. Keep it up. I'm going to hunt for monsters. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Go eat something first. You need energy to better hunt monsters. I'll give you a half day off today, Lin Chen said. Lin Fan was immediately moved and said, you're so good, I will definitely work hard. For our bright future, even if I die of exhaustion, thirst, or falls, I will complete the tasks you assign to me. Be careful, don't push yourself too hard. Do you look down on me? Lin Fan tilted his head and questioned. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback and smiled. I don't look down on you. Then don't say anything discouraging, and don't give me a day off. I want to hunt monsters. Lin Fan insisted. Lin Chen, feeling helpless, could only agree to his request. He thought to himself that it was surprisingly effective in motivating Lin Fan. He chuckled and retracted his awareness. I need to hurry up and learn a skill. Lin Fan is still waiting over there. But what skill should I learn? He tapped on the table, lost in thought. After a long time, he looked ahead and muttered to himself, it's necessary to learn this alchemy skill, at least there are no relevant books in the library. I can ask the senior brother who is skilled in the 6 arts, especially in weapon forging, almost at the master level. By the way, I also need to learn the skill of puppet making, otherwise, the elemental crystal for puppet manipulation will be of no use. So, for now, I will learn 2 crafts, alchemy and puppet making. Learning a craft requires manuals, but I don't have any manuals, so I can only start with some basic knowledge. Having determined these 2 crafts to learn, Lin Chen instructed his clone to search for relevant books to read. To become an alchemist and a puppeteer, he must first build a solid foundation, and while there aren't many other books in the library, there is an overwhelming number of theoretical books that seem endless. Soon, the avatar brought back dozens of books, including Basics of Elixirs, Herb Illustrated Handbook, Principles of Essence, Refinement, Principles of Pill Formation, Resonance of Pills, Complete Guide to Puppetry, Detailed Analysis of Materials, and so on. All of these are foundational texts, and relying on this knowledge, the chances of becoming an alchemist or a puppeteer are very small. However, after reading these books, Lin Chen greatly benefited and gained a deeper understanding of these 2 crafts. With the effort of the avatar, Lin Chen developed a vague concept of these 2 crafts. Alchemy, broadly speaking, suggests that all things in heaven and earth can enter the furnace. Specifically, it means following the recipe and crafting the elixir step by step. However, he discovered that this alchemy requires the consumption of one's spiritual energy, otherwise, it is impossible to successfully create an elixir. No wonder this world has advanced technology, but elixirs are still quite rare. It turns out that alchemy cannot be mass-produced on an assembly line, Lin Chen murmured to himself. And puppetry is much simpler. This puppet technique also requires the consumption of mental energy. The principle is to merge one's own mental energy into the puppet, providing the puppet with spirituality, enabling skillful manipulation of the puppet. The strength of the puppet depends on the materials and the master's refining methods. Different refining methods and materials result in different strengths of the puppet. A puppet master can even control thousands of puppets. There is a legendary material that can be restored after being broken, and the puppets made from this material are said to be called immortal puppets. As Lin Chen organized the information in his mind, he gained a deeper understanding of these 2 skills. Then, he turned his attention to another skill, elemental clone technique. He ordered part of the clones to read theoretical books on alchemy and puppet technique, while another part of the clones studied theoretical books on elemental energy. Lin Chen's next plan was to convert energy and refine the elemental clone technique. While in Jiqing, he was able to convert the energy within his body into 2 elemental forms, water and fire, thanks to the guidance of the flame jet skill and the watermarsh skill. Later, he had no time and no corresponding attribute skills, so he didn't continue to develop toward elemental cloning. But now he has a book called The Formation of 5 Elemental Energies to remind him. This is a basic formation book. The principle is to arrange 5 energy crystals with 5 elemental attributes to form a 5-element formation, which has effects of repelling enemies, killing enemies, and confusing enemies. This book records a total of 3 formations. They are the 5-element sword formation, 5-element shield formation, and 5-element illusion formation. The 5-element sword formation is a killing formation. Once entered, one will be attacked from all directions until the energy of the energy crystals is exhausted. The 5-element shield formation can unite the 5 elemental attributes to form an interconnected, eternal defensive shield for repelling enemies. Finally, the 5-element illusion formation is actually a maze formation that can create illusions in those who enter it, causing them to become lost. If they cannot find their way out, they will either starve to death or die from exhaustion. The 3 major formations are not very strong. Those who are a bit stronger can forcibly break the formations. But if his formation uses clones to replace the energy crystals, wouldn't that mean he could set up formations anytime and anywhere? It seems I need to study this formation too. Brothers, the next task is to read books related to formations. I want to learn the 5-element sword formation, the shield formation, and the illusion formation. Some of the clones who received the order put down their books and started looking for books on formations. My task is to learn the 5 elements elemental clone. I currently know the water and fire clones, but I'm still missing earth, metal, and wood. For earth, I can use the mountain rock arm skill to guide my comprehension. The other 2 elemental attributes can only be forced comprehension. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, feeling the energy within his body. He activated the mountain rock arm, and in an instant, the energy within his body changed. He caught this slight change and was inspired. Then he deactivated the mountain rock arm and began to convert the energy within his body. He saw the attribute-less energy within him slowly changing in nature, shifting towards the earth attribute. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and joy was evident in his gaze. It worked! Earth clone. A moment later, a yellow-haired clone, dressed in yellow, appeared before Lin Chen. Seeing the earth clone, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This step was considered a success, and next was the metal and wood clones. He closed his eyes, imagined the properties of the two types of energy, and combined it with the descriptions of these attributes in the book. Gradually, relevant concepts began to form in his mind. Metal. Autumn belongs to metal among the 5 elements, located in the west, which is the direction where the sun slowly sets, and where the trees are frosted in the sky. The sacred beast white tiger belongs to metal, best known for slaughter, thus the color of metal is white. Concepts flowed and merged in his mind, giving him a sense of clarity. Suddenly, the elements within him slowly transformed into white. This white attribute energy was restless, exuding a violent aura. Metal attribute transformation. It's done. He showed a joyful expression and silently chanted the clone incantation. Sure enough, a white-haired clone, dressed in white, appeared beside him. Lin Chen was overjoyed and pressed on, continuing to comprehend the wood element. Following the same method, he became increasingly clear about the characteristics of wood in his mind. Wood. The spring belongs to the wood element in the 5 elements, situated in the east. It is a season of growth for all things, hence the color of wood is cyan and green. The azure dragon represents eastern wood, symbolizing vitality. A stream of understanding flowed through his heart, and the concept of wood gradually took shape. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and strands of cyan light emerged from his fingertips. The wood attribute has been transformed. He silently chanted the incantation for a clone, and indeed, a wood clone was quickly created. This wood clone had cyan hair and was dressed in cyan attire, exuding a warmth akin to spring. Indeed, knowledge is power. I have acquired knowledge, and the transformation of the 5-element energy has come to fruition naturally. Lin Chen mused. His ability to successfully convert energy of both gold and wood attributes was largely a result of accumulated knowledge. With knowledge, many seemingly difficult problems become much simpler to resolve. I must finish reading all the books in the library, Lin Chen vowed. Next, I'll practice the formation. With the formation, the power of the clones can be further enhanced. In a good mood, Lin Chen walked outside with the 5 elements clones. This academy is not large, only about 1,000 meters in circumference. With Lin Chen's spiritual power, the clones will not exceed the distance limit and dissipate within half the academy. He stood up, letting the clone in the library continue reading. He then headed towards the training field with the elemental clone, aiming to practice the 5 elements formation. Leaving the library, he arrived at the training field. The training field is a huge open-air platform covered by a transparent energy barrier, preventing outsiders from entering. Lin Chen placed his identity card on the sensing platform, and the energy barrier immediately opened an energy door for him to enter. Entering the training field, he manipulated the clone to practice the formation according to the description of the 5 elements elemental formation, starting with the 5 elements sword formation. After relentless effort, Lin Chen felt quite fatigued, but the results were not significant. He had not succeeded at all. Indeed, the difference between theory and practice is substantial. He said helplessly, "Let's continue practicing. Practice makes perfect, let's just practice all 3 formations together." He then created 2 more sets of 5-element avatars, a total of 3 sets with 15-element avatars scattered in various places, repeatedly practicing the formations. Suddenly, a gurgling sound emerged. His expression changed slightly as he touched his stomach. I've been studying for so long, I'm hungry. It was only then that he realized he had spent the whole night reading in the library. "Let's go eat something at the cafeteria," Lin Chen murmured. Then, he headed towards the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he took out his ID card and placed it on the sensing pad. Beep, detected Supreme Academy student Lin Chen, please enter. The cafeteria was very quiet. Besides the robots, he was the only living person there. Lin Chen, feeling hungry, quickly ordered, "Bring me a meal combo." With a buzzing sound, a robot was activated by voice, and it walked over to Lin Chen, saying, "May I ask what meal set you need?" "Anyone is fine." The robot was silent for a moment and said, "I recommend you choose set A, which includes just set A." The robot's subsequent words were directly ignored by Lin Chen. He was truly very hungry right now. "Alright, please wait 15 minutes. The robot went away, and Lin Chen sat on the bench, surveying the environment of the cafeteria. This is an Eastern-style building that combines high technology with traditional aesthetics. It appears understated and reserved, but inside it is luxuriously displayed, belonging to a type of architecture that is very pleasing to the eye. The more you look at it, the more you find it appealing. Lin Chen nodded. He had a very good impression of this cafeteria. Eating here seemed to improve his mood significantly. 15 minutes later, the dishes arrived. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned at the sight of a table full of dishes. At that moment, the robot introduced. The A set meal includes a total of 36 dishes. The first dish is made from the hind leg meat of a 6th-tier unicorn flame pig, and the second dish is made from the heart meat of a 7th-tier extreme cold crocodile, and then there's this 36th dish. Lin Chen's mouth dropped wide open. Isn't this too extravagant? Where did all this meat come from? It all comes from the dean's hunting. He replenishes the ingredient stock every half-month. The dean is impressive. Lin Chen was shocked and excited. He picked up his chopsticks and, regardless of the robot watching beside him, started to feast heartily. I have to say, the robot's culinary skills are not bad. The entire table is filled with 6th tier and even 7th tier ingredients, all perfectly prepared and incredibly delicious. Lin Chen was eating with his mouth dripping with grease, exclaiming how enjoyable it was, while a faint white light enveloped his whole body. Wow, that was so satisfying. Looking at the large portion of food still left, Lin Chen patted his round belly and said embarrassingly, "I'm too full. Please save the leftovers for me, I'll eat them next time." The robot said, "According to the rules of the dean, eat as much as you take and try not to waste. If you can't finish, you must dispose of it yourself as a warning." "Then I'll eat a bit more," Lin Chen said helplessly. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Lin Chen turned around and saw that it was his senior brother who had arrived. He was holding a wine gourd and took a sip of alcohol while walking. He said, "The leftover food, I'll have it, senior brother. By the way, bring me another reset meal, this half table is not enough to eat." "Okay." The robot acknowledged and went down to prepare. The two sat facing each other. Lin Chen asked curiously, "Senior brother, how much food can the dean store at one time?" Lin Chen was very curious. Before he arrived, there were only 2 people in the academy, so they shouldn't be able to eat too much food, right? The senior brother laughed and said, "There is a large warehouse in the back mountain. Half the mountain is filled with stored supplies, and those frozen beast meats are enough for the 3 of us to eat for 100 years. Lin Chen asked in confusion, "Then why does the dean keep storing food continuously? If it's thrown in the guishu, it will also be eaten by other beasts. It's better to store it up. With current technological means, it's not a difficult task." The senior brother replied. The senior brother took a bite of his dish and mumbled, "What were you doing for a whole day and night?" "I was reading in the library," Lin Chen answered honestly. Upon hearing this, the senior brother's chopsticks suddenly froze in midair. He felt a bit embarrassed since he had been out having fun in Nanjing City yesterday. This comparison made him seem to have very low tastes. He couldn't let the junior brother know about it. He sighed and said, "With my junior brother working so hard, even I, as the senior brother, feel a sense of urgency. After I finish eating, I'll give you a lecture." Thinking about the fact that they came to school while he himself was not very reliable, he felt it was a bit of a disappointment to their expectations, so he decided to give Lin Chen a lecture today. As for the textbooks, a little reference would suffice. It's not a difficult task. With so many colleges around, he could just ask someone for 2 books and then he could teach. They were all basic university knowledge that could be learned from the library. He was mainly going to teach Lin Chen some secret techniques. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt excited and quickly said, "That would be great, senior brother, please eat quickly, but as for the basic knowledge, I have already looked it up in the library." "Oh, then that saves me the trouble of teaching you. I'll teach you some secret techniques another day." "I'm looking forward to it, senior brother." "Yeah, let's eat. Today's dishes are especially delicious." "Xiao Qi, your skills are impressive." The robot called Xiao Qi responded, "Thank you for your compliment. Xiao Qi will continue to work hard." The senior brother laughed heartily, eating leisurely. Soon, another table of dishes arrived. The senior brother was eating, while Lin Chen tapped on the table. "Why are you tapping on the table?" the senior brother asked in bewilderment. Lin Chen sighed and said, "It's nothing, I just recalled the scene when we first met in the ruins of the old city. So much time has passed since then, it's truly nostalgic." Upon hearing this, the senior brother chuckled and said, "Ha, don't be so sentimental, it's kind of awkward." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed that Lin Chen was looking at him in a strange way. Combined with Lin Chen's earlier words, he instantly understood. This was a reminder about fate. What a cunning junior brother. "By the way, look at my brain, senior brother, my memory has never been very good. Senior brother still owes you a chance, but before giving you that chance, do you need to know what I'm best at? I've heard that senior brother is skilled in the 6 arts, particularly adept at weapon refining, almost at a master level." "That's right, I excel in weapon forging, alchemy, puppet manipulation, formations, talismans, and brewing. I call these the 6 arts, and I am especially proficient in weapon forging. You can pick one, and this will be your opportunity." Lin Chen pondered for a long time, contemplating which one to choose. After a while, he said, "I want puppet manipulation." This answer surprised the senior brother. Puppet manipulation is not a mainstream skill, and most people are likely to choose weapon forging or alchemy. "Your answer is truly unexpected. Since that's the case, take this." He took out a booklet and said, "This is the secret manual for puppet manipulation, take it." Lin Chen excitedly received the manual and repeatedly thanked him, while the senior brother continued to focus on his meal. Soon, the senior brother finished all the dishes and said, "Let's go, we'll go soak in the hot spring." When Lin Chen thought of 2 big men soaking in the hot spring naked, he felt a bit uneasy and quickly shook his head. "Senior brother, I still need to go into seclusion to comprehend the puppet technique." With the puppet technique, coupled with his innate puppet manipulation ability, Lin Fan could also explode troops, which would greatly improve his monster grinding efficiency and was very meaningful to him. As for Lin Fan's dream of opening a shop and living a leisurely life as a boss, it could only be delayed. Everything should be based on the interests of his main body. The clone should understand that, right? Senior brother said in disappointment, "Forget it, you go into seclusion first. In a few days, I'll come find you, and some secret techniques you can only learn at university should be taught to you." Lin Chen nodded and said, "Thank you, senior brother. I'll go into seclusion now." Go ahead." Seeing Lin Chen leave, senior brother also felt a sense of urgency and headed straight to the training room to begin his seclusion training. Lin Chen stayed in the library to cultivate, sending his clone to the cafeteria to bring back food whenever he got hungry. He did everything related to eating, drinking, and relieving himself in the library. The clone in the library researched puppet techniques while the elemental clone on the training platform studied the elemental formations. Lin Chen, on the other hand, closed his eyes to nourish his spirit and meditated for cultivation. Deep within the return ruins, a young man dressed in green, with dozens of long swords following closely behind him, watched as with his thoughts the swords shot out swiftly, pinning various ferocious beasts to the ground. He gazed at the vast land and murmured, "Recently, many significant events have occurred. I have a premonition that something major will happen in the return ruins as well." This return ruins is a circular area, a weak point in the blue star space that connects to various realms, where beings from other realms often attempt to invade Blue Star through the return ruins. Nevertheless, fortunately, the native forces of Blue Star have set up defensive forces along the return ruins. This section of the return ruins, guarded by the human race, is under his protection. This area's spatial structure is even weaker, and monster invasions often occur. The fierce beasts he just killed had no idea which world they had leaked out from. Forget it, let's continue searching for that 9th level fierce beast. If it sneaks into our human territory, it will be another disaster. He wandered through the only killing fierce beasts of level 6 and above. Yesterday he discovered a 9th level fierce beast, which he injured with a single sword thrust. It fled in panic towards the outside. Although this fierce beast was severely injured, its power should not be underestimated. If it recovers and sneaks into the heart of the human territory, it would be a disaster. Rise! He gently lifted the slaughtering sword in his hand, and streams of blood-colored vengeful spirits flew out. The sword god scolded sharply, "Find it!" Roar! All the vengeful spirits roared and scattered in all directions, searching for that 9th level fierce beast. On another side, Lin Chen has finally learned the puppet technique. Finally learned it. Next, let Lin Fan come to South Border City. I will give him the talent crystal. And Lin Fan almost killed his way through the old city ruins. He is now running to the Starguard Forest to hunt monsters, having killed so many that he even alarmed the adventurers in G City. At this moment he is sitting on a large rock, gnawing on a beast leg. The surrounding adventurers are all discussing among themselves. Is he Lin Fan, Lin Chen's twin brother? Wrong, he is Lin Chen's multiple birth brother, and it is said that they have several more brothers. Lin Fan's personality is completely different from Lin Chen's. Lin Chen is cold, he is lively, but both are ruthless killers without batting an eye. Damn, getting addicted to monster hunting, what a freak. Hey, what's he doing? Why is he packing his luggage? He's leaving, heading towards G City? Not going to hunt monsters anymore? The next day at noon, Lin Chen slightly closed his eyes, still meditating and practicing in the library, when suddenly, the watch in his hand emitted a beeping sound. At that moment, someone was calling him, and hearing the ringtone, he wondered who was calling. He opened his eyes, looked down, and found it was Lin Fan, causing him to shake his head and smile. He clicked to answer. Lin Fan, Master, I have arrived in Nanjiang City. His tone was urgent, somewhat out of breath, clearly very tired. He must have just gotten off the Void train and rushed straight to Nanjiang City. This place is 100 miles from Nanjiang City. He should let Lin Fan come here. He thought to himself. He didn't want to leave the academy right now. Lin Chen, you leave Nanjiang City and head south for about 100 miles. You will come across a mountain that is 10,000 meters high. Once you reach there, stop at the foot of the mountain and then send me a message. I will come down to meet you. Lin Fan, got it, Master, I will set off right away. For the talent crystal, he was all in, feeling very anxious. Disregarding how tired he already was, he hung up and headed out. He had been killing monsters since yesterday, and when he received a call from the main body, he rushed straight to Southern Border City, and in order to catch the Void train, he went to a nearby big city to board the train. After getting off the train, he continued without rest, heading straight for Southern Border City, barely taking a break along the way, and he was indeed extremely tired. However, the thought of soon obtaining the talent crystal made him excited. He hurriedly stepped forward, walking toward the outskirts of Southern Border City. Once out of the city, he saw a scene reminiscent of a primitive forest, but he did not linger and continued south, avoiding any fierce beasts he encountered along the way. The mountain where the Supreme Academy is located is 100 miles away from Southern Border City. At Lin Fan's speed, he could reach it in just over an hour. Lin Chen simply stopped meditating and cultivating, waiting for Lin Fan's arrival. Before long, Lin Fan called to say he had arrived at the foot of the mountain. After learning the news, Lin Chen immediately left the academy and headed down the mountain. Lin Fan was very excited to see Lin Chen and immediately came over to give him a hug. Main body, I missed you so much. You have no idea what I've been through these days. Lin Chen pushed him away, seeing that he was still in this state, and smiled. Alright, I know you've had a hard time. But once we become the strongest, we can enjoy all the benefits of the world. At that point, you can do whatever you want, won't that be delightful? Lin Fan nodded repeatedly, his mind involuntarily imagining a scene of the future. Lin Fan said, Main body, I will definitely work hard. In the future, we will become the rulers of Blue Star, making all the deities of heaven submit, and we will strike down all disobedience, eliminate all evil, promote good, and restore the world to a bright and clear state, ensuring that villains no longer exist. Lin Chen smiled and followed his words, saying, yes, all of this will be realized in the future. Don't be discouraged, keep working hard. Lin Chen encouraged him again, and Lin Fan was also fighting hard for the future, his eyes slightly red, wishing time would leap forward to the next moment where he could witness their glorious scene. Lin Chen saw him lost in fantasy, shook his head, took out a talent crystal, and handed it to him. Here you go. As soon as Lin Fan saw the talent crystal, he immediately came to his senses, extremely excited, and hurriedly took it in his hand. Before Lin Chen could say anything, he pressed the talent crystal against his forehead and silently chanted to use it, his heart racing, fearing that he wouldn't be able to use the talent crystal due to being a clone. However, he was overthinking. After a while, the talent crystal turned into a beam of light and drilled into his forehead. Feeling the talent ability, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He closed his eyes, organizing the additional information in his mind. A little while later, he opened his eyes and said, "Main body, why is it puppet control? It's good enough to have it. Aren't you lazy? Just hide away from now on and let the puppet do the monster hunting," Lin Chen said. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan realized that it was indeed a great talent. He had long envied the way the main body hunted monsters, hiding behind while the clones did all the work. He was extremely envious. Now he was about to have this ability too. He felt ecstatic inside and quickly said with a smile, "The main body understands me best. The puppet manipulation talent is so suitable for me. It's just a pity that the range is too small right now. With my mental strength, I can only manipulate puppets within a 200-meter range. 200 meters is actually quite considerable. After all, mental strength can be improved, and the manipulation range will also increase. As Lin Fan's mental strength increases, his manipulation range will become larger and larger in the future." However, Lin Fan was even lazier than him. While Lin Chen occasionally went to the battlefield, Lin Fan wanted to live a life where he sits at home and lets the puppets farm monsters in the wild. However, he also knew that, for now, it was impossible and unrealistic, but the future might be different. Just thinking about the future made him excited. "Master, I've discovered a fatal problem. I don't have a puppet. According to the conditions of my innate ability, I can only manipulate a puppet that has my mental imprint." Lin Fan pointed out this issue. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, the skill I've given you is exactly puppet manipulation. Currently, I am learning puppet manipulation. It will probably take some time before I can master it. How about this? I will teach you the skill of puppet manipulation, and you can learn it in the meantime. I hope it can shorten the learning time. Once you master it, you'll be able to assemble a puppet army." Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. His innate talent was duplication. If Lin Fan's talent was also duplication, it would be fun, but unfortunately, innate talent crystals are desirable yet hard to come by. Having just one would be great. He can only hope that the puppet talent provides some strength, he thought to himself. Lin Chen intended to return after handing over the puppet technique to Lin Fan. As for where Lin Fan wanted to go, he could do as he wished. As long as he completed the tasks assigned by Lin Chen regularly, Lin Chen would not interfere too much with Lin Fan's whereabouts. The task of 1 million points assigned to Lin Fan last time had now been completed by more than half. Once he accumulated 1 million upgrade points, he planned to enhance his combat power. Currently, having only third-tier combat power made him feel very insecure. Lin Chen instructed, "You can kill monsters in this vicinity, or you can choose to return to the human territory. It's your choice. As long as you complete the tasks I assigned, you can go anywhere." "Master, I haven't decided where to go yet, but I need to learn the puppet technique first, so I'll take my leave," Lin Fan said. Go on, go on." Lin Chen waved his hand repeatedly. He knew Lin Fan wanted to master the puppet technique quickly to unleash his puppet manipulation talent. Lin Fan left, and Lin Chen returned to the academy to continue meditating and cultivating. However, after just a few hours, Lin Chen suddenly froze. He suddenly stood up in surprise and said, "No way?" Lin Fan learned the puppet technique so quickly. He and a group of clones had been pondering day and night, feeling like they hadn't even scratched the surface, yet Lin Fan learned it in just a few hours, which left him stunned. A piece of information suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's mind, which was the secret to the puppet technique. As long as he absorbed this information, he would be able to grasp the puppet technique, and this information came from Lin Fan. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart, unsure if it was due to the talent for puppet manipulation or if Lin Fan inherently possessed a strong talent for the puppet technique. Before Lin Chen's smile could fade, he was suddenly surprised again. The 5 elements formation has also been completed. Lin Fan is my lucky star. Ever since Lin Fan arrived, the 5 elements formation has also been completed. Unfortunately, I still have no clue about the idea of the clone teleportation technique. The clone teleportation technique was a skill idea he proposed in the spiritual mystery realm of 3 highs in G City. Combining teleportation ability with the clone technique, allowing the body to teleport back and forth between the clones. Once this skill is successful, he will be able to teleport silently without the delays he currently experiences, making it too easy for experts to find flaws. This skill will have to wait. Stillness begets movement. I won't cultivate today. I'm going out to hunt, both to enhance my cultivation and to test the 5 elements formation. Lin Chen looked at his peak level of 3rd tier cultivation and shook his head. It was about time to advance to 4th tier combat power. Leaving the academy, he headed toward the armory. He needed a flying tool to assist him on his journey. At the entrance of the armory, Lin Chen placed his identity card on the sensing platform. Beep, detecting student Lin Chen from the Supreme Academy. What equipment do you need? Flying skateboard, Lin Chen said. Beep, the flying skateboard is a non-paid equipment, you can use it for free. With a click, the door to the armory opened and a robot walked over, handing the hoverboard to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the hoverboard and left. Although there was a path down the mountain, walking was too slow, he wanted to fly over. This time hunting, with my cultivation, going to the ruins is too dangerous, I should hunt in the mountains instead. Between South Jiang City and the Supreme Academy, the mountains are undulating, forests are dense, and ferocious beasts are numerous. Lin Chen and his senior brother deeply experienced this on their way here. However, the ferocious beasts in this area are much weaker compared to those in the ruins and are also much safer. With his current cultivation, going to the ruins is still too dangerous. Therefore, his destination for this trip is within these vast mountains. He has planned to avoid deep exploration and to be as cautious as possible. It's just right to use my talent, life drain. I should improve my foundation. Since upgrading to S rank, I haven't consumed a ferocious beast yet. This time, let me rampage and boost my strength. Lin Chen clenched his fists and looked up at the distant mountains. He put down the hoverboard and flipped the switch. Immediately the hoverboard emitted 2 streams of bright blue energy, carrying him steadily down the hill. The speed was fast. Within a few minutes, he had reached the foot of the mountain. Without pausing, he continued to maneuver the flying hoverboard, maintaining a height of 100 meters, heading toward a distant mountain. Leaving the large mountain where the academy was located, the mountains on this side appeared quite small, and there were very few towering peaks. Such big mountains generally do not cultivate very strong ferocious beasts. Lin Chen chose one of the peaks that was only 1,000 meters high and flew towards the forest. As soon as he flew into the air, he heard a sharp bird cry. Caw! Suddenly, a large bird with a wingspan of about 3 meters charged towards Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen remained calm and quickly maneuvered his skateboard to take off and avoid it, but he never expected that the bird would persistently charge at him again. Upon witnessing this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. A white light gathered in his hand, and suddenly, a gleaming platinum broadsword appeared in his palm. Wielding the sword, he coldly snorted. This is my first time condensing a weapon using metal attributes. Although it still only has the strength of a first-tier weapon, let's see whether your neck is tougher or my weapon is sharper. The bird let out a screech, unleashing a whirlwind from its mouth as it attacked Lin Chen. Lin Chen was not to be outdone. He raised the broadsword, maneuvering the flying skateboard as he charged at the bird. In the moment when the man and bird brushed past each other, he abruptly withdrew the broadsword and swung it horizontally. Before the bird could react, a line of blood appeared on its neck, and with a splatter, blood gushed out. Lin Chen struck again with his knife, only to see a streak of white light slice through the bird's neck, and in the next moment, the bird's body was severed, meeting its end as it fell towards the ground. Seeing this, Lin Chen maneuvered the flying skateboard to glide over, reaching out to grab the bird's corpse, a black vortex appearing in his hand. Life absorption. Boom! An intense hunger reddened his eyes as the vortex in his palm frantically devoured the essence of the bird's life, strands of life energy merging into his body. At this moment, his strength, spirit, and physique were all being enhanced. In just a few seconds, all that remained of the bird in his hand was a pile of feathers and bones. Lin Chen discarded the feathers and bones, murmuring, "Phew, this bird was too weak, only boosting my physique and strength by 1%, and as for spirit, just a tiny bit." However, the S-class life absorption has greatly increased in speed, and this second-tier flying bird can actually be completely drained in 1 minute. Lin Chen had the idea of collecting the corpses of fierce beasts to absorb their life essence and replenish himself. Guliolu. Suddenly, a loud gurgling sound came from his stomach. Lin Chen touched his belly and sighed inwardly. This talent is indeed good, but its only drawback is that it easily causes hunger. Perhaps it's because his physique has been enhanced and he needs some food to replenish his nutrients? Lin Chen thought. This hunger is very intense, capable of making one lose reason and give rise to the urge to eat crazily. If it is not alleviated and restrained, one might become a puppet of their appetite. However, as long as he doesn't swallow too much at once or use the talent, life absorption too frequently, alleviating it for a while will be fine. At most, it just makes him feel a bit uncomfortable. Land. Manipulating the skateboard to land in the forest, Lin Chen looked around and silently recited, "Clone." A flash of white light, a total of 100 clones of different colors appeared around. All 100 clones were elemental clones, divided into 20 groups, with 5 making up a team, and under Lin Chen's command, they scattered in all directions. Lin Chen then found a place to hide and continuously directed the actions of the clones. Soon, the clones encountered battle, but these ferocious beasts were easily dealt with under the clones' attacks, and his upgrade points were slowly increasing. Everything was going smoothly, so he simply found a place to hide and waited for the clones to return after killing monsters. Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar, and Lin Chen quickly projected his consciousness over. He saw a 10-meter-tall ape furiously wielding a large tree, swinging it wildly. Not only that, but as it swung, it also roared, as if the air before it were its enemy. It's the 5 elements illusion array. Lin Chen saw 5 clones distributed around, using a special combat method to form the 5 elements illusion array, and the ferocious beast before him was trapped by the array, creating an illusion. The illusion array is surprisingly effective against the ferocious beast. After a while, the ape beast finally got tired. At this moment, the 5 clones quickly changed their positions and the array instantly transformed. This is the 5 elements sword array. The 5 elements sword array can unite the powers of 5 people to form a powerful attack. Suddenly, energy long swords appeared from all directions, stabbing toward the ferocious beast. The beast struggled helplessly, getting stabbed multiple times, bleeding profusely, and soon exhausted its strength, collapsing to the ground, ultimately pierced through the throat by a giant sword descending from the sky. This array is incredible. Lynch was also taken aback. This is just an ordinary array, yet it generated such immense power. What about those advanced arrays? As soon as he thought of this, he became excited, wishing he could immediately obtain a high-level formation and slay enemies in all directions. With the death of the ferocious beast, a prompt sound from the system also rang in Lin Chen's mind. Ding, you have killed a black-backed ape, rank 4, upgrade points plus 2,500. Lin Chen stepped out, his clones instantly shifted positions, forming the 5 elements shield formation to protect Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt quite gratified, this batch of clones was very clever. He walked in front of the black-backed ape and activated his life absorption talent. Suddenly, a strong appetite made him frown. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to eat and placed his palm, from which a black vortex appeared, on the black-backed ape. Instantly, streams of pure life energy continuously flowed into his body. At that moment, both his physique and spirit were gradually enhancing. It was not until no life energy continued to flow in, leaving only piles of fur and bones before him, that Lin Chen released his palm. He rubbed his brow, feeling a bit dizzy. After resting for a while, he managed to recover. It seems that using this talent requires attention to frequency. Rubbing his brow, he muttered to himself. The events here were merely a small episode. In this forest, there were many 4th-tier fierce beasts, and with the array, even the weaker 4th-tier fierce beasts were no match. At this time, Lin Chen came to another battlefield. Here, a giant snake covered in bone spurs was pinned to the ground by a large sword. The giant snake struggled for a while before ceasing all life activities. Ding, you have killed the bone vein white snake, 4th tier, upgrade points plus 2,800. This bone vein giant snake was evidently stronger than the black-backed monkey. Lin Chen once again employed the same method, using life absorption. Although it left him dizzy, he still endured it. Having absorbed the life energy of the giant snake, Lin Chen's physique and mental state strengthened again. After devouring these fierce beasts, he faintly felt that he had become about 1/3 stronger than when he first arrived, but his mental power had hardly increased by 1/10. Now the range of control for my avatars is approximately around 1100 meters. Lin Chen's face broke into a joyful expression. Just then, his face suddenly changed drastically. What happened? A set of avatars has disappeared. Lin Chen quickly accessed the memories of the lost avatars, and after a while, his expression turned to one of surprise. There are actually 5th-tier fierce beasts in this place. As the avatars perished and dissipated, their memories returned to Lin Chen's mind. He accessed the information contained within and found that they had been killed by a gigantic rhinoceros monster. And this rhinoceros monster was indeed a 5th-tier fierce beast. What excited Lin Chen was that this 5th-tier fierce beast was guarding a peculiar little tree, which bore a blue fruit. Lin Chen glanced at the upgrade points, then looked up towards the direction of the beast. Still a bit short, he murmured to himself. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind, with notifications coming in rapidly and continuously. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback and instantly thought of Lin Fan. Gosh, this is really timely. With the upgrade points provided by Lin Fan's monster kills, Lin Chen's upgrade points were increasing rapidly. Not long after, he exclaimed joyfully, finally gathered enough. System, elevate my cultivation level. Ding, host's cultivation is upgrading. Upgrade complete. Congratulations to the host, upgraded to 4th-tier combat power. As soon as the cultivation upgrade was completed, Lin Chen's aura surged, radiating outwards from him and making the surrounding trees rustle. Lin Chen felt the powerful force within him, as if he had an illusion of being able to pierce through space. My strength has increased by about 3 times. Lin Chen murmured to himself. Not only that, but his mental power has also increased by about twice, and now his avatars can exist within a range of over 2,000 meters. This range can almost cover the entire academy area except for the back mountain. From now on, he has basically realized a life where knowledge comes from the sky while sitting at home. Lin Chen was in a very good mood. Brothers, let's go, kill. Summoning all his avatars, he headed towards the ferocious beasts. 100 avatars were distributed around, conjuring weapons and armor, heading out with fierce momentum. When they reached near the rhinoceros beast, Lin Chen stopped in his tracks and commanded the avatars to make probing attacks. The avatars nodded and charged towards the rhinoceros beast. As soon as they entered the sight of the rhinoceros beast, they heard a loud beast roar. Roar! Kill! With a command, the avatars quickly set up formations, and immediately, dozens of formations appeared on sight. 10 5-elements sword arrays, 5 5-elements illusion arrays, and 5 5-elements shield arrays, a total of 20 formations, covered a radius of several dozen meters. The 5-elements shield array stands at the very front, the 5-elements sword array is in the middle, and the 5-elements phantom array is on the outermost layer. Suddenly, as the arrays activated, waves of strange energy began to affect the surrounding environment. Roar! The ferocious rhinoceros beast detected another batch of intruders, its rage boiling, opening its enormous mouth. Boom! Ice balls, like a volley of cannon fire, shot towards the doppelganger. Bang bang bang. The ice ball struck the shield array, instantly creating a tremendous sound. Waves of cold air spread out from the ice balls, quickly frosting the ground with a thin layer of frost. Boom! Suddenly, an even larger ice ball crashed in. This time, the shield array instantly broke 2 layers, leaving 3 layers remaining. Counterattack. From within the 5-element sword array, giant swords fell from the sky, as if governed by infinite sword control, raining down like raindrops. In an instant, a sword forest formed within a 10-meter radius. Roar! The fierce beast roared, and an energy shield appeared around its body, protecting it. However, the giant swords seemed endless, stabbing at the shield one after another, causing the shield to sway dangerously, looking like it would shatter at any moment. Suddenly, the fierce beast stopped defending. Its single horn flashed with icy radiance, and with a whoosh, the horn suddenly grew to over a meter long, then charged angrily at the avatars with its long horn. The shield array immediately formed at the forefront, while the giant sword array attacked with their swords, and the illusion array created phantoms, resulting in several new wounds on the fierce beast. At this moment, the fierce beast's horn crashed violently against the shield array. Whoosh! It was as if a balloon was popped. The extraordinarily defensive shield array was easily pierced. Lynch, who was lurking in the shadows, was also slightly surprised, but he quickly commanded the avatars to scatter and engage the enemy with the sword array. Swords attacked continuously from sharp angles. Roar! The fierce beast was covered in an icy shield, but it was pierced once again, and the sword formation enveloped the fierce beast again. The fierce beast is tired. We shall chase and attack. The fierce beast finally became fatigued, and Lynch immediately commanded his avatars to advance and continue the assault. However, 5th-level fierce beasts have thick skin and tough flesh, making them not so easy to kill. Lynch gritted his teeth and gave the order. Half of the avatars initiate self-destruction. With the order given, the avatars from the illusion formation and the shield formation no longer formed formations, compressing their internal energy and charging toward the fierce beast. When their internal energy was compressed to its limit, they all desperately pounced on the fierce beast. Some were cut off by the beast's horns, but with a bang, they exploded, causing blood to splatter across the beast's face. With its limited intelligence, it simply could not understand why these humans would rather commit suicide than refrain from killing it. Roar! As it was injured once again, other clones rushed onto the beast. The beast looked at the clones hanging on its body, angrily roaring and trying to shake them off, but the next moment, a series of booming sounds erupted. One by one, the clones exploded violently, causing immense damage. Such close-range explosions inflicted deadly harm even to a 5th-tier beast. Suddenly, a giant sword pierced through, slicing across the beast's throat. Poochie! Blood gushed out, splattering everywhere, and the beast immediately fell limp to the ground, slowly dying. Ding, you have killed the ice unicorn rhinoceros 5th tier, upgrade points plus 10,000. Who? Finally killed it. As the clones perished, streams of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind. He chose not to accept it, instead immediately replenishing all clones and defending the surroundings. At this moment, Lin Chen finally walked over. He approached the ice unicorn rhinoceros and cast life drain. Suddenly, a steady stream of life energy surged into his body, gradually enhancing his strength. 5 minutes later, he looked at the ice-cold unicorn rhinoceros, which was reduced to just skin and bones, and withdrew his innate ability. My strength has increased a bit, although I am still at the initial stage of the 4th rank. My power, physicality, and spirit are comparable to the peak of the 4th rank. Moreover, my doppelganger is even 50% stronger than me. Although I am still a bit far from 5th rank combat power, I could still hunt 5th rank fierce beasts together. He rubbed his brow to ease the feeling of dizziness and murmured to himself. Enduring the dizziness brought on by absorbing life energy, he approached the heavenly materials and earth treasures protected by the ice-cold unicorn rhinoceros. Some fierce beasts guard the heavenly materials and earth treasures, waiting for them to mature, while others have the ability to nurture these treasures. However, unlike in Legends, when this heavenly material and earthly treasure matures, there will be no astonishing phenomena like golden light soaring into the sky or fragrant aromas wafting for miles. Instead, it quietly blossoms and bears fruit. The fruit in front of him, Lin Chen had just seen an introduction to it in the Academy library. Ice Soul Fruit, cultivated using the blood of ice fierce beasts as a catalyst. The fruit is filled with rich cold ice energy, making it an excellent material for awakening ice and assisting in cultivation, and even for transforming talent, usable in medicine, alchemy, or can be directly ingested. This Ice Soul Fruit has another effect. It can help people comprehend skills related to the ice attribute. I'm really lucky. Not only did I grow stronger on this trip, but I also encountered treasures. It's time to head back. Lin Chen glanced at the darkening sky, took out his skateboard, and flew towards the academy. On the way back, he suddenly saw a deep blue energy shield appear above the academy. Outside the academy, countless fierce beasts were rushing in from the return ruins. Is this the beast tide? DDD. The wristwatch emitted a rapid sound. Lin Chen opened the wristwatch, took a glance, and saw an incoming call. Tapped to answer. Oldest senior brother, where have you been? Lin Chen, I went out hunting. Can I still return to the academy now? Lin Chen now felt both excitement and unease in his heart. After all, his main body was still outside. Oldest senior brother, it's no big deal. This beast tide attack is a common occurrence. Don't go through the main gate of the academy. Take the back mountain route, and I'll open a small door for you. Lin Chen, thank you, oldest senior brother. I'll head back right away. Oldest senior brother, then make it quick, don't hang up the phone, if you encounter danger, I'll rush to get you. Lin Chen, okay, oldest senior brother. The two exchanged a few more words, and Lin Chen immediately got up, stepping onto his flying skateboard, and headed towards the back mountain of the academy. On the way, he didn't forget to glance in the direction of the beast tide. At this moment, countless ferocious beasts were madly rushing up the mountain along the mountain road from the direction of the ruins, and upon seeing a school blocking their way, they roared and launched an attack with bloodshot eyes. Some ferocious beasts spat flames, while others directly collided with their bodies. There were so many ferocious beasts that one could not see the end at a glance. The scale of this beast tide was probably around 100,000. With 100,000 ferocious beasts charging, the violent aura that rushed forth made the beasts that originally lived on the mountain tremble in fear and flee in all directions. The back mountain. Lin Chen made his way here without encountering any ferocious beasts, primarily because the beasts were fiercely attacking the front of the school and had not gone around to the back mountain. Upon reaching the back mountain, the senior brother saw Lin Chen and immediately ordered for a door to be opened. In the next moment, a crack opened in the energy shield, and Lin Chen hurriedly walked inside. As soon as he entered the academy, that sense of security returned instantly. He looked up at the sky and saw countless birds and ferocious beasts using various skills, frantically attacking the energy shield. Seeing this scene, he felt a slight anger in his heart. Are these birds sick? Can't they scatter? Do they have to cling to the protective shield? His series of 3 questions caused a slight change in Lin Chen's expression. Just then, a large number of ferocious beasts seemed to realize something, one after another giving up their attack on the energy shield and turning to run elsewhere. Lin Chen was taken aback upon seeing this. He showed an expression of surprise and said, "Senior brother, the tide of ferocious beasts has retreated?" The senior brother shook his head and said, "They're not retreating, they just realized they couldn't break through the academy's defense shield, so they went to other places. Where do you think they will go after crossing this mountain?" The senior brother looked at Lin Chen, waiting for his answer. "South Border City," Lin Chen said. The senior brother nodded and said, "Not entirely correct. There are at least 100,000 ferocious beasts in the beast tide, and Nanjiang City is over 100 miles away from the academy. Although it's not too far, not all ferocious beasts are aware of the place called Nanjiang City. Therefore, most of the ferocious beasts will scatter and enter the vast and dense forests of these mountains. Between Guishu and Nanjiang City lies an endless range of mountains, so expansive that one cannot see the end at a glance." Lin Chen suddenly realized, doesn't that mean that the road leading to Guishu will be filled with dangers in the future? The senior brother glanced at the departing beast tide and smiled. "So, they have all come as guests today. We must certainly extend our hospitality and allow them to be buried here, making that road a bit safer, don't you think?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback and thought to himself, "You really are a hospitable person." At this moment, the formation underwent some changes. After the changes to the formation, Lin Chen began to feel something, though it was not particularly clear, until a special scent began to spread, which left him puzzled. Lin Chen found this scent to be somewhat strange. His body did not feel any different, but once the ferocious beasts caught scent of it, their eyes all turned red. Roar! Yip! Hiss! One by one, the ferocious beasts roared, their eyes bloodshot, charging madly toward the academy. The ferocity and craziness of their attacks had escalated beyond before. They were even too lazy to use their abilities, each beast using its strong body to crash against the protective shield. Bang bang bang! Boom boom boom! The massive dull sounds reverberated throughout the academy, reaching the ears of the two individuals. Lin Chen said, "Senior brother, when do we counterattack? This fragrance is quite strange, it seems to attract the ferocious beasts. The Supreme Academy has been able to guard this place for almost 300 years, and it cannot rely solely on the sword god for protection. This academy must definitely be more than just a facade. Not to mention the shield that can withstand countless ferocious beasts attacking together. Even the strange scent that attracts ferocious beasts is something he has never encountered before. He has much to learn. For him, the stronger the Supreme Academy is, the more it can help him, and the more nourishment he can draw from it." The senior brother laughed and said, "You're asking so many questions at once, you're quite the curious one. Let me answer them one by one, starting with the scent." In the eyes of the senior brother, Lin Chen is part of the future protector of the Return to Ruins, and based on the talents he has shown so far, he is likely to surpass him in the future. If the Return to Ruins cannot be defended, then the human race will be as good as non-existent, because this place often sees 9th-tier ferocious beasts, and only a genius like the sword god can kill them without injury. If it were another 9th-tier human, it would at least take 3 days and nights to determine the outcome. As for Lin Chen, he has now displayed talents akin to those of the sword god back in the day. Therefore, no matter what, he must instill a sense of belonging in Lin Chen towards the Supreme Academy. The simplest way to make someone feel a sense of belonging is to treat them well. However, one mustn't be excessively nice to someone. One should remember that kindness can breed resentment. Thus, he basically treated Lin Chen as a genius. After all, he isn't very reliable. He wouldn't want to take over the sword god's role. Going to the ruins every day to kill monsters is just too boring. Originally, he thought his future fate would be the same as his master's, but unexpectedly, with Lin Chen's appearance, he saw a glimmer of hope. From now on, the task of monster killing should be left to the junior brother. As for him, he will continue to delve into the 6 arts. He explained, this fragrance comes from a pill from the Kanglan realm. The scent of this pill can arouse the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts have little intelligence and act purely on instinct, showing nearly no resistance to such courtship matters. Lynch suddenly realized that it would be like this. No wonder he felt nothing when he smelled this scent, but the fierce beast couldn't help it. However, the name of the Kanglan realm made him frown. Last time, he saw in the news that when the Kanglan human clan attacked the Blue Star human clan under the onslaught of the undead realm, they forced the Blue Star human clan to see 3 cities, or they would join forces with the undead realm to attack the Blue Star human clan. These people from the Kanglan realm are not good people. It's probably another group that lacks a big picture perspective and enjoys infighting. After all, if you ally with the undead realm, isn't that seeking skin from a tiger? One day when the undead realm invades your Kanglan realm, you will have to face the undead realm alone. By then, it won't be so simple. Everything you have eaten before will have to be spat out double. From the perspective of an observer, it is undoubtedly the best outcome for the 2 realms' human clans to unite. However, there are always those whose heads have been kicked by donkeys, making some unbelievable moves. What do you call this? The bystander sees clearly, while the one involved is confused. When the beast tide struck, the chief brother's wine gourd hung at his waist. He did not take it down, nor did he take another sip. However, he always reflexively reached for the wine gourd at his waist, then realized something and withdrew his hand. He suppressed the impulse to drink and continued to explain. As for the beast tide, if we wanted to solve it, the Academy's formation could kill them all in an instant, but the energy consumed would be too much and not worth it. Moreover, this scale of beast tide is not deserving. Additionally, the Academy's formation relies on energy crystals to maintain. If used frequently, even the Academy cannot afford this massive expense. The Supreme Academy relies solely on him and the Sword God to hold it up. Although they receive funding from the cabinet every year, it's at least several billion in financial grants each year, a quantity that exceeds any other academy. However, the beast tide in this ruins is too frequent. The money spent each year on purchasing energy crystals, if not saved, won't even be enough for the funding. Therefore, whenever he encounters a relatively weak beast tide, he will not activate the attack formation. Instead, he focuses on repelling the beasts, and this often involves him personally taking action. The main reason is that they are short-handed. Otherwise, why would they endure this humiliation? They would have already carved out a territory for themselves. Lin Chen suddenly realized the reason. Senior brother, are you going to take action? Seeing the overwhelming ferocious beasts outside, he asked in confusion. The senior brother smiled and said, I will take action later. Right now, we still don't know the specific situation of these ferocious beasts. Lin Chen did not continue to ask but waited quietly. Finally, after about 10 minutes of waiting, a voice echoed across the academy. Ding, after detection, this beast tide is classified as a weak level 6 beast tide, danger level determined, lower level. Friendly reminder, awakeners below level 7 should avoid going outside. I actually forgot about the smart system's detection function. Lin Chen self-deprecatingly smiled and said. The senior brother also smiled and said, now that we have confirmed there are no fierce beasts above level 7, let me take action next and repel this wave of smaller beasts. The senior brother changed from his previous relaxed state, drew the long sword that had been hanging at his waist and looked seriously outside. You wait here until I return. After saying that, he walked towards the outside. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen was unwilling to stay in the academy. The fierce beasts outside were all points for leveling up. He stopped the senior brother and said, Senior brother, I can also go to the battlefield. I now have level 4 combat power. He unleashed his aura, and the senior brother was somewhat surprised. Cultivation becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses, especially breaking through from level 3 to level 4, and from level 6 to level 7, the difficulty is particularly high. He couldn't help but recall that it took him 6 months to break through this bottleneck, while Lin Chen managed to do it so easily. Could it be that his doppelganger can not only accelerate the training speed but also assist in breaking through bottlenecks? Once he thought of this, he shook his head vigorously. Impossible, that would be too against the heavens. After all, he only had S-class talent. If Lin Chen knew his thoughts, he would definitely mock him, saying that if it were really as you said, then that would be great. Wouldn't he be invincible? In the end, the senior brother couldn't resist Lin Chen and let him go out together. But when the two reached the academy gate, Lin Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Why aren't you moving? The senior brother asked in confusion. Saying Lin Chen's appearance, he thought Lin Chen had changed his mind and felt a hint of disappointment. His talent was also related to swordsmanship, but it was not the relentless sword of the sword god, but rather the sword of following one's heart. Nevertheless, he was still a swordsmanship talent, and inevitably he would be influenced by a bit of the sword's sharpness. Although he did not resent Lin Chen's retreating behavior at the last moment, he still felt somewhat disappointed. However, the next moment left him momentarily stunned. He saw a flash of white light, and 105 elements clones appeared around him. The senior brother discovered that these clones were divided into 5 types. Some had blue hair and blue clothes, while others had red hair and red clothes, totaling 5 categories, which astonished him. He thought to himself, has the junior brother learned a new skill, or has he created it himself? It shouldn't be a self-created skill. He shook his head, dismissing this idea. He believed Lin Chen must have had an adventure or comprehended a new innate skill. After all, creating one's own skill is too difficult. It is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Lin Chen smiled and said, Senior brother, I won't go out, let my clones do the work. As soon as the words were spoken, the senior brother was momentarily dumbfounded. He looked at the clones beside Lin Chen, then at his own solitary state, and a sense of loneliness suddenly welled up inside him, followed by a wave of envy. Why should I envy him? The senior brother shook his head, more determined in his heart to give Lin Chen a nickname of Old Gua. Brothers, let's kill! Lin Chen shouted loudly while standing still. Hearing the command, the avatars quickly gathered their weapons and armor, forming a small team of 5 as they walked towards the academy exit. The senior brother, with a strange expression, said, "Junior brother, aren't you going to personally experience the fun of killing monsters?" Lin Chen glanced at him and shook his head repeatedly, saying, no need, I am compassionate and do not like to take life." Seeing Lin Chen like this, the senior brother felt a wave of helplessness. This was too much of a coward. "Forget it, let's just handle the beast tide first." The avatar stepped out of the protective shield first, followed closely by the senior brother. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, projecting his consciousness into one of the avatars to observe the outside world. As soon as the avatar and the senior brother appeared, they attracted the attention of countless ferocious beasts. Roar! A group of ferocious wild boar-like beasts with sharp tusks rushed over, breathing out white mist. Seeing this, the clone immediately set up the 5-element shield formation. As the formation was established, waves of protective energy enveloped the surroundings. Rumble! The wild boar-like beasts blew out white mist from their mouths, their eyes blood-red, and violently collided with the 5-element shield formation. The wild boar-like beasts were knocked flying, but the shield formation shattered as well. Set up the 5-element sword formation. Lin Chen immediately issued the command. With the command given, the clone began to act, and in no time, 25-element sword formations were formed. Streams of condensed sharp energy spread around, and with a shout from Lin Chen, all the clones began to release this energy. In an instant, dozens of giant swords crazily shot out from above and from the sides. The sound of breaking through the air could be heard, with the whoosh sounds filling the air. One by one, the giant swords pierced through the wild boar-like beast horde. Howl! The beasts were heavily injured, letting out a heart-wrenching scream before death. However, their cries did not last long, as they were pierced and killed on the spot by the giant swords descending from the sky. At the same time, Lin Chen's mind was continuously echoing with the system's notification sounds. Ding, you have killed a Tier 3 beast, the Raging Boar, upgrade points plus 600. Ding, you have killed a Tier 3 beast, the Two-Horned Black Python, upgrade points plus 500. Ding, you have killed. At this time, somewhere not far from the Supreme Academy, in the Return Ruins, a beast over 100 meters tall was confronting a blue figure. Once could see that this beast had a 3-meter-long horn growing from the middle of its head, with 2 smaller horns half its size on either side. Around its neck were flesh-like wings that spread out like a fan, covering more than half a meter in length. Its body shape is immense, standing over 100 meters high and several hundred meters long, with bone spines growing along its back, resembling sharp long swords, and it looks like a prehistoric triceratops, but even more ferocious, making it a fearsome sight. At this moment, this fierce beast showed a menacing expression, but it was slowly retreating. On closer inspection, one could notice a massive wound on its back, from which blood was flowing. In contrast, the youth across from it had a rosy complexion, showing no signs of fatigue. Suddenly, the youth's hand moved. "You monstrous beast, die!" With a sharp reprimand, the sword in his hand was instantly swung out. The sword body was invisible to the naked eye, nor could its light be seen. However, the next moment, a whirlwind suddenly rose in the air, marking the path of the sword light. Roar! The fierce beast roared, the 3 horns on its head shining with blue light, as a wall of ice appeared in front of it. Clang! The sword light the cold ice wall, producing a violent crashing sound. With a crack, the ice wall couldn't withstand the sword light and shattered into pieces. The sword light surged forward, piercing the fierce beast's left eye. Roar! The fierce beast, in pain, let out a deafening roar, its sound chilling to the bone. At this moment, the young man took a few steps forward, saying, "If you were solely focused on escaping, I would still give you a quick death. You shouldn't have started this beast tide because I really dislike beast tides, so I will let you die in the 10th sword." Upon hearing the young man's words, its gaze dimmed. Suddenly, the air around became thick, and the fierce beast's energy rapidly compressed. "If you want to self-destruct, you must first obtain the consent of my sword." He had a blank expression, raised his hand, and swung out a sword chi, which pierced through the fierce beast's abdomen and shattered the gathered energy. This is the second sword, and there are 8 swords left. With each step forward, the young man wielded a sword. The fierce beast howled in anguish, but the next 8 swords respectively struck its right eye, forehead, 5 limbs, and 3 horns, with the last sword extending 100 meters. It came crashing down from the sky, cutting the beast in half like a blade of grass. Alas! The beast let out one last whimper, its cry piercingly sorrowful, but the young man was accustomed to such things and felt not the slightest ripple in his heart. "Those who are not of my kind will surely have different hearts, there's no need to hold back, or else it will backfire on you." This was proven true by his 300 years of experience, which also shaped his current character. With a wave of his hand, the ring on his finger glowed faintly, and the fierce beast transformed into a ray of light, being drawn into the ring. This was indeed a space ring. He touched the space ring and glanced towards the direction of the academy. After seeing the scale of the beast tide, he said with a smile, "I'll leave it to you too." Having said that, he flew towards the depths of the Gueshu. The other side. Outside the academy. Lin Shen's clone leaned against the 5 elements array, slaughtering enemies in all directions. Even 5th-tier fierce beasts met their demise on the spot under the siege. Lin Shen also gained a large number of upgrade points. In just these few minutes, he obtained hundreds of thousands of upgrade points, and he hurriedly raised his cultivation level. He is currently at the peak of the 4th tier, and the next step is the 5th tier. However, the upgrade points required for the 5th tier are enormous. The upgrade points needed to enhance combat power to the 5th tier and to upgrade talent to S+ are the same, a whopping 5 million. After Lin Shen raised his cultivation to the peak of the 4th tier, he planned to upgrade the talent clone next. As for upgrading combat power to the 5th tier, he would have to wait until next time. This time, being able to farm monsters in the academy is a good opportunity for Lin Shen. With the eldest senior brother sweeping through the area, 5th tier and above fierce beasts couldn't get close at all. Lin Shen's clone is highly efficient in killing enemies and is also very ruthless. First, use the 5 elements array to kill enemies. If faced with an opponent he cannot defeat, he will opt for self-detonation to perish together. Immediately, a series of explosions erupted among the fierce beasts, causing countless beasts to die in resentment. Little junior brother, your move is quite ruthless. The senior brother looked at the self-destructing avatar and remarked. Lin Shen did not respond but continued to replenish the number of avatars and joined the battlefield. Suddenly, a 6th-tier fierce beast charged over. Upon seeing this, the senior brother raised his sword, ready to swing it. However, before he could swing his sword, a group of 6th-tier flying birds swooped down and knocked the unprepared senior brother down. This group of flying birds had over a dozen of them, all at 6th-tier combat strength. After being knocked down, the senior brother immediately got back up and raised his sword to fight back, but there were too many flying birds and he couldn't finish them off in a short time. He temporarily could not pay attention to Lin Shen's avatars. Lin Shen wasn't in a hurry. After the 6th-tier fierce beast killed several of his avatars, he issued a command. Breathe out your heart fire. In the next moment, the remaining clones all merged their heart flames into the flames they spewed out. Flames shot at the fierce beast, burning its soul, causing it to roar in pain and retaliate frantically. Although it harmed its soul, the effect was not significant. Several more clones were killed. Lin Shen once again replenished the number of clones and ordered them all to self-destruct. Boom boom boom. Over 100 clones self-destructed, and even a 6th-tier fierce beast could not withstand such an attack. Though it didn't die, it was severely injured. Lin Shen sensed the energy within him. He could still summon one last clone. Gritting his teeth, he released his talent clone. Go! 105 element clones joined the battlefield once more. When the 6th-tier fierce beast saw the clones reappearing, even with its low intelligence, it realized something. With a roar, it slowly retreated, and once it had backed far enough away, it turned and ran towards the return void. However, how could Lin Shen let it escape? Same attribute clone source fusion. The command was given, and the clones of the same attribute fused together. In an instant, 5 enormous elemental clones, each around 6 or 7 meters tall, appeared in place. Unleash the 5 elements sword array, kill. Lin Shen issued the command for the fused clones to launch an array attack again. The fused 5 elements clones had each almost increased their battle power by 1 rank, making their array attack much more powerful. Although they still couldn't kill the 6th-tier beast, the 6th-tier beast in front of them was already heavily injured, and Lin Shen was confident he could kill it. Giant swords soared through the air, falling from the sky. The beast howled mournfully, struggling to evade the giant sword attacks. Suddenly, a giant sword pierced its tail. Immediately after, one sword after another fell from the sky, piercing into the beast's body and pinning it firmly to the ground. Howl the beast let out a shrill cry, struggling desperately, but soon bled excessively, gradually turning into a whimper. With a thud, the beast could no longer struggle and met its demise. In the next moment, a system prompt sounded in Lin Shen's mind. Ding, you have killed a 6th-tier Lu Xing triangle crocodile, upgrade points plus 22,000. With only 22,000 upgrade points, it seems this 6th-tier beast is relatively weak among the 6th-tier beasts. Lin Shen thought to himself. Killing a 6th-tier beast startled the surrounding beasts, causing them to scatter in fear, not daring to come closer. But it also provoked the anger of other 6th-tier beasts, which charged towards his avatar. Seeing so many beasts, Lin Shen hurriedly ordered to change the formation. 5 elements shield formation. Bang bang bang. The incessant sounds of impacts made Lin Shen's expression change slightly. Initiate self-detonation. Before the command could be given, a shrill roar suddenly came from a distance. The sound was so piercing that it stirred feelings of pity in the heart. Lin Shen and the senior brother both froze for a moment upon hearing the sound. Immediately after, the roar had just sounded, but it quickly weakened and eventually faded away. Once the sound disappeared, all the surrounding ferocious beasts began to roar. Roar roar roar. One after another, like the cicadas buzzing during midday, they vied to make their calls. Then, the roars became urgent, birds turned back and wild beasts retreated down the mountain, and the tide of beasts just receded like that. Even a group of 6th-tier ferocious beasts that wanted to besiege Lin Shen's clone hurriedly retreated. Lin Shen realized something upon seeing this, but he was unwilling to let so many upgrade points escape. Chase after them and self-destruct, he decided, wanting to kill some more and collect one last wave of upgrade points before the beasts could retreat. The clones rushed forward, targeting the area with the most ferocious beasts to unleash their self-destruct. Rumbling. Loud booms and explosions spread across a radius of hundreds of meters. One by one, the ferocious beasts were caught off guard and perished in the explosions. Lin Chen heard the sounds of explosions and the system's prompt sounds continued to ring, making him overjoyed. Ding, you have killed the 3-flower deer demon, tier 4, experience points plus 2,200. Ding, you have killed the white ice snow wolf, tier 5, experience points plus 11,000. Ding, you have killed the 8-tentacle strange python, tier 6, experience points plus 30,000. Ding. One by one, ferocious beasts died at his hands and experience points surged by nearly 1,000,000 in an instant. The beast tide came quickly but retreated even faster. Lin Chen's clones couldn't keep up, he had to choose self-explosion, taking down a wave of ferocious beasts before the tide retreated. The senior brother chased for a distance and slaughtered all the 6-tier flying birds that had surrounded him, then sheathed his sword and returned to the academy. Lin Chen walked over and said, "Big senior brother, why did the beast tide suddenly retreat? It had just been so aggressive and suddenly scared and ran away, there must be unknown reasons behind this." Big senior brother took down the wine gourd hanging at his waist, took a big gulp, and smacked his lips in enjoyment before answering Lin Chen's question. "Did you hear that beast roar just now? That was the roar of a high-level ferocious beast right before it died. This beast tide was triggered by it. Once it dies, these little minions get scared and run away." Lin Chen suddenly realized and pointed to the corpses of the ferocious beasts outside, saying, "Big senior brother, what are you planning to do with these beast corpses? You want them, do you? If you want them, go pick them up yourself. As for the rest, I will have robots carry them all away and store them in the cold storage on the back mountain." Big senior brother took another sip of wine and exhaustion appeared on his face. "Alright, I need to go back and rest now. The beast tide has just receded, so don't run to the returning ruins, remember that." Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, then split off several clones, picked up 5 tier 6 ferocious beasts, and headed towards his dwelling. He hadn't chosen a residence yet. When he arrived at the residential area, a robot approached. "Please select your villa. There are 20 villas from left to right. Villa number 1 and number 6 have been chosen already. You can choose from the other 18. Please make your choice. Lin Chen nodded, didn't think too much, and simply chose number 9 for a very simple reason: it was his birthday on the 9th. Alright, inputting your information. Loading complete. You can move in now. Your identity card is your door key, so please make sure to keep the identity card safe." After saying this, the robot returned the same way. "It is the steward of this villa area named Xiao Lu, mainly responsible for cleaning, handling garbage, and other housekeeping duties." Lin Chen walked in front of villa number 9, took out his identity card, and placed it on the sensor panel of the door lock. "Beep identity detected, homeowner Lin Chen of villa number 9, welcome back, master." With a click, the door opened. As he entered the courtyard, Lin Chen was instantly stunned. All he saw was a gray-blue brick path leading straight to the hall. The hall door had 4 dark red panels, and the 2 middle panels were slightly open. The diamond-patterned wooden windows in the side corridor were open and clean, refreshing. In front of the corridor were wicker chairs and a wicker table 3 feet away from the wicker table with abundant flowers and grass. The courtyard, which originally had no inhabitants and appeared somewhat desolate, seemed vibrant and simple under the backdrop of flowers and greenery. This was a particularly exquisite little courtyard with flowers and grass. As Lin Chen walked inside, he could feel the desolation of the courtyard. This desolation was not due to the courtyard itself, but rather the lack of liveliness. "I wonder who designed this courtyard. It is so unique, with both the simplicity of a recluse and the gracefulness of a woman. Not bad, not bad, it suits me perfectly, I wouldn't need to renovate it." Lin Chen was very satisfied with this villa, and upon entering the hall he was even more pleased. The house is large, with a total of 3 floors. The first floor is a living room of over 200 square meters, and the furniture inside is top-notch, featuring both mahogany pieces and leather sofas, showcasing an air of luxury. Lin Chen plopped down on the sofa, feeling the softness underneath him. He smiled lightly, not wanting to get up due to the fatigue from today's monster hunting. With a home, his heart felt warm and settled. Lin Chen lay on the sofa, gradually succumbing to sleep, drifting off slowly. On the other side, the senior brother was lying on the recliner at home, checking his wristwatch and browsing the internet, feeling quite content. Suddenly, an extremely controversial and explosive post caught his attention. He clicked on the post, and the content instantly raised his blood pressure. How outrageous, how outrageous. This is all nonsense. A bunch of keyboard warriors just know how to guess blindly. It drives me insane. This post, in a speculative tone, asserts that the guishu is actually not dangerous. The reason everyone thinks guishu is dangerous is due to the exaggerated reporting by some unscrupulous media. Then, he uses this as a starting point, combining it with the fact that Donghai City defends the East Sea but is often surrounded by sea monsters, even finding itself at a disadvantage with heavy casualties. Beijiang City faces invasions from the undead realm and other forces, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers barely holding the line, while in Shijiang City, a general in charge has died, almost losing their defense. And what about the Supreme Academy? 2 people, yet they have guarded the guishu for decades without a scratch. Others guard a city with hundreds of thousands of people barely holding it, while you two manage to protect it. It's just too unreasonable, too fake. Therefore, the article concludes, guishu is not dangerous, someone is faking it. This extremely unrigorous post has spread widely among some students and teachers in academic circles, especially among those who do not understand the truth. These people use the ideas in the article as theoretical basis and begin to rack their brains and ponder deeply. The more they think, the more they feel something is amiss. The more they think, the more they feel the post makes sense. They do not deny the power of the sword god, but there is only one sword god guarding the Guishu for so many years. Surely there should be some fish that got away, right? However, the result is that there are none. Not a single one. This is quite absurd. With hundreds of years passing, not a single fish that got away, it feels too unreal. This has led many who are not good at thinking to be swayed, and they have begun to doubt common sense. For example, Guishu is very dangerous. This is common sense that they have known since childhood. But now, they are starting to doubt that this common sense is problematic and that unscrupulous media has misled them. Some people begin to lament, feeling grateful that they have finally awakened. However, some individuals with critical thinking ability also start to refute these people's so-called awakening remarks and raise their own doubts. However, there are still too many people holding opposing views, and the discussions online are becoming increasingly intense. Countless individuals have begun to express their opinions, and those with different viewpoints have started to clash head-on. I still firmly believe that the abyss is dangerous. This has always been our understanding. If the abyss is not dangerous, why does the cabinet allocate the most funds to the Supreme Academy? I cannot agree with what the person above said. I believe that although the sword god is powerful, it is impossible for him to have a flawless record for hundreds of years, and there hasn't even been a stray fish caught in his net. Therefore, I speculate that this abyss is not dangerous. I agree with what the person on the second floor said. Since the person on the third floor agrees, how about we go to the abyss together for an adventure? Practice makes perfect. I wonder what you think. I cannot agree with what the person on the fourth floor said. The person on the fifth floor is too scared to go, right? They're speaking so euphemistically. The person on the fourth floor and the second floor are both cowards. Assessment complete. In this reply thread, there are not a few clear-eyed people, but often it is these clear-eyed individuals who, upon seeing the comments of those who are not clear-headed, develop the thought of going to the ruins to have a look. They want to find evidence of the dangers of the ruins to silence all those nitpickers. Similarly, some who do not believe in the dangers of the ruins have come up with the same idea. They all want to go see the ruins. Soon, a new forum was formed. Forum name: Let's Go on an Adventure. This forum was just established, and countless posts about adventures sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Then, a post titled "Going on an Adventure to the Ruins, Traveling with You" was trending. I have always firmly believed that the ruins are not as terrifying as the rumors claim. Who is willing to join me in an adventure to the ruins? Aren't you all shouting very loudly? Why don't you dare to respond now? The ruins are just a decoration, not dangerous at all. If you think carefully with your brains, you'll understand this. After the post was published, it attracted the attention of a large number of internet users, and some who were doubtful formed several groups. Some went with the aim of exposing the danger of the Guishu as a hoax. Others went with the purpose of proving that there was indeed a danger in Guishu. The two groups split into several large teams, using the internet as a means of communication, forming a group of hundreds of people who all boarded the Void train heading towards the southern frontier city. In the courtyard, the senior brother put down his watch, took a sip of alcohol, and cursed. A bunch of reckless fools. Don't they know their own limits? They dare to go explore Guishu. Damn it, should I care about this or not? He was indeed a decisive person, showing no mercy to enemies, but when it came to this matter, he found it difficult. Forget it, when they arrive, I'll secretly provide some protection. After a long time, he sighed. Ultimately, he couldn't bear to see his fellow countrymen die in Guishu, and most of these rebels were young. After all, who isn't rebellious when young? He chose to give them a chance to correct their mistakes. The next morning, the sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lin Chen's peaceful face. His eyelids fluttered. After a while, he gradually opened his sleepy eyes. The sunlight was too glaring, and he instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. What time is it? The sunlight is so glaring. He groggily opened his wristwatch, glanced at the time, and after a moment, he put the watch down. Then he lay on the sofa for a while before slowly standing up to freshen up. As soon as he finished washing up, the doorbell rang. Is it the senior brother? Lin Chen walked over, opened the door, and found it was the dormitory's robotic butler, Xiaolu. Sir, your breakfast. Lin Chen smiled, thinking that this robot was quite thoughtful, arriving just in time as he was feeling hungry. He took the breakfast, closed the door, and returned to the living room. After eating a little, Lin Chen noticed that there was a box of pills on the tray. It was a fasting pill. Oh, is this the Pai Gudan that the senior brother mentioned? It can replace food, but it's easy to get tired of it. Lin Chen had heard senior brother mention this Pai Gudan in G City, and he was quite curious about it, so he picked up the instruction manual for the Pai Gudan and glanced through it. The last line of small print caught his attention. Alchemist Zhou Yang. So this is the elixir made by senior brother. No wonder he got tired of it. Lin Chen grumbled a few things and put the Pai Gudan in his pocket for emergencies. After having eaten and drunk enough, Lin Chen came to the courtyard where 5 large corpses of 6th-tier fierce beasts lay, which he had carried over from the battlefield yesterday. Let's try absorbing one first. The life energy of a 6th tier fierce beast is far greater than that of a 5th tier fierce beast, at least several times more, so this time, the appetite generated by using life absorption might be even greater. He must be mentally prepared. Talent, life absorption. In the next moment, a black whirlpool appeaed in the palm of his hand as he slowly placed his palm on the corpse of the ferocious beast. Buzz! A humming sound came from his ear. Streams of life energy surged into his body, and Lin Chen's expression slightly changed. This time, the influx of life energy was too much, making it hard for his body to handle. The corresponding appetite was also affecting him, causing his eyes to slightly redden, and the deep-seated desire to devour everything grew stronger. He gritted his teeth, enduring it all, and finally, after 10 minutes, he stopped his talent for life absorption. His head felt a bit heavy, rubbing his brow. He said, "This is really exhausting." However, the gains are huge. His physique and strength increased by about 10%, and his mental power also enhanced a little. Though it's not much, small amounts add up. Let's take a break and come back later. Lin Chen made his decision and returned to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, he took out a crystal-like ice blue fruit. It was the trophy he obtained after killing that 5th tier beast in the mountains yesterday. Actually, the best way is to ask senior brother to refine a pill, but that would take too much time, and I don't want to trouble senior brother, so I'll just eat it. The ice spirit fruit can assist in comprehending the power of ice. After Lin Chen ate the ice spirit fruit, he felt a stream of icy power radiating from his body. He quickly sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Suddenly, thoughts of understanding swirled in his mind, and countless images related to ice appeared in his mind. Ice derived from water, but colder than water, as the water temperature decreases and solidifies into ice. Waves of insight emerged in his heart, and he fell into deep comprehension. And so, he remained in seclusion, continually comprehending, and before long, it was already afternoon. On the other side, senior brother glanced at Lin Chen's residence, then turned and walked towards the outside of the academy. At this moment, a group of young people arrived in South Frontier City. This group of young people subtly split into two teams, each disliking the other. One side believes the return to ruins is dangerous, while the other side believes it is not, but their goal is the same: to find evidence to silence the other. Not only are they paying attention, but the netizens are also following along, and the team leaders from both sides are live streaming as well. At this moment, the live stream has also divided into two teams, with each side arguing. Those who blindly cling to tradition without knowing how to adapt will ultimately be eliminated. You are the ignorant ones, showing no reverence for danger. You will eventually die out here. Nonsense. Doubting authority is a sign of maturity. We're not children anymore, so don't think you can easily deceive us. Just wait. When we reach the return to ruins, I hope you won't be scared out of your wits. The heated debates online have also spilled into reality. In various cities, many people have started discussing this matter, and related departments furrowed their brows upon seeing that these people are brave enough to head to the return to ruins. Reports were made one after another, and ever since the upper echelons experienced the Sword God incident and a large number of corrupt personnel were purged by the elders, many people no longer dared to be perfunctory. Then, an order was issued from the cabinet to the Lord's residence in the southern frontier city. At this time, Lu Shan, the Lord of Southern Frontier City, frowned upon receiving the order. Those around him saw the Lord frowning and asked one after another, "My Lord, what has happened? Is there another foreign race planning to attack our southern frontier city?" The primary task of Southern Frontier City was not to guard against the return to ruins, as there was the Supreme Academy providing defense. Their main concern was guarding against foreign races. Outside Southern Frontier City, the mountains stretched for tens of thousands of miles to the east and west, inhabited by countless foreign races, and attacks on Southern Frontier City were common. Fortunately, Southern Frontier City had been strong and was able to repel foreign attacks time and again. However, what made him frown was that the upper echelons actually ordered him to send someone to protect a group of young people. Isn't this a waste of manpower? Deep down, he did not want to send people over, but he had no choice but to follow the order from above. You can take a look for yourselves. He projected the document of the superior's order into the air. After everyone had seen it, their faces turned angry. These guys really have no idea about the hardships on the front line. They just come here every day with this routine. Watching this makes me feel bored. Someone gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with fury. Others also said, "I think we shouldn't care about them. Let them die, that way no one can say that the Guishu is not dangerous. This superior is just looking for trouble." I really want to ask who came up with this idea. Why should we take the blame for their mistakes? The city lord also frowned deeply. He was very clear about the dangers of the Guishu. His strength was not weak, at least at the 8th rank, but just like that director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, he would probably not be able to take even one move from the Sword God. He once thought that the Guishu was not dangerous and had even led a few subordinates deep into the Guishu for an adventure. Then, he suffered a huge loss, with all his subordinates wiped out, and he barely escaped with his life. That battle finally made him recognize the dangers of the return to ruin and understand the gap between himself and the Sword God. Because if it hadn't been for the Sword God saving him in the end, he would have been dead for 20 years by now. To this day, he cannot forget the scene where the flash of sword light cut across the sky, and the 3 9-tier ferocious beasts fell one after another. This is the Sword God, the legend of the human race. He is not even worthy of holding the Sword God's shoe. Back then, he was already at the 8th tier of combat strength, while these young ones, how strong could they be? What gave them the courage to challenge the return to ruin? However, the orders from superiors must also be obeyed. He pondered for a moment and said, "We cannot ignore this matter, otherwise, if they die, we will also be held responsible." Lee, City Lord, I am here. You follow them, but don't forget to constantly turn on the camera and record everything they do, to avoid being unable to defend yourself later. Yes. Hurry up, take a few more people with you. South Border City. Today is exceptionally lively, with two groups of people unable to see eye to eye, ultimately deciding to just walk on either side of the main road. They each started their live streams, and the number of viewers in the streaming rooms gradually increased. When the scene of Nanjian City appeared on the screen, the internet became lively. Nanjian City is indeed a great frontier city. It's truly spectacular. Look over there, it's so lively. Let's hurry to Guishu. I can't wait to see the scenes of Guishu. Under the urging of the netizens, they just replenished some supplies in Nanjian City and then prepared to leave for Guishu. However, when they arrived at the city gate, a group of soldiers in armor blocked their way. "Guishu is dangerous, please go back." Lee stepped out of the crowd and advised. He had a strong aversion to these young people who knew nothing of the world, wishing they would all perish in Guishu. If they die, it can prove that the Guishu is dangerous and relieve some frustration, but the higher-ups have given orders for him to protect these people, so he can only follow them because he is a soldier. He tried to use persuasion. If he could dissuade them, this matter would come to an end. At this moment, the leader of the Guishu security faction, a young man with dyed yellow hair, snow-white skin, and a tall, somewhat feminine figure named Song Siwon, spoke loudly. "We're live streaming, what do you want to do?" Speaking the most cowardly words with the loudest voice. Upon hearing this, Lee felt even more contempt. In another group, the leader of the Guishu danger faction, named Wang Shuang, was also a young man with long hair, dressed in a green robe, and wearing a long sword at his waist, clearly imitating the sword god's attire. He performed a bow and said, "I hope the general will let us pass. We will not go deep. I know the Guishu is dangerous, but to silence some people, I must take the risk for a fight." His idol is the sword god, and he absolutely does not allow these people to slander the sword god, so he hates that yellow-haired guy very much. However, such a person is ironically considered brave by many, daring to question authority. He wants to personally prove the danger of the return to nothingness, using facts to tell them that they are wrong. Lee scoffed, saying that if you hadn't come, someone else would naturally prove the danger of the return to nothingness, but now that things have been stirred up, they are just put in a passive position. Wang Shuang laughed and said, "Brothers, they want to make us shut up. Isn't that funny?" As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him burst into laughter. "We are fighters against falsehood, seeking truth for people, so please watch your language. Yes, we are right, just wait and see who will be silenced. Not letting us pass just shows their guilt. They are definitely afraid of us seeing the truth. Dear netizens, can you tolerate such a thing?" Someone set the tone, and things began to spiral out of control, with countless netizens blaming Lee, saying all sorts of things. Lee glanced at the comments in the live broadcast room and instantly felt his blood pressure rise, wishing he could pick up a knife and kill them immediately. Feeling guilty? This is too obvious. Is the matter of Nanjian City resisting foreign races also something they made up? It can't be made up, right? Aren't there videos? Videos can be photoshopped too. You're quite ignorant. We need to see the truth. Step aside, step aside, step aside. The angrier Lee got, the more frustrated he became. In a fit of anger, he issued a command. No one was allowed to leave. Everyone firmly guarded the city gates, not letting anyone out. However, the next moment, the lord of the city called, leaving him feeling as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, his head drooping. "Let them go." Upon seeing this, the crowd instantly showed smug expressions, pulling out their ID cards and placing them on the sensor panel. The city gates opened, and they all rushed out one by one. After everyone left, Lee stood there in a daze. At that moment, the lord of the city called again. "Lord of the city, I originally intended to let them retreat in the face of difficulty, but I didn't expect to cause such a huge public outcry. It's my fault, punish me if you will." His robust body slightly bowed, resembling a primary school student confessing their mistakes. The lord of the city chuckled. "It's alright, you should hurry up and catch up with them. Remember, absolutely do not let everyone die unexpectedly." After saying this, he hung up the phone. And Lee stood still in place, pondering the implied meaning of the lord's words. After a long while, he suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. "I understand now, I understand, ha." He secretly thought, it's not enough for there to be no deaths to prove the danger of the Guishu, but if everyone dies, I will be blamed for inadequate protection, so having some die and some live is the best outcome, He looked at the backs of the departing crowd and murmured, "My lord, as always, is prudent and far-sighted." Upon finishing his words, he smiled, leading a dozen subordinates to follow. Outside the city, a wide and bumpy road leading directly to the Guishu, flanked by dense jungles where undulating peaks can be seen in the distance. The scenery here is different from the flatlands of the inland, which fascinates many people, prompting them to take photos for memories. The live broadcast room is also very lively. It's not dangerous at all. I wonder who said it was dangerous. Look at the scenery here, it's so beautiful, the air must be very fresh. When the holidays come, I want to travel here. Wow, everyone look up, there's a huge bird in the sky. The camera zooms in, capturing a large bird with a wingspan of about 10 meters. Everyone is astonished. It's hard to encounter such a large bird in the inland. Many are office workers who never go out hunting, making it even more unlikely to witness such a sight. They are all shouting and exclaiming, looking completely inexperienced. Luli, who is following behind, sees the large bird in the sky and sighs slightly in his heart. 5th rank sky-splitting bird, that's enough. Let's kill one first to scare them off, and then there will be no more trouble behind, he murmured, not planning to make a move immediately. The ferocious beasts in this place are not afraid of humans. If you dare to expose yourself, they will dare to attack you, especially the flying beasts, which often attack humans. Sure enough, after a while, the gigantic bird swooped down. Caw! The sky-splitting bird dove down, its wings shimmering with a green light. Before the bird arrived, the green slash had already struck. Not good, this bird will attack people, someone exclaimed in shock. Run! Someone hastily saw Luli and the others behind and rushed towards them. In an instant, the entire team was thrown into chaos. A few people did use their abilities to try to hold it back, but if they were powerful, they wouldn't have come to the ruins to prove whether it was dangerous and do this pointless thing. Song Si-won was even more frightened, her face as pale as a sheet, and she turned off her watch. Suddenly, someone next to him was grabbed into the sky by a claw. Then, the claw gently tore, and flesh and blood were ripped in half, with blood falling like rain. Ah! Scary, too scary. How can it be so dangerous here? Understanding the situation, Luli thought that someone had died and should scare them away, so he violently threw the axe in his hand. Bang! The axe smashed down on the head of the sky rift bird, causing it to die instantly. Why didn't you take action earlier? Yeah, if you had acted sooner, this wouldn't have happened at all. Poor him, dying like this at the hands of a ferocious beast. Tell me, was this ferocious beast arranged by you, intending to make us retreat in fear? A group of people in the livestream, separated by a screen, didn't care about any facts anymore, as typing wouldn't cost them their lives, so they started to wildly criticize Luli and his group. And some people, frightened by the ferocious beast just now, were so scared that they wet themselves, having already lost all their dignity, and simply didn't care about their image anymore, just letting it all go and shifting all the blame onto Luli. Although they didn't dare to say anything outrageous, their eyes were filled with blame, as if everything was his fault. Yes, he admits he didn't act in time, he just wanted one of you to die to scare the rest of you off. So what? Do you have proof? If you don't have proof, don't say anything reckless. Luli's whole body trembled with rage, and he suddenly swung his hand, intending to leave. He wasn't going to do this task anymore. If you want to die, then go ahead and die. However, the words of another group of people slightly eased his expression. Wang Shuang shouted loudly, "Do you have any conscience? It was clearly the general who saved us, yet you turn against him. I tell you, if you keep causing trouble for no reason, you'll all end up dead sooner or later. Have some decency, life only comes once." Wang Shuang is at least an adventurer, while in the opposing team, there are very few adventurers. They are all employees with low talent or those who dare not go out hunting, usually leading a monotonous life, having achieved a bit of success, only to begin their so-called awakening of self-awareness, looking down on this and that. Wang Shuang dislikes this kind of people, not only because their remarks have harmed too many adventurers and too many truly selfless people, but also because he has always harbored a dream of being a great hero protecting humanity. Unfortunately, he is merely a sea-level awakener, destined not to have a bright future. They came this time also to represent the wishes of many low-talent individuals. They want to prove that although they are weak, they still have their uses. Is the ruins dangerous? They are not sure, but now they can be certain that the ruins are very dangerous. And here, nearly 100 miles away from the ruins, people have already died. One can imagine the dangers of the ruins. Luli unexpectedly glanced at Wang Shuang. Although he looked down on his strength, he still had quite a good impression of him. After a round of arguments, whether offline or online, there was no winner, because the mere appearance of a ferocious beast was not enough to serve as strong evidence and could not prove that the return to the ruins was truly dangerous. The onlookers, eager for excitement, began to urge them to continue forward. The city lord sent another message, telling Luli that he could afford to lose a few more people. After reading it, Luli felt quite pleased. All the way, he intentionally only protected Wang Shuang's group, which caused the death toll of Song Si-won and the others to rise sharply. By the time they reached the mountain before the return to the ruins, only 110 people were left in Song Si-won's group, with 16 dead. On the other hand, Wang Shuang's side was completely unharmed, while over 10 from the opposing side had died. This was still the result of Luli's intervention, otherwise, they would have been annihilated. By the time they reached here, many people were already exhausted, especially upon seeing the mountain blocking their way. They wanted to retreat. Additionally, the matter of the dead had them on high alert. Song Si-won and the others slumped to the ground, their faces showing fatigue. The discussions of a few people nearby further worsened his mood. If it weren't for that general protecting us, we might have been annihilated by now. If it's this dangerous here, isn't the return journey even more perilous? Yeah, we were too impulsive to come here. Thinking back, we were so naive. But now retreating is not realistic either. If there's no one to protect us on the way back, we wouldn't even know how we died. As they thought about the dead, their hearts filled with intense fear. Meanwhile, Wang Shuang stood in front of Luli with a respectful expression. Luli quite liked this kid. Apart from anything else, he had guts and knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was a good seedling, but unfortunately, his talent level was too low, limiting his future achievements. You can still back out now. The stretch of road we just walked was quite safe, but the ruins are full of ferocious beasts. One wrong step, and you'll be done for. That place in the ruins, let alone them, he himself doesn't often go. Occasionally, he would be invited by Zhou Yang to clear out a batch of ferocious beasts together. By the way, where's Zhou Yang? He wouldn't be drunk and asleep again, would he? Every time he thinks of Zhou Yang, an image of him sleeping while clutching a wine gourd pops into his mind. This guy really loves to drink. But the others kept moving, no matter which group it was. Since they were here, they had to force themselves to go forward. The team quickly set off again, but when they reached the entrance of the Supreme Academy, part of the group said they were unwilling to continue. After all the hassle along the way, they had already abandoned the thought of continuing the adventure. They just wanted to go home, take a hot bath, and lie in bed. As for the adventure, whoever wanted to go could go. They certainly didn't want to. A heart that is already strong easily gives up its own persistence. However, some people still hold on to fantasies, and they have a lot of grievances against Lu Li. Why is it that in Wang Shuang's team no one dies, while people die in theirs? This is discrimination. Though they do not voice it, they are already dissatisfied in their hearts. They believe that all the dangers on this journey were arranged by Lu Li with the intention of applying pressure on them, making them retreat in the face of difficulties. How absurd. It is so treacherous. The return to ruins must be visited without a doubt. In the end, more than 50 people from the safe Return to Ruins faction chose to go, while the rest stayed at the entrance of the Supreme Academy. They tried knocking on the door, but no one responded. They could only sit dejectedly on the stones, looking in the direction of the Return to Ruins. From this vantage point, they noticed that the Return to Ruins seemed very calm, without a hint of disturbance, not even a single ferocious beast in sight. Could it be that the danger of the Return to Ruins is truly a facade? Did they miss this opportunity to expose the truth? Some people began to regret in their hearts again. And the crowd walking down the mountain also discovered the calm scene of the Return Ruins. They were all extremely excited. They believed they had already won. Especially Song Siwen, who provocatively looked at Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang's expression was not good. He did not think the Return Ruins would be safe, and besides, how far had they actually gone? They weren't at the Return Ruins yet, were they? Lu Li sneered silently. Wait until they went deeper, and if they could still laugh, that would really be a ghost. The online discussions were also in uproar. Is this it? Still dangerous? I'm going to laugh my teeth out. Ha? Do you need dental work? Professional dentistry for 30 years. Discounts available. Ha, you're killing me. Are you dead yet? If so, let me know where your grave is. I'll burn some incense for you and send you some paper money. Ha ha. Stuck, are we? I'm a professional screw worker. How about I help you loosen your throat? I guarantee it'll be a wrench to your throat. You? What about you? You can't even say a complete sentence. Did your mom eat dumb medicine when she gave birth to you? In southern border city, the lord of the city put down his typing hands and snorted coldly. You little brat, do you think you can compete with me? You probably don't know I was once called the war god. Some people were indeed so infuriated by this lord's actions that they nearly spat blood. However, this familiar style of retorting also caught the attention of some people. They all looked up at the sky, revealing a melancholic expression. Mumbling to themselves, they said, has that war god from back then returned? On the other side, the information online was stirred up into a mess by a trolling deity, which made Song Siwen so angry he wanted to flip a table. The team continued to advance, and at that moment, Lu Li's watch rang. He opened it to find a message from the lord of the city. He took a glance, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. We can let 60% die. Descended the mountain. At the foot of the mountain is a vast wasteland, with sparse weeds growing on the ground and a few stunted trees swaying in the distance. It is quiet here. There are no bird songs in the sky, nor any beast roars on the ground. When the crowd arrived, they initially looked perplexed, but soon someone began to revel in joy. Ha ha, who says the Return to Ruins is dangerous? Are you slapping your own face? Wang Shuang, how can you still argue that the Return to Ruins is dangerous? I think you've been brainwashed. I believe that the dangers we encountered on the way were definitely man-made, aimed at making us retreat in fear and covering up the truth of the Return to Ruins. Fortunately, we held on and did not back down, otherwise, we would have truly missed the truth. Song Siwen was beaming with joy, sighing at the live broadcast. His expression turned somber as he sighed. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very sad right now. They are deceiving us with this false propaganda. It is simply too arrogant. Everyone, look how safe it is here. The air is filled with the fragrance of fresh grass. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the scene. Some who initially did not believe that the return to the void was dangerous became even more convinced of their suspicions. They began to identify themselves as discoverers, bearers of truth, and reformers breaking the norm. I strongly recommend abolishing the Return to the Void defense line, and do not allocate any more funds to the Supreme Academy. Let's spend the money where it counts. I agree with the suggestion above. We are the supervisors and cannot allow the cabinet to make mistakes repeatedly. We request that the cabinet punish the Supreme Academy and the Lord of South Border City. They have committed fraud and misled the people. We are the true masters here, and we cannot allow a few people to deceive everyone. Some also raised objections, saying that they had just come down the mountain and had not yet reached the Return to the Void, and what they saw here could not be taken as evidence. However, under the opposition of the crowd, these voices were quickly drowned out. Those who insist on the danger of the Return to the Ruins are now starting to split. Some still hold on to the danger of the return to the ruins, while others, feeling humiliated and angry, have become staunch advocates of the safety of the return to the ruins. This farce has stirred up a lot of commotion online, but the bigwigs at the top have all shaken their heads and shown little concern. At this time, the elder who had just returned to the chief minister's residence from the western frontier city was leisurely sipping tea. A young man stood beside him. He was one of his clerks, mainly responsible for drafting documents and organizing paperwork. He asked curiously, "Elder, why don't you stop them?" To him, the phenomenon occurring online was extremely terrifying and absurd. They believe in nothing, only trusting what they see with their own eyes. Even when they do see things, they might think someone is faking it, deceiving their eyes. The elder took a sip of tea and laughed. Human hearts are very complex, but their minds are quite simple. The more you educate them, the less they believe your words. Rather than doing that, it's better to let them see reality for themselves. People don't like being educated by others. To change someone, you shouldn't criticize them, but rather think of ways to help them see reality for themselves. The scribe suddenly realized, "Elder, you are truly wise." The elder laughed and said, "For this matter, we only need to do the finishing work. You go draft a notice of condolence for the adventurers who died in the return to the ruins, saying that we express our deep sorrow and hope everyone acts rationally. In the future, once this matter is over, you can send it out. Moreover, you should immediately draft a document advising everyone to act rationally. This document should be sent out right now to prevent them from gossiping recklessly afterward." The scribe nodded repeatedly, committing it to memory. Southern Border City. City Lord's Manor. Lu Shan watched the live broadcast, frowning, and let out a few low, grim laughs. The subordinates, seeing him like this, were pondering. Lu Shan said, "You all go down and prepare some delicacies to soothe their wounded souls when they come back, and also prepare some coffins." In Lu Shan's view, even though there was a lot of commotion online, it wasn't actually a big deal. They thought that once they descended the mountain, they would return to the Guishu, but in fact, they were overthinking it. The Guishu had long been forcibly pushed dozens of miles away by the sword god. He smiled, as if he could already see the fate of these people. "I wonder how many people will survive this time. As we guard the borders, how can you bunch of rice weevils question us?" It seems that after this matter is over, it will be necessary to make some suggestions to the cabinet. The online chaos should also be rectified. On the other side, outside the entrance of Guishu, Song Siwon was live streaming, moving around. "Shooting here, shooting there," he shouted. "Look, brothers, what kind of danger can there be here? Don't even mention ferocious beasts, even the wild grass is sparse." Wang Shuang stood at a distance, watching this scene, feeling a chill in his heart. He walked up to Lu Li and asked, "General, I have a question. Can you answer it for me?" Lu Li was actually in a bad mood as well. This wasn't the Guishu yet. He had wanted to bring it up several times but was interrupted, which made him so angry that he decided not to speak. But he knew that these people wouldn't last much longer, and when it came to the dead, he couldn't be bothered to say much. Since the lord of the city said it himself, that not everyone must die, but only 60%, then he could be a bit excessive and let all these trash die. The lord of the city shouldn't blame me, right? He thought to himself. Upon seeing the newcomer, he said, "What do you want to ask?" "General, may I ask if this is the Guishu?" "Ha, you have good observation skills, kid. So, it means that this place is not dangerous, but the Guishu is dangerous, is that correct?" Wang Shuang got his answer and looked at the smug faces of Song Siwon and the others. His gaze shifted as if he were looking at a group of fools. Song Siwon had been paying attention to Wang Shuang, and upon seeing his expression, he instantly felt annoyed. "Wang Shuang, do you have anything else to say? This alone proves nothing. Haha, look how vast this wasteland is. Should we walk several dozen more miles? What if it gets dark? What if we get hungry? You can go back, I will continue on. I know this place is not the Guishu. Are you scared?" Faced with Wang Shuang's retort, he initially didn't want to respond. As for any danger ahead, he no longer cared. He decided to turn back right here. As for whether this place is the Guishu, why care about that? He just insisted this was the Guishu, and that was enough. Sometimes, you say one wrong thing, and countless people will come up with excuses for you. However, the mindset of the audience in the live broadcast room was quite different from his. They were there for the fun and loved the chaos. The host should make him shut up hard. Yes, promise him, and let's see how far this fraud can go. "Host, don't be timid, we all support you." Faced with this situation, his face turned green. In fact, if it weren't for the encouragement of this group of audience, he would have wanted to quit right at the entrance of the Supreme Academy. Seeing his hesitation, countless gifts began to appear in the live broadcast room, with each one being quite valuable, flooding the screen. In that moment, nearly 1 million in revenue was generated. Song Siwon was stunned, his heart racing. Gritting his teeth, he agreed. "Okay, I agree." The team set off again. Song Siwon was now in a difficult position, unable to retreat and had no choice but to move forward, while Wang Shuang was holding back a breath, wanting to vent his frustration. Along the way, everyone felt much more relaxed, no longer tense, as they had walked for dozens of miles without seeing a single ferocious beast in this desolate land. Suddenly, a large mountain appeared ahead, with a gorge right in the middle, blocking the way. "Quick, look! There's a stone tablet in front of the gorge." Everyone hurried over and indeed saw a stone tablet. Someone read out the words on the tablet. "Return to the void." Below the two large characters of "Return to the Void," there was a line of smaller text. outside the valley, return quickly to the ruins. At this moment, they were all stunned. That place was really not the ruins. Song Siwon said to the viewers in the livestream, "Everyone, the steel says that we can reach the ruins through the canyon. Shall we climb over this mountain?" The viewers in the livestream urged him. "Hurry up, don't dawdle, I'll send you some more gifts. Everyone, support the streamer, it's not easy to expose the truth. I think this steel is just a trick. Streamer, hurry over and expose their scheme." The crowd commented while sending gifts. After a while, Song Siwon received a large wave of gifts. Feeling excited, he took a deep breath and walked forward. Seeing him lead the way, the others no longer hesitated and followed him. Wang Shuang felt complicated, but thinking of Luli behind him, he steadied his heart and followed. "Just wait, you'll have your moment of regret. The canyon is long, but everyone here is an awakened being, so there is no feeling of fatigue." Luli looked at this scene and sneered in his heart. He walked leisurely behind with his subordinates. After walking for about 10 minutes, they suddenly came into a clear view. A vast river appeared first in their sights, followed by countless ferocious beasts by the riverbank, some hunting each other and others cautiously drinking water. At a glance, on the riverbank there were endless grasslands and countless ferocious beasts. And above the grasslands, groups of ferocious beasts seemed to have discovered their arrival, roaring one after another. Roar! 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 The alternating roars shook the heavens, leaving them astounded, as well as the people in the livestream. There were too many ferocious beasts ahead, and their voices were too loud and shocking. There are too many in number, they can't count them at all. Anyway, wherever the eye can see, there are ferocious beasts everywhere. Some of these beasts are dozens of meters long, and some have lightning flickering on their heads, which clearly look formidable. These ferocious beasts are fighting among themselves, and once they engage in battle, the scene is absolutely grand, causing the ground to collapse by several meters. Especially the fighting between groups of ferocious beasts is even more brutal, with tens of thousands of beasts being killed or injured at any moment, even up to hundreds of thousands. On the ground, there are corpses everywhere, and flies and mosquitoes swirl above the bodies like a whirlwind. The spectacle is so amazing that it leaves one in shock. This is the Return Ruins. Look quickly, this is entering the Return Ruins, and there are so many ferocious beasts. It's so magnificent. Who just said that the Return Ruins are not dangerous? Step forward, and I want to have a good discussion with him. Ha ha ha, we won. With this many ferocious beasts, it's impossible not to be dangerous. The winds on the internet have shifted, but netizens love to watch the excitement. Some people fell silent, some betrayed, switching sides to continue their careers as keyboard warriors. Now, Song Siwon's face turned green. People around him also showed anger, being very unfriendly towards him. "Everyone, look at these ferocious beasts. They showed no reaction when we arrived. What does this indicate?" "It indicates there's no danger," he shouted loudly. "I correct my previous mistake. Although the guishu is dangerous, it's not too dangerous, it's just some minor dangers. Look at those ferocious beasts grazing, how gentle they are." His words still had some effect. Some people who were already wavering began to agree with him and support his viewpoint. Luli laughed, but he quickly turned his head, not wanting them to capture a moment of him laughing. These people are truly hopelessly foolish. Seeing that there were still people supporting him, Song Siwon raised his head once again. The audience began to encourage him, and gifts flooded the screen. "Anchor, hurry to the riverbank and let those people see that the fierce beasts are not fierce at all, they are very kind." "Yeah, Anchor, don't be cowardly, we support you spiritually." "Anchor, I've sent you gifts, be a bit bolder, we all support you, you are right." A round of flattery gave Song Siwon the idea of seeking death. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, looking pleased, and slowly walked toward the riverbank. Just as he walked 1,000 meters to the riverbank, a group of fierce beasts that had been quiet suddenly roared, and then countless fierce beasts stared at Song Siwon with their blood-red eyes. Ah! The gaze was too fierce, too frightening. He was instantly scared to the point of losing control. As an office worker, he had never encountered such a terrifying sight. In that moment, he felt as if he were being caressed by the Grim Reaper on his neck. He slumped to the ground and actually didn't dare to move. As the people in the livestream saw this, they became increasingly excited, constantly cheering him on and encouraging him to muster his courage and keep moving forward. He took a deep breath, feeling ashamed of his previous actions. He gritted his teeth and walked forward. Suddenly, boom, stomp, roar, the ground began to shake violently. He looked up and was almost frightened out of his wits. Oh no, why did it suddenly go berserk? "Run, streamer, if you don't run now, you're going to die." Alas, the streamer's short legs won't make it, it's over, he's going to be eaten. The audience in the livestream was indeed enjoying the spectacle, but at this moment they realized it was serious and urged the streamer to escape quickly. However, a beast resembling a giraffe suddenly descended from the sky, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, bit down on Song Siwon, chewed a few times, and swallowed him. This scene was witnessed by everyone. Everyone felt their hands and feet turn cold, and no one dared to hesitate, fleeing along the road. Wang Shuang and the others were also startled, and they turned to escape. Luli automatically made way, then also ran towards the returning path. Without Luli's intervention, these people were simply no match for the foe. There were tens of thousands of ferocious beasts this time, filling the landscape with their presence. With only a few hundred people, how could they compete against the ferocious beasts? They couldn't even outrun them, and in the end, most became food for the beasts. By the time they ran out of the canyon, The Guishu Safe faction lost only one person, while the Guishu Danger faction lost a fifth of their members. Wang Shuang panted heavily, staring at the canyon passage that resembled a ferocious giant's mouth, trembling all over. It was too dangerous. Without General Lu's help, he would undoubtedly be dead. At this moment, the internet was strangely quiet. Everyone had just witnessed that shocking scene. But just now, the beast riot was only a small part, yet this small part, when it rushed over, could shake the earth and mountains. It's so terrifying. Those people are really fools. Why challenge this for no reason? And that Song Siwon, before his parents named him, they must have consulted a fortune teller. They even calculated his fate. I really want to ask who did the fortune telling. They are so brainless, having lost basic rationality. Mainly, they usually just go to work and don't go out hunting, so they have no idea about the dangers outside. With no sense of crisis, they complain about this and that, envying other adventurers for making more money, but they themselves dare not take risks. Now they've calmed down. Haha. Dying would be better. It would be quiet. Central City. The Prime Minister's mansion. The young scribe Wu Qi, bowing, said, "Minister, the official document is ready. When shall we send it out?" The minister took a sip of tea, sighed slightly, and said, "I could have saved them, but I didn't. Do you think I'm too cold-blooded?" The absurdities that have emerged on the internet have made this old man feel as if he has returned to 300 years ago, when people lived in peace and safety without the threat of life. The internet is extremely lively, with countless trending events happening every day. Of course, there are also endless anti-intellectual incidents that lead one to self-doubt. By that time, he was already middle-aged and had achieved some success. He merely viewed the bizarre and absurd affairs on the internet to pass the time, never considering deeper issues. However, now he must consider them. Weighing the pros and cons is a necessity he must employ as the chancellor. In his view, saving these obstinate individuals is far less valuable than awakening more people's consciousness because of this incident. Therefore, if the deaths of these people can awaken the entire populace, it is worth pursuing. The young clerk shook his head and said, "Chancellor, you have done nothing wrong. In your position, you must manage what is at hand. As the chancellor, you naturally have your own difficulties. This matter does not hinge on you, but on the prolonged peace." The young clerk finished speaking and continued silently organizing the documents on the desk. "Ah, you kid are still so clever. It's been peaceful for too long, and people have lost their respect and fear, so it's time for a change. I hope this broken ship can sail for another 300 years. The old minister was quite appreciative of this clerk, Wu Qi. "You first send out the announcement, then prepare the documents for all the reform matters." The young clerk trembled slightly with excitement upon hearing this. The old minister was going to reuse him. "Minister, you can just give the order. I will definitely work hard and will not disappoint your expectations." The minister smiled and said, "All right, you go prepare first. For this reform issue, we still need to gather the old friends from the cabinet for a meeting to discuss." After the young clerk left, he looked in the direction in which the clerk had left and sighed. Wu Qi is a good seedling, but unfortunately, his talent level is too low, destined to never enter the cabinet. After this incident, the internet was very lively. I said it, how could there be no danger? Wasn't there someone who posted a video of the return to ruins? They just wouldn't believe it, saying it was a photoshopped video. I really can't with them. Now it's gone to hell, a massive number have died. Serves them right, who told them to be so brainless, even doubting common sense. I really fear that one day they'll start questioning if the blue star is square and the universe is just a small matchbox. That would be laughable. The trend on the internet is like this: once public opinion rises, it becomes unstoppable. Once the return to ruin safe faction either shrinks back, shutting down the network, out of sight and out of mind, or they defect, joining the opposing camp and fiercely attacking their former faction. It seems that this excitement can last for another 2 days, while in the unseen shadows, a current of reform concerning the internet is stirring. At this moment, outside the return to ruins gorge, Luli raised his axe, expressionless. With a flash of the axe, several fierce beasts fell dead. One by one, fierce beasts died at his hand, but he was also exhausted, his hands numb. He turned around and saw everyone behind him still standing in place, and suddenly he became extremely angry. "Why are you still standing there? Get the hell out of here," he shouted loudly. Wang Shuang quickly waved his hand and said, "Everyone listen to the general, don't stay here, we'll only hinder the general." Then, he bowed, "General, we'll leave first, take care. Let's go, don't cause any trouble here." At this time, the people from the Guishu safety team were almost all dead, and he had achieved his goal of venting his anger. His mood wasn't particularly good, but it was also not bad. It's just that there were too many fierce beasts, killing them made his hands sore and numb. Wang Shuang led everyone away, heading towards the Supreme Academy. On the way, someone said, "This time we owe it all to General Lu. If it weren't for him, we would have been completely wiped out." Yeah, we were too arrogant. We clearly knew that Guishu was dangerous, yet we still underestimated it, wanting to prove the danger and make those nitpickers shut up. We can't be so reckless in the future. A person's life only comes once. Sigh, the way Song Siwon and the others died was just too tragic. I still feel uneasy about it now. Wang Shuang sighed and said, "Sigh, let's go. I believe after today, everyone will be a bit more mature." They hurriedly made their way outside. Luli and others stood guard at the entrance of the Guishu, taking down fierce beasts one by one. Damn it, these monsters pounced on humans as if they had a deep-seated hatred. "General, I can't go on. I'm exhausted, a soldier with swollen arms said, unable to fight any longer. Luli scolded, you're in a battle, how dare you say you're tired? Stand up and keep killing. Yes, General, the subordinate shouted loudly. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the sky, filling Luli with great joy. He shouted loudly, Brother Zhou Yang, come help quickly, these fierce beasts have such a bad temper. In the next moment, a young man holding a wine gourd appeared before them, with a flash of light in the sky. Zhou Yang laughed and said, aren't you supposed to be the one with unmatched divine strength? Is it not working now? Zhou Yang's teasing did not anger Luli, instead, it made him laugh heartily. Even unmatched divine strength can become exhausted. I'm not doing too well right now, stop talking nonsense and hurry over to help. He shook the axe in his hand, his body slightly trembling, revealing his state of exhaustion. Zhou Yang pursed his lips, you, as serious as ever, fine, I'll help you. He was now in full form, fully energized, drew out his long sword from his waist, executed a flourish, and gently shook the sword in his hand. Suddenly, 3 sword energies several meters long flew out. Boom! The sword energy landed in the center of the beast horde, instantly slaying dozens of monsters. Zhou Yang, good job. Zhou Yang shot him a glance, replicated the action, and sword energies descended, taking down one beast after another. There are tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, and with just a few of them, it's naturally impossible to kill them all. However, fortunately, once a certain number of ferocious beasts are killed, they get scared and retreat. With the beast tide retreating, Zhou Yang landed. Luli patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder and said, you're still impressive, I should have learned swordsmanship back in the day. Ha, it's not too late to learn now. Zhou Yang had a good relationship with him, and their conversation was quite relaxed. Forget it, I don't have time right now. By the way, how did you end up here? Zhou Yang replied, it's all over the internet. Originally, I planned to protect these people, but after glancing at some online comments, I just followed along without intervening. For some people, death is the best respect they can receive. You're right. To show respect for them, let them die, that's courtesy. Luli nodded vigorously in agreement. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Let's go to the academy, I'll treat you to a drink. No, I still need to go back to report this matter, the city lord is still waiting for me. Alright then, come visit the academy when you have time. Good. Cabinet official website. A notice pinned to the webpage attracted widespread sharing by netizens, with major platforms competing to report on it. Announcement: the cabinet sincerely apologizes for not having perfect response measures for this returning to the ruins incident. Here, we express our deep condolences to the families of the deceased, hope they grieve peacefully, the dead are gone, but the living must continue. According to the investigation, those who ventured to explore the ruins did so partly due to their own lack of experience, and partly because of improper guidance from online commentary. After discussion, the cabinet has decided to implement a net cleaning campaign for 1 month starting today. Please take note. Spokesperson, Cabinet Office. Once this announcement was made, it immediately caused an uproar. The announcement isn't long, the first part of the information is actually of little value, merely the cabinet's self-blame, expression of condolences, and analysis of the reasons, etc. It is mainly the content of the latter half that draws people's attention. Net cleaning campaign. Although the specific policies are still unknown, people already have a sense of impending storm. Many people are anxious, they are also the ones who encouraged Song Siwon, and the authorities won't trouble them, right? Others, however, take a detached attitude, merely enjoying the spectacle. The ones most affected are influential figures in online media, such as major streamers and bloggers. Some have previously made extreme statements, with some siding with the ordinary public and others even standing with foreign groups. No one used to bother them, but now they are being exposed and scared to the point of trembling, checking their previous comments to see if they were excessive. As a result, a strange storm emerged on the internet. Even before the net purification action began, netizens became more civilized. Those who usually berated people for a single typo and cursed their ancestors now gradually disappeared. Overnight, many people have transcended. Some internet bullies, seeing that everyone has improved their qualities, thought that if they continued to act like bullies online, the Clean Network campaign would fall on them, so they also began to pretend to post photos of themselves reading, accompanied by some uplifting texts, to show that they have turned over a new leaf, been inspired, and improved their qualities. Cabinet. The elder sits on high. Below are a total of 12 cabinet members. Together with the elder, they make up the entire cabinet of 13 individuals. They are the central figures of the human race, and the political orders are issued by them to all sides. Only 3 of these 12 people have come, while the rest are all holographic projections. They cannot come because they are stationed at various locations. 10 of them are the deans of the 10 major academies. At this time, Yen Jun, the Yujie, and the Divine Monk have personally arrived, as they are the 3 major academies guarding the central city, which is nearby. Their academies, the Chaos Element Academy, the Yujie Academy, and the Diamond Academy, rank 3rd, 6th, and 10th, respectively, among the top 10 schools. Besides that, the dean of the Dongshu Academy in overseas Sanxian City, Fuyazi, also came as a projection. The Dongshu Academy ranks 8th. Besides, the directors of the other 6 academies also appeared through projection. The crowd exchanged slight nods and took their seats. I believe everyone is already aware of yesterday's events, right? The elder said. The charioteer said, Elder, we have known about this for a long time. It's time to purify the network. The current online environment is chaotic, causing frustration. The expressions of others varied, but most nodded in agreement. This incident happened, which coincidentally aligns with the need to clean out the internet. However, that's not the main point. The priority is the recent crisis facing our human race. The elder took a sip of tea, and his expression turned serious. Everyone suddenly raised their heads to look at the elder. From their expressions, it was evident that they were not shocked, and it was clear they had already received insider information. The elder took a sip of tea to clear his throat and said, "The defending army in West Frontier City has suffered heavy casualties. It was only thanks to my personal command that we barely repelled the coalition of the three races. Now it is stable, and there shouldn't be any problems in the short term." In addition, Donghai City is guarding the eastern coast, and with the support of Dongshu Academy, it is now safe. The overseas Sanxian City and coastal Donghai City support each other, making it the area I worry about the least. Guizhou is protected by the sword god, so there shouldn't be any problems. The only place I am concerned about is Beijiang. Beijiang City guards the northern frontier, but the weather is cold and the climate is harsh. However, this place has become a coveted land for the undead realm. The undead realm's desire for our human race does not wane. Last time they unilaterally tore up the ceasefire agreement and came to attack Beijiang City. Although Beijiang City has the strongest guarding power among the 4 border cities, I am not worried about being breached by the undead race. However, what I do worry about is the tricks of the Kanglan human race. Kanglan realm is a different world primarily inhabited by the human race. This world does not have a unified power. Overall, there are 4 major sacred lands, each unifying a territorial region. In the northern region of the Kanglan realm, the human race has established a good relationship with the human race of the Blue Star, having cooperated many times in the past. However, this time, they were betrayed by the Kanglan human race. The undead clan attacked Beijiang City, and the Kanglan human race not only refused to help but also took advantage of the situation. This situation was directly unprofitable, so negotiations began, which have been ongoing for many days now. The other party insisted that land must be ceded, leading to extreme anger that nearly caused teeth to be ground to dust. These northern human race people are repeatedly asking for too much, thinking that no one from the Blue Star human race is present. I plan to take action against this lion, make a few lion heads for everyone to taste. How about that? Although he spoke casually, his eyes were sharp as knives, incredibly piercing, surprising everyone who glanced at him. Someone remarked, "I've already found the Kanglan human race displeasing. They are treacherous and inconsistent. Count me in for this expedition. I will go too." Me too. Everyone is part of the entire Blue Star human race, the most elite group. They not only have a noble status but also possess great strength. Especially the headmaster of the First Academy, a silent man wearing sunglasses, whose strength is comparable to that of the sword god and the elder. The elder cast his gaze upon him. He nodded slightly. Seeing him nod, the elder also nodded and said, "The purpose of this operation, to destroy the spatial passage of the human race in the northern region of the Kanglan realm. The human race of the Kanglan realm has now become our enemy. We must act decisively, sever the connection between this realm's human race and us, and then, with thunderous methods, strike at the forces of the undead realm to stabilize our northern border area. For this matter, I have already had someone draft a document. Later, each person will come to receive a copy. To ensure there are no accidents, everyone will first sign a declaration contract." Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback. This declaration contract does not require signatures, seals, or blood oaths. It can form a strong binding contract simply by voicing the commitment. At least a top-notch contract master is needed to create it, and its rarity surpasses that of other contracts. The elder took out the contract, and everyone recited the commitment. Then, the elder smiled and said, "All right, this operation will be led by the dean of the 3 academies stationed in Beijiang City, along with me. Additionally, General Lu Shu stationed in Beijiang City. You will immediately send troops to attack the undead to divert their attention, while the 4 of us will strike straight at the heart." Someone raised an objection. "Elder, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if we fall into their trap?" "Don't worry, I have been keeping an eye on them for a long time. A major event has occurred in the sacred land of the northern region of Kanglan. Their leader has died. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we need to quickly eliminate the spatial passage of the human race in the northern region of Kanglan. They have developed for 300 years, and the resources at their stronghold are not inferior to our human race. With such vast resources, we can accelerate our development." Upon hearing there are benefits, everyone's breathing quickened. This operation is codenamed Thunder. Let's go. Beijiang City welcomed a group of big shots. They were dressed in black and gazed toward the distant wilderness. That is exactly the base of the human race in the Kanglan northern domain. At this moment, an elderly voice echoed, "Please, let's set off." Supreme Academy. Lynch slowly opened his eyes, with glimmers of icy blue flowing within, flashing and disappearing. Huff, the ice avatar is formed. Lin Chen's face showed joy as he summoned the ice avatar. A figure with ice blue hair and clothing appeared before him. Looking at the ice avatar, Lin Chen smiled, quite satisfied. As of now, I have learned the 6 elemental avatars. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and ice. Gold, wood, water, and fire can form the 5 elements formation, while the ice element avatar can actually be used for attacks, slowing down enemies, and has decent attack power as well. In the future, I can position myself as a control-type mage. Lin Chen was very happy, went to the courtyard and looked at the remaining corpses of the 6-rank fierce beasts. He once again performed life absorption, devouring one to enhance his strength. Rubbing his swollen forehead, Lin Chen returned to the room and had some tea, feeling a bit better. At that moment, his watch rang. When he saw it was Zhao Ku, he clicked to answer. Zhao Ku, a group of people went to the Guishu for an adventure yesterday and the result was heavy casualties. They didn't involve you, right? Lin Chen, oh? Is that so? Let me take a look. Lin Chen hurriedly checked the internet, which is how he understood the whole situation. Lin Chen, I was in seclusion and missed this. Zhao Ku, that's good. Recently, there have been frequent major incidents. You're at the Supreme Academy, so be very careful, don't be negligent, and absolutely don't be reckless. Lin Chen secretly thought to himself that he now had the nicknames Old Go and Old Lu. If he kept being cautious, would he eventually earn the title Lulu? Facing Zhao Ku, he always had no temper. Lin Chen, okay, I understand. You can rest assured. I will definitely be obedient. Zhao Ku, The two chatted about daily life, sharing interesting things they encountered, and they talked for a long time before hanging up. As soon as he hung up the phone, the call from the senior brother came again. He clicked to answer. Senior brother, there's been a major event happening outside recently, remember to reduce your outings. Lin Chen, why does everyone say there's a big event? What exactly is it? Why is everyone saying it's dangerous? Lin Chen had many questions in his mind. Senior brother, you have quite a few sources of information, don't you? As for what it is, I'm not sure either. Anyway, the UJ uncle told me this. Just remember to be careful, cautious, and stay away from the academy for a few days. Lin Chen, senior brother, thank you for telling me this. I understand, and I will definitely obey. Senior brother, I'm not really worried about you, after all, you're the 6th one, but I still have to remind you, caution can keep you safe for a long time. I used to be too impulsive, so you can't follow my example. Lin Chen thought, if I were to follow your example, I would have died 800 times already. The two chatted for a bit longer before hanging up the phone. At this moment, a series of beeping sounds started again. Lin Chen looked and found it was Lin Fan. What is this kid calling for? Click to answer. Lin Chen, why did you have the heart to call me today? Lin Fan, big brother, it's not that I was busy, it's just that I just mastered puppet arts these past few days and created many special puppets. I have to say, I have a natural talent for this. Lin Chen, go ahead, what do you want from me? Lin Fan, actually, it's not a big deal, just wanted to tell you some news. Lin Chen, speak. Lin Fan, something major has happened recently. I don't know the specifics, but I saw the elder flying north, and the elder you had a worried expression, as if he was concerned about the elder's safety. Lin Chen, wait, are you in Central City? Lin Fan, yeah, and I've even entered the U Academy. Once the elder you heard I was your twin brother, he decided to give senior sword god some face and immediately brought me into the academy. Although my talent is only A grade, my talent in puppet arts is exceptional, so I was admitted through special consideration. Lin Chen was like, wow, Lin Fan actually managed to get into the top 10 academies, it's so magical. Lin Chen, not bad, keep it up and don't be slack. Lin Fan, got it. Let me tell you, big brother, after you broke through to the 4th level, it was only natural for me to break through as well. Now, within a range of 500 meters, I can control 10 puppets. If they are small puppets, controlling over 100 is no problem. I'll let you in on a secret, even those in the academy with higher talent levels than me can't control as many. Right now, I've set up quite a few surveillance puppets in Central City just to gather information. These are my inventions, they can be activated at any time for use, and when not activated, nobody can see there's a problem. In the future, I'll just act as an intelligence chief. As for opening a shop, big brother, you should also help arrange that. Having an apparent identity would benefit my work, right, big brother? Lin Chen, is your current identity not enough? Now, Lin Fan is actually a student of the Ruler Academy. Lin Fan, creating puppets costs too much money, can't you learn another craft that makes money? He wants to start a shop, and he definitely needs funds. Having a profitable skill is undoubtedly a good way to earn money. Lin Chen, how about alchemy? Lin Fan, sure, thank you, big brother. Lin Chen, alright, stop joking. Let's see if you can learn it in the next few days. Alchemy is an experiential subject, it's not that easy to learn. Lin Fan, big brother, I'm waiting for that. I will first send you the information I have collected. You can keep what you find useful and delete what you don't need. Don't worry about accidentally deleting something, I have a backup here anyway. Lin Chen, okay. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and then hung up the phone. Then, Lin Chen connected with Lin Fan through his innate clone, retrieving information from Lin Fan's mind and transferring it into his own. During the transmission process, due to the long distance, it was somewhat challenging, but fortunately, the amount of information wasn't too much, and the transfer was completed after half an hour. Lin Chen closed his eyes, looking at the several folders that appeared in his mind, viewing them one by one. Oh, the old cabinet minister's hobby? It turns out this little old man likes drinking tea, especially aged fine tea. Oh, the summoning beast of the charioteer, the white tiger, hasn't even reached adulthood yet. And this, a certain official spending the night at a widow's house only to discover that this widow is of an otherworldly race and is hermaphroditic hissing. And this, a certain wealthy businessman secretly colluding with his mistress, only to have the mistress be bought off by his wife, leading the two to join forces to eliminate the businessman and divide his wealth. Lin Chen's thoughts shifted slightly, deleting some useless information, leaving only some useful details. It seems he left behind some information on the conduct and character of the officials in the central city, while the mundane information was too chaotic to sort out, so he deleted it for now. He rubbed his forehead and smiled, saying, Lin Fan has really made a name for himself, but if that's the case, won't he no longer need to fight monsters? No, next time I need to cheer him up, making sure that while he collects information, he should also go out and fight monsters frequently. We still need to set performance goals for him. At this time, Lin Chen was in the library where he had split himself and started assigning tasks to his clones. Clone 1, you take 9 clones and comprehend the second layer of the 10,000 treasures refining technique. Clone 1 nodded and took 9 clones to one of the quiet rooms in the library to comprehend the technique. Lin Chen then pointed to Clone 2. Clone 2, you take 9 clones to the training grounds and hone your martial skills. Clone 2 also took his clones and went to the training grounds. The remaining clones, all of you read books related to alchemy. With a wave of his hand, all the clones dispersed. And Lin Chen sat aside, opened his watch, and searched for information on alchemy. However, after looking for a long time, he still could not find any information on alchemy manuals for sale. This alchemy is a bit tricky. There are very few available for sale on the market. It seems I have to get some information from senior brother and find an opportunity to ask him. Lin Chen muttered to himself. At that moment, a beeping sound rang out. Lin Chen realized it was a call from senior brother and clicked to answer. Senior brother, come to the classroom. It's time to teach you an advanced meditation technique. Lin Chen, okay. Lin Chen felt excited and quickly got up to walk out of the library. The academy wasn't large and Lin Chen soon arrived at the classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw senior brother casually sipping some wine. He was leisurely sitting in a chair, slightly shaking the wine gourd in his hand, humming a little tune. He looked incredibly comfortable. Lin Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Chen sat in the front row, and senior brother put down the wine gourd, smiling. You were in seclusion yesterday and missed that ridiculous incident that happened at the Return to the Void. What a pity. Lin Chen shot him a glance. He was not interested in the ridiculous event that happened yesterday. A group of rebellious youths dared to venture into Guishu. They truly had guts, not knowing they were flirting with death. It was speechless. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. There are even people rushing to their deaths, which is hard to comprehend. Alright, you've been at the academy for so many days. I see you've been almost always in the library. You should have a general understanding of the knowledge one should learn in university, right? The senior brother took out a book and asked casually. Lin Chen nodded. The books in the library were indeed vast as the sea, but he had read through most of the basic theoretical books and had a good grasp of the content that needed to be learned in university. Lin Chen said, pretty much. Then let me ask you, what is the energy of the human body composed of? The senior brother inquired. Hearing this question, Lin Chen remembered the knowledge that Feng Xiaoyu had once explained to him. Later, he had made up of this knowledge at the academy, so this question was not difficult for him. He answered, it comes from the unity of heaven, earth, and humanity, which is the special energy produced by the fusion of energy from all realms, energy from Blue Star, and the soul energy of the human race. This energy can be considered means universal oil, as it not only adapts to various cultivation techniques but also allows the human race of Blue Star to awaken their innate abilities through the divine platform. The senior brother nodded and said, that's right. Well said. Now, let me ask you, can energy change its properties? Lin Chen smiled and said, Senior brother, I have already completed the property changes for 6 attributes. The senior brother was slightly taken aback by this, chuckling, your comprehension skills are quite good. Many people only manage to transform 1 or 2 attributes even after graduating from university. He had long been accustomed to Lin Chen's talents and was no longer surprised. However, he always attributed this ability to his innate gifts. It seems you have truly learned the theoretical knowledge. Next, I will teach you the meditation methods. These advanced meditation techniques are taught in every academy, so there's nothing exceptional about them. The senior brother's expression became serious. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen focused intently, straining to listen. This meditation method is called Supreme Meditation Method. The meditation method you learned in high school is the most basic one, and the cultivation speed is just okay. Each major power has its own unique meditation methods. For example, the meditation method of our Supreme Academy, which allows for a cultivation speed about twice as fast. Listen to me. As the senior brother explained, Lin Chen gradually developed a vague concept and gained a deeper understanding of the Supreme Meditation Method. Alright, that's it. Now, follow the method I just taught you and enter the meditation state to give it a try. The senior brother said. Lin Chen closed his eyes and meditated according to the method suggested by the senior brother. At first, it felt somewhat obscure, but as he continued to try and became more proficient, he quickly noticed something different. He found that he seemed to transform into a point of light. These energy light points not only surged towards him, but also showed no reaction as he approached them, as if they regarded him as one of their own. As the light point within him grew larger, the surrounding light points began to converge towards him. This supreme meditation technique is so powerful, its cultivation speed is much faster than the meditation techniques I learned in high school. After a long time, Lynch felt a surge of strength within him and excitedly opened his eyes. What an amazing meditation technique! Lin Chen exclaimed. Ah, of course. This is a secret technique developed by our respected dean. Just thinking about his master made him show a look of admiration. His master is a legend and also his goal to pursue. Senior brother, are there any other secret techniques? Lin Chen asked eagerly. There are, but it's useless for you to learn them now. I'll teach you when you reach the 5th level. Lin Chen pouted. So in the end, you're only going to teach me one secret technique? However, having one secret technique is already quite good. It's better than having none. The two chatted for a while longer and then parted ways. Just as Lin Chen returned to the library, a sensational piece of news made him gasp in surprise. Today's report: the Kanglin human clan has gone too far, unable to endure any longer. We shall no longer tolerate it. Last night, the minister led several powerful beings in a surprise night attack on the Kanglin human clan stronghold, striking directly at the heart, destroying the Kanglin human clan's spatial passage. Following this, the army arrived to finish the job, and after a night of battle, it is now reaching its conclusion. The Kanglin human clan has been defeated, and their territory now belongs to our Blue Star human clan. Countless riches from their stronghold are on their way here and will soon be delivered to various cities for sale. There is a vast array of goods, pills, secret manuals, crystal stones, weapons, talismans, etc., everything one could wish for. They will be sold in various forms, including but not limited to auctions, street stalls, barter trades, and more. Lin Chen stared at this news, completely stunned. Could it be that the danger Zhao Ku and the others warned him about is this? Now the Blue Star human clan has really made progress. They dare to take the initiative, but this is good as well, since he can buy some of these great treasures. However, the real good stuff will likely fall into the hands of a few major powers, and we weaklings can only get some scraps. The Kanglin people and the Blue Sky people have always had a good relationship, and the two clans have cooperated many times. However, since the last incident where the Kanglin people took advantage of the chaos, it has caused public outrage. The people are feeling a pent-up frustration and are quite displeased. Some even formed a suggestion group and protested in front of the cabinet, but later this protest was suppressed. Many people secretly cursed the cabinet as a soft target with no backbone. The curses were once harsh, now they are filled with excitement. Online, after the recent cleansing action, some cyber rats have become quite civilized. There is no chaotic rhythm on the internet, making it very harmonious. I originally thought the cleansing action would bring some peace to the internet, but unexpectedly, this piece of news directly ignited it. Major forums and platforms are competing to report and discuss it, creating a tremendous commotion. Haha, Your Excellency has courage. It was I who had a narrow view back then. I apologize. If you bully the Blue Star human race, then this is how it should be dealt with. Your Excellency, you will be my idol from now on. Although Your Excellency is sometimes quite confused, you handle this matter exceptionally well. It's so satisfying. However, without the Kanglin human race, we will have to face the undead world alone. When the car reaches the mountain, there will always be a road. Why worry so much? Some are very excited and proud, while others express their concerns. A certain big influencer quickly wrote an article, grabbing the headlines, taking the first bite of traffic dividends, sparking countless replies and discussions, and also gaining a large number of followers. Their analysis was articulate, making many netizens feel they benefited greatly. Hello everyone, I am your friend, Little Fee. I believe everyone already knows that our Blue Star human race has won a great victory against the Kanglin human race. The news mentioned that the Kanglin people were defeated by our side and obtained a large amount of wealth, which would be transported to various cities for sale. One can imagine that the quantity of this wealth was so large that even the cabinet could not consume it all. I believe everyone is quite curious about the matter of the Kanglin people, right? Many people here perked up upon reading this. There are too many other worlds, and the only small part they are familiar with is but a fraction of it. However, even regarding the relatively familiar Kanglin realm, most people's knowledge is limited only to the name Kanglin realm. As for the specifics of the Kanglin realm, most people have only a vague understanding. The Kanglin realm is a relatively large martial arts world primarily focused on cultivation. Within its world, there are 4 major sacred places, each governing the 4 major domains of East, West, South, and North. When we refer to the Kanglin realm, we often mean the sacred place of the Kanglin Northern domain. Since the arrival of the Kanglin North region Holy Land on Blue Star 300 years ago, our human race has also risen from obscurity, gradually reaching a point where we can stand on equal footing with the Kanglin North region Holy Land. Back then, because we were of the same race, there was a strong sense of identity among us. Therefore, 200 years ago, we signed a contract with the Kanglin North region Holy Land. This contract stipulated 5 mutual support agreements at its core: non-aggression, non-subordination, mutual respect, mutual understanding, and mutual assistance in development. With the constraints of this contract, the human races of both realms developed harmoniously and indeed benefited quite a bit. Initially, we were weak while the human race of the Kanglin North region was powerful. However, after more than 200 years of development, they discovered that we were gradually growing and were no longer inferior to them. This made them feel quite uncomfortable. During several negotiations, they exhibited a rude attitude, even subtly expressing jealousy. We had already been alert to this matter. Originally, it was a win-win situation, but the other party believed that the so-called win-win meant we were winning twice, which left us speechless because this was the truth. Since we have become stronger, the relationship between both sides has been fluctuating. Until a month ago, the leader of the human tribe in the Kanglan northern region unexpectedly passed away, and the conflicts between both sides began to escalate. Then the Kanglan tribe forced us to cede 3 cities, or else they would unite with the underworld to attack us. Negotiations afterwards yielded no results, the other party would not relent, and we had no choice but to fight. As a result, we attacked the Kanglan realm's stronghold and destroyed their spatial passage. It was all out of desperation, as the Kanglan tribe had gone too far. When we can no longer endure, there is no need to endure any longer. The time has come, so let's cut through the chaos decisively. This time, the cabinet has done exceptionally well. Alright, this article ends here. This is information collected by the editor from various sources, but I do not know the truth, so please take a look at it. After reading the article, everyone had a general understanding of the Kanglan Bayu human race. To put it simply, it used to be that we were weak, and now that we have caught up with them, they are feeling uncomfortable. People were discussing it one after another, but generally, they felt that the Kanglan human race had a very small vision. The Kanglan human race really has a small vision. The strength of their clan is not greater than that of the combined forces of 2 clans. Yeah, the various realms are competing fiercely in Blue Star. Even if we cede the city, if they offend us, it will also become difficult for them. I suspect the new leader they have just appointed is quite foolish to do such bizarre things. Deserved, you can't steal a chicken and end up losing the rice. People were talking animatedly, creating a lively atmosphere. Supreme Academy. Lynch and his senior brother were dressed neatly, standing outside the academy gate. Ah, junior brother, Luli just called me and said that part of the spoils of the Kanglan human race has already been transported to Nanjing City. Let's go, come with me to take a look. The senior brother was very excited, not even drinking wine, pulling Lin Chen to leave the academy and head towards South Jiang City. Lin Chen's senior brother, slow down, slow down. If we go slowly, we won't even be able to catch any leftovers. Let me tell you, the Kanglan human race is best at alchemy. Once we get to South Jiang City, just keep an eye on their alchemy manuals. If you can buy one, it's all profit. The senior brother said this while grabbing Lin Chen's arm. A streak of light appeared beneath their feet, and the two flew into the sky like that. The speed was extremely fast. Lin Chen felt the wind cutting like a knife, and he couldn't even keep his eyes open. Junior brother, hang in there, it will pass quickly, the senior brother shouted loudly. However, Lin Chen couldn't hear the voice clearly, even though he was loud, it was blown away by the wind. In a distance of 100 miles, they arrived in just 10 minutes. Looking at the magnificent southern region city before him, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Being carried by someone while flying is truly not a pleasant experience. As soon as the two landed, one person came over to greet them. This person was sturdy, with a sincere-looking face, wearing armor and 2 large axes strapped to his back. Zhou Yang, you're finally here. Come with me quickly, the goods have arrived today, and the lord of the city is opening a sales event. Zhou Yang said, as soon as I received your message, I rushed over without stopping. By the way, let me introduce you, this is my junior apprentice Lin Chen. Lin Chen hurriedly greeted, hello, General Lu. Luli smiled and said, this kid's cultivation is not low, his talent must be quite good. You really have good luck finding such a genius. Enough with the chatter, take me to the venue quickly, Zhou Yang said anxiously. Alright, follow me. After he finished speaking, he led the way, with Lin Chen and Zhou Yang following behind. Today, the entire human race was very lively. Various treasures were being transported continuously from the Kanglan human tribe's base. Goods were transported to various large cities in carts, and then the city lord's mansion constructed the venue, dividing the selling area into auction, barter, task request, flea market, etc., categorizing the trading form into various large venues. Treasures were classified and placed in each large venue for sale. South Border City is a large border city with tall walls and strict defenses and a large population. Therefore, the goods transported into South Border City are also quite numerous, second only to Central City, North Border City, and Eastern Sea City. Many merchants from nearby cities, upon receiving the news, rushed over one after another. For a moment, the entire South Border City was filled with merchants coming and going. The usually sparse streets were particularly lively today, with crowds bustling towards the city lord's mansion. Fortunately, the city lord's mansion covers a vast area, otherwise, it would have been truly unable to accommodate so many people. Today, Lin Chen arrived at this venue with his senior brother. Upon entering the venue, it was crowded with people everywhere. Lin Chen looked around and discovered several signs for the venues, each representing a different trading method. Nevertheless, in general, the specifications for auctions are the highest. Luli said, I brought you to the place, but I have to get busy now. You can wander around here without me. You go ahead and get busy, we can browse by ourselves. The senior brother waved his hand. Luli smiled and turned to leave. Lin Chen and the senior brother walked along the street, looking at various goods around them. The senior brother said, Junior brother, why don't you go take a look around first? If you find something you like, let me, your senior brother, know. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a rush of joy in his heart. He was just planning to wander around, and whether to trouble the senior brother would be decided later. Okay, senior brother, see you later. See you later. The two parted ways, and Lin Chen did not go to the auction house. Not that he didn't want to go, but rather because he didn't have much money left. Besides, some things can't be bought just with star coins. He arrived at the flea market, where the goods were the cheapest. Here, on both sides of the street, sit individual street vendors. Lin Chen stopped one person to ask and then learned that most of these guys had come from North Border City. After they broke through the human camp in the Kanglan realm, they took advantage of the chaos to rush into the Kanglan realm's camp and grabbed many valuables that the officials had abandoned. They sold off the valuable items, and what remained were either unrecognizable or worthless things, and they set up stalls to sell them. The items on their stalls often looked unremarkable or had unusual shapes, making it hard to identify what they were. Vendors often call out a very high price, but if you negotiate properly, you can buy it for 1% of the price. This is a street stall, prices are very unpredictable. Lin Chen walked among them, scanning left and right, searching for his target. He was waiting. Last time at the auction in Jiqing, the appearance of the 10,000 treasures condensation technique prompted a hint from the system. He hoped that if he encountered treasures again, the system would still provide hints. As he walked, the system remained silent, and Lin Chen was not anxious. Treasures weren't easy to come by. The sounds of vendors and customers bargaining constantly filled his ears. "I say, old man, this bottle has a crack, its condition is ruined, it's not worth anything. I tell you, dear customer, this bottle may have a crack, but it's still an antique. 30,000 star coins is a fixed price. If you want to buy it. If not, try another place. Hey, I quite like this bottle, how about we meet halfway at 20,000? Deal." One by one, customers were rummaging for treasures at the stall, some lost, while others gained, and there was no end to it. Just as he was about to reach the end of the flea market, Lin Chen felt disappointed. "Forget it, it seems there are no treasures here, I might as well look elsewhere." Lin Chen sighed within and was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and looked in a particular direction. In 2 strides, he arrived in front of the vendor. When he recognized Lin Chen, the vendor was startled, and the black robe covering his body nearly fell off. He quickly calmed his emotions and then cleared his throat twice. "Ahem, what does the customer want? Feel free to choose, everything here is a treasure." He extended a chubby, pale hand, picked up a rusty iron sword, and said, "Don't judge this sword by its rust, I can tell you, it's not simple." He spoke mysteriously, as if this sword really had an impressive background. However, Lin Chen completely disregarded the sword. In his eyes, it was just an ordinary iron sword. With a blank expression, he calmly said, "The only thing here that I can appreciate is this jade pendant." Lin Chen picked up a jade pendant and said, "This jade pendant is made of high-quality jadeite. Looking at the wear and tear, it should have quite a few years on it, and on this pendant, there are engravings in the language of the Kanglan human race, which adds considerable value. I will take it." The vendor was extremely pleased to see that Lin Chen liked the jade pendant. However, a look of pain appeared on his face, and his voice was filled with a tone of regret. "You truly have a discerning eye, guest. You may not know this, but this jade pendant is something I sourced from a true disciple of the Kanglan human race. It's quite valuable. If you sincerely wish to purchase it, I can offer you a discounted price of 3 million star coins. How does that sound?" 3 million star coins might not be considered expensive, but at a street stall, that's just outrageous. When Lin Chen heard this price, he instead chuckled. Although he didn't have much money left, he could still come up with 3 million. 3 million? Too expensive. How about this, you give me that rusty sword, and we can count both together for 3 million. How does that sound? Lin Chen said leisurely. Moreover, he lightly clenched his fist, showing his inner tension. This scene happened to be noticed by the stall owner. The stall owner squinted slightly, his eyes darting around, thinking, is there a problem? He picked up the iron sword again and took a look, with his sharp eyesight, but he found no issues. Could it be that this iron sword is really a treasure? One should know that divine items keep a low profile, and treasures often conceal their brilliance. Usually, the more ordinary the item, the more likely it is to be a treasure. No, I can't sell it, he firmly thought to himself. He slowly hid the iron sword behind him and said, sorry, customer, this iron sword has already been pre-ordered by someone, so it's not for sale. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen instantly became angry. If you won't sell the iron sword, then I don't want this jade pendant either. With that, he put down the jade pendant and was about to leave. The stall owner was anxious upon seeing this scene. In this place where things are sold, although there is a possibility of scoring a bargain, the chances are very slim. On a street stall, one tends to take advantage of others wherever possible. He had already dug the pit, he couldn't let the person run away, otherwise, the digging would have been in vain. He quickly spoke up. Please wait, esteemed guest, how about this? I'll give you another 20% off on this jade pendant, how about that? 60% off. Deal, the stall owner replied cheerfully. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, and the stall owner noticed it, feeling pleased in his heart. Hee, this rusty sword must be something special. I'll find a skilled appraiser to evaluate it later. And this jade pendant, it's clearly a fake, the artificial aging marks are obvious, only this kid would fall for it. Hee, I, Fat Master, really have a talent for doing business. The two quickly completed the transaction. Lin Chen took the jade pendant and left. And the vendor, watching Lin Chen leave, slowly took off his hat. If Lin Chen were here, he would definitely recognize who this person is. Even if I, Luan, don't attend university, I can still earn a family fortune. This time I'll try to dig a few more pits, hoping to catch more prey. If they were all as easy to trick as Lin Chen, that would be great. Hee, after making some money, I'll buy some elixirs for cultivation, he chuckled. Having just made some money, Luan continued to shout. Customers, come take a look, these are all treasures from the Kanglan realm. Once you pass this village, there won't be this shop anymore. Ding, special cultivation method detected, would you like to extract it? A prompt sound from the system echoed in Lin Chen's mind, making his heart skip a beat. His fingers trembled slightly as he silently thought, yes. In the next moment, the jade pendant in his arms flickered with a faint light, and then it actually disintegrated into dust. Lin Chen felt the vanishing jade pendant and was momentarily stunned. After a little while, he became excited because after the jade pendant disappeared, it left behind a jade slip. Lin Chen suppressed his excitement. There were many people around, so he did not take out the jade slip to examine it and continued to browse instead. However, after walking around a few times and looking at dozens of treasures, the system showed no reaction, which left Lin Chen slightly disappointed, and he eventually left the street vendor market. Upon entering the main hall, he took the opportunity while going to the restroom to take out the jade slip. This should be the inheritance jade slip of the Kanglan human tribe, right? It's hidden so securely, it must be very precious. I wonder what the content inside is. The Kanglan realm has a good relationship with the Blue Star human tribe, as some books introduce the situation of the Kanglan realm. This inheritance jade slip is a medium for recording information in the Kanglan realm, similar to a fantasy version of a USB drive. Lin Chen muttered a few words and slowly placed the jade slip on his forehead, carefully sensing it. He could sense that the jade slip contained a substantial amount of information, forming the shape of a book. He did not flip through it but rather put the jade slip down. The 5 large characters on its cover made him chuckle. I didn't expect it to be alchemy. It's like a pillow coming when I feel sleepy. The alchemy skill that Lin Fan wanted, here it is, and it's high-level alchemy. The kind that gets a reaction from this system is definitely not ordinary. He tucked away the jade slip with a look of joy on his face. With alchemy skills, he also needed to prepare an alchemy furnace, so next he planned to buy a furnace. Lin Chen had just walked out of the bathroom when he saw his senior brother, who was currently selling something. Lin Chen quietly walked over. All he could hear was his senior brother haggling with that person. Customer, your alchemy furnace has poor condition, there are damages, I don't know if it can still be used, it can't be exchanged for my tier 3 weapon. Why are you so inflexible? Your weapon is nice, but my alchemy furnace is also not bad. How about this, customer, if you give me 300,000 star coins, we can make the exchange. 300,000 is too much, 280,000. Deal. The two quickly reached an agreement. His senior brother secretly rejoiced, this person is truly a master of bargaining. He put away the alchemy furnace, and seeing Lin Chen arrive, he smiled and said, I'll give you this alchemy furnace. Lin Chen looked at the extra alchemy furnace in his hand, feeling completely bewildered. His senior brother chuckled and said, have you been studying alchemy these past few days? Yeah. Here, take this. Practice diligently, once you get the hang of it, I'll give you a book on alchemy. Whenever you have time, make sure to practice. Alchemy relies not only on talent but also on accumulating experience. It's not something you can master in one go, the senior brother said earnestly. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, feeling warm inside. Suddenly receiving the alchemy furnace, Lin Chen was also a bit dazed. Today was just so smooth, the feeling of wishes coming true. Lin Chen wanted to say something else, but the senior brother's business was coming again. His skills in crafting were indeed impressive, and many people were willing to trade with him. And Lin Chen also wandered around, looking for anything that might trigger a response from the system. After leaving this venue, he went to other venues, but unfortunately, the system remained silent, which left Lin Chen a bit disappointed. Finally, he returned to the senior brother's stall, sat in the back, and simply took out the jade slip to study. Pressing it to his forehead, he turned the pages, and in the next moment, a large amount of information surged into his mind. Lin Chen slightly closed his eyes, absorbing the influx of information. From the information, he learned that this is an alchemy technique called Void Alchemy Technique. It has a total of 10 levels, each representing the rank of pills that can be refined. The first level can refine first-grade pills, and the 10th level can refine divine-grade pills. When Lin Chen saw this, he felt excited. Divine-grade pills are said to be able to bring the dead back to life. What an amazing alchemy technique, it's on the same level as the 10,000 treasure condensing technique. Thinking of the 10,000 treasure condensing technique, Lin Chen suddenly realized he could completely condense a Dan furnace without using a physical furnace. These two techniques are a perfect match, I'll never be short of Dan furnaces again. As far as he knew, this alchemy technique is quite demanding on Dan furnaces, it would easily destroy a furnace with just one explosion. Moreover, this technique is complete, so he won't have to spend upgrade points to fill in the later content. Lin Chen put away the jade slip, and with a slight exertion of his fingers, the jade slip unexpectedly shattered. Looking at the shattered jade slip, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The senior brother was still selling things, while Lin Chen was comprehending this alchemy technique. This is a top-tier alchemy technique. The alchemical theories and methods described within were astounding and even breathtaking. Lin Chen quickly finished reading the first layer and then continued to look, discovering that it included some elixir recipes. Recovery elixir, grade 1 recipe, restores energy. Injury healing elixir, grade 1 recipe, heals injuries. Blood flesh elixir, grade 1 recipe, enhances strength. Concentration elixir, grade 1 recipe, accelerates cultivation speed. And so on. In total, there are 15 elixir recipes. Although it doesn't seem like many, each recipe represents a unique effect, covering most types of elixir effects. From now on, the clones have something to do. Work hard now, so that there can be a better future later. Lynch drafted a plan in his mind, preparing to instill some motivational words into Lin Fan to cheer him up. At this moment, he looked up and happened to see his senior brother packing his things. The senior brother placed a large package beside Lin Chen and said, "Carry the package and head back to the academy." Lin Chen asked in confusion, "Is that it?" "That's it," the senior brother laughed. "Aren't you going to the auction?" "I have no money." Lin Chen didn't believe that he really had no money. The cabinet allocated billions every year to the Supreme Academy. How could he possibly be broke? Most likely, he just looked down on the things at the auction, right? The two left the city lord's mansion and returned to the academy at an even faster pace than when they came. As soon as they returned to the academy, Lin Chen immediately split off a clone and ordered them to comprehend alchemy. He himself returned home and spent a whole day devouring the remaining corpses of several 6th-tier ferocious beasts. With his strength enhanced a bit more, Lin Chen discovered that the strength of his clone could rival the 5th tier now. In the following days, the senior brother went to the venue in South Border City every day, either selling items or buying some supplies, and Lin Chen also accompanied him a few times. After wandering for a few days, he did not discover any treasures that could elicit a reaction from the system. He estimated that his luck had been used up and thus stopped going. "Today, let's go hunting." He looked towards the towering mountains outside the academy. Lin Chen took out his flying skateboard from his room, left the academy, and flew towards the dense forest in the mountains. Roar! As soon as he arrived above the forest, the sounds of beast roars echoed in his ears. Lin Chen remained calm, found a mountain peak to land on, and then summoned his attribute clones. Besides the 10 ice clones, the remaining clones were of the 5 elemental attributes. 5 elemental clones form the 5 elements formation. Let's defeat the enemies. Ice clones assist and control the enemies. Kill. With the command given, all the clones scattered. Lin Chen then found a place to hide and focused his consciousness into one of the clones. This was an ice clone, and at this moment, the ice clone followed a group of 5 elemental clones to a water pool. Next to the water pool, there are tall trees, and in the pool, bubbles are rising. The water clone, upon seeing this, immediately releases a water attribute energy towards the bubbles. Bang! The energy struck the bubble, instantly provoking the roar of a ferocious beast in the water. Roar! In the next moment, a hideous crocodile beast jumped out of the water. Then, enraged, the beast leaped up, attacking the clone. The appearance of this beast triggered a chain reaction, with several crocodile beasts being disturbed, all jumping up to attack the clone. Approximately no less than 10. This is a 5th-tier ferocious beast, the black bone crocodile. Lin Chen recognized the beast and silently thought. Rumble! The black backbone crocodile crashed into the air wall formed by the shield formation and was bounced back. Roar! The black backbone crocodile was not injured and was about to attack again when a cold ice energy came at it. The ice clone controlled by Lin Chen made a move. He mobilized the ice energy within the clone's body to unleash an energy instantly sending forth waves of ice power. As soon as the ice energy approached the water's surface, a thin layer of ice formed on the water. Bang! Another energy struck the crocodile's head. With the water surface frozen, the black-backed bone crocodile became covered in ice, making its movements sluggish. The other clones saw this and immediately formed the 5 elements sword array as great swords descended from the sky, falling gently. Boom boom boom! The giant swords struck the thick armor of the black-backed bone crocodile, producing a tremendous sound. Roar! At that moment, a black-backed bone crocodile suddenly leaped out of the water by the shore, opening its huge mouth and lunging at one of the clones. Flame spewed forth. Lin Chen instinctively used the flame jet to block the enemy. However, the energy within this ice clone was of the ice attribute, so after the attack, it transformed into an icy flame jet. Therefore, this is Ice Jet. Lin Chen realized something. The ice jet struck the black-backed skeletal crocodile, quickly forming a layer of ice upon it. With a crack, the black-backed skeletal crocodile was frozen solid and fell to the ground. In the next moment, a series of giant swords rained down from the sky, piercing into the crocodile's gaping mouth. The swords directly impaled it, causing blood to spurt everywhere, and it soon met its end. When the other black-backed skeletal crocodiles saw their companion die, they let out a mournful howl, helpless before the continuously falling giant swords. They all hurriedly retreated underwater. Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately commanded the ice clone to release the ice jet, freezing a large area of the water surface and blocking the ferocious beast's escape route. Roar! Explosion! The giant sword fell, pinning 7 or 8 black-backed bone crocodiles to the surface of the water. They struggled, and blood spilled all over the ground, soaking the water surface and turning the originally black pool into a dark red, making it look even more eerie. Meanwhile, the system's notification sound also rang in Lin Chen's ears. Ding, you killed a black-backed bone crocodile, Tier 5, experience points plus 10,000. Ding, you killed a black-backed bone crocodile, Tier 5, experience points plus 10,000. The continuous 7 or 8 system notification sounds raised his experience points by 70 to 80,000. Lin Chen smiled with joy. The ice clone has its own control and killing effects. It's incredibly useful. With the powerful control effect of the ice clone, other clones also cooperated, significantly increasing the speed of killing enemies. Since this area was deep within the dense forest, there were plenty of Tier 5 ferocious beasts, further increasing his experience points. 3 hours later, Lynch looked at the additional 1 million experience points, feeling excited in his heart. He recalled his avatar, as the fierce beasts in the area had been slain by him, and their numbers had drastically reduced, making it no longer worth continuing the hunt. He put away the avatar, took out his flying skateboard, and flew towards other mountain peaks. This was an even higher mountain peak, closer to the depths than the previous one. As soon as Lin Shen landed, he heard strange noises. He sent an avatar to scout ahead and discovered that it was a group of humanoid dog-headed aliens surrounding and attacking a wild boar beast. It is said that there are many alien tribes in this dense forest, and today we finally encountered one. Another pack of hyena men. Once they injure each other, I'll strike. Lin Shen formulated a strategy and hid at a distance to observe. Upon seeing the wild boar beast, Lin Shen checked online and found out that it was a 6th-tier beast named Firefang Fiery Boar. On the opposite side, there were about 50 to 60 hyena men, with the strongest being a 6th-tier leader. There are probably 5 5-tiered hyena men left, and the rest are all 4-tiered combatants. The Firefang Blaze Boar, facing a large number of enemies, despite relying on its tough skin and thick flesh, still found itself at a disadvantage. Just before its death, the energy within the Firefang Blaze Boar began to wildly condense. With a loud bang, it exploded. It actually self-destructed. The shockwave from the explosion affected an area of several dozen meters, catching the hyena men off guard and killing a small portion of them in the blast. The remaining strong hyena men were all severely injured. The hyena man leader, with a severely injured arm and bleeding, cursed, "Damn Firefang Blaze Boar, it would rather self-destruct than be my mount." The other hyena men also roared in anger. At this moment, several icy slashes suddenly appeared, killing a 5-tiered hyena man. "Who dares to ambush my Ice-Tooth tribe? Find him and kill him." However, before they could find anyone, Lin Shen had already ordered his clones to attack. 100 clones, along with 10 ice clones, first intimidated the opponent with their identical faces. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary daze, they formed a 5-element sword formation, with great swords raining down from the sky. The ice clones simultaneously unleashed freezing breaths, creating a large area of low temperature to slow down the opponent's speed. The hyena people were furious and unleashed their skills. Some used whirlwinds, some used ice spells, while others wielded large axes for close combat. However, most of the hyena people couldn't withstand even the first wave of the sword formation. If they were at their peak, they might have been able to hold on. Moreover, Lin Shen had used his talent to absorb life, devouring many fierce beasts, so his actual strength was much stronger than the normal 4th-level combat power. Furthermore, the clones in front of him inherited 150% of the combat power, and coupled with the formation attack, even early 5th-level enemies couldn't withstand a single strike. Poof, poof, poof. A giant sword pierced into the hyena man's body. Ding, killed hyena man, tier 4, experience points plus 2,500. Ding, killed hyena man, tier 5, experience points plus 11,000. Ding, killed hyena man, tier 5, experience points plus 10,000. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 hyena men had lost their lives. And some hyena men who tried to escape were blocked by frost energy that sealed their path. Then there was another jet of frost landing on them, making their movements slow, and even freezing them into ice clumps. Roar! After a wave of attacks, only the hyena man leader remained on the field. "Human, I will make you die." Suddenly, its body began to grow wildly, gradually abandoning its humanoid form, and before long transformed into a massive beast 10 meters tall. Transformation enhanced physique and strength, reduced a certain degree of agility and convenience in weapon use. Overall, its power had increased by several times. Lin Shen saw this and remembered the transformation of that 5-stage hyena man. It seems that these guys all have this move. However, he did not hesitate and took it one step at a time. 5 elements array, activate. A number of giant swords were thrust forward, striking the hyena man's leader, but were blocked by a layer of red light covering its body. Switch formation. Illusion array. Waves of illusory power swirled, affecting the spirits of living beings. Some fierce beasts hidden in the bushes, under the influence of the illusion array, remained in place, sporting blissful smiles. The hyena man leader was caught off guard, his eyes showing a dazed look, but he didn't remain trapped for long before breaking free. "Looks like I can only fight hard." All clones abandoned the formation, attacked directly. The clones abandoned the formation, condensing weapons in their hands, covered in armor, and charged towards the hyena man leader. Energy slash. Waves of energy slashes of various colors roared forth in attack. "Human, die. Taste my skill, piercing ice blade." Rumble. In the void, cold ice energy gathered, and shimmering ice blades coalesced, with no less than 100 blades at a rough glance. Lin Shen saw this and immediately ordered the avatars to merge. A stream of avatars began to converge toward one of the avatars. When the piercing ice blade attacked, a gigantic black turtle roared at the sky. Roar! Hyena man, come and get your life. The 30-meter-tall black turtle exuded a strong sense of oppression, appearing quite otherworldly. Its eyes were one red and one blue, and its shell displayed 5 colors, while its serpent tail spewed cold air. The serpent tail shot forward, bypassing the piercing ice blade, and bit towards the hyena man leader. The hyena man couldn't dodge in time. The serpent's head bit into the hyena man while the piercing ice blade landed on the turtle's shell. Roar, it hurt so much. The hyena leader was torn apart, losing a large chunk of flesh and barely managed to escape. At this moment, he wanted to continue using his skills to attack, but how could Lynch give him the chance? The Shin turtle immediately moved forward and the snake tail bit down again. Humans, you are too overbearing. It simply stood still, its inner energy crazily compressing and condensing. I want to take you down with me. As soon as these words fell, Lynch was also startled. Are you hyena people so straightforward? You explode at the slightest provocation. Good, do you think you're the only one not afraid of death? I'm even less afraid of death. If you self-destruct, I'll self-destruct too. Lynch commanded, let's self-destruct too. Energy within the Shin turtle also wildly gathered, causing the air above to thicken. Two massive whirlpools formed in the sky. The hyena looked astonished at the Shin turtle also about to self-destruct. It couldn't understand why I wanted to commit suicide, but you want to follow suit? Is suicide really that enjoyable? If you die, you'll have nothing left. It's a pity that the self-explosion has already been executed. There's no way to stop it now. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions resounded. Within 100 meters, it was a mess. Trees were toppled, the ground caved in, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. Only patches of blood remained at the site. In the next moment, Lynch heard the system notification sound and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Shin turtle's self-explosion had killed the hyena man leader, otherwise the leader's death wouldn't have counted as his achievement. Ding, you have killed the hyena man leader, tier 6, experience points plus 35,000. With a click, a crystal dropped from the sky and Lynch hurriedly sent out a clone to order it to pick it up. The clone handed the crystal to Lynch, who examined its size and realized it was a skill crystal. Pressing it against his forehead, he sensed that it was indeed the Frosty Blade skill used by the hyena man. Icicle Blade, level 6. Condenses between 1 to 100 ice blades to attack enemies. This skill is quite good, perfectly compensating for the shortcomings of the ice clone technique. Lynch immediately whispered to learn it, and the next moment, the skill crystal turned into light and dissipated. Lynch had also learned this skill. He tried to release it, and instantly more than 30 icicle blades appeared behind him. He shouted, "Go," and immediately the ice blades shot through the air, piercing through tree after tree, with a thin layer of ice forming in a 1-meter radius at the point of impact. This skill is impressive, stronger than Frost Slash, but it consumes much more. I can currently only condense 30 ice blades, which is enough. He looked up and gazed at the battlefield. At this time, the clone had already tidied up the battlefield. At this moment, one clone handed a few energy crystals to Lynch, who looked down at the energy crystals. This was his first time encountering this substance. The energy crystal contained a wealth of attribute-free energy with a wide range of uses, including cultivation, formation, and weapon refinement, among others. A total of 3 energy crystal stones. These are rare items. For some high-level item transactions, star coins can no longer serve as a monetary equivalent, and energy crystal stones are often required for trade. Similar to the function of spirit stones in the cultivation world. Lynch muttered to himself, putting away the energy crystal stones and sending out his clones to search for the location of the hyena people's tribe. These hyena people are cannibals. Lynch would strike down one whenever he saw one, showing no mercy. Before long, the clone discovered a tribe, which was much larger than the previous one, and the houses were all made of wood. However, when Lynch saw what was cooking in the pot, nausea and anger surged in his mind again. Damn it, kill them all, leave none behind. With the avatars attacking, the tribe, stripped of its high-level combat power, had no resistance at all. Under the avatars' hands, they could not hold out for long and soon perished one after another. Ding, you killed a hyena man, first level, experience points plus 30. Ding, you killed a hyena man, third level, experience points plus 900. Ding. As the hyena men fell one by one, they provided Lynch with experience points. The entire tribe had quite a few hyena men, around 700 or 800, but under the avatars, the usually ferocious hyena men were slaughtered easily like pigs and dogs. After more than an hour of slaughter, only when he ensured that all hyena men were dead did Lin Chen's anger dissipate somewhat. Search around for anything valuable. 10 minutes later, the avatar returned, bringing back some weapons and armor, as well as 2 energy crystals. Upon seeing the weapons and armor, Lin Chen speculated that these energy crystals came from the humans who had died at their hands. Burn it all. After issuing this command, Lin Chen turned and left. Although it was only the second time witnessing the strange tribes, it was still hard to bear the scene of his compatriots being boiled and eaten. This feeling made him sick and angry inside. He clenched his fists and instructed his doppelgangers to spread out. On the way, he killed a few 5th-level savage beasts and then performed life absorption, devouring their life energy, which enhanced his strength once again. The power of his doppelgangers also increased, and they were already able to take on 5th-level savage beasts one-on-one. This mountain peak was soon pierced through as well. He stood at the peak, feeling a sense of invincibility, as if he could look down on all the other mountains. Lin Chen then turned his gaze towards another mountain peak. However, just as he was about to head to the other mountain peak, Lin Chen suddenly noticed something unusual. Lee! Roar! Countless savage beasts suddenly howled at the sky, their voices filled with a chilling sorrow, as if they were afraid of something. Lin Chen was puzzled until he saw the indescribable beams of light shining from the return market, which made him feel an inexplicable panic in his heart. What happened in the Guishu? Beep beep beep. Master brother, come back quickly, the Guishu has undergone great changes, a new world has arrived. At this moment, in the forest, the roars of beasts rose and fell. After receiving the message from his senior brother, Lin Chen dared not stay any longer and hurriedly flew towards the academy. The flying skateboard left traces in the sky as Lin Chen's figure gradually disappeared above the towering mountains. As he just arrived at the academy's entrance, he found his senior brother looking seriously in the direction of the return ruins. Lin Chen asked, "Senior brother?" The senior brother nodded, pointing in the direction of the Guishu, and said, "Just now, the master called, there has been a change in the Guishu, the space is in turmoil, and a spatial passage has appeared. Let's prepare our defenses." Lin Chen listened and looked towards the direction of the Guishu. He could see that the clouds in the sky had turned into 7 colors, and faintly, a black vortex could be seen suspended in the air. Just then, a violent rumbling sound suddenly reached Lin Chen's ears, so loud that it made his heart tremble violently. Lin Chen looked around in confusion. The senior brother was shouting something with his mouth open, but Lin Chen couldn't hear anything. Lin Chen felt numb all over. What was happening to him? He could hear nothing. The surroundings were silent, all sounds had disappeared. Suddenly, a huge claw reached out from the black vortex. The claw was so large that it occupied half of the sky. The claw struggled vigorously, and with every movement, the vortex expanded. Before long, it had doubled in size, and it seemed that the vortex was about to envelop the academy. A chilling sword light, like the Milky Way, came from afar, striking down with the force of a cascading galaxy, magnificent and grand. Crack! The sword light struck the beast's claw. A sound like shattering glass entered Lin Chen's ears. Immediately after, countless sounds began to flood into Lin Chen's ears. At that moment, he regained his hearing, as if the appearance of beastly claws had imprisoned the sounds. The next moment, an angry roar came from the claws, unwilling to retract. As the claws retracted, droplets of blood, the size of basins, fell from the sky, landing on the wasteland at the foot of the academy. When this blood splashed onto the ground, it instantly stained the land a deep red. The weeds on the ground were quickly eroded, changing appearance. At this moment, the senior brother hurriedly pulled Lin Chen and headed towards the academy. After returning to the academy, his pale complexion improved a bit. "Senior brother, just now that was..." Lin Chen, still feeling fearful, pointed to the enormous vortex outside and said. His heart was anything but calm. Such enormous claws could tear apart space. He roughly speculated that this was the existence of another world, but he was still uncertain. The senior brother's heart was pounding. Having just faced such a presence, it was too dangerous and too shocking. Not just him, but also the city lord of Southern Frontier City and others were blank-faced, stunned for a long time and unable to recover. The senior brother said, "This is a new otherworld. That presence should be a divine being." A divine being? Above the 9th rank is the realm of gods, regarded as the realm of divine beings. And there are no divine beings in Blue Star. The external divine beings cannot enter, and that presence attempted to forcibly tear apart the spatial passage, only to be injured by a sword light. The sword light just now should have been struck out by Master. Master only has 9th rank strength, and to repel such a powerful divine being must have come at a great cost. Next, we will have our hands full. He revealed a bitter smile. Master was his support, as well as the entire Southern Defensive Circle's support. Now that he didn't know what had happened to Master, his heart was filled with great worry. Lin Chen showed a shocked expression. "Senior brother, Master will be fine, I'll make a call to check." Saying this, he began to dial a number. However, before the call connected, a figure appeared before the two. Lin Chen was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer, realizing it was the sword god. The senior brother's face lit up with joy as he hurried forward. "Master." The sword god walked over, his slaughtering sword at his waist was dripping with blood, and Lin Chen noticed the sword god's complexion was somewhat pale. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. The sword god glanced at Lin Chen, nodded, and said, "I'm fine, just overexerted some vital energy, a few days of rest will do." He turned to look at the void passageway, letting out a sigh. He knew that in the days to come, it would be turbulent once again. Over the past 300 years, he had seen many other worlds, but worlds with deities were extremely rare. Most other worlds were comparable to Blue Star, or even weaker. And as a result, today he encountered a world that possessed deities. It is conceivable that a fierce battle is about to ensue. The sword god said, "Don't worry, the deities cannot enter. At most, they can widen the spatial passage. Zhou Yang, you go activate the academy's formation. Next, there should be intruders arriving. You just need to handle them like you would a beast tied. I need to go discuss this matter with the council." Having said that, he floated away. The senior brother hurriedly went to prepare, leaving only Lin Chen alone in place. After they left, Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy. He was about to urge Lin Fan to fight monsters. Suddenly, a system notification sound kept ringing in his ears. And it appeared at an extremely fast speed, making Lin Chen both surprised and delighted. Lin Fan was truly impressive at this crucial moment. How did he manage to kill so many monsters at once? Where was he fighting? However, he soon discovered that each monster's upgrade points were not many, and the strongest monsters were only tier 3. Nevertheless, in terms of quantity, before the sky darkened, Lin Chen found that the upgrade points had already reached 5 million. Next, I can upgrade the talent avatar. Lin Chen murmured. At this moment, the watch emitted a series of beeps. He clicked to answer and found it was Lin Fan calling. Lin Fan, main body, are you happy? Lin Chen, did you just break into a monster's lair? Lin Fan, haha, more or less. I took a part-time job at a slaughterhouse hunting monsters. Let me tell you, why did I never find such a good place before? This slaughterhouse occupies 3 mountains and there are clusters of monsters and they're not even that fierce. Lin Chen smiled as if he were seeing a child achieving success with a proud smile. This guy really knows how to do things right, saving me from having to motivate him further. Lin Chen, I'm very happy. You need to keep up the good work. Something big happened in the return domain today. Another world has descended. Next, the cabinet should take some action and we must speed up our training. Lin Fan was also surprised. Every time another world arrives, it is an invasion and a counter-invasion, but from what Lin Chen said, it was clearly an invasion. Lin Fan, I understand, I will be careful. But you must pay attention to your safety as well, don't take risks. Your life is not just your own. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Who could be more cautious than him? The two chatted for a while longer before hanging up the phone. Lin Chen quickly murmured, System, upgrade the talent clone. Ding, upgrade points are sufficient, upgrading talent clone. Upgrade successful. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading the talent clone to S+ level. The talent clone can inherit 170% of the main body's combat power, with the quantity increased to 200. System, doesn't this upgrade provide an external avatar quota? Yes, however, during the next upgrade to SS level, the host will gain a new avatar form, Possession. Please look forward to it. Possession? Upon seeing this word, Lin Chen felt excited. Although there isn't another spot for an external incarnation at the S+ level, the ability to seize control granted during the next upgrade is even more powerful than an external incarnation. This directly signifies the rhythm of occupying the opponent's identity. He originally thought the next upgrade would still be for an external incarnation, but unexpectedly, the system also pursues innovation and granted a seizing ability. With this seizing external incarnation, could he go undercover in another realm? Just thinking about the scenery of another realm, along with the possibility of acquiring a large amount of resources through the seizing ability to feed back into his main body, made his heart start to anticipate. If this seizing incarnation does well, it might even become the ruler of a realm. At that time, he would have resources from a whole world for his own use. Just thinking about it was incredibly exciting. I wonder what kind of external incarnations will appear after the SSS level. He was very much looking forward to it and felt an intense urgency to upgrade the talent incarnation. Looking at the sky, it had already darkened. Lin Chen went to the cafeteria to eat a little, and upon returning to the library, he silently chanted for the incarnation. A flash of white light illuminated the entire library. Then, 200 copies appeared all around. Lin Chen waved his hand and instructed, everyone go read books for our beautiful future, let's work hard. Encouraging the clones, Lin Chen watched them all go off in search of books and he too turned to leave the library, returning to his villa number 9. It was already late, he took a shower, went online, and it was time to go to bed. Lin Chen yawned and went to wash up. After he finished washing up, he opened his wristwatch to check the daily news. This was almost the news app he had to look at every day. From here, he could learn quite a bit of the latest news. April 1st, the original residence of the Kanglan North Region human tribe has now been taken over by our human tribe. The Kanglan tribe located at the residence is currently under supervision. According to initial statistics, the Kanglan residence is about 1/3 the size of our human territory, but most areas are cold and unsuitable for habitation. On April 2nd, congratulations came from various places, reporting that the spoils of the Kanglan people were selling smoothly. Many individuals have broken through their cultivation bottlenecks, enhancing the strength of our human race. Let's celebrate enthusiastically. This news about the Kanglan people is really endless, skipping it, I'm tired of it. He clicked on another news item to check. This afternoon, a huge turmoil occurred in the returning ruins. Sources revealed that a gigantic black vortex appeared within, from which a massive claw extended, but it was repelled by a beam of sword light. The sword light likely originated from the Sword God Senior, and that black vortex is estimated to be a spatial passage to another world. Judging by the size of this vortex, it is not a weak world. In the aftermath, it is very possible that our blue star races will face another invasion from another world. If this is a world with deities, it would be the first invasion of a divine world in 50 years. Today's report, at the Nanshan slaughterhouse in Central City, hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts died overnight. What on earth happened? After the investigation, a part-time employee from the Animal Tamer Academy was found at the scene. At that time, this employee appeared dazed, showing unusual behavior, trembling all over. Suspected to have suffered a mental shock. They have been sent to the hospital for treatment. The Nanshan slaughterhouse stated that they will cover all medical expenses for this employee and will provide a mental compensation of 300,000 star coins after their recovery. The police have now intervened in the investigation. Lin Chen put down his watch, looking at this news with a somewhat strange expression. Could this be Lin Fan? He muttered to himself. He recalled that Lin Fan was working part-time at a slaughterhouse. Let me see what Lin Fan is up to. He quickly used his talent to connect with Lin Fan. Now that his talent had leveled up, connecting was much easier, and his mental strength had also increased by about double, allowing him to manipulate a distance of 5,000 meters. Within 10 miles, it is all within the range of the avatar's activities. He is one step closer to sitting at home while sending out an avatar to grind monsters. With his eyes half closed, he connects with Lin Fan. Central City. A certain hospital. Psychiatry department. A certain ward. A certain bed. A young boy is eating food voraciously, as if the food in front of him is his enemy. After eating for a while, he finally feels full, puts down his utensils, and lets out a long sigh. Phew, that was close. Luckily, I'm clever and pretended to be stupid temporarily, so they didn't notice anything unusual. Indeed, who would have thought that I could kill so many ferocious beasts alone? Hee hee, but one thing is certain, I didn't lift a finger, it was all the puppets doing. What does it have to do with me? Today I'll have a nice sleep, and tomorrow I'll collect my compensation and return to the academy. After killing so many monsters, my main body should be very happy, right? The main body will definitely give me a break. Sleep, sleep. He didn't know that, at this moment, his main body was watching him. Lin Shen saw this scene and felt relieved, but then he was left in a state of crying and laughing. This guy really is old 6. Recalling his consciousness, Lin Shen smiled, lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and slowly fell into a dream. At this moment, most people had already fallen asleep. However, the cabinet was particularly lively. Usually, the cabinet only had 13 members at meetings, consisting of the presidents of the 10 major colleges, the elder, the general, and the chairman of the void technology, totaling 13 individuals who represented various interests. But today, there were more than a dozen additional people in the cabinet, including the lords of major border cities, as well as some reclusive hermits, and of course, the sword god was among them. Moreover, the sword god was sitting next to the elder, both seated at the top. The elder said, regarding this invasion incident from another world, we invite His Excellency the sword god to give a statement. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to the sword god. The sword god remained serious, expressionless, and the elder sighed inwardly upon seeing this. After a while, the sword god finally spoke. Words are meaningless, they lack power. You should see for yourselves. With a wave of his hand, a holographic projection was released. Everyone turned to look, only to see that the previously calm sky had suddenly changed, with a huge black vortex appearing. Following that, a gigantic claw tore at the vortex, as if trying to struggle its way out. The claw occupied half of the sky, immense and terrifying, making even those watching the projection feel a chill run down their spines. A thought emerged in many people's minds: this is the claw of a deity. Then, a beam of sword light flew in, striking the claw back. Upon seeing this, everyone fell silent, their hearts filled with shock. Just how strong is the man before us? Even though it was just a claw, it could be injured by a single sword strike. This must mean it has the ability to harm a deity, right? The sword god explained, I expended all my strength with this sword, and my essence and blood have greatly diminished. It will take a few days of rest to restore to my original state, while the opponent only broke through a layer of skin, so I conclude this is a divine being. A 9th-tier fierce beast cannot withstand my strike. According to convention, whenever the divine world appears, it is accompanied by invasions, and we should prepare in advance. Although they cannot come in, there are often quite a few 9th-tier powerhouses in such worlds. We only need to defend our territory. As for other exits from the ruins, we can only trouble other alien races to deal with that. If they defend successfully, everyone will be happy. If they cannot, they will only be devoured by the enemy and may even become their food and slaves. We have no choice but to fight. We cannot have a fluke mentality. This battle requires joint efforts from all parties. The elder of the cabinet also said, the sword god is right. In this battle, we cannot have a fluke mentality. I hope everyone can contribute their share. The cabinet. The sentiments of the crowd were mixed. However, their thoughts were united, which is that they must block the invaders. Other than that, they might become the other side's food. Lord Yen stood up and said, I, from the Chaos Element Academy, am willing to send 1,000 teachers and students to participate in this battle, treating it as a trial for the students. Fuyazi also said, then I, from the Void Academy, will also send 1,000 teachers and students to join the battle. The UJ said, don't forget my UJ Academy, we are the best at team battles, and I will also send 1,000 teachers and students. The divine monk stood up and said, Amatba, my Diamond Academy does not have many students, so I can only send 100 to join the battle. I hope you all will not mind. Other academies also responded one after another. With the exception of the Diamond Academy, all the other academies sent no less than 1,000 people. Even the chairman of the Void Technology pledged to send a dedicated Void train route, specifically responsible for transporting support personnel, and would also provide a large amount of convenient food, funds, and weapon support, etc. The elder said, General, I will trouble you to draw soldiers from various places to participate in the defense line of Gueshu. As for the city lords, you do not need to participate in the battle, but remember to guard your cities well and not let the foreign races take advantage of our vulnerability. Additionally, other groups, I hope you can mobilize more adventurers to join the battle. At that time, we will open the military merit mall, where various treasures collected by the cabinet will be available for everyone to exchange. The several hermits are the pillars of our human race. I feel very pleased that you can attend the cabinet meeting. I hope everyone can work together to resist foreign humiliation and protect our human territory. The crowd was stirred with passion and promised not to disappoint expectations. Alright, the cabinet meeting is adjourned. Relevant documents will be sent to you all shortly. Please prepare to cooperate. As long as we work together, no one can defeat us. Dismissed. In the next moment, only 5 or 6 people remained in the conference room, while the others were projections disappearing. The next morning, as soon as Lynch got out of bed, he was jolted awake by a heavy piece of news. The cabinet is fully prepared for a defensive war. More than 300 universities nationwide, major adventurer organizations, technology groups, civilians, the military, and all human forces are already gearing up to establish a defense system at the ruins to resist the invasion of otherworldly beings and prepare for a protracted battle. In this battle, to motivate everyone who has come to support, we will open a military merit store. Killing enemies in other means can earn military merits, which can be exchanged for various precious treasures in the store. Void Technology has dispatched all Void trains to various major cities. Those willing to go to the ruins can sign up now. Wow, the efficiency of this cabinet is impressive. They organized a team so quickly. Lin Chen was also somewhat astonished. The incident had only happened yesterday, and now there was news. This speed was undeniably much faster than before. It seems that the sword god killing Sun Tze with that strike has awakened many people. Lin Chen murmured to himself, this battle may not be a bad thing for me. With a manipulation range of 5,000 meters, I wonder if I can control my avatar to kill monsters while sitting in the base? Lin Chen thought for a moment, and he felt it should be within reach, right? Forget it, I won't think about it anymore, I'll talk about it later. The sky was already bright, and after reading the news, he could almost predict what would happen next. Then, he walked out of his house, went to the library, first recalled his avatars to receive the books they read last night, and then distributed avatars again to continue reading. And he sat cross-legged, absorbing this information. After a long time, he finally woke up, feeling the added knowledge in his head, which made him more confident. This is the power of knowledge, which gives people reassurance. At that moment, the watch rang again. He clicked to answer. Brother Master, where are you? Lin Chen, I'm in the library. Brother Master, what do you need me for? Senior brother, the Void train has brought the first batch of supporters. By the way, don't you check the forum? It's been a real uproar lately. Lin Chen, sorry, I was just reading and got so absorbed that I lost track of time. I'll check the information and head over shortly. Senior brother, alright, everyone will be in our meeting room for a rally soon. If you have time, you can come take a look. If not, that's fine too, it's just a formality. Lin Chen, got it, senior brother. I won't keep you. I'm going to see what's going on. The two hung up, and Lin Chen quickly logged into a forum, where he indeed found many discussions about the Guishu defense war. He usually rarely visits forums apart from checking the news, mainly because the information here is chaotic and can easily disturb his state of mind. At that moment, various posts sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain. He selected a few summary-type posts to open and read. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Jian. Please don't misunderstand, my name has no relation to any homophone. I am actually a straightforward man, sharp and direct like a sword. Alright, no more nonsense. I believe everyone knows about the Guishu incident by now. Various parties are supporting Guishu in building a defensive system to prevent enemy invasion. This is a common topic, but the dangers involved are something everyone should be aware of. Firstly, they do not understand each other, so it's not appropriate to launch a rash attack. A conservative defense is a good approach. Additionally, Guishu is circular, surrounded not only by our human race but also by other races. We are actually sharing the risk of an alien invasion together, so we don't need to worry too much. Furthermore, the Void technology has activated all the Void trains to transport people to and from, and several Void trains are already en route to Guishu. As for me, I happen to be among them. I will start a live stream to report on this matter in real time, and everyone is welcome to join my live broadcast. Click the link, Xiao Jian's live broadcast room. Lin Chen looked through several posts, and without exception, they all contained a link to a live stream. He attempted to click on that Xiao Jian's live stream. On the screen, a man dressed in a colorful long robe, holding an exaggerated short sword, was gracefully walking through the crowd. As he walked, he introduced, do you all see this? This is the legendary Supreme Academy. The academy isn't large, but every building can be considered exquisite, unforgettable at a glance. Can you all see the conference room ahead? That's where today's oath-taking ceremony will be held. Shortly, the first batch of personnel arriving today will head there to participate in the ceremony, and then they will proceed to arrange the defense line at Guishu. As far as I know, among this first batch of personnel, there are many formation masters, construction masters, talisman masters, and feng shui masters. They will be the chief engineers of the Guishu defense works. At that time, I will live stream the construction process, allowing everyone to watch the masters' wonderful performances without leaving their homes. Alright, let's not talk for now. The oath-taking ceremony is starting, and everyone can go watch on the official live stream platform. I'm going to attend the oath-taking ceremony. After all, it's a bit inappropriate to live stream during the ceremony, and I'm afraid of being reported and having the live stream shut down. Bye. Conference room. This is a very large building, standing 30 meters tall, making it the tallest structure in the entire academy aside from the watchtower. But even at 30 meters high, it only has 2 floors. The first floor is the classroom, and the second floor is the conference room. At this moment, the entire conference room was filled with people, with a rough estimate of no fewer than 10,000. They are all advanced personnel from various cities, primarily responsible workers for constructing defense works, as well as engineers, array mages, and geomancers. The rest are elite soldiers drawn from the central city, responsible for protecting these construction personnel. Lynch also arrived here. He stood at the back, listening to a speech given by a general above. I am a rough man, and I have spent my whole life in battle. I have been to the west to fight the foreign tribes on the grasslands, to the north to battle the undead, and I have also been to the East Sea, fighting fierce beasts for a decade. I have stepped across the entire territory of the human race and fought throughout it. To protect our territory, how much heroic blood has been shed on the battlefield. Today, there are again foreign realms that wish to invade our human race, wanting to turn us into slaves, wanting to make us like domesticated livestock, existing merely as food. I cannot endure this. Can you? As soon as he finished speaking, many people were already breathing heavily. Someone raised their fist and shouted, "We cannot endure this. What should we do? Fight! Fight! Fight!" The shouts of fight echoed in the air. It was exhilarating, with blood boiling. Many people's eyes were already bloodshot, wishing they could draw their 3-foot green blade and charge into the enemy's lair. Even Lin Chen was stirred with passion. The general said, "Then it shall be as you wish." Damn it! A curse bridged the gap between him and the others. With a single command, everyone left the conference room and headed towards the return to the void. Lin Chen was stopped by his senior brother, who said, "Don't listen to his nonsense, you shouldn't go. Our Supreme Academy is a transit station and also the second line of defense. Stay here in the academy and guard it with me." The Supreme Academy itself has a powerful array, said to be able to withstand a blow from a divine powerhouse, but nobody believes this claim. However, it should have no problem defending against a 9th-tier powerhouse. The defensive array of our academy was arranged by Master. As long as we have enough energy crystals, there's no way 9th-tier combatants can break through. Staying here is the safest. Lin Chen felt warm inside. However, everyone was going to fight, while he was not going. Was this appropriate? After thinking for a while, he nodded. "Alright, I'll listen to my senior brother." The senior brother said, "I know you want to go fight on the front lines, but the front is dangerous, and the defensive works are not yet complete. Once the defenses are ready, you can go, and I won't stop you. Additionally, the master told me that the enemy will arrive in at most 3 days, so during this time, don't go out, understood?" Lin Chen nodded repeatedly and said, I understand." The senior brother left, and his task was to guard the academy. As for Lin Chen, he now found himself somewhat at a loss. He simply went back to the library again to say a few encouraging words to his avatars to motivate them, then went to the quiet room and opened up the livestream of the Little Sword to pass the time. In the livestream, the Little Sword had arrived by the Great Mountain along with the main forces, and many people had begun to take action. After various high-tech equipment was set up, they began to modify the entire mountain. The mountain wasn't high, but it was still several thousand meters. However, various construction personnel began to gesture towards the mountain. The people in the live broadcast room didn't understand what they were doing, so Xiao Jian asked someone and finally learned what was going on. "Dear audience, I just asked around. They are measuring the mountain and the flow of earth veins, planning to transform the entire mountain into a base to resist invasion. Many people may not understand, so let me explain. Actually, transforming a mountain is not a difficult task. If relying solely on technology, it's indeed hard to accomplish, but for a master of formations, altering a mountain is just basic operation. Look, they have started." Everyone looked over and saw a man dressed in a Taoist robe inserting formation flags in various places on the mountain. Many people were novices in formations and didn't understand. Suddenly, they saw all the formation flags glowing and intertwining in the air to form a gigantic protective shield. They heard the man shout, "Tai Chi for Spirits Formation, rise!" Rumbling. In the sky, 4 ethereal images of the 4 holy beasts appeared in the 4 directions, faintly guarding the area. In the center of the formation, a Tai Chi diagram was suspended. Formation, activate. Conceal. He formed a seal and whispered. As the voice fell, the formation concealed itself, seemingly without any changes, but everyone knew that the formation had been completed, and once invaders arrived, activating the formation would defend against strong foes. Subsequently, a discreet attendant placed boxes of energy crystals at the core hub of the formation, which would provide the energy to support the operation of the grand formation. Although energy could also be absorbed from the air in usual times, that method was too slow, possibly taking a year to absorb enough energy to operate for an hour, far less convenient than directly using energy crystals. This maneuver astounded the spectators. Many people had never witnessed such a scene. They gasped in astonishment, as though they had never seen the world. "That was impressive. This move surprised me. This is a formation master. I feel like I've seen that formation master somewhere before. What's next? The formation is set up. What are the others doing? What's the rush? Just watch." Little Sword quickly explained. "Everyone, don't be anxious. As far as I know, the formation master sets up the defense formation, the geomancer adjusts the earth's veins, and then the architectural engineer, under the guidance of the formation master and the geomancer, constructs the building to form the inner formation. The so-called inner formation refers to the internal formation. Everyone can just look at it. Lynch was quite curious as well. He had just started with formations, but the formations he knew were very basic. Even he was shocked by a formation that could cover an entire mountain. Next, indeed as Xiao Jian mentioned, the geomancer took out a compass and began searching for the Earth's veins, and his methods were extremely peculiar, leaving everyone puzzled. After the geomancer finished all this, the entire mountain seemed unchanged, but everyone looked at it and felt that the mountain had become more beautiful. The more they looked, the more pleasing it became. Why do I feel like this mountain looks better? Could it be because I've been single for too long? The upper floor is correct, I feel the same. Are there any single girls in the comments? Message me privately, and I will definitely reply. The building is leaning. The building is leaning. Let me explain. This is the method of the feng shui master. It's like fine-tuning a person's features. Although it looks unchanged, it is just more beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Look quickly, the construction team is going up. The construction team is straightforward and rough. They rely on various machines and the help of various awakened ones, and their construction speed is astonishingly fast. The entire mountain, stretching for at least 100 miles, was surprisingly completed in just one day. Many people were seeing such a magnificent scene for the first time, all of them dumbfounded, amazed by the power of technology. After everything was prepared, they began to set up defensive measures, installing various siege weapons, heavy weapons, and so on. Next, they just waited for the enemy to arrive. It didn't take long. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, there was movement in the black vortex. Roar! They are coming! Lynch arrived at the base the day before. At that time, the base had just been completed. He had just arrived not long ago, and the second wave of support personnel also arrived here, making the number of people even larger. Crowded and bustling, like a vegetable market. However, as the base was completed, arrangements began for everyone to have housing. Because the mountain is very large and there were many houses built, even with tens of thousands of people, there was no need to worry about a lack of places to live. Moreover, there were many soldiers, groups, and factions living together, which made it convenient for gathering and taking action. Lin Chen was assigned to a small wooden house of about 50 to 60 square meters. Although it was somewhat simple, it was considered quite spacious for someone from the Supreme Academy. Many people lived in collective dormitories. However, as more and more houses were completed, everyone would eventually have their own small house. It was just a matter of time. However, this is the return ruins, rife with dangers and facing the invasion of otherworldly forces. Whether they can survive until that time is still an unknown. At this moment, Lin Chen was standing on the rooftop, gazing at the distant black whirlpool. His expression was heavy, filled with both worry and excitement. The worry stemmed from his fear that the invaders might be too strong for the base to hold off, and that if he wasn't careful, he could get sucked in, which would be a huge loss. His excitement was also quite simple. The whirlpool was not too far from where he was, measuring just a little over 10 miles. That means he could sit safely at home while sending out his doppelganger to hunt monsters. With this kind of automated grinding life, how could he not be excited? At that moment, the whirlpool was spinning rapidly, with dark energies swirling within it. The surrounding space was slightly trembling. This spatial passage was far more dangerous than he remembered. Like him, many others were staring at the spatial passage, each with different expressions. Some looked forward to killing enemies and earning battle merits to exchange for powerful skills, while others worried about the base's collapse, fearing humanity would become prey for the invaders. Everyone has different thoughts, but their goal is the same: to block the ferocious beasts. Tens of thousands of eyes are focused on the same position, and everyone's breathing becomes hurried and tense. Finally, rumble! A deafening sound that shook the earth and sky came. Immediately after, the ground trembled, and the pack of ferocious beasts roared. Roar! 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 Loud roars emerged from the vortex. The density of this sound was chilling to the bone. Lin Chen's pupils also constricted, and then he witnessed a shocking scene. He saw enormous alien beasts walking out of the vortex, each one larger than life. The alien beasts stood at least 100 meters tall, resembling elephants with a single horn on their heads, their skin rough and their flesh thick. It was impossible to tell exactly how many there were. As they stepped out of the vortex and landed on the ground, a thunderous noise erupted, shaking the earth and kicking up a cloud of dust. Someone pointed at the giant beasts and shouted, "What kind of ferocious beasts are these?" After the ferocious beast landed, someone shouted, "Immediately detect the level of the ferocious beast and take all necessary defensive measures." Before the words fell, the scanning had already begun. In a little while, the answer was already provided. Ding! The intelligence system detected that the level is a Tier 6 exotic beast, resembling a giant elephant, with a single horn on its head, over 100 meters tall. It is suspected to be a siege giant beast, extremely powerful but slow in speed. It is recommended to focus fire on it. Only Tier 6. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Among the crowd, there were only a few Tier 7 powerhouses, but there were plenty of Tier 6 powerhouses. Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. He could still kill a Tier 6 giant elephant with the strength of his clone. You guys quickly look, that giant elephant is coming, and not only that, a new ferocious beast appeared behind the giant elephant. No, look at what those giant elephants are doing. Not good. They are driving away the ferocious beast herd from the return ruins. They want the ferocious beast herd from the return ruins to act as cannon fodder and wear us down. Damn, these guys actually have wisdom. On Blue Star, intelligence is the condition that distinguishes fierce beasts from alien races. The intelligent ones are alien races, while the unintelligent ones are fierce beasts. However, the giant elephant attacking at the moment seems to possess intelligence. Therefore, it cannot be referred to as a fierce beast. At this time, countless fierce beasts are being driven by alien beasts charging towards the human defense line. The countless alien beasts behind the giant elephant also spread out, driving all the fierce beasts within several dozen miles towards the human defense line. These fierce beasts, accustomed to being free and unrestrained, act on instinct, and when driven, they become furious, but just as they intend to attack, they are subdued by the imposing presence of the alien beasts, lowering their heads and lowly growling as they rush towards the human defense line. At a glance, the boundless horde of fierce beasts surges across the vast grassland, an incredibly spectacular sight. The human side, seeing this, reveals a worried look. This time they came, and the logistics support has not fully arrived yet. The supplies are insufficient, otherwise, they could have launched a city defense battle. However, the general immediately issued the order. First, let's fire the small cannons to feed them. Yes. In the next moment, dozens of cannonballs, each only the size of a fist, shot out suddenly, landing among the ferocious beasts. Rumbling. Don't be deceived by the small size of the cannonballs, each one contains hundreds of poison needles. Once they hit the ground, all the poison needles burst forth, instantly killing a group of ferocious beasts. The cannonballs kept falling, and before the ferocious beasts could approach the human defense line, a large number had already fallen. At that moment, someone shouted, "General, there are not enough cannonballs. Should we deploy the artillery to attack?" "No, keep the cannons for attacking high-level exotic beasts." Requesting close combat. The general's expression was serious as he said, "Approved." With the order given, a large number of soldiers began to check their equipment and walk down the mountain. Many forces also received the order for support and began to head down the mountain. Killing monsters earns military merits, and military merits can be exchanged for resources. A significant reason they came to the return ruins is because of the military merit shop. Now, they can finally go earn battle merit, and everyone is very excited. Each person will fix a sensor that can record battle merit onto themselves and rush excitedly forward. Lynch looked at these people, took out a pile of sensors from his backpack, and then handed them to his many clones. "Put the sensors on and let's head down the mountain." Lin Chen commanded his clones to go down. This sensor is a technological product that integrates mystical methods and serves as a tool to record battle merit. Yesterday, Lin Chen leveraged his senior brother's reputation to obtain quite a few of these things. These are not rare items, so they are not that difficult to get. At this very moment, his neighbors and others were also dressed neatly and started to set off. Everyone's expression was serious but also carried a hint of excitement. Lin Chen smiled, waved his hand, and let the clones leave. The neighbors heard the noise, turned their heads to look, and when they saw a group of Lin Chens, they were completely stunned. What the hell is going on? 100 siblings? Lin Chen smiled at them as a form of greeting, and the neighbors awkwardly returned the smile. Lin Chen ignored them and set his doppelganger off. The doppelganger's body flickered with light, energy condensing to form armor and weapons, nodded, and headed down the mountain. And the neighbors were still staring blankly at all of this. Who is this person? This was the question in the minds of those nearby. Neighbors exchanged glances, each burying a seed of curiosity in their hearts. They wanted to uncover Lin Chen's identity. After the doppelganger left, the neighbors also left one after another. Meanwhile, Lin Chen focused his consciousness on the number one doppelganger. To speed up the killing process, Lin Chen ordered 200 doppelgangers to disperse in various directions. The advantage of this was that more enemies could be killed, but the obvious downside was that against strong adversaries, they might not be able to win. However, he would experiment to see which method killed monsters faster and would then use that method. The doppelgangers scattered, blended into the crowd, and surged down the mountain with the flow of people. At this moment, in the vast grassland at the foot of the mountain, the figures of fierce beasts were everywhere. With a glance, it was impossible to tell how many there were. Many people were shocked to witness this scene. Almost all of those present had never encountered a beast height of such scale, and for a moment, they were rendered speechless. At this time, a group of 1,000 soldiers, dressed in military uniforms and armed with various weapons, marched over in an orderly formation. Facing the charging swarm of fierce beasts, they did not change their expressions. One of the leading officers shouted, "Form up." The adjutant immediately yelled, "Line up, blood tiger formation." Yes. The voices of all the soldiers gathered together, resonating in the sky, sending a shiver of spirit through all who heard it. All the soldiers shifted their formations, and before long, above them, a blood-colored ferocious tiger actually took shape, roaring to the heavens. As the officer swung his knife down, the tiger let out a roar and leaped fiercely from the sky into the swarm of fierce beasts. Roar! The fierce tiger dashed like a pack of wolves, charging left and right among the beast horde, with hardly any opponents. At this moment, the officer shouted, "The beasts here are too weak, let's push deeper." Then, he left a mess behind for the adventurers coming up next. At this time, number one was hiding among the crowd, with Lin Chen's consciousness attached to number one's body. He watched this scene and, unlike others, did not join in the slaughter of the remaining beasts. Instead, he followed the direction of the officer. He was very interested in these people's blood tiger formation. If he could learn it, it would undoubtedly add another trump card to his arsenal. At this moment, the other avatars began their killing mode, and the system's prompt sounds kept ringing in Lin Chen's mind. Ding, you killed a long-haired 8, second rank, upgrade points plus 180. Ding, you killed a spirit-winged bird, 4th rank, upgrade points plus 1980. Ding. Waves of prompt sounds continued to ring out, and the upgrade points gradually increased. Lin Chen comfortably lay on the bed, rolling over. Looking at the ceiling, with a smile, he sighed, "This is life, so comfortable." He tossed and turned, the excitement in his heart lingered for a long time. Unwilling, he turned his gaze to his clone again, this time looking at number 2. At this moment, number 2 was slaughtering among a group of ferocious beasts. Lin Chen discovered that this was a group of ferocious beasts called iron hoof sheep. This kind of beast is named for its iron hooves and is not very powerful, only at the 2nd tier. Even the leader rarely breaks through to the 3rd tier. At this time, number 2, possessing strength comparable to the 5th tier, moved as if in a no-man's land, with a flaming spear in hand, sweeping away a large number of foes. Lin Chen watched in great delight. This iron hoof sheepherd, despite having a considerable number, reaching tens of thousands, was extremely timid. Upon seeing number 2 kill its companions, they not only did not seek revenge but instead fled in the direction they came from. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. A human chased after tens of thousands of sheep to kill. This scene reminded Lin Chen of a video he had watched before, in which a shepherd dog would stomp its foot and all the sheep would advance in an orderly manner. It would stomp its foot again and the flock would immediately stop. Sheep are indeed incredibly docile creatures. Even when mutated, they cannot change this nature ingrained in their genes. Number 2 couldn't care less about that, he just charged in for the kill. Lin Chen noticed this, withdrew his consciousness and number 3's body. At this moment, number 3 was teaming up with a group of adventurers. These adventurers were all made up of young boys. Seeing that number 3 was also a youth, they pulled him into their group. However, number 3 had no self-awareness, only some instincts. He didn't speak or respond and remained very silent, which struck these boys as a sign of mastery. Adding to this, after number 3 took down a few 4th-order ferocious beasts, they were even more convinced of this idea, each one fawning over number 3, the girls throwing flirtatious glances and the boys wanting to get close to him. Lin Chen's consciousness attached to number 3, and number 3's temperament instantly underwent a subtle change. At this moment, he suddenly spoke. "Which academy are you from?" Number 3's sudden remarks surprised and delighted the others. One girl looked at number 3 with adoring eyes, and the boys were the same, wishing they could cling to number 3's strong leg. "We are from Sishan Academy." "Yes, we are freshmen. What about you, senior?" "Senior, you are so young, yet already at the 4th stage. You must be from one of the top 10 academies, right?" "Senior, what is your surname?" One question after another left Lin Chen somewhat speechless. As for the Sishan Academy, he had read extensively and was knowledgeable, so he naturally knew about the academy's information. This academy ranks 58. It is established on a mountain with a special magnetic field. This magnetic field is quite magical, as it can change a person's constitution and enhance their strength over time. Typically, such academies recruit students who are all A-level trainees. These people are obviously all grade A awakeners, but they only have a mere 2nd-tier combat strength, clearly just having enrolled. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Why do we need to be acquainted when we meet? With such low combat strength, you dare to come out to hunt monsters. Should I admire your courage or your ignorance?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned, and then one by one, they looked awkward. "Senior, we won't go too deep, we'll just stay at the foot of the mountain hunting some stray beasts. Look, there aren't many powerful beasts around here." "Yes, senior, you are here after all. Moreover, this area is close to the base, where monsters are rare and very scattered. Now, after some hunting, many monsters have run 10 miles away, and the number of beasts here has decreased significantly and they are also dispersed." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen truly thought they were naive university students. He was about to drive them away when suddenly a thought came to him. With fewer beasts around and them having fled 10 miles away, the doppelgangers would be out of reach. "Do you want to earn military achievements?" Lin Chen suddenly asked. "Yes." Everyone replied in unison. Who wouldn't want military achievements? These can be used to purchase treasures, many of which are simply unavailable on the market, including not just skill crystals but even talent crystals. Moreover, there are various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as miraculous elixirs, all of which can be exchanged for military achievements. They came here precisely to earn military achievements. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Great. You guys lure the fierce beasts over, and each fierce beast will earn you a 5% commission. How about that? Don't rush to refuse, your only job is to lure the fierce beasts over. As for killing the fierce beasts, you don't have to lift a finger," Lin Chen said. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, hesitating. 2 girls in the group were the first to shake their heads and back off, while the other boys also didn't dare to be the bait and retreated as well. In the end, only a petite boy, who was just 1.6 meters tall, agreed to go. He said, "I'm willing to go. What's your name?" Lin Chen was sizing up the boy in front of him. All he saw was that the boy was wearing all black, had a short stature, and wasn't good looking. He was the kind of person who would be inconspicuous if thrown into a crowd. But looking at this person, Lin Chen felt a stirring in his heart. His fists were a bit itchy, and this feeling puzzled him. It was as if a voice inside him told him that this person deserved a beating and that it would feel great to hit him once. He thought there was something wrong with his mind and quickly took a deep breath to adjust his emotions. He felt much better afterward. "My name is Zhuo Jian," he said, looking up to meet Lin Chen's gaze. Lin Chen smiled and said, "So, you're Zhuo Jian? That makes things troublesome for you. However, you also need to know your limits. Don't put yourself in deadly danger. Prepare yourself and go now." Lin Chen then instructed him further and sent him to attract the ferocious beasts. As for his companions, they all shrank back at this moment and headed towards the base. Lin Chen's gaze was cast toward the battlefield. At this moment, the entire battlefield had become chaotic. The fierce beasts were fighting alongside humans, but the beasts lacked intelligence and had no significant advantage against the numerous humans. With the army's involvement, various military formations exhibited high efficiency in slaughter, and groups of fierce beasts perished, causing many people to start hiding behind the army to pick up the spoils. At this time, Lin Chen's avatars were scattered around, and with his sharp fighting style and decisive killing methods, they drew ongoing admiration from those around him. However, what puzzled people was why they could see this person everywhere. They clearly remembered seeing him over there just moments ago, yet when they arrived here, they saw him again, which was quite strange, and for a time, it became a knot in many people's hearts that was hard to untie. On the other side, Zhuo Jian, relying on his small stature, unremarkable appearance, and unique aura, indeed attracted the attention of quite a few fierce beasts. Roar! The ferocious beast stared at Zhuo Jian, its eyes red, chasing after him. Zhuo Jian, with all his strength concentrated in his legs, took off running at high speed. When he reached the location of number 3, he immediately dodged to the side. After a while, the ferocious beast arrived, and then, slashes fell from the sky. Boom boom boom. One by one, the ferocious beast stood no chance against Lin Chen and all died an untimely death. His battle achievements were increasing, and the upgrade points were also rising. Lin Chen smiled and looked towards Zhuo Jian. "Well done, keep it up." Lin Chen casually transferred 5% of the battle achievements to him and said, "Go on." Lin Chen also noticed that this kid had a strange power that gave off a feeling of being frustrated by him, making one want to beat him up upon seeing him. No wonder he could attract so many ferocious beasts. Zhuo Jian received the battle achievements, his face filled with excitement, repeatedly thanking, "Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Alright, continue." Lin Chen waved his hand. Zhuo Jian immediately nodded and walked outside. At this moment, the distances between the fierce beasts on the battlefield had already spread out. One by one, the fierce beasts, under the impact of humans, scattered and even fled in all directions. Lin Chen's avatar's speed in killing monsters also decreased significantly. After all, killing them one by one was really too slow, and this area was too large. Some fierce beasts were spaced dozens of meters apart, which greatly reduced the efficiency of monster killing. Moreover, some fierce beasts even ran 10 miles away. However, everything was going smoothly on this side of number 3. Zhuo Jian seemed to have some kind of talent. Whenever the fierce beasts saw him, they felt a strong urge to beat him up. Groups of fierce beasts gathered together, chasing and trying to kill him. Lin Chen was delighted to see this and manipulated his avatar to kill them. Immediately, one fierce beast after another died at his hands. Lin Chen was so numb from killing that the number of fierce beasts he had slain in this moment was equivalent to that of 10 avatars. Zhuo Jian was panting heavily. He was also very happy in his heart. Every time he went, he attracted a large wave of ferocious beasts. Although the commission wasn't much, a trip was equivalent to him defeating several monsters. Don't be fooled by the few ferocious beasts. For students like them, it was already a quite good achievement. They came to the Return Ruins more to see the world. If you really made them kill monsters, they would be too inexperienced. Therefore, they only dared to kill monsters at the foot of the mountain and did not dare to enter the real battlefield. Lin Chen was overjoyed. This guy was simply a treasure. He looked at Zhuo Jian with burning eyes and said, "Zhuo Jian, are you interested in working with me?" Zhuo Jian fell silent for a moment upon hearing this and said, "Senior, do you pay a salary?" Lin Chen laughed heartily, "Of course. And there are commissions too." "Great, I'll work with you," Zhuo Jian immediately replied. Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder in encouragement and said with a smile, "From now on, your job will be to attract monsters. You don't need to do anything else. I'm very curious, what's your real talent?" Looking at Zhuo Jian, the more Lin Chen looked at this guy, the more he thought he deserved a beating, itching to greet him with his fists. How odd, what exactly is this type of talent? Zhuo Jian showed a conflicted expression. He had always found it hard to speak about his talent, but he still gritted his teeth. "Senior, my talent is a beating-prone physique," he said hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Such a bizarre physique really exists? He stared at the other person for a moment, his fists itching to move. That urge to beat him up made his heart tingle. Zhuo Jian noticed Lin Chen's expression and was so scared that he took a step back. "Senior, what do you want to do?" Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, "Your physique is really strange. What level is it?" S-grade talent hasn't entered the top 10 universities? Whenever I appear, all the proctors want to beat me up to vent their anger, which scared me into leaving the exam hall quickly. Later, by a twist of fate, I ended up in the current college. So how did you spend your college life? I've been hit by people, but the more they hit me, the stronger I become. Therefore, I don't mind being hit by others. Senior, do you want to take a shot? I've heard that hitting me is very satisfying and can even cure depression. Lin Chen was speechless. Is this person a masochist, or has being hit made him develop a masochistic mentality? He shook his head. He didn't want to be manipulated by such feelings. Alright, I understand. You continue to draw the enemies and this time attract more. Senior, but you're by yourself. Who says I'm by myself? Hurry up. Oh, okay. Once Zhuo Jian left, Lin Chen immediately summoned 3 of his closest avatars. His avatars could not leave the main body more than 5,000 meters, so the places they could go were very limited. However, the beast horde 10 miles away, in big groups, was completely out of reach, which was quite frustrating for him. Meanwhile, the beasts within these 10 miles were becoming more dispersed and fewer in number. For his plan to grow stronger, Zhuo Jian was a pretty good assistant. Relying on his talent to attract the ferocious beasts over, then uniformly killing them, saves a lot of trouble. Moreover, after enough ferocious beasts are killed, he can lure them from 10 miles away and bring them into 10 miles. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from a distance. Lin Chen gazed out and was suddenly taken aback. He saw thousands of various ferocious beasts with blood-red eyes staring intently at the ahead figure of Zhuo Jian, as if Zhuo Jian had wronged them and they wouldn't feel better until they beat him up. However, the ferocious beasts were quite fast, yet they couldn't catch Zhuo Jian. Zhuo Jian's speed was really something. His entire strength was in running. No wonder, getting beaten and unable to fight back. If he doesn't learn to escape, it would be too tragic. Rumble. A large group of ferocious beasts with red eyes chased after a tiny figure ahead, as if the figure owed them money and hadn't paid it back. Zhuo Jian was flying fast and upon seeing Lin Chen's figure, shouted, Senior, hurry up. When Lin Chen saw such a large group of fierce beasts, he was also a bit excited and quickly released skills together with the other 3 clones. Immediately, slashes came down from the sky. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The slashes landed directly in front of the group of fierce beasts, separating them from Zhuo Jian, causing the beasts to suddenly halt their advance. Saying this, Zhuo Jian showed a grateful expression, turned and ran away, disappearing in no time. Once Zhuo Jian had run far, Lin Chen, manipulating number 3 and the other 3 clones, walked out together. Facing over 1,000 fierce beasts, they were not afraid at all. A weapon formed in their hands, and their armor also solidified. With a loud shout, kill! Tread 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 tread! The 4 displayed a murderous aura and charged forward. Energy slash. Flame jet. Biting ice blade. One by one, skills were unleashed, killing a large number of ferocious beasts. When the remaining ferocious beasts saw how strong their enemy was, some of them were frightened and wanted to escape, but Lin Chen would not let such a good opportunity slip away. He grabbed his weapon and chased after them, slashing wildly. Boom boom boom. Facing the ferocious Lin Chen and his squad, the beasts were scared. Some fled, while the remaining beasts were all killed by Lin Chen. Looking at the ground full of corpses, Lin Chen felt a great sense of achievement. Although they are just weak ferocious beasts, the strongest among them is only level 3, but there are so many of them. Lin Chen laughed heartily, and the other clones also showed happy expressions. At that moment, Zhuo Jian came over from behind. He widened his eyes, looking at the 4 identical Lin Chens, and was completely stunned. Wasn't what you said about just one person, but 4 identical people? He silently complained in his heart. Did the senior's mother give birth to 4 at once? How impressive. Zhuo Jian felt admiration in his heart. Hello, seniors. Zhuo Jian came to Lin Chen's side and bowed. Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder, smiling, You're doing well, here's your commission. After transferring the commission to him, Lin Chen asked, Are you tired now? Not tired. Having just achieved military merit, Zhuo Jian was in high spirits, feeling full of energy. Alright, you can continue to lure the monsters later, but be sensible, don't put yourself in danger. Lin Chen reminded him, after all, this guy's talent was too rare and very helpful to Lin Chen. He didn't want Zhuo Jian to die on the battlefield. Without Zhuo Jian, his efficiency in killing monsters would drop significantly. Yes, senior, I will set off right now. He quickly organized himself and departed again without hesitation. Watching Zhuo Jian leave, Lin Chen called 6 clones over again, gathering a total of 10 clones. By the time they reached this stage, the beast horde had already broken, and many clones had no monsters left to kill. Before long, Zhuo Jian returned again. This time was no different. He brought over 1,000 fierce beasts again, and Lin Chen immediately ordered his clones to attack upon seeing this. With 10 clones attacking together, the scene was even more spectacular, and the fierce beasts were easily killed by Lin Chen's clones. Ding! Killed a violent toothed tiger. 3rd stage, upgrade points plus 800. Ding! Killed. One after another, fierce beasts died at his hands, and Lin Chen's upgrade points were on the rise. In no time, he had amassed hundreds of thousands of upgrade points. Zhuo Jian came over again, and when he saw 10 Lin Chens, he was immediately stunned. He rubbed his eyes again, looking as if he couldn't believe it. No way? 6 more seniors appeared. Could it be? Was the senior's mother a 10-fold birth? Wow, that's amazing. His face was dumbfounded, filled with deep admiration inside. Lin Chen noticed his strange expression, tapped his head, and said, What are you thinking about? These are my clones. Zhuo Jian suddenly realized, but then blushed for his earlier speculation. He suddenly reacted. Right. Who can have 10 at a time? The human belly can't hold that much, right? He silently mocked himself, feeling ashamed of his earlier thought. Lin Chen smiled and said, Are you tired? Zhuojian nodded and said, "Senior, I need a break." "Alright." Lynch didn't rush him. After all, it would be a pity if he died from exhaustion out there. Zhuojian sat down to rest, took out some food and water to eat slowly, while his clone stood tall, observing the situation around them. During this time, he retracted his consciousness and focused it on number 1. At this moment, number 1 was still following the army, watching the standoff between the army and a group of land dragons. Number 1 stood several hundred meters away, just in time to see the situation on both sides clearly. He saw the captain looking surprised. What the hell? How did such monsters appear here? Land dragons possess a trace of dragon blood, with adult land dragons having 6th tier combat power, but among 6th tier ferocious beasts, their combat power is also top-notch. Now, they had encountered a group of earth dragons, at least over 100 at a glance. The faces of the crowd were serious, they couldn't escape in time. This group of earth dragons had clearly targeted them, and running away would lead to being killed faster. The centurion shouted, "Form a formation." Yes. Everyone shouted in unison, shaking the heavens with their voices. In a moment, a blood-colored fierce tiger formed in the sky. Roar! Roar! The fierce tiger roared, and the earth dragons followed with their own roars. Rumbling! A massive body of an earth dragon charged forward. The centurion raised the spear in his hand and thrust it forward fiercely. Boom! The fierce tiger roared once and then leaped into the group of earth dragons following the spear. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The earth dragons howled at the sky and a shield blocked the strike. Then, as the attack dissipated, they all lifted their heads and strands of destructive black energy gathered in their mouths. Boom! The black energy suddenly spewed forth. The centurion shouted, "Change formation. Defense." In an instant, the formation changed and turned into a defensive formation. Lin Chen was at the back, watching with eager eyes. If he could have a military formation, wouldn't he be able to challenge the 7th tier? It should be noted that the soldiers in front of him had a maximum tier of only 4, even that centurion only had the strength of the 5th tier. However, with the military formation, only 1,000 men could contend against 100 6th tier ferocious beasts. This military formation, I wonder if I can obtain it. Thinking of this, his heart stirred, and he immediately withdrew his consciousness. Then, he silently recited to retract 100 avatars. Next, he divided out another 100 avatars and instructed them to set off immediately to assist those soldiers. At this moment, the soldiers were struggling to hold on. The centurion gritted his teeth in frustration and said angrily, "Where is the support? Why hasn't it arrived yet?" The adjutant smiled wryly. "There are no nearby legions. Other legions have gone to set up defenses to prevent a sudden attack from the otherworldly beasts. It's too far away. It will take at least half an hour for them to arrive, so we have to wait a while longer. If we wait any longer, we'll be left with nothing but bones," the centurion shouted. Sigh. The adjutant followed with a sigh. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "General, look! Reinforcements are here!" The crowd was overjoyed and turned to look behind them. After taking a glance, everyone was dumbfounded. What the heck? What's going on here? Did we poke a nest of multiples? Why are there a bunch of identical people coming towards us? Is this a monster or a human? Didn't they remember an army composed of multiples? They're coming. Everyone's gaze was shocked, dazed, confused, hesitating, you name it. At this moment, Lin Chen manipulated a clone and shouted, "Everyone, we are here to support you." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although a group of identical people looked particularly strange since they were here to provide support, they decided to put other thoughts aside for now. After all, without reinforcements, they would definitely die. Since help had arrived, they decided to put other matters aside and prepare themselves first. The captain was greatly shaken and shouted, "Brothers, the support has arrived, everyone cheer up." Yes. However, when Lin Chen's 100 clones approached, they were all disappointed. Only 100 people. The captain shouted, "Thank you for coming to support us, but the Earth Dragon Swarm consists of 6th tier ferocious beasts, you're afraid." Before he finished speaking. In the next moment, they all gasped. Suddenly, countless white lights appeared, and then these people transformed into rays of light and vanished, merging into one of the light cocoons. Everyone was confused, having never seen such a strange situation before. What happened to them? Why have they turned into light? Are they okay? Stop the noise. They are performing secret techniques, so don't disturb them. Everyone be quiet. With this scolding from the captain, everyone immediately fell silent, but their eyes remained glued to the scene. Roar! The earth dragons stopped releasing energy attacks, lowering their heads and clawing at the ground as they charged forward. Not good. These earth dragons are going to attack up close. Everyone, brace yourselves and defend with all your might. Everyone felt a surge of tension, not daring to lose focus, concentrating fully on casting the formation. The two sides were not far apart, and the earth dragon's speed was not slow. It wasn't long before they crashed into them. Bang bang! Bang bang! One massive earth dragon after another slammed into the protective shield of the formation, which was overwhelmed and shook violently. With a crack. With the last earth dragon leader's impact, the formation shattered. All soldiers, including the captain, coughed up large amounts of blood, backfired by the formation, suffering serious injuries. One by one, they felt weak and pale, staring at the approaching beasts. They were filled with despair. "Even if I die today, I will kill you all. Brothers, initiate self-detonation. Damn it, perish together." The self-destruct skill is something that almost all beast-level monsters and alien tribes above tier 5 possess. It's not rare. When humans kill their opponents, the drop rate for self-destruct skill crystals is very high. However, self-destruct skill crystals are not worth much in the market as the user must die after using it. There was even a time when they couldn't sell at all since normal people wouldn't have the thought of self-destruction. When one dies, nothing remains. However, as soldiers, almost everyone is capable of self-destruction. After all, being a soldier requires the courage to face death. Even if defeated, one shouldn't let the enemy have it easy. Perdition together is a kind of integrity. Energy gathered, and each body began to slightly swell. The beast horde was startled as well, sensing the dangerous aura, and retreated in unison. The Earth Dragon leader condensed energy in its mouth, forming a huge black sphere in the air. When the black sphere reached 3 meters in diameter, it suddenly flew toward the crowd. Upon seeing this scene, despair appeared on everyone's faces. "You little brats, I'll take you down with me," someone shouted as they rushed towards the pack of ferocious beasts. "To hell with that." At this moment, a voice interrupted the crowd. The crowd was slightly startled and turned to look, only to see a bodhisattva covered in hands, looking at them with a compassionate expression. The bodhisattva extended one hand, swatting away a black energy ball, which fell far away and exploded with a loud boom, creating a large hole. The crowd's attention was drawn towards this bodhisattva statue, which turned out to be the thousand-handed guanyin. This statue, the thousand-handed and thousand-eyed guanyin, has 99 arms on each side. The right hand holds a rosary, signifying that it can lead believers to receive all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The left hand holds a golden Dharma wheel, symbolizing that the Buddha's teachings spin like a wheel, ever turning and never stopping. In the middle, there is an additional pair of arms forming the wish-granting seal, indicating that the thousand-handed guanyin can fulfill the wishes of sentient beings, allowing their hopes and prayers to come true. The thousand-handed and thousand-eyed guanyin can refer to the literal and also have a figurative meaning. If it is the complete version of the thousand-hand guanyin, the thousand arms are like a wheel, with an eye growing from each palm, perceiving the suffering of the world and vowing to save all sentient beings. There are 500 on each side, with the first 2 hands clasped together to show reverence to all beings. At this moment, the thousand-hand guanyin formed by the 100 avatars already has the semblance of a complete version. He has kind brows and compassionate eyes, filled with mercy, looking down from a height, overlooking the fierce beasts in the crowd. "I have 100 arms, you have 100, 1 arm for each, how about that?" Lynch's voice echoed in the air, shocking everyone present. The fierce beasts were also subdued. Looking at the bodhisattva statue that was 100 meters high, they let out a few whimpers and slowly retreated. His avatars possess the strength of the 5th level, and when dozens of avatars combine, they can cross to a level of combat strength. Now, his talent is even stronger. With 100 avatars combined, he is almost an invincible presence among the 6th level of combat strength. "Since you have no answer, then I'll grant you a trip to the west." He sighed and slammed his arms together fiercely in front of his chest. "Die." 100 hands behind him clenched their fists and struck fiercely towards the group of fierce beasts. Rumble! Each massive fist tore through the air, producing a roaring sound. The soldiers stared at this spectacular scene, completely frozen in place. The fierce beasts were even more unbearable. Under the intense wind pressure, they couldn't raise their heads. Just as they cast their skills to defend, they were shattered by a single punch. "Ah lay ah lay ah." Lin Chen screamed wildly, punching away. Hundreds of enormous fists slammed down, not to mention the fierce beasts. Even the ground was left battered and full of holes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. No one knew how many punches were thrown. The roars of the fierce beasts had stopped. Lin Chen finally came to a halt. He looked down and could no longer find the corpses of the fierce beasts. Because the place where the beast was located had turned into a deep pit with a radius of several hundred meters, it was a pitch-black void, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. The soldiers stared blankly at the thousand-armed guanyin, then glanced at the bottomless pit. The captain stiffly turned his head, shocked into silence. He pointed to his throat, signaling his officer to speak. The officer quickly understood and immediately said, "Thank you very much for saving our lives. We will never forget your kindness." Lin Chen did not reply to him. At that moment, he was busy sorting through his gains and had no time to attend to him. The system's notification sound kept ringing in his mind, making his heart race. Ding, killed Earth Dragon, level 6, upgrade points plus 48,000. Ding, killed Earth Dragon, level 6, upgrade points plus 39,000. Ding. The Earth Dragon was indeed an elite among the level 6 beasts, giving a huge amount of upgrade points, nearly twice that of other level 6 beasts. In just a short while, his upgrade points increased by over 4 million. The battle power can be upgraded now. Lin Chen was overjoyed. "I'll do it later, there are still the spoils to be collected." Thinking of the spoils, Lin Chen quickly snapped back to reality. At that moment, he finally heard the adjutant calling him over and over again. Lin Chen looked down at him and asked in surprise, "Why is your voice so hoarse?" The adjutant was taken aback. He silently thought, "If it weren't for you not responding, how could I have shouted your name repeatedly? It's made my voice go hoarse." At this time, the centurion finally recovered and was able to speak. He gratefully said, "Thank you for saving my life, we will never forget your kindness. This is the military token of our Blood Tiger army, please accept it. If there's ever a need, we will go through fire and water without hesitation." The centurion held a metal plate with a blood tiger engraved on the front, standing respectfully. Lin Chen nodded, dismissed his clones, and in an instant a flash of white light appeared, with 100 clones spreading out in all directions. I appreciate your goodwill, but I'm not interested in your military insignia. Rather, I'm very interested in your military formation. I wonder if you could teach it to me. The centurion, upon hearing this, looked at the adjutant, who straightened his expression and hurriedly said, Benefactor, we can't make decisions regarding the military formation. I'm afraid we will have to disappoint you. He saluted to express his apology. Lin Chen felt somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. He had followed them all the way just for the military formation. If he couldn't acquire it here, he would have to hope for the war merit shop. At that moment, the adjutant changed his tone and said, Benefactor, we can ask for instructions from above. Lin Chen replied, that would be troublesome. The adjutant immediately contacted the higher-ups, and when the superiors learned of the situation, they were quite shocked. Then they nodded and agreed. The adjutant put down his wristwatch and said, Benefactor, the superiors have agreed. Here is the manual for the blood tiger formation. Please accept it. Lin Chen was overjoyed and took the manual for the blood tiger formation in his hands. Then he said, You are all injured and probably can't fight anymore. Let me escort you back. Thank you, Benefactor. The crowd showed joyful expressions and thanked him in unison. The team set off again, but they supported each other and walked very slowly. Lin Chen's clones spread out, with some collecting the spoils of war, while others escorted them back. Along the way, they encountered several attacks from beast hordes, but they were easily defeated by the clones. Upon reaching the base, everyone prepared to part ways. The captain and the lieutenant expressed their gratitude and asked, May I know the benefactor's name? Lin Chen smiled and said, How about we add each other as friends? As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, the heartfelt atmosphere suddenly changed. They added each other as friends. Lin Chen asked, What are your names? The captain, Wan Li Chang. The lieutenant, Wu Yong. My name is Lin Chen. Everyone, please note it down, Lin Chen instructed. Yes. The two stood up straight, bowed, and then lowered their heads to fiddle with their wristwatches. All right, no need to see me off, I'm leaving. Lin Chen waved his hand and left. After he left, Lin Chen was unaware that his deeds began to spread widely. Initially, they circulated within the military and then spread beyond. Some people, upon hearing a description of Lin Fan's appearance, instantly recalled the person who stole the monsters. They felt no sympathy, but rather began to curse. Lin Chen's clone had rich combat experience and was skilled at stealing monsters, which caused quite a few people to have their blood pressure rise as they pursued Lin Fan's clone. Unfortunately, his clone was not weak and often self-destructed, leaving those who chased after them angry but reluctant to act rashly. Now, they realized that these identical individuals could not be the real person but rather clones. It was just that they had never seen such powerful clones or so many clones, and for a moment, they could hardly believe it. Following some investigations, information about Lin Chen was also unearthed. At this moment, this war was temporarily nearing its end, and everyone finally relaxed a bit, but the online discussions exploded. This is the person, everyone must remember his face. I'm so mad, he keeps stealing my monsters, and it's not just once. This person seems to be Lin Chen, right? The Three Highs Lin Chen? Yes, that's him, and his talent is cloning. He himself is also a genius, having forcefully evolved from B-level talent to S-level, and later entered the Supreme Academy. Good, this person is utterly immoral, stealing monsters recklessly. Where is he? I want to find him and beat him up. You can't even beat his clone, and you want to find his main body? Isn't that just looking for trouble? If the clone is that strong, the main body must be even stronger. I think you'd better be careful. His talent is way too shameless. If he can't win, he just self-destructs. The discussions online went crazy. A group of people hated Lin Chen, while another group was very grateful to him. Because Lin Chen's clone not only stole monsters but also saved many female students. What's wrong with stealing your monsters? Can a monster kill someone? As for killing someone, why bother? Yeah, you people are just too malicious. It's just stealing a monster, and if it's a big deal, we can just return it. You even want to kill our benefactor, that's just plain evil. Even though the benefactor stole your monsters, was that really stealing? It wasn't. It was out of fear that you couldn't handle it. They were saving you, yet you don't know what's good for you and slander others. Truly wicked. Sisters, we must unite and never let anyone slander our Lin Chen. Yes, Lin Chen has saved me 3 times. Every time I'm in danger, he shows up. I adore him, and anyone who dares to slander him, I'll kill them. A group of girls who were saved by Lin Chen spoke out together, and their fighting power was incomparable to that of men. They even created several groups, with the group leaders acting as a unified command, transferring to various major platforms. Once they discovered someone slandering Lin Chen, they would rush over immediately. The result was that the opponent's homepage was overwhelmed, even doxed, and more outrageously, their family was directly harassed. This left these people in a state of panic, many of them apologizing and promising never to slander Lin Chen again. Online, it also fell silent for a long time before recovering. Damn it, I'm the most miserable. I'm being accused by one of those dinosaur women. She says she's pregnant with my child and even messaged my mom. The craziest part is my mom believed her. That's not misery. The worst is that my girlfriend betrayed me, making me choose between them. What you have isn't even misery. The worst is that all 6 of my sisters and my mom betrayed me. I have no standing at home now. What you're describing isn't misery, I'm the most miserable. Bro, tell us your story so we can have a laugh. Sure, first let me introduce myself, my name is Lynch. Ah. A chorus of wailing and howling erupted from all around. Lynch smiled and put down his watch, feeling incredibly pleased. Who told you to blackmail me? You deserve it. Lynch cursed. At this moment, men across the country felt like they could never love again, each one howling at the sky like a lustful teddy bear. However, after this incident, Lin Chen became completely famous. Some individuals began digging deep into Lin Chen's information, and after unearthing it, they posted it on various major platforms. Due to the internet cleanup initiative, these editors dared not fabricate anything, so the credibility of the information was very high. As soon as the information was posted, it attracted a crowd of onlookers who wanted to see what kind of person this beast hunter really was. However, when netizens saw Lin Chen's information, everyone fell silent. I didn't expect his background to be so pitiful. Yeah, he was abandoned by his parents at a young age and grew up in an orphanage. Furthermore, it seems he was bullied in elementary school. Compared to him, my childhood was like growing up in a honey jar. I'm starting to feel sorry for him. Although he comes from a poor background and initially had only a B-level innate talent, he works very hard and is also a genius, transforming into an S-level. This is a legend, and I am beginning to believe that hard work will be rewarded. Not only that, but he also has integrity. In the face of repeated invitations from the Chaos Element Academy, he rejected them all, never wavering from his own will, and still insists on attending the Supreme Academy. Such a person, although not well known, has already become a legend in just a few short months of life. Countless people fell silent after seeing Lin Chen's information. Compared to Lin Chen, they are lucky they have parental love and companionship from relatives since childhood. However, Lin Chen only has loneliness. While physical loneliness can be endured, spiritual loneliness is the greatest pain of humanity. Many sensitive people began to care about Lin Chen, sending numerous messages in hopes that he would see them and warm his heart. Among these people, most are those whom Lin Chen has saved, who originally regarded him as an idol. Now that they have learned about Lin Chen's tragic background, their maternal instincts have erupted one by one, forming a caring group with the purpose of looking after Lin Chen. Lin Chen knows nothing about this. He turned off his wristwatch. Since he rarely goes online, he probably won't see these messages. At this moment, the clones returned one after another, and there was one person who returned with them. Benefactor. Zhuo Jian looked at the hundreds of Lin Chen and was shocked. After seeing the main body of Lin Chen, he immediately bowed. Lin Chen smiled and said, "No need to be formal. Let's add each other as friends. Next time when I call you, you can come over." Okay. After sending off Zhuo Jian, Lin Chen began to study the Blood Tiger Array. The Blood Tiger Array is not difficult. The challenge lies in the blending of vital energy and blood. After looking for a while, Lin Chen gave up. Damn it, my clones don't have vital energy and blood. However, the formation principle of the Blood Tiger formation is quite novel. It utilizes the fusion of vital energy to form a military formation. What if I replace the vital energy with energy? It's worth a try. Lin Chen left a clone behind, named it Wudao, and said, "From now on, you will stay by my side to specifically learn various skills." Wudao nodded, took the Blood Tiger formation manual, and then sat cross-legged to comprehend it. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, the sound of war drums echoed above the base. Following that, the voice of the base's intelligence system rang out. Beep, the ferocious beasts have retreated, and the battle has temporarily paused. Beep. Emergency event, otherworldly beasts are about to launch an attack. Those who have not returned to the base, please return quickly. In 10 minutes, the base will close all passages and defend against the subsequent attack. Emergency event. Emergency event. It was broadcast 3 times in a row, indicating the severity of the situation. Upon hearing the broadcast, the awakened ones on the battlefield did not dare to hesitate and retreated one after another. Lin Chen wore a hooded black robe that concealed his figure and arrived at a mountain peak. At this time, there were quite a few people standing on the mountain peak. Some took out binoculars to observe the movements in the distance, while others were awakeners with eye-related talents, gazing into the distance. Lin Chen did not have binoculars, but his eyesight was quite good, and being at a high vantage point, he could see some conditions on the battlefield. As he looked across, there were corpses everywhere. Blood flowed all over the ground, soaking the entire land, turning it blood red. Being amidst it, he didn't feel much, but looking from a distance, he realized how brutal this battle was. He cast his gaze toward the black vortex. The giant elephants and other exotic beasts that were originally standing in front of the black vortex were now roaring toward the sky. The sound of their roars could be clearly heard even from 10 miles away. Roar! 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 The roars sounded one after another, shaking the heavens. Suddenly, all the roaring ceased abruptly, and after a moment of silence, an even louder roar emerged. Immediately afterward, all the giant elephants began to move forward. The target was the human base. Rumble! The giant elephants trampled the ground, creating a series of booming sounds. Each giant elephant towered dozens of meters high, stretching endlessly into the horizon, which caused the onlookers to wear serious expressions. Someone whispered, "I wonder if we can withstand it." These giant elephants clearly are siege beasts, incredibly powerful, with thick skin and tough flesh. Sigh, I hope we can hold them off. You all underestimate our human race too much. No matter how powerful the giant elephants are, they are only at the 6th level. One shot from a cannon would settle it. As if cannons grow on trees. Alright, stop arguing. Look over there, we need to counterattack too. Lynch, hiding among the crowd, also looked in the direction indicated. On the peaks of the mountains, brilliant lights suddenly flared up, followed by countless shells shooting out. Everyone only heard two sounds. The first was the sound of the cannonball being fired, and the second was the sound of the cannonball hitting the ground. Boom! Rumble! When the cannonball hit the ground, the energy inside instantly exploded, and beams of enormous energy radiated in all directions. Roar! The herd of giant elephants was caught off guard, suffering heavy losses, but the next moment, a light shone on all the giant elephants, and these lights intertwined, surprisingly forming an orange-yellow energy shield above the herd. Rumble! The cannonballs continued to fire, but when they hit the shield, they were actually bounced back. Cannonballs fell on the surrounding ground, creating deep pits, and the herd of giant elephants slowly approached the base against the cannonball attacks. Seeing that the cannons were ineffective, someone suggested, "General, why don't we take action ourselves?" General Zhao Long looked at the approaching herd of elephants, gritting his teeth and said, "Do not fire. Keep bombarding. I refuse to believe we can't break this turtle shell." Upon hearing this, everyone responded loudly, "Yes." The shells continued to bombard, falling like raindrops, while the herd of giant elephants steadily advanced. However, any observant I could see that the shield had already dimmed considerably. At that moment, a sound reached everyone's ears. Crack! The shield shattered. The shield is shattered, and the herd of giant elephants has lost its defense. Countless shells fell into the herd of giant elephants, exploding and causing mass casualties. At that moment, behind the herd of giant elephants, a massive energy claw swung down violently. Wherever it passed, all the shells shattered and turned to dust, scattering in the wind. At this moment, everything around was silent. Command Center. Zhao Long's fingers tapped on the table as he looked at the surveillance screen, feeling slightly astonished. The scene of the giant claw appearing just now was etched in his heart. This is at least an 8th-tier beast. The think tank beside him began to brainstorm and make speculations. Someone doubted, "No, it's stronger than an 8th-tier beast. If it were just about destroying shells, it wouldn't be too difficult. A 7th-tier beast could handle that. However, to reduce shells to powder in an instant, even an 8th-tier beast would struggle with that. I believe that if this beast truly has 9th-tier strength, it would not hide in the shadows. It should be its special ability." With insufficient information, continuing to guess will only lead us further off track. I propose we take the initiative and test it out. At this moment, General Zhao Long suddenly spoke up. "I agree to test it out. The herd of giants will be blocked by soldiers and adventurers, and the beasts hiding in the dark will be confronted by experts. Who is willing to go and test the strength of the beast leader?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone said, "I am willing to go." Zhao Long turned to look in the direction of the voice and discovered it was a member of the think tank. This person's name is Hu Mang, an 8th-level awakener with exceptional intelligence and a rigid mindset. He prefers to prove his guesses personally, believing his reasoning ability to be unparalleled in the world. Whenever he encounters uncertain matters or things that cannot prove his guesses, he will personally go investigate. The results often turn out to be as he speculated, and he is nicknamed the Reckless Sage. Seeing him step forward, the general hesitated for a moment, recalling what Hu Mang had said. Hu Mang believes this strange beast is stronger than 8th level but not yet 9th level. If that is true, having an 8th-level awakener go to test it would clearly be unsafe. He looked at the person beside him and said, "Officer, you take a team and protect Scholar Hu." "Yes." The officer received the order and shouted immediately. General Zhao Long patted Hu Mang on the shoulder and said, "Act according to your capabilities and do not let yourself fall into danger." Hu Mang smiled and said, "As long as the base is not broken, I will not die." "Ha, you still have such a sense of humor. Don't worry, I will defend the base with all my might. You won't see the moment the base falls." Zhao Long laughed heartily. The two exchanged a glance, then waved goodbye. At the mountain peak, Lynch gazed into the distance. He murmured, "I can't take part in this kind of situation." Thinking about his strength being only at the 4th rank, he shook his head and turned back. Back in the room. System upgrade combat power. Ding, detected that the host has enough upgrade points. Starting upgrade. Upgrade successful. In the next moment, warm currents flowed within Lin Chen's body. He was bathed in a faint white light and his power was increasing. The speed of this increase was rapid, suddenly breaking through the bottleneck, and his strength surged greatly. He clenched his fist, feeling the powerful force within him, and laughed out loud. This is 4th rank, at least 3 times stronger. With his combat power breaking through to the 5th rank, he felt great, with a constant smile on his lips. Ding ding ding. Lin Chen lowered his head to open his wristwatch, wondering who was calling at this time. When he opened it, he found it was Lin Fan. He clicked to answer. "Lin Fan, big brother, I've come to Guishu. Where are you?" "Lin Chen, why did you come?" "Lin Fan, I just got discharged from the hospital. Thinking about how you're fighting in Guishu, how can I just sit back and relax? So I voluntarily applied to come." "Lin Chen, speak frankly." "Lin Fan, big brother, you really understand me. It was the director who sent us to come support you, but there is one thing that is true, and that is that I'm worried about you." "Lin Chen, stop the nonsense. Where are you? I'll send a clone to pick you up." "Lin Fan, right at the entrance of the base." You'll see me when you get here. Lin Chen, alright, stay put. I'll be there right now. Lin Fan, okay, big brother, hurry up. Lin Chen put down his wristwatch and sent a clone to pick up Lin Fan, then he also shifted his consciousness into this clone. When he arrived at the entrance, he immediately saw Lin Fan, who was chatting with an acquaintance. Lin Chen was slightly surprised to see this familiar face, he didn't expect him to be here as well. As soon as Lin Chen appeared, both of them noticed him, and Lin Fan quickly waved and said, "Big brother, over here." Lin Chen walked over, and the familiar person smiled and said, "Long time no see." "Long time no see, Bai Xiaosa." No doubt, this familiar person was Bai Xiaosa, the young master of the Bai family whom he met in G City. Since they parted back then, several months have passed, and upon seeing him again, Lin Chen noticed he had become more composed. Lin Fan said, "Big brother, just now brother Bai mistook me for you, but I've already explained it to him." Bai Xiaosa laughed and said, "I almost recognized you wrong just now, you look too much alike. If it weren't for my eye technique telling me that Lin Fan is a living being, I would have almost thought he was your doppelganger." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then he let out a sigh of relief. It seems that Bai Xiaosa could not see through Lin Fan's true nature. Although Lin Fan is not a natural life form in a certain sense, he is still an independent entity with blood, flesh, and a soul. Apart from being deeply bound to him and not facing death, he possesses all the functions that humans do. It is normal that Bai Xiaoshui cannot see through him. After all, the essence of an external avatar is not so easily decipherable. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and said, "It's been a long time since we last met. Come to my place, let's catch up." Bai Xiaoshui also felt a warm sensation and nodded. He said, "Just wait a moment, I'll tell my teacher and classmates." "Okay, you go ahead, we'll wait for you." Bai Xiaoshui walked towards the residence of Dongshu Academy. Only Lin Fan and Lin Chen were left at the spot. Lin Fan said, "My original self, let me tell you, the situation has changed recently, even the dean has come." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. The dean of the Yuya Academy, Yu Zhe, is a 9th level powerhouse. If he has come, what about the others? If other 9th level powerhouses have also arrived, what does this imply? Lin Chen could almost imagine the scale of this battle. However, if it really is this dangerous, what use are we to be here? As cannon fodder? Lin Chen shook his head. The higher-ups shouldn't do something like this. So, they must have a role to play, and there might not be a large-scale war after all. The 9th-tier powerhouses are here to stay and safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, Bai Xiaosa's voice rang beside him, instantly bringing him back to reality. He looked at Bai Xiaosa and smiled, saying, "Let's go and have a chat." In Lin Chen's small room, Lin Fan took out a set of tea utensils from his backpack and skillfully began to brew tea. "This is a good tea set I procured. Let's enjoy tea while we chat. As for the battles outside, we can't intervene right now, so let's just relax and drink tea." Lin Fan had a great mindset. This might be related to the fact that he wouldn't die. Lin Chen and Bai Xiaosa felt much heavier in their hearts. Lin Fan comforted, "If the front line can't hold, then we might as well surrender early and not worry about this and that. Let's have some tea." At this time, the tea was ready, and Lin Fan poured tea for the three of them. Bai Xiaosa picked up the teacup and smiled, "You're right, let's not worry about things we can't control, let's drink tea." Clink. Everyone clinked their teacups and drank in one go. The aroma of the tea flowed in their throats, making their bodies and minds feel refreshed. Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from outside, and Lin Chen and the others were startled. What happened? There were sounds of commotion outside, and someone was shouting. At this time, someone responded, "It's nothing serious, it's a battle between the high-ups, it has nothing to do with us." Lin Chen and the others stepped out of the house and looked into the distance, only to see a large group of giant elephants lying on the ground, bleeding profusely, while in the sky, a huge beast was fighting with a man radiating golden light all over his body. That is... Lin Chen's inner doubts had just emerged when Bai Xiaosa explained beside him. That should be the strategist Hu Mang, an 8th tier awakened, whose ability is the golden light shield focusing on defense, and his opponent should be the leader of the otherworldly beasts. From the strength comparison of the two sides in battle, it indicates that this otherworldly beast also possesses 8th tier strength. His eyes glimmered with a faint light, and starlight appeared in his pupils. This was his talent ability, the heavenly eye of insight. His abilities included insight, long-distance vision, illusion detection, and attack. His strongest ability was insight, which allowed him to see tiny details and then deduce the correct conclusions. It was precisely because of this ability that the people from the Dongshu Academy paid special attention to him and even accepted him early. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded, pointed ahead, and said, "I wonder what will happen next." Bai Xiaosa said, "At the very least, the base shouldn't have any problems, because many big shots have come this time." Lin Chen nodded and continued to look at the sky. At this time, the battle between one beast and one person was nearing its end. At that moment, Bai Xiaosa said, "They have each retreated." Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise, "You were able to see that? These eyes of mine allow me to see the subtle details," he said, pointing to his eyes. Command Center. Hu Mang returned looking travel-worn, and everyone quickly surrounded him. Some offered tea while others inquired about his well-being. Hu Mang chuckled and scolded, "Even if you don't fawn over me, I'll still tell you the truth." Upon hearing this, the crowd's awkward faces turned slightly red. General Zhao Long walked over and asked, "Who strategist, can you explain the situation to us?" Hu Mang nodded and didn't keep them in suspense, saying, "The alien beast I fought against definitely has intelligence, and its strength is slightly stronger than mine, still within the 8th tier. Additionally, I noticed that it is probably just the vanguard. There will definitely be stronger alien beasts behind it, so we need to prepare early." The crowd nodded, many of them breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Long said, "Thanks to your personal risk, I will remember this merit for you." Hu Mang was also not polite, laughing as he said, "Then I thank the general, I will not stand on ceremony." Zhao Long said, "This is what you deserve." At that moment, Zhao Long's watch rang. Not only his watch, but everyone else's watches also rang. They all looked up, exchanging glances, and saw surprise in each other's eyes. "We can't wait any longer, attack immediately." Damn, these strange beasts really shouldn't be underestimated. They even dare to split their forces, damn it. I want to go to the battlefield and kill those bastards. A group of people felt angry, feeling somewhat played. On the other side, Lin Chen and the others also received orders. Ding received the latest news. Blue Star alien race, Triangle Clan suddenly suffered an invasion from another world, the Triangle Clan's gully. Defense line has collapsed. Countless strange beasts have rushed into the Triangle Clan's territory. The Triangle Clan is in imminent danger. Ding, the alien tribe of Blue Star, the three-eyed octopus tribe has encountered an invasion from another world. The Guishu defense line has collapsed, and they have now been breached in their territory, facing imminent danger. Ding, the alien tribe of Blue Star, the Thousand Feather tribe has encountered an invasion from another world, currently engaged in a fierce battle with alien beasts. The defense line has not collapsed, but they are at a disadvantage. Ding, after discussion, our human tribe has decided to take the initiative to strike, continue to reinforce defenses, and resist the invasion from another world. Ding, we ask all adventurers, soldiers, individuals, groups, and students to be prepared. A grand battle is about to begin. Messages appeared one after another in their information, and everyone was shocked. On the internet, a large number of people participated in the discussion about this matter. Some were worried, some were excited, and some were anxious. "We're doomed. This other world is quite strong. Although the three-eyed octopus tribe isn't powerful, they fell so quickly. Can we hold them off? At worst, we die, so what to be afraid of? Although I'm not strong, only at the 5th level, I will head to the front line now. Wish me a safe journey, everyone. If you really go, I wish you great military achievements and a triumphant return. If you're just talking, I wish a meteorite would fall and kill you. Everyone, don't panic. Haven't we faced crises before? Didn't we survive every time? This time will also be no problem. Yes, don't lose heart. If we can't hold it back, then we'll die. Whether it's early or late, we all must die, so don't be afraid." Lin Chen closed his watch, his expression serious. He exchanged a glance with Lin Fan and immediately took action. Bai Xiaosa, seeing the two leave, followed them with a puzzled look. Then, he witnessed something that would be etched in his memory forever, to the point that he felt an urge to gouge out his own eyes and be reborn to awaken his talents again. He saw Lin Chen create 200 clones, sitting at home while the clones descended the mountain to participate in the war. Not only that, but Lin Fan also released dozens of puppets, sending them down the mountain to join the battle, while the two of them actually sat there playing chess. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. He really saw the two of them playing chess. Lin Fan said, "Big brother, your combat power has increased, and so has mine. How far can you manipulate your clone?" Lin Chen replied, "Currently, it's 7 kilometers. How about you?" Lin Fan sighed, "I can't compare to you, big brother. I can only manipulate within 1 kilometer. Lin Chen smiled and said, "That's still pretty good. It's your turn." Lin Fan picked up a chess piece and placed it down. Lin Chen also made a move and said, "We've encountered a big guy. Let's encircle and kill it together." "Sure. Just in time for a little action." Bai Xiaoshan listened to their conversation with a dazed expression, and when he heard about the big guy, he hurriedly left the room and gazed down the mountain. His eyesight allowed him to see far, and he indeed spotted a group of Lin Chen and a group of puppets encircling a giant elephant, larger than an ordinary giant elephant. "They are too reckless, aren't they?" Bai Xiaosa looked back at Lin Chen's small house, then glanced at the direction of the battlefield with a complex expression. On the battlefield, blood flowed like water, covering the ground as people walked among it, staining their shoes and pant legs red. Many complained about the poor conditions on the battlefield, but soon they were frightened and retreated from groups of giant elephants. The arriving troops immediately blocked the front, killing the giant elephants one by one, causing them to crash to the ground with a thunderous sound, resulting in even more blood. At this moment, in a corner of the herd of giant elephants, a giant elephant taller than the usual ones was being besieged by a group of puppets and humans. However, what felt strange was that the puppets looked normal, albeit different in appearance, with some even resembling beasts, but the humans were peculiar. They actually had a face. At that moment, one of the people shouted, "Kill!" Instantly, they began to act, charging towards the giant elephant to attack. They rushed forward, unleashing various skills, and the giant elephant was soon covered in wounds, its movements becoming sluggish. At this moment, 5 people with different hair colors and attire formed a strange formation. Pentagonal sword formation. In the next moment, a series of giant swords fell from the sky, attacking the giant elephant. In an instant, dozens of giant swords struck down, seemingly forming a forest of swords on the ground. Looking at the giant elephant, it was already pinned to the ground by several giant swords, twitching slightly and on the verge of death. Suddenly, a fiery spear swept across the giant elephant's throat. Poof! Blood splattered and the giant elephant let out a whimper before slowly collapsing to the ground dead. In the base, Bai Xiaoshu watched this scene, completely dumbfounded, standing still. Strong. Too strong. Killing a 6th-tier giant elephant was like killing a chick. He turned his head to look in Lin Chen's direction, and pictures from when they were in G City flashed through his mind, where Lin Chen demonstrated his might during the beast tide and saved them. At that time, through these eyes, he saw Lin Chen's differences and took the initiative to befriend him, becoming friends with Lin Chen. Later, he entered one of the 10 great academies, the Dongshu Academy, where he learned a lot of knowledge. He originally thought that, after meeting again, he would surpass Lin Chen, but he did not expect Lin Chen's strength to have completely exceeded his imagination. Not only was he shocked, but some adventurers passing by Lin Chen's avatar also stood still in place. Perhaps they had never seen Lin Chen, but many had seen Lin Chen's photos online. People referred to him as the monster robber, attracting envy from many. The masses condemned him online, only to be counterattacked by Lin Chen's group of fangirls. This event was quite surreal, making many remember Lin Chen's appearance. At this moment, having finally seen Lin Chen's avatar and witnessed the scene where his avatar effortlessly killed the giant elephant, everyone was shocked. No way? So impressive? Fortunately, when it stole my monster, I didn't chase after it, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Look at his avatar, it's a bit different, with a different hair color and different clothing. I'm so envious, he doesn't have to do anything himself, while all the monster killing is done by the avatar. I wonder where that slacker Lin Chen is hiding. Wait a minute, you all look at the number of his avatars, how come there are 200? Didn't they say there were only 100 avatars? Could it be his talent has transformed again? Many people began to speculate whether Lin Chen's talent had transformed again. Some were skeptical while others felt deeply affected. How can there be such a huge gap between people? They have been cultivating for so long and haven't even experienced a single transformation of talent, but look at you, transforming talent every few days. Is there any sense of fairness in this? How can this be so against nature? Why hasn't the heavens taken him away? You all look, they have left. Lin Chen's clone headed in another direction, targeting the next giant elephant. There are many of these giant elephants, and each one is at least tier 6, so many weaker students could not participate at all. Only adventurers above tier 6 took part in this battle. They followed behind Lin Chen's clone, murmuring among themselves. At the beginning, there were even more clones of Lin Chen than spectators. As the number of spectators increased, a tide formed that followed behind Lin Chen. Some opened live streams, while others told their friends to come and watch. This scene left the people in the command center stunned. The command center personnel were about to reprimand these people, but they quickly fell silent. Because Lin Chen's clone was killing monsters far too quickly, each giant elephant couldn't last 2 minutes in the clone's hands before having its throat slit and falling to the ground. The audience behind them grew larger, watching Lin Chen's avatar swiftly and efficiently kill monsters. Some even participated, actively attracting monsters for Lin Chen to slay. The small wooden house. Lin Chen and Lin Fan were still playing chess, having just finished a game in which Lin Chen won. Lin Fan, big brother, you were not even paying attention to the chess, why do I always lose? Lin Chen pointed to his head and said, it's because you're not as smart as I am, there's no doubt about it. No matter how many times we play, it'll be the same. Lin Fan pouted, looking unconvinced. Big brother, my puppet can't move forward anymore, it's beyond my control range. He placed down a chess piece and looked outside the door. Lin Chen also placed down a chess piece and laughed, then we won't continue, I'll have someone attract the monsters. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, quietly watching Lin Chen without saying anything further. Lin Chen dialed a phone number. Beep beep beep. Just as the phone rang, the sound suddenly stopped. It was connected. Lin Chen, Zhujian, where are you? Zhujian, senior, I'm at the base. Is there work to be done? Lin Chen smiled, he could hear Zhujian's excitement, but he still had to ask him in advance. After all, this time it was a 6th-tier beast. Lin Chen, the giant elephant beast, can you run faster than it? Zhujian hesitated for a moment. Zhujian, senior, no problem. All my strength is in my legs, and I've just broken through in my cultivation. It's no problem. Lin Chen, alright, as usual, go find my clone. Just head down the mountain and you'll spot it at a glance. Zhujian, okay, I'll set off right now. Lin Chen, act within your means and stay safe. Zhujian, thank you for your concern, senior. I understand. After hanging up, Zhujian immediately set off. As soon as he stepped out of the house and looked down the mountain, he was instantly stunned. He saw a group of clones surrounding and besieging the giant elephant, their movements easy and skilled, even giving a pleasing sensation to the eye. Zhujian took a deep breath and hurried down the mountain towards the clones. And Lin Chen also smiled and said, Zhujian is almost here, let's continue playing chess. Lin Fan smiled wryly and shook his head, big brother, I won't play chess anymore. I can never win against you, it's not interesting for me at all. But I find it interesting, Lin Chen said. Lin Fan grimaced and continued playing chess with Lin Chen. Zhujian truly had all his power in his legs, running extremely fast. He might not outrun a 6th-level flying bird, but to a slow-moving monster like an elephant, it would be impossible to catch up with him. He had just appeared beside his avatar when a fiery red-haired avatar patted him on the shoulder and said, Zhujian, be careful. This avatar was controlled by Lin Chen. Zhujian nodded, took a deep breath, and then ran off into the distance, while the other avatars stayed in place waiting. This scene left the crowd behind them puzzled. Why aren't they moving forward? Could it be that Lin Chen needs to go to the restroom, so he let the avatar take a break? I can't agree. I personally think this Xianling ramen should be mixed with concrete number 42 because the length of this screw could easily affect the torque of the excavator, you know? When you smash it in, it will instantly generate a large amount of high-energy protein, commonly known as UFO, which will severely impact economic development and even cause certain energy pollution to this guishu and the intelligence system. I can't believe it. The one upstairs is right. I also have a different opinion. I believe that tomb robbers in the Xianling realm should use divine artifacts. 4 tomb rating. This way, not only is it faster, but it's also more precise and less likely to damage the structure of the tomb. I also can't agree. Looking at the tilted angle of this building, I quickly left the downstairs because I predicted that in 38 seconds, this building would collapse with a loud bang. I didn't want to be crushed underneath, so I left. The people upstairs are too timid. After the assessment is complete, I'm different. I'm on the building across the street, holding a telescope, watching everyone show off. Those upstairs, please don't be smug. In places you don't know, I'm watching you. You all. A refreshing and unique atmosphere instantly dispersed the serious mood. At this moment, Bai Xiaosa was covering her mouth and laughing, showing Lin Chen the comments online. With a chuckle, Lin Chen laughed out loud. Lin Chen doesn't go online often, but Lin Fan really enjoys it. After reading, he burst into laughter too. This group of netizens is quite talented. I like it. But I have a question. Would the taste of Xianling ramen mixed with number 42 concrete really be delicious? After all, we haven't tried it. Lin Fan's innocent expression while pondering made both Lin Chen and Bai Xiaosa speechless. Lin Chen tapped his head. With a laugh and a scold, he said, if you want to eat that so much, just go try it out. No, this looks like it doesn't taste good at all. Lin Fan shook his head repeatedly at the thought of the taste of concrete. He looked at Bai Xiaosa and said, Xiaosa, why don't you go kill some monsters? Lin Chen heard this and shot him a glance, shaking his head, extremely speechless in his heart. Bai Xiaosa was taken aback by the question, thinking to himself, is your brain in a pit? Below are all 6th-tier ferocious beasts. If I go up, isn't it just delivering food? However, before he could answer, Lin Fan had already figured it out himself. He slapped his forehead in annoyance and said, I forgot, your cultivation is too low. Oh no, look at my brain. He had a sincerely annoyed expression, while Bai Xiaosa looked sincerely ashamed. Both of them blushed, one was annoyed, and the other was embarrassed. Bai Xiaosa simply left the room, no longer looking at the two of them, feeling increasingly angry and uncomfortable the more he looked. He took a deep breath and encouraged himself, you can do it, don't compare yourself to him, he's not even human. Lin Chen said, Lin Fan, shall we continue the game? Lin Fan hurriedly shook his head, playing chess was just inviting torture, he wasn't going to play anymore. Lin Chen found it uninteresting and looked towards the side where the Dao Inside avatar was. He shook his head again. This Dao Inside avatar had no independent consciousness. It was fine for him to learn, but playing chess was out of the question. Suddenly, he noticed that the Dao Inside avatar had opened its eyes. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback and then immediately felt an overwhelming joy. Seeing this, Lin Fan asked, what happened? The void alchemy technique has been learned. This alchemy technique was something he had picked up at a flea market in Nanjiang City, and it was a technique capable of triggering a system response. Its highest level could refine 10th tier pills, which means god-level pills. This is a technique on par with the 10,000 treasures condensation method. It's just a pity that although this technique has a high ranking, its learning difficulty is also very high. After such a long time, he had only just grasped the basics. Lin Fan was also overjoyed and said softly, Big brother, quickly update my skills. He quickly sat cross-legged, his face full of anticipation. Lin Chen stretched out his hand, tapped his forehead, and laughed, scolding, what's the rush? Wait a moment. Lin Chen grinned and said, you go watch the door, don't let anyone in to disturb me. Alright, I'll go right now. Lin Fan immediately got up and walked towards the door, standing there with a joyful expression as he observed the surroundings. He noticed Bai Xiaosa was overlooking the battlefield from a distance, and after glancing at Lin Chen in the room, he gave up the idea of going to overlook the battlefield as well. Inside the room, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, recalling his Dao Comprehension avatar. Then, he absorbed the insights from the Dao Comprehension avatar. Just then, a stream of information flooded into his mind, and various insights lingered in his heart. After a long time, he opened his eyes and smiled. This is the void alchemy technique. With a gentle flip of his palm, streams of peculiar energy appeared in his hands. Alchemy furnace, condense. A low humming sound. The alchemy furnace condensed and took shape, hovering in the air. Lin Chen's thoughts slightly stirred, and the alchemy furnace fell to the ground. Lin Chen was excited. With this void alchemy technique, he could refine pills. What pills should he refine? He thought for a moment and set his gaze on the blood flesh pill. He had obtained one of these pills at an auction in G City. That pill was absorbed using his innate life absorption ability and was devoured. Taking it directly could enhance physical strength, but with his current power, he would need at least a 5th-tier blood flesh pill. And he had only comprehended the first layer of the void alchemy technique, so he could only refine 1st-tier pills. If he directly consumed a 1st-tier blood flesh pill, it naturally would have no effect on him, but if he used his innate life absorption to devour it, then it would be different. And the blood meat pill is also convenient to carry. Just toss a few in your pocket, and when you're free, swallow one. How nice is that? Lin Chen's lips curled up. By the way, I need to quickly update the abilities of all my avatars so they can kill monsters while refining blood meat pills. Thinking of this, Lynch hurriedly sat cross-legged, communicated his innate abilities, and connected with all his avatars. Then, he began to update their skills. Soon, Lin Fan, standing outside the house, was slightly stunned, feeling that some new information had appeared in his mind, and he was overjoyed, promptly focusing to absorb the information. All his avatars were the same, quickly absorbing this piece of information. After a while, all the avatars had learned the void alchemy technique. On the battlefield, the avatars walked back, using the void alchemy technique on the corpses of the giant elephants. Refine. On the battlefield, a group of people looked at Lin Chen's avatars, who were performing a peculiar spell, with confusion on their faces. What is he doing? Wait, what s? Is he going to refine pills? But isn't refining pills supposed to require a quiet environment? Refining pills here, he has to be very bold. Wait, his clone can refine pills too. Damn. I'm so envious, I can't take it anymore. I don't want to watch. If I keep watching, I'll be burned to death by jealousy. The crowd started discussing. Even the people in the live broadcast room were filled with envy and jealousy. Someone said they couldn't bear the blow and wanted to leave, but actually, no one left. They were all curiously looking at the clone. One by one, the clone performed the same spells, condensing huge pill furnaces, then leading over giant elephants. The elephants were too large to fit in, so they used special techniques to compress the blood and flesh of the elephants, forcibly stuffing them into the pill furnace. This process was somewhat uncomfortable, but thinking of it as exotic beasts, it became easier to accept. Then, one by one, the clones began to perform spells, and streams of pill fire rose into the air, burning beneath the pill furnaces. After a long time, the lid of the alchemy furnace opened. A stream of vitality burst out, dyeing the surroundings red. Then, the blood and flesh pills were collected one by one. This scene, from extraction, refining, igniting, pill formation to pill collection, was executed seamlessly, without a single superfluous movement, leaving the onlookers astonished. As the blood and flesh pills were collected, the viewers were filled with envy. I'm so envious. The efficiency of this pill refining is unmatched. Does anyone know what kind of pill this is? I know the name of this pill. Speak quickly. It's a pill refined from the blood and flesh of living beings. It seems to be the blood-flesh pill. I know about the blood-flesh pill, but our human race doesn't have this recipe, right? This method of refining is very cruel, but the effect of the pill is excellent. It can directly enhance one's strength. Based on the size of their pills and the extent of the blood light diffusion, they should not exceed third-tier pills. Then Lin Chen probably can't take these, right? Yes, so it's very likely that they will be sold or given away. There are fierce beast corpses all over this battlefield. He's going to make a fortune. How about this? Let's collect the fierce beast corpses and then exchange them for elixirs with Lin Chen? This idea is not bad. Lin Chen's clones are half fighting monsters and half refining elixirs, with clear division of labor. One elixir after another is being refined, and then each clone, holding an elixir, runs towards the base and delivers it to Lin Chen's wooden cabin. There are just too many, they gradually couldn't hold them all. At this time, some people came over. What's the matter? Lin Chen asked through his clone. Well, we are going to collect fierce beast corpses. Could you reward us with a few elixirs? Someone asked. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, glanced at him, and thought to himself that this guy is quite business-minded. 1/10. 10 fierce beast corpses for 10 elixirs? Exactly. Upon hearing this, the person pondered for a moment and said, could you make it a bit higher? Lin Chen smiled and said, how about this? If you can bring me fewer than 100 beast corpses, I will give you 1/10. Of course, they must be no lower than 4th-tier beasts. If it exceeds 100, I will give you 1/8. Then what if it exceeds 1,000? The man pressed on. Lin Chen smiled and replied, if you can really bring me 1,000, I will give you 1/5. Alright, it's a deal. It's a deal. Lin Chen watched their departing figures, unsure of where they would go to find beast corpses. However, he was glad to be at ease and glanced into the distance. In the black vortex, strange beasts were still appearing one after another, but the giant elephant was no longer the only species. Now white wolves, blue wolves, and gray wolves had also appeared, totaling 3 species of wolf packs. Each type of wolf pack had eyes that sparkled with a gleam of intelligence. They were clearly an intelligent species. Roar! Howl! A series of roars echoed, and the atmosphere on the battlefield became even tenser. However, the outskirts of the battlefield displayed a different scene. A group of people simply turned into porters, specifically going into the battlefield to transport the corpses of alien beasts and fierce beasts, and then handing them over to Lin Chen's clone. Lin Chen's clone opened the furnace to refine pills, producing blood and flesh pills one by one, which were then given to each porter as payment. Although the first-tier blood and flesh pills were of no use to them, they could be sold for money, or at the very least given to younger members of their families. It should be noted that the Blue Star human race does not have a recipe for these blood and flesh pills. In the past, to obtain blood and flesh pills, they had to import them from other worlds, and they were extremely expensive. These things are worth a lot and hold their value well. No one would complain about having too many. Brothers, let's keep it up. We are going to be the porters of the battlefield. If there aren't enough fierce beasts and alien beasts, we can kill more to ensure we have enough corpses, aiming to gather a full 1,000 of them. Right, this is an opportunity, let's go. The crowd became enthusiastic, everyone entered into porter mode, and some even began actively hunting monsters. One monster after another died at the hands of these frenzied crowds, and their corpses were not spared, dragged in front of Lin Chen's avatar and refined into blood flesh pills. Lin Chen also noticed that the higher the rank of the ferocious beast, the more pills it produced, but there was a significant gap between ferocious beasts and exotic beasts. A giant elephant exotic beast can produce a dozen or so pills, while a 6th level ferocious beast can only produce 2 or 3 pills. So, the blood flesh energy of exotic beasts is higher than that of ferocious beasts, and the difference is not trivial, it's as much as 6 to 7 times. Lin Chen had a clearer idea and decided to have the avatars refine blood flesh pills from exotic beasts first. One pill after another was produced, some were distributed to them, and more were taken back to the base. At this very moment, Lin Chen's small wooden house, thumb-sized blood flesh pills were neatly arranged on the ground. Lin Fan picked one up to examine it and said with a smile, "Big brother, we've hit the jackpot this time. The ground is covered with blood and flesh pills, at least 1,000 of them. Even if sold for money, it would be a large sum. Although the levels of the pills are not high, their quantity is impressive." Lin Chen tapped his head and said, "These pills are not for sale, I use them for life absorption." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was immediately overjoyed and said, "Great. Brother, hurry and get stronger, I'll support you." "What will you use to support me?" "Of course, I'll support you spiritually." He. Lin Chen was too lazy to continue engaging with him, took a blood and flesh pill, and performed life absorption. Instantly, a sense of gluttony filled his heart, causing him to frown slightly. Placing the whirlpool in his palm on the blood and flesh pill, pure life energy surged into his body, providing a slight enhancement in strength and spirit, leaving him feeling satisfied. However, as the devouring ended, the feeling of hunger arose, causing his stomach to rumble. Clearly not hungry, he still wanted to binge eat. This side effect is really annoying. Lin Chen gave up the idea of continuing to devour the next pill, planning to wait until the side effects disappeared before continuing to devour. At that moment, a series of drumbeats came from outside. Following that, a series of harsh sounds rang out. Bai Xiaoshan hurriedly walked in and said, "The Triangle Clan has completely collapsed. Now their defeated soldiers have come to our human race's Guishu base, seeking to ally with us to fight against the Triangle Clan. One of the indigenous alien races of Blue Star evolved from rhinos. The Triangle Clan members have rhino heads, enjoy eating grass, rarely consume meat, and have a gentle temperament. Named for the 3 thick horns that grow on their heads. This race is not numerous, with only a few million members, and their strength is considered below average among the alien races. Gentle in nature, not fond of fighting, and having decent relations with various races, they have no enemies and no particularly close alliances. The Triangle tribe, due to their massive size, generally stands over 5 meters tall, with thick bluish-gray skin covering their bodies, which grants them immense strength and astonishing defensive capabilities, as well as decent melee combat skills. They have always lived in a large canyon located in the southeast of the human territory. The canyon is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with one side adjacent to the Guishu, and the edge of that Guishu has stable space, rarely showing any spatial rifts, allowing the Triangle tribe to live a very comfortable life. However, perhaps it is this comfortable environment that has made them lose their sense of crisis. For so many years, the strength of the tribe has been swaying, with little improvement. This time, under the attack from another world, the entire Triangle tribe was nearly slaughtered, with only a few high-ranking members leading the tribe's elites to escape. Later, they encountered several waves of encirclement and suffered another loss of half their numbers. By the time they arrived at the human base, only about 5,000 to 6,000 Triangle tribe members remained. Moreover, these triangular tribe members were all injured, and among them was only one 9th-level triangular tribe member, who was the chief of the triangular tribe. At this moment, Banquet Hall. This is a large temporary building, and although it was constructed in a short time, it still amazes with its architectural beauty and grandeur. Inside the hall, the 9th-level chief was remorsefully confessing with an expression of frustration. Sitting in front of him was none other than Fuyazi, the head of the Dongxu Academy. He held a compass, his long beard flowing, and said with a smile, "There's no need for you to blame yourself, Chief, it's all fate. You may have escaped this time, but you will not escape next time. Since you are here among us humans, just stay here and recuperate. When our human race engages in a great battle with the other world, you may wield your blade and redeem your past failures, it won't be too late." Hearing this, the triangular chief lifted his head to look at him, his eyes shining brightly. He banged on the table excitedly, saying, "I'm going to the battlefield right now to slay those despicable alien beasts." Upon seeing this, Fuyazi smiled to himself, secretly thinking that the goal had been achieved, but now was not the time for a final battle. The 9th tier card should not be played too early. Otherwise, if the opponent also played a 9th tier card, it would be a matter of going all out. If the operation went poorly, it could lead to a collapse of the clan, just like the Triangle clan. "Your Excellency, please don't be anxious. The battle between our human race and the alien beasts has not yet reached the final confrontation. As a 9th tier powerhouse, you should naturally make a grand entrance. Since you are so eager, you can let your talented young subordinates participate in this battle." "All right, I will let them join the battle shortly. Then it will be troubling for you. As you come to join our human race, we will naturally help you build a base. Outside our human race's base, a base has already been constructed, which you can visit shortly." The leader of the Triangle clan, Shi Zhuang, expressed his gratitude upon hearing this. "Thank you for your assistance. I, Shi Zhuang, will certainly repay you." Leader Shi Zhuang is being too polite. You have just arrived in our human race and still have many matters to attend to. Please hurry along, I won't disturb you any longer, Your Excellency. As soon as the words fell, a loud drumbeat came from outside. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. As the drum sounds rose, the situation of the battle changed. Fuyazi heard the drumbeat and his expression slightly changed. He said, the battle situation has changed. What change? Wait a moment, let me take a look. His expression turned serious, with a sense of foreboding. He glanced at Shi Zhuang and noticed a slight change in the other party's expression, which he noted in his mind. He opened his wristwatch and entered the group chat. Sure enough, the group administrator had already sent several announcements. The beast reinforcements are coming from the southeast, with a number over 10 million. They have dispatched personnel to construct a base in the eastern direction, expected to be completed within 5 hours. Preliminary investigations reveal that this group of beasts comes from the Triangle Clan's territory. In this wave of alien beasts, there are an estimated 2 level 9 beasts, while most of the other beasts are below level 5. At Fuyazi at Yujie, you two hurry to the southeastern front station to guard against the level 9 beasts participating in the battle. At Blood Dragon Army General, you quickly lead the Blood Dragon Army to the southeast defense line to resist this group of beasts. Everyone stay united, do not let your guard down. Putting down the wristwatch, Fuyazi's expression was serious as he looked at Shi Zhuang. His eyes no longer held the initial softness. Shi Zhuang lowered his head. Although he wasn't very bright, he could figure out what had happened. It must be the wave of beasts that attacked him that had followed him. He said regretfully, I didn't expect they would follow us. For the losses of the human race, I'm willing to make compensation. This item shall serve as an apology. He took out a rhinoceros horn and placed it on the table. Fuyazi, who was originally in a bad mood, was now somewhat surprised upon seeing the rhinoceros horn, saying, Is this a 9th-tier rhinoceros horn? Yes. Shi Zhuang said, his face filled with sorrow. This was his father's horn. Seeing his poor expression, Fuyazi smiled and put it away, saying, Don't be sad, your Trigon tribe base has already been established. You can go down now. Since you've chosen to ally with my human race, you must obey the orders. Once your clan is ready, head to the front lines to slay enemies and avenge your shame. Shi Zhuang pounded his chest, making a loud noise. I will definitely kill the beast that killed my father. Fuyazi said, You will definitely achieve that. The reason Fuyazi had no hostility towards the Trigon tribe was simple. They were a herbivorous race and had no conflicting interests with the human race. Watching Shi Zhuang leave, Fuyazi smiled as he picked up a rhinoceros horn. The Trigon tribe evolved from rhinoceroses. They not only inherited the herbivorous habits of rhinoceroses but also had very gentle temperaments. Furthermore, the horns on their heads evolved from 1 into 3, and their efficacy became even stronger. Before the invasion of various realms, rhinoceroses were considered a rare species, a treasure in every part, with the most precious being the horn on their heads. In the past, a rhino's horn weighed about 2 kilograms and was worth its weight in gold, even more precious than gold itself. The rhino horn was believed to be an incredible aphrodisiac. Now, rhinos have evolved into the Triangle Clan, and the 3 horns on their heads have become even more powerful, with even more functions derived from them. They are both their weapons and the essence of their beings. This horn is precisely the one in the middle of the 3 horns, said to be able to refine ecstasy pills, yellow dragon pills, and nightly 3,000 pills. Whether for weapon forging or pill refining, there are extraordinary effects, and the effects are very strong. He lowered his head to look below, and his heart stirred slightly. In the next moment, his face turned red. He quickly recited a mantra, Limitless Celestial Venerable, this object has a connection with this humble Taoist, so I shall not be discourteous. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the ring on his hand glowed faintly. The rhino horn vanished without a trace. That ring was indeed a spatial ring. Only then did he leave in satisfaction, flying towards the southeastern battlefield. On the road, he encountered a rider on a white tiger. The driver greeted him wearily. Fuyazi, having just obtained a treasure, was in a good mood and said, Driver, you need to stay alert. What will you do if something happens? The driver snorted and said, I just went to the front lines and there's nothing serious, no need to worry. You can't be like this. Look, my beast, the Wind Emperor bird, has returned. A light buzzing sound was heard. A gust of wind blew in, and then a thumb-sized green bird landed on his shoulder. Seeing this, Fuyazi immediately shut his mouth. He forgot that this driver was a beast master. This little bird couldn't speak human language, chattering endlessly, but the driver could understand, nodding repeatedly. After the Wind Emperor bird finished speaking, he said, See, even the Wind Emperor bird says there's nothing wrong. The Blood Dragon army has built a defensive line, and the 2 9th-tier exotic beasts on the other side are sitting back, letting their beasts attack without any care. Alright, let's hurry over then. Okay. Lin Chen's cottage. Lin Chen, Lin Fan, and Bai Xiaosa sat together. Bai Xiaosa said, We just released the latest news in our Dongshu Academy group. The group of exotic beasts attacking the Triangle Clan is currently attacking our southeastern defense line, but the high-level exotic beasts have yet to join the fight. Lin Fan remarked strangely, These exotic beasts can't be plotting something, right? Why not just attack directly? Lin Chen pondered for a while and said, Could it be that they are waiting for the exotic races from other places to converge? As the words fell, several of them fell into thought. Bai Xiaosa opened his wristwatch and began to check. After a long while, he lifted his head and said, "The territory the exotic beasts are spreading out is quite large. The Triangle Clan and the Three-Eyed Octopus Clan have already been breached. The Qianyu Clan is strong and is currently fine, but there are also a dozen small clans that are resisting. It's estimated they won't hold out for too long. Perhaps when the other exotic races have gathered, that will be the moment the decisive battle begins." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt an increasing sense of urgency in his heart. He nodded and said, that is quite likely." At this moment, the intelligence system's announcements sounded again. Due to changes in the southeastern defense line, awakened individuals below level 5 may go to the southeastern defense line to fend off the beast invasion. The situation in the war is tense, and the cabinet has begun to dispatch troops for support. Support will arrive soon. Everyone has worked hard. As expected, the war situation has become even more tense, Bai Xiaosa said, frowning. Lin Chen said, "These matters are beyond our control for now, but I don't believe we can't kill low-level beasts endlessly." Bai Xiaosa shook her head and said, "So what if we do? There's no benefit in it." Lin Chen laughed and said, "Indeed, there's no benefit." Lin Fan also laughed and said, "There really is no benefit, but, my brother and I are noble people. Even if there's no benefit, we still have to do it. It's our spirit of contribution." Lin Fan's words were powerful, and excitement shone in his eyes, leaving Bai Xiaosa staring in surprise. Subsequently, he was also inspired and said, "Lin Fan is right, I need to be uplifted as well. I plan to go to the southeast defense line. The beasts on the front line are too strong, the weakest are all 6th rank, and they are simply not something he can participate in. But the southeast defense line is different, the strength of the beasts there is generally not strong. With his pair of highly perceptive eyes, he can foresee crises on the battlefield, which will certainly make him the most eye-catching one on the battlefield." Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, "Then come with me." Lin Fan followed suit and patted Bai Xiaosa's shoulder. "Don't be afraid, just follow us, we will protect you." Bai Xiaosa looked touched, these two brothers are so loyal. "Okay, thank you." He cupped his hands and expressed his gratitude. "There's no time to waste, let's set off now," Lin Chen said. The few of them did not hesitate. Lin Chen took out a burlap sack, put the flesh and blood pills inside, and then created a clone to carry it on its back. The few people walked towards the southeastern battlefield without hesitation. The southeastern battlefield is approximately 50 miles from the center base of the human race's returning ruins. There is also a large mountain here, which has now been completely transformed into the appearance of a base. The formation is also shrouded in the sky, and in front of the southeastern base there is an overwhelming horde of alien beasts that stretches as far as the eye can see. The sheer number makes one's scalp tingle. The three people had shocked expressions on their faces. "So many alien beasts, I'm hungry," Lin Fan said with wide eyes, wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Bai Xiaosa was stunned upon hearing this. He looked at Lin Fan and indeed saw the drool dripping from his mouth. He thought to himself, is Lin Fan really that bold? This is an endless swarm of alien beasts, doesn't he fear death? What he found most ridiculous was the next sentence Lin Chen said. I'm also hungry. Xiaosa, how are your cooking skills? Lin Chen also wiped the corner of his mouth and suddenly asked. Bai Xiaosa was stunned and took a long time to come to his senses, shaking his head repeatedly. Lin Chen was somewhat disappointed, looking at the countless otherworldly beasts, his eyes dimmed, as if he had lost countless treasures. Bai Xiaosa rubbed his eyes and pinched his flesh, causing him to grimace in pain. This confirmed that this was not a dream. Hurry up and report to the base, these otherworldly beasts are about to attack, we can't hesitate. Lin Fan hurriedly walked in the front and urged them as he walked. When the three arrived at the base, registered their information, and received their living supplies in small rooms. In Lin Chen's new small room, Lin Fan set up the tea set and brewed tea while Lin Chen had his clone place the blood and flesh pills in the room. Bai Xiaosa was still deep in thought, frowning. He considered himself the smartest among the three, so naturally he positioned himself as a strategist. A strategist must offer tactics and take on the role of a think tank. However, before he had come up with any strategies, Lin Chen had already sent out his clone, and Lin Fan had dispatched his puppet to set off. Then Lin Chen said to him, Xiaosa brother, what are you dazed about? It's time to head to the battlefield. Bai Xiaosa looked at the surrounding avatars and puppets, and in that moment he understood everything. You all will drink tea and wait for your triumphant return. Xiaosa brother, you should hurry. Xiaosa brother, don't be afraid, we will protect you. Even if all the avatars and puppets die, we will never let anything happen to you. Bai Xiaosa felt as if he were glued to the ground, completely motionless. He was struck by a tremendous shock internally. Here I was, giving you all my strategies, and you two fellows are pulling this kind of stunt. Can killing enemies directly on the battlefield lead to death? You have to hide at the back. He sighed toward the heavens and followed the avatars toward the battlefield. At this time, many people were also heading toward the battlefield on the road. Some people encountered Lin Chen's avatars and immediately pointed and chattered. Isn't this Lin Chen's avatar? Those puppets must be Lin Chen's brother Lin Fan's puppets. Hey, who is that young man in the middle? He looks quite handsome, but he has such a gloomy face, looking all unhappy. They are also going to the battlefield, right? I wonder if they are still refining pills. I can help collect strange beasts. Lin Chen didn't expect he was already this famous. As soon as they appeared, they were surrounded by a crowd. A group of people chattered endlessly, asking him if he was still refining pills. asking if he still needed to collect strange beasts. In short, the topics of conversation among the crowd just kept circling back to a few phrases. Lynch tried to drive them away, but it was of no use. These people were as sticky as gum and couldn't be shaken off. In desperation, he decided to just let them follow him. Eventually, they descended the mountain and arrived at the front lines. This battlefield is quite similar to the central battlefield. The Blood Dragon army is at the forefront, while the strange beasts on both flanks are obstructed by their scattered organizations. The Blood Dragon army has already blocked most of the alien beasts. Although the remaining alien beasts are still a huge number, with more adventurers arriving for support, the number of humans has surged to over 1 million. If it weren't for the need to defend the western border, northern border, and eastern sea, redeploying tens of millions of soldiers and adventurers wouldn't be a big problem. However, even so, the situation in the Guishu battlefield is escalating further, and the cabinet is quickly adjusting its strategy. Starting from an initial defense force of only tens of thousands, the number of defenders has gradually increased, and in the future, the support teams will continue to grow. Lin Chen's clone finally arrived at the chaotic battlefield. As soon as they appeared, they became the most dazzling presence on the entire battlefield. Zhujian also hurried over to report in front of Lin Chen's clone. Zhujian, old task. Okay, senior. After saying that, he left the team to lure the monsters. Lin Chen was not idle either. He had his 6 clones form a team and started killing monsters. Bai Xiaoshu took a deep breath, protected by several clones, and arrived at a battlefield. Kill. As the battle began, the atmosphere of slaughter filled the air, and the entire battlefield turned into a scene of bloodshed. The adventurers, students, and others who were originally following behind suddenly turned pale and instinctively took a few steps back. Their minds were strongly impacted, as most of those following Lin Chen had never been on a battlefield before. They had just come to support, fueled by passion, but had never witnessed such a bloody scene up close. At that moment, it was quite normal for them to be unable to react. Lin Chen, however, would not concern himself with them and instead commanded his clones to continue the slaughter. 5 elements sword formation. Immediately, the formation was established and a series of giant swords shot out, sweeping through the surrounding beasts, each beast impaled into the ground, slowly bleeding to death. Ding, you have killed the Azure Snake, Tier 3, upgrade points plus 600. Ding, you have killed the Spirit Ape, Tier 3, upgrade points plus 900. Ding, you have killed. The kill notification echoed ceaselessly in his mind, and the upgrade points were rapidly increasing. Lin Chen's lips curled up, and he hadn't put them down since. After clearing out the monstrous beasts, the 20 alchemy clones behind him immediately started refining alchemical pills. Before long, flesh pills began to take shape. Then, a dedicated transport clone packed the flesh pills into bags and transported them to the base cabin. Lin Chen looked at the increasing number of flesh pills, picked one up, and cast life absorption. A feeling of gluttony filled his heart, and after a while, the devouring finally ended. He rubbed his slightly swollen forehead, rested for a while, and then felt better. Feeling a slight enhancement of strength within him, he was in a very good mood. Turning back to glance at the half-room filled with flesh pills, he estimated that if he consumed them all, his strength should multiply several times. However, this was a task that required considerable time and energy. Entity, you suffer so much from devouring flesh essence pill, why not upgrade your talent for life absorption? Lin Chen fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He currently has quite a few upgrade points, totaling over 10 million. He originally intended to save them for increasing his combat power. After all, only with higher combat power could he slay stronger monsters. However, the points needed to increase combat power next time are far too many, and it is impossible to complete in a short time. As for upgrading his talent to SS grade, that requires even more, a full 10-fold increase compared to upgrading to S+ grade. However, with the current upgrade points, he can upgrade his S-grade talent life absorption once. He gritted his teeth, glanced at the room half filled with flesh essence pills, and said, alright, let's upgrade the talent life absorption, and also upgrade the talent swift step to S-grade. System, upgrade my talent life absorption. Ding, host has enough upgrade points, upgrading. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, your second talent, life absorption has been upgraded to S+ grade. The next moment, Lin Chen's brain felt a slight chill, followed by countless energies and information pouring into his mind. He slightly closed his eyes, digesting the changes brought by the enhancement of his talent. After a long time, he opened his eyes, picked up a flesh and blood pill, and activated life absorption. Suddenly, threads of life energy surged into his body. As the devouring began, a feeling of gluttony also emerged, but what delighted Lin Chen was that this sense of gluttony had weakened by about 1/3. There was no longer the impulse to gnaw on tree bark. At the current level of gluttony, he could tolerate it. After devouring one flesh and blood pill, he picked up another pill and continued to absorb. Once he finished consuming this flesh and blood pill, he abandoned the idea of continuing to consume more. Headache. Nausea. These side effects made him uncomfortable. Although it was no longer as intense as before, he still needed to take a break, otherwise, he felt his mental state would be affected. Sure enough, the more over-the-top the skills, the greater the limitations. Lin Chen exclaimed. Next, let's upgrade the quick step. System, upgrade quick step to S level. Ding, host has enough upgrade points, upgrading. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, quick step has been upgraded to S level. Lin Chen felt immense joy in his heart. With just a thought, he found there was only a 0.3s delay and then executed the quick step. And he discovered he could now move up to a distance of 10 meters. Although it was only 10 meters, it was still teleportation, and calling it extreme speed was not an exaggeration. Quick step is a short-distance teleportation talent. At S level, the wind-up time can almost be ignored. He learned that there are also some long-distance teleportation talents where the wind-up time is significant, but the teleportation distance is very far. Some can even cross distances of over 1,000 kilometers, comparable to teleportation arrays. However, if I keep upgrading quick step, distances of 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, or even light years would not be a problem. Moreover, with the improvement of combat power, the teleportation distance of the Sparrow step is also increasing. Let's continue killing monsters next. As for me, I will be responsible for using the second talent to devour all the blood and flesh pills in this room. Lin Chen and his clone are collaborating very pleasantly. In the wooden house, when Lin Chen gets tired, he drinks some wine or takes a short nap, while the clone diligently kills monsters, enjoying it immensely. At this moment, in the wooden house, Lin Chen is playing cards with Lin Fan. Lin Chen won again. I'm done, I can't win against you anyway. Ha, you still lack skill, you need to practice more, understand? You're right, my main body. Well, remember, people need to keep learning in order to progress, just like this card skill. The more you play, the better you'll naturally become. You're absolutely right, my main body. I've remembered. Well, remembering these is not enough, you must also understand that learning leads to progress. Once you become slack, one day, you might disappear. Also, you mustn't seek the limelight, you need to endure. As long as you are alive, there is hope. If you don't die, you will eventually grow stronger. Body, what you said is truly wise and right. Lin Chen wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly he froze, as a charming figure burst into his mind. Why does this scene feel so familiar? He had also been taught like this in the past. Moreover, he had been taught like this for 3 years. Thinking of this, he started to miss Zhao Ku. I wonder how Zhao Ku is doing now. She has exceptional talent and is among the best in the SS level talent category. It seems like it's been a few days since I last contacted her. What is she up to? Lin Chen opened his wristwatch and made a phone call. Beep beep beep. After the ringing for a while, the call finally got through. Hello, Zhao. However, what responded to him was the automated voice on the phone. Hello, the owner is currently in closed-door meditation. If there is anything, please leave a message. Hello, the master is currently in seclusion. If there is anything, please leave a message. Lin Chen did not leave a message and hung up the phone. Zhao Ku is in seclusion again. Lin Chen can only wait for her to come out of seclusion. He looked at the sky outside the door, which was now occupied by flying birds. Arrows pierced through the flock of birds, killing one after another, and the bird bodies fell like raindrops, quite spectacular. Lin Fan said dully, main body, I want to fully control my puppet now, I'm done playing, I'm tired. Lin Chen nodded and said, well, go ahead. He glanced at the Tao Enlightenment avatar behind him and said, continue to comprehend the 10,000 treasures condensing tool technique. Because he noticed that the avatar's weapon could no longer damage monsters. A first-tier weapon strength is too low, it's time to upgrade the level of the 10,000 treasures condensing tool technique. He also closed his eyes and projected his consciousness onto one of the avatars. At this moment, a large crowd surrounded the avatar. Some people were responsible for luring monsters for him, while others collected the corpses of alien beasts for him. With over 20 clones around him, some were specifically responsible for alchemy, while a few were transportation clones. As soon as the elixir was produced, they would carry it towards the base and place it in the wooden house before returning. They had clear divisions of labor, coordinated well, and worked with extremely high efficiency. Lin Chen smiled, and this smile drew Bai Xiaoshu's attention. He originally came to hunt monsters, but unexpectedly, under the protection of his clones, he didn't even touch a single fur from the alien beasts. He smiled wryly, unsure whether to resent being protected too well or to feel grateful that someone was looking out for him. His pair of eyes felt a little useless. Suddenly, he noticed a figure that surprised him. The other clones had expressionless faces, but this one clone showed a smile. Soon, he understood, was Lin Chen's main body here? He walked over with a smile. Brother Lin. Lin Chen heard the familiar voice, turned around to look, and found it was Bai Xiaoshu, smiling as he said, your eyes have quite good perception. Haha, how could you bear to go to the battlefield? Oh, this is my clone, I just attached my consciousness to it. Ha? Your real self didn't come? Yeah. Bai Xiaoshu immediately looked embarrassed, he thought this was Lin Chen's real body. It's just that Lin Chen is much stronger than him now, causing his eyes to no longer see through Lin Chen. If it were before, when everyone's realms were about the same, he could easily tell the difference between the clone and the real body. Now, looking at Lin Chen with these eyes feels like seeing through a thin mist, and he can't see clearly. At this moment, a puppet behind him tapped him on the shoulder. Xiaoshu brother, I'm here. The voice belonged to Lin Fan, but it came from the mouth of a puppet. Bai Xiaoshu was once again speechless. This place has so many people, what are you afraid of? It's not like any high-level exotic beasts will come. The three were chatting while others were busy outside. Meanwhile, the situation of so many awakened gathering here also caught the attention of the higher-ups of the human race and the exotic beasts. Exotic Beast Vanguard's base. This is a small hill occupied by the Beast Vanguard Army, serving as their temporary base. At this moment, a 10-meter-tall golden monkey picked up a teacup and clumsily drank tea. His lips moved slightly, and he surprisingly spoke human language. "Can you go check what's going on over there?" he said, pointing to the location of Lin Chen's avatar. His adjutant, a black cow, mooed once and nodded, saying, "General Golden Monkey, I will send someone to investigate immediately." Go quickly." The black cow received the order, entered the military camp, and shouted, "Where are the scouts?" His voice was loud, clearly audible within a radius of several hundred meters. As soon as he finished speaking, a bird with transparent wings flew over. "The scouts are here, Adjutant Black Cow, please give your orders." The black cow adjutant glanced at the scouting bird and said, 10,000 meters to the northwest, there is a gathering of humans, go and see what happened. At your command. The scouting bird flapped its wings and vanished, becoming invisible to the naked eye. The other side. In the southeastern base of the human race. In the command center, a group of humans looked confusedly at the location of Lin Chen's avatar. Someone pointed at the place and said, "What's going on here? Don't they know that gathering together makes it easy to be targeted and attacked by the alien beasts? These guys really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. I have to go over and disperse them." After saying this, the person got ready to stand up. At that moment, Fu Yaozi, dressed in a Taoist robe, quickly stopped him and said, "What's the hurry? Let's send someone to scout the situation first." The drifter lay on the soft fur of the white tiger, saying, "Go scout then. Fighting like this is too boring. I don't even know when it will end." Fu Yaozi gave him a glare, unwilling to engage with him. After all, the matter of staying at the southeastern base still depends on him. The drifter is too unreliable. He said, "Send someone to take a look." At your command. At this time, Lin Chen's avatar was killing monsters, and Lin Fan's puppet was also busy slaying monsters. Lin Chen's avatar and Lin Fan's puppet were sitting together, chatting casually with Bai Xia. This scene was almost simultaneously discovered by two reconnaissance units in the sky. Then, they quietly retreated and took the news back. Advanced outpost of the monster beasts. The golden ape heard the news and said, "Are they really refining pills using our kin? Absolutely true. How outrageous. Lieutenant, go and kill all these humans, leave not a single one." "Yes." Rumbling. The lieutenant arrived at the military camp again, selecting a group of 6-tier black bulls, charging towards the location of Lin Chen's avatar. On the other side, Human Command Center. The driver received the news and laughed heartily. "It's actually this brat. No wonder he inherited the title of our elder." Lin Fan and Lin Chen are indeed blood brothers, their awakened talents are so similar. Fu Yaozi shook his head, pouring a bucket of cold water on him. "They are so ostentatious. Do you think the monster beasts will let them go?" The driver's expression suddenly became serious upon hearing this. They dare." His eyes were filled with killing intent, and as his thoughts moved, the space slightly rippled, and a giant golden ape 10 meters tall appeared before him. The coachman said, "Golden ape, go protect them." The golden ape humanely nodded and walked toward the door. Fu Yaozi sighed, his eyes slightly changing as time and space shifted. His mind stirred, planning to open the time-space portal at any moment to teleport over. This is the power of his pair of eyes. The Black Bull deputy led a group of 6th-order Black Bull beasts, rumbling towards the location of Lin Chen's avatar. Along the way, they encountered many humans. Its brow furrowed, and the bull horns emitted a black light, unleashing black lasers that killed many humans. The humans were instantly alarmed and retreated in a frenzy. What the Black Bull did not know was that humans had a tool called the network, and from the moment it appeared, it was completely exposed. So, what made the black cow very frustrated was that, along the way, apart from the few humans it had just killed, it hadn't encountered any other humans on the road thereafter. It shook its head, unable to understand the reason, and could only continue moving forward. Given their speed, they quickly reached the scene. At this moment, Lin Chen's avatar was still repeating the processes of killing monsters, refining pills, and transporting. Like a factory line worker, while an ordinary person would have been annoyed long ago, the avatar did not know what frustration was and was even more efficient than a robot. The most relieving thing for Lin Chen was that his upgrade points were rapidly increasing. This sense of anticipation helped him successfully fend off feelings of annoyance. Although this area was far from the battlefield center and belonged to the fringe zone, the monsters' levels were not high, but low levels meant a larger quantity to make up for it. Moreover, there were so many monsters that they could not be killed off. Suddenly, Zhuojian returned, panting heavily. He came beside Lin Chen's avatar and shouted, "Not good, a large troop of exotic beasts is coming, senior, hurry and retreat." As soon as the words fell, a group of adventurers also returned, panting heavily as they said, "Yes, several brothers have fallen victim to the enemy, everyone, retreat quickly. There are too many of us gathered, and we've drawn their attention." The crowd was hesitating when suddenly they heard a series of loud rumbling sounds. Peering into the distance, they indeed saw billowing clouds of dust, instantly scaring them to the core. Some people immediately packed their things and ran off. Lin Chen's doppelganger remained still, and Zhuojian didn't dare to move, but seeing his frantic scratching of his head, it was clear he wanted to retreat. Lin Chen stood up and said, "Zhuojian, Bai Xiaosa, you two fall back. Senior, I will go down with you." Zhuojian tightened his fists. Bai Xiaosa was about to voice his opinion when he suddenly remembered that this was all a doppelganger. If it died, the main body wouldn't be affected. He nodded and said, "Alright, I'll go to your room to find you." Then, he retreated without looking back. Zhujian watched the scene, angrily staring at the fleeing Bai Xiaosa. Pointing at Bai Xiaoxiao, he said, "He is too untrustworthy, infuriating me." Lin Chen laughed heartily and said, "Are you really not backing down?" "Not backing down." Zhujian shook his head and said, "Alright, if we all die today, you won't have a scratch." Lin Chen pulled Zhujian behind him while instructing a clone that as soon as danger appears, immediately pulls Zhujian away. His clones stood together, ready to face this battle. Rumble. The ground trembled, sand and stones flew, and a large group of enormous creatures came rushing in. Lin Chen said, "A group of bull monsters, strength around level 6. Lin Fan said, "If it were before, dealing with so many level 6 alien beasts would have been tricky, but now it's no problem at all." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Then get ready." Lin Chen's clone immediately formed a 5-element formation, layering formation spells to block the front, while the ice clone released streams of cold ice, freezing the ground and increasing the difficulty for the alien beasts to walk. Roar! Finally, the alien beasts arrived. The black cow officer stared with a pair of bell-like eyes, its tall body and glossy black fur exuding a certain majesty. Moo! It suddenly bellowed, and the herd behind it instantly turned bloodshot eyes, lowered their heads, pawed at the ground, and snorted out 2 jets of white mist before charging forward. Rumbling! Crack! The shield formation collided with the herd, held for a moment, and then shattered with a crack. But in the next moment, ice blades shot up from the ground, aimed straight at the underbelly of the herd. These beasts were not mere ferocious creatures, they were intelligent. Seeing the blades targeting their vital spots, they jumped in fright and quickly dodged the danger. As a result, the formation broke apart. Lin Chen secretly thought it was a good opportunity and commanded his clone to rush in. 5-element sword formation. Broadswords rained down from the sky like raindrops, impaling each of the bull monsters. The giant sword had just ended, and a wave of flames burning the soul suddenly sprayed onto them, causing these beasts to howl in pain. One by one, they rolled on the ground, holding their pain. Heartfire is difficult to kill monsters, so Lin Chen ordered the other clones to immediately step forward and finish them off. This series of attacks seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it was less than 2 minutes. By the time the Black Bull deputy realized it, he found that most of a group of his kin were already lying on the ground. Moo! You kill my kin, human, I will kill you. The Black Bull roared and attacked, its eyes blood red. Lin Chen exclaimed, "You cow, you can actually talk." Suddenly, the black bull leaped into the air, expanding to 10 times its size, towering 100 meters high and several hundred meters long, with its black fur blowing in the wind, imposing and majestic. Lin Chen exclaimed, "Damn, I kicked a rock, left Jian, you retreat quickly." A flying cow is most likely a 7th-tier beast. With his current strength, he can still deal with 6th-tier beasts, but 7th-tier beasts are just too strong. Between the 6th tier and the 7th tier, there is an invisible chasm, and the gap in strength is immense, calculated in dozens of times. Many people are stuck at the peak of the 6th tier, unable to break through in their lifetime, highlighting how much stronger the 7th tier is compared to the 6th tier. Faced with 7th tier beasts, most of his clones are likely to meet their end. After transforming, he might be invincible at the 6th tier, but taking on a 7th tier beast is unlikely to succeed. Glancing at Zhujian behind him, he urged again, "Zhujian, hurry, and get lost, I'll hold them off. This is my clone, if it dies, it doesn't matter to the main body. Why are you getting so emotional?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhujian suddenly understood, and immediately, all his emotions turned into embarrassment. His face flushed red, and without looking back, he ran towards the base, resembling a girl who was rejected in a confession, her bashful appearance causing others to shake their heads and sigh. The black cow's aide saw someone running away and was reluctant to give up, charging forward to kill Zhujian. Lin Chen immediately activated fusion, and suddenly a gigantic red python appeared in place. Out of the corner of its eye, the black cow caught sight of the red python, and its pace faltered, unable to move forward. Seeing Zhujian getting farther away, it let out a mooing shout and turned back to charge at Lin Chen and the red python. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this otherworldly cow would also go out of control upon seeing red. If even the Bull Demon King couldn't escape this instinct, there was no reason for this black cow to be able to. Watching the charging black cow, Lin Chen had no assurance of victory. In fact, he was planning to self-destruct to end this. The black cow was getting closer. "Human kid, what if you transform into a giant snake? You will surely die today." However, in the next moment, its expression froze. Because the red snake welcomed the attack and coiled around its body. Let go, human insect." Lin Chen silently recited, "Self-destruct." Energy compressed, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. The black figure exclaimed loudly, "You madman, you crazy madman." Rumble. On the battlefield. A scene of devastation. A huge pit, over 10 meters deep and several hundred meters in diameter, appeared on the ground. The explosion sound could be heard for miles around. Those who had just escaped back to the base heard this sound, each with different expressions. Some were moved, some were sad, and some were crying profusely. "Lin Chen, you must not die. How could you be so impulsive? Why self-destruct? It's all to save us that he would self-destruct. Lin Chen, from now on every year at this time, I'll burn paper money for you. Just say how much you want. Can't you stop joking upstairs? My makeup is all ruined from crying." At this moment, among the crowd, only Zhujian and Bai Xiaoshu had strange expressions. Some took out binoculars to watch, others with good eyesight all looked toward the direction of the explosion. When they clearly saw the scene on the battlefield, everyone was stunned. All they saw was a hundreds of meters wide pit, pitch black and bottomless, like a giant mouth ready to devour everything. Suddenly, a gigantic black bull flew out of the pit. But this black bull was battered and bruised, its dark fur tattered and torn, with drops of blood falling, turning it into a black-red monster. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd gasped in shock. Lynch is so amazing, his self-explosion actually harmed a 7th-tier beast, but Lynch is completely gone now. We're doomed, we're going to be bombarded to death by his fans. Maybe he's not dead yet? It's exploded to pieces, how could he possibly still be alive? I'm so moved. I'll buy some paper money when I get home. I want to burn paper for him. Look over there, another beast is coming, it's a golden monkey. At this moment, a 10-meter-tall monkey arrived slowly. It looked at the large pit on the ground, then gazed at the injured black bull hovering in the air, quickly understanding what was happening. It was instantly filled with regret, realizing it had come too late. Turning to the black bull, it roared angrily, "Black bull, surrender your life." The golden monkey threw a punch at the black bull, and before the fist could land, the black bull suddenly opened its eyes in a daze. What came into view was a patch of golden monkey fur, and as it met the golden monkey's gaze, the bull collapsed to its knees with a thud. "General Golden Monkey, I have completed the mission." The punch stopped right in front of the black bull's eyes, not continuing onward. "General? Mission?" The golden monkey had a thought, as if it understood something. It coughed and said, "Well, you did well, so let's go back with me." "Yes, General Golden Monkey." The black bull was so dazed it could hardly think, its eyes also injured, seeing everything in a blur. However, the bright golden fur of General Golden Ape was extremely eye-catching, and he could recognize it at a glance. As he followed General Golden Ape through the path, he realized something was wrong. Not right. This isn't the way back. Why does it feel like I'm getting closer to the human base? At that moment, he heard the voice of the golden ape by his ear. "You're injured too badly, you're experiencing hallucinations. Close your eyes, and I'll take you back." Black Bull, in a daze, heard this voice and, at this point, he felt something cool around his neck, as if something was fastened to him, making a clanging sound as he walked. "What is this thing, and why does it feel like chains?" "Don't overthink it, I'm putting a rope on you so I can lead you alone." Upon hearing this, Black Bull was instantly very touched. "General Golden Ape, you are too kind to me, I have no way to repay you. You are already repaying me now, and you won't need to repay me in the future. You are really too kind, I'm so sleepy." The black cow was covered in blood, its consciousness becoming fuzzy, and drowsiness hit. The golden monkey quickly grabbed the chain, leading it as they flew towards the command center. Command center. At this moment, a group of people was waiting for news. When they saw the golden monkey return, they all looked over. The golden monkey, under the gaze of the crowd, said with a face full of sorrow, "Master, I was too late." Lin Chen blew himself up. Thinking about how he delayed his return to pick fruits, he felt a pang of regret in his heart. But this was something that absolutely could not be mentioned, otherwise, the master would not spare him. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone present was stunned, and an image of a martyr appeared in their minds. Fiery and passionate, I like it. It's a pity he blew himself up, otherwise, I would definitely want to meet him, a lieutenant sighed. What a pity. What a good young man, he would rather self-destruct than be captured while covering his companion's escape. This is the backbone of the human spirit, a strategist sighed with his face to the sky. Alas, such intensity, such strength, what a pity he is gone. I must spread the word of his deeds and show people what the spirit of the human race, refusing to yield even in death, truly is, said a literary worker with tears in his eyes. Ah, he dedicated his life to the human race, his brilliance shines in our hearts. What is he? He is the remaining light of the gods, he is the brilliance of divinity within humanity. I must praise you. A general finished reciting and turned to his adjutant, saying, "This poem is excellent, adjutant, write it down." The adjutant regained his senses and quickly picked up the pen to write it down. All kinds of lives play out in this small command center. One person has died, and at this moment, literary figures, poets, and a group of tearful performers emerged. Fuyoozi sighed, what a pity. The general's eyes were filled with tears, heroic. The literary figure looked mournful, tragic. The poet clutched his chest, the light of humanity. The charioteer wore a disdainful expression, not at all sad. He is the sixth brother, he understands the sixth brother best. If Lin Chen really died, it would be strange. At this moment, he noticed a black cow behind the golden ape and said, "This black cow." The golden ape was affected by the sorrowful emotions of these people, shaken at its core, secretly wiping away its tears. When suddenly hearing its master call it, it quickly said, "It's this black cow that caused Lin Chen to self-destruct." It gritted its teeth, wishing it could eat the black cow. The black cow slowly woke up, opened its eyes, and the first thing it saw was the golden ape's large face. "Hey, General Golden Ape, why do you look different?" In the next moment, the golden ape fiercely grabbed the chain and lifted the black cow into the air. "I'm not your general, because of you, Lin Chen self-destructed. Today I will slay you and eat your flesh." Other people, upon hearing this, also angrily said, "Let's eat. The meat of this black cow should be pretty good." Ah, what a strong black bull. Because of him, Lin Chen self-destructed, and he actually didn't die. "Lin Chen, I will take revenge for you, starting by eating its meat." Aid, take note. The poet general was inspired and composed another poem. The aide wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly noted down this line of poetry. Slaughter it to avenge Lin Chen. Kill. The killing intent spread and the entire Black Bull trembled. No. Suddenly, a messenger approached. What is it? Reporting to you, my lords, Lin Chen has gone to kill monsters again, and this time more people have gathered. What? Who are you talking about? Lin Chen, my lords, why do you all look so strange? It's nothing, you can go now. Yes. After the messenger left, everyone looked at each other in silence for a moment and immediately went online through their wrist devices. After a long while, they all turned red with embarrassment. The writer turned his head and violently tore up the article he had written. The poet general gritted his teeth and said to his aide, destroy all the poems. Fuyoozi was taken aback for a moment but soon laughed out loud. He looked at the driver who still had an indifferent expression. At this moment he finally understood that Old Six was indeed difficult to kill. At the command center of the southeast base everyone was silent. Upon realizing that Lin Chen was actually not dead, in order to cover up their inner embarrassment, some pretended to go online, some studied strategies. Some looked up at the ceiling and some lowered their heads to organize documents. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning what had just happened. As for Lin Chen? Who is that? Sorry. Never seen him. They don't know him either. Whoever dares to mention Lin Chen's name, do you believe that more than a dozen pairs of eyes on the scene will piercingly stare at the questioner's physical body? At this moment, someone cleared their throat and said, ahem, it's time to work, everyone take your positions and stop daydreaming. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly focused on their work. The current situation of the battle is not optimistic, they don't know when the decisive battle might occur, and thinking of this, everyone's hearts became urgent. On the other side, Lin Chen's clone once again entered the battlefield. This time, many people witnessed Lin Chen's strength and followed suit. They also finally realized that Lin Chen's main body did not act together with the clone. Even if all the clones were killed, Lin Chen's main body was unharmed, which reassured them. The scene of Lin Chen's self-detonation just now moved many people to tears. They understood that they owed Lin Chen a great debt of gratitude. With the confirmation that Lin Chen was alive, one by one, they relaxed. As long as Lin Chen was alive, they would remember the life-saving grace. As long as Lin Chen was not dead, there would still be a chance to repay this gratitude. If Lin Chen died, it would become a regret for many people. Around Lin Chen's clone, a group of people surrounded him, smiling earnestly and bustling about. Boss Lin Chen, you just saved us. This time we will help you collect the bodies of the alien beasts for free. By the way, Boss Lin Chen, are you refining any other elixirs? I can help you collect herbs for free. Boss Lin Chen, if you have any orders, just let me know. I will do anything within my capabilities. I am not afraid of any danger. Around Lin Chen's hundreds of clones were thousands of people, chattering non-stop. However, some of the things people said caught his attention. Not long after, the crowd returned to the battlefield once again. However, this time, Lin Chen chose a different hunting location. After all, the previous place was too close to the alien beast's vanguard base, and with a slight mistake, he could be chased by the alien beasts. This time, he chose a more peripheral location. If the alien beasts wanted to come and kill him, they would have to cross the Blood Dragon Army's blockade first. Lin Chen ordered his clones to continue their actions, and the other awakeners also began to act spontaneously, and for a moment, this place was bustling with activity. He was busy over here, while the Golden Ape Beast at the Vanguard Station became agitated. Why hasn't Deputy Black Bull returned yet? As soon as the words fell, a transparent bird flew over. Report to General Golden Ape, it was captured by a golden monkey. Upon hearing this, the Golden Ape looked up at him, a look of confusion on its face, and questioned, Golden Ape? The transparent bird quickly came to its senses, realizing that the general in front of it was the Golden Ape, and hurriedly explained, it was taken by a Golden Ape that looks like the general. The situation is as follows. It informed General Golden Ape of what had transpired. After listening, General Golden Ape was momentarily stunned, feeling that everything was just too coincidental. However, the thought that it was also a Golden Ape, which willingly became a human's lapdog, filled it with anger. Come here, charge the front lines. As the vanguard, its forces were not very strong, but not weak either. They were meant for probing. At this time, it issued the command, which was quickly conveyed to all parties through reconnaissance birds. Thus, in the military camp, various alien beasts roared to the sky, emitting earth-shattering roars that could be clearly heard for miles around. Brothers, kill! Kill all the human race! Meanwhile, command center. The controller, hearing the beast roar, suddenly stood up and said, the enemy has launched an attack, quickly direct the troops to block them. It would be best to capture this group of alien beasts. Yes. A vanguard general from the command center received the order and went out to confront the enemy. Others also did not dare to slack off and quickly prepared. The controller wiped the nonchalant expression off his face, his expression becoming serious as he said, we both need to stay alert. After all, the battlefield changes in an instant. Fuyatsi nodded. My eyes are constantly monitoring the changes on the battlefield. Can your beasts keep an eye on all sides? Of course, my beasts are not only scattered around, but they have also infiltrated the enemy's ranks. Interesting, but don't get discovered. Don't worry, that little guy isn't very strong, but its ability to change is quite impressive. Even I would find it hard to discover it without relying on my innate abilities. The two chatted for a while and then went their separate ways, each stationed in a direction to guard against a sudden attack from the opponent's 9th tier beast. However, their concerns were unnecessary as the other side had not invested any high-level combat power at all. An assault from a frontline beast legion had not even reached the location of Lin Chen and the others before being intercepted by the Blood Dragon army. Lin Chen was unaware of all these events. He was currently happily defeating monsters, refining pills, and learning, accumulating every minute, feeling that life was very fulfilling. In the small wooden house, the sudden realization clone opened its eyes. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. I finally succeeded in the second layer of the 10,000 treasures condensation technique. He sat cross-legged, absorbing the information of the second layer. As time passed, pieces of information were absorbed by Lin Chen and his strength continued to grow stronger. After a while, he opened his eyes and with a thought, energy appeared in his palm. Consolidate, long sword. Suddenly, the energy in his palm condensed and rapidly formed the long sword. He confidently admired the long sword in his palm and found that it surprisingly had a hint of luster like that of metal. Could it be that as the cultivation method was continuously practiced, the weapons condensed would become increasingly close to the real material? Perhaps Lin Chen wasn't sure and his cultivation method was incomplete. He needed to spend upgrade points to supplement the content of the subsequent levels. Taking out the incomplete cultivation method, Lin Chen consumed another 1 million upgrade points to supplement the content of the third level, and then he instructed his enlightenment clone to continue comprehending the third level. And he himself had nothing to do. Lin Fan was even more idle than him, leisurely browsing the internet, when suddenly his expression became serious. Lin Chen asked, "What are you looking at, so fascinated?" Lin Chen didn't often go online, but Lin Fan loved it. In this regard, the two were completely different. Suddenly, Lin Fan projected a piece of content. "Look, this is the matter. The war situation is tense, and almost all human beings are feeling the urgency to enhance their strength. The market for elixirs has started to face a shortage in supply." Lin Fan looked up and saw that this was a news report. Currently, due to the impact of the war, people have developed a desire to become stronger, and the elixir shops in major cities have been cleaned out. The stock prices of major pharmaceutical companies have surged, and they are increasingly investing more funds into the pharmaceutical industry, especially the elixir sector. The elixir market is experiencing a supply shortage. A typical first-tier healing elixir has increased in price by 50%. In addition, various types of elixirs have also seen price hikes, but this still cannot dampen people's enthusiasm for purchasing. Furthermore, due to the war, the military is also making significant purchases of elixirs, which has intensified the supply shortage in the elixir market. In a certain city, there have even been instances where third-tier elixirs have been speculated to 3 times their original price. The elixirs are so popular that countless people are eager to learn alchemy, and alchemy may become the most popular profession at present. This report ends here. For more news, please follow our reporter Xiaoji. Lin Chen glanced at the mountain of blood elixirs behind him, then looked at the news content, stroking his chin in contemplation. Lin Fan shook Lin Chen's arm and said, "Big brother, what are you hesitating about? We can't use up all these elixirs. At your current devouring speed, devouring 100 per day, there must be almost 100,000 in this room. When are you going to finish devouring them? Moreover, once we break through the alchemy technique, we'll start devouring second-tier blood elixirs. We won't even bother with these first-tier blood elixirs. What others consider treasures are just garbage to us. Big brother, why are you dazing out?" Lin Fan grasped Lin Chen's arm with both hands, shaking it playfully, while Lin Chen frowned and looked at his hands. All right, let go of your hands," Lin Chen whispered. Lin Fan chuckled, released his grip, and said, "We're both big men. Hugging is perfectly normal. You're too sensitive, big brother." "Lin Fan, you must not be bent," Lin Chen cautioned. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. He looked down at himself and then at Lin Chen. "Big brother, I've always been straight. Don't make baseless accusations," Lin Fan said, his eyes red, pointing at Lin Chen. Lin Chen slapped his finger away and said, "Be careful. Let's get back to the point. We need to find a sales channel for all these blood and flesh pills in the room. With all the blood and flesh pills, if they weren't dealt with soon, there'd hardly be enough space for the two of them to sit." Lin Fan quickly said, "Big brother, I don't understand. You first find a trading platform and send out the information about the elixirs we want to sell. Given the current scarcity of elixirs, someone will definitely contact us." "Okay, big brother, I'll do it right now." Lin Fan quickly opened his wristwatch and found a trading platform with a good reputation. He carefully took photos and then sent out both the information and the photos about selling the elixirs. After waiting for a long time, no one had clicked on the post. Lin Fan felt disappointed, checking every few minutes, but unfortunately, no one replied to the message at all. Lin Chen asked, "Still no one?" "No one. What's wrong with these guys? Do they not believe our information, or is it that they can't see this message?" Lin Fan was feeling very anxious, with a sense of gain and loss. He had thought that once the information was out, countless people would come seeking to buy elixirs. At that time, he could stand with his hands on his hips, pretending to say in a heavy tone, "So you want elixirs? I, Lin Fan, approve it. Here are 10 for you." "What? You want 100? Get lost." Next. Unfortunately, ideals are abundant while reality is stark. Eventually, after a while, someone replied to a message. Lin Fan excitedly opened it, but his expression changed to a grimace the next moment. Another big fraudster. There are too many scammers on this platform. It's gone downhill. Blocked. Lin Chen also took a glance, then the two exchanged looks, staring at each other. What on earth is going on? Lin Chen also logged into that platform through his wristwatch, searching for the information Lin Fan had sent, and quickly found the reason, discovering two in total. The first reason is that if you don't actively search, you simply can't find the information Lin Fan sent. If you can't find the information, how can you sell it? The second reason is that this platform is flooded with various information about pills, mixed with true and false, polluting the market. Lin Chen understood and said, Lin Fan, take down the sales information. Why? Take it down. Okay. The information was taken down, and Lin Chen opened a live streaming platform. He said, Lin Fan, I'm giving you an honorable task. Lin Fan looked at him, puzzled. Brother, don't keep me in suspense, just tell me what the mission is? Lin Chen smiled and pointed to a host on the live streaming platform who was promoting products, saying, I want you to promote products. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's eyes brightened, but when he thought about promoting products himself, he shook his head repeatedly. Brother, I can't do it. I don't have the speaking skills and I'm afraid I'll mess it up. Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder and comforted, it's fine if you mess it up, you mess it up. But what if nobody shows up in the live stream? What will we do then? This is simple, just look at this live stream. Lin Fan looked and found that it was actually Lin Chen's clone live streaming alchemy, and not only that, Lin Chen switched to another live stream, which was Lin Chen's clone fighting monsters. He switched again, and it became various close-up shots of Lin Chen's clone. Did you see? They can live stream us for free, isn't that unreasonable? So, you'll appear in their live stream, think of a way to divert their traffic to our live stream. After all, they have fake goods, we have the real ones. Isn't that a bit immoral? What the hell are you talking about? You don't understand anything. Hurry up and do it. Alright, I'll set off right away. However, just halfway, he stopped, turned around, and looked at Lin Chen. Brother, if I go out and something happens, that would be a loss. You won't die, what are you afraid of? If you hesitate again, I'll pull you back and let you out a year later. No, please don't. I'm going right now. Lin Fan was also scared and ran off, his speed not much slower than Zhuo Jian's. Lin Chen chuckled twice, opened a shopping platform, and asked someone to help find a courier company. Sir, may I ask where your shipping address is? Guizhou, Southeast Base. Sir, this area is a dangerous zone, and the shipping prices are a bit high. Please confirm if you want to ship from here? Confirmed. Alright, sir, we have accepted your request and are currently contacting the nearest shipping company. Please wait a moment. After about 3 minutes, there was another reply from the other side. Sir, hello, we are pleased to serve you. The shipping company you requested has been found. They have a branch in the central base of Guizhou, and have accepted your request. They are on their way to the southeastern base. Please wait, next will be your conversation with them. After waiting for a while, the chat character on this side changed to a person from the shipping company. Hello there, are you the one who wants to ship something? Coincidentally, we are also setting up a branch at the southeastern base. It will be completed in a maximum of 3 hours, and by then, you can either come to our company for shipping or have it picked up. I will go to your company. Okay, see you later. Lin Chen closed the shopping platform and opened the live streaming software. As soon as he opened the software, what came into view was Lin Fan, this guy. He glanced at the number of people in Lin Fan's livestream and was instantly taken aback. He quickly rubbed his eyes and found there were actually over 10,000. Gosh, how could there be so many people in just a few minutes? Could the effect of the traffic generation be this good? Lin Fan's live stream. He saw Lin Fan holding a blood flesh pill, talking freely, not at all restrained, and instead looking like a social butterfly. Hello everyone, I am Lin Fan. Someone asked what the relationship is between Lin Fan and Lin Chen and why they look so similar. Because, well, we are brothers, so it's understandable that we look alike. The reason why I opened this live stream today is that my elder brother gave me a great and challenging task. It's this, the blood flesh pill. A pill made from the flesh of, which can directly increase physical strength. Currently, our human race does not have the formula for it, and we are the only ones who can refine it. There's no other place that can make it. Some people might not know the effects of this pill, so let me introduce it to you. First-tier flesh pills for awakeners of first tier and below can increase strength by 10 pounds, with a maximum of 3 pills consumed, and the effect decreases. Some people might say this increase is too little, but let me tell you, this is just a first-tier flesh pill. It can permanently increase strength, which is what many people dream of. If you miss this opportunity, there really won't be another one. I'll put 100 pills on the shelf. If you need them, hurry up and order. Lin Fan operated a bit, putting 100 flesh pills on the shelf. Unexpectedly, just as they were placed, they were sold out in an instant, leaving Lin Fan dumbfounded. He glanced at the comments section of the livestream, trying to find the reason, and soon he found the cause. Dear friends, this is the livestream of my brother Lin Fan. We must support him. Yes, although they are two different people, they look the same, so we must support them. Support. Wait, you guys, your hands are too fast. I didn't even get a chance. Lin Fan, quickly put more pills on the shelf. Hurry up. Yes, be quicker. A flood of urging comments filled the screen, and Lin Fan was stunned. He glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream, over 30,000. Wow, it's really increasing fast. However, he didn't care anymore and immediately listed another 100 items. As a result, they were snatched up in an instant. Why did you only list 100? What good is that? List 10,000, okay? These guys are too fast, we can't get any. We are the ones who need the elixirs. Can you guys please stop causing trouble? Seeing the trend of squabbling in the livestream, Lin Fan quickly intervened. Everyone, don't rush. I'll list more elixirs, but please keep the comments section peaceful and don't argue. Lin Fan's words had some effect as people stopped posting inflammatory comments, but many in front of the screen were holding their breath, moving their fingers, vowing to get the elixirs. Lin Fan opened the back end, clicked on 10,000, and listed them. This time you can't possibly snatch them all at once, right? Lin Fan said with a smile. The next moment, he was stunned. Taking a glance at the back end, he found that they were all snatched up in just 35 seconds. Wow! That was fast. Lin Chen felt his heart racing as he watched in front of the screen. The netizens this time are too crazy, or is the blood flesh Dan too rare? Lin Chen looked at the pile of pills behind him, estimating that these hundreds of thousands of pills could be sold out in a day. Each one is 100,000 star coins. How much would these hundreds of thousands be worth? Lin Chen was beaming with joy, exclaiming, "It seems that with pills selling this fast and being this expensive, they can be completely sold out. There must be a lot of rich people." What he didn't know was that it was actually more poor people buying his pills. Because poor people might not have much money, but they all have the heart to wish for their children to succeed. If the neighbor's child ate the blood flesh Dan, their own child can't fall behind, so you buy and I buy as well. In this kind of comparison, the blood flesh Dan has become a necessity, and not buying it seems to diminish one's standing. However, they won't regret it, as it truly enhances strength and foundation, bringing only benefits and no drawbacks for the future. Therefore, Lin Fan's live stream room consistently maintains the highest approval rating. Meanwhile, in another live stream room called Master Yun, different voices began to emerge. Master Yun frowned as he looked at the comments in the live stream room. Master Yun, the blood flesh pill sold by Lin Fan next door can permanently increase strength. Do you have any similar pills? Yes, but it's a pity it's only a first-tier blood flesh pill. I am already at the second tier, so taking it would be useless. Do you have a second-tier blood flesh pill? Master Yun, you are the alchemist I admire the most. Please be sure to list some higher-grade pills. Master Yun was puzzled. Who is Lin Fan? Soon, the assistant informed him of who Lin Fan was. He had the assistant open Lin Fan's live stream room. When he saw that Lin Fan was selling blood flesh pills, his pupils constricted. We, the human race, do not have the formula for this blood flesh pill. Where did he get it? I'll contact him and see if he can teach me. I don't care how much it costs. He hurriedly closed the livestream, leaving the audience confused, but considering Master Yun's usual carefree nature, it was nothing surprising. This Master Yun is indeed a master alchemist, capable of refining 7th-tier pills at most. Other alchemists don't stream at all. He is the only one who enjoys the hustle and bustle, so he streams occasionally for no reason. Especially with the recent boom in the pill market, his livestream has attracted even more viewers, and many came to buy pills. He sometimes releases a few pill red envelopes for viewers to snatch, causing waves of cheers, and he thoroughly enjoys the feeling of being adored. At that moment, he arrived at Lin Fan's livestream. Looking at the countless comments below and glancing at the number of viewers in the livestream, he felt envious. Lin Fan's livestream has 100,000 viewers, while my livestream only has over 2,000. Let me see why you are popular? He first scrutinized Lin Fan's appearance. Lin Fan had fair skin, his features were delicate with a hint of handsome charm, and there was also a streak of unruliness. The aura emanating from him was quite complex, resembling a mix of various qualities, but amidst the gentleness and handsomeness, there was his own unique ethereality and elegance. He's a bit more handsome than me, but there's no way he's more cultured than I am, Master Yun said, unconvinced. At this moment, Lin Fan recited a poem. I'm very glad everyone came to support, so I'll present a poem to liven things up. How does that sound? As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, a flurry of comments flooded the live stream. Host, quickly write a poem. It doesn't matter if it's not good, we all like it. Yes, we all like the poems the host writes. No way, no way. He's so handsome already, and now he can write poetry? Is there any justice in this world? Hurry up and write a poem. From the host's demeanor, I've already deduced that he's a poet. I'm so looking forward to it. Master Yun looked at the comments section and felt increasingly displeased. What poetry can a kid like him create? He probably hasn't eaten as much salt as I've traveled the roads. He glanced at the dusk scene outside the window and discovered the orange-yellow sunset, extraordinarily beautiful, his gaze hazy, a wave of poetic sentiment from his chest rising but unable to pour out, yet always unable to burst forth. Ah, I nearly let it out. This poetry just won't come out, it's frustrating. At this moment, he slowly lowered his head and looked towards the live broadcast room, instantly stunned. A poem made his mind sway, his gaze dazed, the poetic sentiment surging in his chest peacefully dissipated. Autumn's falling leaves wake from drunkenness easily. Morning seems longer like the feelings of parting. Dusk leans against the pillar, reluctant to leave, heartbroken by the sound of the green lotus in the wind and rain. At this very moment, the entire live broadcast room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Some people didn't hold back on their praises, lauding Lin Fan to the skies, while others quietly opened their search interfaces to find the source of the poem. What a shock! Once they searched, they found no record of this poem at all. Doesn't that mean this poem was created by Lin Fan himself? Suddenly, many people were shaken. To be able to write poetry and to have such high talent, could this person really be the chosen one of heaven? In the live broadcast room, Lin Fan wore a sorrowful expression, gazing at the evening clouds in the sky, letting out a long sigh. Ah, the sunset is infinitely beautiful, it's just that it's nearing dusk. It's getting late, the live broadcast should come to an end. For those in need of pills, come back tomorrow. After saying that, he closed the live broadcast and let out a long sigh of relief. And his line, the sunset is infinitely beautiful, it's just that it's nearing dusk, left people in a daze. This poem is too good, although most people don't know why it's good, they just feel it's good. Central City. An elderly man studying ancient literature is reading ancient poetry and prose at home. He is a top-tier literary researcher of the human race, possessing not only profound cultivation but also expertise in various styles of writing, including classical literature, modern literature, and literature from the Great Disaster. At this moment, he is still organizing one ancient poem after another, with boundless yearning in his heart. These poems carry profound meanings, and reading them brings deep insights. As he continued to study, his state of mind became increasingly stable. At this moment, there was suddenly a commotion outside the door. He turned his head to look and found his little grandson running towards him with an anxious expression. Seeing his grandson approach, he smiled but became serious when the little one got closer. "Grandpa, I brought you a good poem, would you like to listen? With you being so uneducated, what good poem could you possibly have? Go on, let's hear it." The grandson, feeling wronged, loudly recited the poem. The autumn shakes, the wine easily awakened. Heartbreak lingers like the feelings of parting. Leaning on the pillar at dusk, I do not return. My heart aches at the sound of wind and rain over the green lotus. As the words fell, the grandson awaited his grandpa's response, but he found that grandpa was completely frozen. "Grandpa," the grandson called out. The old man woke up upon hearing the voice, savoring the artistic conception in the poem. He became increasingly excited, grasped his grandson's arm, and said, "Did you write this poem?" The voice trembled with excitement, along with a hint of hidden anticipation. The gaze was fervent, brimming with expectation. The grandson paused for a moment but quickly shook his head and said, "Grandpa, I didn't write it, I heard it in a live stream room." "Live stream room?" The old man showed a look of confusion. The grandson opened his wristwatch to access the live stream room. However, Lin Fan had already ended the live stream. Nevertheless, many people had recorded the screen at that time, so the live stream video could be found. After the old man watched the livestream video, he was deeply shocked. Especially the last two lines, "The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's just near dusk," moved his heart profoundly. He discovered that his cultivation had actually loosened a bit, which made him extremely excited. He sighed towards the sky and laughed. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Where is he? I want to meet him. Guesu, Southeast Base. Upon hearing this, the old man was momentarily stunned. He stood with his hands behind his back and sighed. "It's a bit far, let's not disturb him for now. With such talent, he should be allowed to grow strong. I won't cause any trouble. Grandson, send him a few invitation messages, and when the war is over, invite him to our home as a guest." "Yes, Grandpa." On the other side, Master Yun looked at the ancient poem Lin Fan had thrown out, studying it word by word. Unfortunately, his appreciation level was not high. He felt the poem was good, very evocative, but he was unclear on exactly what made it good. "This kid is somewhat interesting, but I wonder how his alchemy skills are?" He put down his paper and brush and called his own disciple over. His eldest disciple, Feng Lei, stood before Master Yun with a respectful expression. Master Yun said, "Disciple, go to the southeastern base of Gueshu and make contact with Lin Chen and Lin Fan." Then, he sent the information of the two to Feng Lei. After reading it, Feng Lei's eyes flickered with a hint of gloom before he restored his respectful demeanor. "Master, your goal is..." Feng Lei had a handsome face, but his eyes always gave people a shrewd business sense, making them feel that he was not very reliable. Master Yun sighed and said, "Over the years, I have taken in 3 apprentices, but unfortunately, both of your junior brothers died unexpectedly while going out to gather herbs. Now, I should take in another apprentice. These 2 brothers, Lin Fan and Lin Chen, are not bad. They not only have the methods for refining flesh and blood pills but can also mass-produce elixirs, making them my favorite disciples. Why don't you go and ask about their willingness to become my apprentices?" Thinking of his deceased 2 apprentices, his heart ached. These 3 apprentices had followed him since childhood. He had no wife and children, so he regarded them as sons. With 2 gone, he could only place his hopes on the eldest apprentice. Unfortunately, the eldest disciple is too clever. Often, clever people like to take shortcuts and are unwilling to work hard, so for over 20 years, his achievements have been limited. He is already a 7th-tier alchemy master, while his eldest disciple is only a 2nd-tier alchemist, having only reached the 2nd tier after 20 years of study, far inferior to the 2 deceased disciples. Alas, fate plays tricks on people. Hearing this, Feng Lei's expression slightly changed. He lowered his head and cupped his hands, saying, "Yes, master. I will head to the Guesu right away." Master Yun nodded and reminded him, "Just use the excuse of supporting the alchemists at Guesu. There is a shortage of alchemists at the front lines, and they won't let you go to the battlefield. Go, and be careful." "Yes, master." Feng Lei bowed and slowly stepped back. Watching Feng Lei leave, Master Yun took out a photo of himself with several of his disciples from the drawer inside. Alas, Guizhou Southeast Base. Feng Lei presented his identification information and everyone immediately respectfully said, "Welcome, Master Alchemist Feng." Feng Lei glanced at the respectful crowd and his demeanor changed from the restraint before Master Yun to one of arrogance and pride. He sneered, looking into the distance, and laughed, "Lin Fan? If you want to become my junior brother, it depends on whether you have the qualifications." Lin Fan's small wooden house. Bai Xiaoxiao returned and was drinking tea with Lin Chen. "Why did you come back? With your clone around, I am just a decoration. It's better to come back and rest for a few days." "Ha, you are not just a decoration. Once the war really starts, your eyes will be strategic weapons." "I hope so. Right now, both sides are very restrained and the final battle hasn't begun. I plan to cultivate for a few days." "Aren't you going back to your own wooden house?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook his head and said, "My place is too quiet. I like lively surroundings." "Alright, you can find a place to enter seclusion." He pointed to the house filled with blood and flesh pills. Bai Xiaoxiao also didn't mind casually finding a corner, sitting cross-legged, and began to cultivate. However, Lin Chen also noticed that this guy might really have some skills. No matter how much noise he made, it couldn't wake Bai Xiaoxiao. Lin Chen was quite busy today. He purchased box after box of medicinal pills and got busy with his clones. After all the boxes of pills were packed, Lin Chen handed them over to the courier company. With the current delivery speed, they would arrive in a day. After doing all this, Lin Chen relaxed. Let's see Lin Fan's livestream. Just after opening the livestream, he noticed changes occurring in the room. A tall and handsome man was standing in front of Lin Fan. Although he seemed very polite, his eyes often revealed an air of arrogance. "Who is this guy? Looks like someone who deserves a beating. Really annoying," Lin Chen murmured. On the battlefield, Lin Fan looked at the man in front of him and thought to himself, "Who are you? Who are you trying to impress with that disdainful expression?" The person who came was none other than Master Yun's eldest disciple, Feng Lei. At this moment, he stood here as if he were superior, looking down at all the mountains. Although he appeared polite, many people could sense the aloofness emanating from him. He showed no concern for the crowd and was waiting for their praise. Unfortunately, seeing his proud demeanor, the only feelings that arose in people's hearts were disdain and disgust. Feng Lei said to Lin Fan, "I've watched your livestream. Your alchemy talent isn't that great." Lin Fan dismissed him with a wave. "My talent is decent, I suppose? Just SOSO? By the way, do you need something? If not, you can wait until after my livestream to talk." Upon hearing this, Feng Lei was taken aback. Immediately after, he felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. After all, he was Master Yun's top disciple. When had he ever been treated with such disdain? "You might not know who I am yet? Let me introduce myself. My name is Feng Lei, and I am the great apprentice of Master Yuan Lang, the alchemy master, and currently the only apprentice." After his introduction, he slightly raised his head. Hearing his introduction, many people exclaimed in surprise. Whether before the incident in Guizhou or now, the status of the alchemy master is highly respected, and being an apprentice of the alchemy master is a glorious matter. It turns out he is Master Yuan's apprentice. Impressive. Given the current scarcity of elixirs, the status of the alchemy master is subtly surpassing that of other professions. What is Feng Lei here for? To recruit apprentices for Master Yuan? But his attitude is too awkward. It feels like he looks down on Lin Fan. I wonder if it's just my illusion. People were discussing among themselves, and as Feng Lei listened to the various exclamations, it felt as if they were praising him, filling his heart with pride. He said, "Lin Fan, my master thinks highly of you. Are you interested in becoming my junior apprentice? This is a tremendous opportunity. Although your talent is lacking, and you are a wild alchemist who probably just got lucky to learn alchemy, it doesn't matter." "Not interested." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fan decisively rejected him. Don't be fooled by how polite the other party seems when speaking. His disdainful expression had long betrayed his arrogant heart. Moreover, what followed were just trash talks. He was just trying to belittle himself. I'm not going to degrade myself by listening to him finish his words. Plus, the master of such a person is most likely not a decent individual. Lin Fan even looked down on associating with this type of person. "Alright, do you have any other business? If not, please don't disturb me while I'm selling goods." Lin Fan issued an eviction order, and the surrounding onlookers were shocked. No way? He actually rejected Master Yun's invitation. What a pity. If it were me, I would definitely accept. But he is a 7th-tier alchemy master. Is it really appropriate to refuse his invitation just like that? If it were me, I would refuse too. Look at Feng Lei's expression, full of disdain, looking down on others as if it were not an invitation but a charity. Who does he think he is? Just some trash with a shattered talent for alchemy. Various voices of discussion reached his ears, especially when some people investigated Feng Lei's background and uttered some insults, making Feng Lei's expression turn sour. He hated it the most when others said his talent was lacking. His chest heaving, he suddenly laughed and said, "I just heard someone say that my talent is lacking. I deeply agree with your comments. Indeed, Feng's talent is lacking. I wonder if brother Lin Fan would be willing to have a match with me. Let's show everyone just how shattered my talent really is." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. They had seen shameless people, but never someone this shameless. "You have been studying alchemy for 20 years, and Lin Fan is still so young. Aren't you embarrassed to compete? He snorted coldly and continued, first-grade pills have little value, so let's compete with second-grade pills. Whoever produces higher quality wins. Lin Fan, little brother, what do you think? He intentionally proposed to refine second-grade pills because he saw Lin Chen only refining first-grade pills. Obviously, the opponent could only refine first-grade pills and could only make flesh pills. By using a type of pill he was most skilled at for the competition, the opponent was sure to lose. He wore a smile, pretending to be gentle and said, Brother Lin Fan, would you dare compete with me? Lin Fan remained silent, he couldn't refine second-grade pills right now. Noticing his silence, Feng Lei laughed loudly and said, Brother Lin Fan, as long as you admit defeat, this matter will be settled. How about it? His words were like needles hidden in cotton, making everyone feel uncomfortable. The live broadcast room also felt the same discomfort. However, opinions among the crowd were divided. Some suggested Lin Fan lower his head, after all, he was a disciple of Master Yun, while others suggested Lin Fan challenge him to a contest. Streamer, don't be timid, compete with him. Don't encourage him upstairs, the opponent is Master Yun's disciple, his alchemy techniques and experience are not things Lin Fan can compare to. Damn, this is infuriating. What the hell is this Feng Lei? Just because he says let's compare, we compare? He has a powerful background and is used to being unchecked, there's nothing you can do about him. Isn't that infuriating? Lin Fan's silence worried everyone greatly. Why don't you speak up? Is it really so difficult to decide whether to compete or not? At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly lifted his head and gave a brilliant smile. Seeing this, Feng Lei felt elated and was thinking about how to show off later, trampling this person who was favored by his master underfoot, when suddenly, a gigantic fist smashed into his face. Fuck you, who do you think you are, coming to my place with that haughty attitude, looking down on everyone? You piece of trash, 20 years of alchemy and still a second tier, and you still have the nerve to show your face. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to see anyone, I'd just cut off my eastern branch. And those eyes of yours, have they been possessed by a snake? So gloomy, damn it, I'm going to kick you to death today. Feng Lei was caught off guard, knocked down by Lin Fan's punches, followed by a series of fist and kick assaults. Feng Lei was completely dazed. Not only him, but everyone watching, the viewers in the live stream room, all were stunned. Feng Lei was filled with rage, he clenched his fists and charged at Lin Fan's fist. Lin Fan saw this and immediately dodged, retreating dozens of steps. You little bastard, come fight me if you have the guts. Come on. His alchemy talent might indeed be lacking, but he is a 6th tier S-rank awakened one and possesses the explosive solar flare fire talent. At his level, he is also a leading genius among his peers. Faced with Lin Fan's violent beating, he came to his senses and began to counterattack, but Lin Fan was very clever and directly retreated. He showed disdain, sneered, and said, Come on. Brothers, go. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's puppet and Lin Chen's clone both turned around, and over 200 pairs of eyes focused on Feng Lei at the same time. Feng Lei was immediately startled, being stared at by so many eyes made him feel a bit unnerved. However, thinking that these were just clones, he felt relieved. Mere clones, how strong can they be? As long as they are not level 6, he is confident he can beat all these clones up. With that thought, he grinned maliciously and slowly walked towards the clones. You will regret your impulsiveness today, Lin Fan, you're finished. At this moment, inside the small cabin, Lin Chen was astonished. He realized that it wasn't the villain beside him who had disappeared. Instead, he had hidden himself, and the villain could no longer detect him. After he became famous, the evil ones swarmed in like bees attracted by the scent, eager to oppress him. As if they couldn't demonstrate their power without pressing him down. In this vast world, there is no shortage of wonders. On the battlefield, Feng Lei walked towards his clone with a scornful expression, confident in his strength, believing he could suppress Lin Fan who would be unable to get up. Lin Chen's mind stirred, and the clone began to move. Feng Lei, seeing this, flipped his palms, and 2 blazing fireballs appeared in his hands. Take this, exploding fireball. Rumble. 2 huge fireballs tore through the air, exuding a scorching heat, and crashed towards the clone. The clone did not take it head-on but decided to dodge tentatively. Feng Lei laughed wildly. What if you can dodge once? Can you dodge the second time? Exploding chain fireballs. In an instant, a series of fireballs were released from his palms. The clone continued to evade, looking very relaxed. Why does he always avoid us? Who knows what level Feng Lei is at? I checked, 6th tier combat power. No way? A 6th tier combat power dares to mess with Lin Chen's avatar? Who knows? Maybe he ate the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard before coming here? Isn't it possible that he hasn't watched Lin Fan's livestream? Ha ha ha, this is getting interesting. Just wait and see, you guys are about to see a good show. Feng Lei is done for. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Chen's avatar made a move. All the other avatars retreated, with only one avatar advancing. Feng Lei frowned and said, What do you mean? You think one avatar can fight me? You're seeking death. Solar flame burns the heavens. Rumble. A huge fireball gathered and took shape in the sky, resembling the sun, and smashed towards this avatar. Just as the fireball was about to land on Lin Chen's avatar, a gigantic yellow-brown arm suddenly caught the fireball. It was indeed Lin Chen's skill, stone arm. He held the fireball, expressionless, stepping towards Feng Lei one step at a time. With each step he took, the fireball in the air changed slightly. The previously explosive flames were gradually retracting, pulling back into the fireball. Feng Lei was shocked. This was his ultimate technique, yet it was caught by the opponent. Impossible. Exploding fireball. Sword of flame. Fiery meteor. Skill after skill fell, heading towards Lin Chen's clone to attack. Lin Chen's clone's palm changed slightly. An ice blue shield suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! Flames crashed against the ice shield, producing a loud impact sound, flames splattering everywhere, and the surroundings were left in chaos. Lin Chen's clone finally reached Feng Lei. He slowly pushed the fireball, which had completely retracted, in front of the opponent. He remained expressionless and coldly said, "This is heartfire, capable of burning the soul, go." A hand shot out suddenly, seizing his neck before Feng Lei could react. "Don't move, just enjoy it," Lin Chen's clone said coldly. Feng Lei's expression changed dramatically as he was grabbed by Lin Chen's clone and found himself unable to break free. This is impossible. He's only 18 years old, how could he be so powerful? This is unscientific. The sphere of heartfire fell, merging into the opponent's body. There wasn't a hint of scorching energy that touched him, even his clothes remained unscathed. However, his soul was suffering under the torment of the flames. Ah! It hurts! The heart-wrenching cries caused those nearby to instinctively step back. Although they knew he brought this upon himself, why come to mock him when you're fine? Do you really think you're the big villain? Ha! The big villain? It really seems like it. Feng Lei's heartbreaking screams that tore through the air finally caught Master Yun's attention. His expression darkened, and after a long while, he let out a sigh, not staying for a moment, and flew towards the return void. At this moment, Lin Chen's avatar said, "This is the flame that scorches the soul, it won't kill you. However, once your soul is weakened, the secrets of your soul will be exposed. I really look forward to your secrets." At this time, Lin Fan emerged with a joyful expression and shouted, "Everyone disperse, go do whatever you need to do, don't just gather here." Upon hearing this, the crowd didn't dare to hesitate and obediently dispersed. They certainly didn't want to end up like Feng Lei, that would be too miserable. Hearing the cries of the other party, they felt a chill in their hearts. For someone to make such a loud sound, how much pain must they be in? As they left, they also grew curious about Lin Chen's true strength. If the avatar could easily dominate a 6th rank S-class awakener, how strong must the main body be? Still, they wondered whether the main body was nearby. Thinking of this, they quickly shook their heads, dismissing the thought Lin Chen was too ruthless. It was better not to provoke him. After all, even Master Lian Yun's disciples dare to fight. For those of us without a background, if we speak out of turn and deliberately provoke, the chances of getting beaten up are even higher. They all stepped back and went about their own business. Lin Chen's avatars also worked together, refining pills for pill-making, fighting monsters for combat, and transporting medicines for deliveries. Lin Fan also started live streaming and selling goods again. At this moment, in the entire live streaming room, everyone was discussing fervently. "Host, you must be careful. I heard that while Master Yun is a nice person, he values his reputation and definitely won't let this go easily." "Yeah, host, why don't you hide? If you go to the base, he definitely won't dare to do anything to you. You all are overthinking it. With a major enemy at hand, Master Yun wouldn't dare to make things difficult for the host, otherwise, it would be too disgraceful." "Exactly, do you really think this is before a battle? At most, he'll just scare the host, he definitely won't strike. You have no idea how terrifying the pressure of a high-tier awakened one can be. After feeling it once, it can give you 10 days of nightmares, and many people can't endure it, leading to a complete breakdown of their mindset. So terrifying, what should we do?" Lin Fan, however, wasn't too worried. After all, he was an external avatar. What was there to be afraid of? "Thank you all for your concern, but it's fine. I, Lin Fan, behave properly. He can come at me, and if I even frown, I'll no longer be called Lin Fan. Alright, let's quickly buy the pills we need. I'll put up 10,000 of them first." As evening approached, the orange-yellow sunset clouds had appeared on the horizon. The sun was only showing half of its face. Master Yun had a grim expression as he arrived at the southeastern base. As soon as he appeared, he was noticed by a group of generals at the command center. One general said, "This old guy just comes to stir up trouble." A strategist coldly snorted and said, "I'll go and capture him." "Stop right there." The driver called out to him, "What are you in such a hurry for? Can't we enjoy the show?" Fuyatsi shot him a glare. "What time is it, and you're still watching a show?" The driver laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, there is no war for the time being. I know the situation within 1,000 miles clearly, so let's enjoy the show." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The driver's words clearly indicated that he understood the enemy's situation. Moreover, the matter between Lin Fan and Master Yun is just a small issue. No matter how big it gets, it won't affect the overall situation of the battle. However, Lin Chen's clone is really strong. He is only 18 years old, right? On the battlefield. While everyone was busy, they did not forget to glance at Feng Lei. They saw him engulfed in a ball of flames, his ferocious expression faintly visible, emitting roars and screams. Everyone felt a pang of sympathy, and there was a look of awe in their eyes as they turned to Lin Fan. When Lin Fan's gaze swept towards them, they hurriedly lowered their heads and continued to work, not daring to make eye contact with Lin Chen. Although you can say anything online, when faced with Lin Fan, they're also cowardly. They're really afraid Lin Fan might unleash a wave of fiery wrath on them. Just the thought is terrifying. Lin Fan is still live streaming, and with these incidents occurring, the number of viewers in the stream began to explode. More and more people became aware of Lin Fan and realized they could buy blood meat pills here. People from all walks of life and all age groups gradually gathered in this small live stream room. Lin Fan glanced at the number of viewers and found that it had surprisingly reached over 1 million, instantly beaming with delight. Dear viewers, a new round of blood meat pill purchasing is about to begin, with only 10,000 available. Hurry up or you might miss out. As soon as he finished speaking, the comments section started urging him on. Streamer, can you hurry up? Last time I almost got one, this time I must succeed. I've trained my left hand for 36 years, thinking I was invincible, but I didn't expect someone to be even more fierce than me. Where are you all from? I am ashamed, I am from Central City, and I have practiced my left hand for 3 more years than you, and just managed to snatch one. You are still too inferior. I, the old monk, have trained for 100 years, but unfortunately I still failed, unable to succeed. Does the monk also practice the left hand? How strange. I practice the dragon claw technique. Which type of kung fu do you all practice? Everyone felt embarrassed and replied one after another. I also practice the dragon claw technique. I do not practice the dragon claw technique, I practice the peach picking technique. The person above is truly terrifying. I am different. I practice the grass pulling technique. Rude and vulgar. Some people saw these comments, their faces turned red, and they cursed one after another. Lin Fan saw that the discussion in the live stream chat had shifted from discussing pills to discussing techniques and quickly said, prepare to go live. Those who are quick with their hands will have it, and those who are slow will miss out. As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, everyone started cracking their knuckles. The elixirs had just been put on the shelves, and before those chatterboxes could show their skills, the elixirs were sold out. Looking at their own hands, everyone was stunned. Lin Fan chuckled, it seems everyone here is strong and speaks little. Alright, it's getting late, let's continue tomorrow. As he said this, Lin Fan was about to close the live stream when suddenly a sound of breaking air came from above. He instinctively turned the camera towards the sky, and a figure appeared in the live stream. As Lin Fan was curious about who this person was, someone in the live stream had already recognized him. Streamer, run fast, that's Master Yun, Fonglei's master. Run, it looks like he's here to cause you trouble. Streamer, you hit Fonglei. Although it's not your fault, you can't win against the bigger guy. It's best to run first, you can always settle the score later. Oh no, he's coming down, the streamer won't be able to escape. Master Yun's face was as calm as water as he descended from the sky. He first glanced around and was surprised when he saw a group of identical-looking people. His heart ached inexplicably when he saw his disciple shrouded in heartfire. Master Yun slowly walked towards Fonglei. He walked heavily, a look of sadness on his face. When he passed by Lin Fan, he gently nodded. What relieved Lin Fan was that the other party did not take action. He slowly retreated behind the clones and puppets, watching Master Yun's back from a distance. In the live stream, everyone held their breath, watching all of this unfold. In the sky, hidden in the clouds, there were already powerful beings watching everything. This was just a small matter, but it had now turned into the focus of everyone's attention. Master Yun walked up to Fonglei, and Lin Chen controlled a clone to step forward. Master Yun. Master Yun nodded and turned to look at Lin Chen's clone. He said with a wry smile, young friend, there is no need to be so nervous. I have come this time just to take my wayward disciple back, I will not harm you. As he spoke, he was about to use his powers to extinguish the heart fire. Suddenly, he noticed a change in the atmosphere around him. He turned his head slightly and saw a young man with a wine gourd hanging at his waist. The young man had a carefree and unrestrained expression, tilting his head and saying, Master Yun, this fellow named Fonglei came looking for trouble out of nowhere, we can't just let it go like this. Master Yun recognized the identity of the young man and immediately stopped his actions. He turned around to face Zhou Yang and said, I originally intended to have him ask brothers Lin Fan if they had any thoughts on becoming my disciples, but unfortunately, it turned into a situation I did not intend. I deeply apologize. He bowed deeply, his face full of sincerity and regret. He did not expect that his disciple would be so polite in front of him, however, once outside, he became arrogant and reckless. If he had not seen it with his own eyes in the live broadcast room, he could not have believed that this was the Fonglei in his heart. Although Fonglei's talent in alchemy isn't great, he has raised him since childhood and truly regards Fonglei as his own son. However, Fonglei's behavior is very disappointing, almost breaking the defenses of this alchemy master who is known for his elegance and grace. Looking at his confused apprentice who is being burned by the heart fire, he feels like a failure and wishes he could beat some sense into him. At this moment, everyone is slightly taken aback. Both Lin Fan and Lin Chen are also a bit surprised. They thought Master Yun would get tough after losing face, but unexpectedly, he took the initiative to apologize. It seems he is a person of good character, at least he didn't resort to violence indiscriminately. It's better to avoid unnecessary arguments. Lin Chen and Lin Fan sighed in relief, but the elder brother was not satisfied. He glanced in Lin Fan's direction, showing his handsome face to the audience, and managed to pull out a smile that he believed was charming and suave. He smiled and said, Master Yun, you're a person of name and reputation too. Today, your disciple has insulted my junior, so you'll have to handle this yourself. Although the senior brother had a smile on his face, the words coming out of his mouth were anything but merciful. He was originally watching Lin Fan's livestream at the academy and cursed at this kid who had unexpectedly become a big internet celebrity, not to mention selling a large number of pills, without knowing how much money he made. He thought that once the war was over, he would teach Lynch a good lesson, but he didn't expect that this disgusting person, Feng Lei, would appear. Considering that there was a master behind his opponent, it was likely that he was there to regain face, which he couldn't tolerate. Thus, the scene of him coming here unfolded. However, he was quite surprised that this Master Yin turned out to be surprisingly decent, not only being non-confrontational but also sincerely apologizing. You don't need to incur any cost to apologize, how about bringing something practical? His meaning was quite clear. Although Master Yun wasn't particularly shrewd, he could still pick up on the underlying implications. He wore a bitter expression, took out an old and tattered book, and said, "This is my personal notes on alchemy, and although I couldn't become a disciple of young friend Lin Fan, which is quite regrettable, please accept this as my apology. I hope you too won't mind." Alchemy Notes. This is a note written by a master alchemist about their experiences in alchemy, created for frequent reference, containing the heartfelt journey of an alchemist learning their craft. This is similar to the notes of a top student. They may not have much value to others, but for those who are also alchemists, this material becomes incredibly significant. Lin Fan, upon witnessing this, was filled with great joy. At this moment, the senior brother laughed heartily and turned to Lin Fan, saying, "Lin Fan, they've come to apologize to you. Hurry and accept the gift, and take away the heart's fire." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan walked over. He took 3 steps in 2 strides and quickly arrived in front of Master Yun, grabbing the heartfire while not forgetting to give Master Yun a brilliant smile. Master Yun sighed softly, and his evaluation of Lin Fan increased by a notch. Perhaps it was this kind of sincerity that allowed him to produce those poems. Thinking of the few poems written by Lin Fan, he felt completely calm, and the restlessness in his heart gradually weakened and dissipated. Lin Fan received the heartfire with a smile on his face. "Ah, it's all a misunderstanding, Master. Please don't take it to heart. I will keep the heartfire now, but Master, your disciple indeed lacks discipline, so please teach him more in the future, and make sure he doesn't bite others outside." Lin Fan's words were laced with sharpness, catching Master Yun off guard, and he hurriedly responded with a wry smile. Lin Fan gently touched the flame of the heartfire in his hand and was about to silently recite to retract the heartfire when suddenly a drastic change occurred. Suddenly, Feng Lei began to struggle violently for some unknown reason. Lin Fan was shocked, thinking that the other party was going to resist, and instinctively retreated backward. The puppet immediately stepped forward to protect him, allowing Lin Fan to hide at the back. This scene happened too fast, and the viewers in the live broadcast room did not see clearly, not understanding why Lin Fan suddenly retreated. Soon, they would know the reason. All of a sudden, Feng Lei struggled violently, laughing maniacally as he did so. A huge ghostly face shadow formed behind him. At this moment, the shadow was struggling in the heartfire, producing a voice that was hoarse and accompanied by a sound like glass scraping, extremely piercing. The shadow was black and transparent, hovering above Feng Lei's head, about more than a meter tall. As soon as the shadow appeared, the heartfire immediately crawled up like a vine, wrapping around the ghostly shadow. Roar! Suddenly, the ghostly shadow let out a beast-like roar, followed by a horrifying scene. Suddenly, the ghostly shadow began to change, leaping from 1 meter tall to over 3 meters tall, wrapping around Feng Lei's body. At the same time, a powerful aura emanated from Feng Lei. This aura was very strong. With a sudden sweep, the heartfire paused, swayed a few times, and then slowly extinguished. Everyone watched this scene, their mouths agape, and most of them didn't understand what was happening. At this moment, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Not good, it's a demon." Demons are mysterious creatures that come from the demon realm, a very high-level world. It is said that there exists more than one deity-level demon in that realm. However, the demons from the demon realm never occupy a base on Blue Star because what they seek are souls rather than other resources. Demons possess the strange power to allure and subtly erode the heart, and even to devour souls, making them a great threat to humanity. Once discovered, they must be eliminated. Unexpectedly, after years of silence, the devil has appeared, and it is even possessed by Feng Lei. Master Yun was stunned. Looking at this familiar disciple before him, he knew that the disciple was about to be lost. Once you become contaminated with something like a devil, don't expect to survive. Because the devil will corrupt the soul, and then lead the host to commit various heinous acts against their own kind, ultimately swallowing the host whole after their soul is riddled with wounds. This process is like cooking. The early stages are all preparatory work, only at the last moment can it be considered completed cooking. The devil is an incorporeal, soul-type life form. The heartfire just happens to restrain it, but the intensity of this heartfire is not enough to burn the devil to death. The only effective strategies now are soul-type skills and sealing techniques. Everyone who knows the sealing technique. Sealing techniques are rare skills, and there is even a profession called a sealer, specifically engaged in sealing evil deities. Out of all those present, only one person stepped forward. This person had a pale complexion, light footsteps, and a thin build, as if he had been hollowed out. He coughed and said, "I am a Tomb Raider, so I know some sealing techniques, but I am only at the 6th level. I don't know if I can seal this demon, I can only give it a try." The crowd hurriedly said, "It's okay, it's okay." Master Yun also smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you, this esteemed brother. If you can." The half sentence, "if you can save Feng Lei," he did not say out loud. As soon as the demon appears, it will tempt humans and take up residence in their bodies. Normally, demons hide in the shadows, and once a demon is caught in action, it often means a storm of blood and slaughter. And ordinary demons often appear in the guise of merchants. Humans use souls as currency to exchange various treasures with demons. However, when trading with demons, humans often do not fare well, and in the end, they often meet a tragic fate of death and destruction. Because demons are twisted creatures, they do not possess the normal human way of thinking. They enjoy torture, especially relishing the sight of happy people enduring various hardships of reality, ultimately falling into the abyss. It seems that they can even draw strength from suffering. Because of these traits, demons have become the enemies of almost all beings, and even the realm of the dead hates demons with a vengeance. Now, a demon has actually appeared. This was unexpected, and even more surprising was that Master Yun's disciple had been possessed by a demon. What about Master Yun? Skeptical eyes fell on Master Yun, and feeling these gazes, Master Yun sighed in loneliness, deeply pained. The senior brother shouted, "Make your move, seal it." Okay. This Tomb Raider bit his finger, using blood as ink in his hand as a brush, drawing a complex pattern in the air. Go, suppress. The pattern, infused with a blood-red aura, flew towards the demon. Eventually, the pattern settled safely onto the demon, and golden threads wrapped around the demon. The Tomb Raider exclaimed joyfully, "It worked." Seen by the crowd, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The reason the demon was so difficult to deal with was that it was a soul creature. Now sealed, although it was not dead, as long as they could find someone who could kill the demon, they could complete the kill. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. With a loud bang, the golden threads shattered, and the 3-meter-tall demon laughed sinisterly, breaking the seal. "You think a mere third-level seal can contain me? Dream on. Let me see whose soul is the most delicious. I'm going to feast today." He looked around, and suddenly a figure caught his eye. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately exclaimed, "What the hell?" and quickly retreated behind his numerous clones. "Ha, that kid retreating over there, your soul is very special. I've never eaten a soul like yours before. Come on, become my food." Watching the demon that moved through the crowd without even grazing anyone, Lin Fan cursed under his breath. "Damn it, with so many people around, why do you have to pick on me? What's wrong with you?" He looked around, and everyone was so scared that they scattered, but their curiosity kept them lingering at a distance to watch. Very few people have seen a creature like a demon, and they were extremely curious. Lin Chen's consciousness was attached to one of the clones, and seeing the crowd retreat, he cursed quietly and quickly focused his mind, commanding the clone to unleash the Heartfire. The only viable option now is that Heartfire can harm the soul. Other skills are almost useless. Although Heartfire can kill the demon, it's worth a shot. Even if I fail, it doesn't matter. After all, it's just a clone. If it dies, it can be revived. Hundreds of avatars released their heart flames simultaneously, and suddenly the flames scorched the sky, erupting outwards, with waves of heat overwhelming the surroundings. Rumbling. The heart flame merged into the jet of fire and surged out violently. "Human kid, your heart flame level is too low to harm me." He grinned savagely, enduring the burn of the heart flame, while the soul energy on his body transformed into tentacles, reaching out to grab Lin Fan. Lin Fan was so frightened that he quickly stepped back and tried to block with the puppet, but unfortunately, the opponent's arm passed directly through the puppet's body. As long as it wasn't a method that could harm the soul, it was simply impossible to injure the opponent. The elder brother frowned tightly and used several skills, but unfortunately they all missed the target. Bind. At this moment, the bell in the hands of the Tomb Raider jingled lightly, emitting a wave of soul-soothing energy. Suddenly, the devil's figure stalled, looking at him with a pained expression. Everyone was overjoyed, secretly thinking the soul-soothing wave was effective. The Tomb Raider immediately continued to shake the bell, waves of soul-binding energy radiating out, vowing to suppress the opponent. The demon roared in anger. "Human, you have enraged me." In a fit of rage, black gas shot into the sky, covering an area of several dozen meters around. "Not good, this demon is too strong, my treasure can't contain it." After saying this, he put away the bell and was about to retreat into the crowd. The demon wouldn't let him go. A hand made of souls reached out, piercing through his chest at high speed. "Ah!" The Tomb Raider cried out in despair, unable to escape death. Master Yun, seeing this scene, was also enraged by the demon's arrogance. However, facing such a strange life form as the demon, no matter how many tricks you have, they would be of no use. At that moment, another wisp of heartfire landed on the demon. "Ah! It hurts!" The demon let out a horrified scream, ignoring the Tomb Raider and turning to pounce on Lin Fan with a savage look. In his eyes, among this group of identical people, only Lin Fan had a complete soul, and Lin Fan's soul was very special. He was drooling, as this was a type of soul he had never tasted before. He was certain that Lin Fan's soul must be incredibly delicious, and that once he killed Lin Fan, these doppelgangers would disappear. He had treated Lin Fan as his main body. However, flames fell upon him, causing him to scream in pain. Lin Fan looked at the devil, who was just inches away, and thought to himself, "It's over, my virgin is going to fall into the hands of the devil." The next moment, a voice rang in his ears, startling him greatly. "Let him swallow." This was Lin Chen's voice. Lin Fan silently nodded and closed his eyes. Everyone was stunned, watching helplessly as the devil gradually merged into Lin Fan's glabella, unable to unleash their abilities, feeling both self-blame and anger in their hearts. "It's over, Lin Fan's soul is going to be swallowed." Alas, what a pity, Lin Fan's puppet talent is praised by the great master. It's fate and destiny. With bad luck, everything is over. Remember this day, it is Lin Fan's Memorial Day. Next year, we will come together to pay our respects. For his grave, I'll be the first to shovel the dirt. Then I'll be the one to place the first headstone. After all, he once saved me. Sigh, I hope Lin Chen won't be too sad. Everyone sighed in unison, mourning for Lin Fan. They felt deep sorrow in their hearts for Lin Fan's death. The day before yesterday, Lin Chen held them back alone, saving their lives. Miraculously, Lin Chen survived, but today, miracles will no longer happen. Because those whose souls are devoured by demons hold no hope of resurrection. And even fewer are the humans who can break free from the demons. Unless Lin Fan's soul energy is too strong, capable of backlash against the demon and devouring it instead. But this is impossible. The demon's soul is inherently several times, even dozens of times stronger than that of a human. And now, there is an even higher ranking demon than Lin Fan, making the hope of survival even smaller. Sigh. The sound of sighs echoed in the sky. Almost everyone believed that Lin Fan was doomed to die. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "You all look at Lin Fan." The crowd, who had just lowered their heads in pity, raised them one by one upon hearing this. Then, they saw an unforgettable scene for life. A gigantic arm made of souls emerged from behind Lin Fan. Without the slightest hesitation, the arm grasped the demon. The demon was horrified and struggled desperately, but the arm was as unyielding as a rock, remaining completely immovable. No matter how the demon struggled, it could not break free. At this moment, Lin Fan opened his eyes, his gaze as cold as frost, devoid of any emotion. Die. Lin Fan softly uttered a single word, death. The palm began to clench tightly. The devil felt the suffocation of death and finally became afraid. Don't kill me, I don't want to die, I'll give you whatever you want. Techniques, secret skills, even the secrets of the devil world, I can tell you. Don't. Before the words were finished, the hands didn't stop and the soul crumbled quietly between the palms. Watching the devil's body turn into tiny starlight and dissipate completely, Feng corpse also thudded to the ground, leaving everyone in shock. With a plop, a crystal the size of a baby's fist fell to the ground. Lin Fan expressionlessly picked it up and put it in his pocket. Suddenly, he was taken aback, his gaze gradually returning to normal. He looked around and found that he had indeed escaped danger, feeling extremely excited. Although he did not know how his original self saved him, that power which had just crushed the devil was too strong. It definitely wasn't from his original self. He couldn't think of a reason, so he simply stopped thinking. Surviving the death threat, he felt incredibly happy and laughed excitedly. Haha, dare to mess with me? Don't you know who I am? He placed his hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance. Who else? He tilted his head, pointing at the people around, shouting loudly. The crowd was speechless, unable to bear his performance. It was too hard to watch. The senior brother came over, checked Lin Fan's body, and found that Lin Fan was indeed unscathed, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He was quite familiar with Lin Fan, having lived together in G City, and he really liked Lin Fan, Lin Chen's brother. He patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, "It's good that you're okay." Haha, I'm the chosen one, how could I possibly die? He laughed loudly. Seeing him in such an optimistic manner, everyone else laughed along. I must say, Lin Fan has a really good personality. I even want to introduce him to my daughter. Old Lee, you have a daughter? I didn't know that. You also know, my son. Why should I care if your son is single? We could become in-laws. Look, you have a daughter, I have a son, your family is wealthy, my family is poor, your daughter is pretty, my son is a bit unattractive, but he has good character. Our families complement each other perfectly. Get lost? Absolutely not. Everyone, look quickly, the law enforcement team has arrived. The law enforcement team always arrives fashionably late. There are a total of 10 people, led by a 6th tier awakened. He looked around and said, "Bystanders, step back, do not interfere with the case." Seeing the law enforcement team, everyone felt scared and did not dare to speak out, obediently stepping back and watching from a distance. They were all very curious about what the law enforcement team was here to do now. The captain of the law enforcement team is named Suing, an A-grade talent and a 7th tier awakened one. His combat strength is not strong, but his talent ability is flash of insight. Whenever he reaches a bottleneck, he gains enlightenment and unconsciously breaks through. Moreover, his cultivation methods advance like a hot knife through butter. Unfortunately, since he is only A grade, he is ultimately a bit weaker than S grade. After reaching the 7th tier realm, his flash of insight isn't quite as effective anymore. Otherwise, if he were S grade, with his talent ability, he could at least advance further. Master Yun, we received a report that your disciple Feng Lei is possessed by a demon. We suspect you are involved with the demon, and we want to conduct an examination. Do you have any objections? Suing spoke softly, and his attitude was quite polite, completely different from how he treated the onlookers. The crowd had no complaints. You are stronger than me, so it's only right for you to scold me a few times. This is the basic quality that people in this era should have. Suing was quite puzzled. Ever since the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau was killed by the Sword God, the reputation of the entire bureau had been completely ruined. Moreover, the cabinet also began to conduct a thorough investigation within the Law Enforcement Bureau. The Law Enforcement Bureau, as a law enforcement agency, the tangled web of relationships inside, the dirty dealings behind the scenes, and the self-serving internal personnel, among others, are countless. A department that has existed for 300 years cannot just be changed at the cabinet's whim. They originally thought that resisting together would make the cabinet abandon the idea of reform, but they didn't expect the cabinet to be determined to proceed with the reforms. As a result, a large number of officials from the Law Enforcement Bureau were dismissed, those who needed to go to prison went to prison, and those who needed to be executed were executed. The entire Law Enforcement Bureau became fraught with anxiety. It has been several months since this occurred, and the Law Enforcement Bureau still has not managed to recover. However, what makes him quite rueful is that he used to be a marginal figure in the Law Enforcement Bureau. He didn't even have the qualifications to be involved in the dirty dealings of those above him. When people looked at his background, they didn't even have the interest to associate with him. Now, however, he has unexpectedly benefited from the misfortune. He hasn't committed any crimes and is completely clean. The restructured Law Enforcement Bureau quickly sent him an invitation to become the team leader. If it were just an ordinary team leader, he wouldn't be that happy at all. However, the area he was in charge of as the team leader was the southeast base of Guizhou, and he was the top leader. Such an important responsibility bestowed upon him as the team leader could be considered a significant promotion. In recent days, he has been in a good mood and has become a bit elitist. However, when facing people in high positions, he still maintained a humble demeanor. Master Yun nodded absent-mindedly. "You can do whatever you need to do now, I have no objections." Hearing his powerless voice, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic towards him. Master Yun had no wife or children and took in 3 kids as disciples, but as the children grew up, they all died one by one. This truly evokes a sense of pity and lamentation. Even Zhou Yang felt sorry for him. "Then I apologize for the offense." Suing took out an ancient copper mirror and began to chant a spell. "The bright mirror is high and shining, evil rise, appear." As the voice fell, the bronze mirror emitted a golden light that shone on Master Yun. After waiting for a moment, Master Yun showed no response. Upon seeing this scene, Suing put away the bronze mirror and cupped his hands, saying, "Master Yun, I apologize for any offense. After the shine of the bronze mirror, you have not been possessed by a devil." Master Yun nodded and said, "Can you all leave now?" Suing waved his hand and said, "Go, retreat." Watching the backs of the law enforcement team retreating, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. "Bullies relying on power, snobbish. I suggest you watch your mouth. They are just like that. Their attitude now is already much better. Let me tell you, their attitude used to be even worse. Alright, let's stop discussing this. Everyone disperse." When everyone saw that Lin Fan had left, they also followed suit and departed. A small wooden cabin. Lin Chen and Bai Xiaoshu were playing chess together. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, unable to drop the chess piece in his hand for a long time. Bai Xiaoshu smiled and said, "Brother Lin, it's meaningless for you to continue struggling, because your defeat is already determined." This is the 3rd game he has played with Lin Chen, and he has won all 3 rounds. He secretly thought, "So it turns out my chess skills are so impressive, when I return to the academy, I'll challenge my mentor to a game and show him my skills." At that moment, footsteps came from outside the door, and Lin Chen felt relieved. He pretended to sigh and said, "It's a pity that Lin Fan and the others are back, otherwise, if I had a bit more time, the outcome would still be uncertain. Never mind, I won't play anymore." With that, he put the pieces back and then overturned the chessboard. Bai Xiaoshu was momentarily stunned. By the time he reacted, Lin Chen had already left the room. He quickly followed. The first thing he saw when he looked up was the magnificent sunset. Endless orange twilight fell to the ground, casting elongated shadows. Lin Fan looked delighted and said, "Brother, I'm back." Lin Chen shook his head and smiled, saying, "It's good that you're back." Bai Xiaoshu also said, "You were too dangerous this time, fortunately, you're fine." "Brother Bai, you don't need to worry. I'm not that easy to kill." "Ah, I'm so hungry," Lin Fan complained. Lin Chen's mind stirred, placing the identity card in one of his clone's hands, commanding the clone to go buy food. "Alright, just wait a moment," Lin Chen said. Lin Chen let the other clones disperse around, and then the 3 returned to the wooden house and sat down, chatting with each other. Soon, the meal arrived, very sumptuous, and the 3 enjoyed eating it. After eating and drinking to their fill, Bai Xiaoshu left first. Only Lin Chen and Lin Fan remained in the room. Lin Fan whispered, "Main body, was it the system that rescued me, right?" He recalled the moment of crisis when he suddenly lost control of his body. He began to suspect that it was the system that saved him. Lin Chen nodded and said, "Yes. What's going on?" "I consumed 1 million upgrade points to temporarily enhance your strength, but because your power is too strong, your soul couldn't bear it and was protected, while the consciousness that saved you was actually a program." He recalled the system prompting him with the notification sound, "Ding, detected that the host's external avatar is in mortal danger. Would you like to consume 1 million upgrade points for remote rescue?" Lin Chen did not hesitate to agree, as 1 million upgrade points were neither too much nor too little for him at that time. He could afford it completely. Lin Fan smiled upon hearing this and said, "That's good to know, you scared me. I didn't realize the devil was so hard to deal with. I had only heard that devils are soul beings, but I didn't expect such beings to completely ignore physical damage. This is outrageous. By the way, main body, this is the talent crystal dropped by that devil, you should find it useful." Lin Chen took the talent crystal. He skillfully placed it on his forehead to sense it, and immediately, waves of information flooded into his mind. Soul Dome, A-grade talent, can generate a dome cage around the sea of consciousness. The dome cage can defend against soul attacks, invasions, etc. This talent is quite good, just right to make up for my weaknesses in the soul. Unfortunately, it's not a means of soul attack. The main body will definitely have it in the future. By the way, Master Yun fainted and was hospitalized. Did you know? What happened? Why was he hospitalized? Master Yun is a 7th-tier strong practitioner whose body is virtually immune to all poisons. It's hard for him to fall ill, so how could he be hospitalized? The stronger a creature is, the harder it is for them to get sick. In the past, mortals might catch a cold, but after reaching the 2nd tier, ordinary illnesses would be cleansed and eliminated by the body's immune system. And for strong practitioners like Master Yun, they almost never get sick. The existence of hospitals is mainly prepared for those who are injured. Although it's called a hospital, it mainly treats injuries left from fights. Lin Fan said, it's mainly due to excessive sadness. All 3 of my disciples are dead, and one of them colluded with a devil, leaving him without a wife and children. Now, he's just an old man, all alone, surely lonely. Besides, this wouldn't be easy for anyone to bear. Lin Chen nodded gently upon hearing this. A lonely person, having lost all his relatives, might act impulsively out of despair. Thinking of this, Lin Chen quickly said, you should go to the hospital right away and bring him some fruit. Lin Fan pouted and said, can I go tomorrow? I'm really tired today. Yawn. You must go today. I'm afraid he might do something impulsive. Go comfort him, infect him with your optimism. Hurry up, go immediately, don't hesitate. Lin Chen issued a mandatory order, and Lin Fan knew that resisting would be useless, so he could only leave with a bitter expression. The southeast base is well equipped. In the central area of the southeast base, various infrastructures are being built. Buildings such as hospitals and entertainment venues are all gathered here. At this moment, in a certain hospital ward, an elderly man stood by the window with a look of depression on his face. He gazed out at the night, watching the crowds passing by on the street, and memories of his past echoed in his mind. Why was Fong Lei tempted by the devil? Perhaps this was his choice. This is the reason, so death should also be his destination. This is the result. He sighed, and just as he turned around, he saw a figure that surprised him. Lin Fan appeared with a sad expression, carrying some fruit, which he placed on the table. Master Yun, I heard you were ill, so I came to see you right away. Are you okay? Lin Fan greeted softly. He actually didn't want to come, but he couldn't refuse his entity's order. However, he was naturally talkative. Even if Master Yun didn't speak, he could chat for hours on his own. Master Yun remained silent. He didn't want to talk, nor did he want to see the young man before him. Although he knew that Fong Lei's death was none of his business, completely a consequence of Fong Lei's own actions. Even if he didn't die today, he would eventually die at the hands of a demon in the future, but he just couldn't get over that emotional hurdle. He didn't hate Lin Fan, but he didn't want to see Lin Fan. As for Lin Fan, he was completely indifferent to the others' neglect. He pulled up a chair, sat down, and began to speak incessantly. He talked from history to culture, then from culture to music, and finally dragged the topic to literature and alchemy. Master Yun, let me tell you, don't be fooled by my youth, but I have a great deal of talent and I'm quite skilled at writing poetry. Master Yun thought of the poems he had written in the livestream and finally spoke up. Master Yun said, I really like your poems, they are rare masterpieces in recent years. Lin Fan was also polite, laughing as he said, of course, my poems are all good poems, much better than someone's cucumbers and whatnot. Master Yun, upon hearing this, asked in confusion, are you referring to the urine poetry? Urine poetry. This is a bizarre genre that has recently emerged. What is the theme of this poem? No matter what it is, whether it's snow or leaves, it always manages to connect with urine. Moreover, the absurdity of the entire piece is staggering. Some who read this poem frantically washed their eyes, exclaiming that they were no longer clean. However, what is quite bizarre is that such an odd poem has received a lot of praise. Some commented that the writing style of this poem is simple and rich in life. Others described this poem as extraordinary and transcendent, brave and detached, as if it were an angel fallen to earth, with a heavenly palace crafted from mud. In short, where there are strange poems, there are strange people. The world is indeed full of wonders. When Lin Fan thinks of the urine style, his mouth corners twitch uncontrollably. It takes a very peculiar person to write such a poem. Alas, the poetry world has declined. Master Yun is also concerned about this matter? This poem has polluted my eyes. Because of this, I haven't been able to eat and sleep for several days. If you are still able to eat, that would indeed be strange. Especially cucumbers, they are even harder to eat. Lin Fan comforted him, we are in the same boat. This poem has taken away 30% of my appetite and I've gotten thin from hunger. Ha, you are quite interesting, kid. Lin Fan pondered, strange things are happening in the human world. Something big is about to occur. Master Yun, do you have any plans? Master Yun fell silent upon hearing this. After talking with Lin Fan, his mood improved a lot and he wasn't as depressed or sad anymore. But as he calmed down, the sadness crept back into his heart. Sigh, I plan to find a small town to live in seclusion for 100 years and end this remaining life. Lin Fan hurriedly advised, Master, you're only a little over 100 years old and you still have 100 years ahead of you. How can you be so downcast? In life, things don't go your way 8 or 9 times out of 10. Loneliness is the norm for humans. You have plenty of time to do more meaningful things. Master Yun shook his head and said, you don't need to persuade me. I've made up my mind. Master Yun, you. Lin Fan's voice had just fallen when a series of footsteps came from the doorway. The two turned to look and found a woman dressed in professional attire. She bowed and said, Master Yun, we have completed the sorting of Mr. Fong Lei's belongings as you entrusted us, as well as his embalming work. Here are his belongings, please keep them well. If there's nothing else, I won't disturb you any further. Master Yun nodded and said, all right. The woman bowed and withdrew, decisively, without any hesitation. Lin Fan watched in amazement. If it were him, he would have to say a few flirty remarks before leaving. Lin Fan asked curiously, Fong Lei's belongings, let me take a look. Master Yun sighed, disciple, I'll burn them soon. You can pick out a few to take a look. As Lin Fan picked through the items, he said, these things aren't cheap, it would be a shame to burn them. There are too many things that are a shame, are you going to lament over that? True, hey, your eldest disciple actually kept a diary, indeed not a serious person. Lin Fan complained while flipping open the diary. Suddenly, he shouted, no way. Master Yun was startled by Lin Fan's shout. What are you doing, making such a fuss? You've nearly scared the life out of me. He had just been tidying up when Lin Fan's sudden shout startled him greatly. Lin Fan quickly pushed the diary towards Master Yun and said, you take a look for yourself, your disciple is more vicious than a devil. Hearing this, Master Yun felt puzzled and took the diary to look through it. After reading it, he was completely stunned. Impossible. Don't be so quick to deny it, first see if it's his handwriting, right? Master Yun's hands trembled as he read word by word. He didn't speak, but his voice began to change. He never expected that the disciple he regarded as a son could be so cruel, doing these things behind his back. Tell me, why would he do this? What's the use of him killing his two junior brothers? Why? Lin Fan pouted and said, of course, it's to eliminate competitors. If you only have one disciple, then all your belongings will belong to him in 100 years. You are an alchemist, so you must have a lot of assets. Not all alchemists may be rich, but a grandmaster alchemist must be a great wealthy person. After a long time, Lin Fan saw that he was still immersed in sadness and didn't know how to start consoling him, so he was about to leave. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him. Lin Fan turned around and found that it was Master Yin who had caught hold of him. Thank you for coming to enlighten me. Chatting with you has uplifted my mood quite a bit. It's nothing, as long as you don't mind me talking too much. You are really too interesting. How great it would be if I had a disciple like you. As he spoke, he slowly stuffed a book into Lin Fan's hands. This is my alchemy inheritance, as well as the recipes I have collected over the years. You can take them all, consider it a gift. I hope you can inherit my legacy in the future. After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and Lin Fan was uncontrollably sent flying out. He flew out of the ward, out of the corridor, out of the hospital, and then lightly landed on the ground. Lin Shen looked shocked. This is the power of a 7th-tier expert, so strong. He touched the alchemy inheritance in his hand and said with a smile, hee, what a big harvest. I need to hurry back to avoid long nights filled with dreams. He took 2 steps at a time towards Lin Shen's small wooden house. At this time, Lin Shen used the Soul Dome Talent Crystal. Immediately, streams of information flooded into his mind, allowing him to quickly understand the function of this talent. Then, with a thought, streams of golden soul energy surged out of his sea of consciousness. He discovered that these soul energies had formed a golden circular shield at the edge of the sea of consciousness, perfectly protecting it. He chanted disappear silently, and the dome disappeared. He chanted appear, and the dome reappeared. Let's just keep it open. It doesn't consume much mental energy for daily maintenance. At that moment, the door opened. Lin Fan walked in with an excited expression on his face. Looking at Lin Fan's excited demeanor, he smiled and said, looks like you have good news. Is it that obvious to my main body? Not only obvious, you're practically wearing the words good news on your face. Lin Fan snorted and took out a book. Look, this is Master Yun's alchemy inheritance. It even contains his recipes from 1st tier to 7th tier, all included. I just took a look, and there are over 100 recipes. Lin Shen also flipped through it and found indeed a lot of recipes. However, he was also a bit disappointed, as most of them were ordinary formulas, with none as special as the blood flesh pill. Master Yun's inheritance is not as good as ours, Lin Shen said. Lin Fan said, of course, Master Yun's inheritance can only refine up to 9th grade pills, but cannot create divine pills. However, there are still merits to be taken from this, and combined with Master Yun's pill refining insights, a breakthrough in our pill refining techniques is imminent. He quickly divided himself into 200 clones, and instantly, with a flash of white light, clones appeared in a radius of 100 meters. Lin Chen commanded, comprehend this method. Lin Chen passed down the pill refining book, allowing them to look at it themselves. He was tired and wanted to sleep. Main body, I'll protect you, you sleep. Lin Fan said. Go back, you have to stream tomorrow, Lin Chen urged. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan remembered he was a streamer, and he laughed, alright, I'll head back now. There was no more conversation that night, and soon dawn broke. A new day of life began once again. Lin Chen had just woken up and checked the news on his watch. The first news item was actually about Master Yun. 7th level alchemist Master Yun Lung has recovered and left the hospital today. When asked where he plans to go next, he said he would retreat to the deep forest to live out the remainder of his life. Someone asked him, given the current urgent war situation, that it is precisely the time when he is needed. He was silent for a long time and then said, Lin Fan has received my legacy, and he should move forward for me. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and left. The comments section below was also very lively. Sigh, what a pitiful person, but Lin Fan is truly lucky. Yes, Lin Fan was already strong, and now he has acquired Master Yun's alchemy legacy. He will only get stronger from here on. It's a pity. If a 7th level alchemist could join the army, it could enhance our strength. Ordinary low-tier armies lack pills, but top-tier armies do not. Actually, it doesn't matter if Master Yun goes or not, it won't affect the overall situation. He has suffered enough, so I won't insult him. I wish him a safe journey. From this moment on, a star of the alchemy master is gradually rising. Let us patiently look forward to it. Lin Chen also let out a sigh. Unexpectedly, he still chose to live in seclusion. Everyone has their own choices, and at this critical time for the human race, his decision is undoubtedly incorrect. However, just thinking about the alchemical legacy he gave makes Lin Chen unable to speak out in anger. One feels short-handed when accepting help, and one becomes soft-hearted when receiving food. Continue to comprehend the alchemy techniques. I will personally step up to comprehend. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to study the alchemy secret manual. With each reading, he gained a deeper understanding of alchemy. Not knowing how long he had been reading, it turned to the next day in the blink of an eye. In the evening, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Bai Xiaoxia's delicate and elegant face. "Big brother Lin, you're finally awake. I thought." Bai Xiaoxia exclaimed in surprise. Lin Fan tapped lightly on Bai Xiaoxia's head and said, "Don't say unlucky things." Then he turned to Lin Chen and said, "Brother, it's great that you were able to break through. Yesterday while you were in seclusion, the enemy's vanguard army launched a surprise attack on our Blood Dragon army, but they were killed by Master Yu's beast, the Golden Ape, with a single strike. Guess what happened? That Golden Ape actually killed a beast that was also a golden monkey. Isn't that a coincidence? There's also something even more important that I need to tell you. Brother, because of the strong battle, the space trembled and a secret realm was discovered." A secret realm? This term made his heart race instantly. During his high school days, he had entered 3 secret realms, and each time he entered one, his strength would increase. However, after coming to the academy, he had not re-entered a secret realm. He didn't believe that the Supreme Academy had no secret realms, but since the senior brother didn't mention it, he didn't ask, and besides, he had been busy, so he just forgot about it. Now, as soon as Lin Fan mentioned the 2-word secret realm, it instantly piqued his interest. "What kind of secret realm is this?" Lin Chen asked, looking puzzled. Lin Fan shook his head in response. "Big brother, it's just been discovered, and there are no results yet. Just now, the and our human race fought a battle, and the outcome was undetermined. Negotiations are still ongoing." Bai Xiaoxia said, "I do have some insider information. In fact, the secret realm has already been explored, and there are restrictions inside, with battle capacity limits. Only those of the 6th rank and below can enter." Lin Fan turned to look at him, his face showing displeasure, and said, "Why didn't you say this earlier?" Bai Xiaoxia replied with a wry smile, "I just received the news myself." "Didn't the Yuzhou Academy send you any messages?" Lin Fan paused slightly upon hearing this, then quickly opened the group chat. He found there indeed were new messages, but he had set the group chat to do not disturb mode, almost missing such important information. "Ah, our academy sent a message too." Lin Fan laughed heartily, trying to cover up his inner embarrassment. Bai Xiaoxia curled her lip but was secretly laughing inside. Listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Fan gained a preliminary understanding of this new wild secret realm. The emergence of secret realms is mainly due to the collision of various world spaces, resulting in special spaces. In secret realms, the rules are often incomplete. Once one reaches a certain level of cultivation, they will find it impossible to continue breaking through. However, in some secret realms, there often exist special treasures. For example, there are secret realms that can enhance comprehension, or those that produce special energy orbs comparable to elixirs. Because secret realms are products of the collision of world spaces, they are highly random. Some have significant effects, while others are rather ordinary. "Big brother, the master charioteer sent a message. He says the secret realm has existed for a long time and is not an ordinary secret realm. Moreover, the exploration team encountered a tier 7 ferocious beast in the secret realm." Bai Xiaoxia said, "So it turns out that this secret realm does not allow 7th level combatants to enter, yet there are 7th level beasts inside, which greatly increases the danger." Lin Fan said with a bitter smile, "Who could argue with that?" At this moment, a message was sent through the public channel. Initial exploration of the secret realm completed, the following information was obtained. Information 1. At the entrance of the secret realm, there is a 7th level beast. This beast is powerful but is restricted by the area and cannot leave the entrance. Information 2. Inside the secret realm, everything is normal during the day, but once it turns to night, strange phenomena abound and it becomes very dangerous. If you don't have spiritual means, please do not stay outdoors at night. You can temporarily stay in nearby villages, as they have means to resist the strange occurrences. We have discovered a village, you can head there, and the map has been uploaded for your download. Information 3. The exotic beasts in our human race have reached a preliminary agreement to each delegate 10,000 individuals to enter the secret realm, to be divided into 3 batches. Registration begins now. The 3 of them read the information and fell silent for a long time. Lin Chen put down his watch and closed his eyes to rest. He wouldn't take the risk. Even if there were divine artifacts inside, he absolutely wouldn't leave this little cabin. Lin Fan rubbed his fists and said, "Xiaoxia, are you going or not?" Bai Xiaoxia remained silent, finally looking at Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, it was clear he didn't want to go. He shook his head. "I won't go." Lin Fan was disappointed. He really wanted to go, and the reason was simple: he couldn't die. But he also knew that if he died, it would be extremely energy-consuming for Lin Chen to bring him back. Therefore, he wouldn't easily put himself in danger. Lin Chen remained silent, and he didn't dare to go either. The three of them fell into silence. At this moment, Lin Chen's watch rang. "Big brother, your phone." Lin Fan shook Lin Chen's arm and said. Lin Chen woke up, nodded, and answered the call. "Senior brother, Lin Chen, have you signed up yet?" Lin Chen, "Not yet. Brother Master, the Master just sent me a message. There are great treasures in the secret realm. No matter if it's our human race or the beast clan, they will send geniuses over. If you have any thoughts, you can go and try." Lin Chen I. After a while, Lin Chen gritted his teeth. "Lin Chen, I'll go. Brother Master, good, as expected of my junior brother. I have urgent matters, so I won't see you anymore. I've left some treasures for you. Go to the post office to collect them. Remember, while the divine items are important, life is even more precious. Take care." Lin Chen opened his eyes. Lin Fan was looking at him with curiosity. Bai Xiaosao also looked curious. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Why are you all looking at me? Am I that good looking?" Lin Fan, of course, big brother is handsome, the kind that can astonish heaven and earth. Bai Xiaosao, so full of yourself. Complimenting Lin Chen is just complimenting yourself, right? Lin Chen Xiaosao, I have to say, Lin Fan's eye for talent is much sharper than yours. I've made up my mind, I'm going to the secret realm. Lin Fan was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "I'm signing up right now. Don't let there be no spots left." Bai Xiaosao, upon hearing this, was somewhat surprised by Lin Chen's decision. He was actually willing to leave the little wooden house, which was truly rare. However, he also planned to follow along, so he also clicked the sign-up button. All three of them clicked to register, and once their applications were approved, they could enter the secret realm. The identities of the three were not low. There were 2 students from the top 10 academies and 1 junior brother from the Supreme Academy. The reviewers approved their applications without hesitation. "We all got approved. Let's go, let's go. I can't wait any longer." Lin Fan, with an excited expression, pulled Lin Chen and Bai Xiaosao towards the outside. Lin Chen, facing the sunlight, felt a bit unaccustomed. He first went to the post office to collect the items left by his senior brother, discovering it was a piece of inner armor and 2 bottles of healing pills. He put on the inner armor and stored the pills in his pocket. Then, he headed towards the secret realm. Secret realm. Located within a forest. Because of the battle between the strong, the space was shaken, unexpectedly triggering the entrance to the secret realm. At this very moment, in front of the entrance to the secret realm, the human race and the alien race stood on either side of the entrance, confronting each other. Both sides had fought several battles, and even the upper echelons had tested each other, only to find that neither could do anything about the other. As a result, they had no choice but to sit down at the negotiation table. The negotiation outcome was considered reasonable, with both sides allowed to send 10,000 people entering the secret realm in 3 batches. At this time, 2 batches had already entered, and they were the 3rd batch. A total of 4,000 people, under the protection of the army, were preparing to enter the secret realm. As Lin Chen appeared, it sparked much discussion among many people. Some cursed him in secret, some were relieved, some admired him, while others looked down on him. Among these people, there were many geniuses from various academies who were forcefully awakened for this incident regarding the secret realm to come and seize divine objects. They considered themselves the pride of the 6th tier, not something those ordinary people could compare to. They naturally knew about Lin Chen, this internet celebrity, but all had a disdainful attitude. A mere internet celebrity, how can he compare to them? Among these people, there are 7 strongest, all with SS level talent. They were the proud sons of heaven back in the day, and now that they have emerged, they have drawn everyone's exclamations. They actually came too. It seems that this time in the secret realm, we can only play a supporting role. Look at the man on the far left in red clothes. He is the 2nd-ranked student of the War Master Academy, now the 1st talent in his 4th year, Xiao Chen Yuan. The one next to him is the 4th-ranked student of the Life Academy, now the 1st talent in her 4th year, Yi Linger. I didn't expect her to come too, she's really beautiful. Shocking, that man with the frosty face seems to be the 1st talent in his 4th year from the 1st Academy? Shuei Qianqiu? Yes, that's him. Everyone looked over. Even Lin Chen looked over curiously. He saw this person dressed in black, hands behind his back, slightly raising his head, with deep-set eyes, as if looking at something. Seeing this person show off like this made Lin Chen feel quite uncomfortable. Lin Fan also felt unhappy and asked quietly, "Brother Xiaosao, do you know that person?" Bai Xiaosao sighed and said, "Our human race has a total of 10 prestigious schools, and these 10 schools host our elites. You should be quite familiar with the first 9 academies, but the first academy is very mysterious. This is because there are very few students in this academy. Each year it admits a maximum of 100 people, and these 100 must at least possess SS level talent. Is there anyone with SSS level talent?" Lin Fan asked. He had been out for so long and had yet to see anyone with SSS level talent. Even the sword god only had SS level talent, which was truly intriguing. Bai Xiaosao shook his head and said, "It is said that SSS level talent belongs exclusively to deities, and mortals cannot reach it. It is rumored that once one breaks through to the deity level, their talent will automatically transform into SSS level. So, of course, there isn't any." SSS level is not something mortals can achieve, perhaps only the children of the gods can break this rule. Children of the gods? Another new term. Lin Chen was also slightly surprised. He has been working hard in the library, but he didn't expect there to be so much information he didn't know. It seems he still needs to continue learning. What is a child of God? The offspring of deities? That's right. Specifically, it refers to the offspring of divine-level powerhouses above the 9th rank. A child of God, relying on the bloodline of deities, has a certain chance of naturally awakening an SSS-level talent. That can't be right, only humans can awaken talents. Children of gods and humans can also use the divine platform. Lin Chen's heart surged with emotions, faintly grasping some secrets. He glanced around and not only saw a group of exceptional human talents but also some remarkably tall figures on the side of the. This trip to the secret realm will be very lively. Lin Chen clenched his fists, planning to be more cautious after entering the secret realm. He aimed to create multiple hideouts like a crafty rabbit, and his clones would also be dispersed to gather intelligence, nipping crises in the bud. Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise, "Is there a child of the gods among our human race? Could that guy be the child of the gods?" Bai Xiaoshu shook his head and said, "He is not the child of the gods, but he has some connection with them." Do you know why the first academy is called the Academy of the Divine Offspring? Lin Chen also perked up his ears to listen. This academy is very mysterious. He had previously tried to investigate but found nothing. Moreover, the number of students enrolled each year is not many, with at most only 100. However, an ordinary person simply cannot enter the Academy of the Divine Offspring. Because, according to legend, all their students are recruited from some major families which belong to internal recruitment, and outsiders have very limited access to information. Are all their students descendants of the gods? Lin Fan asked in astonishment. Bai Xiaoshu nodded and said, "Yes. Aren't the gods in an antagonistic relationship with us? Right now, there is an antagonistic relationship, but it wasn't in the past. During that chaotic era, many major forces worshipped the gods, and the children of the gods also appeared during that time. However, there are no true children of the gods left now. Where did they go? I don't know." Lin Chen seemed deep in thought. At this moment, with a bell tolling, everyone was drawn to look forward. Fuyazi, holding a compass, slowly descended from the sky. Facing him was a huge dragon-like beast, engulfed in flames, coming down. A person and a beast exchanged a glance. At the same time, they shouted, "Open!" Rumble. The gate to the secret realm slowly opened, revealing a silvery white spatial passage before everyone. From here, one could faintly see a glimpse of the scenery on the other side. The person and the beast slowly retreated to the front of their clan, maintaining eye contact, wary of each other. Fuyazi said, "Among you are not lacking geniuses. Those who choose to venture into the secret realm, then life and death are fated. Go ahead." Everyone bowed to express their respect. Then, Fuyazi made way for them to enter. Lin Chen and the others also walked towards the spatial passage along with the crowd. Suddenly, he noticed a gaze filled with hostility looking over. He turned around and discovered it was Xiao Qianyuan from the 2nd Academy's military academy. This man was clad in red, wielding a blood-red large knife, with a pale, colorless face but a dangerous glimmer in his eyes. He directly ignored Xiao Qianyuan and continued walking forward. Xiao Qianyuan let out a cold laugh. At this moment, Yi Linger looked curious and asked, "Brother Xiao, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Qianyuan smiled and said, "I encountered an interesting person. That internet celebrity Lin Chen? Junior sister Linger is correct, it is indeed this person. This person has made quite a stir and is faintly referred to as the top figure of the younger generation by netizens. He's not worthy, he's just an internet celebrity who climbed up by riding on hype. Brother Xiao, there's no false hero under a glamorous name, he should have some strength. Just wait and see, a paper tiger is just a paper tiger. If he can withstand 3 of my strikes, then I'll say he has some skill. Brother Xiao, our opponent is a beast from another realm, let's not fight among ourselves, okay?" Yi Linger said with a naive expression, trying to persuade him. It seemed as if she was trying to convince him on behalf of the human race. However, Xiao Qianyuan coldly sneered and said, "It seems you don't trust me, I will use my actions to make you believe in my strength." Having said that, he stepped into the space passage. Inside the space passage, Yi Linger glanced towards Lin Chen's direction and chuckled lightly. Lin Chen felt a chill creeping up his neck, a nauseating sensation making him want to vomit. He hurriedly looked around, but found nothing. Never mind, it must be an illusion. After passing through the space passage, the view suddenly opened up. Roar! Suddenly, a huge roar shook the heavens and the earth. Immediately after, a scorching flame erupted from the sky. Damn, is this the 7th tier vicious beast? Everyone, run! Shit, I forgot about this beast, let's run! Hurry up, this beast is not an ordinary 7th rank, but fortunately, it is already injured. Get out of here quickly. Go! Ah! Help! Roar! I don't want to die. Behind him, the sounds of shouting and screaming came, and Lin Chen felt a strong sense of urgency, silently reciting, "Clone." Within 100 meters, a flash of white light appeared, and one clone after another emerged around him. A total of 200 clones, some were ordinary clones, and some were elemental clones, forming small teams to protect Lin Chen and the others. As soon as the clones appeared, the 7 great geniuses in the distance were slightly startled. Someone pointed at him and said, "This is Lin Chen's clone talent, quite a number, huh?" Xiao Qianyuan sneered and said, the strength of the clones won't be very strong, they can probably only inherit half of the body's strength. Such clones, even if there are 1,000, wouldn't be my match. Upon hearing this, everyone deeply agreed. They were all the pride of the heavens, top geniuses in the academy. Excluding a few senior 7th ranks, they were the strongest awakeners. They have their own pride. It's not that they look down on Lin Chen, but they simply do not regard him at all. A student from a fallen academy, what qualifications does he have to compare with them? Even though they were surprised by the number of Lin Chen's avatars, their inherent pride made them look down on him. Lin Chen glanced back at the 7 people, shook his head, unwilling to have any entanglements with them, and walked away with his avatars. However, the looks from these people made him very unhappy. All the way, Lin Fan wore an expression of anger. These people are really full of themselves, it drives me crazy. Bai Xiaoshu also nodded and said, just get used to it. You can endure it, but I cannot. Lin Fan said angrily. Bai Xiaoshu was taken aback and asked, what are you going to do? Lin Fan said, I'm not going to do anything, I just want to give them some seasoning. Lin Fan chuckled and, with a thought, the puppets began to run around the area. At this moment, the 7 people arrived at the intersection. Everyone, let's part ways here. Farewell. Several people parted ways, some walked away, while others entered the forest. They opened their wristwatches and a map appeared before them. This was the secret map they had downloaded before coming. Many people's destination was the first village. This place was one that could withstand the bizarre attacks of the night. However, it was still early, so everyone spread out to explore this world, only planning to stay in that village for one night if they truly couldn't find a new village. Meanwhile, in a place unknown to them, a pitch-black puppet bug was jumping through the jungle. Suddenly, a gigantic beast looked at the bug. Hee hee, I love eating bugs the most, I'll eat you. As it said this, it was about to grab the bug, but to its surprise, the bug dodged. Then, the bug ran away, and it chased after it. At the same time, more than a dozen other beasts or ferocious creatures were also angered by various bugs disturbing them and rushed after them. At this moment, Yi Linger was traversing the forest with a vigilant expression. Her talent is of the life type, so she thrived in the forest like a fish in water. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. Not good. But it was already too late. A huge alien beast lunged at her. Vines, heed my command, entangle. As soon as the words fell, green energy surged from the ground, and vines slithered like snakes toward the alien beast. Roar! The alien beast stopped its movement upon seeing the attack. Haha, what luck! I actually encountered a human woman. Today, I will make sure you have no place to be buried. It erupted with flames, and one by one, the vines were burned to cinders. Then, a jet of flames spat out from its mouth. Yi Linger's expression changed slightly, and she dodged to the side. She chanted words under her breath, pointing at the large tree beside her. Grant you life, defeat it. Ow! The giant tree rose from the ground, and a face appeared on its trunk, staring at the ferocious beast charging forward. Plants, flowers, and trees, heed my command, kill. Waves of green energy covered an area of 100 meters in radius. The trees activated, vines entangled, and flowers opened their wide mouths to bite at the strange beasts. The strange beast was taken aback and hurriedly dodged. I am a royal genius, how could I be defeated by you, a mere female of the human race? Fiery lava. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, lava erupted, and the temperature soared. Yi Linger was alarmed and lost her color. Fire inherently restrained her, which made her heart sink to the bottom. Run! Without a word, she fled into the distance. Along the way, the plants were activated by her, blocking the strange beasts behind her. Meanwhile, other geniuses were also attacked by strange beasts. Most of them were injured, looking extremely disheveled. Xiao Qianyuan angrily severed the head of a strange beast and he was unscathed. The water Qianqiu of the Godborn Academy manipulated the water flow, which transformed into a shield at one moment and into a spear at another. In the end, he even became too lazy to manipulate the water flow anymore. The water flows actually began to defend and attack automatically. It could be called absolute defense. All along the way, one strange beast after another died at his hands, and he did so effortlessly, as if he were walking in his own backyard. Until he discovered a damaged insect. Holding it in his hand, he mumbled to himself, "Puppet?" He looked up and gazed towards the direction he came from. With a cold chuckle, he said, "Ah, so that's the case." He stored away the puppet insect and walked towards the distance. On the other side, Lin Fan said excitedly, "Hee, although I didn't kill them, these guys are injured. It's just that Xiao Qianyuan and Shui Qianqiu are relatively strong. The others are not bad, right?" Lin Fan felt relieved, as if he had drunk ice water on a hot summer day. Incredibly, Lin Chen reminded, "Have the damaged puppets been retrieved?" With his words, Lin Fan's expression visibly showed frustration. "Oh no, I forgot, I'll go get it right now." Soon, he had collected all the puppets, but noticed one was missing. "One is missing," Lin Fan said. Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly, and he said, "It's fine, let's go." The three set off, but Lin Chen's clones were missing 3. In a canyon, Lin Chen's 3 clones had just appeared here when they were attracted by the sounds of battle. They walked towards the battlefield and saw a woman fighting a gigantic beast. "Oh, it's that woman named Yi Linger. This beast is quite powerful, it's at least 10 times stronger than an ordinary 6th-tier beast. However, it's still not stronger than me. This Yi Linger is pretty good, but unfortunately, she is at a disadvantage. Lin Chen was confident he could kill this beast. However, he maneuvered his 3 clones away and had no intention of getting involved in the fight. As for the hero saving the beauty, whoever wants to do it can do it, he has no interest in that. The clone searched for a long time but still couldn't find the puppeteer bug that Lin Fan had lost. He can basically confirm now that the puppeteer bug was picked up by someone. Forget it, no more searching. On the other side, the 3 of them walked for about half an hour, climbing over a small hill several hundred meters high, when a giant willow tree several hundred meters tall suddenly appeared before them. Wow, this willow tree is really huge. At this moment, Bai Xiaoshu's eyes sparkled with stars, and after a while, he said excitedly, "Under that willow tree, there's a new village." The 3 of them stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing far at the towering willow tree several hundred meters high, feeling shocked. Especially when compared to the surrounding small hills, the willow tree appeared even more magnificent. A willow tree as tall as the mountain looks extraordinary from every angle. Lin Fan was in awe, inspired, and said, "This tree is so big, I want to compose a poem." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately reached out and tapped his head, laughing and scolding, "If you want to write poetry, go do it in your live stream." Lin Fan said dejectedly, "Well, it's a pity for my wonderful talent in poetry." Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, thinking, is that really talent in poetry? No, it isn't. That's clearly copying talent. If you could write poetry by yourself, I would admire my own talent. Even I can't write poetry, what do you think you can do? Lin Chen scoffed inwardly. Bai Xiaoshu opened his eyes, with starlight sparkling in them, clearly having activated his heavenly eye talent. After observing for a while, his eyes finally returned to normal. Suddenly, his expression changed. Lin Chen noticed and quickly asked, "What did you see?" Lin Chen knew that his observational talent was very strong, able to see thousands of meters away. To Lin Chen, he was the best support and also Lin Chen's eyes. 500 meters ahead, someone is in trouble, Bai Xiaoshu immediately said upon hearing this. With his current talent, he could see the situation within a radius of 10,000 meters. Although the farther the distance, the less clear the view, it still far exceeds that of an ordinary person's vision. Just now, while he was observing the surroundings, he noticed not far away a young man being attacked by 3 wolf beasts, and if no one came to help, he would soon lose his life. Lin Chen understood that saving someone is like putting out a fire, so he immediately ordered his clone to go and rescue him. The clone nodded and ran toward the front. At the speed of the clone, it can cover a distance of 500 meters in a few seconds. "Let's follow and see," Lin Chen said. Bai Xiaoshu let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Okay. The 3 of them walked forward. The dense vegetation along the way resembled a primitive forest scene. As they walked, suddenly they heard the roar of beasts ahead. Lin Chen and the others quickly quickened their pace. Sure enough, not long after, they saw 3 wolf beasts lying at the feet of the clone. At that moment, the clone stood expressionless in place, waiting for Lin Chen's arrival. The injured boy was looking at the doppelganger with a face full of gratitude. When he heard someone approaching, the dagger in his hand was immediately held horizontally across his chest, but after seeing who it was, he wore a confused expression. The boy appeared very young, with a tender face, a small body, but his skin showed signs of hardships. Lin Fan, seeing such a small child out hunting, felt a softening in his heart and stepped forward to pull the boy up, saying, "Boy, put down the dagger, we're all good people." Upon seeing Lin Fan's appearance, the boy instinctively lowered the dagger. At that moment, he looked puzzled, his mind filled with questions that he couldn't quite process. The one who saved him was 3 identical people, so how could 2 more identical people be here again? What kind of mother could give birth to 5 at once? Amazing! He admired them greatly. Lin Fan smiled and asked, "You're quite young, what are you doing out here in the wild all alone?" Lin Fan was puzzled. This kid was not tall and should be fairly young, but encountering a pack of wolves out in the wild, if they hadn't passed by, he would have already met his demise. The young man said, "I'm not that young, I'm already engaged, and I can get married next year." Marriage? These 2 words stunned the 3 people present. No way? Are you really planning to settle down this early? The customs here are indeed different. Lin Fan exclaimed, "No way, you look so young to be getting married this soon?" The young man was slightly taken aback by the remark, wondering what it meant. But after a while, he finally reacted. "Do you look down on me? Want to compete?" He stared at Lin Fan, clearly ready to prove himself. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them laughed. "Ha ha ha, the people here are so fierce." At that moment, Bai Xiaoshu stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Young man, don't mind him, he's just joking with you. By the way, what's your name?" He gratefully replied, "You guys are my lifesavers. I was rude just now, I'm sorry." "Hello, benefactor, my name is Lu Yangyun, and I am the youngest son of the village chief in Lu Village. I am already engaged and will be getting married next year, so please don't say I'm too young anymore. Additionally, I like eating meat, but I don't like drinking animal milk. My dad says it's because I drink less milk that I haven't grown taller, and my peers are half a head taller than me for this reason. But I don't think so, because my dad is short. I believe I'm not tall because my dad isn't tall." He babbled on endlessly, eager to introduce even his 18 generations of ancestors in one breath. After finishing one sentence, he would come up with another, starting from his own personality to introducing his father's character and even talking about his family situation. In the end, he didn't forget to elevate the theme, starting to talk about dreams. "My biggest dream is to leave Lu Village, go out and see the world, and hopefully learn a skill to protect Lu Village in the future." he said with a determined gaze. Lin Chen smiled and looked at Lin Fan, secretly thinking that this kid has encountered a rival. This child's words are certainly no less than yours. Lin Fan directly ignored him and waved his hand repeatedly, saying, "You talk too much. Kid, hurry up and go home." Lu Yangyun was taken aback for a moment and shook his head, saying, "My father taught me that if someone does you a favor, you must invite them to your home as guests and remember their kindness, doing your best to repay it. You saved me, so I must invite you over. I am a grateful person, so I need to invite you to my home. 3 benefactors, it's getting late, and there are strange occurrences at night, which is particularly dangerous. Would you like to come to our village as guests?" After saying this, he looked at the 3 with anticipation. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. Seeing Lin Chen nod, Lin Fan said, "Kid, lead the way." Lu Yangyun exclaimed with excitement upon hearing this. "Great." On the way, Lin Fan asked, "Why would a kid like you come to this place?" Lin Fan looked around. They were still a few miles away from the big willow tree, and the surroundings were all primitive forest, resembling a rarely visited area. "I'm actually quite amazing. Normally, dealing with wild beasts is a piece of cake, but I didn't expect to run into a pack of wolves. They usually don't appear here." Just thinking about his luck made him break out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for these 3 benefactors saving him, he would have already become a meal for the wolves. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, secretly thought that this kid probably didn't come here to hunt wild beasts. He's likely gone through a rebellious phase, feeling full of himself, and came out to slay monsters to prove himself, only to end up in trouble. After walking for over 10 minutes, Luchen village came into view. He looked up. The first thing that caught his eye was a towering willow tree. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a small village beneath the willow tree. From what he could see, the village had about 50 families, and there was a massive fence gate outside the village. Inside the gate was the village, while outside was an endless expanse of farmland. With Lu Yangyun leading the way, the 3 of them moved smoothly along, encountering many villagers along the way who curiously stopped to watch them. Who are they? Their clothes are a bit strange, but the material feels quite good. Yangyun has gone out to play again, and he brought back 3 strangers. We need to inform the village chief quickly. Right, this kid is young, yet he brings people in like this. Doesn't he fear something might happen? Someone hurried off to inform the village chief. However, Lin Chen and the others encountered the village chief on the way. When Lu Yangyun saw his father, he exclaimed in surprise, "Dad." The village chief looked to be around 60 years old, sporting a goatee, dressed in a long robe, and holding a wooden staff. He scolded, "You wretched child, running off to play again. From now on, you're not allowed to leave the village, or you'll face the family rules." Lu Yangyun lowered his head, looking unconvinced. "Dad, I just went out for a stroll. I didn't expect to run into a wolf pack, and then these benefactors saved me, otherwise, I might have died." As he spoke, tears began to well up. Once the tears came, the village chief's accumulated anger instantly dissipated. He grabbed Lu Yangyun and said, "We'll see if you dare to run around in the future. Hurry up and go home. Your mother has been nagging about you for a long time." Upon hearing mother, his eyes lit up and he hurried towards home. At this moment, the village head bowed to Lin Chen and the others, saying, "Thank you for saving my boy. Judging by your attire, you must be travelers from the kingdom of Izumo, right?" "Kingdom of Izumo? Travelers? 2 new terms." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "It's my first time here, sorry for the trouble," Lin Chen said. The village head smiled and said, "No worries, you saved my boy, and I should be grateful to you instead." After saying this, the village head looked up at the sky and said, "It's getting late, how about the 3 esteemed guests come to my home as guests?" Upon hearing this, Lin Fan said, "I'll take charge for my brother. Old man, you lead the way." Lin Chen smiled wryly and said, "My brother speaks without thinking, please don't mind him, elder." After saying that, he pulled Lin Fan, urging him to pay attention to his image. Bai Xiaosa's eyes sparkled with starlight as he observed the surroundings. When he looked at a stone tablet under the willow tree, he suddenly froze in place. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness and quickly withdrew his innate ability, which made him feel a bit better. That stone tablet is strange. Could it be a divine object? Bai Xiaosa thought to himself. The village chief smiled and said, "You're joking, guest. I'm just an old man, and the village kids often call me that. If they didn't call me old man, I wouldn't be used to it." Lin Fan proudly looked at Lin Chen and said, "Elder brother, see? I wasn't wrong." Lin Chen let out a wry smile and said, "Sorry for the interruption. You are too polite, please follow me. The village chief will lead the way." After crossing a pebble road, the 3 finally arrived in front of a courtyard. Earth walls and wooden houses greeted the eye. It was a place that was not luxurious at all, even quite ordinary. Bark, bark, bark. As soon as they got close, the dog in the courtyard started barking. The old village chief tapped his cane on the ground with a thud, causing the dog to whimper and step back, afraid to bark loudly, but it continued to watch Lin Chen and the others with vigilance. Lin Chen ignored the dog and followed into the main room. The room was very simple. Besides a long table placed in the center and a square table, there were 2 solid wooden chairs beside the square table. The village chief and Lin Chen sat on either side, while Lin Fan and another person sat further down. At that moment, the village chief went to instruct his wife to prepare food. After a while, the village chief's wife appeared. She was a woman with mostly white hair. "Our home is poor, and we don't have many good dishes. I hope the guests won't mind." "Not at all, guests should follow the host's arrangements." Lin Chen chatted casually with the village chief. He noticed that although the village chief was older, he clearly lacked experience. So, he deliberately and subtly used conversational techniques to guide him, letting him share some information about this world. Ah, guest, I've also been out there in the world. If you don't go out, you won't know, but once you do, you realize that I am just a frog at the bottom of the well. Those with a good education don't use, but instead use, so it should be called the frog at the bottom of the well. Our Lu village is located among the vast mountains, and there are countless villages like ours. Additionally, outside the village, there is a country called Chuyun, which is truly remarkable and very large. He wasn't sure exactly how big it was, but Lynch knew that beyond the mountains was a country called Chuyun. Lynch found it strange. Could this really be a secret realm? He had never heard of such a large secret realm. Not to mention that from the entrance to here, it is over 100 miles away, and according to the old man, it takes a month to walk from Lu village to Chuyun. According to the old man's pace, it should be at least 50 miles a day. A month would amount to a distance of 1,500 miles. A secret realm that is comparable to a small world. Lin Chen increasingly felt that this secret realm held too many secrets. The divine artifact might just be one of them. If one could uncover the secrets within. At that moment, the dishes were served, and the old man said, "My home is simple, please don't take offense, esteemed guest. It is we who have disturbed you, there is no offense to speak of, let's eat." "Ha, esteemed guest, you start first. You are the host, please go ahead. You are my benefactor, so you should start first." Lin Fan, impatient, picked up a piece of food and said, "Alright, I'll go first, okay?" Upon seeing this, everyone laughed, but the atmosphere became lively because of his action. Eat. Chat. At this moment, Lin Chen noticed the advantages of reading a lot. Whenever there was a lull in conversation, he could always introduce a new topic and keep the other person talking endlessly. "Esteemed guest, I tell you, this night is filled with strange occurrences, it's very dangerous. These bizarre things, you can't see them, but they can invade your mind and cause you to die silently. Our village is protected by a soul-settling monument. As long as guests don't go out at night, nothing will happen, those strange things cannot enter. If you hear any noise outside the village, don't go to look, because the soul-guarding steel can deter the strange beings, but it also attracts them like lights in the night." Lin Chen took a sip of wine and laughed. "Well, I don't even know where these strange beings come from, but they are causing trouble for us humans." The village chief took a few sips of wine and already had a flushed face. "Who knows? Anyway, I heard people say that after a person dies, they must be cremated, otherwise, they might turn into strange beings. Also, in the Outcloud country, there are cultivation techniques that can subdue strange beings." Lin Chan's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. From the village chief's description, the strange beings were evidently a kind of soul-type creature, similar to demons. Could it be that the methods used in the Outcloud country to subdue strange beings are aimed at souls? With that thought, Lin Chen felt excited. He had the talent of Soul Dome, making him very sensitive to soul-type methods, and he had a high level of comprehension. All along the way, he had been contemplating the abilities of the Soul Dome, hoping to gain insight into the innate skills from his talent. He already has some ideas, but they are not yet mature. If he can obtain the cultivation method of this world, it might allow his innate abilities to develop more functions. However, the Soul Dome can currently only protect his own soul and does not know how to deal with enemies. When I was young, I left the village and learned a technique in the kingdom of Izumo. Unfortunately, my comprehension was too poor, and in the end, I only brought back a method called soul capture. I intended to pass it on to a few of my sons, but I didn't expect their comprehension to be even worse, and none of them could learn it. Today, a distinguished guest arrives. I believe the skills they possess are earth-shattering. Hearing this, Lin Fan wanted to see the soul capture technique and quickly said, "Soul capture, we can help you check if there are any flaws in the cultivation method." His words were clearly intended to guide the other party into revealing the cultivation method. The cultivation method is a person's secret, but to the village chief, it is not considered something too important. Because no one can learn it for him, although it is precious if it can't be learned, it is just a piece of worthless paper. He was a little tipsy, got up, and took out the skill manual. When he returned, he placed the manual on the table and said, "Guest, this is the skill manual. When I went to the kingdom of Yuyun many years ago, I worked in a Taoist temple. When I left, the temple master gave me the soul capture technique and said that if I could learn it, I could enter the temple and become a disciple. Unfortunately, it was too difficult and I simply couldn't learn it." Lin Chen took the manual and looked it over. The so-called soul capture technique was just a piece of paper containing only a few hundred characters at most. Lin Chen stared at it for a while and suddenly felt a strange sensation. Soul capture technique? No way. This isn't the soul capture technique. Lin Chen felt dizzy, as if he were standing on the threshold of death. He hurriedly put down the manual and glanced at the soul capture technique again, as if he saw a man-eating devil. Lin Fan noticed the commotion and quickly asked, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" Lin Chen shook his head and said, "I'm fine." He looked at the village chief and asked, "Are you sure this is the soul capture technique?" At this moment, Lin Chen's gaze became vigilant. This technique was too sinister. When he studied it, it felt as if he was throwing himself into a blood-red abyss. He had a sense that the moment he achieved success in learning it would be the moment he was completely devoured. Either the village chief had a problem or the Taoist temple he mentioned had an issue. The village chief looked puzzled and said, "What's wrong, guest? This is the soul-seizing technique given to me by the sect leader. Back in the day, He said that learning this technique would allow us to intimidate the supernatural and prevent it from approaching. Lin Chen remained silent for a moment. Based on his experience, he couldn't identify any issues with the village chief, so he nudged Bai Xiaosa with his elbow. Bai Xiaosa's eyes sparkled with stars as he shook his head. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded, saying, "Thank you, village chief, for letting us see this technique, but this soul-seizing technique is a bit strange. It's better not to practice it." Lin Chen returned the soul-seizing technique to the village chief. The village chief looked bewildered and carefully put away the soul-seizing technique. This is his treasure, and he rarely shows it to others. The two chatted for a long time, and Lin Chen gained a better understanding of this world. The place they were in was called the Great Wilderness Mountain Range. The peaks here undulate, forests are dense, and fierce beasts roam freely. In the mountains, villages are dotted like stars, built in various locations, and all these villages have spirit-warding monuments, allowing them to survive here. The villages are connected, resembling a silk road, extending from Lu village all the way to the Outcloud Kingdom. Villagers who want to go to the Outcloud Kingdom can rest in the villages along the way at night and set off during the day, ensuring they won't have to sleep outdoors at night. Beyond the Great Wilderness Mountain Range is a country called the Outcloud Kingdom. This country has a vast area and a large population, and seems to be the only country in this world. To the east of the Outcloud Kingdom is a vast ocean, to the north is an ice field, to the west is a grassland, and only the south is mountainous. Lin Chen noted this information, and his perception of this secret realm changed. It seems that this secret realm is quite large, comparable to a small world. A world can hide so many things: divine objects, the bizarre, and soul-keeping spells. The secrets here excited Lin Chen. The sky gradually darkened, and the few of them were tired. The village chief was just about to take the three to the guest room to rest when someone suddenly pushed open the yard's big gate. "Not good, village chief, the three pillars have been invaded by the bazaar." As soon as those words fell, the village chief swayed as if he might fall to the ground at any moment. "Where is my son? Hurry and invite the shaman." The shaman is the only person in Lu village who has survived under the bazaar. He understands some medical skills and knows some tricks. He holds a high position in the village and is often called to diagnose during bazaar invasions. "Village chief, the shaman has already gone, you should hurry, or it will be too late." This person urged, and the village chief could no longer care about anything, hurriedly heading outside. Lin Chen said, "Let's go along too." Bai Xiaosan nodded slightly and said, Lin Fan gently moved his thoughts, and the puppet worms drilled into every corner, thoroughly investigating the surrounding situation. On the way, Lin Chen asked, "Is there a problem with the village chief?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook his head and said, "There are no energy traces in his body, his expression is normal, and his words and actions are fine." Lin Fan also agreed, "Big brother, my puppet worms have already investigated everything. I checked within 100 meters underground, this is just an ordinary village." Lin Chen felt relieved and nodded. This is indeed an ordinary village, but the soul-capturing technique from the kingdom of Azumo is anything but ordinary. It seems that the person who once gave the village chief the soul-capturing technique has an ulterior motive. The few of them arrived at the village entrance. At this moment, a young man around 20 years old was lying on the ground. Beside him, an old man was examining the young man's condition. After a long time, he stood up and shook his head, saying, "It's a strange situation, there's no saving him." "What?" The village chief walked over with a saddened expression, only to hear this bad news. The shaman saw it was the village chief and said, "Based on my experience, there's basically no hope, unless a Nightwalker can intervene." Nightwalker. Everyone fell into despair. That was a Nightwalker. The three words alerted the village chief. He immediately turned around and looked at Lin Chen, kneeling down with a thud on the ground. "Benefactor, please save my son. I bow to you." Seeing this, Lin Fan quickly helped him up and said, "Hey, why are you kneeling all of a sudden? Get up, and let's discuss this properly." However, the old man kept bowing, and Lin Fan couldn't persuade him at all. At this moment, Bai Shashan said, "Brother Lin, I can see the strange presence. It has already invaded the sea of consciousness and will probably swallow the soul in a few minutes." Lin Chen nodded, acknowledging this, and a deep blue energy appeared in his hand. With a gentle lift, the village chief was raised up and could no longer kneel. "I can save people, but I have one condition." "Benefactor, just say it. I will agree to any request you have. I want to study the soul-guarding monument." The soul-guarding monument is the foundation of the village's existence. The village chief hesitated. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't take this monument, it won't have any effect on you. Moreover, if I really wanted to take the soul-guarding monument, you wouldn't be able to stop me." As he spoke, a flame appeared in the palm of his hand. At first, the flame was small, only about a dozen centimeters tall. Suddenly, the flame surged up several dozen meters high, like a flaming pillar, illuminating the entire village in an instant. The onlookers were taken aback, their faces showing looks of shock. "System, upgrade my talent, Soul Dome." Ding, upgrading, upgrade successful. Lin Chen closed his eyes, and a lot of information appeared in his mind. Then, his Soul Dome talent underwent some changes. In the depths of his mind, he gained a deeper understanding of this talent, and some concepts of talent skills also emerged in his thoughts. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. All he saw was a flickering bluish light in his eyes. This light had just appeared and caused the temperature around to drop several degrees suddenly. Everyone looked at him in shock, especially when they saw his eyes, which made them instinctively shiver, as if their souls were about to freeze. At this moment, Lin Chen extended his palm and lightly tapped the young man's head. He softly commanded, "Soul Cage." Rumbling. In the next moment, strands of soul energy intertwined in his palm, forming threads. With a thought from Lin Chen, these threads entered the young man's mind. What is he doing? Everyone be quiet, this is the method of the Nightwalker Lord, you know nothing. Look quickly, the three pillars have reacted. Everyone looked over and indeed saw the three pillars' eyelids twitch. Although he was still not awake, it gave them hope. They all looked at Lin Chen in amazement, as if they were looking at a deity. The village chief was in tears, while the shaman was filled with shock. The village chief was moved, but the shaman felt that this method was too advanced. He had seen the techniques of other Nightwalkers before, but none possessed such astonishing abilities. At that moment, Lin Chen's soul power transformed into threads, passing through the young man's flesh, directly appearing in his sea of consciousness. Lin Chen slightly closed his eyes and saw the space of the young man's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, a black shadow lunged towards the threads. Lin Chen snorted coldly and said, "I've been waiting for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the threads turned into tentacles, striking back towards the black shadow. Hiss hiss hiss. The black shadow emitted screams that could only be heard by souls, but it was utterly powerless to stop the threads. Lin Chen's soul threads quickly wrapped around it. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not break free. Countless threads entwined together, forming a transparent spherical cage. This was the talent skill that Lin Chen had just awakened. Lin Chen had already envisioned this skill. After his talent broke through to S grade, he suddenly realized and comprehended this skill. This is an extended use of the Soul Dome talent, which has expanded from being usable only on himself to being able to imprison other souls outside of his body. Not only that, but he can also bestow the Soul Dome to his teammates. This allows others to withstand soul attacks, but they cannot be too far from him, otherwise they would lose the continuous supply of their soul power, and the Soul Dome would quickly dissipate. With this skill, Lin Chen discovered that he could both attack and defend, and he no longer had to fear weaker anomalies. With a thought, the soul cage flew out from the young man's sea of consciousness and landed in the palm of his hand. It was a round, transparent sphere, no bigger than a thumb, resembling crystal, but inside it imprisoned a black shadow, which was the imprisoned anomaly. Everyone curiously looked at the round sphere in his palm, and some pointed at the grotesque black shadow in the soul cage, all of them incredibly astonished. That's bizarre. I didn't expect the bizarre to be the black shadow. This is a low-level bizarre, and it hasn't yet formed a shape. At this moment, the shaman approached Lin Chen and respectfully said, "Master Nightwalker." Lin Chen replied with an pointed outside and said, "How many bizarre things are out there?" The shaman quickly answered, "There are over 100 first-tier bizarre things outside, a dozen second-tier bizarre things, and 2 third-tier bizarre things." Lin Chen smiled and said, "You know quite well, you're attentive. Master, that's not the case. I just count them every day. After all, if there are too many bizarre things, the soul suppression monument might not hold." Lin Chen's heart stirred upon hearing this. It seems that the power of the soul suppression monument also has its limits. Lin Chen said, "He's already mostly fine. When I return, take me to see the soul suppression monument. I'm quite interested in this thing." As he spoke, Lin Chen walked towards the outside. The villagers looked at Lin Chen's back and felt a deep respect. With the Nightwalker Lord taking action, the strange occurrences outside will surely disappear completely. Great! We can finally stop worrying. We are really lucky to have the Nightwalker Lord help us resolve this matter. Lin Chen listened to the discussions behind him, a smile at the corner of his mouth. He arrived at the door but did not step outside. His eyes once again gleamed with blue light. Under the perspective of his soul, he could capture the strangeness more clearly, otherwise he could only see some vague black shadows. With a glance, he saw numerous strange entities wandering at the entrance of the village. "Oh, these strange entities are quite persistent, but I can catch you even without leaving the village." Lin Chen focused his thought, pointed forward, and shouted, "Soul Cage!" Boom! Strands of soul threads shot out. These threads whizzed and flew into the darkness. The ghostly blue energy illuminated the surroundings, resembling strips of blue light, unexpectedly beautiful. Suddenly, a strange creature with a wolf's head but a shadowy lower body pounced towards the thread. In its eyes, this thread contained rich soul power, which would be greatly beneficial if consumed. However, the next moment, the thread flew up into the air, and as if it had come to life, it dodged its attack and unexpectedly wrapped around the strange wolf head. Roar! The strange wolf head struggled desperately, but it was just a mere Tier 3 aberration. How could its soul power compare to Lin Chen's? It was easily imprisoned, transformed into a transparent orb, and flew back into Lin Chen's hand. Another aberration added. The commotion here attracted other aberrations. Instantly, one by one, the aberrations pounced over. However, as soon as they approached the village entrance, they retreated in fear, clearly afraid of the power of the Soul Town monument. Lin Chen laughed and said, "You can't come in, so I'll come to you." Soul Cage. Releasing the skill again, the threads danced wildly, flying towards the aberrations one by one. A first-tier anomaly couldn't avoid it at all and was bound by Lin Chen's silk thread. Even some second-tier and third-tier anomalies were easily caught up by the soul cage and then bound together, forming one soul cage after another. The number of soul cages in Lin Chen's hands began to increase, from 2 to 10, and finally to more than 100. Lin Chen displayed his power, and the anomalies no longer dared to come up, staying far away. Seeing this, Lin Chen abandoned the idea of continuing to capture them. Capturing more would allow him to leave the village. He split into 2 clones, letting them hold the soul cage spheres. Lin Chen then returned to the crowd, and the young man knelt down with a thud. Benefactor, your life-saving grace I will never forget. In the future, if you have any commands, even if it means death, I am willing. Lin Chen's palm was raised slightly, and energy acted upon the young man. The young man stood up involuntarily and could no longer kneel down, his heart filled with awe for Lin Chen's strength. So powerful. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Alright, I've accepted your gift, get up." Then, he turned to look at the village chief. The village chief understood Lin Chen's meaning and quickly said, "Benefactor, the soul guarding monument is on the other side of the giant willow, please follow me." The soul guarding monument. Suspected to be the divine object mentioned by the Blue Star human race. Considering the situation in this world, the soul guarding monument can deter the abnormal, and thus speculating further, even if it is not a divine object, it is still a treasure. What puzzles him is, where did this soul guarding monument come from? Why is no one fighting over it, and why does every village have one? It's strange. Upon arriving in front of the soul guarding monument, he finally discovered why no one had stolen it. This thing is too big. It stands at least 10 meters tall, 5 to 6 meters wide, 2 to 3 meters thick, and it goes deep underground. He doesn't know how deep. It is entirely black, resembling marble in texture. It looks unremarkable, as if it is just a giant stone tablet. But who would have known that this stone tablet could scare away the bazaar, and its range of influence is not small, spanning 100 meters in radius. Lin Chen stood in front of the stone tablet, touching it for a while. It felt cold to the touch, seeming no different from an ordinary stone tablet. It seems I need to spend some time studying this. Lin Chen turned to the villagers who had followed him and said, "I need a quiet environment, you all can leave now. Lord Nightwalker, we will return first. If you need anything, just call us." Go ahead." The crowd respectfully retreated, leaving only Lin Chen and the 2 others in front of the stone tablet. Lin Fan looked at the stone tablet in amazement, touching here and looking there, but he couldn't see anything, just pretending to be curious. This thing is so big, if it's really a divine object, it would be hard to take. Bai Xiaoshu, upon hearing this, offered a reminder. The soul guarding tablet protects the villagers. We cannot touch it until the bazaar is resolved. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Alright, then let's study it." The 3 of them gathered around the stone tablet to take a look, while the villagers watched from a distance. At the village entrance, the village chief's son was brought back home to rest. The village chief and the witch doctor, among others, looked towards the soul consolidating tablet, feeling somewhat anxious. The soul consolidating tablet had become the foundation for their village's survival, and now the Night Walker wanted to study it. Although they were not too worried about the tablet having issues, such matters concerning life and death were not something anyone could truly relax about. The witch doctor expressed his concern. They shouldn't be planning to destroy the soul consolidating tablet, right? No way. Why not? I trust my instincts, and besides, if they really wanted to destroy it, we couldn't stop them. Yeah, that's true. The witch doctor sighed. He had once gone out and seen the world, witnessed the Night Walkers kill with strange methods. But he had never seen someone like Lin Chen who could kill the strange beings so effortlessly. He knew his position was low, and he could only see low-level Night Walkers. But he was still amazed that Lin Chen had such strength at a young age. He was probably a scion of a prominent family from the Outcloud Kingdom. The 2 were chatting here, worried about the Soul Town steel. On the other side, Bai Xiaosa suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Lin, I found something." Bai Xiaosa's eyes widened as he stared intently at the front of the steel. Lin Fan quickly followed his gaze and found that there was nothing on the steel's surface. Lin Chen looked confidently and also found nothing. "Brother Lin, there are inscriptions on this steel." Inscriptions? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was somewhat excited, opened his eyes wide, and continued to look, but still found nothing. Lin Fan wished he could press his eyes against the steel's surface, but ended up appearing quite disappointed. Let's try the Soul Vision. Since Lin Chen's talent, Soul Dome, was upgraded to S rank, he could activate the Soul Vision. This vision allows him to see souls, and the eerie things are a form of mutated soul entities. Essentially, they belong to the same category of beings as demons. Lin Chen's mind stirred, and he activated his Soul Vision. Then, he looked towards the direction of the stone tablet. Suddenly, the stone tablet changed in his eyes. This is... Ding, special cultivation method detected. Would you like to consume 1 million upgrade points to translate it into a script familiar to the host? Yes. Ding, the text has been recorded, and the translated text has been automatically transmitted into the host's mind, which can be recalled at any time by the host. Lin Chen closed his soul vision and rubbed his forehead. This state was still too taxing on his mental strength. Bai Xiaoshui noticed and asked, "Brother Lin, what's wrong?" Lin Chen shook his head and said, "I'm fine. You said you saw the steel inscription? What kind of text is it? Can you transcribe it?" "No, I can only see some blurry characters. I can't discern them clearly. It might also be the effect of this stone tablet deliberately misleading you. By the way, it's getting late. Let's come back to study it tomorrow." After no results from the research, the group left the stone tablet. After they left, villagers soon arrived to check the Soul Town monument. After discovering that the Spirit Town steel was fine, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen and the others were arranged in the guest room of the village chief's house. The guest room was small, only able to accommodate 2 people, but Lin Chen did not sleep. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate and practice. Lin Fan pouted and said, "My elder brother just loves to cultivate and works really hard. We shouldn't follow his example. Let's sleep." Bai Xiaosa, upon hearing this, looked at Lin Chen with admiration and then nodded. He had been using his heavenly eyes frequently today, which drained a lot of his mental energy and physical strength. Now he felt extremely tired, with drowsiness washing over him. He just wanted to sleep. The 2 of them lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. Lin Chen silently recited, "Check for information." In the next moment, streams of information surged into his mind. Some obscure and difficult to understand characters suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's head. Soul refining technique. Use the soul as the flame to create soulfire, using the cauldron as a medium to refine the soul, eliminate impurities, and transform the remaining pure soul power into a soul pearl. Soul pearls can be used to enhance soul power, but only one can be consumed each month. Consuming more will inevitably lead to soul disturbance, or even result in soul explosion and death. The soul refining technique. Could it be that this method can involve the soul into the cauldron? Is it not similar in function to the flesh and blood pill? Moreover, why does it feel like the soul capturing technique and this soul refining technique originate from the same source? Strange. Could it be that the soul capturing technique comes from another soul suppressing steel? As he thought of this, he suddenly felt excited. Since the soul suppressing steel of Lu village contains a soul refining technique, could it be that the soul suppressing steel of other villages also contains a soul technique? He was so excited that he couldn't sleep, so he simply took out the strange creature trapped in the soul cage. Then, with a thought, a cauldron was. The soul cage was directly placed into the cauldron, and an attempt was made to perform the soul refining technique. Soul fire. This is the foundation of the soul refining technique and the flame for refining souls. However, no flames appeared. Lin Chen was also undaunted. Learning is a process of continuous repetition. As long as he keeps practicing, he will eventually succeed. Thanks to the soul-type talent, Soul Dome, he gained a higher comprehension of soul skills. After continuously adjusting his methods, a dark blue flame suddenly sprang forth from the palm of his hand several hours later. The flame had no temperature, but it could illuminate the surroundings. The entire room was lit up, yet it was not eerie at all. Instead, it was truly magnificent. With the soul fire, we can start refining the soul now. The Wanbao Ningqi Ju condensed the alchemy furnace and dropped it on the ground. Opening the lid of the alchemy furnace, he threw in a soul cage sphere, then withdrew the soul cage, leaving only the strange entity locked inside the furnace. Lin Chen released the soul refining technique. Refine. A ball of soul fire was thrown towards the bottom of the furnace. Suddenly, a series of howls emanated from within the furnace. The sounds were shrill and chilling. Increase the fire. Lin Chen tossed another ball of soul fire in, and this time the eerie cries from within the furnace grew louder. However, fortunately, this kind of sound could not generally be heard by ordinary people. It didn't wake anyone else, only Bai Xiaosua frowned, as if having a nightmare. Lin Chen no longer hesitated and threw another ball of soul fire. With the refinement of 3 balls of soul fire, wisps of black smoke began to rise above the furnace, which were impurities from the strange soul body, now being refined and expelled by the soul fire. As the black smoke continued to dissipate, a phantom of a saber-toothed tiger appeared above the furnace. However, this phantom only appeared for an instant before vanishing into thin air, seemingly the form of the strange being in life. This is the soul of a saber-toothed tiger. For some reason, it is turned into something strange? After a while, Lin Chen heard the system's prompt sound in his mind. Ding, kill the saber-toothed tiger ghost, first tier, upgrade points plus 300. So many? Lin Chen was astonished. The strange upgrade points were actually twice as many as those of living beings. It seems necessary to kill more strange beings in this world. Lin Chen showed a look of joy and looked down at the 3 soul orbs that had appeared in the Dan furnace. He picked one up and observed it in the palm of his hand. This is the soul orb. It contains pure soul power. You can only take one every month. However, I can currently only refine first-tier soul orbs. I wonder how much soul power it can enhance. The power of the soul is the foundation of mental power. As long as the soul strengthens, the range of my avatar's control will expand more and more. This thing is too important for me. However, he hesitated and did not consume the soul orb directly. Suddenly, he saw the clone guarding the corner. The clone has no soul. I wonder if it can be used. Oh well, let's give it a try. I hope there are no side effects. Lin Chen gave each of the 2 clones one soul orb and instructed them to consume it. The clone is an energy entity without flesh and blood. However, the soul orb also does not react to flesh and blood. Lin Chen focused his consciousness on one of the clones. After a while, he discovered that the clone had actually generated a trace of mental power. Is this the rhythm of awakening a soul? Lin Chen thought to himself. However, in the next moment, this trace of mental power dissipated on its own. Without a soul, mental power is like a rootless floating weed. The other clone that consumed the soul orb experienced the same situation. It seems that the level of the soul orb is too low. No side effects. I'll eat one more. Lin Chen picked up the last soul orb and swallowed it. Immediately, a wave of pure soul energy surged into his mind, then stopped outside the soul dome. With a thought from Lin Chen, the soul dome opened a crack, and the soul energy then flowed into the sea of consciousness through the gap. At this moment, above a gigantic planet in the center of the Sea of Consciousness, which represented the Avatar talent, a smaller version of Lynch was curled up with his eyes closed. Suddenly, streams of pure soul energy surged into this small figure. The small figure did not open his eyes, but instinctively opened his mouth, sucking in the soul energy like a baby. Waves of soul energy entered his soul, continuously enhancing his soul power. Soon, the feeling of becoming stronger disappeared. Lin Chen, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied, regained his awareness. The first-tier soul orb is still a bit weak, it only enhanced my soul power by 1%. Now my avatar's control range has expanded by 50 meters. This is a good start. Now that everything is ready, it's time to enhance my strength and main talent, the avatar. I need to quickly elevate it to the 6th tier and upgrade the talent to SS level. Killing the strange upgrade points is surprisingly frequent, hee. Glancing at the sky, with some time still until dawn, Lin Chen once again performed the soul refinement technique. He originally wanted his clone to use the soul refinement technique, but unfortunately, the clone has no soul and cannot use the soul fire, so he had to do the refining himself. Time flowed slowly. Ding, you killed the long-haired ghost, 2nd rank, upgrade points plus 700. Ding, you killed the soul spike ghost, 3rd rank, upgrade points plus 5000. Ding, you killed the shadow ghost, 3rd rank, upgrade points plus 3900. Dozens of strange beings were refined into soul orbs. After a long while, Lin Chen felt a bit tired, rubbed his brow, and looked up towards the window. Dawn has arrived. He looked at the more than 100 soul orbs in his hand, feeling a strong sense of achievement. These soul orbs will last me for a few years. And this is just a first-rank soul orb, the rank is a bit low. I'll try to refine more and see if I can create some second-rank soul orbs. Soul refining technique, to put it simply, is a sort of alternative alchemy. Lin Chen was unable to refine a second-tier soul orb for a long time, feeling that it might be somewhat related to only having first-tier alchemy. Last time I received Master Yun's insights on alchemy, but I haven't had the chance to study them yet. When I have time, I'll try to study them and see if I can improve the level of my alchemy. At this moment, Lin Fan woke up. He was groggy, his arm lifted, but fell weakly back down. With a thud, it landed right on Bai Xiaosa's face. Ah! Bai Xiaosa woke up in pain and, seeing Lin Fan's arm, took a bite out of it. Ah! This time it was Lin Fan's turn to scream in agony. Let go, you dog. My beautiful dream was just getting to a critical moment when you ruined it. You owe me a dream. It must have been a spring dream, waking you up is for your own good. I don't want you to do anything for my own good, you owe me my dream. There's no way to compensate. I'll bite you to death. Lin Chen watched the two playfully tussling and patted the bedboard, saying, Alright, stop messing around. It's dawn, and we still need to study the Soul Town monument later. The two stopped making noise upon hearing Lin Chen's voice. Lin Fan looked at the bite mark on his arm, then at Bai Xiaosa, his lips moved slightly. Bai Xiaosa has sharp eyesight and immediately realized this was him being called a dog. Giving Lin Fan a glance, he also moved his lips in reply. Lin Chen shook his head and chuckled, getting up to open the door and stepping into the yard. Sir, you're awake. Benefactor, the meals are almost prepared, we'll be able to eat soon. You haven't washed up yet, have you? I had my wife prepare hot water for you, you can freshen up shortly. As soon as he arrived in the yard, the village chief's family greeted him warmly. Lin Chen smiled and responded to each of them. After they were full and satisfied, the three of them went back to studying the stone tablet. Lin Chen did not discover any other secrets of the stone tablet, and Bai Xiaosa lacked the strength, always unable to see the characters on the tablet clearly. Therefore, the three decided to switch to another village. On this day, in the morning, Lin Chen opened the door again. The village chief's family greeted him warmly. In the past 2 days, Lin Chen had his avatar kill quite a few fierce beasts. The villagers were grateful to Lin Chen, their mouths watering with the food. However, today he expressed his intention to leave. The village chief showed a reluctant expression. Benefactor, take this. He handed a piece of paper to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked down and saw it was the secret manual of the soul capture technique. Holding the soul capture technique manual, Lin Chen suppressed the thought of using the soul eye to look and said, This is very important to you, can you part with it? The village chief said helplessly, Our family has no talent, you saved my 2 sons. I cannot repay you, so I can only gift you this, otherwise I will feel uneasy. This thing is useful to me, so I'll accept it, but I won't take it for free. Lin Chen took out a box of flesh and blood pills, a total of 10. These are 10 first-tier flesh and blood pills, which can enhance strength by 30 pounds. Each person can only take one, consider it a return gift from me. This, how can this be? The village chief stood in shock. He had never heard of such a miraculous thing. Even in the Yuyun kingdom, there was no such miraculous pill. You should take it, this thing is useless to me. Alright, we're leaving, hope to meet again. Lin Chen got up to leave, while Bai Xiaoshu and Lin Fan were already waiting outside the door. The three of them exchanged glances, smiled, and walked towards another village in the morning sun. Outside the village, the green fields, basking in the sunlight, are exceptionally delightful. Lin Chen and the other two walked towards another village. In the past few days, they had already gathered information about the nearby situation. These villages are distributed in a curving line, extending from Lu village all the way to the Yuyun kingdom. Another village is 30 miles away. At the speed of the three people, they could reach the 30-mile journey quickly, but without any strange occurrences during the day. They were not in a hurry. Instead, they strolled leisurely along the road. Occasionally, a few reckless savage beasts would treat them as prey, and Lin Chen would swing his blade to slay them, earning a bit of upgrade points. Lin Fan, on the other hand, had both hands behind his head, a blade of grass in his mouth, and walked along the road with a carefree expression. What do you think the divine artifact mentioned by the higher-ups really is? Not only was he curious, but Lin Chen was also curious. I wonder if it's the secret of the soul-settling monument. If it is, then he has already obtained part of the divine artifact. As long as he acquires the soul techniques of the soul-settling monuments of all the villages, he will be one step closer to obtaining the true divine artifact. At that moment, a sudden noise came from the distance. Bai Xiaoshan immediately shouted, "Don't move, there's a strange beast up ahead." Strange beast? These guys have actually also found their way here. During their days in Lu village, these strange beasts have also come to this side. Lin Chen snorted coldly. How many exotic beasts? 3. Kill them. Lin Chen said casually, and before his words fell, his avatar had already surrounded the creatures. As several cries of agony rang out, the smell of blood wafted over, and the doppelgangers dragged 3 massive beast corpses towards them. Ha! Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen also noticed something unusual because, on the back of one of the beasts, there lay a stone tablet that was only a few centimeters tall. Bai Xiaosa opened her heavenly eye and said, "This is the soul-suppressing tablet." The soul-suppressing tablet of Lu village is over 10 meters tall, while this one is clearly just a small version of the soul-suppressing tablet. Lin Chen heard this and also opened his soul's eye, with a flickering bluish light in his eyes. This really is a soul-consoling monument. But, isn't this the village's guardian monument? How could it? Could it be? The three of them thought of a possibility. Village slaughter. Strange beasts are different from humans, they are other races. Non-kin will surely have different intentions. There is nothing strange about a village where beasts slaughter humans. However, this gives the three a sense of sadness akin to the rabbits die and the foxes mourn, as well as an intense feeling of righteous indignation. Let's go, take a look up ahead. Putting away the soul suppression monument, Lin Chen temporarily set aside the idea of studying this monument and led Lin Fan and the others forward. Along the way, they found that the grass and trees were flattened, and many trees were broken, clearly caused by someone forcefully clearing a path. Stop! After walking for a short while, Bai Xiaosa suddenly halted. There are traces of beasts up ahead. Lin Chen's clone also spotted the traces, but he was still surprised by Bai Xiaosa's eyes, which could see so far. Lin Fan was not one to back down either. His puppet insect burrowed underground, mainly to investigate the situation below. The three of them cautiously made their way over and indeed saw a large open area ahead, where a group of beasts of various shapes was sitting around a huge stone tablet. One of the beasts, with the head of a fox and wearing a gray robe, was the leader here. He walked around the stone tablet studying it, sometimes frowning, sometimes looking puzzled. The fox said, "What did those despicable human beings reveal?" A giant wolf beast, crouching on the ground, respectfully replied, "My lord, they didn't reveal anything. This stone tablet has existed for hundreds of years, and they are not clear about how it came to be. Moreover, they are also unaware of the secrets within the stone tablet." Upon hearing this, the fox sighed. "Let's take this tablet out for the lords to study. We are not strong enough. Your insight is profound, my subordinate admires it." The three had keen ears and heard everything clearly. It was unexpected that these beasts had a social structure comparable to that of humans. But who knows if wolves eat sheep? If they do, then the wolf and the sheep should be mortal enemies, right? Lin Chen whispered, "What is their strength like?" "They are 2 realms stronger than me, all are 6th-tier beasts." Lin Chen nodded and said, "A total of 15 strange beasts, plus the 2 just killed, makes 17 in total. Let's retreat first and have the clones deal with them." The 2 nodded and quietly retreated. Suddenly, Lin Chen's hair stood on end, feeling a sense of impending doom. At the critical moment, he quickly used the sparrow step. The next second, he appeared 10 meters away. And where he had just stood, a green mantis appeared. Human, seeking death. The commotion here soon attracted the attention of other beasts. The fox-like beast hurriedly said, "There's movement, quickly find out what's happening." Soon, the fox brought a group of strange beasts to the location where Lin Chen and the other 2 were. "Great, it turns out to be humans, just the right time to kill you." The fox laughed heartily. "I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. A while ago, I just slaughtered a group of humans. The taste of you humans is truly delightful." These laughed maniacally, and Lin Chen was infuriated. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh. "Did you really think you could kill us? Clones, attack!" With the command issued, a thudding sound suddenly echoed all around. Immediately, 200 clones came from all directions, surrounding the 15 alien beasts. The alien beasts were stunned. "No, this is just clones, a trick to confuse the eyes. Don't be afraid, the clones are just paper tigers, kill." The fox issued the attack order. In the next second, the green mantis vanished from its place like a green shadow, suddenly appearing in front of Bai Xiaosa, its blade arm raised high, slashing towards Bai Xiaosa's head. It grinned wickedly, just as it was about to collect Bai Xiaosa's head. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air behind it. A slash came down. With a tearing sound, green blood splattered everywhere. The mantis's head fell to the ground and a kill prompt rang in Lin Chen's mind, confirming that the opponent was completely dead. Humph, just because I don't make a move doesn't mean I'm not strong. Lin Chen snorted coldly, wiping the blood from the knife on the mantis. He glanced at the knife that had formed, which was marred with cracks. He knew that a second-tier weapon was still somewhat lacking in strength. With a slight thought, the knife transformed into energy and dissipated, only to reform into a brand new knife a moment later. I'll make do for now. Today, I'll go on a killing spree. Quick step. In the next moment, Lin Chen vanished from his spot. He appeared behind the wolf beast. The fox shouted, "Wolf hare, be careful." However, before the voice could even travel, Lin Chen's knife had already come down. With a soft thud, the wolf's head fell to the ground, meeting its demise. Another 30,000 upgrade points credited. Lin Chen grinned savagely as he looked at the fox. The fox was alarmed and hurriedly shouted, "Protect me." Meanwhile, the other strange beasts had long been held back by the clones, and death was imminent. Lin Chen chuckled. In the next second, he disappeared from his spot. The fox instinctively moved to block behind him, but Lin Chen appeared in front of him. The knife rose and fell. With a soft thud, the fox's head fell to the ground. Ding, you have killed the Whiteford Clever Fox, 6th rank, experience points plus 65,000. 65,000 experience points. This fox is stronger than imagined. But no matter how strong, under his nimble steps, it is just a paper tiger. Lin Chen has finished the battle, and his clones are no longer holding back. The clones are stronger than Lin Chen's main body. Under the siege, these strange beasts are no match. One by one, the strange beasts in the clones' hands couldn't last 3 seconds before having their heads severed. The battlefield was in complete disarray. Blood flowed everywhere. Lin Chen ordered his clones to clean up the battlefield. Lin Fan said, Look at you all acting so arrogantly. Now what? You can only argue with King Yama. Lin Chen replied, alright, let's go and take a look at this soul suppression monument. They arrived at an open space. There stood a soul suppression monument about 5 meters high. Lin Chen approached to inspect and confirmed that it was indeed the soul suppression monument. Bai Xiaosuo also opened his heavenly eye and could see vague writing on the monument. Brother Lin, this stone tablet is the same as the soul stabilizing tablet from Lu Village. It also has blurred writing, so it should be a soul stabilizing tablet as well. Lin Chen nodded. He had already seen the writing on the stone tablet, but since a great battle had just occurred here, he didn't have the system translate it. Instead, he planned to wait until he reached a safe place to examine both soul stabilizing tablets together. Lin Chen ordered a clone to carry the soul stabilizing tablet and then said, let's keep moving and find a safe place to discuss further. Brother Lin is still cautious. A great battle just happened here, and there might be fierce beasts coming because of the smell of blood. Lin Fan smiled and said, isn't this standard practice? Stop arguing and let's hurry up. Lin Chen stood up, and the group marched forward in a mighty manner. On this journey, they found that the surrounding forest was quite a mess. Trees were uprooted, and the corpses of fierce beasts were mangled beyond recognition. Moreover, upon entering a canyon, they discovered the bodies of dead humans and strange beasts. Bai Xiaosuo stepped forward to take a look and said, Brother Lin, these are the bodies of villagers. They must have been killed by the strange beasts. Lin Fan gritted his teeth in hatred. These strange beasts are too despicable. We must exterminate them sooner or later. Lin Chen had seen death before, but seeing hundreds of corpses at once still made him somewhat uncomfortable. He instructed his avatar, gather them up and burn them. Burning them is the most reasonable approach, otherwise they would eventually be devoured by the fierce beasts. The avatar began to take action while the three continued to move forward. After walking for a short while, they indeed found a village ahead. This village was established at the base of a huge rocky mountain. The rocky mountain was only about 10 meters high, and at its base was a flat piece of land. Relying on this rocky mountain, they were able to fend off the cold winds from the north, making this place quite warm. However, at this very moment, the environment here makes one feel enraged. The ground is in chaos. Broken houses, dead bodies, and the flames burning in the distance, all telling the tale that a village massacre has just occurred here. Lin Fan clenched his fists and cursed, damn those otherworldly beasts, they could have just stolen the stone tablet, why did they have to kill people? Lin Chen let out a sigh. Just as they kill otherworldly beasts, those beasts kill humans, it's all the same principle. But when it falls upon one's own race, no one can view it rationally. What we can do is collect their bodies. Lin Chen ordered the avatars to collect the bodies again. This time they were more skilled and incredibly quick. Watching the flames burning, Lin Chen had the ashes collected and buried beneath the rock mountain. Then, he waved his hand, saying, let's go. Leaving Rock Village, they set off again towards other villages. The night gradually darkened. The surroundings became eerily quiet. The night here is not a paradise for ferocious beasts, but a paradise for the eerie. The ferocious beasts have disappeared without a trace. Eerie things begin to emerge, dark shadows searching for signs of life. However, luckily the sun has not completely set yet. These eerie beings only dare to watch Lin Chen and his group from the dark shadows. Lin Chen is not afraid, he has 2 soul stabilizing tablets, and these eerie beings do not dare to approach at all. As they walked, Lin Chen and the others saw a flicker of light. There are people ahead, the ones making a fire must be humans. Brother Lin, it really is humans, and they are from our blue star. Let's go take a look. The 3 of them hurried over excitedly and indeed found humans from Blue Star. Around them, there was also a group of ragged indigenous people. However, each person's face was filled with despair. After observing, Lin Chen realized that everyone here was more or less injured. Is it because they are injured that they cannot move? Lin Chen's appearance caused a stir here. Someone recognized Lin Chen and immediately exclaimed, "It's actually Lin Chen, he's here too. Lin Chen, can you deal with the anomaly? Help! Don't be foolish, can a human deal with that kind of thing? Oh no, I'm done for. I'm injured, otherwise I would have fought to get to the next village. Now I'm stuck here with no way out. It's all those monsters' fault, destroying villages, killing people, and stealing the stone tablet. Otherwise, how could we have ended up like this? To put it bluntly, we were simply outmatched. We couldn't defend Rock Village, otherwise they wouldn't have the audacity to be so arrogant." From their discussions, Lin Chen learned that they arrived at Rock Village first and spent a day there. After understanding the function of the soul rectifying tablet, they began to study it. The result, of course, was a complete lack of findings. Later, an unexpected incident occurred, and a small team of alien beasts also discovered this place, realizing it was a human village, and directly launched an attack. The alien beasts were too powerful. After a fierce battle, they retreated step by step, ultimately escaping after losing hundreds of bodies. Later, this group of people kept fleeing, encountering another beast attack along the way, adding more wounds, and by the time they arrived here, almost everyone was injured. Exhausted, wounded, and with night approaching, almost everyone believed that they would die on this night. At this moment, Lin Chen arrived here. As a prominent public figure who had attracted much attention, they recognized him at a glance. But without the soul-settling monument, what could Lin Chen do? Wouldn't he still be devoured by the endless bizarre entities? Sigh. The hope that had just been ignited fell once again. At that time, suddenly someone with sharp eyes spotted a stone tablet carried on the back of a clone. He pointed at the stone tablet, stammering, unable to say a complete sentence due to his excitement. This made the person next to him extremely irritated. Stammering, "Are you mute? If you dare to annoy me again, get lost." Startled, this person actually blurted out a complete sentence. "It's the soul calming tablet." What? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone perked up. The soul calming tablet. This is a treasure that can ward off the strange occurrences of the night. As long as they have the soul calming tablet, they can survive the night. Where is the soul calming tablet? Speak quickly, someone pointed at him eagerly. Over there. Surprised, he pointed to the position of Lin Chen's clone and quickly said. Everyone looked over and indeed saw someone standing in the bushes not far away, carrying the soul calming tablet. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Chen's clone. Someone noticed and exclaimed that the soul calming tablet was actually the one from Rock Village. This is the soul calming tablet from Rock Village. What? It's actually from Rock Village. Could it be that Lin Chen and the others came from that side? No, they killed thee and brought back the town's soul monument. Thinking of this, they became excited. At this moment, in this broken ruin, which looked like it had been abandoned for a long time, hundreds of people gathered here. Among them, there were about 10 awakeners from Blue Star, while the rest were all refugees from Rock Village. Humans from Blue Star are all awakeners, most of whom possess 5th-tier strength. And the natives of Rock Village are ordinary people. Thanks to the awakeners' help along the way, they were able to escape here. If not, the fierce beasts that appeared one after another on the way could have devoured them. As they went deeper into the mountains, the strength of the fierce beasts increased, making it increasingly difficult for everyone, with some continuously getting injured. Finally, they settled in this broken ruin. They could see that this used to be a village, but they didn't know what caused it to become abandoned. At first, they had all given up hope. Night fell. They thought they were doomed for sure. Lin Chen's arrival ignited the flame of hope in them. It showed them the hope of survival. Brother Lin, thank you so much for retrieving the Soul Town monument. You truly are a timely rain. You truly are the Buddha who saves the suffering. Now that you're here, we are not afraid anymore. Yes, when I get back alive, I will definitely have my whole family buy blood flesh pills so that they can all bask in your divine light. Lin Chen felt like laughing at the flattery. These guys were getting more and more nonsensical. He was about to say it was nothing, just a small favor to help them. However, Lin Fan stepped forward and said, I can protect you for the night. Pay me. As soon as he said this, the scene fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief and stopped talking. Lin Fan thought to himself, seriously? You're about to lose your lives, and you still hesitate over money? At this moment, someone spoke up, but we don't have much money, we're afraid it won't be enough to pay. I see. Lin Fan smiled and said, it's okay, giving money is just a ritual. If you don't have enough, you can owe it first and pay back later. I see that you are able to enter the secret realm, you must have considerable assets, right? So, I won't ask for much, just 1 million star coins per person. If you don't have enough cash, write an IOU or use treasures as collateral. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. 1 million is indeed not a lot. Being able to spend money to buy life is the best deal there is. Moreover, being able to buy life with money means they don't have to worry about repaying favors later. This is an extremely profitable transaction for them. Thus, everyone paid the money. At this time, Lin Chen finally let the avatar carrying the soul settling tablet come over. He placed the soul settling tablet on the ground, and with a loud bang, it stirred up a cloud of dust. When everyone saw the stone tablet, they immediately felt relieved. Their lives were finally secured for tonight. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of gratitude. However, the eyes looking at Lin Fan were filled with complexity. Lin Fan snorted coldly and glared back at them, causing them to jump in fright, not daring to continue looking at Lin Fan. They were afraid they would take the stone tablet and leave. Lin Chen was cultured and gentle, whereas Lin Fan was selfish and self-serving. What a difference in character, truly born of the same mother. The crowd couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Lin Chen looked around and noticed some dilapidated houses in the distance. Bricks were scattered all over the ground, and wooden pieces had also fallen on the floor. Shaking his head, he decided to rest casually for a night, planning to search for other villages at dawn. At that moment, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came. Everyone looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up the area. Damn, it's thundering. Seriously? Is it going to rain? This old heaven simply doesn't want us to have it easy. I will smash his temple when I turn back. Take me with you. Crack. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck a distant mountain peak, causing waves of smoke and dust, and it seemed like it was about to catch fire when suddenly a ferocious beast extinguished it with icy breath. At this scene, everyone was scared out of their wits. Damn, is the heavens angry? I should go back and offer some more incense to the old man, and by the way, build another temple. Also, that ferocious beast just now was quite powerful. Seeing that it was about to rain, everyone was looking for a place to take shelter. However, they did not dare to venture far and all looked towards Lin Chen, knowing that only by following him could they survive. Lin Chen furrowed his brow as well. Bai Xiaoshu said casually, "It would be great if we had some wood attribute energy." Wood attribute energy? Lin Chen asked curiously, "What use is that? Didn't the teacher teach you? Wood attribute energy can change the structure of trees. We can chop some wood and then use the wood attribute energy as a binder to build a simple wooden house." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen secretly thought that he could convert 6 types of energy attributes. However, the senior brother was too lazy and had only taught him once, while he mainly studied books on alchemy and formations in the library. As for the application of this type of energy attribute, he really hadn't researched it much. After Bai Xiaoshu said that, he suddenly had an epiphany. Since the wood attribute can change certain structures of trees, what about the earth attribute? With a thought, Lin Chen's internal attribute instantly transformed into the earth attribute. He half squatted on the ground, pressing his palm against the surface, envisioning the layout of a 3-bedroom and 2 living room. "Rise!" he shouted aloud. The earth attribute energy within him surged into the ground instantly. Boom! The sound of booming came from the ground. Boom! A wall of earth shot up from the ground. With another 3 rumbling sounds, the other 3 walls of earth followed closely behind. Immediately afterwards, within the earth walls, inner walls consecutively shot up from the ground. In just a dozen seconds, a 3-bedroom and 2 living room structure without a roof was formed. This scene stunned everyone. Not only the natives but even the Blue Star people were shocked. Hasn't he just started school? How did he learn to convert energy attributes so quickly? Damn it, I graduated 3 years ago and only just learned one kind of water attribute energy conversion, but I definitely can't reach his level. I can also do earth attribute energy conversion, but I can't reach this level either. Such precision can instantly construct a building. His soul power must be very strong. The stronger the soul power, the more subtle the manipulation of energy. And those natives seemed to witness a miracle, dazed and dumbfounded, treating Lin Chen as a godlike figure. Lin Chen looked at the roofless earthen house, not very satisfied. Bai Xiaoshu stood still in place. "I just mentioned the wood attribute. How did you spontaneously understand the earth attribute? Do you really have to be this much of a genius? We just need a roof, let's build it with wood." He had his clone chop down a few big trees, with a swift motion, cutting them into blocks of wood and then converted the energy in his body into the wood attribute. Strips of green energy covered the wooden boards. In the next second, all the wooden boards automatically stuck together, forming a seamless board. He initially wanted to directly nurture the trees, but he found it impossible due to a lack of life force. Looking at the wood in his hands, he was still not satisfied. "This won't do, it's not waterproof. Besides, it's about to rain, I need to hurry. Let's try the metal attribute." Lin Chen's energy transformed again. As the metal attribute formed, with a thought, the surrounding metals began to clatter and flew towards him. The metal attribute energy appeared white, covering various metals. Suddenly, the metal melted, and with a thought, the metallic solution flowed onto the wooden boards. Another wave of ice attribute passed by, instantly solidifying the metals which coated the wooden boards. After doing all this, he finally sealed the roof of the house. Looking at everything completed, Lin Chen began to use fire attribute energy to roast the earthen walls, then he attached a layer of wooden boards to the interior of the earthen walls. After doing all this, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, my 3-bedroom, 2-living room technique is still too rough, others just clap their hands and finish, and I have to go through so much trouble. However, what he didn't know was that everyone was staring at him in shock. The conversion of 5 attributes. To be able to use so many attributes to build a house, what kind of manipulation power do you have? Isn't this too abnormal? At that moment, the sky darkened and the weather changed dramatically. Rumble, crack, whoosh. Pea-sized raindrops fell down with a crash. A heavy downpour came pouring down. The sky was overcast and thunder raged. As the thunder faded, the heavy rain came pouring down. Lin Fan saw it was raining heavily and quickly shouted, it's raining, hurry inside to avoid the rain. He covered his head and hurriedly dashed into the newly built 3-bedroom, 2-living room house. Bai Xiaosa cast a sideways glance at him, displeased with his impatient nature. It was really too embarrassing. He strolled leisurely, maintaining his elegant demeanor, and walked toward the house. However, the rain was pouring down so heavily that by the time he had walked halfway, he was soaked to the skin, his long hair twisted into a mess, and his hanfu clung tightly to his body, faintly revealing a glimpse of his fair skin. Looking at the remaining distance, he grit his teeth, quickened his pace, and darted into the house in a few swift movements. Lin Fan pointed at him and laughed loudly. Ha, you're killing me with laughter. With the way you look, you dare to mock me for lacking grace? Just look at you, a drenched chicken, and it's you who lacks grace. I don't want to bother with you. Bai Xiaoshu was extremely annoyed. The moment he remembered how he had just mocked Lin Fan, he felt a surge of anger. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have bothered with appearances. The ancient saying was indeed correct, to cling to face is to suffer. At this moment, the awakened and the natives outside had already been drenched into a soup of chickens. The natives hurriedly scattered, burrowing into the ruins in search of a place to shelter from the rain, while the awakened ones headed towards Lin Shen's cabin. When they arrived at the door of Lin Shen's cabin, they found Lin Fan standing at the entrance, blocking their way. At this moment, someone requested, "Young Master Lin, could you please let us in to take shelter from the rain? Look, there aren't many of us, we won't take up much space." The others also spoke up to make their requests. "Yes, we are all from the same place, and I am also your fan. When we are away from home, we cannot take advantage of fellow townsfolk. It wouldn't reflect well on your reputation if this got out, wouldn't you agree? How about this, we can offer you some lodging fees, what do you think?" Lin Fan's eyes lit up at the mention of lodging fees. He pretended to be deep in thought, showing a look of difficulty on his face. He said in a serious tone, "As fellow townsfolk, we should indeed help each other out. I see you are indeed quite pitiable, so I'll just grit my teeth and let you take shelter from the rain. Let's just charge 500,000 star coins per person, just to make it a little meaningful, and not to make things difficult for you." Upon hearing the fee of 500,000, everyone cursed inwardly, but when they thought of being able to avoid the rain, sweet words flowed out of their mouths. "Young Master Lin, you are so noble. You are the reincarnation of a bodhisattva, full of compassion. It is our honor to stay under the same roof as you." Lin Fan slightly tilted his head, wearing a difficult expression, but the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. He actually felt quite pleased inside, like eating honey on a hot summer day. He didn't expect to be praised so much. He wondered if they were sincere? Lin Fan thought to himself. "Alright, pay up." Upon hearing this, everyone didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly paid. At this moment, Lin Chen had already settled in the room. He used his attribute power to create some furniture and even installed a smooth metal plate in the living room, planning to use it as a projector later to watch a movie when he had time. In addition, the 3 bedrooms have also been carefully decorated. There are no shortages of beds, tables, and cabinets. Although everything is hard furnishings, lacking soft furnishings like sofas in this world, it can definitely be considered luxurious decoration. He heard a commotion outside, glanced at Lin Fan, and sighed. Sigh, this Lin Fan, here he goes again, deceiving people. At least I have a good conscience, I never deceive anyone. He looked at his house and then at the group of wet people outside, frowning and said, "I can't let them in and dirty my masterpiece, I'd better build them a house outside." So with a thought, dozens of avatars sprang to life, ready to start work at any moment. At the same time, he also notified Lin Fan. Outside the house, a group of people who had just paid looked inside with expectant faces at the various pieces of furniture that appeared. Compared to Blue Star, it definitely falls short in many aspects, but here, it makes them immensely excited. However, just as they stepped onto the stairs, they were suddenly stopped by someone. Lin Fan said apologetically, "Sorry, my elder brother just said that you cannot stay here." As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately incited public anger. "You are deceiving us. Compensate us 3 times would be fair. Look at me getting drenched in the rain, what if I get sick? You can't do this is just making fun of us, right?" Lin Fan coughed a few times and quickly said, "Everyone, please don't be anxious. What my elder brother means is that it's inconvenient for you to stay with us. My elder brother said that he will build you 2 more 3-bedroom, 2-living room houses." At this point, everyone fell silent. "We misunderstood you, I'm sorry, it's all our fault. Please don't take it to heart." "Ha ha ha, right, we are ignorant. Don't take it to heart. Please go ahead and build the houses, we won't disturb you." Since the payment was made, Lin Chen had no intention of deceiving anyone, as reputation was still important. With a total of 50 clones, they jointly performed the 3-bedroom, 2-living room technique, and within just a few minutes, 2 unfinished 3-bedroom, 2-living room houses were completed. Everyone's face was filled with excitement as they rushed in. After entering the house and looking at the bare shell apartment, they glanced back at Lin Chen's fully furnished home, and each one felt disappointed, their eyes almost popping out in envy. Once they looked at the place where the natives were seeking shelter from the rain, they felt a sense of comfort in their hearts. The natives don't even have a place to stay, they're in a much worse situation than we are. People should be content. At this moment, Lin Chen finally finished the renovation work and he returned to his master bedroom, allowing his clones to move both stone tablets indoors. At this time, the sky had completely darkened and night had fallen. The rain had gotten much heavier. Crash, crash, crash. It was as if a hole had opened in the Milky Way, with rainwater pouring down continuously. Looking through the window, it seemed as if a waterfall was falling right before their eyes. Luckily, the house Lin Chen built was very sturdy and was not affected. However, a large amount of rainwater began to accumulate outside, forming a small river, and before long, the water level was already threatening to cover their calves. If we don't patch up the house a bit, the water is going to surge in. Lin Chen instructed his clone to surround the house with a wall over a meter high to block the rainwater. He couldn't believe that the rainwater could exceed 1 meter, could it? Lin Chen looked at those pitiful natives huddled together for warmth, sighed, and conveyed a thought to Lin Fan. He then devoted himself wholeheartedly to the steel system. Translate the town soul steel. Ding, it requires 1 million upgrade points. Do you want to translate? No way. This small steel also requires 1 million? Yes, would you like to translate? Go ahead. Lin Chen had no other choice and said helplessly. Ding, 1 million upgrade points consumed. Translation successful. In the next moment, a new soul technique appeared in his mind. Soul manipulation technique. It consumes soul power and can manipulate souls that are weaker than one's own, including the strange. Lin Chen was overjoyed, feeling restless inside. With a thought, a soul confinement sphere appeared before him. He released the bizarre entity trapped within the soul sphere and performed soul control technique on it. Immediately, the bizarre entity froze for a moment, and Lin Chen found that he could manipulate this bizarre entity. The distance is roughly similar to the range of my clones, but it requires more effort. With my current soul power, I can only control 5 at the same time. It consumes too much soul power. Fortunately, as my proficiency increases, the consumption will gradually decrease. I've added a new method. Finally, he turned his gaze toward another massive stone tablet. What soul technique is contained on this soul stabilizing tablet? System, translate this. Ding, it requires the consumption of 1 million upgrade points. Are you sure you want to translate? Yes. Ding, translation successful. In the next moment, a new soul technique appeared in Lin Chen's mind. This soul technique. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. It turned out to be the soul transcendence technique. Consuming soul power to condense the power of transcendence can soothe souls and help the departed ascend. It actually is this skill. Isn't this the signature skill of a bald donkey? Lin Chen murmured to himself. However, he quickly smiled, imagining that if he merged into a giant Buddha and then performed the soul transcendence technique, wouldn't he look even more like the Buddha? He could pretend to be the Buddha later. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt quite delighted. On the other side, outside the door. At this moment, the rainwater had already reached half a meter deep, indicating how heavy the rain was. However, the heavy rain from the sky continued to pour down, but the people staying indoors had nothing to worry about. Lin Chen also patched up the house, surrounding it with a circle of stone slabs to keep the rainwater out. Moreover, he planned to raise the foundation a bit, which would prevent even more rainwater from getting in. But those indigenous refugees were in a dire situation. Half of their bodies were submerged in water and they were about to drown. After receiving the rescue message from Lin Chen, Lin Fan began to build new houses. Just as he started building the house, a little girl was mostly submerged in water, with only her little head exposed, looking at him with wide eyes and an expectant expression. Bai Xiaosa felt a softening in his heart and asked, "Little girl, come in quickly." Lin Fan interrupted him and said, "What's the matter?" The little girl raised her head and hesitantly said, "I am hungry." Lin Fan turned his head and noticed that more and more people were gathering. Looking at these ragged individuals, he felt a pang in his heart. He urged his clones to construct the houses. After all, it was the main body's order, and he dared not delay. Some of the clones transformed energy into water attributes, manipulating the flow of water to clear out plots of land, then used earth attribute energy to thicken the ground. After that, they began to employ the technique of 3 rooms and 2 halls. Suddenly, one room after another rose from the ground. Although they are just simple unfinished houses, far from the luxury of Lin Chen's home, they are still much better than where they used to live. Lin Chen said nonchalantly, "As for food, there isn't any for now, but consider this house as a place for you to stay. Hurry up, don't just crowd around here." He waved his hand, urging them to leave quickly. At this moment, the rain was falling even harder and more urgently. Looking at the ground that had turned into a marshland, even Lin Fan and Bai Xiaosa couldn't help but marvel at the power of nature. This rain seemed like it could go on for a long time. With the natives driven away, Lin Fan and Bai Xiaosa chatted idly. The natives entered the new houses, each one filled with excitement. Although they were just simple houses without a single piece of furniture, such houses had only existed in their dreams. For them, this was already a mansion. This was even better than the house the village chief used to live in. Some people began trying to start a fire, but unfortunately, there was no firewood. However, there are children who have already started to run a fever. If there's no fire, this cold night will make them ill. Lin Fan saw this scene and curled his lips. What a hassle. He instructed his clones to chop down a few large trees, then cut them into sections of firewood and throw them to the people in various houses. Then Lin Fan walked over. A multitude of natives immediately knelt down on the ground. Benefactor. As if believers welcoming a deity. Lin Chen suddenly had a realization. Only rescue the urgent, not the poor. No wonder the main body waited until they could no longer hold on before offering help. It turns out that urgent rescue leaves a deep impression and makes people doubly grateful. To save someone, isn't it just to hope they are grateful? Only then is there a sense of accomplishment. The fear is of rescuing ungrateful wretches. Step aside, I'll start the fire for you. Upon hearing this, everyone moved aside. Lin Fan threw out a ball of flame, which landed on the firewood and immediately ignited. Looking at the roaring flames, he turned and left for another room. It was only after all the rooms were engulfed in flames that he returned. Back in the room, Bai Xiaoshan gave him a thumbs up. Not bad, good job. You're just all talk, not helping at all. I would like to help, but unfortunately, I can't convert fire attribute energy. Forget it, forget about you. Want to watch a movie? Sure. The two turned and went back into the room. Sitting on the solid wood chair built by Lin Chen, Lin Fan opened his wristwatch, using the projector mode to project the movie onto the wall. The two enjoyed watching the movie with contented expressions. Outside, it was pouring rain, and the water was accumulating more and more, about to flood into the room. Lin Fan had no choice but to raise the foundation again. This was easy, it only required the use of earth attribute energy. This technique was very simple. He didn't have to worry about the houses where the awakened lived, as there were people who could use earth attribute energy to elevate the ground. Everything here is quiet, and several houses appear like isolated islands in the ocean, causing concern in people's hearts, not knowing when the islands will be submerged by the sea. However, the most worrying strange occurrences will not come in, which reassures everyone. With the power of the soul-settling monument, the strange occurrences gather more than 100 meters away, wanting to come in but afraid to do so, clustering together. Upon counting, there are actually no less than 1,000. The awakened one started a fire, looking at the extra houses with a bit of annoyance. We paid for it, just like the houses lived in by those natives. It really feels unfair. Don't complain, being able to spend money to buy our lives is already the best deal we've ever made in our lives. Just be thankful. It is a good deal, but it makes people a bit uncomfortable. What can be uncomfortable? Open your eyes and look at the strange occurrences outside. If we hadn't encountered Lin Chen and the others, we would probably be dead by now. I wonder how the others are doing now. Most people are probably in a similar situation as us, but I heard that the Blood Lion Army and the Blood Tiger Army have also come in. I don't know where they went. The last thing I worry about is those 7 heavenly chosen ones. You mean Xiao Qianyuan and the others, right? There's indeed no need to worry, as they have means to deal with souls. The strange attacks can't harm them. I also don't know where they went. A group of people were discussing vigorously, with all kinds of remarks. At this moment, in the heavy rain, Xiao Qianyuan, dressed in a red robe, was walking through the rain with a serious expression. Behind him followed a group of black shadows. The blood-red big knife in his hand was raised. Soul Cutter. Boom! A flash of blood-red light from the knife pierced through the air in an instant, splitting the surface of the water and striking towards a group of strange beings. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The strange beings let out a piercing sound. Ignoring life and death, they pounced towards Xiao Qianyuan. The blood-red swordlight swept past, instantly splitting the strange beings in half, with some dissipating and others severely injured. However, these strange entities had no intelligence at all. Pain could only make them retreat temporarily, but after a while, they would forget the lesson and continue the chase. Xiao Qianyuan was furious. All of you get the hell out of here. Don't follow me anymore, I don't love any of you. Damn it! He cursed for a while. Then, he turned around and hurriedly ran across the surface of the water. Inside the room, Lin Chen glanced out the window. The heavy rain was still pouring down incessantly. By this time, the rain had already soaked the ground, turning it into a vast marsh. The foundation of Lin Chen and the others' house had been raised several times and was now over 3 meters high. However, the rainwater was clearly about to overflow again. What a natural disaster this is. With the rain coming down so heavily, it must be a flood disaster that covers a vast area. I don't know how many people will be displaced. Lin Chen looked at the heavy rain outside the window and felt a sense of concern for the country and its people. Although he was not from this world, it did not hinder his noble soul from expressing a sigh of emotional reflection. Sigh, I hope they are all safe and sound. After letting out a sigh, he started to focus on his business. He took out several soul cages and released the imprisoned eerie beings. As soon as the eerie beings appeared, they rushed towards him, claws outstretched. Oomph, mere eerie beings. Soul traversing technique. Lin Chen shouted loudly. 2 golden halos emerged from behind his head, and he began to chant. The incantation he chanted transformed into golden energy characters, flying out of his mouth and merging into the bodies of the eerie beings. Roar! The eerie beings roared, and their black shadows twisted as if they were suffering tremendous agony. Lin Chen continued to chant the incantation. One character after another flew out of his mouth, and the golden halos behind his head made him appear increasingly sacred, almost like a reincarnation of the Buddha. And looking at the eerie beings again. At this moment, their entire bodies began to become clear. As the black smoke dissipated, their original forms were revealed. Only then did he see that the ghostly figure had disappeared, replaced by a bird with red feathers. This little bird had been transcended by Lin Chen and transformed into a spiritual form. At this moment, its expression was calm, no longer screaming. Suddenly, it chirped a few times at Lin Chen in a crisp voice, and then its soul form became ethereal, eventually fading away into light and disappearing. At the same time, a prompt sound from the system also echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Ding, you have transcended the red feather bird second tier, upgrade points plus 400. What? 400 upgrade points? Isn't it only a second tier? Host, transcending resentful souls is a virtuous deed, the upgrade points will double. Lin Chen understood. Simply put, transcending a living being, even though the other party has also vanished, perhaps died, but for the world, this is a form of merit. After all, the world is filled with smoke and toxins, which is not beneficial for the world itself. Though he didn't understand the deeper reasons, as long as he knew that transcending souls could earn him more upgrade points, that was enough. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose, let's be a Buddha today. He looked outside, about to leave the house to exorcise the strange beings, when suddenly a commotion erupted outside. Lin Chen frowned and looked, discovering Xiao Qian Yuan, in disheveled red clothes, approaching with a sullen face toward Lin Chen's house. Lin Fan and Bai Xiao Sa quickly stood up to block the way. Bai Xiao Sa had a cold expression on his face. On the opposite side, the red-clothed Xiao Qian Yuan wore a smile. I didn't expect you to find a refuge. He thought this was something that existed originally, not realizing it was newly built by Lin Chen. As he fled, more and more strange beings pursued him, and by the end, even 6th-tier strange beings appeared, leaving him defenseless and in a plight. Seeing he was about to exhaust himself, even facing death at the hands of the strange beings, suddenly he saw a firelight ahead, which filled him with joy. He knew that must be a human settlement. So, in the pouring rain, he splashed through the water, running with all his might. Once he finally entered the area covered by the Soul Town monument, he let out a sigh of relief. Soon, an awakened one noticed him and invited him to come in to escape the rain. However, the moment he entered their room, he was instantly filled with disdain. There was no furniture, no bed, it was just a bare room. Xiao Qianyuan came from a noble family. When had he ever lived in such a shabby house? Therefore, he didn't ask where the house came from, and he couldn't be bothered to interact too much with these ordinary people. He left and headed towards Lin Chen's house. He saw that Lin Chen's house had furniture, and it was even exquisitely decorated. Moreover, he also saw Lin Fan and Bai Xiaoshu, who were watching a movie. Outrageous. Even more, it made him jealous. Why was it that he was out there fighting for his life while you guys were here relaxing and having fun? Humph. Lin Fan is just an internet celebrity. I can always spend some money and owe him a favor. Wouldn't he be grateful and invite me in to avoid the rain? I have to say, there are always people in this world who think the whole world should revolve around them. Just like some women who never do housework but complain that their husbands earn too little. When they make mistakes and get divorced, they end up living alone and realize they can't even do laundry or cook. Xiao Qianyuan has lived in a wealthy family since he was young, has never seen the lives of those at the bottom, and has never experienced the emotions of the servants. He just grew up listening to the flattering words of those around him. Gradually, with his smooth sailing, he began to think of himself as the main character and then thought of himself as the center of the world. A person's character is formed from a young age. Different environments create different characters. And he developed a sense of superiority, looking down on others. At this moment, he was standing on tiptoe, looking down at Lin Chen. Bai Xiaoshu asked puzzledly, Brother Xiao, why are you standing on tiptoe? Isn't it tiring? Lin Fan suddenly realized and explained, I got it, you must have injured your heels, am I right? The duo's consecutive questions left Xiao Qianyuan bewildered. What nonsense are you asking? Didn't you see my unfriendly expression? The atmosphere that had been cultivated was completely lost due to their questioning, making him appear quite ridiculous instead. He suppressed his anger and said, Sorry, I would like to stay in your room for one night, so tell me, how much? He wore a calm expression, as if he believed that upon making his request, others would eagerly agree. Ever since they entered the secret realm, Xiao Qianyuan had shown them his mocking demeanor multiple times, and Lin Fan had long been unhappy about it. Not only does he not look handsome, but he is also short, and always wears an arrogant expression. What are you pretending to be, a big shot? Wearing all red, do you think you are the invincible East? Do you dare to demonstrate a self-castration technique for everyone to appreciate? Lin Fan directly refused, saying, Sorry, this room is for us to live in. We do not welcome outsiders, please leave. Lin Fan's face turned cold as he issued an eviction order. The awakeners in the opposite room were left stunned. No way? Lin Fan is so tough? That's a student from the Military Masters Academy, and he's the #1 genius, Xiao Qianyuan. He dares to offend even him? Does Lin Fan not want to live anymore? Lin Chen, come out quickly. Look at the trouble your brother is getting into. I heard that Xiao Qianyuan is very arrogant. If it weren't for his height issues, his eyes would be at the level of the sun. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. Lin Fan is going to suffer. Sigh, Lin Fan, seriously, you can't win against him, why be so tough? In this remote area, if he beats you up and takes your place, what can you do? Oh, look, Xiao Qianyuan is angry, his face is as red as his clothes. It's about to start, this is going to be exciting to watch. Crash! A heavy rain is pouring down. The rainwater on the ground is gathering more and more, and the small trees around can gradually only show their tops. It can be estimated that the water surface is already more than 2 meters deep. With such a fierce rainstorm, it is bound to be a huge natural disaster. However, here stand a dozen or so houses, like isolated islands in the sea, always standing firm. No matter how heavy the rain, no matter how deep the water surface, it seems they will never be submerged. At this very moment, Xiao Qianyuan, dressed in red, has already unsheathed his blood-red large knife with a swish sound. His hearing is extremely good, and he can hear the discussions of the awakeners behind him. He shows a look of disdain and annoyance, letting out a cold snort. The rain is falling in torrents, his hair is twisted together, and his clothes are tightly clinging to his skin, which makes him very uncomfortable. He wants to go into the house to avoid the rain, but unfortunately, his means of communication is quite clumsy, and he angered the homeowner the moment he opened his mouth. He knows that the only way out now is to rush in. Giving a glance at the knife in his hand, he steps forward. Lin Fan summoned the puppets, hiding them underwater, ready to pull him in at any moment. Bai Zhao's eyes opened wide, faintly emitting white energy, as if it would shoot out at any time. The atmosphere began to become tense. At this moment, a voice came, and everyone looked towards the owner of the voice. Lin Chen, dressed in green, walked over with his hands behind his back and a smile on his lips. Is Brother Xiao planning to forcefully break into a private residence? Lin Chen's appearance instantly eased the tension in the atmosphere. However, many awakeners were still somewhat uneasy. They whispered among themselves. Although Lin Chen is very strong and has hundreds of clones, I feel he can't defeat Xiao Qianyuan. After all, Lin Chen only has an S-grade talent and is only at 5-tier combat power, right? He definitely can't win. Xiao Qianyuan is extremely powerful. He's a knife maniac and his talent is the SS grade, embodying the knife god. I heard that every strike he makes carries the effect of soul cutting, which not only harms the body but also damages the soul. Lin Chen is very likely not his opponent. However, some people hold different views. These people are only a minority, just one or two. Therefore, they remained silent and did not express their thoughts. Xiao Qianyuan listened to their discussions, his head slightly raised, exuding an air of superiority. Of course, if it weren't for his height being a disadvantage, the effect might be even better. Lin Chen looked helpless and let out a long sigh in his heart. Why are there always some oddballs in this world? Sometimes when I see so many oddities in the news, it feels as if the dream hasn't ended. Things like urination text, or after 16 years of marriage not a single child belongs to the husband, or the beastmen are approaching, yet they're still playing mahjong by the river. All these various situations are countless. It seems that a self-aware intelligent species can perform astonishingly wise acts but also incredibly foolish ones. Yet the current Xiao Qianyuan seems to him like a simpleton. If you have a better attitude, I could easily build you a house, it wouldn't be much trouble. However, since he has come to provoke me, I might as well use him as a tool to make a name for myself. Xiao Qianyuan saw Lin Chen and said, "You must be Lin Chen, I know you." Lin Chen replied with a smile, "You talk too much, let's see what you're really capable of." Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to waste more words, he wanted to get this person dealt with and get back to serious business. However, Xiao Qianyuan was stunned in place, somewhat bewildered. This plot was not what he expected. But in the next moment, he was completely taken aback. Suddenly, a tremendous force came from under his feet, as if something was grabbing him. What is that? He shouted angrily and slashed down with the knife in his hand towards the water. But the slash missed completely. He hurriedly jumped off the water's surface, and just as he landed, the water suddenly froze. His feet were directly frozen to the ice. He violently broke free, looked ahead, and saw several puppets by Lin Fan's side. So that's how it is. Upon seeing these puppets, he also noticed small bugs fluttering around Lin Fan. When he saw the small bugs, he instantly recalled the attack he suffered from a fierce beast when he first entered the secret realm. At that time, he had spotted those small bugs and thought they were parasites on the fierce beast, but now he understood. This was clearly Lin Fan trying to harm him. Surveying the surroundings, the water's surface had already frozen, and around the surface, one avatar after another appeared, densely packed, at least hundreds of them. Lin Chen ordered, "End it quickly." All the avatars immediately nodded and formed a 5-element formation, moving towards Xiao Qianyuan to attack. Lin Chen turned around and walked outside. He was going to exorcise the strange phenomena, as these were all sources of experience points. Such a good opportunity cannot be missed. Seeing him leave, everyone was stunned. No way? That's Xiao Qianyuan, the first genius of the second-ranked military master academy. A 6th-tier expert with an SS-level blade god possession talent. You're just leaving like this? Aren't you afraid your clone won't be able to handle Xiao Qianyuan? Xiao Qianyuan also noticed and immediately swung his knife to stop Lin Chen from leaving. Mad Blade Dragon Dance. Using a talent skill, a series of dragon-shaped blade energies shot towards the clone. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to attack Lin Chen. At this moment, Bai Xiao Sa's eyes suddenly widened. Annihilation Eye. His eyes suddenly changed from white to black, and a black and white entangled ray suddenly shot out. Xiao Qianyuan turned back and slashed. The blade energy and the ray collided. The blade energy instantly shattered the ray, continuing unimpeded towards Bai Xiao Sa. Watching the approaching blade energy felt as if his soul was about to be sliced apart. Bai Xiao Sa was momentarily stunned, staying dazed in place. Unexpectedly. So powerful. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force on his shoulder, and then his entire body flew backward. With a bang, he fell to the ground, looked up, and saw Lin Fan being slashed in the chest by a blade. Instantly, he felt immense heartache and emotion, hurriedly running towards Lin Fan. Blood dripped onto the ground, staining a large area, so glaring that Lin Chen stopped in his tracks. Lin Chen turned and looked at Xiao Qianyuan. "You, seeking death." He turned around, stepping on the surface of the water. With each step, a clone merged towards him. 200 clones transformed into light, merging into his body. Someone recognized Lin Chen's skill. This is a fusion skill. Yes, he once used this skill to block a 7th-tier alien beast. I didn't expect to witness this in person, it's too shocking. At that moment, everyone was stunned. The awakened let out gasps of astonishment while the indigenous people knelt on the ground, worshipping and bowing to the enormous idol. In their eyes, Lin Chen was a deity at that moment. Only a deity could possess such great power. And standing opposite Lin Chen, Xiao Qianyuan was the ultimate villain. Today, I will beat you to the point that your parents won't recognize you. As soon as the words left his mouth, a gigantic 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara appeared before everyone. He remained calm, with hundreds of enormous arms. Standing at a height of over 100 meters, the ice surface could hardly support him as he stood there with his eyes slightly downcast, making everyone appear like ants. This scene left many people dumbfounded. Goodness, seeing this with my own eyes is just incredible. Yeah, with something like this, a single punch would likely obliterate our house in the aftermath. Damn it, what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here quickly, or we might get killed by the shockwave. A group of people hurriedly fled the place, running off into the distance. Bai Xiaoxiao was also stunned. He knew Lin Chen was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, he quickly took Lin Fan away. Luckily, Lin Fan had 3 layers of armor, so this strike only wounded the surface. When he saw Lin Fan's 3 layers of armor, he was completely taken aback. Aren't you being too cautious? Nevertheless, he then felt grateful for Lin Fan's caution. If it weren't for Lin Fan's caution, he might have been cut in half by this strike. Taking Lin Fan away. Watching the huge Guanyin from a distance, Xiao Qianyuan was also stunned. He looked up at the tall and imposing Lin Chen, his heart shocked. Come on, let's have a thrilling battle today. God of Swords possessed. He shouted loudly as streams of blood-red energy gathered, forming a figure of the God of Swords behind him. The blade god had messy hair flying, holding a broken sword in his hand, towering at a height of 100 meters, suddenly looking up at Lin Chen. It seemed to let out a gasp of amazement before flying into Xiao Qianyuan's body. With the blade god possessing him, a layer of energy armor began to appear around his body. And he stood at the forehead of the energy armor, manipulating everything. Slash. Kill. The two exchanged a glance, with no extra words. 200-meter giants unleashed the purest form of slaughter against each other. A massive blade light spanning several meters. Hundreds of gigantic fists, condensed with various elemental glows, crashed together with a tremendous impact. Rumbling. As if 2 falling stars had collided, instantly displacing a large amount of rainwater, the surroundings fell into silence, as if time had stood still at that moment. Crunch. Crunch. 2 crunching sounds rang out successively. Lin Chen took a step forward, then turned to retreat. Boom. A loud noise came from behind him, immediately followed by a loud splash. On the surface of the water, Xiao Qianyuan had an expression of disbelief as he was casually battered by the returning waves, floating on the water, drifting away little by little, unaware of where he was headed. Still unknown if he would live or die. Lin Chen had no intention of killing, defeating was enough. As for whether he could survive afterwards, it depended on his fate. Lin Chen did not dispel the fusion skill but walked step by step towards the outside. The colossal figure shook the ground with each step, causing the crowd to gasp in amazement. And the natives remained kneeling on the ground, some silently recording the event, while others sketched the form of Guanyin they had just witnessed, the shape of a deity. If Lin Chen were here, he would surely laugh. Because one of the old men had written down such a story. The story goes roughly: a heavy rain pours down in a marshy land, where evil spirits battle deities and the gods emerge victorious. What's more, it was carefully illustrated with images. When Lin Chen arrived 100 meters away, his tall figure remained striking. The Awakeners have returned. Looking at the intact house, they once again marveled at Lin Chen's prowess. To be able to control power in such a small range, his soul power must be incredibly strong. This is truly unexpected. I didn't think he would be this powerful. I recorded the video just now. Once we go back, I'll send it out. This is first-hand material, and it will definitely earn us some money. Can you send me a copy? Fat chance. By the way, where did Xiao Qianyuan go? He didn't die. It seems he couldn't accept the reality of defeat and was swept away by the waves. I don't know where he ended up. Forget about him, he should be fine. Back to the main topic. Can you send me a copy of that video? How about $1 million? Show me the money. Pretend I didn't say anything. On the other side, in Lin Chen's house, Lin Fan regained his composure. Fortunately, he had layered 3 layers of armor, so he only sustained minor injuries. Relying on his self-healing ability, he is almost completely healed now. He clutched his chest and said, "Wow, this Xiao Qianyuan's sword aura is quite terrifying." Bai Xiaoxiao shot him a glance. "It's a 6th rank, and you're only a 5th rank." Lin Fan felt quite unconvinced. Although he was a 5th rank, he was stronger than his original body. With a combat power of 170% compared to his original body, aside from his talent being inferior to the other party, he was confident that his base attributes were definitely not weaker than Xiao Qianyuan's. Next time I see him, I will definitely give him a good beating. After a cold snort, he took out a soul pearl and brought it towards his mouth. This was given to him by Lynch yesterday, telling him to eat it when he had time, saying it could enhance soul power. He had forgotten about it until just now. What are you eating? A soul pearl. What is a soul pearl? It's a treasure that can enhance soul power. My elder brother gave it to me. Do you want one? Here, I'll give you one. He took out another one and tossed it to Bai Xiaosa. Bai Xiaosa opened his heaven's eye and looked at the soul bead, instantly stunned by the pure soul energy inside. This is too precious, I can't accept it, he said, wanting to return it. This is much more precious than a blood flesh pill. Treasures that can enhance soul power, even the lowest grade, are priceless, yet Lin Fan just gifted it to him. He didn't want to take advantage of it. My elder brother gave me plenty of these, you can keep it. Saying this, he took out a box and opened it, revealing dozens of soul beads inside. Now, Bai Xiaosa was shocked. No way? This is a soul treasure. You have a whole box. Do you really need to be such a tycoon? This thing isn't important, take it, don't refuse. So I really can take it? What's there to be polite about? Bai Xiaosa anxiously accepted the soul bead, then swallowed one. Instantly, his soul power was enhanced. Although the enhancement wasn't significant, it made him extremely excited. He found that as his soul strengthened, his manipulation of the energy within his body became more skilled. Moreover, with the strengthening of his soul power, there would be other benefits in the future. For example, shortening the cooldown time of skills, enhancing comprehension, and so on. This soul orb can only be consumed once a month. I'm giving you 12, enough for a year. After you finish them, come find me for more. Lin Fan counted out 12 soul orbs for him, which shocked Bai Xiaoshu, followed by feelings of gratitude. He saved me earlier, and now he gives me treasures. I cannot repay him. However, thinking about how precious this item is, he wanted to refuse it. I can't take it, it's too precious. This thing was refined by my elder brother, it's not worth much. He can make as many as he wants, just take it. Bai Xiaoshu dazedly received 12 soul orbs. Shocked, touched, and in disbelief, Lin Chen stood outside the influence range of the Soul Town monument. Just appeared, and countless strange creatures lunged at him with claws and teeth. He maintained a calm expression and intoned soul transcendence technique. A massive Avalokiteshvara with 1,000 hands clasped all its palms together, reciting obscure and difficult sutras. Suddenly, 2 golden wheels appeared behind his head, illuminating all directions. Then, strange waves of energy radiated from him. Hum! A series of soft ringing sounds emerged as the strange waves swept across a radius of 100 meters. The bizarre entities that had just charged forward were halted in place by this brilliance, followed by a series of piercing screams. Roar! Hiss! Ah! Human voices, beast roars, and various screams mixed together, causing a slight pain in the eardrums and expressions of anguish on faces. Lin Chen had no expression, as if the screams were just a gentle breeze brushing against him. The soul transcendence technique continued to be deployed, its radiant power sweeping past, causing black mist to rise from each bizarre entity, their faces contorted with ferocity. In the sky, rainwater is pouring down, and the water on the ground is accumulating more and more, but the 100-meter-tall Guanyin statue stands firm, as if guarding this realm. The awakened ones behind him gasped in surprise upon seeing this scene. Wow, Lin Chen is amazing. I don't know what methods he used, he can even subdue the strange creatures. He must have soul targeting methods to defeat Xiao Qianyuan, there's no doubt about that. Do you remember how Lin Fan directly counter-killed the devil? Of course. Lin Fan's soul power must be strong, and as the elder brother, Lin Chen must be even stronger. Look at those strange creatures, their shrill screams are clearly their cries right before death. I hope Lin Chen can kill all the strange creatures, this is just too frightening. Yeah, and we still don't know how these strange creatures came into being. Not just them, the natives can also see the Guanyin statue with a golden wheel sprouting from behind its head. Upon witnessing this scene, each of them showed an expression of reverence, having already regarded Lin Chen as a divine being. In this secret realm world, believing in deities is an extremely normal and common thing. Now, having seen Lin Chen's intimidating divine image with their own eyes, they had no more doubts and each of them became extraordinarily devout. At this moment, hundreds of strange beings around him were gradually purified of the resentments on their bodies under the radiant power of the soul purification technique, returning to their original forms. These souls included ferocious beast souls, human souls, and even some patchwork creatures of soul energy, but now, they all resumed a peaceful appearance. At this time, they each regained their rationality and began to bow to Lin Chen. After a while, they slowly transformed into scattered light and dissipated into the air. Watching the strange beings completely vanish, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In the next second, the system's notification tones continuously echoed in his mind. Ding, you have transcended the three-eyed rabbit soul, tier 3, upgrade points plus 1,500. Ding, you have transcended the ordinary villager, tier 1, upgrade points plus 120. Ding, you have transcended the mountain soul, tier 6, upgrade points plus 70,000. Ding, you have transcended. These strange entities, some powerful and some weak and insignificant, have all been transcended now. There were hundreds of these strange entities, and after a round of transcendence, Lin Chen's upgrade points increased by over 3 million. He was one step closer to the upgrade points required for enhancing combat power, and he looked up into the distance, where more strange entities existed. I know today will surely be an unsettled night. He lifted his feet and walked towards the distance. Such a great opportunity should not be wasted. The rain showed no signs of letting up, pouring even harder. The water level was rising, and Lin Chan walked a distance of a kilometer against the torrential rain, spotting a small hill. At this moment, this was the only exposed ground in the surroundings, where a large number of ferocious beasts had gathered on the hill. These fierce beasts have wet fur and are confronting each other. Even the weaker fierce beasts have already perished in the mouths of the stronger ones. The arrival of Lin Chen immediately caused a commotion. Lin Chen's combined divine statue was so large that even standing in the water, it was already at the height of a small hill. I was just worrying about not having anything to eat. Today I can feast. Without saying a word, he activated the soul control technique, and immediately the eerie entity drifting around halted, then was manipulated by Lin Chen to attack the fierce beasts. The bizarre, formless substance could only be resisted by fierce beasts that possessed soul attack capabilities against the strange invasion. The weaker fierce beasts and the eerie ones were nearly wiped out in the first wave of confrontation, leaving only some powerful fierce beasts' eerie remnants. Roar! A beast roar echoed. This is a fierce beast about 10 meters tall and 30 meters long, resembling a tiger with wings growing from its ribs, akin to the legendary Chanchi. It is the strongest among all the fierce beasts. At this time, facing the strange siege of several beasts, a tiger roar went out, and all the strange figures dissipated by more than half. Lin Chen was slightly surprised upon seeing this. I didn't expect that the roar of this tiger beast was a soul attack. Suddenly, the tiger beast spread its wings and was about to fly away into the distance against the rain and storm. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen secretly thought, how can I let you escape? He raised his huge palm and slapped it down at the tiger beast. Pa! Just like swatting a fly, the tiger beast whimpered and fell to the ground. Lin Chen gave it another slap, completely ending the life of the tiger beast. Ding, you have killed the winged black-striped tiger, level 6, upgrade points plus 36,000. Killing the beast directly grants fewer upgrade points than transformation by half. It seems that the focus still has to be placed on the strange beings. After all, over countless years, too many anomalies have been nurtured in this vast wasteland. One could say they are endlessly killed, yet endlessly reappear. Here is his upgraded paradise. Glancing at the remaining strange creatures, Lin Chen once again used the soul transformation technique to transform all of them. Watching the dissipating souls and hearing the constant system notifications in his ears, Lin Chen grabbed one ferocious beast with one hand, dragging hundreds of corpses of ferocious beasts with hundreds of hands, heading towards his residence. Rumble. Swish. All the way, it was as if a ship was sailing on the water, making huge splashing sounds. A gigantic statue, dragging hundreds of ferocious beasts while walking in the water, looked incredibly shocking no matter how you viewed it. When he returned, unsurprisingly, everyone was stunned. Lin Chen casually waved his hand, and two gigantic ferocious beast corpses flew towards the two houses of the awakeners. The heavy rain doesn't know when it will stop. I suppose you're hungry. These two ferocious beasts are for you to fill your stomach. Then, the energy within him was transformed into earth attribute, and he continued to use the 3 rooms and 2 halls technique. However, this time he created a huge warehouse, and then with a thought, he ended the fusion. A flash of white light appeared, and 200 clones dispersed in various directions. Lin Chen ordered 10 ice clones to guard the warehouse, serving as the cold source for the warehouse, while he let the other clones expand the foundations. Now the rain was getting heavier and heavier, he had to take precautions. With the tireless efforts of the 200 clones, 4 small islands were formed. At this moment, Lin Chen's house had expanded tenfold, and the area where his house was located had turned into a small island. On this small island, Lin Chen's house was situated at the center, while the warehouse was positioned to the east. Additionally, Lin Chen expanded the houses and foundations for the awakeners and the natives free of charge. However, their islands were much smaller. The houses of the natives were connected together, forming a new island with over a dozen houses, which Lin Chen also simply expanded for them. In this way, 3 islands were formed. Lin Chen's island is in the very center, while the other 3 islands surround it. At this moment, Lin Chen sits in a chair, looking very comfortable. Bai Xiaosai and Lin Fan are sitting nearby, chatting softly. Lin Chen said, "This weather is so strange, it's been raining for 3 days, and who knows when it will stop." Bai Xiaosai replied, "I've been observing the clouds these days, and it doesn't seem likely that the rain will stop soon." Lin Fan grumbled, "If it keeps raining, I'll just punch the rain clouds away and see if it still rains." 3 days of continuous rain would dampen anyone's mood. Outside, danger lurks everywhere, with constant beast roars every day, and even the strangeness is gathering more and more. Lin Chen is worried that the Soul Town Monument might not be able to withstand the upcoming strangeness. The only benefit is that Lin Chen has gained a lot. Every night when he goes out for a round, he can collect millions of upgrade points. Looking at the number of upgrade points, he realizes that he can finally upgrade his battle power. Next is the 6th tier battle power. Let's enhance it tonight. Lin Chen glanced out at the overcast sky, feeling an ominous premonition. Whenever there is a significant change, the first signs often manifest in the weather. One must prepare early. Lin Chen and the other two were chatting when suddenly, a knock was heard at the door. Brother Lin, this is some roasted meat we made. Would you like to have some?" a boy said cautiously, holding a huge roasted beast leg. Lin Fan sniffed the roasted meat and said, "Oh, it smells quite good. Where did the seasoning come from?" The boy smiled and replied, "We have a chef in our team who carries various seasonings with him, and he can also make meat soup. It's especially delicious." Lin Fan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly said, "You brat, come in quickly, come in." The boy was flattered and walked over slowly. If it were before, he wouldn't have been so reserved. Everyone is human, and who doesn't have a bit of pride? But a lot has happened in the past few days, elevating Lin Chen's status in everyone's eyes to an infinite height. Even the bizarre things in this world can't faze him. Is there anyone who can defeat him? They originally thought this secret realm wouldn't be too dangerous. They just intended to hang around, pick up some treasures, and make some money. Who would have thought it would be this dangerous? Along the way, he witnessed one companion after another die, which filled him with fear and made him want to leave even more. However, outside, a torrential downpour made the road home feel like a distant dream. Lin Chen's appearance was like a ray of dawn in the darkness. Now, they, the Awakeners, have unanimously decided to worship Lin Chen as the goddess of dawn. In any case, they would cling tightly to Lin Chen's leg and not let go until they left the secret realm. The youth walked up to Lin Fan, and Lin Chen caught the roasted meat, tearing off a piece and taking a bite. Not bad, very delicious. This seasoning complements it well. Your chef has good skills, keep it up. Bai Xiaosa saw this and also wanted a bite, but was directly swatted away by Lin Fan. This is mine, you can't eat until I've had my fill. Bai Xiaosa snorted, turned her head away, not wanting to pay attention to him. Lin Chen smiled. Lin Fan was quite cautious. Lin Fan knew he wouldn't die, so he proactively tested the poison. However, the fact proved that Lin Fan was overthinking. The grilled meat was fine, he was enjoying it immensely. When the boy was about to leave, Lin Fan also took him to the warehouse and fetched another fierce beast. Boy, go back, remember to bring half of the meat over tonight and consider the rest your reward. Thank you, brother Lin Air, I'll head back right away. As soon as the boy returned to the small house, a group of awakens surrounded him, eagerly asking about the details. When they learned that Lin Fan was full of praise and subtly implied that the cooking task would be entrusted to them, they became excited. Ah, kid, good job. There's an old saying, to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. You did well. Isn't that saying a bit out of place here? What's inappropriate about it? Our chef is a woman after all. Upon hearing this, everyone paused for a moment, and then they all looked towards the chef. They saw her in armor, exuding heroism, holding a huge cleaver while preparing beast meat. Shoo, be quiet, she is the female general of the Blood Tiger Army. I didn't expect the female general to be such a good cook. This is quite surprising. Why do you care so much? Get to work. By the way, we're out of firewood. Xiaorong, you have fire attribute energy, go light the fire. Xiaorong reluctantly went to start the fire. He converted the energy within him into fire attribute energy and then released it towards the bottom of the pot. Boom! The flames blazed fiercely. Half an hour later, Xiaorong's energy was nearly depleted, so he went to take a rest. Just as Xiaorong settled down, the person who went to gather firewood returned, then replaced it with the firewood and continued to stoke the fire. Now they were stewing soup, planning to win Lin Chen's heart with delicious food. The chef was diligently preparing the dishes. If one were to overlook her armor, she truly looked like a kitchen maid. Alright, it's boiling. After a long time, Feng Mingqiu said. As soon as the words were spoken, anticipation rose. Smelling the aroma, they began to feel hungry. At that moment, the young man immediately walked up, ready to deliver the food. Feng Mingqiu nodded and said, "Go ahead, be careful of the heat." The young man nodded and left, carrying the meat soup. Feng Mingqiu, on the other hand, stood alone by the window, watching the unending rain outside, letting out a sigh. Half an hour later, the young man returned again. He said excitedly, General Feng, I have good news." Feng Mingqiu was puzzled, but still calmly asked, "What good news?" Brother Lin Air heard that as a girl, it is not very appropriate for you to live with a bunch of big men, so he decided to let you move out. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was slightly taken aback. Lin Fan was right, this really wasn't very appropriate. Although Feng Mingqiu lived in a room by herself, it was still hard to avoid gossip. Lin Fan was quite considerate in this regard, he was a gentleman. Everyone thought to themselves. However, upon hearing what the young man said next, they immediately cursed under their breath. So, he decided to invite you to move in with him. Feng Mingqiu stood in front of Lin Fan, her expression complex. Originally, she had a good impression of Lin Fan, especially the scene where he risked his life to save Bai Xiaosa, which made her quite admire Lin Fan's loyalty. However, upon hearing that Lin Fan wanted her to move in with him, she couldn't help but sigh. She had originally thought he was a gentleman, but it turned out he was just another lecherous man. Lin Fan looked at her, marveling in his heart. He had slightly tanned skin that had been kissed by the sun, gleaming with a honey-like luster. Beneath his sharp sword-like brows, his eyes were of a lighter hue, cold like glazed beads, revealing an aura of ruthlessness, as if they could penetrate everything. His straight nose and tightly pressed thin lips. Every gesture was masculine, with no hint of femininity, resembling the appearance of a young girl in the blue star race dreaming of her husband. General Feng, a woman of great capability is no less than a man, with heroic demeanor. I, Lin, am here to offer my respects, please come in. Are you afraid of me staying with others? Ha, General Feng, don't misunderstand. When you come here, you will of course have an independent house. How could you share living quarters with men? Don't worry, we have already built a house for you. Before General Feng could say anything, she was pulled by Lin Fan and walked forward. This is the first time Feng Mingqiu has been pulled and tugged it so intimately by a man, leaving her mind blank and unable to react. It wasn't until Lin Fan pulled her in front of the house that she came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed. "This is your house. After my elder brother heard that you are a general of the Blood Tiger Army, he immediately had this house built for you." "Does your elder brother know people from the Blood Tiger Army? We met once on the central battlefield." "If it weren't for my elder brother, your Blood Tiger Army unit would have already been gone." Lin Fan did not continue to elaborate, but Feng Mingqiu had some recollection. She had heard other commanders of the Blood Tiger Army mention that someone had saved them on the battlefield and had even given that person the Blood Tiger formation in the end. Could that person be Lin Chen? At this moment Lin Fan said, "Your main task in the future will be to cook. You only need to prepare meals for the four of us, nothing else is required." "Thank you very much, Feng. No need for formalities, I'm leaving now, you go ahead with your business. If you feel bored, just come find us to hang out. When it's time for cooking, just shout that it's time to cook. My big brother will have his clone help you start the fire." The two chatted for a while, getting more and more into the conversation. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly heard Lin Chen's voice in his mind, which left him stunned. "Ah, it's that time, it's time to eat, come on, I'll personally help you start the fire." "Oh." On the other side, Lin Chen's bedroom. Lin Chen had a strange expression. He had just connected with Lin Fan and felt the fluctuating emotions in Lin Fan's heart, secretly thinking, "No way?" He shook his head and decided not to think any further, quietly chanting, "System, upgrade my combat power." Ding, upgrading in progress. Upgrade complete. Ding, congratulations, your combat power has 6 ranks. In the next moment, a layer of white light enveloped Lin Chen. Then the white light entered his body, his sea of consciousness expanded, his physical strength increased, and the energy within him multiplied. Power filled the body, the field of vision expanded wider and wider, as if he could see his own flesh, a phenomenon of mental strength penetrating through. Feeling the power within, Lin Chen's confidence surged dramatically, giving him a premonition that whatever he did would surely succeed. He tried to swing his fist and it immediately made a whooshing sound. This casual punch had the strength of his past full effort. He sensed carefully and discovered that his physical body had increased by about 2 times, his mental strength had doubled, and the energy within had increased by 2 times. With his current strength, if he fought against Zhao Qianyuan again, even after merging, a single punch could kill him. Even without merging, he could still win in a one-on-one fight. Whew! So refreshing. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's face, and he was very excited. He finally reached the 6th tier battle power. With this increase in power, he became stronger and felt more secure. However, becoming stronger is an infinitely long path in life, and one cannot relax. Right, the blood flesh pill. Lin Chen muttered softly. He took out the blood flesh pill and used his talent to extract life force. Suddenly, a wave of gluttonous thoughts filled Lin Chen's mind. He didn't dare to delay and quickly swallowed the blood flesh pill, as streams of power surged into his body, continuously enhancing his strength. Once he finished swallowing this blood flesh pill, he felt somewhat better and wasn't feeling as uncomfortable. However, when he sensed the enhanced power within him, his expression suddenly darkened a bit. The effect of the first-grade blood flesh pill is somewhat insufficient. It's necessary to improve my alchemy level and break through to the second layer of the void alchemy technique to refine the second-grade blood flesh pill. Lin Chen found that the effect of the blood flesh pill had weakened considerably, only able to enhance his strength by a tiny bit. Although it was better than nothing, allowing him to accumulate slight gains, it was still of very low cost effectiveness now. Because each time he used life extraction, he had to endure suffering. Improving his alchemy level could not be delayed. With this in mind, Lin Chen did not hesitate any longer. He silently recited the incantation for his clone, and suddenly, the clone appeared beside him. Lin Chen threw all of Master Yun's alchemy insights and his alchemy inheritance to the clone. He allowed the clone to learn and comprehend, while Lin Chen left the room. As soon as he left the room, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came from outside. Rumbling! The thunder rumbled, shaking the heavens and the earth. Crack! A flash of lightning lit up, and the rain began to pour down even harder. At this moment, Lin Fan and Bai Xiaosao also stepped out of the door, looking at the scene in the sky. Bai Xiaosao had a worried expression on her face. The clouds are still very thick, and after several days of rain, there is no sign of it stopping. Instead, the rain clouds are gathering more and more. What extreme weather! Lin Chen nodded, looking at the outside weather. It was daytime, but there wasn't much difference from dusk. Right now the strange phenomenon hadn't emerged yet. Lin Chen still had to wait a few more hours before going out to hunt. At this time, he felt a bit bored. Suddenly, with a rumbling sound, Lin Chen felt hungry. Let's eat. Sure. Lin Fan excitedly ran towards the kitchen. Correct, the kitchen is connected to Feng Mingqiu's residence. Going to the kitchen means going to find Feng Mingqiu. Watching Lin Fan's departing figure, Lin Chen seemed to be in thought. Bai Xiaosao hesitated to speak, and Lin Chen smiled. What do you want to say? It's nothing. It's just that Lin Fan seems to be in love, and I'm afraid he might be deceived. Lin Chen looked at him with a half-smile and did not reply, turning around and walking towards the room. Bai Xiaosao stood at the door, gazing at the endless rain outside. He opened his heavily eye and looked around. When he saw Lin Fan and Feng Mingqiu chatting and laughing, he sighed and turned his gaze towards the 2 houses of the awakened. Upon seeing those guys playing cards, he cursed softly. Then, he looked in another direction, that was towards the indigenous people. When he saw that they had actually built a clay statue of Avalokitesvara with 1,000 hands, he paused for a moment. Shaking his head, he turned to look elsewhere. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Not good, the alien beasts are attacking, he shouted loudly. The world was vast and desolate. The rain poured down, seemingly hanging the Milky Way in the sky. Lightning flickered from time to time, illuminating a part of the earth. On the dark water's surface, enormous creatures advanced with a thunderous sound. At this moment, in this group of over 1,000 alien beasts, a golden snake lay comfortably on the back of a gigantic tortoise beast. It could be seen that this golden snake was entirely golden, with only a silver line running from its head to its tail along its back, and on its head, a small sharp horn sprouted, seeming not yet to have reached maturity. The golden snake was about 1 meter long, with a diameter only as thick as an arm, looking quite petite. But the alien beasts surrounding it were all silent and did not dare to show any disrespect. It is a royal beast among the, with pure bloodline. Although its strength is at the peak of the 6th tier, it is more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary. In terms of status, strength, talent, and bloodline, it is superior to ordinary, making it a naturally noble being in the world of High Beast Level 1. It squinted its eyes, looking at the several small islands a kilometer away. When it saw the humans on them, it became excited. Heaven helps me, this young master has discovered the humans. The tortoise beast beneath it immediately flattered, "Young master, your luck is truly amazing. Of course, these humans shall meet their demise at my hands today. Speed up and slaughter these ants." Yes. The beasts possess intelligence, which is the biggest distinction that sets them apart from savage beasts. Therefore, alien beasts prefer to gather in groups, with at least a dozen or more when they move, creating a significant commotion. Especially when these thousands of alien beasts are on the move, the scale is immense and truly shocking. When Bai Xiaosa saw this scene, he was also taken aback and quickly informed Lynch of his discovery. After all, a distance of 1,000 meters can be covered in an instant. If one is not prepared, it is easy to be caught off guard. Lynch furrowed his brows and said, "You go gather all the awakened ones." Bai Xiaosa wanted to say something more, but Lin Chen shook his head. He knew that Lin Chen already had a plan, so he didn't ask further and turned to leave. After Bai Xiaosa left, Lin Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table. There are a total of 10 awakened ones, counting Bai Xiaosa and the other two, there are only 13 people in total. With the clones included, there are 213 people in total. 5 against 1, the odds should be acceptable. However, the strength of these awakened ones is unknown, mainly, his own clones are the main combat force. The clones are 70% stronger than himself, but the downside is that they lack innate abilities. However, in large-scale battles, his own innate abilities are not very prominent. Therefore, the battle power of the clone is enough to compensate for all that. He thought to himself, "I just upgraded my strength, a perfect time to test my abilities. In this battle, we can win." Lin Chen glanced outside the door, the rain was still pouring down, with no sign of stopping. He silently called out for a clone, and instantly, white light flashed, with clones spreading around the small island. Lin Fan was chatting with Feng Mingqiu, and upon seeing this scene, he was taken aback. Soon, he received a message from Lin Chen, and his expression immediately hardened. "What's wrong? A beast is coming, be cautious during the upcoming battle." Upon hearing this, Feng Mingqiu's expression changed instantly. First, she was shocked, then it turned into a gritted-teeth hatred. Hearing the words beast awakened her painful memories. Before coming here, the Blood Tiger army she led encountered an attack from a powerful beast army, resulting in almost total annihilation, with only her escaping. Afterward, she endured many hardships to finally arrive here. Unexpectedly, the beasts have come again. Damn it! Roar! The roars of beasts echoed. Immediately after, the sound of rushing water came. Everyone stood on the island, ready for battle, watching the approaching of beasts. There were many beasts, at least over 1,000, each with a combat power of at least level 5, and most were level 6. These beasts were generally enormous, standing in the water, with more than half of their bodies exposed above the surface. They all looked up and howled at the sky, their voices shaking the heavens, causing much of the surrounding rain to scatter. Lin Chen sat in the room, focusing his consciousness on one of his avatars. Bai Xiaoshui opened his eye, constantly monitoring the changes on the battlefield. In this battle, Lin Chen was the commander, and Bai Xiaoshui was Lin Chen's eyes. At this time, Bai Xiaoshui said, "They are still 120 meters away from us. I have identified the leading beast, it is a golden snake." Lin Chen nodded and, with a thought, issued the command to charge. "Everyone, follow me to kill." With Lin Chen's clone leading the charge, the awakened ones did not dare to retreat any longer, following behind and shouting as they rushed forward. Energy gathered at their feet, and everyone stepped on the water's surface, stopping 50 meters away. On the opposite side, the beast horde also came to a halt, and the two sides confronted each other. Roar! 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 The strange beasts roared in unison, shaking the heavens. Lin Chen's expression was calm as he shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The sounds of slaughter resounded through the sky. The two sides faced off, with no extra words exchanged, directly charging at each other, striving to annihilate each other's physical bodies. Boom! The two sides collided violently, instantly stirring up layers of gigantic waves. The rain poured down relentlessly, and the wind blew fiercely. The avatars automatically split into small teams, standing in the front line, each releasing skills from their hands. Energy slash! Suddenly, waves of energy slashes flew out and struck the beast horde, causing a commotion. However, this damage was not enough, and the avatars began to unleash other skills. Although the other awakened ones had Lynch shielding them at the front, bearing the brunt of the pressure, their own stress was not light either. From the water, strange beasts occasionally emerged to carry out decapitation attacks on them. Nonetheless, they were all seasoned warriors, and such levels of ambush had little effect, but each one sustained injuries, and their combat effectiveness dropped significantly in an instant. Lin Chen noticed this and his thoughts stirred. 20 ice avatars immediately stepped forward, crouched slightly, and placed their palms on the water's surface. Freeze! Boom! With the appearance of ice attribute energy, the surface of the water began to freeze rapidly. After a while, the area within a radius of several hundred meters turned into a world of ice. With a crack, a crocodile-like strange beast broke through the ice surface, no longer daring to hide beneath the water, and lunged at an awakened one. But it was spotted in time by Lin Chen's gold avatar, which sliced off its head with a single strike. Ding, you have killed a three-tailed crocodile, tier 6, upgrade points plus 42,000. Another was decapitated, slain by Lin Chen's hand. The awakened individual wore a grateful expression, but the golden avatar paid him no mind and continued to engage in slaughter on the battlefield. On the battlefield, many were present, their strength formidable. Even with the combat power at the peak of 6th tier, the avatar found it difficult to contend against 4 opponents, gradually falling into a disadvantage. This scene made Feng Mingqiu's eyes nearly bleed with rage, and she wielded her large blade even faster, but soon got targeted by the 5 charged towards her. Under the relentless assault of the incoming, she found herself unable to defend, and soon sustained severe injuries. Roar! A massive blood-filled maw bit down. My life is over. Her face turned pale, and this thought involuntarily crossed her mind. However, in the next moment, a solid figure stood in front of her. Run! Lin Fan shouted loudly, pushing Feng Mingqiu away with all his might before facing his death. Feng Mingqiu was like a kite with a broken string, flying in the air. She watched from afar as Lin Fan lay on the ground, motionless, with a strange beast biting his head. She screamed tragically. No! With a thud, she landed on the small island. Lin Fan, she called Lin Fan's name over and over, dazed and lost. Lin Chen saw this scene and had a strange expression, shaking his head. I gave you an immortal body so you could pick up girls? He cursed inwardly. At that moment, the battlefield changed drastically. The golden serpent struck, only to see that golden little snake moving at lightning speed like a golden flash, darting across the battlefield, unblocked by anyone. One by one, the clones were caught off guard and slain. Lin Chen saw this scene, his expression unchanged, and chanted, "Clones!" With a flash of white light, another 200 warriors appeared. Go! Kill! Suddenly, a golden little snake suddenly disappeared from its spot like a beam of golden light moving through the air, leaving a trace of gold as it vanished, with people occasionally collapsing, seriously injured. The awakened ones fell to the ground one by one, injured and filled with despair. However, after the golden little snake killed Lin Chen's clone, it turned back, as if this speed could not be sustained. Back on its turtle shell, it disdainfully said, "A mere human race, how can they withstand my speed?" The attendant beside it immediately flattered, "My lord's great power is beyond the imagination of the human race." Ha, that's right, now they have already lost more than half of their number to me and are unable to fight back. You all go up and capture the remaining humans to use as backup food. As soon as the words were spoken, a group of was ordered to go. However, when they just arrived on the battlefield, they were instantly dumbfounded. Because, along with them arriving on the battlefield, there were also 200 of Lin Chen's avatars. The two sides collided head-on, and Lin Chen's avatars charged at the enemy without hesitation. However, those beasts were all stunned, even unable to believe that there was still support from the other side. For a moment, each of them hesitated. Because Lin Chen's avatars used the 10,000 treasures condensation technique to condense armor all over their bodies in order to increase their defensive power, these strange beasts could not see the appearance of the avatars. Therefore, they took these avatars as reinforcements from the human race. After hesitating for a moment, they soon reacted and roared, charging towards the avatars. Rumble! The two sides clashed together, and the battlefield became chaotic again. The awakened ones initially thought they were doomed, but now that Lin Chen's clone has come to their aid again, they have escaped death and all breathed a sigh of relief. These awakened ones fought a fierce battle, and although Lin Chen's clone stood in front of them, they were still all injured. They retreated to the back, watching the clone battle the otherworldly beasts. However, this time the clones had the upper hand. The reason is quite simple. First, the alien beasts had already fought a battle and were fatigued. Second, more than half of the alien beasts had died in the first battle, and their current numbers were no match for the clones. Roar! Kill! The awakened ones were all slumped on the ground, watching the battlefield with looks of surprise. Lin Chen's clones are really impressive. What's even more unbelievable is that they are all very cunning. Look, that clone is attacking the lower 3 routes again. Don't be afraid of the gentleman, be afraid of the petty people. Remember, you must never provoke Lin Chen in the future. Just thinking about Lin Chen's clones' attack methods sent chills down their spines. On the turtle's back, the golden little snake also showed a surprised expression. Humans actually have reinforcements. Hee hee, just perfect for taking them all out. The golden little snake chuckled coldly, straightened its body, and suddenly transformed into a golden light, vanishing from the spot. A golden stream of light rushed towards the battlefield. When Lin Chen saw this light, he said, "Can you see it?" Bai Xiaosa's eyes widened, stars shining brightly in them, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead as he nodded with difficulty and said, I can. Good. Try to predict its movements and then tell me its location. Okay. The two agreed and began to work together to kill the golden little snake. This guy was too fast, looking like a streak of golden light. Without Bai Xiaosa's help, he would have to enter the fray himself, relying on the momentary movement of his light step to defeat the golden little snake. However, with Bai Xiaosa's help now, he was confident that as long as he could catch the opponent once, he would definitely be able to kill it. Moreover, he didn't believe that the golden little snake was not only fast but also strong. The golden little snake re-entered the battlefield, and the exotic beasts roared in excitement to welcome it. Suddenly, the golden little snake aimed at several clones, leaped forward, and vanished in the next moment. With a flash of golden light, one clone failed to dodge and was pierced through the chest. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoshu shouted, it charged towards the red clone below. Self-detonation. Lin Chen gave an order to the red clone. The golden little snake looked disdainful, just about to kill this red clone, when suddenly there was a loud boom. Boom! The shockwave from the self-detonation instantly sent it flying, landing on the distant ice surface. The golden little snake stared at the ravaged battlefield, a look of confusion on its face. Self-detonated? Really? Before it could react, one clone after another charged over at high speed. The other quickly intercepted, but explosions followed one after another, and the intercepted instantly died without a complete corpse. Just as the golden snake was about to dodge, suddenly a crack opened up in the ice, and an ice clone emerged from below, tightly grabbing the golden little snake. Hiss! The golden little snake let out an angry cry, but the power released by the ice clone froze it, slowing down its movements. The power of the golden snake is not strong, but its defense is very high, and its body is like a divine weapon, using itself as a weapon, and it was about to break free. At this moment, other clones arrived, one after another disregarding their lives, pouncing on it. Over 100 clones stacked like a tower, pressing the golden snake to the bottom. Self-destruct. The order was given, and the clones began to self-destruct. Boom! All that was heard was a series of immense rumbling sounds. A mushroom cloud, reaching 100 meters, rose into the air. The shockwave shattered the ice surface, forming a deep pit, and after a long while, the surrounding water finally surged in. Ding! You have killed the silver-horned gold source snake, Tier 6, experience points plus 92,000. Phew! The kill notification echoed in his mind, and Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, having finally killed this creature. At this moment, the alien beasts on the battlefield howled at the sky, each of them angrily staring at the small island. Lord Golden Snake is dead, we must take revenge. Roar! Hundreds of strange beasts roared to the heavens, charging towards Lin Chen's direction. They didn't expect that humans would actually kill Lord Golden Snake by self-detonation. But now they are already dead, and the remaining humans are definitely no match. They want to avenge their lord. More than 300 strange beasts are left, gathered together, which is not a small force. However, just as they were about to reach the small island, all the strange beasts froze. No way? More reinforcements? At this very moment, another 200 avatars appeared before the strange beasts. Kill. This time, Lin Chen said lightly, no longer taking the strange beasts seriously. The avatars immediately rushed forward. With the experience gained from the previous two battles, their combat skills had greatly improved, and they began to handle the strange beasts with ease. Watching as one strange beast after another fell to the avatars, both the awakened and the natives showed expressions of surprise. The natives knelt on the ground, their faces filled with devotion. They had already regarded Lin Chen as a deity. The awakened clearly sensed that the strength of the avatar had increased again. Lin Chen's avatar actually has self-learning abilities. That's outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that he can continuously summon 3 waves of avatars, and the avatars can self-destruct. Who can withstand that? Remember, never provoke Lin Chen again. By the way, where is Lin Fan? They looked around but did not find Lin Fan's shadow. Logically speaking, Lin Fan shouldn't have disappeared, right? Didn't he also go to the battlefield? At that moment, someone had a sorrowful expression, shaking their head and sighing. Sigh, Lin Fan is dead. Lin Fan is dead. This is definitely a huge bombshell. Lin Fan is Lin Chen's brother. With Lin Fan gone, how heartbroken must Lin Chen be? What if Lin Chen gets angry and doesn't take them in? How will they survive in this heavy rain? One by one, they became worried and anxious. Sigh, Lin Fan was surrounded by 3 beasts and pushed General Feng away right before he died, letting himself fall into the mouth of the beasts. The hero saves the beauty. Lin Fan is deeply emotional. Since ancient times, heroes have been like this, valuing affection and righteousness. Look at General Feng's dispirited appearance. It's clear she still can't accept the truth. At this moment, Feng Mingqiu looked at the surface of the water, allowing the rain to wet her face, tears and rain flowing down her cheeks. The sobbing sound makes it difficult for anyone to know how to comfort her. Although the two had only known each other for a few days, Lin Fan's actions had a strong impact, instantly drawing their relationship closer. Lin Chen watched this scene and cursed softly. He returned to the bedroom and once again separated Lin Fan. Oh dear, it's not easy. Where is Feng Mingqiu? As soon as Lin Fan appeared, the first thing he mentioned was Feng Mingqiu's name, clearly still concerned about her. If you die, she would be heartbroken. Lin Chen teased. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan quickly said, oh dear, I need to find her. Go ahead, be careful when you go out, don't let anyone see you, it's best if you come out of the water. Don't worry, big brother, I understand the importance of being cautious. As long as you know, go quickly. Alright, I'm off. Lin Fan did not go out alone but with other clones, so no one noticed him. When he reached the shore, he plunged into the water with a splash. On the shore, Feng Mingqiu wore an expression of deep sorrow. Although her military career had given her a strong heart, she had never experienced romantic feelings. The moment Lin Fan saved her, she was moved. But the next moment it was a life and death parting, a dramatic rise and fall, which was the hardest to accept. You have a safe journey. Oh, you little girl, how can you wish me dead? Ah, you. Lin Fan jumped out of the water with a smile, looking at her. Feng Mingqiu first couldn't believe it, then was surprised, and finally filled with joy. Ha, don't cry, my elder brother said that today's meal hasn't been cooked yet. Come on, I'll start the fire for you. Hearing this, she lowered her head slightly and gave a gentle Bai Xiaosa and Lin Chen stood at the door, looking at the two of them so inseparable, their expressions varied. Bai Xiaosa sighed. Lin Chen smiled and said, feeling down? No. He. One had a serious face while the other smiled, and they conversed like this, totally off topic. The heavy rain continued to pour down. Lin Chen doubted whether the sky had broken because it had been raining for so long. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed again. The water level was already 5 or 6 meters deep. Lin Chen went hunting outside every night, bringing back various strange beasts and storing them in the warehouse as emergency rations. In the past few days, he had subdued one strange creature after another, greatly reducing the number of strange beings around, and now Lin Chen had to hunt in even farther places. Another night with no stars or moon, where one could not see their hand in front of them. Lin Chen captured all the strange creatures nearby and planned to use the soul refinement technique to forge soul orbs when he returned. Then, he got up and walked outside. The ferocious beasts in the vicinity were all killed by him. Furthermore, with the flood outbreak, many weaker ferocious beasts had no place to stand and more than half drowned, while the remaining ones perished at Lin Chen's hands. Today, he intends to hunt in other areas. Continue searching in this direction. According to the map provided by the village chief of Lu Village, the next village from Giant Stone Village is in this direction, about 50 miles away from here. Let's go. Lin Chen walked forward. The journey was very quiet. Suddenly, a paw from the water reached toward his ankle. Lin Chen snorted coldly, gently stomped his foot, and the water surface froze into ice, while the ferocious beast was also frozen into a lump. Another stomp on the ice surface caused constant cracking sounds, and the ice shattered with a loud rumble, breaking the frozen ferocious beast into pieces. Ding, you have killed the longclaw fish, 5th tier, upgrade points plus 12,000. In the water, predator fish have already started to appear. Lin Chen remained expressionless, unperturbed, continuing to move forward. Later, he simply had his ice clone freeze an ice road while he sprinted along the ice. This speed is much faster, and I don't have to worry about the never-ending underwater beasts. Lin Chen sprinted quickly, and soon the village ahead came into view. Roshi Village. This is a village built beside a small creek called Roshi, with a population of about 1,000 people, but it has now turned into a marshland. Don't mention the houses, even the trees only have their tops visible. I wonder if the village's stone tablet is still there. Let's take a look. The clones all jumped into the water to start searching for the soul relic tablet. Generally speaking, the villages along the way to the Izumo country are mostly large villages, so the size of the soul steel won't be very small. Even if it is not as large as Lu Village, it won't be too small. Therefore, it won't be difficult to find. Sure enough, news came quickly that the clones had found the soul steel. Bring the stone tablet back. Looking at the soul steel before him, Lin Chen's soul power gathered in his eyes, and only after seeing some unfamiliar characters did he feel at ease. Let's go back. After making a gain today, Lin Chen planned to return for the time being. The journey was safe and sound. Bedroom. Lin Chen silently said, System, translate the content on the soul steel. Ding, it requires 1 million upgrade points. Are you sure you want to translate? Yes. Ding, translation completed. In the next second, Lin Chen's mind filled with some information. Soul slashing technique, condense soul power to attack the target's soul. Lin Chen discovered that this was a pure attacking soul technique. He focused his mind and tried to condense a part of his spiritual power into a small knife, then changed it into a small sword. With a single thought, he could manipulate the soul sword to fly out and attack the enemy, but the distance would not be too far. With his current strength, he could control it within a 10-meter range. This soul technique can be used to kill the souls of living beings. It's hard to defend against. Now he had 4 soul techniques: soul refining technique, soul controlling technique, soul transiting technique, and the newly acquired soul cutting technique. There are still many soul towning monuments. I need to speed up and try to learn all the soul techniques. At this moment, a sudden commotion was heard outside. Lin Chen walked out of his bedroom and asked, "What's happening outside?" Bai Xiaoshu said, "Some things have floated over. There are human and fierce beast corpses, as well as some wood, daily necessities, and so on." Lin Fan said, "Big brother, we can keep the wood, but those corpses are too gruesome. I'll have someone burn them." You all did well. Lin Chen nodded. It's getting more and more chaotic. The whole world won't be submerged, will it? He gazed at the sky, lost in thought. At the same time, the capital of the Outcloud Nation. Cloud Capital. This is a city built on the mountaintop, shrouded in mist, like a fairyland. However, at this moment, thick dark clouds envelop the entire sky above the capital. In the palace, in front of a tall window, a woman wearing a crown stood, followed by a slightly bowed minister. The woman reached out her hand towards the window. Raindrops fell onto her hand, cool to the touch. She looked at the heavy rain inside. When will the downpour stop? Your Majesty, according to past customs, the heavy rain will last for 300 days. After 300 days, everything outside Cloud Capital will turn into marshland. Sigh. Yes, Your Majesty. Is there any way to stop the heavy rain in advance? There is, but it is not within human abilities. What method? I don't know. Humph, what use are you? She snorted coldly and said, You may leave. This humble minister takes his leave. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. In the past few days, Lin Chen transformed into a model worker, going out to hunt monsters every day before dark. The upgrade points were increasing at a rate of millions each day, but unfortunately, he had not discovered any new Soul Town monuments. He felt quite depressed. The monotonous life of grinding monsters was quite frustrating, and he could only vent his anger on his enemies. At this moment, strange and fierce beasts were attacking from all directions above the water's surface. Lin Chen swung his sword, and instantly 2 beams of swordlight, one black and one white, appeared in the sky. The 2 beams of swordlight flickered with black and white brilliance, sweeping horizontally around. One slashed the flesh, while the other cut the soul, as the 2 sword energies swept through many monsters. The white one is the transformed form of energy/sword energy. The black one is the soul-cutting power of the soul/slash technique. Then, using the soul transformation technique to transform the strange beings, he would gain double upgrade points, with the upgrade points steadily increasing. Under the dual slashes and the soul guiding technique, almost no and strange occurrences could withstand it. One by one, and strange occurrences died in his hands, and the surrounding environment fell silent. After killing for a while again, Lin Chen felt a bit tired. He stood and placed a rest. Huff, I need to accumulate enough. Lin Chen glanced at the number of upgrade points inside. The upgrade points needed to reach SS level are just too many. Even a workaholic like Lin Chen is being thoroughly tormented. After resting for a while, he got up again and moved to a different place to hunt monsters. 10 ice clones ahead froze a wide ice path, while over 100 clones scattered around, scouting the environment and protecting his flanks. And Lin Chen walked briskly on the ice path. If someone were to see this scene, they would surely be dumbfounded, surprised in their hearts and exclaiming, whose young master is this, with such a grand entourage for an outing? However, here, it was destined that no one would pay attention to him. He could only silently hunt monsters, repeating this task over and over. Luckily, half of the work was taken over by the clones, and he only needed to use the soul technique to deal with the bizarre entities. After killing for a while, Lin Chen continued to move forward, running for half an hour, when a village finally came into view. Looking at this once prosperous and lively village on the map, Lin Chen could not compare it to the current village in any way. All that remained in front of him was a small peak jutting out. Almost all traces of the past had disappeared completely. On the small peak, a group of emaciated people, upon seeing Lin Chen's figure, first took a step back before looking at him with strange expressions. At this moment, on the peak, refugees from various villages were gathered. Originally there were more than 3,000 people, but the continuous heavy rain made the available standing space smaller and smaller, so some people were eliminated, leaving only a little over 30 people now. Moreover, one by one, they were emaciated, with eyes glowing green, giving off an eerie feeling. Lin Chen stopped and looked at the appearance of these people from a distance, and 2 words unconsciously flashed through his mind. Cannibals. Yes, he had seen relevant descriptions in ancient books, almost exactly like their appearance. Hey! He sighed, unsure of what choice to make. At this moment, the clones searching for the soul monument had returned. As a result, once again, there was nothing to be found. Looking at the empty-handed clones, Lin Chen glanced at those natives. He slowly walked over. As he walked over, those humans automatically made way for him. Lin Chen looked around and indeed found many incomplete corpses, further confirming his suspicion. Who is the leader here? Lin Chen said loudly. After waiting for a while, a rustling sound came from the crowd, and a strong man walked over. This man had 3 knife scars on his face and looked fierce, but in front of Lin Chen, he appeared extremely honest, even somewhat obsequious. I ask you, is your village's soul monument still there? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone immediately became vigilant. They indeed had a soul-stabilizing monument. If there were no monument, they would have been killed by the strange entity long ago. Everyone was anxious. Could he be taking away the soul-stabilizing monument? If the soul-stabilizing monument was taken away, they would undoubtedly die. No one wanted to die, and their expressions became unfriendly. Lin Chen frowned and shouted sternly, "Where is it?" This shout used the power of the soul, and the sound waves spread out, causing everyone's souls to tremble violently as if they had seen some great evil thing, and one by one, they trembled and knelt down. My lord, it is, in a cave on this mountain. Then, Lin Chen used the power of his soul to intimidate another person, forcing him to reveal some disgusting truths that confirmed his suspicions. Lin Chen's heart chilled, and with a cold snort he turned and walked outside. At the same time, he ordered his clone to retrieve the soul-stabilizing monument. When they walked outside, Lin Chen stopped and said, I have taken the Soul Town monument. Whether you can survive or not depends on whether heaven spares you. After saying this, he turned and left. He was gone, and everyone collapsed to the ground with a look of despair. Looking at the people around him, some became frantic, clawing and biting at each other like beasts. Lynch walked along the road, feeling quite emotional. They used to be ordinary people, simple villagers, wanting to live. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with this. Not a bit. But why doesn't Lynch want them to live? Because their actions crossed the bottom line in Lynch heart. So, Lynch doesn't want them to live, that's all. Cruel? Perhaps it is truly cruel, but who can say that living is not a cruel thing during one's time on Earth? They must be suffering mentally and have long wanted to end it themselves. It's just that they are afraid of pain and dare not commit suicide, so I help them end their lives. They must be extremely delighted. It must be like this: I did a good deed. Moreover, it's not me who killed them, perhaps they are all still alive. He. Lin Chen muttered to himself. A heavy downpour fell, and dark clouds gathered. Lin Chen returned to his small island once again. Lin Fan and the others quickly came to welcome him. Every time Lin Chen went out, he would definitely bring back a lot of food, so everyone eagerly awaited his return every day. Lin Chen instructed his clone to put the obtained beast corpses into the warehouse, while he himself returned to his room. Lin Fan saw Lin Chen's expression was off and was staring blankly, so he extended his palm and waved it in front of Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen regained his senses and glanced at him. What's wrong, big brother? Do you have something on your mind? It's nothing. Look at you, it's clear you have something going on. Some people died because of me, so I feel unhappy. Oh, big brother, are you sure those who died because of you are people? Big brother, I see you're tired too. I'll go help Mingqiu with dinner, you rest. Having said that, he got up and headed towards the kitchen. Mingqiu? Are they already that close? They wouldn't. Lin Chen watched Lin Fan's departing back, his mouth twitching slightly. Goodness, Lin Fan, have you forgotten your own identity? You're just an external incarnation. The love you have and the wife you marry, who does that belong to? Forget it, I won't think about that anymore. Lin Chen rubbed his head, sweeping away all these worries. He got up and went to the bedroom, where a new soul monument was already placed. I wonder what new soul technique it is. System, translate it. Ding, it will consume 1 million upgrade points. Do you want to translate? Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Soul Mimicry Technique. Soul Mimicry Technique alters the appearance and aura of the soul to achieve the purpose of disguising the soul. This soul technique doesn't seem to be of any use. Lin Chen murmured. Other soul techniques can at least be utilized, but this one just changes the shape and aura of the soul, looking completely useless. It can neither assist him in cultivation nor provide attack or defense. For him right now, the soul technique is indeed a bit superfluous. Forget it, better than nothing. Lin Chen temporarily set aside his exploration of this soul technique. At that moment, someone outside called him for dinner, and Lin Chen left the room to eat. At the dinner table, Lin Chen, Lin Fan, Bai Xiusa, and Feng Mingqiu took their seats. During the meal, Lin Chen said, I've already discovered the last village today. If I continue exploring, the next destination will be the Outcloud country. Do you want to go together? Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately raised his hand and said, Big brother, take me with you. Bai Xiaosa also nodded, I'll go too. I hope these eyes can help you. Only Feng Mingqiu was left in the end, and the three of them looked at her together. She blushed, lowered her head, and said softly, wherever Lin Fan goes, I will go. Instantly, both Lin Chen and Bai Xiaosa felt unhappy. A meal ended hastily. The next day, as soon as it was bright, the four of them tidied up and headed towards the Cloud Kingdom. As soon as they left, the awakened ones took notice. Where did they go? I asked this morning. They said they went to the Cloud Kingdom to have a look. What should we do? Don't be afraid, Lin Fan said they didn't take the soul settling tablet, so there's no need to worry about the strange things. At worst, if they don't come back, we can also go to the Cloud Kingdom and find them. Not bad, not bad. Advance to attack and retreat to defend. Smart. You flatter me. They didn't know that once Lin Chen went, he wouldn't really come back. However, the food left in the warehouse would be enough for them to eat for a year and a half. The premise is that they have to turn that beast meat into jerky, otherwise, without Lin Chen's ice clone as a refrigerator, it won't last long. On the road. Ahead, the ice clone is leading the way. Behind, the four of them walk on the flat icy surface, chatting and laughing. Lin Fan, feeling bored, said, there isn't even a shadow of a fierce beast in this place, it's dull. Bai Xiaosa gave him a glance, why don't you take a look in the water? Lin Fan snorted and indeed looked into the water. Suddenly, a gigantic fish mouth lunged at him. Put! A white sword light swept by, and the fish head fell to the ground. Lin Fan was startled, thumping his chest with a frightened expression. The fierce beasts in this water are pretty fierce, even more so than those on land. His perception is not weak, but it was only when the fierce fish pounced that he realized there were fierce beasts in the water, demonstrating the ferocity of the fierce fish. The water area isn't our turf, let's not get into trouble and move quickly. Lin Chen spoke up, and the four quickly picked up the pace, heading towards the kingdom of Yun. On the way, they encountered several waves of attacks from ferocious beasts in the water, all of which were slain by Lin Chen and others. After that, there was a period of calm. They walked for a long time. Suddenly, it became clear. A towering peak, soaring into the clouds, came into view. So this is the Outcloud Kingdom. So the Outcloud Kingdom is built on a great mountain. Damn, could it be that it rains here every once in a while? So, they built their country on the mountain to avoid flood disasters? Lin Fan stroked his chin, occasionally startled, and then began to piece together the reasoning like Conan. However, the next moment he was pulled along by Feng Mingqiu to catch up with the main group, breaking his train of thought, and he didn't dare to vent his frustration, humming softly along the way. Lin Chen looked up. This peak, at a rough estimate, was no less than 3,000 meters high. In a secret realm, to have a mountain 3,000 meters high is quite rare. After all, this world isn't very large, so the mountains that can be born won't be too tall. This should be the highest mountain in the whole world, Lin Chen thought secretly. On the way, Lin Chen discovered many cities submerged by floodwaters but did not see any corpses, so they must have sought refuge in the mountains. The arrival of the four of them did not attract the attention of the locals. Because, every day, people come to take refuge, they are already used to it. Walking along the way, Lin Chen instructed his clone to spread out and gather intelligence. Halfway up the mountain, at an altitude of 1,500 meters, the four of them temporarily settled here because Lin Chen found the city to be very chaotic. A chaotic city is easier for them to hide in. With a few simple tricks, they acquired ownership of a large courtyard. Inside the courtyard, in a small pavilion, Feng Mingqiu went to the kitchen to cook while the three others chatted. Lin Chen said, "Now that it's pouring rain, our goal has shifted from originally seeking divine artifacts to surviving, so we need to hide here for a while." Lin Fan stroked his chin and pretended to ponder. "Elder brother, how about this? I will go to the peak to scout for information?" Lin Chen shook his head and said, "No need, I'll have my clone take care of this. By the way, Brother Bai, could you use your eyes to observe the surroundings and see if there are any soul-rejecting monuments in the city?" Most of the soul-rejecting monuments outside have been taken away, and he couldn't find any new ones for the time being. Therefore, he can only hope that there would be soul-rejecting monuments in the city. Bai Zioa nodded and said, "Elder brother Lin, leave this matter to me." Lin Chen responded with an and said, "As for Lin Fan, when you have nothing to do, go into the city to scout a bit, mainly to collect information." "Alright, leave it to me. I guarantee I will complete the task, even if it's the emperor of their country. I will find out about his meals day by day." Lin Chen gave him a sidelong glance. "For things like this, it still depends on you. Good luck." At this moment, a voice calling from outside interrupted Feng Mingqiu's shout. "It's time to eat." Out of the Cloud Nation in Cloud Capital, the queen stood by the window, watching the relentless downpour with a worried expression on her face. "How deep is the rainwater now? Your Majesty, over 100 meters. Over 100 meters? In just half a month, it has reached over 100 meters. She didn't dare to continue with her next words, as she knew the rain would last much longer. Looking at the heavy rain outside, she asked, "What have the Chancellor and the General been up to lately?" "Reporting to your Majesty, the Chancellor has been in seclusion at his residence, rarely going out. The General is the same." The Queen wondered. It's understandable that the Chancellor doesn't go out, but the General loves to indulge himself. Why isn't he going out either? "Your Majesty, according to our observations, the Chancellor has befriended some remarkable individuals, while the General has caught several beautiful fierce beasts. As you know, the General has a fiery temper but loves to keep pets. He must be raising them at his residence." The Queen nodded. "The strength of this General is the most powerful in the entire Izumo country. Although he has not reached the legendary realm of flying, no one in the same realm is his opponent. Moreover, the General is loyal and is her right-hand man. However, the people that the Prime Minister has associated with make her quite uneasy. Continue to observe and report to me promptly if there is any news." "Yes, Your Majesty." On the other side, Prime Minister's residence. The Prime Minister wore a smiling face, entertaining a group of young people with various delicacies. There were a total of 7 young people, 6 males and 1 female, with a young man in black as the main figure. Their demeanor was extraordinary, making the Prime Minister value them highly. "Dear guests, please drink up." The young man in black waved his hand, refusing, and said, "I, Shui, do not like to drink, and I hope the Prime Minister will not mind." The Prime Minister's expression remained unchanged as he smiled, saying, "Since the distinguished guest does not enjoy drinking, we shall substitute tea for wine. I shall toast you first." Having said that, he drank a glass of wine in one go. A few people drank for a while, and when the atmosphere was right, they began to discuss serious matters. "If you can help me bring down the General, I'll agree to any conditions. This is simple. All we need is for the Prime Minister to invite the General to his residence. We will hide in the shadows, wait for the opportunity, and then strike together to ensure a one-hit kill." "Alright, let's go with your plan, but his soul technique is quite strange, so you must be careful to protect your souls. I'll rely on all of you for this." The other side. The General's residence. A small gray bug reported everything happening in the Prime Minister's residence through a projection. After reading it, the General trembled with anger. "I've long suspected this beast was harboring malicious intent. I'm going to the palace to see Her Majesty the Empress." At that moment, a small dragon, only 3 feet long, flew over and surprisingly spoke human words. "General, it seems you've forgotten your circumstances." Upon hearing this, the General's expression changed instantly. He looked around, and the pairs of sharp gazes made his expression shift dramatically. "What exactly do you want to do?" "What we want, you don't need to know. Just follow our instructions, cooperate with us, and you will benefit greatly. We can help you get rid of the Prime Minister first." "Alright, I agree. What should I do? The general gritted his teeth, feeling very frustrated, but thinking of getting rid of the prime minister. Even though he was being held captive, he still gritted his teeth and agreed. The little dragon at 3 feet laughed and said, "First, you need to accept the prime minister's invitation. When you arrive at the prime minister's residence, and they make their move, we will act when the time is right, helping you to kill the prime minister first, and then we'll deal with those human geniuses." It was excited in its heart. As long as they killed these human geniuses, no one would be able to stop them anymore, and the divine objects would ultimately belong to their beast clan. "Okay, I agree to everything you said. Then let's cooperate happily." Not long after, someone came to the general's residence with an invitation. The general received the invitation and went happily. Heavy rain poured down, and the world was shrouded in darkness. Lin Fan returned after inquiring about news, while Bai Xiaosa also closed his eyes, having scanned the entire city roughly. In the pavilion, the three of them took their seats and snacked on treats. Lin Chen was the first to speak. "Lin Fan, you go ahead." Lin Fan took a bite of cheese, narrowing his eyes in pleasure. Hearing Lin Chen's question, he finally set down the cheese. "Big brother, the structure of this small city is quite simple. The highest authority is the city lord's mansion, followed by the two major power institutions, finance and military. The military is responsible for guarding the city, completely under the jurisdiction of the city lord, while the financial aspect is overseen by the heads of the prominent families in the city, with the two sides maintaining a balance of power. In addition, due to the heavy rain causing flooding disasters, countless refugees have gathered here, making the public security of the city increasingly worse, with incidents of burning, killing, and looting occurring from time to time. In addition, I have discovered that the Lord's mansion intends to gather troops, and the members of the prominent families are also gathering their possessions, seemingly planning to leave this place, indicating that the heavy rain will not stop anytime soon." Lin Chen nodded. He was not concerned with the political structure of this city but was instead interested in the movements of the Lord and the prominent families he mentioned. This secret realm is vast, but the state of Xuanyun remains the only regime. The secrets of this world likely exist within Yundu, and the secrets of the heavy rain may only be known by the people of Yundu. These people should also know some secrets, which is why they are preparing to leave here in advance. He looked up and could faintly see the tall buildings atop the mountain peak, that is Yundu. Apparently, it is necessary to pay a visit to Yundu. Lin Chen thought to himself. "Brother Bai, have you found anything?" Bai Xiaoshui shook his head slightly and said, "Big brother Lin, there may very well be no soul-binding monument in this city." As soon as he said this, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. He can clearly see the role of the soul-guarding monument. If there were no soul-guarding monument in this city, how would they resist the strange phenomena? Really, there isn't any? Could it be hidden in a secret place? Lin Chen inquired. The role of the soul-guarding monument in the city is significant, and Lin Chen speculated that it might be concealed in a secret place. Bai Xiaosa continued to shake her head, saying, "There should be no soul-guarding monument. This city is very small. Although my eyesight is not strong, now that I have broken through to the 5th-tier combat power, I can see more things and won't make mistakes." Lin Chen believed her and after pondering for a moment, said, "Alright, I understand. Thank you for your hard work." Then, the group chatted for a while, and when it got dark, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Chen returned to his room and then focused on Yundu. He immediately commanded his avatar to leave the city and head to Yundu while he remained here. This city is chaotic, and the city gates have long been rendered useless, which is also why he settled here. At this time, 200 figures clad in full armor walked through the city wall and headed outside. Outside the city, many disaster victims could be seen hiding under the cliff. They were drenched, pale-faced, hungry and weak, resembling the look of impending death. Sigh. Lin Chen let out a sigh, and without getting involved too much, ordered the figures to continue towards Yundu. This city is located halfway up the mountain, 1,000 meters away from Yundu. Lin Chen can now control an area within 10,000 meters, so he doesn't need to worry about the figures exceeding the range and dissipating by themselves. After arriving outside the city, Lin Chen found that there were no strange figures at all. Could it be that there are no strange beings in the kingdom of Chuyun? Or is there a soul-stabilizing monument in the kingdom of Chuyun that can cover the entire mountain? If the latter guess is correct, then the divine object may be related to the soul-stabilizing monument of the kingdom of Chuyun. Lin Chen had many speculations in his mind, but since they had not yet been confirmed, he can only suppress his guesses deep in his heart. The night was cool as water, rain poured like a waterfall, and the mountain path became slippery. Light glimmered beneath the feet of the duplicates as they walked on the mountain path, feeling as if they were on level ground. A distance of 1,000 meters, even climbing the mountain in the rain, could not defeat the duplicates. They walked quickly along the mountain path. On the other side, Yundo, the Prime Minister's mansion. The Grand General entered the Prime Minister's mansion with a worried expression. As soon as he arrived, someone came out to welcome him and exclaimed, "Welcome, Grand General." Just as the words fell, the Prime Minister came forward with a smiling face to greet him. "Prime Minister, I have arrived. Grand General, please come inside." The two walked side by side into the house, while someone nearby held an umbrella over their heads. Rainwater flowed slowly along the ground, and melodious music drifted in from somewhere, making one's mood feel pleasant. Inside the house, the Prime Minister and the Grand General sat facing each other, with musicians playing music, dancers performing, and maids serving tea, creating a scene of peace and harmony that brought great joy. At this moment, the Prime Minister took a sip of tea and said softly, "I wonder if Her Majesty the Empress has eaten yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, the general felt a surge of anger in his heart. "Oh, you Prime Minister, are you trying to get at the Empress? I must get rid of you today." He gritted his teeth inwardly. However, the next moment he froze because he saw the Prime Minister winking at him. What does that mean? The Prime Minister looked at his stunned expression and said disappointedly, "Drink tea." The general had a confused look on his face. His relationship with the Prime Minister was decent, but it was far from being close friends. Moreover, he was a rough man who was completely clueless about subtle expressions and hints. The general, who couldn't figure out the meaning of the earlier expression, began to feel a bit hesitant. He numbly picked up the teacup, took a sip, and fell into deep thought. He remembered his predicament. 3 days ago, a group of intelligent beasts invaded his residence. He originally wanted to resist, but his fists were no match for the 4 claws. He killed a few, but was also injured by the remaining. Especially that little dragon, which was a powerful freak. Don't be deceived by its small size, a casual strike could injure him. He was about to use his soul techniques, but he nearly got killed instead. Now, he was hiding that little dragon in his sleeve. Behind the house, 7 young men, led by a young man in black. They were waiting for the opportunity. As soon as the Prime Minister smashed the cup, they would rush in immediately to kill the general. As long as the general was dead, the Empress would lose an arm, and with a high call from the Prime Minister, they could rebel against the Empress and change the dynasty, thus achieving their goal. And the divine artifact would eventually fall into their hands. However, after waiting for a long time, the sound of the smashed cup was still not heard, leaving everyone puzzled. Among the 7, a young man in red had a sullen expression. "It seems he has betrayed our promise. I will go kill him." The youth in black grabbed him and shook his head, saying, "Don't act rashly. I think this guy is just putting on an act for us." Everyone's expressions were not good. They were waiting, but after waiting for a long time, they had not received any news. Yi Linger chuckled and said, "Don't worry, if he dares to break his promise, he will undoubtedly die. Don't forget my poison." When everyone heard this voice, they shivered slightly and instinctively moved away from her. The youth in black glanced at her and said, "You all stay here, I'll go take a look." Inside the room, the youth in black looked grimly at the scene in front of him. Anger, surprise, realization. "So you have kidnapped the general," Shui Qianqiu said coldly. A little 3-foot-long dragon laughed and said, "This dragon already knew of your existence. According to the plan, this dragon was supposed to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Unfortunately, it seems this Prime Minister has other ideas." It glanced at the Chancellor sprawled on the table, then looked at the general whose face was flushed red. The little dragon smiled wildly. Shui Qianqiu looked at the Chancellor and questioned, "Chancellor, it seems you haven't adhered to our agreement." According to their original agreement, the Chancellor only needed to break a cup as a signal, and they would immediately come in to eliminate the general, and finally take out the Empress to push the Chancellor to the throne. In this way, they could go in search of the divine artifact. In their view, this was a win-win plan. Unfortunately, the Chancellor did not keep the agreement. The Chancellor was already severely injured, lying on the table, his chest rising and falling violently. "So you really poisoned me?" The Chancellor turned around with difficulty and smiled miserably. Shui Qianqiu coldly glanced at him and snorted. "If you had done as we said, you wouldn't have been poisoned, and once we left the secret realm, we would naturally have cured you. Unfortunately, your cleverness has tied you up. You have no one to blame but yourself. He is not good at poisoning, but the only woman in their team, Yi Linger, is very skilled in using poison. This poison comes from a mysterious world, a world that has not invaded Blue Star but maintains trade relations with various realms, and the goods from that world are very popular. The poison they used is sourced from this world. It is a toxin that can unwittingly form a spirit contract. This toxin contract can only last for a few days, and its binding force is not strong. Violating the contract will only result in injury, not death. However, it excels in being silent and stealthy, making it hard to guard against." Shui Qianqiu originally thought the plan was a sure thing, but unexpectedly, the general was also taken hostage by a strange beast, and the Prime Minister turned against them at the last moment. "Hee, Prime Minister, you truly are a scholar. Your every move earlier deceived us all. You were not cooperating with us at all, but instead wanted to send a message to the general. You don't want to overthrow the Empress. Your loyalty is commendable." At this moment, he has figured out the whole story. The Chancellor's previous actions were all fake, aimed at confusing them. However, the Chancellor's plan also failed because he did not expect that the general was under the control of another force. So, his plan also failed. The little dragon smiled and said, "Hee, I didn't expect that your human race has so many twists and turns. He deceived you and also deceived me. Unfortunately, lacking strength, any schemes and tricks are useless." The little dragon gently flicked its tail, and instantly, a streak of cyan light swept across. In the next moment, a hole the size of a rice grain appeared on the Chancellor's forehead. "Your Majesty, I will leave first." With a thud, his head tilted, and he met his end. Shui Qianqiu coldly snorted, his brows slightly furrowed. And the general was already filled with righteous indignation, but the anger he had just raised made his expression change drastically. He looked down at his chest, where a huge worm had actually drilled out, and not only that, the worm had dug out his heart. He let out a cry and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, pointing at the little dragon and cursing, "You liar." The The little dragon chuckled coldly, "A mere human, not qualified to negotiate terms with us beasts. You are just our food." As the words fell, the huge worm began to gnaw at the general's corpse. However, in the next moment, a water blue energy instantaneously ripped through the void and pierced the worm's head. Shui Qianqiu coldly said, "Beasts deserve to die. Today, let me show you the power of my divine lineage. Take this. A mere human, I will make you understand your death." In an instant, a battle erupted between the person and the dragon. A round grey-blue shield formed around Shui Qianqiu, allowing the dragon to strike without any break in the shield. The little dragon moves at an incredible speed, and its defensive power is astonishing. No matter how it is struck, it remains unscathed. Waves of water blue rays shoot out incessantly, like a machine gun, striking against the little dragon, producing crackling sounds. Water God Blade. A shadow formed behind Shui Qianqiu, and as he focused his mind, the shadow raised its hand and swung down a blade. Rumble. Instantly, it felt as if the ocean was approaching, with waves rolling in, and a sudden darkening of the world flooded his heart. Upon seeing this, the little dragon was greatly alarmed. Suddenly, its body swiftly expanded to several meters in length. Its mouth puffed up, and streams of green light shot out. Azure Dragon's Breath. The blade energy collided with the breath, creating a tremendous sound. Houses collapsed instantly, and the ground sank by several meters. This scene immediately attracted the attention of others. 6 other individuals behind the house heard the commotion and shouted, "Not good, hurry to support." They quickly ran over at the fastest speed. They also heard this scene, appearing not from other directions but directly breaking through the ground from underground. Both sides rushed to the battlefield at the fastest speed. Halfway, they collided head-on. No need to say more, a great battle. Xiao Qianyuan, dressed in red, had made remarkable progress in strength since his defeat to Lynch. The God of Swords is in possession. When using this move again, the phantom of the God of Swords shone even brighter. Go, kill. Instantly, the battlefield was in chaos. Everyone used their means, and various lights illuminated the sky. The battlefield became a complete mess. At this moment, at the city gate, a group of fully armored individuals arrived at the city gate. Glancing at the tall city gate, Lin Chen was pondering how to enter. Suddenly, the guards at the city gate were summoned away. Lin Chen thought to himself that it was a good opportunity and hurriedly followed. Prime Minister's residence? What's going on here? Lin Chen stood in front of the Prime Minister's residence, listening to the sounds of battle inside, puzzled. "I still won't get involved in this place, let's go to the palace," Lin Chen muttered. So, each clone immediately dispersed around, but the destination was all the palace. The palace is at the peak, the highest place in the whole city. Not to mention its splendid decoration, it is quite spectacular. Lin Chen's clones are not weak, one after another, they move at high speed. The palace guards couldn't figure out what happened before they were knocked down to the ground. Lin Chen is rather merciful towards the human race, so he didn't kill a single human along the way. Finally, a large gate blocked his path forward, and he looked up. The Imperial Palace. This place is probably the Emperor's residence. Lin Chen chuckled and ordered his clones to push open the gate. Creak, creak. The gate wasn't heavy, it was just large, so it didn't take much effort to push it open. Upon entering the room, Lin Chen found it very spacious, and the decoration was extremely simple, with only something resembling a deity statue in a temple standing there. Lin Chen felt puzzled and walked forward. After walking a few steps, he stopped in place and let the other avatars go investigate. After no problems were discovered, Lin Chen then manipulated the avatars to go up and take a look. Soon, Lin Chen realized that this was a spirit tablet. The largest position in the middle. Founding Emperor, Shi Qianling. On the left side are 2 positions, the 2nd generation Emperor, Shi Meinong. On the right, the 2nd position is the 3rd generation Emperor. Then comes the 4th generation Emperor. There are a total of 9 generations of emperors. What the hell? There are ancestral tablets displayed in the Imperial Palace. What was the Emperor thinking? Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I should quickly look for the divine artifacts. Lin Chen commanded the avatars to search when suddenly a delicate shout came from behind. Who are you? In the vast Imperial Palace. Lin Chen's avatars spread out to search for any possible hidden entrances. Suddenly, a delicate shout from behind startled him. He turned around and instantly recognized the identity of the person. She was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe that leaned towards femininity, draped in an exquisite red cape. Her delicate cloud-like hairstyle was adorned with golden hairpins, her long, delicate hands wore jade bracelets, and her slim waist swayed as she furrowed her brows and questioned. This emperor-like attire almost revealed the identity of the person. Are you the Empress of the Outcloud Kingdom? Lin Chen instinctively asked this question while quietly commanding his clones to surround her. Upon seeing this, the Empress showed a face full of anger. You little thief, what are you doing? She exclaimed in fury, looking at the approaching clones. As soon as she finished speaking, a ghostly bluish light shone brightly in her hands. Soul technique, soul cutting technique. Immediately, a series of soul slashes flew towards the clones, but what shocked her happened. Those soul slashes inflicted no harm on the clones at all. Impossible, how could there be no effect? The Empress exclaimed in shock. She did not believe in evil and unleashed the soul technique once again. Soul technique, illusionary soul technique. As a result, it still had no effect. The clone had no soul, so it was naturally immune to soul attacks, but Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Especially with the illusionary soul technique she cast, it was a soul technique that Lynch had yet to master. Could it be that this empress had a complete soul technique inheritance? Capture her, Lin Chen ordered, and the clone immediately rushed up. The empress was fully aware that the soul technique was useless, and her heart was already in a panic. Just as she was about to call for help, she suddenly realized that her mouth was sealed by a block of ice, and she couldn't open it at all. Immediately afterward, her whole body was encased in ice. Lin Chen manipulated the clone to approach, ordering the clone to spread out around her, which finally unsealed her ice confinement. Just as the empress was recovering, Lin Chen spoke first. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. Who exactly are you? Why is the soul technique useless? The empress asked 2 questions. However, Lin Chen did not reply to her but directly asked, I am very interested in your soul technique. If you let me go, I can give you the soul technique, the empress said, her eyes slightly shifting. Lin Chen smiled and said, right now, you are a prisoner and you don't have the right to negotiate terms. Even if I die, I will not submit to you. Seeing her so stubborn, Lin Chen was not in a hurry. While pressuring her, he let his clone search the imperial palace. The palace was not large and he had searched everywhere else. This was the only place he hadn't searched. If there were indeed secrets, they were most likely here. Suddenly, one clone made a discovery. It was seen that this clone cut out a cave in the ground with a knife. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen laughed and said, Your Majesty, what is this place? The empress also showed a look of confusion, vaguely recalling something, but she quickly shook her head. That was a legend, but ever since the 3rd generation of emperors, this secret had been sealed away, and the subsequent emperor's inheritance had been cut off. It seems you know something. Come with me and let's take a look. Lin Chen had no fear with these avatars, grabbing the empress's shoulder and jumping into the cave. The empress exclaimed in shock, Are you out of your mind? Stop talking nonsense, Lin Chen shouted. Startled by Lin Chen's shout, the empress immediately fell silent as they were rapidly descending. She looked up at the sky and noticed that others were also jumping down. Shocked in her heart, she wondered, are these people not afraid of death? It was terrifying. Not only were they unafraid of soul techniques, but they also disregarded life and death, almost like the dead. Boom! 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 With a series of loud thuds, everyone landed in succession. The empress, held by Lin Chen, was unharmed. However, the other avatars were more or less injured. Release the flames, Lin Chen commanded. Boom! Instantly, flames appeared in the palms of the avatars, illuminating everything around them like daylight. The queen said in surprise, You actually master the power of the elements, just like the fierce beasts. The fierce beasts possess incredible power, the most prominent of which is the power of the elements, while the humans in their world master the power of soul techniques, but they do not understand the power of the elements. They can influence souls but cannot affect matter, which makes their physical bodies weak, so they can only live for 100 years. In contrast, fierce beasts are different, because their physical bodies are strong, they can even survive for hundreds of years, which makes them very envious. At this moment, seeing that these people could actually wield the power of the elements stirred a tempest in her heart. Scout the way. The avatars immediately scattered, exploring in all directions. Only then did Lin Chen have time to observe the situation around him. He saw that this was a huge cave, with traces of artificial excavation on the surrounding rocks, and it was interconnected with many passages leading to unknown destinations. Do you know what place this is? Lin Chen asked. This place is hidden beneath the palace, but looking at the expression of the empress, Lin Chen could tell that she was also quite surprised. Does she not know about this place? Now this is getting interesting. I don't know. Really don't know? I've heard some rumors, but I don't know if they are true or not. What rumors? Tell me about them. It is said that beneath this mountain lies a formidable demon, and our country, the Outcloud Nation, was established specifically to guard this secret. Oh, interesting. At this moment, the clone returned and found the correct path. Lin Chen said, Let's go. There were many passages, but only one was correct. This artificially excavated cave had no oil lamps, without flames for illumination. The surroundings were pitch black, and one could not see their own hand in front of their face. After walking for a while, the path suddenly opened up. Before them appeared a massive cavern, in the center of which stood a stone tablet over 100 meters tall, surrounded by iron chains, as if it were suppressing something. This is the Soul Suppression Tablet, Lin Chen and the Empress said in unison. Correct, this is a huge town soul monument, larger than any town soul monument he has ever seen. Lin Chen suddenly thought, why did the country of not have a town soul monument? It turns out that the town soul monument was hidden here. With the power of this massive town soul monument, it is very likely to cover the entire country of, so the country of did not experience any anomalies. This is the reason. Understanding this, Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit upset. This town soul monument is placed here, but he cannot comprehend it because he is not the original body, has no soul, and cannot use soul vision to see the hidden characters in the stone tablet. Damn it, does this mean the original body has to come over? That would be too much trouble. At this moment, the queen beside him suddenly walked forward, and Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, not stopping her. He saw her walk up to the town soul monument and take out a jade pendant from her bosom. As soon as the jade pendant appeared, it immediately emitted bursts of green light. Gotcha! Suddenly, with a crack, the jade pendant shattered into 2 halves, but the radiating light did not dissipate. After hovering in the air for a moment, it shot into the soul-fixing monument with a whoosh. The next second, something astonishing happened. One by one, golden characters flew out from above the monument, floating in the air. These are unfamiliar characters that record soul techniques. Lin Chen looked up at the characters drifting in the sky and quickly recognized them. These were exactly the characters recorded on the soul-fixing monument, but unfortunately he could not understand them. If only the clone could also use the system's powers. As soon as this thought appeared in Lin Chen's mind, his main body subconsciously whispered, "Translate." Ding, translating will consume 1 million evolution points. Do you wish to translate? When Lin Chen heard this voice, he was instantly overjoyed. Soon after, he realized that by passing the characters to his main body's mind through the clone, it was equivalent to the main body seeing them, so the system could directly translate. No wonder, Lin Chen thought to himself. Yes, he murmured. Ding, translation successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul cultivation manuscript. In the next moment, countless contents appeared in Lin Chen's mind. These words converged into an ocean, surging into his brain. Soul cultivation manuscript. This is a method for cultivating the soul, which consists of 10 levels. Reaching the 10th level allows one to achieve the divine realm with the soul. It contains 10 soul techniques, each of which is also divided into 10 levels, and any realm can practice them. They are soul refining technique, soul control technique, soul passing technique, soul cutting technique, soul imitation technique, soul capturing technique, soul illusion technique, soul returning technique, soul searching technique, soul splitting technique, soul refining technique, refine soul orbs, consuming them can enhance soul power. Soul control technique can manipulate soul type beings. Soul passing technique can deliver resentful souls. Soul cutting technique can condense soul power to attack the target soul. Soul mimicry can change the form and aura of the soul, etc. Soul capture can intimidate the soul. Soul illusion can create illusions of the soul. Soul restoration can bring back detached souls and restore the physical body. If the physical body has not been dead for long, it has a chance to activate bodily vitality for resurrection, showing remarkable effects on vegetative state patients. Soul search to search the memories of the soul. Soul division extracts a portion of soul power and attaches it to an object, granting it the power of the soul, allowing the use of the original soul techniques. There are 10 soul techniques, each divided into 10 levels, and I have now learned the first level of all of them. Lin Chen closed his eyes, and he found that among these soul techniques, soul division brought him the most joy. Because the emergence of this soul technique indicated that his avatar could also use soul techniques, the only regret is that, currently at the first level, he can only extract one portion of soul power. However, in the second level, he can split into 2 parts. The third level allows for 4 parts, and thereafter 8 parts, 16 parts, and by the 10th layer, it will be 1024 parts. Excited in his heart, he opened his eyes. What came into view was the queen standing in front of the Soul Town monument, staring blankly at the floating text in the sky. Suddenly, the queen said dejectedly, "This text is very familiar, but I can't understand it." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled. Lin Chen had already obtained the soul technique and was in a very good mood. He began to order his clones to scout the surroundings to see if there were any other discoveries. While the main body withdrew its consciousness and stopped paying attention to the clones, it began to cultivate the soul technique. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes to meditate. Instantly, streams of energy representing souls appeared in his perception as he operated the technique. These energies gathered towards his soul. After a short while, many soul energies merged into his soul, enhancing it. Delighted. This was Lin Chen's greatest feeling at the moment. This is different from the pleasure of the body, but comes from the most primal joy of the soul, making him unable to resist. On the other side, the Prime Minister's residence. Neither Shui Qianqiu nor the little dragon could do anything to each other. Why not just call it a day? Shui Qianqiu said. All right. The little dragon also gave up on the idea of killing Shui Qianqiu. The two were evenly matched in strength, and continuing to fight would only end in a stalemate, so it was better to stop and come to a truce. As for the ownership of the divine artifact, it can wait until after it is found to contest it. Human, just wait for me to find the divine artifact, then I will leave this world in glory. Humph, one day, I will slice you in half with one strike. When the others in the saw the boss stop, they also ceased fighting. After a round of fighting, both sides were evenly matched, neither could kill the other, so they could only stop. Because outside the Prime Minister's residence, a large number of soldiers had gathered, and experts from Yundu had also converged. In this world, experts have weak physical strength and can be killed by poison, but their spiritual power is very strong, and they can use strange soul techniques that are difficult to guard against. After humans and exotic beasts stopped fighting, they broke through in 2 different directions. The experts from Yundu quickly intercepted them. Kill them. However, in the next moment, beams of power engulfed an area of several hundred meters, and countless soldiers perished in this strike, causing the others to panic and flee. By the time they reacted, Shui Qianqiu and the little dragon had long since vanished. Only a few experts saw them heading toward the imperial palace. Dawn broke. The place where Lin Chen was. Lin Fan and Bai Xiaosao were in deep sleep when Lin Chen woke them up. Lin Fan, with a displeased expression, said, "Big brother, I haven't slept enough yet. Why are you waking me up so early in the morning?" He was sleeping soundly when suddenly woken up by Lin Chen, which made him very unhappy. "Stop the nonsense, within 10 minutes, finish washing up, then we set off to Yundu." "Ha? Can we leave a little later? No way, if you're even 1 minute late, I'll take you back. As soon as the words fell, Lin Fan's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly put on his clothes, then quickly got up to wash up. Bai Xiaosa was in the same situation. Before leaving, Lin Fan said, Mengqiu, wait for me to return here, don't go out, did you hear? Feng Mingqiu wanted to say something but Lin Fan suddenly kissed her, causing her face to turn red, but inside she was feeling delighted. Lin Fan gently said, alright, be good, wait for my return. She softly murmured, watching Lin Fan turn and leave. The three left the city and headed towards Yundu. On the way, Bai Xiaosa whispered, Lin Fan, did you guys go all the way to the last step? What last step? I don't understand what you're saying. You know what I mean. I don't understand. You really do understand. I really don't understand. Lin Chen listened to the two practicing Tai Chi and he shouted, shut up, speed up. The two were silenced by Lin Chen's reprimand and did not dare to continue making noise. Along the way, Lin Chen felt a bit emotional. He both blamed himself for inadvertently sensing Lin Fan's feelings and reminisced about the taste from just now, feeling somewhat dazed. He quickly shook his head, casting out these distracting thoughts. He accelerated, heading towards Yundu. The three moved swiftly and with full effort they reached Yundu in just over 10 minutes. Let's go to the palace, Lin Chen said. At this moment, Yundu was in complete chaos. The chancellor and the general had died, causing enormous social upheaval, and the empress was also missing. The entire Yundu had fallen into a state of disarray. In the imperial palace, the exotic beasts and humans looked down at the huge hole below, gritted their teeth, and jumped down. They searched every corner of the palace and could almost confirm that this was the location of the divine object. Shui Qianqiu was excited and jumped down as well. The little dragon coiled around one of the subordinates and jumped down as well. Not long after they jumped down, there was some noise outside the door again. Lin Chen and the other three finally arrived here. Lin Chen looked around and the starlight in Bai Xiaoshu's eyes sparkled as he said, Brother Lin, there are signs that humans have been here. They jumped into the cave, which is about 100 meters deep. Lin Chen nodded and said, let's go down too. Lin Fan said, brother, should we be careful? You go first. Lin Chen kicked Lin Fan in the rear and Lin Fan immediately lost his balance and fell towards the cave. Although the cave was deep, it wouldn't hurt Lin Fan since he had been in before, so Lin Chen wasn't worried about Lin Fan getting into danger. Let's go, we'll go down too. Okay.